Chapter 1, Encountering a Brother-Supporting Demon.
Mom, there's a 100,000 yuan betrothal gift in this card, and the password is Jiajiao's birthday.
Please, accept it.
Xiao Chen carefully took out a bank card and nervously handed it to his future mother-in-law, Pan Huiyun.
Xiao Chen and his girlfriend Chen Yuejiao have been together for 4 years since their junior year.
As early as 2 years ago when I just graduated, I already had the idea of getting married.
Xiao Chen plans to get married first and then start a career.
It's a pity that Pan Huiyun asked Xiao Chen to pay a betrothal gift of 100,000 yuan, otherwise there would be no discussion.
Xiao Chen, who had just graduated from university, had a hard time finding a job.
100,000 yuan was undoubtedly a huge sum of money for him at that time.
However, faced with Pan Huiyun's request, Xiao Chen had no choice but to agree.
For 2 years, in order to save up 100,000 yuan faster, Xiao Chen worked as a deliveryman during the day and worked part-time in bars and nightclubs at night. Although life was hard and tiring, his income was considerable. In the end, hard work paid off and Xiao Chen finally saved up 100,000 yuan.
Stop. Pan Huiyun sulked at Xiao Chen, not looking happy at all. Don't call me mom, because you are not qualified yet. If you want to marry my daughter, you can.
Add another 200,000, for a total of 300,000.
This. Xiao Chen was shocked and thought, you shameless old woman, aren't you selling your daughter? Besides,
the 100,000 yuan he could come up with was already all his savings, so where would he get the 200,000 yuan?
There was no choice but to secretly glance at his girlfriend Chen Yuejiao.
But Chen Yuejiao lowered her head, bit her lips, and said nothing.
Auntie, didn't we agree on 100,000 before? Why now? Xiao Chen still asked cautiously and tentatively. Before was before, and now is now.
Before Xiao Chen could finish his words, Pan Huiyun suddenly stood up and sneered, our Chen Yuejiao is a bank clerk with a stable and respectable job. There have been so many people chasing after our Jiajiao in the past 2 years.
Who do you think you are, Xiao Chen? Just because you're a stinky delivery boy? That's right. You can't even come up with 300,000 yuan and yet you want to marry my sister. You're just like a toad wanting to eat swan meat.
His younger brother Chen Wenbin also made a sarcastic expression.
Hear this.
Xiao Chen couldn't help but clench his fists and stood up suddenly. From graduation to now, Chen Wenbin has never gone out to work. He only knows how to ask his sister Chen Yuejiao for money.
What should Chen Yuejiao do if she has no money?
She must exploit Xiao Chen. Otherwise, it is impossible for the diligent Xiao Chen to save 100,000 yuan by living frugally for 2 years. So Xiao Chen had been unhappy with him for a long time.
What's going on? Looking at your posture, are you going to hit me?
Chen Wenbin looked at Xiao Chen's actions, then stood up and sneered.
You're not to mention.
If possible, Xiao Chen really wanted to pin Chen Wenbin to the ground and beat him up.
He dares? Pan Huiyun glared at Xiao Chen. The atmosphere at this time was becoming increasingly wrong. That's enough.
Chen Yuejiao finally stood up, Mom, on, please don't go too far. Hearing her daughter's words, Pan Huiyun immediately stood up, hands on hips, glaring at Chen Yuejiao, and scolded, too much? Your father died early, and I worked so hard to raise you. I ask for a little bit and you call it too much? If he can't even come up with 300,000 yuan, and you marry this poor boy, what will your brother and I do? Humph, I don't want to bother to tell you so much, don't forget what you promised me.
That's right, sister. Just listen to Mom. What's so good about Xiao Chen?
Chen Wenbin said, that Mr. Wu that Mom introduced you to yesterday is quite good. He's willing to pay 500,000 yuan and can even bring him into business. It seems that the next buyer has been found. Chen Yuejiao hesitated to speak, lowered her head and bit her lips in grievance. Facing her mother, she, who had been obedient since childhood, did not dare to have any disobedient thoughts.
Xiao Chen.
Chen Yuejiao slowly raised her head, tears welling up in the corners of her eyes. She said, how about you think of another way to see if you can get another 200,000 yuan? You know, my brother just graduated not long ago and doesn't have a stable job.
He needs to get married and buy a house in the future.
As his sister, I can't just ignore him.
Think of a way, otherwise, I will have no choice but to break up with you. Separate.
When Xiao Chen heard these 2 words, he did feel like he was struck by lightning at first. Thinking of what Chen Yuejiao had just said, as well as what her brother had said, Xiao Chen shook his head and sneered. Huh, Chen Yuejiao, this 100,000 yuan was saved by me through frugality, and now you want me to scrape together another 200,000 yuan?
If I can't, you're going to break up with me? Okay, I'd like to ask you, according to custom, how much is your dowry in return gift?
If the return gift is doubled, then raising another 200,000, even another 1 million won't be a problem.
Everyone has a temper. This time Xiao Chun couldn't bear it anymore.
He had been in a relationship with Chen Yuejiao for 4 years and had been in contact with her family for 2 years. Every time Xiao Chen came home, he would bring home bags of gifts. However, he never gave him a good look, and was even so extreme that he wouldn't even give him a glass of water. I thought I could just endure it, thinking that things would be fine after we became a family, but I never expected it to end up like this.
As the saying goes, you can't keep a snake warm, you can't tame a wolf, you can't feed a dog enough, and you can't please a person. My repeated tolerance will only make this family's disgusting faces more unscrupulous. Without waiting for Chen Yuejiao to respond, Pan Huiyun spoke first. How dare you say that? We asked you to take 300,000 yuan as a betrothal gift, and we accepted it all to give you face. And you still want a dowry in return? You are simply dreaming. Xiao Chen did not rush to refute, but looked at Chen Yuejiao. He wanted to see what Chen Yuejiao's attitude was. As a result, they changed their minds midway and became even more aggressive. Chen Yuejiao didn't say anything, but her attitude was very clear. Okay, as you wish, then we'll break up.
Xiao Chen was already disillusioned with this family, and he took back the bank card he had just handed over without hesitation. Seeing that he was very determined, he turned around and was about to leave. Now Chen Yuejiao was panicking. She still had feelings for Xiao Chen, otherwise they wouldn't have been in love for so long. Get out now, it's bad luck to see you. Pan Huiyun snorted. Oh, Mom. She quickly chased after him, grabbed Xiao Chen's arm, and said in a trembling voice, Xiao Chen, we've been together for 4 years, and you're going to break up with me just for 300,000?
He. Only 300,000? You say it so easily, do you think I'm an ATM?
Jiao, you're a good person, but I'm sorry, a poor boy like me can't afford to marry a mama's boy who supports her brother. Besides, didn't your good-for-nothing brother say that since you've already found a new employer, we owe each other nothing? Xiao Chen's attitude remained firm, and he shook off Chen Yuejiao's hand without hesitation. Nowadays, it is not easy for someone with his wealth and background to find a girlfriend as beautiful as Chen Yuejiao.
However, that family is untrustworthy and only cares about money rather than people. They are really not good people.
At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in Xiao Chen's mind.
Ding!
Congratulations to the host for making the right choice.
Successfully bound to the God-level sign-in system. The system is initializing the sign-in time. Initialization successful.
Tip: this sign-in system allows 1 sign-in per day, and the sign-in reward is randomly obtained based on the host's area.
You can sign in today. Do you want to sign in?
Warm tips: if you sign in for the first time, you can ignore the sign-in area.
Chapter 2, the system is not a scam, I really have a wife to give it to me. System?
Xiao Chen was a little surprised.
I didn't expect that I could be bound by the system.
Xiao Chen didn't even know when this damn system had taken a fancy to him.
However, it didn't matter anymore. From today on, he was the one who had the system. System, I'll sign in now.
Xiao Chen made a decisive decision.
Ding! System prompt, sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for winning the title of Dragon City's most stunning CEO wife, Su Yueru. Beautiful wife? Is it popular to give out wives in today's system? The key is still the cold and beautiful female president?
Xiao Chen was a little confused.
It seemed like he didn't even know this cold and beautiful CEO. This can't be fake, right? Could it be that he is stuck with a crappy system?
Xiao Chen, who was still immersed in the system rewards, had no idea that his brother-in-law Chen Wenbin, whom he had called for several years, was already walking towards him angrily.
Damn Xiao Chen, who the hell are you? How dare you call me a waste?
If I don't teach you a lesson today, I'm not called Chen Wenbin.
Chen Wenbin rolled up his sleeves. That's right, we must teach him a lesson. Does he really think he is someone special? Pan Huiyun chimed in. Just then.
Ding dong, ding dong.
The doorbell rang. Who the hell is this? You come at a really bad time.
Chen Wenbin, who was about to take action, was very unhappy, but he had to give up attacking Xiao Chen for the time being and went to open the door while cursing. The result is the next second. Everyone in the room was stunned. As soon as the door opened, what came into everyone's sight was a beautiful woman with noble temperament. She was wearing a plaid white suit, which showed the efficiency and sophistication of a career woman, and also highlighted the softness and charm of a mature woman. She paired it with a V-neck knitted skirt, which showed off her curvy figure. Her slender thighs, coupled with the over-the-knee boots, made her look like a swimming dragon. Coupled with her skin as white as snow and delicate facial features, even though she is a little cold and beautiful, she is more than just perfect, she is simply stunningly beautiful.
Everyone in the room was stunned. Even Chen Yuejiao, who was also a woman, was stunned and felt a little jealous. Her brother Chen Wenbin was even more embarrassed. He stared with his eyes wide open, swallowing his saliva, and asked with a stammer, hello, who are you looking for? Gurgle. After asking, he couldn't help but swallow his greedy saliva. At the same time, he was wishful thinking in his heart, this is my house, and he comes here knocking on the door. Are you looking for me? This is normal. After all, no toad doesn't want to eat swan meat. Even Pan Huiyun and Chen Yuejiu were confused. Women have a lot of little thoughts in their minds. They hope that something will happen between the beautiful woman outside the door and Chen Wenbin. However, this stunningly beautiful woman ignored them and strode towards Xiao Chen. Follow me, let's get the certificate. That slender hand, as white as frost and snow, stretched out directly and generously to Xiao Chen, took his hand and was about to walk out. At this time, Xiao Chen was also confused. This beautiful woman who fell from the sky actually hit him on the head? The system didn't lie to him. Unlike Xiao Chen's surprise, Chen Yuejiao and her family were shocked. What did this beautiful lady say just now? She wants to get a marriage certificate with Xiao Chen? Such a goddess wants to get married with a poor boy like Xiao Chen? No. This is absolutely impossible. Pan Huiyun quickly ran up and said, Beauty, this is my home. Did you get the wrong person? He's just a delivery man, and this is my son. That's right. The woman said firmly, I'm looking for Xiao Chen. Your son is not my type. After finishing speaking, he no longer paid attention to Pan Huiyun's family, and directly pulled Xiao Chen away without looking back. Let's go to the Civil Affairs Bureau, don't waste time here. What's going on? Chen Wenbin was a little confused. Sister, that woman is related to Xiao Chen. Do you know her? I don't know him. Chen Yuejia shook her head. In fact, she was the more confused one. As far as she knew, Xiao Chen had only a handful of friends of the same sex, let alone friends of the opposite sex. She gritted her teeth, stomped her feet and ran out. She wanted to get to the bottom of this matter. Xiao Chen, stop right there. Seeing Chen Yuejia running out, Pan Huiyun became anxious and urged, Wenbin, what are you still standing there for? Hurry up and follow your sister. In this way, Pan Huiyun and Chen Wenbin also went out. Downstairs in the community, passers-by kept pointing and talking, and car lovers looked at it again and again. Because, now there is a red Ferrari supercar parked there. Men are attracted by its wildness, and women are attracted by its coolness. Anyone who can own it must be very happy. Xiao Chen walked out of the community and was pulled into the passenger seat of the Ferrari before he could fully react. Looking outside at the envious looks of passers-by, Xiao Chen would be lying if he said he wasn't surprised. He then quickly got on the road, fastened his seatbelt, and leaned back comfortably. Boom, boom, boom. The cool and beautiful woman started the Ferrari, then gripped the steering wheel, stepped on the accelerator a few times, and then drove away in the dazzling supercar in an instant. Chen Yuejio and her family, who had just chased out, stared at this scene in amazement. Fuck, a Ferrari supercar? Sister, that woman and that car, were they rented by Xiao Chen on purpose to piss you off? Chen Wenbin was actually so jealous that his eyes were about to pop out, so he blurted out a sarcastic remark. It must be, otherwise how could a woman like that poor boy Xiao Chen fall for him? Pan Huiyun insisted directly. This mother and son simply couldn't eat the grapes, so they insisted that the grapes were sour. Chen Yuejio said nothing, her mind buzzing with regret. She bit her lip and hailed a taxi. Her mother and brother followed suit. Master, catch up with the red sports car in front. Hey, pretty girl, don't joke with me. That's a Ferrari. How can I catch up with it in my crappy taxi? The taxi driver was embarrassed. If I really want to catch up, you'll have to pay more. Just add it.
Okay. For the sake of money, the taxi driver who thinks he is a top-notch driver decides to give it a try. In a red Ferrari. Although Xiao Chen was very grateful for the sudden appearance of the beauty just now, which indirectly helped him slap Chen Yuejiao's family in the face, he was still confused as to why the beauty suddenly came to help him.
Hello, may I ask who you are?
Xiao Chen asked with courage.
You don't remember me?
The woman suddenly pursed her lips and revealed a heartwarming smile.
My name is Su Yueru. You saved me a few days ago. Do you remember? Su Yueru? Isn't that just the system's sign-in reward for his wife? When did I save her? Xiao Chen really has no impression at all. Just then. Ding. System prompt, helping the host improve the plot. Suddenly, a series of memories flashed through Xiao Chen's mind. A few days ago, Xiao Chen was delivering food when he saw Su Yueru fainted, and he bravely stepped in to help. Now, Xiao Chen understood. All of this was written and directed by the system. Ugh! What kind of bloody plot is this? The writing is not even as good as Xiao Chen's own. Obviously, this doesn't happen at all. As for Su Yueru's memories, they should have been implanted into her by the system without anyone noticing. Xiao Chen did not answer, and the atmosphere was still somewhat awkward. Su Yueru asked, "Did you bring your household registration book?" Xiao Chen nodded, "I brought it." He had originally planned to take Chen Yuejia to get the marriage certificate after paying the betrothal gift. How could he do anything without the household registration booklet? But who knew so many things would happen? As for why Su Yueru asked this, Xiao Chen also knew it tacitly. Since she was the wife rewarded by the system, what kind of wife would she be if they didn't get a marriage certificate? Soon, the two of them went to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Su Yueru deserves to be called the cold and beautiful president. She is decisive and efficient in her work. Of course, Xiao Chen is not such a pretentious person. In no time, under the envious gazes of many people, the marriage certificate of the two of them was completed. Just walked out of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Xiao Chen was blocked from leaving by Chen Yuejiao and her family who were coming over. Xiao Chen. Chen Yuejiao's eyes were red and swollen, as if she had just cried. She looked at Xiao Chen and Su Yueru beside him, and even noticed their respective marriage certificates. Her voice was choked with anger. What do you mean? Our 4 years of relationship can't be worth 300,000? Can't you just try harder? What do you mean by turning around and getting married to someone else? Hearing this, Xiao Chen couldn't help but feel it was very funny. 2 years ago, they said 100,000, and I endured it. I also worked hard. 2 years later, they said 300,000. If I continue to endure it, will it go from 600,000 to 1 million in 2 years? Do I have to continue to live for another 2 years? Xiao Chen refuted without giving any face. Faced with Xiao Chen's well-reasoned arguments, Chen Yuejiao had no idea what to say. Daughter, why are you talking to him? Pan Huiyun stepped forward and said, "This must be a fake certificate. The person and the car are rented. He must be using it to deceive you and make you sad. He thinks he can take you away without any betrothal gifts." Chen Wenbin echoed, "That's right, sister. There are so many things like this online now, such as renting a car or renting a girlfriend. I think Xiao Chen is deliberately putting on an act for us. Beauty, how much does Xiao Chen hire you for a day? And how much is the rental price for that car per day? You guys acted really well. You can even make fake certificates. How about this, I'll rent you for a day too. I wonder if you can satisfy anything." Chen Wenbin was even more excessive. He had a lewd and obscene look on his face, and walked over to Su Yueru with his fists rubbed, ready to touch her. Chapter 3, Even if you hit someone, you won't care where you are. Chen Wenbin, you're looking for death. Xiao Chen, who had been unhappy with Chen Wenbin for a long time, planned to take action. Although Su Yueru is the wife given by the system. But now that we have obtained the certificate, it is completely reasonable and legal. If Xiao Chen continues to tolerate his wife being bullied, he would be considered a coward. Result. Bang. Before Xiao Chen could make a move, Su Yueru took the first step and a loud slap landed on Chen Wenbin's face. Oh shit. Isn't this wife the system gave me too strong? This slap is for you. Be careful with your words next time. After the fight, he remained calm and composed without changing his expression,
truly worthy of being called a cold and beautiful president.
Everyone present was stunned when they saw the scene.
This was especially true for Chen Yuejiao, as she had never expected this result. When Pan Huiyun saw her son being beaten, she quickly ran over and started yelling like a shrew. How dare you hit someone like that, woman?
Someone's hitting someone.
Call the police.
Fuck, bitch. Chen Wenbin covered his face and said angrily, how dare you hit me? You're just a hired prostitute. Who the hell gave you the face? Finished. Chen Wenbin wanted to take action.
Chen Wenbin, if you dare to touch a hair on my wife, I will tear you apart.
Xiao Chen protected Su Yueru behind him without thinking. This made Su Yueru feel very useful and safe. That's enough.
Chen Yuejiao immediately stood between them, looked at Xiao Chen with tears in her eyes, and said, Xiao Chen, don't go too far.
He. Xiao Chen said unhappily, I'm going too far? Didn't you see your useless brother was about to attack my wife? I was just protecting my wife. Is that too much?
Chen Yuejiao's heart skipped a beat when she heard Xiao Chen's words, especially the phrase, protect my wife. Obviously, I am his girlfriend, so I naturally feel a little uncomfortable when I hear this. As for Su Yueru, who was protected by Xiao Chen, she also felt inexplicably moved at this moment. During this time, Pan Huiyun pulled Chen Wenbin, and the mother and son were whispering about something.
Soon Chen Wenbin laughed sinisterly, and then put on a ferocious look. Xiao Chen, fuck you, you dare to hit me, you see I won't beat you today. That's right, beat them to death.
They are such poor bastards who still pretend to be poor.
Pan Huiyun joined in.
They didn't really fight, it was just a bluff, but the scene was already in chaos.
Pan Huiyun took advantage of the chaos and came over and deliberately pushed Su Yueru.
With a plop.
Beat someone? Come and see, someone is being beaten. Pan Huiyun deliberately sat down on the ground and started shouting. Mom, are you okay?
Her daughter Chen Yuejiao hurried over.
Fuck you. The most agitated person was Chen Wenbin. Xiao Chen, you actually let this bitch beat up my mom.
I'm telling you, if you don't get 100,000 or 200,000 yuan for this, I'll never let you go.
Sister, call the police right now.
He is truly a filial son. When my mother was beaten, the first thing I did was not to fight back, but I was still thinking about the money.
That's right. This matter today. If you don't have a few 100,000 or so, don't even think about leaving.
Pan Huiyun, who was sitting on the ground, thought for a moment and started shouting as well. Looking at their poor acting skills, Xiao Chen was afraid that he would not be able to help laughing. It was obvious that the mother and son were discussing this matter just now. Instead of fighting with Xiao Chen and both getting hurt and possibly being taken away by the police in the end, it would be better to extort tens or even hundreds of thousands of yuan from him. Xiao Chen pointed at the camera not far away and said, 100 or 200,000, you really dare to ask for it?
Did you see that camera? Even if you want to scam me, could you please use a more sophisticated method?
At least choose a place where there are no cameras. If you insist on staying like this, then call the police and have them come and check the surveillance.
Pan Huiyun glanced at the camera, her face flushed, and she said angrily, you are slandering me.
It was clearly this woman who pushed me.
Everyone, come and judge for yourself. If this woman hadn't pushed my mother, would she have fallen? Chen Wenbin was even more shameless in inciting the crowd.
His tinkering attracted many passers-by to come and watch, and they started talking about it. However, no one stood up to speak for Chen Wenbin and his family. Regardless of whether the matter was right or wrong, in this society, no one wants to cause trouble for themselves. As for Chen Yuejiao, she saw what happened just now clearly.
But she didn't say anything.
Instead, she acquiesced to her mother and brother's behavior and turned a blind eye. After all, if she dared to object, she would have done so when the bride price was imposed, and now she would be the one to get the marriage certificate with Xiao Chen.
Looking at this scoundrel family, Xiao Chen was so angry. Why was he so blind to find such a girlfriend and end up with such a family?
Such a filial daughter, such a sister who dotes on her younger brother, it's a good thing that Xiao Chen didn't go with her to get the marriage certificate.
Otherwise, I would be regretting it now. Result. Without waiting for Xiao Chen to speak, Su Yueru walked over decisively. Su Yueru glanced coldly at Pan Huiyun, who was deliberately sitting on the ground, and said, platform collision is essentially a form of fraud. According to Article 49 of the Public Security Administration Punishment Law,
anyone who steals, defrauds, loots, robs, extorts, or intentionally damages public or private property shall be detained for not less than 5 days but not more than 10 days, and may be fined up to 500 yuan. In more serious cases, they shall be detained for not less than 10 days but not more than 15 days, and may be fined up to 1,000 yuan.
Su Yueru continued, "There are cameras here.
Your fraudulent behavior has been recorded.
Don't worry, I will have my company's legal department sue you." "What? Sue me? You're just talking a bunch of nonsense. Who are you trying to scare?"
At first, Chen Wenbin was genuinely frightened by Su Yueru, but he still maintained his rogue attitude.
"You're talking about a company and legal affairs?
You're such a jerk. You're just rented by that poor bastard Xiao Chen.
You're driving a rented car, and you really think you're a nobody. Who do you think you are?"
Su Yueru was very calm and said, "Yueshia Group, Su Yueru, go search online yourself, there are photos of my interview." When he heard this name, the fool Chen Wenbin was stunned for a moment, and then he actually took out his mobile phone and started searching. Xiao Chen also frowned when he heard this name.
"I have been delivering food in Longcheng for so long, how could I not know Yueshia Group?
It is the largest cosmetics company in the entire Longcheng. I guess Chen Wenbin must have heard of it, otherwise this idiot wouldn't actually take out his phone to search for it. I never expected that the wife the system gave me would have such a powerful background.
Isn't this obviously a way to make yourself a gigolo? It smells so good. What a shitty Yueshia Group. If you don't pay compensation today, no one will get anything today." Pan Huiyun didn't understand any of this and was still aggressive. "Mom, stop talking."
Before Pan Huiyun could finish her words, Chen Wenbin interrupted her and looked at Su Yueru in horror. You are really Su Yueru, the president of Longcheng Yueshia Group."
Hear this. Chen Yuejie and Pan Huiyun were both shocked. Even the onlookers were in an uproar. They can fool themselves. But so many interviews and reports on the internet are not necessarily false.
If you want to continue making trouble, I don't mind calling the police right now and having our legal department send you a lawyer's letter. After saying that, Su Yueru naturally hugged Xiao Chen's arm, looking very intimate, and said, "Husband, let's go." Chapter 4. This soft rice is too delicious.
Okay. Xiao Chen nodded immediately.
However, at this time, Pan Huiyun still wanted to continue making trouble. "Who told you to leave?"
"You can't leave." "Mom, stop talking."
Chen Wenbin grabbed his mother, didn't say anything, just kept shaking his head, his face full of panic. He knew he was in the wrong, and Su Yueru was rich and powerful.
If he continued to make trouble, they would be the only ones who would be embarrassed. That's all. Su Yueru took Xiao Chen's arm and returned to the bright red Ferrari.
He drove away under many envious gazes. This time, Chen Wenbin didn't dare to step forward to stop him. Looking at Xiao Chen, who was gradually disappearing from her sight, Chen Yuejiao couldn't hold back her tears and squatted on the ground with her head in her hands, crying bitterly. She had been in a relationship with Xiao Chen for 4 years, so there must be some feelings between them. Now that this feeling has been blown away by the wind, she still can't help but feel heartbroken.
Pan Huiyun didn't feel any pain at all about Chen Yuejiao's behavior. Instead, she turned around and questioned Chen Wenbin, "You silly boy, why did you let them go? That Xiao Chen had money on him, and you let him go without letting him spit it out?" "Mom, I don't want to do that either. That woman just now is really the president of Yueshia Group. She's rich and powerful.
If we really sue her, our whole family will have to go to jail."
Chen Wenbin's expression was helpless. "You said that woman is really rich? Impossible. How could a rich man like that be interested in a poor boy like Xiao Chen? Silly son, you haven't been scammed, have you? I've heard from others that a lot of the information online is fake." Pan Huiyun certainly didn't believe it and started to lecture her. Faced with his mother's teachings, Chen Wenbin looked helpless, and even wondered in his heart, why wasn't he the one that the rich woman liked?
Suddenly a phone call came, and after answering the call, Pan Huiyun immediately smiled.
"Jiao, get up quickly, look at what you look like."
Turning to look at Chen Yuejiao, who was crying bitterly, Pan Huiyun said sternly, "Mr. Wu just called.
He's very pleased with you and wants to have dinner with you tonight. But let me tell you, Mr. Wu is willing to pay a betrothal gift of 500,000 yuan. Don't mess it up." "Mom, are you serious?" Chen Wenbin asked excitedly.
"Of course. Mr. Wu also said that he is willing to teach you about investment,"
Pan Huiyun said with some pride. Great! I'm going to be rich too.
Chen Wenbin, extremely excited, pulled Chen Yuezhou up and said, "Sister, hurry up and get up.
We have to catch this Mr. Wu. Our family's prosperity depends on you."
Chen Yuezhou's eyes were blurred with tears. I won't go. Right now, she is still immersed in the heartbreak and has no mood to have dinner with another man.
However, Pan Huiyun didn't care. She grabbed Chen Yuezhou's ear and scolded her, "I worked so hard to raise you, and now you don't want to go? Are you still thinking about that poor boy Xiaochun? I'm telling you, this matter has no right to decide for you. I have the final say."
The cool red Ferrari has long since left the Civil Affairs Bureau. However, the atmosphere in the car was as awkward as ever. Looking at the marriage certificate in his hand, he quietly turned his head to look at the cold and beautiful Su Yueru, but he didn't know how to start.
Call me dear? It doesn't seem to be the case. Call me wife? I feel like something is missing. If you're not used to it yet, just call me Yueru.
Su Yueru seemed to see through Xiao Chen's thoughts. "Actually, I'm not used to it yet, so I'll call you Xiao Chen for now."
"Yes, Yueru." Xiao Chen nodded. The atmosphere eased a little. But it soon became awkward again. Because what should Xiao Chen say next? Should I ask, "Yueru, where are we going to have our wedding night tonight?" Damn it, system, what kind of reward are you giving me? At this time, the Ferrari stopped at the entrance of an upscale residential area.
Su Yueru took out a bunch of keys and an access card from her LV bag and handed them over, saying, "Xiao Chen, I have a fully furnished house here.
You can stay here for the time being. The floor and room number is on the access card." "What about you?" Xiao Chen asked casually.
However, this question can't help but make people feel meaningful.
Su Yueru blushed. I've been busy at the company these days." "Okay." Xiao Chen nodded, without any pretense. He took the key and access card, opened the car door and walked down. Boom. As soon as Xiao Chen got out of the car, Su Yueru drove away. "Well, what's the rush? We don't even have our contact information yet."
Xiao Chen stood in the wind with a confused look on his face.
After a long while, he said, "Am I being kept by a beautiful CEO? Bah. That's obviously my wife. Can you call it being kept by someone if you're living off your wife?"
After driving for quite a while, Su Yueru finally realized, "It seems like I don't even have my husband's contact information."
With this IQ, how can she become a beautiful CEO?
It is said that women in love have no IQ, and it seems that this is true. According to the floor and room number marked on the access card,
Xiao Chen found his home easily and walked in smoothly.
This large suite, which is at least 200 square meters, has high-end decoration, is clean and tidy, and is fully equipped with all the necessities of life. There are also several sexy suspenders and bras in the master bedroom closet. These clothes, so tasteful.
Is this what it feels like to be a gigolo? It seems that this soft rice smells a bit good. At night. Longcheng, on the top floor of Yuexia Group, in the president's office. Su Yueru, what did you say? You actually married a strange man? And you even let him live in your house in Shanshui Huating?
This sound might shake the entire building.
Crazy, you must be crazy.
Su Yueru was sitting in her CEO office chair, using the desk as support with both hands, rubbing her temples with her fingers. On the desk was her marriage certificate with Xiao Chen. The woman in front of her was also quite pretty, with a tall figure, but she was slightly inferior to Su Yueru. The loud voice just now came from her, Su Yueru's best friend, Tang Xinrui.
"Okay, how about I give you a loudspeaker so you can shout on the street?" Su Yueru said.
"No, I didn't even know about something as important as your marriage."
"Do you still consider me your best friend?" Tang Xinrui seemed very anxious.
Besides, this strange man just appeared out of nowhere.
Are you either crazy or being forced? Of course. There was no way either of them could know.
All of this can be attributed to Xiao Chen's system arrangement.
Actually, I don't know either, but he saved me once, and I've been sending people to find him to thank him.
I just happened to pass by and got news of him today, and it was all my fault.
Su Yueru shook her head helplessly. "Don't you know my situation?
I have no choice but to resort to this last resort. At least this way, no one can force me."
"I think you're crazy.
You're not only going to kill yourself, but you're also going to kill others."
Tang Xinrui stamped her feet in anger.
No, I want to go see what kind of person that wild man you got married with is. Tang Xinrui turned around and was about to walk out, but was stopped by Su Yueru. Okay, Xin, I'm already annoyed enough. You're my best friend, so please don't make things more difficult for me, okay? Yueru, what can I say about you? Tang Xinrui sighed. However, at this time, Xiao Chen was sleeping soundly on the big bed in the master bedroom of the luxurious suite, which still exuded a faint fragrance. Chapter 5: Enemies really meet on a narrow road. The next day. Sleep until you wake up naturally. Xiao Chen stood up and stretched comfortably. It's so comfortable. Such an expensive bed is really comfortable to sleep on. Xiao Chen did not forget to sigh. Ding! You can sign in today. Do you want to sign in? The sound of the system also followed. Xiao Chen thought about it and remembered that when he just bound the system yesterday, the system said that the sign-in rewards would be obtained randomly according to the host's area. Now at home, this area should not be right. After all, what can you get at home? So, Xiao Chen thought for a moment and made a decision. System, I haven't thought about it yet, so I won't sign in yet. In response to Xiao Chen's answer, the system did not respond, which should be its tacit agreement. Then, Xiao Chen quickly got up, washed up, and went out. I just found a breakfast shop. Sitting here, Xiao Chen ordered a simple breakfast and fell into thought. Where should I sign in? Think about your shortcomings first. In an instant, Xiao Chen suddenly had an idea: go to the bank. It's a bit vulgar, but who can resist money? Just like that, Xiao Chen made his decision, quickly got up to pay the bill, and then went to the bank. Since you have chosen a bank, you must choose a larger one. Therefore, Xiao Chen hailed a taxi generously. Master, let's go to the largest branch of the People's Bank of China in Longcheng. Now there is no need to save money for the bride price, so you can naturally be more generous. Okay, hold on tight, said the driver. Longcheng, the largest branch of the People's Bank of China. People come and go here. Call. Chen Yuejia was dressed neatly and stood upright in the bank lobby, with a badge on her chest that read Trainee Lobby Manager. She took a deep breath, kept a smile on her face, and guided the customers in handling their business. After graduating from university, she went to work in a bank and worked in a small local branch for 2 years. Finally, her hard work paid off. A few days ago, she received a transfer to Longcheng branch to work as an intern lobby manager, even though she was somewhat unhappy about breaking up with Xiao Chen yesterday. But when it comes to work, she still keeps a happy smile. After all, I have lost my love, but I can't lose my job either. Soon, Xiao Chen also came here. As soon as I walked into the bank, Chen Yuejio greeted me with a smile and said politely, "Hello, what can I do for you?" Oh, no need. Xiao Chen looked around and refused. He didn't come here to handle any business, but to sign in and get a reward. Result. Before he could finish his words, Chen Yuejio interrupted him, a little surprised. Xiao Chen? Why, are you here? Chen Yuejio? Xiao Chen then noticed that the person in front of him was Chen Yuejia. His brows furrowed, and he remembered that she seemed to have told him some time ago that she was going to be transferred to a branch. He didn't expect to meet her here today. Is it embarrassing? What an embarrassing shit. If there is any embarrassment, it should be Chen Yuejiao. It has nothing to do with him. Standing in front of her, Xiao Chen ignored her and said to himself, "System, sign in." Okay, host. Signing you in. Ding. Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving 500 million renminbi and becoming the bank's exclusive diamond level VIP. 500 million. Is there also this bank's exclusive diamond level VIP? Wipe. Don't people who have systems start with hundreds of billions and then blow up the earth with one punch? Did I get the wrong script? Even though he was complaining, he was secretly saying in his heart that it was so delicious. You know. At this time yesterday, he was still a poor boy who couldn't even afford the additional betrothal gift that his mother-in-law forced him to pay. However, now, the system directly gave him 500 million, directly ranking among the billionaires. Really? When you sign in at the bank, the rewards you get are definitely related to money. At this moment, Xiao Chen was thinking, if I sign in at the bank every day, wouldn't I be able to earn 500 million every day? In time, wouldn't he become the richest man in the world? Tips: do not sign in at the same area as others. The system seemed to see through his heart. Xiao Chen, I know you still can't let me go, but there's no need to be like this.
I'm still at work. If you still want to keep me, wait until I get off work. Chen Yuejia was very confident.
She interrupted Xiao Chen's thoughts and seemed to be ordering him to leave.
What the hell? What are you talking about? He. Xiao Chen sneered. Chen Yuejiao, who gave you that confidence? Did I come here to look for you? Besides, you all saw it yesterday, right? I'm already married. I'm here today to do business, right? This is really a case of bringing up something that is not related to the topic.
When Chen Yuejiao heard Xiao Chen say this, her heart skipped a beat.
It was clearly me who was supposed to get the marriage certificate with Xiao Chen yesterday. Why did it become someone else? Moreover, she was a woman even more perfect than her. Also, that woman is very rich. Chen Yuejiao was furious.
As the saying goes, an angry woman is irrational.
Without even thinking twice, she yelled at Xiao Chen, "Business? What kind of business are you doing? You can't even come up with the 300,000 yuan betrothal gift for me. You only have 100,000 yuan on you. How can you possibly do business when you're so broke?"
This behavior is probably inherited from her disgusting mother.
When she said this, she immediately attracted many curious looks. Xiao Chen shrugged nonchalantly, looking as if it had nothing to do with him, and even taunted, Chen Yuejiao, we've been in love for so many years, how come I only discovered you're so brainless today?
Chen Yuejiao subconsciously covered her mouth, her round eyes widened. Only then did she realize that she had said the wrong thing.
Unfortunately, it's too late to find out now.
It was because of her mindless abuse. The other customers in the bank hall were not so happy and looked at him strangely.
Fuck, you're still broke even with $100,000? Exactly. Then what are we, who can't even come up with 100,000 yuan, like a fighter jet among the poor? For a piece of crap like you, you're still offering a 300,000 yuan betrothal gift. I think 300 yuan a night is too much. What a crappy bank. The lobby manager looks down on the poor?
Everyone, take out your phones, take a video, and make her famous.
Discrimination, blatant discrimination. No one should do business with this bank anymore.
The whole scene suddenly fell into chaos.
Many people have taken out their mobile phones and started recording videos.
Even customers who were already depositing money at the counter were forced to take their money back and the process was cancelled.
Everyone came to criticize Chen Yuejiao for her recent remarks.
She has touched the sore spot of most people.
No. It's not like that. Let me explain. I just spoke too quickly.
Chen Yuejiao was anxious to explain, but how could these customers listen to her explanation when she had angered everyone?
A quick word? I think this is what you really mean, right? Xiao Chen is now becoming more and more disgusted with Chen Yuejiao.
As expected, like mother, like daughter.
Xiao Chen, that's enough.
To tell you the truth, it's impossible for us to be together. My mother has arranged for me to meet a man who is 10,000 times better than you.
I will meet him soon. Just give up on this idea.
Faced with everyone scolding, Chen Yuejiao suddenly started to throw a tantrum. This is probably a specialty she inherited from her mother.
Needless to say, after she yelled at them, the customers all fell silent.
Some didn't want to mess with a shrew like her, while others were curious and wanted to hear more of her gossip. I was just about to take out a microphone, hand it to her, and say, "Come on, tell me your story." At this time, a bank supervisor, perhaps intending to help Chen Yuejiao out, stepped forward and said to Xiao Chen, "Young man, if this is a personal matter, please wait until Xiao Chen gets off work and then meet outside to discuss it. If you cancel the contract here for personal matters, it will affect the normal business of our bank."
This official rhetoric is well-reasoned, reasonable and logical. No one who heard this could say that he was helping Chen Yuejiao drive Xiao Chen away. Chapter 6, Help me withdraw 500 million, I want cash.
However, smart people can still see that this is secretly helping Chen Yuejiao under the pretext that you cannot affect the normal business of our bank here. After all, Chen Yuejiao is from their banking system and is very beautiful.
Perhaps, the supervisor has some unspeakable thoughts about her. Now that I have helped her once, then in the future, after a few interactions, some romantic stories happen? He is quite good at calculating. However, he didn't know that Xiao Chen was full of confidence now. With the system backing him up, how could he endure such humiliation?
So, in response to the supervisor's kind reminder, Xiao Chen nodded seriously and said, "The manager is right.
Yu Jiao, you just said I'm just a poor guy who can't even afford the 300,000 yuan betrothal gift. Actually, you're wrong. Was I wrong? Humph, how much money do you have? Shouldn't I know it?
Chen Yuejiao had offended Xiao Chen on both sides, and now, with her supervisor backing her up, she simply became tough. Yesterday, Su Yueru had offended her, and today, she wanted Xiao Chen to pay her back tenfold or 100-fold. Oh, it turns out that these two are a pair of little enemies.
Before, I didn't know.
When the people in the bank who were waiting for their services, or those who had just finished their business and had nothing urgent to do, heard this, they thought there was something interesting to watch and came closer to listen.
Chen Yuejiao, are you sure you know how much money I have? Xiao Chen looked up at the rooftop with an unfathomable look on his face. Stop pretending, Xiao Chen. If you were rich, would you have worked so hard for several years to save only 100,000 yuan? If you were rich, would you not be able to give the 300,000 yuan betrothal gift?
Once Chen Yuejiao lets go, she really has her mother's style.
Very good, very good. Chen Yuejiao, since you look down on me so much, then I will prove it to you. Is it that I don't have money, or that you are not worthy of my money?
As he spoke, Xiao Chen took out the diamond VIP card that the system rewarded him when he signed in just now.
You're still pretending. Whether you're pretending or not, you'll know in a moment.
Xiao Chen said this loudly, then took the card to swipe the number and queue up.
Beep.
As soon as the card was swiped, Chen Yuejiao and the bank manager who spoke for her were stunned.
VIP. Is this guy serious? Does he really have something to offer? Many people are waiting to see what happens.
Xiao Chen, his card, doesn't seem simple. Although he couldn't see it clearly, the supervisor always felt that the card in Xiao Chen's hand was different from the ordinary platinum VIP.
Could this be the legendary card? If so, then. The supervisor subconsciously moved a little further away from Chen Yuejiao.
However, his choice was too late. Since Xiao Chen's card was the bank's exclusive diamond VIP card, his number was quickly called first. Xiao Chen confidently walked to the counter and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Today, I was looked down upon. Your two colleagues said I was broke, so please help me withdraw 500 million yuan.
I need cash."
As soon as these words were spoken, the bank lobby exploded. While Xiao Chen was speaking, he pointed at Chen Yuejiao and the somewhat sinister bank manager.
He was also very angry. Fuck, this guy wants to take 500 million. It's cash. Cash. This is crazy, this is crazy. This is insane.
A while ago, I saw a news report about a bank employee who had a bad attitude, and then the depositor angrily withdrew 5 million in cash.
5 million is a lot for ordinary people like us.
But compared to this guy, it's nothing.
500 million. He wants to withdraw 500 million in cash. Oh my god, this branch has 500 million in cash?
I don't think there's that much cash. The bank hall suddenly became lively and everyone was watching with great interest. What happened here today was more exciting than what happened in the news, on TV, or in novels. The key point is that this is something that happened right next to us, it is extremely real, so more and more people are watching.
Puff. Xiao Chen, stop pretending. You'll never be able to earn 500 million in your lifetime. At first, Chen Yuejiao looked at Xiao Chen in bewilderment, her heart in turmoil.
However, she seriously recalled the 4 years she had spent with Xiao Chen. In the end, it was confirmed that Su Chen did not have 500 million. Maybe, that VIP card of his was given to him by the woman who drives a Ferrari sports car so that he could show off. However, no matter what, it is impossible to give him 500 million.
Unless that female president Yuexia is crazy. Then she burst out laughing again.
And her words were heard by everyone present.
However, not long after, the female professional who received Xiao Chen suddenly screamed, "Oh my god."
Her scream caused a stir inside the bank. Her colleagues asked her what was going on, and the supervisor even went over to confirm the situation. Chen Yuejiao, who was outside, saw that something was wrong and immediately ran over to ask what was going on. The situation shocked her greatly, because there really was 500 million yuan in deposits in Xiao Chen's card.
Oh my god, what's going on?
Chen Yuejiao felt her head buzzing.
How is this possible? How is this possible? This can't be real. Am I dreaming?
After saying that, she slapped herself a few times in the face to confirm whether she was dreaming or in reality. Seeing her bewildered look, many people felt happy.
This woman was so disrespectful just now. Are you embarrassed now? Having said that, this guy is so awesome. He asked for 500 million in cash right away. It's true that you can't judge a book by its cover. Dear Mr. Xiao Chen, are you sure you really want to withdraw 500 million in cash? The female staff member who received Xiao Chen inside had to receive him according to the rules. Her tone instantly became extremely respectful. But this question was asked cautiously. Because it was the leader behind them who asked her to ask Xiao Chen. Because the amount of cash Xiao Chen withdrew was too huge, it has now alarmed all the leaders of the branch, and even the branch president is on his way quickly. Where can they get 500 million in cash in such a short time? Even if it can be achieved, it will cost a lot of manpower and material resources. Also, 500 million in deposits, isn't that money? What is money? In the hands of ordinary people, it is money, that's right. However, in the banking system, that is an indicator and performance. It is completely linked to bonuses, performance, and promotions. Besides, the branch president already knows everything. Xiao Chen is the diamond VIP of their branch. Such a great god, no matter which branch he moves to, must be treated like a god or a Buddha and worshipped well, right? If he messes up, it will affect his future and financial prospects. Therefore, the president has to go out in person. In the branch, Xiao Chen was very determined and said to the female employee in a loud voice, "Yes, beautiful lady, you heard me right. I want to withdraw all 500 million yuan from this card today. I don't care if you give me $100 bill or a dime. I don't care. As long as it's money, as long as it's cash, I want it." Chapter 7. If a person has money, his farts will smell good. When the female employee heard this, she broke out in a cold sweat. Those leaders used her as a shield again, which made Xiao Chen feel a little bit sorry. However, Xiao Chen was not deliberately making things difficult for her now. "Mr. Xiao Chen, do you think you should reconsider this? After all, it's not safe to keep so much cash at home, right? More than just unsafe? It's simply impossible to fit it in an ordinary person's home. Beautiful girl, I know you mean well. I'm a good person, and I don't mean to make things difficult for you. But I just don't want people to look down on me and say I'm a poor idiot who can't even afford the bride price. So, do you think I should prove it to them?" Xiao Chen is speaking very loudly now. He wanted everyone in the entire branch to hear it. "Well, sir, please, have a cup of tea first." The beautiful employee didn't know how to respond to Xiao Chen for a moment. After all, it's such a big client, and it would be difficult to deal with if you offend him by speaking carelessly. Therefore, it is better to say less and ask someone to pour tea for Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen took it and smelled it. Good tea. Sure enough, the treatment of diamond VIP customers is different. There is an old saying that goes, "A poor man living in a busy city has no one to care about him, but a rich man living in a remote mountain area has distant relatives." Xiao Chen naturally knew that this beautiful employee just wanted to delay time and wait for professionals to come and negotiate with him. The ultimate goal, of course, is to dissuade him from the idea of taking 500 million in one go. "Beautiful lady, no matter what, I am a man of integrity. I want to prove to certain people that it's not that I can't afford the bride price. It's that I can't stand their family's snobbery and greed." Oh. Xiao Chen didn't care how she answered. Anyway, he didn't say it for her to hear, he said it to irritate Chen Yuejia. "You know what? To test her. That's Chen Yuejia. She was my girlfriend since college. After 4 years of relationship, she broke up with me for the 300,000 yuan betrothal gift and found another rich man." Oh. The female staff member who received Xiao Chen was dumbfounded. However, it seems that the story told by Xiao Chen is quite attractive. At least she was interested. After saying "oh," he stole a glance at the trainee lobby manager Chen Yuejia. "We agreed at the beginning that the betrothal gift was only 100,000 yuan. Do you know how I earned that 100,000 yuan?" Xiao Chen began to tell a half-truthful story. "Oh, how did you earn it?" In fact, what she wanted to say was, "Mr. Xiao, you have 500 million in deposits in our branch, so isn't that 100,000 yuan a drop in the bucket for you? The annual interest is already quite a bit, do you still need to earn more?" However, her boss gave her an order to receive Xiao Chen properly and not mess it up. So, she had no choice but to start the chat mode. As for business, what kind of business is she doing? The leader has specially approved it, so just hand it over to other colleagues.
The most important thing is to chat with the Diamond VIP customer, make a good impression on him, and discourage him from withdrawing 500 million yuan in cash. The most important thing is to keep the 500 million yuan in the branch S account. Some people may say that Xiao Chen is discussing private matters in the bank, which is affecting the normal business of the bank. The supervisor just now said the same thing.
But that was just now. Now, it's different. Is it too much for a Diamond VIP customer to talk about his life experience in a bank? Not too much. Will this affect the bank's business? No. No.
Because understanding customers' situations, knowing their needs and then serving them better is the core business of banks.
In fact, to put it bluntly, it is because they now know that Xiao Chen is a Diamond VIP.
If Xiao Chen gets angry, they may lose such a rare customer with a deposit of 500 million yuan.
That's all. What is privilege? This is privilege.
To express my sincerity, I worked as a delivery man for more than 2 years, did odd jobs for more than 2 years, and saved money to earn this money.
Ah. Mr. Xiao, you are so thoughtful.
Finally, my ex-mother-in-law, her mother, thought the money was too little and asked me to increase the betrothal gift to 300,000 yuan on the spot.
Ah. Hearing this, the people around started talking. That's too much. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to stand this kind of person. Not keeping your word, going back on your word.
You were greedy for small money and didn't recognize Mount Tai. In the end, you missed out on a rich husband.
You deserve it.
Chen Yuejiao's face turned blue, red, purple, and black after hearing what others were saying. However, in order to keep her hard-earned iron rice bowl, she did not dare to speak out to refute Xiao Chen. Because the bank president had just rushed here and had already warned Chen Yuejia that if the bank lost Xiao Chen, a precious Diamond VIP customer, because of her, then she would have to quit her job as the trainee lobby manager.
She really regrets it now.
If she had known in advance that Xiao Chen was the Diamond VIP customer of this trip and had a deposit of up to 500 million yuan, she would never give up this wealthy son-in-law. As for Xiao Chen, he certainly couldn't let them go so easily, so he finally asked to see the bank president. The female employee who was responsible for chatting with him and was forced to listen to his stories felt relieved and could finally pass the ball to the bank president. The bank president originally wanted to invite Xiao Chen to an elegant room for tea, but Xiao Chen refused to go. He liked to stay in the lobby, and finally the branch president had no choice but to invite Xiao Chen to have tea and chat in the lobby. After this conversation, the bank president certainly wanted to understand why Xiao Chen was so angry about taking 500 million in cash. Mr. Xiao, first of all, I apologize for the poor service we provide. I hope you can give me some pointers on where our employees are failing so I can hold a meeting to get them to correct their mistakes.
The president spoke to Xiao Chen without any airs. Moreover, the words used are humble and sincere.
Regardless of whether he was wrong or not, he apologized sincerely first, which made it difficult for people to hit someone who smiled at him.
He is truly a good communicator in the industry.
As an elite figure in the financial industry, the branch president certainly knew that recently in a certain city in China, a depositor withdrew 5 million yuan in cash in anger because he was dissatisfied with the poor service attitude of the bank staff.
It took 2 bank employees 2 hours to count the 5 million alone. However, if it was only 5 million, it would not alarm the bank president. Now Xiao Chen is going to take 500 million. Which branch wouldn't find it difficult to mobilize 500 million yuan in cash in one day? Even if they can mobilize it, who will compensate for the loss of manpower, material resources, and Diamond VIP customers? Therefore, no matter from which perspective, they must keep Xiao Chen.
When Xiao Chen heard this, he knew that the olive branch was extended because of his Diamond VIP status and the 500 million in deposits. Otherwise, no one would apologize to him. Since you, President, have asked me so sincerely, then, as a Diamond VIP customer, I will give you my opinion.
You say what you want, we will definitely make corrections based on your opinions.
After saying that, in order to show his importance, he waved to the assistant president next to him, took the pen and notebook from her hand and personally recorded Xiao Chen's words.
When people saw that the bank president was so versatile and flexible, they couldn't help but admire him secretly. Regardless of whether they are sincere or not, first of all, they have done a very good job in all aspects.
Chapter 8, Giving Face, but also Slapping. Since you, President, have asked me to express my opinion, I must first give praise where it is due. For example, the teller who just greeted me was very good. After Xiao Chen said this, the beautiful lady who was responsible for helping him with his business immediately gave him a grateful smile. After a few words, the bank president got straight to the point and asked Xiao Chen why he was so angry that he actually took 500 million in cash. Logically speaking, Xiao Chen doesn't need that much cash. In fact, before talking with Xiao Chen, the bank president had already quickly learned the whole story through his employees. However, he still had to ask. Because if he doesn't ask, it won't show his sincerity. Only by letting Xiao Chen know the sincerity of him and their branch can Xiao Chen be dissuaded from the idea of withdrawing all his deposits and ensure that this extremely precious diamond VIP customer does not leak out. Otherwise, a depositor with 500 million yuan in deposits, regardless of how much assets he has, may just walk out of the door of this branch and someone from the next door bank will come to discuss deposit matters with him. This time, Xiao Chen directly said that he was looked down upon by the employees of their bank, and then he named Chen Yuezhou and the supervisor with ulterior motives on the spot. The president immediately glanced at the assistant beside him and sent her to take care of it first. Then, he chatted with Xiao Chen for a few more sentences to buy time, and then he asked the two employees to apologize to Xiao Chen. The assistant found the vice president and directly did the work of Chen Yueyao and the supervisor. A few minutes later, the vice president personally brought two people and bowed to Xiao Chen in front of many depositors in the bank lobby to apologize. In fact, Xiao Chen came here just to sign in. These two people were just causing trouble and making things difficult for him. Otherwise, this wouldn't have happened. It's really self-inflicted. Looking at Chen Yuezhou's face as she reluctantly apologized to him in order to keep her iron rice bowl, Xiao Chen felt secretly happy. Finally, Xiao Chen said in public that to give face to the bank president, he would not withdraw 500 million in cash, but 100 million instead. This is already very respectful. Then, when the bank was mobilizing funds, Xiao Chen went to the agricultural bank next door and directly asked them to send people in cars next door to receive 100 million in cash. This made the head of the agricultural bank next door very happy. He immediately ordered a diamond VIP account to be opened for Xiao Chen, and then personally brought people to receive 100 million in cash. Xiao Chen's move was truly ruthless. After he brought people from the neighboring bank, the branch manager of the People's Bank was still polite to him. Because he originally wanted to take 500 million yuan, but now, he said in public that he would leave 400 million yuan to give face to the president and keep the diamond VIP account. This is already a huge honor to Tian. And the president did not lose face in front of his subordinates and the masses. On the contrary, he has grown a lot of faces. Because if he hadn't stepped in, the 500 million would have been taken away and all gone to the agricultural bank next door. However, Xiao Chen's cleverness lies in that after giving face, he slapped the other man in the face again, withdrew 100 million yuan in cash, and deposited it in the bank next door. The employees of the two banks counted the money paid out by one bank and counted the money collected by the other bank. Those who spend money have gloomy faces and are bleeding in their hearts, while those who save money have smiling faces and are secretly happy in their hearts. After this incident, Chen Yuezhou was severely scolded and demoted on the spot. A bright future was ruined because of this incident. After returning home, she burst into tears. Only when Chen Wenfu and Pan Huiyun asked her about it did she tell them what happened today while crying. When the tiger mom and the ungrateful brother heard that Xiao Chen actually had 500 million in savings and was pretending to be poor in front of them, they did not repent on the spot, but instead became furious and called him insidious and cunning. Sister, he's worth 500 million, but he's not even willing to pay a 300,000 yuan betrothal gift. This shows he's not sincere to you. Chen Wenfu said this, but he didn't really think so. Damn it, if I had known earlier I wouldn't have pushed him so hard. I really miscalculated. That bastard Xiao Chen was hiding so deeply. I'll think of a way to see if there's still a chance to make my sister his lover. After comforting Chen Yuezhou, the mother and son secretly discussed. The mother and son felt that since Xiao Chen was so rich, it would be a shame for their intelligence if they didn't spend some money. Put it in two parts. At the Yuexia Group headquarters, the door of President Su Yueru's office was suddenly pushed open. When President Su wanted to find out that the person who rushed into her office was not an employee of her company, but her good friend Tang Xinrui, she couldn't help but sigh. Xinxin, when will you remember to knock on the door? You're always like this. I'm afraid you'll scare me to the point of having a heart attack, okay? Oh, I forgot again. Sorry. I discovered something interesting today, and I'm in a hurry to share it with you. Tang Xinrui had a smile on her face, as if she had picked up some treasure. Tell me, what celebrity gossip have you heard? It's not celebrity gossip. It's a true story. And it's an interesting story about your new husband. It's related to Xiao Chen? What's going on? After Tang Xinrui said this, Su Yueru became interested, because anything that could interest this little goblin must not be boring. Su Yueru's best friend has been famous for being a mischievous person since she was a child. Today, I went to the bank in Taoyuan Garden to do some business. I didn't expect that just when I finished my business and was about to leave, I saw Xiao Chun arguing with someone. It turned out that the little witch Tang Xinrui was also working in that branch at that time. And he arrived earlier than Xiao Chen. She witnessed the whole process of Xiao Chen being looked down upon, and then he took out his hidden diamond VIP card and angrily took out 500 million in cash to slap the person in the face. If it was someone else who took away 500 million, Tang Xinrui would not have watched it for so long, nor would she have watched it with such relish and would not have been willing to leave.
Now, it's different now that this person is Xiao Chen. Because he was the man Su Yueru dragged to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get a marriage certificate yesterday on a whim.
Last night, after learning about this, Tang Xinrui scolded Su Yueru for being crazy. Just like that, she casually picked up a man, got married, and secretly decided to spend her life together. After asking carefully, I still don't know whether the other person is a cat or a dog, nor do I know what the financial situation of his family is like. If she were to meet a professional gigolo, wouldn't Su Yueru, who has a wealthy family, suffer a great loss? But today, Tang Xinrui suddenly saw Xiao Chen's domineering and heroic side. Yueru, you are really lucky, little girl. You know, if I met Xiao Chen on the street with the way he was dressed, even with my discerning eye for men, I would definitely think he was a pauper. Who would have thought that after being publicly looked down upon, the seemingly ordinary man would whip out a super diamond card and generously demand 500 million in cash?
Do you know what that guy said at that time? Tang Xinrui learned it quite well. I wasn't there, so how would I know? Oh, just imagine and guess, it's very interesting. Could it be something like this? Tang Yueru imagined it for a moment, then coughed lightly and, with a raspy voice, imitated a man's voice, saying, "You're bullying me because I have no money, huh? Listen carefully, I'm going to withdraw 500 million today." He. You learn it in style. There's a bit of a resemblance. Tang Xinrui was so amused by Su Yueru's appearance that she started to tremble with excitement. Chapter 9. There is a small bug in the system. No way, I was just pretending. What exactly did he say? Su Yueru waited until Tang Xinrui had laughed enough before asking her. She also didn't expect that Xiao Chun, who looked poor, would be so rich. That guy is quite good at showing off. Look, I remember he said something like this. Cough. I need to withdraw money. Then, the bank teller asked him, "Sir, how much do you want to withdraw?" "You, help me withdraw all 500 million from this card." 500 million? Sir, are you crazy? Ugh, I made that up. Please don't pay attention to the details. You. How could Su Yueru not know that this bestie had always been a troublemaker since she was little? Sometimes she acted like a lady, and sometimes like a tomboy. And then, what did he say? Hey. That pretentious husband of yours actually said these words. You heard me right, I want to withdraw 500 million in cash. I don't care if you give me 100 yuan bill or a dime. I don't care. As long as it's money, as long as it's cash, I want it. Ha? 500 million in cash, no bank can transfer it in such a short time, right? Of course he did. Later, the bank president even came running over to invite him for tea. He refused to accept the offer and insisted on drinking in the lobby. He's quite the character. What happened next? Later, it was even more exciting later. In short, your cheap husband is really not an easy person to deal with. Next, Tang Xinrui told the story of how Xiao Chun used the president to slap Chen Yuejia and others in the face. Finally, he concluded, Yueru, that guy is a hidden master. If you can't deal with him in the future, remember to come to me for advice. I will always be your strongest supporter. Alright, got it, Lady Demon Queen. After a respectful reception, Xiao Chen was escorted outside by the two bank presidents. Behind the presidents followed a large group of employees, each of whom was so eager to keep a smile on their face because of the president's presence and Chen Yuejiao's previous experience. This spectacular farewell procession made people on the street think that a central leader had come to inspect, and they all cast curious and envious glances at it. Xiao Chen waved goodbye to everyone and took a taxi. In the car, he closed his eyes and checked the reward he had received for signing in. The 500 million was indeed 500 million in real money,
But before he could recover from the joy of getting rich, a bucket of cold water was poured over his head. The system interface that appeared before him prominently displayed today's sign in bonus, 500 million yuan in bank diamond membership. But beneath the glittering golden figures, a line of barely perceptible small print clearly stated that spending was for beautiful women only.
Xiao Chen didn't understand at first, and thought carefully about the meaning of the small print. Could it be that this was just like the small print on all lottery tickets, with the final right of interpretation resting with the organizer? Xiao Chen cursed inwardly and couldn't help but question the system. But no matter how he questioned, the system didn't give any explanation.
Finally, Xiao Chen decided to use the most direct method to verify what this sign and reward really meant. Xiao Chen took a taxi to the most prosperous commercial street in Longcheng. In the past 2 years, he had almost no time to rest, let alone go shopping, in order to save money for the betrothal gift. He was frugal and wouldn't spend more than 100 yuan on himself. As for Chen Yuejiao, Xiao Chen basically obliged her every request. The designer clothes and jewelry she wore were all bought with his takeout orders. Now Xiao Chen had 500 million in his pocket, and even though he was dressed simply, he felt confident. Xiao Chen quickly walked towards the nearest golden building, and the receptionists in Chongsan's at the door greeted him with a mild welcome.
The last time Xiao Chen came here was with Chen Yuejia to pick out jewelry.
She said that if she wanted to get married, she needed at least 3 pieces of gold. So Xiao Chen and her spent a long time choosing, and finally, after picking out 3 heavy pieces of gold jewelry, Chen Yuejia was satisfied. After walking through rows of glittering jewels, Xiao Chen first arrived at the men's watch section, where all kinds of men's watches were available, including mechanical, diamond-studded, simple, and brand-name models.
As soon as Xiao Chen stood still, the saleswoman behind the counter smiled professionally and asked, "Sir, what style do you like?" Xiao Chen looked at it hesitantly.
He had no knowledge of watches. To him, a watch was just a timekeeping tool. He pointed at something at random, and the salesperson immediately beamed and said, "Sir, you have a good eye.
This is a new model that just arrived in our store.
Patek Philippe is only collaborating with our store this year, and you can't buy this watch in other stores." As she spoke, the salesgirl took the watch out of the display cabinet and carefully placed it on her hand to show Xiao Chen.
After hearing what the salesperson said, Xiao Chen seemed to think that the watch looked better.
So he was about to reach out to touch the watch, but the salesperson immediately took his hand back. The salesperson's white-gloved hands protected the watch and said to Xiao Chen in a fake apologetic tone, "Sir, I'm sorry. This watch is so precious. Our store manager has instructed that you must buy it before you touch it."
Xiao Chen's face felt a little hot.
He knew that the salesperson was selling it to him because he was dressed in ordinary clothes and looked like he couldn't afford it.
"This is it, help me pack it up,"
Xiao Chen said, taking out the 2 bank cards he had on him. He had just deposited 100 million and 400 million in them respectively. He picked out the 100 million card and placed it on the counter.
The salesperson couldn't believe it. How could this unprepossessing man buy the most expensive item in the store at once?
"Sir, the current price of this watch is 6 million.
You see." The salesgirl hesitated to speak.
Xiao Chen nodded to indicate that he understood, but he had no intention of backing down. The salesperson picked up the bank card from the counter doubtfully and ran to find the manager to settle the bill. When the other sales clerks saw Xiao Chen's behavior, they immediately felt that he was a profitable fat sheep, so they all came over with charming steps to show their courtesy. A few little girls saw that Xiao Chen was not wearing a wedding ring, so they had other ideas and secretly turned around to put on their makeup.
Soon, Xiao Chen was surrounded by girls of varying looks.
But the salesperson who had just left returned with an uneasy look on her face, followed by the manager with a sullen face. "This gentleman wants to buy a watch, Manager Zhang," the salesperson said timidly.
Chapter 10 Why are there 2 faces?
The manager came over and squinted his eyes to look Xiao Chen up and down, then snorted coldly and said, "Sir, are you here to cause trouble?"
Xiao Chen didn't get angry after hearing Manager Zhang's unfriendly tone.
Instead, he asked in a good-tempered manner, "No, I'm just here to spend money."
"Spending?"
Manager Zhang said sharply, "How about spending this card with not a dime on it?"
Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows.
It was just as he expected. The 500 million yuan the system gave him this time was conditional.
The condition was that the money could only be spent on beautiful women.
As a man, he couldn't spend a dime of the 500 million.
Xiao Chen couldn't help but sigh about his fate.
Whether before or now, he couldn't escape this speechless fate.
Xiao Chen smiled bitterly and stood up.
The young ladies around him had dispersed without him noticing, and he effortlessly reached the diamond area. Xiao Chen pointed to the necklace with the largest and shiniest diamonds on the counter and said, "Wrap this up for me." The manager was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. He had thought Xiao Chen stood up to leave, but he didn't expect him to go to the diamond district and go crazy again. This person is not a poor guy at all but a complete lunatic. The salesgirl in the diamond section looked at Xiao Chen awkwardly, then turned to look at manager Zhang. She was a little afraid that Xiao Chen was really a lunatic, and if she disobeyed him, would he get mad at her? Seeing the girl trembling with fear, manager Zhang stepped forward. He asked someone to bring the POS machine over and inserted the bank card he had taken out earlier into it in front of Xiao Chen. Manager Zhang wanted Xiao Chen to see with his own eyes that not a single cent could be swiped out of the bank card. When Manager Zhang thought of Xiao Chen's stunned expression, he felt the joy of revenge. Manager Zhang entered the amount of the necklace into the POS machine, and the people around him all watched in silence. After entering a series of numbers, more than 5 million, Manager Zhang handed it to Xiao Chen to enter the password. Xiao Chen slowly entered the password, and the machine began to creak. Soon, a long receipt was spit out by the machine. The transaction of over 5 million was completed just like that. No one spoke or moved around, everyone stared at the long receipt in a daze. Manager Zhang was the first to react. He reached out and tore the receipt from the POS machine. After confirming it repeatedly, he stretched out his hands respectfully in front of Xiao Chen. "Hello, sir. This is the receipt for your purchase, totaling 5.89 million. Is there anything wrong with it? If so, please sign below." Manager Zhang's attitude changed 180 degrees, but Xiao Chen still calmly reached out to take the receipt and took a look. A waiter came running over and handed the pen to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen signed his name without even looking at it. "Thank you for your hard work." Manager Zhang put away the receipt signed by Xiao Chen and quickly signaled the salesgirl to pack the necklace. "It was a mistake on our part just now. We misunderstood you. I hope you don't feel bad. We have many new watches here. Please take a rest in the VIP room. I will introduce them to you personally." Manager Zhang still wanted to keep Xiao Chen, as such wealthy men were rare to come across in a year. But after Xiao Chen received the wrapped necklace and bank card, he turned and left without saying a word to him. Coming out of the golden building, Xiao Chen felt a little lost. He thought to himself that he might be the only poor guy with 500 million. But he quickly recovered from his disappointment. After all, there were new signs and rewards every day. As long as he discovered the patterns, a comeback was not impossible. Xiao Chen was still a little nervous walking down the street with a necklace worth over 5 million in his hand. After all, he never had more than 500 yuan in his wallet before. Finally, he decided to take a taxi to Su Ruyue's company and give her the necklace. When Xiao Chen thought of Su Yueru's beautiful face and devilish figure, he couldn't help but fantasize. Soon the taxi arrived at the bottom of Su Yueru's company. It was the first time he noticed this magnificent building. He had been here before when delivering food, but he had only left the food at the front desk and had never actually gone in. Xiao Chen straightened his clothes a bit, smoothing out his slightly wrinkled shirt. Walking into the building, fashionable men and women were bustling about. No one noticed the man in his shabby clothes. Xiao Chen walked to the front desk and asked about Su Yueru's whereabouts. The receptionist fiddled with her newly permed hair and glanced up and down at Xiao Chen. "What do you want to do with Mr. Su?" the receptionist asked bluntly. Xiao Chen said calmly, "I have something I want to give her. You can either tell me where she is and I will go find her. Or tell her I am here and let her come find me." The receptionist was amused by Xiao Chen's confidence. Looking at this handsome man, she said politely, "You're here to deliver a package, right? Just leave it with me. President Su is meeting with an important client right now, so he doesn't have time to come and receive the package." Xiao Chen was speechless. He finally went from delivering takeout to delivering express. Just as he was about to continue explaining his identity to the receptionist, an unexpected person came towards the elevator. Tang Xinrui recognized Xiao Chen immediately. She had just seen Xiao Chen arguing with a group of scholars in the bank, and her impression of him had changed a little. But now he saw him arguing with a receptionist, and he was immediately furious. Tang Xinrui came over and asked unhappily, "What happened?" The receptionist immediately put on a professional smile and replied, "Ms. Tang, this person is delivering a package to Mr. Su. But he just refuses to deliver it to Mr. Su in person. He's so stubborn." After saying that, the receptionist looked at Tang Xinrui flatteringly. Tang Xinrui ignored her flattery and turned to look at Xiao Chen and deliberately asked, "Who are you?" Xiao Chen didn't know that Tang Xinrui was Su Yueru's good friend, so he concealed it and said, "I'm just an acquaintance of President Su, and I have something I want to give to her in person."
Tang Xinrui raised an eyebrow and asked, "Acquaintance? Are you sure? How come I didn't know Yueru had an acquaintance like you?"
Xiao Chen looked at Tang Xinrui in confusion, wondering why this woman was so aggressive.
The receptionist then explained, "This is our CEO Su's best friend, Miss Tang.
Everyone in our company knows Miss Tang." Xiao Chen nodded to show that he understood, then handed the beautifully packaged gift box to Miss Tang and said, "Then Miss Tang, please give it to President Su for me."
Xiao Chen turned around and prepared to leave.
But he suddenly seemed to remember something and turned back and said, "By the way, please tell Ms. Su that I'll wait for her to come home for dinner tonight."
Chapter 11 Diamonds Are Forever.
Hearing Xiao Chen say this, Tang Xinrui and the receptionist were stunned.
The receptionist even wondered if there was something wrong with her ears. What did that unassuming man just say he was waiting for Mr. Su for? To go home for dinner?
The receptionist looked at Tang Xinrui, who was equally surprised, with a look of shock on her face. Noticing her own gaffe, Tang Xinrui quickly suppressed her surprise. She picked up the exquisitely packaged bag and took out the velvet box inside. Tang Xinrui planned to open it herself and see what Xiao Chen had given Su Yueru. If it was something worthless, she would help Su Yueru get rid of it so that she wouldn't be upset. When Tang Xinrui opened the box, she was immediately dazzled by the brilliant light blooming from inside. The largest diamond in the necklace weighed over 10 grams, about the size of a pigeon egg, and was adorned with numerous smaller diamonds, creating a gorgeous and exquisite design. The two were once again stunned by the scene before them.
The receptionist looked at the necklace and quickly looked up to find Xiao Chen. How could he just put down such a valuable item and leave without even looking back?
The receptionist felt a little regretful for her unfriendly attitude towards Xiao Chen. Tang Xinrui was also touched by Xiao Chen's generosity.
Many men, no matter how rich they were, would rarely give their girlfriends such expensive gifts.
Tang Xinrui immediately recognized this necklace as one she had really liked while shopping before. At that time, she thought it was a bit expensive, so she didn't want to buy it for herself. Now Xiao Chen bought this necklace and gave it to Su Yueru without blinking an eye. Just for this reason, she will have to praise Xiao Chen again when she goes to give the necklace to Su Yueru. It is said that Xiao Chen left Su Yueru's company and went to the supermarket near the apartment to buy groceries. It is called a supermarket because it is adjacent to the most upscale residential area in Longcheng, so the supermarket is of top quality in terms of both scale and product quality. Because he couldn't use the 500 million in deposits, Xiao Chen could only use his own savings.
Fortunately, now I only have to spend my own money.
Without the squandering of Chen Yuejiu and Chen Wenbin, I feel much more relaxed. Usually Xiao Chen cooks for himself to save money, so this actually helps him improve his cooking skills.
Xiao Chen can easily cook basic simple dishes, and can basically complete more complicated ones as long as he is patient. This time, Xiao Chen planned to make some simple home-cooked dishes for Su Yueru to try. After all, judging from the daily necessities in her apartment, she probably rarely cooks for herself. Xiao Chen was picking vegetables and meat, and preparing to supplement his usual food. It was evening when Xiao Chen returned to the apartment carrying 2 large bags of food. He sorted the ingredients into categories and put them into the refrigerator. Afterwards, Xiao Chen fried a few quick dishes. When he had just finished frying everything and put them on the table, the door opened. Su Yueru walked in shyly. Seeing Xiao Chen standing blankly by the table in an apron with a spatula in his hand, she couldn't help but laugh.
Seeing the smile on Su Yueru's beautiful face, Xiao Chen stuttered and said, You're back.
I cooked dinner, wash your hands and eat."
Su Yueru took off her coat and obediently went to the bathroom. After a while, they both sat at the table. Faced with the table full of delicious food, both of them remained silent. In order to ease the awkward atmosphere, Su Yueru stood up and walked to the wine cabinet beside her.
Su Yueru opened the wine cabinet and asked Xiao Chen, "What do you usually drink?"
Xiao Chen looked at the dazzling array of wines and didn't know how to choose.
"Actually, I don't drink much."
Although Xiao Chen works part-time in nightclubs and bars, he rarely drinks.
He doesn't like the feeling of being dominated by alcohol. Hearing Xiao Chen say this, Su Yueru took out a bottle of red wine from the wine cabinet.
So the two of them drank red wine with scrambled eggs with tomatoes.
After a while, the atmosphere between the two began to warm up under the influence of alcohol. Su Yueru blushed and asked, "Did you go to my company this afternoon?"
Xiao Chen nodded, but said nothing.
Su Yueru asked again, then why didn't you come up to see me? And why did you ask Tang Xinrui to help you deliver the gift?
Xiao Chen scratched his head and waved his untied cuffs, saying self-deprecatingly, I'm afraid others might misunderstand me if I see this.
Su Yueru said a little angrily, what misunderstanding?
Su Yueru was also very puzzled. Why did a rich man who gave more than 5 million yuan as a gift not even have a decent piece of clothing? I didn't know if you were willing to let others know about your marriage, so I didn't reveal my identity.
Hearing Xiao Chen say this, Su Yueru was a little silent.
She married Xiao Chen completely on impulse, and Su Yueru herself couldn't explain how much she loved him. Seeing Su Yueru remain silent, Xiao Chen continued, I didn't ask you to come to dinner today for any other reason.
You helped me when Chen Yuejia was pestering me. I'm very grateful to you.
As for marriage, we can consider it slowly. Xiao Chen knew that Su Yueru's marriage to him was mainly arranged by the system, and he didn't want to take advantage of her.
Moreover, if there was a bug in the system like today, would Su Yueru sue him for marriage fraud?
To be on the safe side, Xiao Chen decided to slowly develop a relationship with Su Yueru. With his charm, he might be able to make Su Yueru fall in love with him wholeheartedly.
Hearing Xiao Chen say this, Su Yueru breathed a sigh of relief.
To be honest, the main reason I'm getting married to you so quickly is because my family is pushing me too hard. If we really want to get married, I'd still prefer to make my own decision. Su Yueru raised her glass as she spoke, and Xiao Chen followed suit.
The two clinked their glasses, and Su Yueru looked at Xiao Chen with a seductive look.
Please take good care of me in the future, husband.
Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat and he said, Hi, wife.
After saying this, Xiao Chen felt a little regretful. Why did he get so excited as usual when he heard the care? Instead, Su Yueru laughed sweetly, her dark eyes like a pool of autumn water.
After dinner, Xiao Chen was clearing the dishes.
Su Yueru was about to rush over to clean up, but when she broke the third plate, Xiao Chen stopped her. Xiao Chen was washing dishes when he suddenly felt a pair of hot eyes staring at him from behind.
When he turned around, he saw Su Yueru wearing pajamas.
The style of the pajamas was quite familiar. It seems to be the same one I saw in the closet today, of course I saw it by accident.
Su Yueru was leaning against the kitchen door, staring straight at Xiao Chen and said, I won't leave today, is that okay? Xiao Chen's throat tightened, and he quickly swallowed and said, Yes, it's okay. Chapter 12 Returning to the Old House. Seeing Xiao Chen's nervous look, Su Yueru smiled even more happily.
She stood up straight and walked towards Xiao Chen.
Xiao Chen could smell the fragrance of shower gel emanating from Su Yueru. Thank you today.
Su Yueru said softly.
Ah, what are you thanking me for?
Xiao Chen accidentally glanced at the collar of her pajamas and felt a little dry in the mouth.
Thank you for the gift and dinner. To be honest, I haven't eaten at home for a long time. Su Yueru looked a little lonely when she said this.
Xiao Chen didn't know why Su Yueru suddenly felt lost, so he comforted her and said, If you want to eat, I can make it for you every day.
Su Yueru's eyes lit up when she heard this and asked, Really?
Don't lie to me, it's only the little dog who lies. These words coming out of the mouth of a cool and elegant beauty like Su Yueru made people feel incredibly close. At this moment, she was no longer the CEO of a company worth hundreds of millions, but like a well-behaved and cute girl next door. Xiao Chen looked at Su Yueru lovingly, nodded solemnly, and said, Of course, when I'm in a good mood one day, I'll make you a full banquet.
Su Yueru laughed so hard that she was shaking with laughter. She just thought that Xiao Chen was bragging to show off.
Then I'll go to bed first.
You should get some rest early too.
Su Yueru smiled for a while, stood not far from Xiao Chen and said good night to him.
Seeing Su Yueru's hesitation, Xiao Chen actually understood. After all, he had been in love for many years, but he didn't want to act rashly when the two of them were not sure about the relationship. Okay, then go to sleep. Good night. Xiao Chen said lightly, watching Su Yueru walk away reluctantly.
Watching Su Yueru disappear into the master bedroom, Xiao Chen felt a moment of regret. The atmosphere just now was so good, he should have rushed over, and then. Xiao Chen shook his head and suppressed those thoughts. His priority now was not only to establish a good relationship with Su Yueru, but more importantly, to understand the impact of this system on his life. Although he had 500 million yuan, he didn't use it on himself, which was almost equivalent to having nothing. Although he had a wife like Su Yueru, who was both beautiful and wealthy, the relationship between him and her had not yet reached a state of perfect harmony, and their relationship was still in the cultivation stage. So a real man still has to rely on his own abilities, and what he can do now is to continue his daily life on the one hand, and find systematic rules to improve his hard power on the other hand. Thinking of this, Xiaochen secretly made up his mind to make a name for himself. He wanted Chen Yuejiao and those who looked down on him to see his abilities and teach them not to look down on others so easily.
Nothing happened that night.
The next day, after Su Yueru went to work, Xiaochen had nothing to do and decided to go back to the apartment he had shared before to sort out his scattered personal belongings. Although these things were not valuable, Xiaochen was a nostalgic person, so he felt that he should at least pack up his things. So Xiaochen took a taxi back to his shared apartment in an old neighborhood in the old city. As soon as he opened the door with his key, he heard an unbearable sound coming from Hozi's room. The voice was high and low, very recognizable.
Xiaochen smiled helplessly. What was this Hozi hiding in his room doing instead of going to work so early in the morning?
When Xiaochen passed by Hozi's room, he deliberately kicked the door hard. He was not such a nosy person, but he and Hozi were college classmates and after graduation they shared a house together until now.
So the relationship between the two can be said to be an ironclad brotherhood.
Xiaochen heard the voices in Hozi's room stop immediately, and walked back to his room with a wicked smile. His room was very simply furnished, with only a single bed, a desk, and a wardrobe. It was also very small, incomparable to Su Yueru's home. The only good thing was that Xiaochen was quite clean and tidy, and the room was very tidy.
He sat on the bed and took in the entire layout of the room at a glance.
He lived in this cramped room for 2 years, and Chen Yuejiao only came over very rarely during those 2 years. She disliked the apartment because it was so shabby and small, so if they wanted to be intimate, they would go to her favorite hotel. Now he finally saw through Chen Yuejiao, the woman who had never truly loved him. She loved her vain mother and her useless brother, but she didn't feel sorry for Xiaochen, who treated her wholeheartedly. Xiaochen felt that it was not a bad thing to spend 4 years to see a person clearly. Thinking of this, Xiaochen felt much more comfortable. At this time, a disheveled head appeared at his door.
Hozi poked his head out to look inside the room.
When he saw that it was Xiaochen, he immediately put on a playful smile.
Hey, handsome guy, you finally decided to come back? I thought you were kidnapped and eaten by a female demon.
Hozi rushed into the room from outside, with his upper body naked and only a pair of large shorts on his legs.
Hey, Hozi, did you skip work again?
Xiaochen waved his hand to dispel some of the smell that Hozi brought in.
Isn't it Monday? I'm not in the mood on Mondays, so I asked for leave.
Hozi said indifferently.
Xiaochen sighed. After graduation, Hozi was arranged by his family to work in a relative's company.
Because of his relative's support, Hozi's life has always been quite comfortable.
When I was working hard as a delivery boy, I envied Hozi.
I see you're in good spirits, Xiaochen said meaningfully. Then he turned around and started packing up his things. 2 years wasn't a long time, but it wasn't a short time either. Xiaochen realized he had quite a lot of stuff.
Seeing Xiaochen packing up his things, Hozi asked in surprise, Brother Chen, what kind of trouble have you encountered? Why are you packing up and running away?
Xiaochen picked up a shirt and threw it on Hozi and said, Shut up your crow mouth, you're the one packing up and running away.
Hozi threw the shirt on the ground in disgust and said, If you're not running away, why are you packing up?
I've moved to a new place and may not come back in the future, said Xiaochen.
Hozi immediately said with a look of grief, What? You don't want to share the house with me anymore? Why? How could you betray me?
Xiaochen was a little amused after hearing Hozi's words and asked,
Hozi, do you still want to live with me forever? I've had enough of your Japanese audio.
Hozi was mocked by Xiaochen, and pretended to be shy and pushed Xiaochen away, saying, If you have any opinions, you can raise them.
I will wear headphones from now on. Wearing headphones is okay, right?
When Xiaochen heard Hozi say this, he just smiled and didn't answer.
Chapter 13 Goodbye to the Rogue Mother and Son. Seeing that Xiaochen didn't answer, Hozi immediately said angrily, Is it that little bitch Chen Yuejiao's idea again?
She has disliked me for a long time.
Now she wants to break us up, right?
Seeing that Hozi was getting more and more upset, Xiaochen quickly explained, Chen Yuejiao and I broke up a long time ago.
I just found a new place to live. Hozi's eyes widened as he asked, Break up? You? You finally got it, ha 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 ha.
When Hozi was in college, he noticed that Chen Yuejiao and Xiaochen were not on the same wavelength, and he would often fan the flames and persuade Xiaochen to break up. However, Xiaochen was madly in love with Chen Yuejiao at the time and would not listen to anything he said.
Such a good thing, we have to celebrate it no matter what. Come on, brother will treat you to a drink. Hosey threw everything in Xiao Chen's hand on the bed and pulled him out. Seeing that Hosey was so interested, Xiao Chen did not refuse and followed him out. On the way, Hosey asked Xiao Chen many details about the breakup, and Xiao Chen had no choice but to tell Hosey the whole story. After listening to Xiao Chen's story, Hosey cursed angrily. It's true that a phoenix can't fly out of a chicken coop. That Chen Yuejiu is so vain because her family is just like that. I missed that scene. If I had seen that family, I would have. Before Hosey could finish his words, two people suddenly jumped out from the flower bed downstairs. Oh my god, you scared me. How could you be so blind to scare me, brother Ho? I'll make you suffer. Hosey started cursing. Xiao Chen looked closely and found that it was Chen Yuejiao's mother and her good-for-nothing brother Chen Wenbin. Pan Huiyun seemed not to hear Hosey's angry scolding. She looked at Xiao Chen with a cheeky smile and said, "Oh, Xiao Chen. Auntie has been waiting for you for several days and has not seen you." Pan Huiyun's kindness made it seem as if Xiao Chen and Chen Yuejiu had never broken up. Even when they were still together, Xiao Chen rarely saw Pan Huiyun smile. Xiao Chen didn't say anything, and didn't even look over. Seeing Xiao Chen's attitude, Hosey immediately understood and said, "Who are you? You've been squatting downstairs every day these past few days. I thought you were a thief scouting the area." Hosey's words were not polite. Pan Huiyun could not stand such anger and fought back, "Who the hell are you? Am I talking to you?" Hosey was no pushover either, and his ruthless ways immediately surfaced. He nudged Pan Huiyun and said, "Reporting suspicious individuals to the public security authorities is every citizen's duty and responsibility. Why do you have a problem with that?" Pan Huiyun was pushed and stumbled, bumping into the big, stupid Chen Wenbin behind her. Chen Wenbin, relying on his tall and strong figure, protected Pan Huiyun behind him and stood up. Although Hosey is not a very big man, he is afraid of the strong, and the strong are afraid of the desperate. Hosey is the type who is not afraid of death. So when Hosey saw Chen Wenbin stand up, he smiled contemptuously. He had heard about this useless brother who bullied the weak and feared the strong a long time ago, and this time he was ready to teach him a good lesson. Xiao Chen was afraid that Hosey would cause trouble, so he asked Pan Huiyun impatiently, "What do you want from me?" Seeing that Xiao Chen was finally willing to pay attention to her, Pan Huiyun was overjoyed and walked up to Xiao Chen and said, "Xiao Chen, it was my fault for what happened before. I've come here with Wenbin to apologize to you." Xiao Chen snorted coldly and said, "Apologize? That's not necessary. The best apology to me is for you not to appear in front of me." Pan Huiyun was ridiculed like this and said with a bit of embarrassment, "Xiao Chen, after all, you and Jiajiu have been in love for so many years. Don't you care about your feelings at all?" Xiao Chen inexplicably wanted to laugh and said, "I think you forgot one thing. We have talked about many relationships, but now we have broken up. And you know the reason for the breakup better than me, right?" Pan Huiyun's face changed. She knew Xiao Chen was talking about her forcing her to raise the bride price. But she had no other choice about the bride price. She only had one daughter. If she didn't sell her, oh no, if she didn't give a higher bride price, wouldn't she have supported Chen Yuejiu for so many years in vain? Xiao Chen, you can't say that. You're not a parent, so you can't understand how parents feel about their children. I did that for your and Jiajiao's own good." Pan Huiyun used her trump card to suppress others from a moral perspective, relying on her age and seniority to leave the young people speechless. Xiao Chen waved his hand impatiently and didn't intend to pay attention to Pan Huiyun's rogue logic. "Anyway, Chen Yuejiu and I have nothing to do with each other anymore. Why are you still bothering me?" Xiao Chen signaled Hosey with his eyes, and the two of them prepared to leave. Seeing Xiao Chen preparing to leave, Chen Wenbin became a little anxious. He blocked Xiao Chen's way with his body, and Pan Huiyun also stepped forward and grabbed Xiao Chen's arm. "We're broken up, but do you think you can get rid of my daughter so easily?" Pan Huiyun threatened, and Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows and said, "Why? Do you still want some breakup fee for Chen Yuejiao?" Pan Huiyun was stunned. She had never thought that she could use this excuse to ask Xiao Chen for money. Now that Xiao Chen said this, Pan Huiyun was excited. "Yes, it's the breakup fee. My daughter is an innocent virgin, and she's been with you for so many years for nothing. You have to compensate us at least." Hearing this, Hosey felt ashamed for Pan Huiyun and the others. This wasn't just selling their daughter, it was a disguised form of whoredom. Hosey spat on the ground and said, "I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen anyone this shameless. Don't you know what face is? A fierce look appeared on Chen Wenbin's fat face. He stepped forward, grabbed Ho Zi's collar and prepared to punch him. Ho Zi was not to be outdone. Over the years, he had become a master at picking fights, and his fighting skills were even better. He twisted his body, freed himself from Chen Wenbin's grasp, and quickly moved behind him, launching a devastating kick. Chen Wenbin howled like a pig being slaughtered, and fell to the ground with his hands covering his crotch. Pan Huiyun wailed and threw herself to Chen Wenbin's side, but her hands hung in front of Chen Wenbin helplessly. "Xiao Chun, you bastard, you've harmed my daughter and now you're harming my son. As long as I, Pan Huiyun, am alive, I will never let you live a good life." Pan Huiyun looked at Xiao Chen viciously, and the kind and gentle elder she had previously looked like was long gone. "Okay, that's the real you. If you have any problems, just come to me. I'm always here to accompany you." Xiao Chen said calmly that he was originally a peaceful person who did not like to fight with others. But just because he did not cause trouble did not mean he was afraid of it. Chapter 14: My Taste. After being scolded by Pan Huiyun and her son, Xiao Chen and Ho Zi's gathering didn't seem so pleasant. After a quick meal, Xiao Chen was ready to return to Su Yueru's apartment. He and Ho Zi made another appointment to move out, planning to have a nice drink together the next time he came back. Before Xiao Chen returned to his apartment, he had the taxi driver take him to the most popular restaurant in Dragon City, Xiangshan. Because the system randomly assigns check-in rewards based on the location of each check-in, he had come to the restaurant primarily to check in. The main dish at Xiangshan was the Manchu Han banquet that he had boasted about to Su Yueru last time. It could be said that many people in the entire Dragon City wanted to enjoy this feast, but this was the only place that could make it. Xiao Chen then slowly walked into Xiangshan. The waiter in the lobby immediately came up to greet him and asked attentively, "How many gentlemen are there? What would you like to eat?" Xiao Chen had just finished a meal and wasn't hungry, but he still found a table by the window and sat down. He said, "One person, a pot of tea first." The waiter was a little disappointed, but still politely smiled and left. At this moment, the system seemed to sense Xiao Chen's thoughts and made a ding sound. "Ding! You can sign in today. Do you want to sign in?" Xiao Chen took a sip of tea and said silently in his heart, "Sign in." "Okay, host. Signing you in." Ding! Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 10th level Chinese cooking skill. Before Xiao Chen could be happy for long, another line of small words appeared at the bottom of the sign-in system: "Skills loading, 10% loaded." Oh my god, it turns out that this skill still has to wait here for loading. Xiao Chen can only leave when the loading bar is full. He was speechless for a while, but Xiao Chen didn't show it. After all, he didn't have anything else to do, so he ordered another plate of melon seeds and ate them happily with his tea. Xiao Chen passed the time by glancing at the diners around him and checking the progress bar from time to time. Suddenly, a table of diners not far away started shouting, "What kind of pig food is this? How dare you open a restaurant in Longcheng with such cooking skills?" a scarred man shouted. "That's right, are you bullying us because we are outsiders and have never tasted authentic Longcheng cuisine?" another man echoed. The waiter from before hurried over and said with an apologetic smile, "Gentlemen, what's going on? Is there something wrong with the food?" The scarred man spat on the ground and said, "Pa, how dare you serve this to a man? Go call your boss over." The waiter took a look at the scarred man's order: a plate of Dragon City local specialties and a plate of peanuts. 2 bottles of white wine were almost empty on the table, but the food remained largely untouched. The waiter smiled again and said, "I'm sorry, gentlemen. Our boss is out of town for something and hasn't been in the store lately. If you have any questions, I'll ask the manager to come and help you." Having said that, he trotted away without waiting for the scarred man to refute. After a while, a middle-aged man in uniform came over. He took a quick look around before saying, "Boss, do you have any opinions about the food in our restaurant?" The scarred man picked his teeth impatiently and said, "Who made this special dish? It's so damn disgusting." The manager took one look at the untouched dishes and the 2 empty bottles of white wine, and immediately realized that the 2 men were there to cause trouble. The manager said with considerable aplomb, "Our specialty dish is made by a disciple of Dragon City's #1 chef, Kai Dao Lu. You won't find such authentic Dragon City cuisine anywhere else. If you're still dissatisfied, perhaps you have some complaints about our restaurant?" The 2 men, their intentions exposed by the manager, were a little impatient. The scarred man stepped forward and said, "So what if I have a problem with you? You can't let people say it's bad?
At this time, as the two of them were arguing in the hall, more and more people gathered to watch.
Xiao Chen confirmed that the progress bar was already at 80%.
Although he wanted to leave, he had no choice but to stay. Just as Xiao Chen was waiting helplessly, a slim figure walked out from the kitchen. The figure passed the crowd and came in front of the two people who were causing trouble.
"I made this dish, is there any problem?" said a clear voice.
The scarred man squinted at the newcomer and saw a pretty young lady with a beautiful face. Although she was wearing a chef's uniform, she left a strange feeling in his heart.
"Did you, beautiful lady, do this?"
Ouch, I was wondering why it smelled so strongly of powder. It turns out you must have been eating your beautiful lady's hand cream. The scarred man said as he stuck out his tongue and smacked his lips. The woman was not afraid of the man's wretched appearance.
She stood in front of the scarred man, put her hands on her hips and asked, "Can you tell me what's so bad about this dish?"
It would be fine if she didn't put her hands on her hips. With her hands on her hips, her waist looks even more slender, as if it could be held in one hand.
The taste is off. The seasoning ratio is wrong. Longqing's specialty is fresh and fragrant but light in flavor. Yours is a bit too strong.
The scarred man looked rough, but he spoke very clearly.
I remember the cooking skills of Dragon City's #1 chef, Cleaver Lu. This dish tastes far inferior to that. You guys are not trying to rip us off just because we're from out of town, are you?
The beauty was silent for a while, then she reached out and picked up some food, put it into her mouth and chewed it with a serious expression. Seeing that the beautiful woman didn't say anything, the scarred man became even more arrogant. I'm not happy with what you say, but I, Li DeBeo, have traveled extensively throughout the country, and my palate is truly remarkable.
I can remember the taste of something once for the rest of my life.
The last time I passed through Longcheng was 5 years ago, and I tried the specialty dishes of Longqing's #1 chef, Kai Dao Lu.
I've always been obsessed with it, and this time I came here to try it again.
I didn't expect that Xiangshan Zhai, despite being known as Longqing's #1 chef, Kai Dao Lu, is actually a place that sells dog meat under the guise of sheep meat.
Disappointing, so disappointing.
I think it's best to remove this dish from the sign to avoid deceiving others. The scarred man became more and more excited as he spoke, while the beautiful woman's expression became even uglier.
Little beauty, don't be unconvinced. My brother's tongue is very powerful.
How does yours taste?
I can tell by the taste. Do you believe it?
The scarred man looked the beautiful chef up and down meaningfully, his lustful expression not concealed at all. The people around also started talking, most of them were just watching the fun, and some were still making noises.
That's right, beautiful lady. Let that brother have a taste. That's right, that's right.
Ever since Lu the Cleaver died, the taste of Xiangshan Zhai has become worse and worse. After listening to the discussions around her, the beauty bit her lips and her eyes turned slightly red.
Brother, do you mind tasting me? Xiao Chen said calmly. Chapter 15. It's time to show your real skills.
The scarred man saw a handsome man walking out of the crowd.
The man was dressed simply and had an ordinary appearance.
The scarred man immediately felt that he had been fooled and cursed angrily. Who didn't pull up his pants properly and exposed your thing?
Xiao Chen was not angry. Anger is a tactic commonly used by the weak.
He replied calmly, "This man is harassing a woman in public.
This constitutes sexual harassment. If this lady wants to call the police, as a conscientious citizen, I am willing to do it for her." Xiao Chen paused here and continued, "But if Big Brother just wants to eat authentic Longqing cuisine, I can give it a try. I guarantee you'll be satisfied."
The scarred man looked Xiao Chen up and down. He was a little guilty at first, but when he heard Xiao Chen say that he could make authentic Longqing cuisine, the scarred man burst into laughter. "I wanted to try Cleaver Lu's specialty this time, but you heard it too. Cleaver Lu is dead, and I'm afraid there will never be another dish that tastes exactly the same in this world.
As for what you did, what the hell was that? You ate me and put me in the hospital. Are you responsible? I don't know you. Who would I turn to if you run away?"
The scarred man sat on the stool with his legs crossed and looked at Xiao Chen provocatively.
"I'm responsible. If there are any problems, I can guarantee it as the head chef of Xiangshan Zhai."
The beautiful woman with the curvy figure suddenly stood up and said,
"Oh? My beautiful girl is responsible for me? Then I can't be a coward. Brother, you said you can make Lu the Cleaver Lu's specialty, right? Then I'll sit here and wait for you."
Xiao Chen ignored the scarred man, turned to look at the beautiful woman and said, "Please lend me the kitchen."
The beauty nodded and took Xiao Chen to the back kitchen.
Xiao Chen entered the kitchen and found it to be quite clean. Various kitchen utensils were placed on the stainless steel tabletop, and various vegetables were washed and arranged by the sink. As expected of the most famous restaurant in Longchang, Xiao Chen stood in front of the chopping board, took a deep breath, closed his eyes and stared at the full progress bar, and suddenly felt full of confidence. Xiao Chen picked out a handy kitchen knife and picked up a cabbage. He raised the knife and started cutting the vegetables, and the sound of clang 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 continued. In Xiao Chen's hands, the cabbage turned into thin threads of exactly the same thickness and length, each strand distinct and thin. The beautiful woman next to him couldn't help but ask in surprise, "How many years have you studied cooking, young man? Your knife skills are so amazing." Xiao Chen smiled but said nothing. If he said he had just learned it, he wondered if the beautiful woman would think he was teasing her. Then Xiao Chen handed over the necessary ingredients, cut them one by one, and placed them on a plate for later use. Turn on the fire on the other side and prepare to put the ingredients into the pot. Xiao Chen performed this series of movements so naturally that it seemed as if he was unconscious. People who didn't know him would think he was a real cooking master with many years of experience. Xiao Chen was still doing it smoothly. He lifted up the heavy iron pot and made it seem as if it were nothing. Those who had gathered outside the kitchen early to watch the excitement gave thumbs up and praised, "I didn't realize this guy is quite capable." That's right, that's right. I thought he was just a boastful pretty boy, but I didn't expect he actually has real skills. The crowd was talking, but the scarred man snorted viciously. Xiao Chen finished cooking the dish to the amazement of the crowd. What's that smell? It smells so good. That's right, little brother. Do you have any more? Let everyone have a taste. Xiao Chen was using his cooking skills for the first time, so he wasn't sure how well they would work. So after presenting the dish, he quietly walked towards the scarred man. When the scarred man saw Xiao Chen coming over with the dishes, he sat down at the table in a pretentious manner and looked at Xiao Chen with disdain. Xiao Chen ignored the scarred man's disdain and calmly placed the dishes on the table. He turned around and sat in front of the tea that had been prepared long ago. Xiao Chen drank his tea slowly while his eyes swept over the crowd and landed on the beautiful chef. Not to mention that this girl was really beautiful, with a sweet and playful look that made people like her at first sight. While Xiao Chen was admiring the beauty, the scarred man picked up a piece of food with chopsticks and put it into his mouth. After chewing it for a few times, a shocked expression appeared on the man's face. This taste. The scarred man quickly took a few more bites of the food and looked at Xiao Chen with eyes wide open in disbelief. Xiao Chen put down his teacup and said slowly, "What's the matter? Is this big brother dissatisfied with the food I cooked?" The scarred man quickly shook his head and said, No. It's just that the taste is exactly the same as what I ate 5 years ago. It's amazing. How did you do it, little brother? Xiao Chen smiled without saying anything, but the beautiful chef next to him walked over with another pair of chopsticks, picked up a bite and started eating. "Sir? What's your name? How come you have such amazing cooking skills?" The beautiful chef also asked in surprise. "I'm just a passerby, and I don't want to cause any trouble. If you must know my name, please call me Lei Feng." Seeing that Xiao Chen was unwilling to reveal his name, everyone became more curious. "Little brother, I, Li Debao, have traveled extensively throughout the country for so many years. I have no other strengths, but I know how to correct my mistakes. I'm sorry for offending you this time, but I hope you won't take it to heart." As he spoke, Li Debao bowed to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen replied calmly, "I don't mind, but you should apologize to the girl for being so frivolous." Upon hearing this, Li Debao quickly turned around and looked at the beautiful chef and said, "Sister, don't blame me for being rough and foul-mouthed. I have this problem too, I can't talk when I see a beautiful woman. Sorry. The beautiful chef waved her hand to indicate that she would no longer care. Seeing that the work was done, Xiao Chen was about to pay the bill and leave, but was stopped by the beautiful chef. "Sir, this tea is treated to you by Xiang Shun Jai. And if you are so kind as to dine with us in the future, it will be free of charge." Xiao Chen quickly waved his hand and refused, saying, "Miss, you are too polite. I didn't help much. And with my cooking skills, I don't have many opportunities to eat here." "Miss, you don't have to be polite." The beauty blushed, probably thinking that Xiao Chen was mocking her poor cooking skills. "Sir, I have a request. I'd still like to know your name." Seeing the beauty's insistence, Xiao Chen stopped being pretentious and said, "My name is Xiao Chen. Names are not that important." The beautiful woman smiled and said, "Brother Chen, I want to be your disciple."
I wonder if you can accept me.
Xiao Chen was a little confused when the beautiful woman called him brother, and he was suddenly awakened when he heard her say that she wanted to take him as her master. Xiao Chen himself had only just acquired the 10th level cooking skill, so how could he possibly accept a female apprentice right away? Chapter 16, Beauty Becomes a Disciple. Seeing Xiao Chen's hesitation, the beauty continued, Brother Chen, my master passed away very suddenly, so I didn't receive all of his personal teachings on cooking. Especially the Dragon City specialty dish you just made, it's my master's most precious skill. I don't know how you learned to make this dish, but I really want to learn it so that my master's craft can be passed down in Xiang Shunjai. I hope you can understand my original intention and accept me as your son. As she spoke, the beauty bent down and bowed to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen quickly waved his hand and said, Don't do this. It's like saying goodbye to a deceased person. Get up quickly. After hearing this, the beauty thought Xiao Chen agreed, and stood up with a smile on her face. Xiao Chen raised his hand and looked at his watch, frowning slightly. Ah, Brother Chen. If you really don't want to teach me, that's fine. I won't pester you. When the beauty saw Xiao Chen looking at his watch, she thought he was very disgusted with her repeated requests. Seeing the panicked look on the beautiful woman's face, Xiao Chen smiled and said, I don't have time today. Can we start tomorrow? The beauty immediately smiled and said, Okay, no problem. Thank you, Brother Chen. Being called brother by a beautiful woman is a happy feeling, but Xiao Chen remained calm on the surface and asked, What's your name, young lady? Let's meet at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. The beautiful woman nodded heavily and said, My name is Chen Xiaoxiao. Let's meet at 10 o'clock tomorrow, Brother Chen. After saying goodbye to everyone, Xiao Chen rushed to the supermarket to buy food. Yesterday he just cooked a few simple dishes and moved Su Yueru to tears. Today he has acquired this magical skill, so shouldn't Su Yueru fall into his arms? Xiao Chen selected a lot of ingredients, including more expensive abalone, sea cucumber, etc. He wanted to show off his skills today and make Buddha jumps over the wall for Su Yueru to taste. Xiao Chen bought the ingredients and returned to his apartment, half lying on the sofa with his eyes closed. He thought about the recipe of Buddha jumps over the wall in his mind, and the system automatically popped up a detailed explanation. Buddha jumps over the wall is a traditional Fujian dish, made with exquisite ingredients and a complex cooking method. Ingredients include shark fin, abalone, sea cucumber, etc. The systematic explanation showed the method step by step, but no matter how Xiao Chen looked at it, he felt that this was just a high-end northeastern stew. But since he was ready to make it, Xiao Chen activated his cooking skills and started to cook. However, the authentic Buddha jumps over the wall requires about 10 days to make, but Xiao Chen, with his cooking skills, only took 3 or 4 hours to make it. He put the Buddha jumps over the wall in a clay pot on the fire and simmered it slowly, while opening a book to pass the time. It was around 10 o'clock in the evening when Su Yueru returned home tired. Xiao Chen looked at Su Yueru slumped on the sofa and thought that making money was so tiring for rich people. He walked over and found that Su Yueru had fallen asleep on the sofa. Xiao Chen found a blanket and prepared to cover Su Yueru. But she suddenly opened her eyes, and Xiao Chen was so scared that he dropped the blanket on the ground. Seeing this, Su Yueru burst into laughter. Why are you so scared? Are you feeling guilty? Su Yueru joked. What do I have to feel guilty about? Xiao Chen said, but he scratched the tip of his nose with his hand. When he saw Su Yueru's beautiful sleeping face just now, he did have some evil thoughts. Hearing Xiao Chen say this, Su Yueru stretched and stood up from the sofa. She sniffed and asked, What did you do? It smells so good. Xiao Chen smiled and took Su Yueru to the kitchen. Xiao Chen scooped out a bowl of Buddha jumps over the wall from the casserole and placed it in front of Su Yueru. Su Yueru stared at the clear and delicious soup with a smile on her face. Su Yueru, without caring about her image, picked up a piece of abalone and put it in her mouth. After eating it, she let out an exclamation of admiration. This is really delicious. I've never eaten Buddha jumps over the wall so delicious. Xiao Chen smiled slightly and said, If it tastes good, eat more. There's plenty in the pot. Su Yueru picked up the bowl again and drank all the soup in one breath. Then she put it on the table and said proudly, Waiter, another bowl. Seeing Su Yueru enjoying her meal, Xiao Chen followed suit and ate a bowl. It was indeed a delicious dish that he could never forget. Why did you come back so late today? Xiao Chen asked. Su Yueru sighed and said, Alas, there have been too many things going on in the company recently. I'm back early now.
It might be even later in a few days. Don't wait for me to eat in the future.
Xiao Chen was a little speechless.
He had managed to obtain this level 10 cooking skill just for Su Yueru. If she didn't come back for dinner, wouldn't his skills be useless? What's so troublesome? Are all rich people so busy? Xiao Chen asked curiously.
Su Yueru looked at Xiao Chen, who looked innocent, and felt amused. A wealthy man with 500 million in assets was sitting in front of her and asking about the troubles of the rich.
He must be joking. Didn't he know best when he asked her?
Recently, there have been a lot of inexplicable complaints from customers in the company, and it's very troublesome to deal with them.
So I've been very busy recently. Su Yueru is the president of Yuexia Group and could have ignored these complaining customers.
However, her philosophy in managing the company over the years has been to ensure customer satisfaction. If a customer has any complaints about the company, she, as the president, has the greatest responsibility to personally resolve them.
Oh, I'll pick you up from the company after get off work.
It's not safe for a girl to come back alone after get off work too late,
Xiao Chen said. Su Yueru looked at Xiao Chen blankly.
She had been working hard in society for many years, but no one cared about her. Now that someone suddenly felt uneasy about her leaving get off work alone, Su Yueru felt a little touched for a moment. In order to hide her expression, Su Yueru just lowered her head to drink the soup, and then made a hum sound in her throat. Xiao Chen was very happy that Su Yueru was willing to let him accompany her after get off work. He felt that their relationship had taken another step forward.
Nothing happened that night. When Xiao Chen woke up the next morning, Su Yueru had already gone to work.
Xiao Chen didn't know that Su Yueru went to the company so early to deal with things so that she could get off work with him early today.
Xiao Chen was strolling around the apartment, washing up and eating breakfast.
Just when he felt that his life of doing nothing was just like this, his cell phone vibrated. Xiao Chen glanced at his phone and suddenly remembered something. He promised Qin Xiaoxiao yesterday that he would meet at Xiang Shunzhai at 10 o'clock today, but he forgot.
It was already 10:30.
Qin Xiaoxiao thought Xiao Chen was busy with something, so she sent him a text message to ask him.
Xiao Chen quickly packed up and took a taxi to Xiang Shunzhai. Chapter 17, Conscripted.
When Xiao Chen arrived at Xiang Shunzhai, it was lunchtime when the most customers came. Qin Xiaoxiao was busy in the kitchen, but when she saw Xiao Chen coming, she put down her work and went to greet him.
Master, you're here.
Qin Xiaoxiao said with a playful smile.
Master?
Xiao Chen was a little puzzled, but he quickly remembered that Qin Xiaoxiao seemed to have mentioned the matter of becoming his disciple yesterday.
Your business is really good,
Xiao Chen said with a laugh. That's right, especially since you showed off your skills yesterday. Everyone is here for the Dragon City signature dishes.
Ah? No way. Then you asked me to come here to work for you. Xiao Chen suddenly felt as if he was on a pirate ship. Beautiful women were indeed untrustworthy. No, master. You just need to stand by and guide me.
I learn very quickly, Qin Xiaoxiao said, sticking out her tongue. Xiao Chen shrugged helplessly, rolled up his sleeves and walked to the chopping board.
Watch out, I'm only going to do it once.
As he spoke, Xiao Chen picked up the kitchen knife and wielded it even more smoothly.
Almost everyone in the kitchen stopped what they were doing and watched Xiao Chen cook without blinking. This is a famous signature dish of Longcheng. If you learn it yourself, you can become a chef, not to mention a cook.
Xiao Chen's operation was amazing, and his control over ingredients and seasonings almost reached the level of selflessness. He could tell the amount of ingredients and the order of seasonings with just a glance. These operations that seemed dazzling to others were as easy as breathing in Xiao Chen's eyes. The dish was cooked so fast that people had no time to react, so when Xiao Chen placed the dish on the serving plate, everyone sighed with regret.
Did you see it clearly? Xiao Chen asked.
Qin Xiaoxiao scratched her head sheepishly and flattered him. The chef is truly amazing.
I've never seen anyone cook like this before.
I've seen it all, but I still don't dare to make this dish.
I'm afraid it will ruin the chef's reputation.
Xiao Chen was delighted by the beautiful girl's praise and waved his hand, saying, It's okay, just do something else first. I'll teach you slowly when I'm not busy.
Really? Master, you are so nice. Qin Xiaoxiao suddenly threw herself into Xiao Chen's arms happily, and her towering chest hit Xiao Chen firmly. Ouch, that hurts.
Xiao Chen could feel the envious gazes of the men around him, but he still pushed Qin Xiaoxiao away.
Be mindful of the impact. I know, master. Master, I still have more than a dozen orders for our signature dishes. What do you think we should do? Chen Xiaoxiao asked a little shyly. Xiao Chen replied helplessly, let me do it. You still say you are not conscripting me into a soldier? Chen Xiaoxiao stared at Xiao Chen with shining eyes, and it looked like she wanted to give Xiao Chen a kiss. Seeing Chen Xiaoxiao like this, Xiao Chen quickly sent her away to do something else. Xiao Chen also picked up the orders and started cooking. After a busy period, the lunch rush finally passed. There was also an interesting incident in which a retired state cadre came back to Longcheng specifically to eat Lu Cidao's signature dishes. The old man, with white hair, sat in the private room. When he ate the Dragon City signature dish made by Xiao Chen, he burst into tears. He strongly requested to meet Xiao Chen, and when he saw Xiao Chen, he actually shook Xiao Chen's hand tightly to express his gratitude to him. He said he had wanted to taste this flavor for 20 years and thought he would never be able to eat it again after Lu the Cleaver died. He never expected Xiao Chen to actually make it. After the old man left, he left a business card saying it was to thank Xiao Chen and that if he encountered any difficulties in the future he could find him through the business card. When Xiao Chen finally sat down and drank tea leisurely, Chen Xiaoxiao also came down from upstairs. Chen Xiaoxiao changed into going-out clothes, a tight miniskirt and a white t-shirt. Simple clothes had a huge effect on the beautiful woman, especially when Chen Xiaoxiao saw Xiao Chen smiling slightly with two sweet dimples on the corners of his mouth. Xiao Chen's heart seemed to be grasped by a big hand. Master, what are you looking at? Don't you recognize me? Hearing Chen Xiaoxiao's teasing words, Xiao Chen noticed that he had been staring at Chen Xiaoxiao's two straight and white thighs. Xiao Chen coughed lightly and said, I told you wanted to capture me as a soldier, and look, you've been doing it for half a day. How inhumane. After spending some time together, Xiao Chen and Chen Xiaoxiao gradually became familiar with each other and started to make some harmless jokes with each other. Master, don't say that. I'm here to make it up to you. Chen Xiaoxiao acted coquettishly towards Xiao Chen and held his arm with her white lotus-like arms. Please be careful of the impact, I am. Xiao Chen protested and tried to pull his arm back, but Chen Xiaoxiao stuck close to him. Chen Xiaoxiao leaned close to Xiao Chen and whispered, Master, please don't move. Do me a favor and just stay like this and walk out, okay? Seeing Chen Xiaoxiao's pleading look, Xiao Chen could only let her hold him. When they reached the street, Chen Xiaoxiao finally let go of his arm and said, Master, thank you. I was just wondering how to refuse them. This time they'll finally give up. Xiao Chen was confused and asked, they? Chen Xiaoxiao shrugged nonchalantly and said, it's just those guys in our restaurant. They keep confessing their feelings to me. It's so annoying. Xiao Chen felt a little uncomfortable after hearing this, especially the disdainful tone Chen Xiaoxiao used when she talked about the men who pursued her. I feel you can just reject them directly and explain things to them clearly instead of keeping them hanging in this unclear way. Xiao Chen said a little angrily. Seeing Xiao Chen was angry, Chen Xiaoxiao immediately panicked and said kindly, Master, please don't be angry, okay? I will explain it to them after I go back. Don't be angry. Xiao Chen looked at Chen Xiaoxiao's flattering smile, and his heart couldn't help but soften. After all, this is your own business, so you can handle it yourself. I am not blaming you. Xiao Chen said lightly. Master, could you accompany me shopping? I want to give you a gift to thank you. Seeing Xiao Chen's cold expression, Chen Xiaoxiao quickly changed the subject. Gift? No need. I have something to do, so I'll go back first. Xiao Chen said, and prepared to take a taxi to leave. Chen Xiaoxiao reached out and grabbed Xiao Chen's arm, squatting on the ground and saying, Master, if you don't go shopping with me, I'll drag you along. You can't go anywhere. Xiao Chen sighed helplessly. The people around him saw such a beautiful woman squatting on the ground holding his arm and cast curious glances at him. Let's go. There's nothing we can do to you. Xiao Chen said helplessly. Master is the best. I love you. Chen Xiaoxiao stood up from the ground and cheered. Chapter 18 Get New Skills. Xiao Chen followed Chen Xiaoxiao to the same commercial street as last time, and the two of them wandered around aimlessly. Passing by the Jinlu where Xiao Chen bought the diamond necklace last time, manager Zhang came out to greet him. Mr. Xiao, you're here for shopping. We have new products in our store. Would you like to take a look? Seeing that the manager of the largest Jinlu in Longcheng was so polite to Xiao Chen, Chen Xiaoxiao looked at Xiao Chen curiously. After Xiao Chen bought the necklace worth more than 5 million last time, he became a diamond VIP of Jinlu. So not only did manager Zhang know Xiao Chen, but all the sales ladies in the store also looked at Xiao Chen with more meaning in their eyes.
Seeing that Xiao Chen had no intention of going in, the receptionist at the door couldn't help but persuade him to stay. Brother Xiao, come in and take a look. We have a lot of new beauties here. Oh no, a lot of new products. The receptionist was trying very hard to keep the guest. If she had been given a handkerchief, she would have looked like a service worker in ancient times. Xiao Chen smiled at the embarrassed receptionist and turned to look at Chen Xiaoxiao. The main reason he came here this time was because Chen Xiaoxiao was pestering him, and he just thought of it as accompanying her shopping. Seeing Jinlo's enthusiastic attitude, Chen Xiaoxiao couldn't help but want to experience the shopping experience of a diamond VIP, so Chen Xiaoxiao pulled Xiao Chen in. As soon as they came in, Manager Zhang led the two to a separate VIP room and ordered the waiter to bring up tea and snacks. Chen Xiaoxiao took a sip of tea and said, pursing her lips, "Good tea, it must be De Hongpao from Wui Mountain." Manager Zhang quickly responded, "Miss, you are very knowledgeable. This is the new tea we just received yesterday. It is for our distinguished guests only." Chen Xiaoxiao looked at Xiao Chen with curved eyes and asked, "Are you the distinguished guest here?" "I didn't realize it, Brother Chen. You're quite a secretive person." At this time, a row of sales clerks wearing cheongsams and showing their white legs walked in, each holding a wooden satin tray with various dazzling jewels on it. Chen Xiaoxiao was a little surprised to see this scene. When the jewels were placed on the table one by one, Chen Xiaoxiao touched this and picked up that, as if she was a child seeing her favorite toy. Women are probably attracted to jewelry. Xiao Chen drank his tea leisurely and watched Chen Xiaoxiao examine the jewelry with great interest. "Mr. Xiao, after you bought the store's treasure last time, many customers came to ask about it. That necklace is the most popular among beautiful women." Manager Zhang said flatteringly while looking at Chen Xiaoxiao, who was accompanying Xiao Chen. "Beautiful lady, you are so lucky to have such a generous boyfriend." Manager Zhang originally wanted to flatter the two of them so that Xiao Chen would bleed more, but he didn't expect that his flattery would backfire. This one sentence caused the two men's expressions to change drastically. Chen Xiaoxiao asked Xiao Chen curiously, "Who did you buy the necklace for?" Xiao Chen asked Manager Zhang, "Who do you think is her boyfriend?" The final result was that Chen Xiaoxiao walked out of the golden building a little depressed, and Xiao Chen followed silently behind. Chen Xiaoxiao's mood didn't improve until she came to stroll around the beauty area. She took Xiao Chen's hand and led him to a row of lipsticks and asked, "Brother Chen, what color do you think looks good on me?" Xiao Chen took a look at the rows of lipsticks and felt that they were almost exactly the same. Pink?" Xiao Chen asked hesitantly. They say that to tell if a man is straight, all you have to do is look at the color of lipstick he chooses. Judging from your taste, you're definitely a dead straight man. Chen Xiaoxiao teased Xiao Chen, and Xiao Chen suddenly found that the sign-in system was activated again. This check-in system does not appear at a fixed time every day, but will be automatically activated when he goes to a new place or has a strong idea in his mind. Ding! You can sign in today. Do you want to sign in? Xiao Chen thought silently in his heart, sign in. Okay, host. Signing you in. Ding! Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the level 10 makeup skill. Xiao Chen was stunned at first. What? Makeup techniques? Could the system have mistaken the host's gender? What's the point of Xiao Chen, a man, wearing makeup? Is it just to put on lipstick or something? Just when Xiao Chen was feeling quite dissatisfied with the skills randomly assigned by the system, his eyes accidentally fell on Chen Xiaoxiao's face. Chen Xiaoxiao has a standard oval face, which is different from the popular internet celebrity faces and is quite elegant. The moment Xiao Chen's gaze fell on Chen Xiaoxiao's face, the makeup that best suited Chen Xiaoxiao's face shape automatically appeared in front of him. Xiao Chen smiled slightly, thinking about how Chen Xiaoxiao had just laughed at him for being a straight man. He had to teach Chen Xiaoxiao a lesson. Chen Xiaoxiao was about to pull out a tube of dark red lipstick when she was stopped by Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen took the lipstick from Chen Xiaoxiao's hand. Chen Xiaoxiao immediately wanted to snatch it back and said, "Brother Chen, what are you doing? Do you like this color too?" Xiao Chen looked at the color of the lipstick and put it back. "This color doesn't suit you. If you want a red shade, this one would be more suitable." As he spoke, Xiao Chen picked up a tube of lipstick on the other side and handed it to Chen Xiaoxiao. Chen Xiaoxiao was stunned for a moment before taking it. She opened the lipstick, took a look at it, and said with a bit of disgust, "Brother Chen, do you straight men like this color?" Although Chen Xiaoxiao complained like this, she still obediently put on lipstick on her lips. She had just finished applying her lipstick when the woman who was also selecting cosmetics next to her came over and asked, "Miss, what color lipstick is this?"
It looks so nice.
Chen Xiaoxiao couldn't help but smile when she saw someone praising her, and handed the trial tube of lipstick in her hand to the woman. At this time, Xiaochen said, "This color is not suitable for you, Mississippi.
If you want to try it, you can use this color."
After saying that, Xiaochen picked up a lipstick from the other side and handed it to the woman. The woman took it hesitantly and applied it, looking at herself in the mirror for a long time.
This color is so pretty. How come you know so much about lipstick?
You're so lucky to have such a great boyfriend. At this time, Xiaochen discovered that this level 10 beauty skill was really a magic weapon for picking up girls. Especially those women who are already beautiful pay special attention to their makeup skills. Soon, a group of beautiful women gathered around Xiaochen who wanted to learn makeup techniques. Xiaochen was not stingy in sharing his knowledge with everyone and also gave Chen Xiaoxiao a makeup look that best suited her. At that moment, Xiaochen seemed to be possessed by teacher Tony, and his grasp of women's makeup and psychology reached a superb level. When Chen Xiaoxiao's makeup was done, all the beauties in the audience became excited and asked Xiaochen to do one for them for a high price.
Chapter 19, First Encounter with Vice President Xia.
Originally, Chen Xiaoxiao's appearance was already considered beautiful, but when Xiaochen finished putting makeup on her, her beauty was elevated to a higher level. Chen Xiaoxiao herself was full of praise for Xiaochen's makeup skills. She didn't expect that Xiaochen not only had perfect cooking skills but also superb makeup skills. The two finally got rid of the enthusiastic crowd around them, and Xiaochen couldn't help but look at his watch.
Are you busy every day? Why do you always look at your watch no matter what? Chen Xiaoxiao asked.
Xiaochen waved his hand and said, "Nothing, but I have to pick up my wife from get off work later."
Chen Xiaoxiao's expression changed instantly when he heard this. Wife? Brother Chen, do you have a girlfriend?
Hearing Chen Xiaoxiao's somewhat lost voice, Xiaochen scratched his head and replied, "I guess so." Chen Xiaoxiao kicked the stones on the road in a depressed mood, and Xiaochen did not say anything else. After the two separated at the intersection, Xiaochen took a taxi to Su Yueru's company. As soon as he entered the door, Xiaochen saw that the front desk was surrounded by people in 3 layers. Xiaochen looked over and saw a group of aggressive women surrounding the receptionist from last time and shouting at her.
"Let your president come out. We are gold members of your company."
A burly woman in the lead spoke loudly. The receptionist tried to maintain a polite smile and said to her, "Excuse me, Miss Zhang. Our CEO Su is out for a meeting with his overseas partners.
Would you mind coming back tomorrow?
You guys are really good at avoiding trouble. Now there's a problem with the product, but your CEO Su is nowhere to be seen." The other woman also shouted. At this time, a capable woman in a black suit came down from upstairs. When the receptionist saw her, she felt like she had seen a savior.
"Vice President Xia, you are finally here,"
the receptionist said pitifully. The short-haired woman glanced at her, patted her shoulder comfortingly, and straightened up, saying, "Hello, I'm Shen Xia, the vice president of Yuexia Group.
You can tell me anything you want."
This short-haired woman looked to be around 30 years old, but her skin was well maintained, especially her eyes and eyebrows, which showed a heroic spirit that made everyone present respect her.
"You must be Vice President Xia, right? I'm Wang Yanan, our company's gold member. I'll definitely buy a set of any new cosmetics released by Yuexia Group."
The fat woman in the lead changed her aggressive attitude when she saw Shen Xia's extraordinary demeanor and explained politely. "But there's something wrong with the product I bought recently.
Look at my face. I've got lumps and swelling all over my face after using your company's latest product."
As she spoke, the fat woman raised her face and turned towards the crowd. Xiaochen didn't take it seriously at first, but after carefully examining the fat woman's face, he discovered that her entire face was red and swollen, just as she had described.
"Oh, really? It seems this product is unusable.
Yuexia Group has always had a good reputation. How could this happen?"
That's right. The Yuexia Group is doomed now.
These people are all old members of the Yuexia Group, and the power behind them is very powerful. People around started talking, and then Shen Xia walked up to the fat woman, held her face in her hands and looked at her carefully. People tend to admire beautiful people, regardless of gender, so when the fat woman saw Shen Xia looking at her with such concern, she felt a little embarrassed.
Shen Xia looked at it for a while and said, "I'm sorry, Miss Yang. I think this may indeed be a mistake made by our company. If possible, I hope to make up for your loss with practical actions."
The fat woman's anger subsided when she heard Shen Xia's sincere words.
"Vice President Xia is so generous. How do you want to compensate me?"
Seeing the fat woman's shy look, a shrewd smile appeared on Shenxia's handsome and capable face. Ms. Wang is worth hundreds of millions, so naturally, she wouldn't be interested in our company's meager compensation. So, how about having our senior makeup artist give you a free deep drying treatment? After hearing what Shenxia said, Xiao Chen laughed secretly in his heart. He didn't expect that the vice president of Su Yueru's company was so cunning. I don't want to pay anyone a penny, but instead use my own company's services to offset the loss, so I don't lose money at all. But the fat woman obviously didn't think about this and was fascinated by Shenxia's neutral and handsome face. Fortunately, another person rushed out at this time. That person was obviously a middle-aged housewife, and judging by her condition, her family life did not seem very happy. As expected, the woman started her speech with a grudge. We don't lack money, but don't think you can fool us. Look at what you've done to Nan's face. She's going on a blind date soon. How can she face people? After being reminded of this, Wang Yanan finally came to his senses. The reason why Wang Yanan came to Yuexia Group to cause trouble was because she felt that her blind date was ruined. For this blind date, Wang Yanan's parents took great pains to contact that tall, rich and handsome man. Although no one might be attracted to Wang Yanan given her conditions, she couldn't stand being made so ugly by cosmetics. Sister Li is right. You ruined my blind date. I've missed out on a lifetime of happiness. How are you going to compensate me for this loss? Wang Yanan asked Shenxia angrily, and Shenxia was a little flustered at this time. Don't try to cheat me. Don't even mention your face looking like this now. Even if it hadn't blistered or turned red, I'm afraid others wouldn't look down on you. The receptionist got a little anxious and started talking without thinking. Wang Yanan was so provoked that she exploded and cursed, You little slut, you dare say that to me just because you're pretty? Do you believe I'll make you pack up and leave right away? The receptionist's eyes were red from being scolded, and she saw the situation getting worse and worse. Xiao Chen finally stepped forward and said to Wang Yanan, Miss Wang, if I can restore your appearance, will you no longer hold this young lady and Yuexia Group responsible? Wang Yanan looked at Xiao Chen suspiciously and asked hesitantly, Can you really make my face look better right now? Xiao Chen smiled and said, Ms. Wang, your skin is actually very good. This time you're just allergic to something in the cosmetics. Wang Yanan touched her face and said, Really? What should I do about my allergies? Xiao Chen looked at the receptionist and said, Please prepare a complete set of natural makeup for me. Thank you. The receptionist had met Xiao Chen before and noticed that he had a very close relationship with Tang Xinrui and even their general manager Su, so she quickly did as he instructed. Xiao Chen asked Wang Yanan to sit in the receptionist's seat while he looked her face left and right. Chapter 20 Past and Present. Xiao Chen asked the system to display the best makeup suggestions, and after the system displayed them, a line of small words appeared, It is very difficult, please do it according to your ability. Xiao Chen secretly thought to himself that this system not only had bugs but also had a built-in complaining function. When the receptionist trotted over with what Xiao Chen wanted, the crowd immediately made way for her. She put down her makeup and looked back and forth at Xiao Chen and Wang Yanan with a little worry. Xiao Chen ignored everything around him and immediately opened the makeup box and started working on it. People who used to be unable to tell the difference between different lipstick colors are now adept at using makeup brushes of all sizes. Xiao Chen was seen applying lotion quickly on Wang Yanan's face, and the people around him gradually noticed that the redness and swelling on Wang Yanan's face disappeared, replaced by skin as smooth as a baby's. What kind of sorcery is this? Are you still Wang Yanan? The woman who had just shouted looked at Wang Yanan in surprise. The fat woman who seemed disfigured before now had a face like a porcelain doll with fair skin. Wow, this guy's skills are amazing. It's like he had a facelift. What kind of plastic surgery is this? It's just a head replacement. The people around were all amazed at Xiao Chen's makeup skills that could turn something ordinary into something magical. Wang Yanan had been sitting in the same place, so there was no mirror to see her changes. But when I heard the exclamations from the people around me, I couldn't help but suppress my curiosity. Wang Yanan took out her mobile phone and took a selfie. When she looked at her face, she cried out ah. She repeatedly confirmed that the beauty function on her phone was turned off. Wang Yanan couldn't believe that the person in the camera was herself. Hey, what's your name? I want to hire you as a makeup artist and pay you 100,000, no, 200,000 a month. How about it? Wang Yanan excitedly grabbed Xiao Chen's hand and begged. Xiao Chen pulled his hand back awkwardly and said, I'm sorry, Ms. Wang. I only did your makeup to help Yuexia Group out of trouble. I hope you can keep your promise and not pursue this matter further. Wang Yanan sighed with a bit of regret and nodded in agreement. At this time, Shenxia came over and instructed the employees to take care of the follow-up work, and she also walked straight to Xiao Chen.
Sir, could you please come sit with me in my office?
Shenxia invited Xiao Chen to sit in her office upstairs, but Xiao Chen just wanted to find Su Yueru.
So Xiao Chen followed Shenxia to the office on the top floor. Shenxia's office is next to Su Yueru's.
Although she is the vice president in name, the company was actually founded by the two of them together.
What's your name, sir?
I'm truly grateful for your help to our Yuexia group this time. Shenxia was very humble. As a vice president with an annual income of over 100 million, she was very humble in her attitude towards Xiao Chen.
My name is Xiao Chen. This is just a small favor. Vice President Shen, there's no need to be so polite.
Seeing Xiao Chen's indifferent expression, Shenxia raised an eyebrow and looked at Xiao Chen and said, "There are very few people in today's society who do good things without expecting anything in return.
I wonder why you are like this."
Xiao Chen thought for a moment and replied, "I have a very good relationship with President Su.
I don't know if this counts as a reason." After saying this, Shenxia's expression became unpredictable. After a while, Shenxia smiled and said, "So it's for Xiaoye?" That's not surprising. But I think you'd better be cautious. Xiaoye and I have known each other since we were young. There are some things I know better than you.
As Shenxia spoke, she looked at Xiao Chen meaningfully, but Xiao Chen didn't understand what she was talking about. Seeing Xiao Chen looking at her in confusion, Shenxia smiled mysteriously and said, "Xiaoye has been very popular with boys since she was a child.
She doesn't take relationships very seriously. So as a thank you, I'll give you a piece of advice."
Shenxia paused at this point, and Xiao Chen looked at her with a little displeasure.
Shenxia smiled and continued, "You'd better not take Xiaoye's enthusiasm too seriously."
When Xiao Chen was about to say something to her, Su Yueru knocked on the office door and asked, "Xiao Chen, why are you here?" When Xiao Chen saw Su Yueru coming in, he stood up reflexively.
"Why are you so nervous? Are you guys saying bad things about me behind my back?"
Su Yueru said this jokingly, but Xiao Chen still smiled guiltily. He knew too little about Su Yueru, but he didn't think Su Yueru was the kind of person who would disguise herself in front of a man.
"Xiaoye, you're back.
I want to tell you that Xiao Chen helped us a lot today."
Shenxia stood up from behind the desk, took Su Yueru's arm affectionately and talked about what had just happened downstairs.
Xiao Chen felt a little embarrassed when he heard Shenxia constantly praising him, so he interrupted her and said, "It's not as exaggerated as Vice President Shen said.
I was just passing by and helping out a little." Su Yueru just stared at Xiao Chen with a beautiful smile and didn't say anything.
After Shenxia nagged for a long time, Su Yueru suggested taking Xiao Chen away.
"Ah, did I interrupt your love affair?"
Sorry. Shenxia then quickly stopped the topic and let the two leave. It was already evening when I came out of Su Yueru's company, and the street lights were emitting dim light. Su Yueru suddenly suggested that they take a walk on the street, and Xiao Chen nodded in agreement. Seeing that Su Yueru hadn't spoken for a long time, Xiao Chen started the conversation and said, "That Vice President Shen is quite talkative."
Su Yueru turned around with an expression that was difficult to describe. After a while, she asked, "What did Shenxia say to you?"
Xiao Chen was a little confused.
He didn't know whether he should tell Su Yueru.
After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen replied, "She told me not to take it too seriously, because you might not be serious about relationships."
Su Yueru remained silent for a moment, then asked again, "Then how do you answer?" Xiao Chen spoke truthfully, "You came in before I could even say anything." Su Yueru stopped and looked up at Xiao Chen and asked, "Then tell me honestly what you think?" Xiao Chen's mind raced. Was this a trap?
It was said that girls loved setting these kind of traps. Seeing that Xiao Chen didn't answer, Su Yueru reached out to pull Xiao Chen's arm and urged him, "Speak." Xiao Chen secretly decided that tomorrow's sign-in reward must be a skill that can answer all questions, but it was too late now. So Xiao Chen took a deep breath and said, "I don't care whether you are serious about your feelings for others or not. I just want you to be serious when you are with me. Everyone has their past. I have also met some scumbags in the past." Indeed, when Xiao Chen met Su Yueru, it was the darkest time in his life. His 4-year relationship was betrayed and he met such a weird family. Now thinking about it, Su Yueru accepted him without any hesitation at that time. Xiao Chen decided to face Su Yueru's past with the same attitude.
Chapter 21, Hosey Seeks Help.
Su Yueru smiled as if relieved after hearing this, turned to look at Xiao Chen and asked, I heard that you were very good at makeup, right? Xiao Chen didn't expect the topic to change so quickly. He was a little confused and said, oh, well, that's okay. Su Yueru stopped and looked at Xiao Chen and asked, then how do you think I can look good in makeup? Seeing that Su Yueru was serious, Xiao Chen started the system. Xiao Chen stared at Su Yueru's bare face and felt dry mouth again. The system displays a line of results, perfect, looks good no matter how you put on makeup. Xiao Chen was speechless. He had already discovered that this system also had a comment function. But how should he tell Su Yueru? If he praises her directly, will she think he is flirting with her? Seeing Xiao Chen silent, Su Yueru asked a little unhappy, I heard that men who are good at makeup don't like women. Are you the same? Su Yueru's words left Xiao Chen completely speechless. He slowly approached Su Yueru, looked down into her eyes, and said, do you really want to know whether I like women or not? Su Yueru was frightened by Xiao Chen's momentum and quickly took a step back. But she lost her footing and fell to the side. Seeing this, Xiao Chen quickly reached out and hugged her waist. The waist was so slender when held in his arms that Xiao Chen, who was not a waist freak, was fascinated by it. Su Yueru coughed lightly to pull Xiao Chen back from his fantasy. Oh, sorry. Watch your step. Xiao Chen let go of the hand that was hugging Su Yueru. After a moment of silence, Su Yueru asked first, what are you going to cook for me today? Xiao Chen was about to answer when his cell phone suddenly rang. Ho Zi's number flashed on the phone screen and Xiao Chen picked up the call. Ho Zi's painful groaning voice came from the other end of the phone, Brother Chen, where are you? Come and save me. Xiao Chen asked nervously, Ho Zi, tell me where you are. I'll come find you right away. Ho Zi mentioned the name of a bar on the phone, and then the call was hung up. Seeing Xiao Chen's serious expression, Su Yueru asked worriedly, what's wrong? What happened? I might not be able to go home with you today. My friend is in trouble. I have to go find him. After saying that, Xiao Chen was about to leave, but Su Yueru grabbed him and said firmly, how are you going? Take me with you. Seeing Xiao Chen was hesitant, Su Yueru took out the keys to her Ferrari and said, I can drive, very quickly. Xiao Chen stopped being pretentious and directly pulled Su Yueru towards the parking lot. More than 10 minutes later, the two arrived at the most prosperous bar street in Longcheng, and Xiao Chen found the bar that Ho Zi had told him about. As soon as the two entered, they were startled by the deafening music inside. Xiao Chen found Ho Zi, whose face was bruised and swollen from being beaten, at the bar. Ho Zi seemed to have drunk a lot of alcohol, and his whole body exuded a strong smell of alcohol. Seeing Xiao Chen coming, Ho Zi came up, hugged him and started crying loudly. The bartender at the bar quickly signaled to the bar security with his eyes, and the security immediately surrounded Xiao Chen and Ho Zi. Ho Zi, stop crying. What happened to you? Xiao Chen asked Ho Zi, who was covered in wounds. Ho Zi blew his nose hard and said, it was all that bitch Zheng Xiao's fault. She was hooking up with another man behind my back. I got so angry that I started a fight with that bastard couple. Xiao Chen looked at Ho Zi in such a miserable state and thought that he didn't get any advantage. Okay, let's talk about other things when we get back. Let's go. With that, Xiao Chen prepared to pull Ho Zi away. Unexpectedly, they were stopped by bodyguards. Each of the bodyguards was tall and strong with serious faces. Xiao Chen stared at them without giving in. He was never tough with women, but he was never timid with men. What's the matter? You guys don't want to let us go? Xiao Chen asked a little dissatisfied. At this time, the bartender came over and said, don't be angry, sir. We are also following the rules. Your friend not only caused trouble in our bar but also smashed our things. Logically, shouldn't he compensate us before leaving? Xiao Chen turned to look at Ho Zi. Ho Zi, now with a backer, immediately fired back, stop it, you idiot. Did I smash all that stuff by myself? If those bastards didn't do anything, how could I have smashed it myself? Why didn't you go after them and only leave me alone? The bartender explained with difficulty, we can't afford to offend Mr. Wang, and his bill has already been paid. So? The bartender looked at Xiao Chen and Ho Zi embarrassedly. They were already very polite. After all, it was Ho Zi who started the trouble first. So Xiao Chen asked, Ho Zi, how much do you still owe? Ho Zi smiled sheepishly and said, I was in a hurry to go out today and forgot to bring my wallet, so I owe all this money. Xiao Chen sighed helplessly and asked the bartender, how much money does he owe? I paid it for him. When the bartender heard someone wanted to pay the bill, he quickly took out the bill. Xiao Chen took a look at the amount on it and his eyes widened.
100,000? Just drinking here and smashing a few cups costs 100,000?
Seeing Xiao Chen's puzzled expression, the bartender quickly explained, this gentleman ordered the same drink as Mr. Wang, which cost a total of 53,000. He then smashed the neighbor's drink as well. To compensate the guest for his loss, our restaurant paid 60,000.
This back and forth loss to our restaurant is over 10,000.
Xiao Chen took a look at Ho Zi, who was not doing well, and took out all the betrothal money he had prepared. Although Xiao Chen has 500 million yuan in funds, the crappy system stipulates that he can only spend it on beautiful women. Xiao Chen took a look at Ho Zi, and anyone with eyes could tell that Ho Zi was not a beauty at all. Since he couldn't spend the 500 million, Xiao Chen had no choice but to use his own savings. Seeing Xiao Chen taking out his bank card with difficulty, Ho Zi immediately said with a playful smile, "Brother, please pay for me first, and I will make up for it for you when we get back." Xiao Chen waved his hand to indicate that he didn't need to mind it, and then handed the bank card to the bartender.
The bartender took it and left happily.
Xiao Chen then told Ho Zi about the loss he had suffered this time. It turns out that Zhang Xiaohua was the receptionist at Ho Zi's relative's company. After Ho Zi went to work there, he became obsessed with her beauty and tried to seduce her. But Zhang Xiaohua has high standards and has never been interested in Ho Zi.
It was not until recently that Zhang Xiaohua finally relented, and Ho Zi confirmed his relationship with her.
After that, Zhang Xiaohua spent a lot of Ho Zi's money to buy clothes and bags, and Ho Zi was always happy to come whenever she called. As a result, Zhang Xiaohua became increasingly cold towards Ho Zi in the past 2 days. Ho Zi felt strange and followed her.
Chapter 22: The Missing 100,000 Yuan.
Unexpectedly, Ho Zi happened to see Zhang Xiaohua and that Wang Xiao talking sweetly here. Ho Zi was furious and slapped Zhang Xiaohua in the face. When Ho Zi was about to beat Wang Xiao again, he was held down by his friends. In the end, Ho Zi was beaten up by Wang Xiao and his men. After that, Xiao Chen came over after receiving Ho Zi's call. After listening to Monkey's story, Xiao Chen felt a pang of frustration for him.
Being cuckolded and then beaten up was something no one could bear.
Xiao Chen patted Ho Zi's shoulder and said, "Don't be discouraged, Ho Zi.
We will eventually make them suffer." Ho Zi nodded, glanced at Su Yueru and asked, "I'm fine, but what's wrong with you, Brother Chen?"
"I saw that girl staring at you for a long time." Xiao Chen saw Ho Zi staring at Su Yueru with lustful eyes, so he slapped Ho Zi's head hard with his hand.
"That's your sister-in-law, don't have any bad thoughts about it." Ho Zi's eyes widened when he heard this. He looked back and forth at Su Yueru, then turned to look at Xiao Chen, and suddenly laughed, holding his stomach. "Brother Chen, don't dream.
I know you're pretty and all the girls were crazy about you in college. But now that you're in society, that girl's Chanel outfit is enough to keep you delivering takeout for half a year." Ho Zi's impression of Xiao Chen still remains at the time when he delivered takeouts to save money for the betrothal gift after graduating from university, and Xiao Chen was too lazy to explain to him. While Ho Zi and Xiao Chen were talking about this, the bartender came back with Xiao Chen's bank card. "Sorry, sir, your card does not have sufficient funds."
"Do you have any other cards that can be used for payment?" "Insufficient funds?"
Xiao Chen thought back to his life during this period. Although he no longer worked, he still had some spare money, so he hardly touched the money in his bank card.
The 100,000 yuan inside shouldn't be enough, unless.
Thinking of this, Xiao Chen suddenly felt a chill in his heart. There is only one possibility, that is, Chen Yuejiao and her family used Chen Yuejiao's connections in the bank to transfer all the money in Xiao Chen's card. No wonder Chen Wenbin and his friends disappeared after they suffered losses in the old city community last time. It turned out that all his savings were transferred away. Although Xiao Chen was angry, the matter was done and it was useless for him to hate Chen Yuejiao and the others. At this time, Zi looked at Xiao Chen pleadingly, but Xiao Chen had no other money to come up with except the 100,000. Just as the two of them were staring at each other awkwardly, a delicate hand handed a black card to the bartender. The bartender originally looked at Xiao Chen and the others with disdain, but was stunned by this black card.
"Miss, what are you doing?" the bartender asked stutteringly. "I married him," Su Yueru said lightly. The bartender nodded and agreed and quickly went to pay the bill. Ho Zi stared blankly at Su Yueru, while Su Yueru walked over to Xiao Chen, took his arm and asked, "Hubby, is this your friend? Why don't you introduce her to me?" "Husband?" Ho Zi couldn't believe his ears. He once again looked at this stunning beauty, her long legs, her slim waist, and her wealth. Hosey looked at Xiao Chen again with eyes full of awe. He didn't know how Xiao Chen managed to get such a top-notch and rich beauty. This is Hosey, my college classmate and current roommate. Xiao Chen turned and introduced Su Yueru. Hosey quickly rubbed his hands on his body, then stretched out his hands in front of Su Yueru and said, "Hello, sister-in-law. I am Brother Chen's best friend. I know everything about him." Su Yueru stretched out her hand and shook Hosey's hand without any pretense, saying, "We owe our Xiao Chen a lot of thanks to you for taking care of us in the past." Hosey was immediately flattered and shook his head repeatedly to indicate that he had not done anything. After a while, the bartender came back with Su Yueru's black card. He respectfully returned the black card to Su Yueru with both hands. At this time, Su Yueru turned to Xiao Chen and smiled sweetly and asked, "Husband, where are we going now?" Xiao Chen couldn't stand Su Yueru's teasing anymore and cleared his cough. Hosey warmly invited the two of them to go out with him for a midnight snack. Xiao Chen looked at Su Yueru's Chanel outfit with a bit of embarrassment. He couldn't imagine how Su Yueru could sit in a smoky barbecue stall dressed like that. As a result, Su Yueru readily agreed and pulled Xiao Chen outside. When Xiao Chen and the others came outside, Hosey saw Su Yueru's Ferrari and immediately walked around the sports car, looking at it and touching it all over. "Sister-in-law, is this car yours?" Hosey's face was filled with excitement. Su Yueru nodded lightly. "Can I take a picture?" "Just one." Hosey stretched out his index finger with an eager look on his face. Su Yueru smiled and said, "Why don't I lend it to you? I have another one at home." Hosey wanted to climb onto the sports car right away after hearing that look, but he still said reservedly, "That's not good. I'll just take a look." Su Yueru glanced at Xiao Chen, then turned to Hosey and said, "Don't be so polite. Consider this your thank you gift for helping me keep an eye on Xiao Chen." Staring at him? Xiao Chen was a little puzzled. What did an ordinary worker like him have to worry about? As a result, Hosey immediately jumped into the car and said to Su Yueru in a flattering manner, "Don't worry, sister-in-law, I promise to complete the task. If Brother Chen has any movement, I will tell you the first time." Xiao Chen got in the car and scolded Hosey a few words for forgetting his friendship just for the sake of the car. Then the three of them set off to the barbecue street. Su Yueru had lived a comfortable life since she was a child, frequenting 5-star hotels and Michelin-starred restaurants. Therefore, she had never been to such a bustling open-air night market. Su Yueru looked at everything in front of her curiously. The stalls selling various snacks were enthusiastically soliciting customers. Seeing that Su Yueru was curious, Xiao Chen explained to her how to make these dishes one by one. He now had level 10 cooking skills, so it was not difficult for him to make these on the spot. Seeing that Su Yueru was listening attentively, Xiao Chen bought all the food that looked clean from the stalls for Su Yueru to try. Hosey was eating dog food beside him and having a good meal. The three of them arrived at the door of the barbecue restaurant, which was filled with smoke and people. Xiao Chen asked Su Yueru and the penniless Hosey to wait at the door while he went in to place the order. Just as Su Yueru and Hosey were chatting about Xiao Chen's past, someone suddenly bumped into Su Yueru. The man, reeking of alcohol, muttered, "Damn it, you have no eyes." When he saw clearly that it was Su Yueru he had bumped into, his lust was immediately revealed. "Little beauty, you're out so late. Do you want your brother to accompany you?" Hosey immediately stood in front of Su Yueru, pushed the drunkard away and cursed, "You are so blind. You didn't even look at who this person is before bumping into him." Chapter 23, Meeting the Rival. The drunkard looked Hosey up and down, then looked at Su Yueru, who was wearing all branded clothes, and immediately showed a lewd smile. "So you're out here to do business, that's easier to say. I'll give you double the price this guy offers. Little beauty, please stay with me for a while." As he spoke, the man was about to reach out to grab Su Yueru's arm. Suddenly, the man was pushed to the ground by Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen usually looked timid, but he had learned Sanda for 3 years in college. The reason why he later became afraid to argue with others was mainly because Xiao Chen became more stable after entering society and no longer used violence to solve problems. But this time, the drunkard violated Xiao Chen's bottom line, and Su Yueru was his bottom line. After pushing the drunk to the ground, Xiao Chen walked up to Su Yueru and asked, "Are you okay?" Seeing Xiao Chen's nervous look, Su Yueru smiled and shook her head. At this moment, the man on the ground staggered to his feet and said, "How dare you, little brat, push your master Zhang down. If you have the guts, don't leave. I'll get someone to beat you up right now." Xiao Chen looked at him coldly without saying a word, but his eyes were full of murderous intent.
The man seemed to be aware of the other party's strength and turned around and ran away tactfully. At this time, Z boasted to Su Yueru, "Don't be afraid, sister-in-law. My brother Chen was unbeatable in the whole university town back then. Even 10 of that uncle with kidney deficiency wouldn't be able to defeat him." Xiao Chen waved his hand to stop Ho Zi and said, "We are all adults now, and the country is advocating civilization and harmony. We should follow the trend of the times." As they spoke, the three of them found a quiet corner and sat down waiting for their barbecue to be served. During the meal, Ho Zi used his eloquence, which he had honed over the years, to make Su Yueru laugh. As the three were talking, a group of people suddenly emerged from the crowd. Leading them was the middle-aged man who had just been beaten and fled. "Mr. Shui, they were the ones who beat me up just now." The uncle spoke respectfully to a well-dressed young man. The man glanced at Xiao Chen and the other three, and finally his eyes fell on Su Yueru. "Xiao Ya, I didn't expect to see you here," the man said, half in surprise and half in nostalgia. Su Yueru also looked at the man in surprise, her hands clenched into fists under the table. Seeing Su Yueru remain silent, the man glanced at Xiao Chen and Ho Zi and said politely, "You are Xiao Ya's friends, right?" "My name is Shui Yuan, and I'm Xiao Ya's childhood sweetheart." Xiao Chen and Ho Zi looked at each other. Judging from Su Yueru's expression, their relationship might not be as simple as Shui Yuan said. But Xiao Chen still stood up, shook his hand, and introduced himself, "My name is Xiao Chen, and I'm Yueru's husband." Hearing Xiao Chen say this, Shui Yuan couldn't help but increase the strength in his hands and asked, "Husband? What nonsense are you talking about?" Xiao Chen did not show any weakness and replied with more force, "Which word do you not understand? Husband means husband. Ru and I are legally married." Shui Yuan looked at Su Yueru in disbelief when he heard this and asked, "Xiao Ya, is what he said true? How could you fall to this point?" This sentence instantly caused a huge reaction. Xiao Chen pulled Shui Yuan's hand and bent it behind his back. Shui Yuan painfully shouted at the men around him to come and help. Shui Yuan's men immediately rushed forward but were blocked by Ho Zi with his body. However, Ho Zi himself was hit by several punches and cursed in pain. At this time, Su Yueru threw a bottle of beer to the ground. There was a loud bang and everyone was stunned. "Shui Yuan, we no longer have any relationship. Please let my husband go." Su Yueru returned to her usual icy beauty demeanor, making people feel an inexplicable sense of oppression. Shui Yuan lost his usual composure in the pain and yelled, "Should I let him go? It was this worker who wouldn't let me go. Su Yueru, I never thought you'd find such a worthless guy after leaving me." Shui Yuan wanted to continue laughing at them, but Xiao Chen pressed Shui Yuan's arm and pinned him to the ground. Seeing this, Su Yueru hurried forward to hold Xiao Chen, and Shui Yuan's men also hurried over to help him stand up. Shui Yuan dusted himself off and pointed at Xiao Chen, saying, "Do you know who I am? I will make you regret everything you did today." Xiao Chen took a step forward, frightening Shui Yuan so much that he quickly stepped back. Seeing his expression, Xiao Chen said contemptuously, "Just because I don't cause trouble doesn't mean I'm afraid of it. If you have any tricks, just come up and use them. I'll be waiting for you." Shui Yuan took one last deep look at Su Yueru, then waved and left with his men. Ho Zi was still shouting behind them at this time. Xiao Chen patted Ho Zi's shoulder to indicate that he and Su Yueru should also prepare to go back. After saying goodbye to Ho Zi, Xiao Chen and Su Yueru walked slowly on the street. The two seemed to have returned to their previous silence. Finally, Xiao Chen spoke first, "How did you get to know that pretty boy?" Su Yueru lowered her head and murmured, "My relationship with him is very complicated. Because our two families are old friends, I have known him since I was a child. In fact, he is also my ex-fiancé." Ex-fiancé? Xiao Chen was suddenly a little confused. Did that mean Su Yueru almost married that money-grubbing gigolo? When did it happen? Xiao Chen asked a little unhappily. "We broke off our engagement just a month ago," Su Yueru replied. "A month ago?" No wonder that pretty boy was so surprised about Su Yueru getting married. "Can I ask why?" Xiao Chen said. Su Yueru looked up at Xiao Chen and said, "I haven't figured out how to tell you about this yet. Can you give me some time?" Seeing Su Yueru's pleading expression, Xiao Chen nodded softly. The two took a taxi back to the apartment, went back to their rooms and went to sleep, without saying a word all night. The next day when Xiao Chen got up, Su Yu had already gone to work. Since they started living together, Xiao Chen had never seen Su Yueru spending her days leisurely. It turns out that even rich people can be so tired. Thinking of this, Xiao Chen suddenly remembered that all his savings had been transferred away by that bad woman Chen Yuejiao. The reason Xiao Chen was so sure was mainly because apart from Chen Yuejiao, he had almost no female friends in Longchang.
Moreover, Chen Yuejiao knew his bank card password and even used it to withdraw money for Chen Wenbin.
Therefore, the most likely destination for Xiao Chen's 100,000 yuan this time was Chen Yuejiao. As for how to settle the score with her, Xiao Chen still needed to think carefully about it. Just as he was lying idly on the latex bed in a daze, Chen Xiaoxiao called again.
Master, where are you? Come and save me.
Hearing this familiar cry for help, Xiao Chen was inexplicably puzzled.
How did he become a hero who saved the world? Chapter 24, Descendants of the Kitchen God.
Xiao Chen didn't want to pay attention to Chen Xiaoxiao at first, but Chen Xiaoxiao kept begging him.
Master, please come and save me.
If I fail this cooking competition, Xiang Shunzhai will be acquired by someone else.
Isn't the acquisition a good thing? It won't affect you in any way. How is that possible?
If they acquire Xiang Shunzhai, I'll be out of a job. If I'm unemployed, I'll have no choice but to go to your house for meals every day, master. Chen Xiaoxiao said pitifully.
Are you begging me or threatening me?
Xiao Chen asked Chen Xiaoxiao, and Chen Xiaoxiao replied playfully, Of course I'm begging you, but if you don't come I can also threaten you instead. Seeing that Chen Xiaoxiao was determined to rely on him no matter what, Xiao Chen sighed helplessly and said, Okay, wait for me.
Xiao Chen packed up quickly and headed for Xiang Shunzhai.
As soon as he got out of the car, Chen Xiaoxiao immediately stepped forward, grabbed him, and pulled him inside. The scene was like robbers taking hostages, which made Xiao Chen a little scared. He felt that he might have joined a pyramid scheme. Xiao Chen pulled his hand back and said, Tell me what happened first, then I'll see if I can help you.
It's like this, master.
There was a rich second-generation kid who tried to bribe our boss to sell the shop to him. But our boss refused to sell, so he brought a chef over to mess things up. Chen Xiaoxiao spoke indignantly, her tone filled with hatred for the capitalists.
Xiao Chen asked her, Then you can handle them by yourself. Why did you ask me to come? He's just some idle rich kid. The second-generation rich aren't scary. What's scary is that the backup he invited is a chef who's served at state banquets.
My skills are fine for fooling ordinary diners, but I'm doomed by this level of skill.
Master, help me. After listening to Chen Xiaoxiao's explanation, Xiao Chen decided to meet this state banquet chef who sounded extremely powerful. So the two of them came to the hall of Xiang Shunzhai together, and saw that the atmosphere inside was quite tense. An old man with white hair and beard sat upright on a pearwood chair in the middle of the hall, and opposite him sat a man in a suit and tie. When Xiao Chen walked closer, Chen Xiaoxiao introduced herself to the old man. Xiao Chen greeted the old man and turned to look at the rich second generation. This world is neither big nor small. But Xiao Chen happened to meet Shui Yuan again. It turns out that the person who wanted to acquire Xiang Shunzhai and even brought people to disrupt the business was Shui Yuan. Shui Yuan recognized Xiao Chen immediately.
He glanced at Xiao Chen with disdain and said, I thought Mr. Chen had invited some powerful helpers, but it turns out he's just a scoundrel who deceived ignorant women. Shui Yuan started with a barrage of personal attacks, and Xiao Chen was not willing to be outdone.
I was wondering what kind of parasite was trying to buy someone else's property.
Turns out it's the thug who harassed my wife.
Are you so uneducated? Didn't your parents tell you not to touch other people's things?
Xiao Chen and Shui Yuan looked at each other, their teeth chattering. If Xiao Chen was trying to help Chen Xiaoxiao before, now he was just trying to vent his anger.
Master Shui, isn't this the same little jerk who picked a fight with us yesterday? It's true that enemies often meet on a narrow road.
Today, I, your uncle, will teach you a lesson. The person who spoke was the uncle who acted crazy because of drinking yesterday.
He was eager to step forward and embarrass Xiao Chen.
At this time, the white-haired old man in the middle shouted in a deep voice, Master Shui, are you trying to cause trouble in my shop? Although I am old, I remember that Xiang Shunzhai didn't seem to have the surname Shui yet.
Hearing the old man scolding, Shui Yuan restrained his somewhat arrogant attitude and said, Mr. Chen, you are too serious. I am not targeting Xiang Shunzhai, but this person and I have a deep grudge. Do you really want to use this person to oppose me?
Old Chen looked at Shui Yuan pointing at Xiao Chen angrily and pondered for a moment.
Chen Xiaoxiao stepped forward and persuaded him, Boss, my master is really powerful. Believe me, he will definitely win.
Seeing Chen Xiaoxiao's persistence, old Chen made up his mind and said, Master Shui, I've decided to use this young man for the cooking competition between Xiang Shunzhai and you today.
Who do you guys decide on?
Shui Yuan raised his eyebrows and looked at Xiao Chen with contempt, then turned around and signaled his men. At this time, a man in a Zhongshan suit with an extraordinary demeanor walked out of the crowd.
The man bowed and said to Mr. Chen, I am the former state banquet chef. I have met Mr. Chen everywhere.
I have heard that Xiangshan Jai has produced many talented people and its dishes are famous throughout the country. I came here today to experience it for myself. Xiao Chen scratched his ears, wondering why this person didn't say anything nice, but had to speak in such a pedantic way that made people uncomfortable. Elder Chen, however, did not despise the man's pedantry.
Instead, he politely asked, You Sifang? You are the descendant of Yu Hongsheng, the head chef of state banquets, right?
Yu Sifang said modestly, Yu Hongsheng is my grandfather. I have admired Xiangshan Jai since I was a child, hearing him talk about its fame. Seeing it today, I have found that it is truly worthy of the reputation. After saying that, Yu Sifang glanced at Chen Xiaoxiao, who had a curvy figure, without leaving any trace. The words sounded nice, but Yu Sifang's condescending attitude made everyone present feel that what he said was just against his will. Yu Sifang and Mr. Chen were about to compliment each other but were interrupted impatiently by Shui Yuan.
If you two continue to be so polite, will there be time for a cooking competition later?
After saying this, the polite atmosphere among everyone immediately dissipated.
No matter what, Yu Sifang was indeed invited to challenge the opponent.
As the two sides separated, Old Chen cleared his throat and said, Thank you all for taking the time out of your busy schedules to attend our Xiangshan Jai food tasting event today.
I would like to thank you all here.
As he spoke, Mr. Chen bowed and saluted the guests around him who were dressed in gorgeous clothes. Today's food tasting is not only attended by distinguished guests from Xiangshan Jai, but also by Mr. Yu Sifang, grandson of the legendary state banquet chef Yu Hongsheng.
It's safe to say this food tasting is even more exciting than ever. The final result will be determined by the judges, ensuring fairness.
Old Chen was still talking, but Shui Yuan couldn't hold back any longer and interrupted loudly, saying, If Xiangshan Jai loses this time, I hope you will all be witnesses. From now on, Xiangshan Jai will be acquired by me and become a brand of my Shui family restaurant. I hope that when the time comes, Old Chen will keep his word. Old Chen glanced at Shui Yuan coldly and said, Young man, don't be so arrogant.
You might end up with nothing. Shui Yuan snorted coldly and did not respond.
He waved his hand to signal Yu Sifang to quickly prepare the fighting dishes. Yu Sifang stole another glance at Chen Xiaoxiao and then reluctantly went to prepare the ingredients. Chen Xiaoxiao also ran to Xiao Chen and said, Master, let me help you.
What should we cook? Or is it the Dragon City signature dish? Chapter 25, Long Lost Craftsmanship.
Xiao Chen did not answer, but looked at Yu Sifang who was busy at one end of the hall. Yu Sifang was seen fishing a fresh fish out of the water, and with a shake of his hand, a row of knives of different sizes were lined up. Yu Sifang picked up a handful of fish without even looking at them, then quickly removed the scales and internal organs. During the entire process, not a single speck of dirt stained Yu Sifang's white Mao suit, which showed how solid his skills were. Xiao Chen glanced at the situation on Yu Sifang's side, then found a stool to sit down and asked the waiter to bring tea and melon seeds. Chen Xiaoxiao was so angry that she almost vomited blood when she saw this. She asked Xiao Chen to help, but Xiao Chen came here to eat melon seeds.
Chen Xiaoxiao urged anxiously, Master, we only have 1 hour. If you don't hurry, we'll lose.
As Chen Xiaoxiao spoke, she felt a little resentful towards Xiao Chen. If he lost, he would only lose face, but if she lost, she would lose Xiangshan's high.
Are you fast? Suddenly Xiao Chen asked Chen Xiaoxiao without any context.
Chen Xiaoxiao became even angrier. Why are you asking me this if you don't start the race quickly? I can win the race if I run faster. Xiao Chen suddenly laughed and said, If you run faster, you might really win the race.
Chen Xiaoxiao hurriedly asked, Master, what do you mean?
We are competing in a vegetable competition, not a sports meet. Xiao Chen whispered a few words into Chen Xiaoxiao's ear and then told her, Whether we can win depends on you.
Run faster. Chen Xiaoxiao looked at Xiao Chen suspiciously and asked, Is this possible? Are you sure you want to do this?
Xiao Chen did not answer but picked up the teacup and drank slowly. Seeing this, Chen Xiaoxiao could only grit her teeth and leave.
Everyone looked at the two people on the field in confusion.
One was preparing enthusiastically while Xiao Chen was watching Yu Sifang's performance slowly. When Yu Sifang put the fish into the pot and a half-meter high flame instantly shot out of the pot, Xiao Chen even clapped his hands in approval. Yu Sifang glanced at Xiao Chen with a bit of displeasure. This man actually thought he was an acrobat. Seeing that Yu Sifang's dishes were almost ready, Old Chen became a little impatient. Old Chen got down from the armchair and walked to Yu Sifang as if nothing had happened and nodded in praise, then walked to Xiao Chen and reminded him in a low voice. Xiao, everything over there is almost done.
I think it's time for you to start too.
Xiao Chen put down the melon seeds, patted the fallen melon seed shells on his body and said, "Don't worry, Mr. Chen, I'll start as soon as Chen Xiao comes back." Before Mr. Chen could speak, Xiao Chen raised his hand and looked at his watch. Chen Xiao was about to arrive, and Xiao Chen slowly walked to the stove and put an empty casserole on it. Xiao Chen then took out another piece of tofu and placed it on the chopping board.
Shui Yuan sneered, "I thought you were holding back some big trick. How dare you participate in a cooking competition with this kind of food?"
Then Shui Yuan pointed towards Yu Sifang and explained to the crowd, "Dear guests, we at the Shui Group always use the finest ingredients to entertain our guests. For this cooking competition, we've specially selected Hokkaido's unique yellow croaker, which has tender meat but a short shelf life. Therefore, we specially arranged for a special plane to airlift the fresh yellow croaker here."
This one fish alone is worth 5 million.
Hearing Shui Yuan's words, the diners around him gasped. Eating a single bite of fish would cost hundreds or even thousands of yuan, so this food tasting was well worth it. Just as everyone was secretly delighted at their good fortune today, Shui Yuan turned around and laughed at Xiao Chen.
"Are you planning to fool our distinguished guests with tofu? Do you think everyone is as ignorant as you?"
While Shui Yuan was laughing non-stop, Yu Sifang's dishes were already ready. People around rushed to Yu Sifang and wanted to see what the fish worth 5 million had become.
As soon as everyone saw the dishes, they exclaimed in surprise. "Oh my god, look at that fish's gills still moving. Could it be that it's not dead yet?" "That's right. Look, even though the fish has been gutted, master, you did it too quickly. The fish is probably not completely dead. Is this edible? It's too cruel. If you don't eat it, I will. It's 5 million. Even if it's shit, I have to taste it."
Everyone was arguing with each other when Mr. Chen came over.
Old Chen looked at the fish carefully and said in surprise, "Could this be the recipe used by the imperial court? They said this skill was lost after the founding of the People's Republic of China. I didn't expect to see it again today."
Old Chen was so excited he didn't even care about winning or losing. There are different ways to prepare squirrel fish among the common people, but the most sophisticated ones are the ones used by the imperial court. In the early days, the imperial chefs would remove the gills, belly, and scales from the live fish to ensure it was still fresh. Then, they would meticulously cut the fish 9,981 times on each side.
The cuts were very precise, neither too deep nor too shallow, ensuring each cut went an inch into the fish.
At this time, Mr. Chen picked up a small piece of fish with chopsticks and put it into his mouth. His eyes immediately widened. "That's the taste. Years ago, I was lucky enough to eat squirrel fish made by Mr. Yu. After deep frying and drizzling it with a secret sauce, the fish meat was not only firm and tender, but also had a richer flavor."
Hearing what Mr. Chen said, everyone started to eat.
After finishing their meal, everyone followed suit and praised the food again and again. Just as everyone was praising Yu Sifang's cooking, Chen Xiao finally came back panting. Chen Xiao was holding a sealed ceramic jar in her hand. Seeing that Yu Sifang had already presented the dishes to everyone, she suddenly became a little anxious.
"Master, why haven't you cooked yet? It's all done over there. Wouldn't we have lost if we did that?"
Chen Xiao angrily put the ceramic jar heavily on the table, and Xiao Chen walked forward carefully to check it out.
"If you had broken this, we would have definitely lost. Fortunately.
As Xiao Chen spoke, he opened the seal of the pottery jar, and immediately a refreshing fragrance emanated from it. At first, the fragrance was very faint, and only Xiao Chen and Chen Xiao could smell it. But as time went on, the fragrance became stronger and stronger.
The people not far away asked in surprise, "What's that smell? Can you smell it? Is it the smell of the fish?"
No, it smells even better than this." Everyone sniffed around and finally saw that it was Xiao Chen who put all the soup in the clay pot into the empty casserole on the stove.
Everyone was a little disappointed. Why was it just a can of cold soup?
At this time, Xiao Chen put the tofu that he had been fiddling with for half a day into the pot. The tofu had just been cut and shaved by Xiao Chen with a knife. But the appearance of the tofu did not change at all, so everyone only saw Xiao Chen put another whole piece of tofu into the pot of cold soup.
Chapter 26, An Ordinary Bowl of Soup.
Everyone curled their lips at Xiao Chen. Compared to the yellow croaker worth 5 million from Shuishao, the dish Xiao Chen made with a piece of tofu and cold soup was too insincere.
Young man, are you treating a beggar like that? Our country is striving for a well-off society, and you are holding the country back. Not only will your legs be pulled back, your balls will be torn to pieces too. The onlookers were complaining. Xiao Chen remained calm and was not affected by the ridicule of the crowd.
As the soup slowly heated up, the aroma became stronger. Everyone's mouths watered when they smelled it, but most people were too embarrassed to go forward and taste it due to face concerns.
At this time, Elder Chen came up to Xiao Chen and asked, "Xiao Xiao, are you ready for the meal?" Xiao Chen nodded calmly.
Old Chen was shocked, thinking that Xiao Chen, so young and impetuous, actually wanted to use such a simple dish to deal with his opponent. He had also blindly trusted that girl Chen Xiao Xiao and entrusted such an important matter to an outsider. It was too late for old Chen to regret now, so he looked into Xiao Chen's casserole in despair. As a result, Mr. Chen was stunned by the scene before him. There was nothing cooking in the casserole, and the piece of tofu that Xiao Chen had just put in had completely disappeared. After Mr. Chen recovered from his initial shock, he looked at the soup carefully again. It turned out that the piece of tofu had turned into barely visible threads. Old Chen was very curious about the taste of the soup, so he asked Xiao Chen to serve him a bowl. When he took the first sip of the soup, Mr. Chen was shocked by its deliciousness. If the yellow croaker just now contained the supreme delicacy of fish, then this soup also encompasses many flavors of the world. Mr. Chen looked carefully at the tofu shreds in the soup and found that each strand of tofu shreds, as thin as hair, were almost exactly the same. And the way they fall into the soup is as beautiful as falling flowers in spring. Falling flowers are scattered everywhere.
Old Chen couldn't help but recite the poems he memorized when he was young. Thinking back on the past, decades had passed in a flash.
Mr. Chen couldn't help but sigh to himself, and his eyes became moist unconsciously. Everyone was stunned when they saw Mr. Chen crying.
How bad must the drink be to make Mr. Chen, who was nearly 70 years old, cry?
Then a burly man stood out from the crowd. That man was Li Debao, who had some conflicts with Xiao Chen before. Li Debao was fearless, relying on his tongue that had tasted thousands of flavors. This time, he came to join in the fun after hearing that there was a free food tasting event here. Unexpectedly, he met Xiao Chen again. Li Debao also wanted to avenge his previous shame, so he stood up at this time.
Xiao Chen served Li Debao a bowl as well.
Li Debao looked at the watery dish with some hesitation. It was far from what Yu Sifang had made. But Li Debao still tilted his head back and gulped down the bowl of soup. He didn't say a word for a long time after swallowing the soup. The person next to him nudged him and urged, "Li Debao, please say something.
How does it taste? Is it really that bad?"
Li Debao was pushed to his knees by the man. After a while, he raised his bowl and said, "This is so damn delicious. Boss Xiao, give me another bowl." Everyone was stunned by this sudden change, and Shui Yuan even started cursing, "You despicable villains, an old man and a big fool, who are you putting on this show for?" Being scolded by Shui Yuan, Li Debao immediately glared at him. Li Debao, who was as tall as a mountain, was still quite oppressive when he knelt on the ground, so Shui Yuan did not dare to say anything. But the people around him still rushed to ask Xiao Chen to give them a bowl of soup to try. Xiao Chen handed the spoon to Chen Xiaoxiao and sat down on a stool nearby. Chen Xiaoxiao quickly helped everyone to serve the soup.
Li Debao finally got his second bowl.
After a burst of slurping sounds, there was a burst of enthusiastic exclamations.
"What's that smell? I've never tasted anything like it in my life."
"Yes, this smell reminds me of my first love." The people who had just disliked Xiao Chen's cooking skills now changed their attitudes and looked at Chen Xiaoxiao flatteringly, hoping that she could help them serve more. At this time, Shui Yuan walked up to Chen Xiaoxiao angrily, snatched the spoon from her hand and poured himself a bowl of soup. He looked at the soup in the bowl with disdain, took a sip with disgust and was about to spit it out on the ground. But just as he was about to pretend to vomit, Shui Yuan changed his mind and drank the soup back. Li Debao, who saw this, showed a disgusted expression and said, "Just drink it, you are so dirty." Shui Yuan glared at him fiercely and said, "He's cheating.
Where did he get this soup and pretend he made it himself?" Everyone saw that Xiao Chen didn't do anything at all.
After saying that, Shui Yuan pointed at Chen Xiaoxiao and said, "Little girl, tell me where you found this soup.
Did Xiao Chen instruct you to seek help?"
Chen Xiaoxiao looked at Xiao Chen and said stubbornly, "I found this soup at my master's house. Of course he made it himself."
Shui Yuan sneered and said, "If he says yes, then it's fine. If you find a beautiful woman from his house, can you still become his wife?
At this time, a cold voice said, I can testify that this soup was made by Xiao Chen. Everyone turned around and saw a beautiful woman with a curvaceous figure and outstanding temperament walking in.
Su Yueru walked over to Xiao Chen and said, this soup is what Xiao Chen makes for me to eat with noodles every day. If you don't believe me, I have a lot more at home. You can go check it out. Everyone was stunned looking at the cold-looking Su Yueru. Such a beautiful woman actually knew Xiao Chen. What the beauty said must be true. Shui Yuan asked indignantly, Xiaoye, why do you always help Xiao Chen? What good is there for a poor loser like him? Su Yueru looked at Shui Yuan's face, which was twisted with anger, and said coldly, if I don't help him, then why should I help you? I remember clearly what happened to you if I helped you. Seeing Su Yueru's resolute words, Shui Yuan looked dejected and told everyone to leave. Although Shui Yuan made some harsh remarks before leaving as expected, to the winner, the loser's provocation was nothing more than overestimating one's own capabilities. Seeing Shui Yuan and the others fleeing in panic, Old Shen stroked his beard with satisfaction and said, Mr. Xiao, this time it's all thanks to you. Before, Xiao kept trying to convince me to hire you, but I was a little worried. I never expected it. The young are truly formidable. Xiao Chen also responded politely with a few words, and Old Shen looked at Xiao Chen with even more satisfaction. Mr. Xiao, you seem to be of marriageable age. I wonder if there is a suitable partner. If not, you can consider my Xiao. Old Shen pushed Qin Xiao, who was standing aside silently. Qin Xiao had become very well behaved and didn't say a word since Su Yueru appeared. Chapter 27, 10 Languages in Minutes. Before Xiao Chen could refuse, Su Yueru answered for him, I'm sorry, Xiao Chen is already taken. Miss Chen is so young and beautiful, you should find a man who is more suitable for you. When Chen Xiao heard Su Yueru say this, she quickly expressed her opinion, yes, Sister Su is right. Master is not suitable for me, Grandpa. Grandpa? So, this Xiang Shanzhai, the #1 restaurant in Longcheng, is owned by Qin Xiao's family. Xiao Chen cast a probing look at Qin Xiao, which frightened her so much that she quickly clarified, Master, don't look at me like that. You already have my sister Su, so don't go around flirting with others. Seeing Qin Xiao looking at him with a righteous expression, Xiao Chen felt both angry and amused. Why was he flirting with someone else? Wasn't she the one who had been pestering him? Just as Xiao Chen was about to argue, Old Chen sighed regretfully and said, no matter what, you've done a great thing for Xiang Shanzhai. If you need anything today, just ask. Xiang Shanzhai will definitely help. Xiao Chen bowed again to express his gratitude, and then said goodbye with Su Yueru. After coming out of Xiang Shanzhai, Xiao Chen wondered why Su Yueru appeared here and asked the reason. It turned out that Su Yueru had left an important document at home. When she went back to get it, she ran into Qin Xiao who was helping to get the soup. As for how Su Yueru communicated with Qin Xiao became as obedient as a mouse seeing a cat when he saw her. Su Yueru just smiled and didn't answer. Xiao Chen didn't ask any more questions, but only asked about Su Yueru's next itinerary. Su Yueru looked at the time and decided to take Xiao Chen to a nearby shopping mall for lunch. Xiao Chen got up early in the morning and ran here to help someone fight in the ring. He was indeed tired and hungry, so the two of them went to the mall to eat together. Perhaps because she was spoiled by Xiao Chen's cooking skills, Su Yueru looked around and finally decided to dine at a French-style Western restaurant. This was actually Xiao Chen's first time eating real Western food. He had no money when he was a student, and later when he started working he was reluctant to spend money, so he never had the chance to try it. Su Yueru flipped through the menu gracefully, and Xiao Chen followed suit, opening the menu to take a look. The moment he opened it, Xiao Chen wanted to curse. What kind of foreign restaurant is this? There is not a single Chinese character on the menu. There were only a few words on the English menu that Xiao Chen could barely recognize. At this time, a well-dressed waiter came over and talked to them in French. Xiao Chen was confused while Su Yueru responded with a smile. She is worthy of being a beautiful CEO. Not only is she beautiful, but her IQ is also very high. After chatting with the waiter for a few words, Su Yueru put down the menu and said to Xiao Chen, what would you like to eat? I heard that they have black truffles and foie gras just flown in from France today. Xiao Chen flipped through the menu, which he couldn't understand a single word, and said half-jokingly, how about we just fry one? Hearing Xiao Chen say this, the tall waiter snorted without any concealment. He couldn't understand why a woman like Su Yueru, who was so beautiful and had seen the world, would fall for such a country bumpkin who wore cheap clothes and had no culture at all.
At this time, Su Yueru seemed to feel the waiter's contempt for Xiao Chen and immediately started to protect her husband.
Please do as my husband says. Su Yueru said lightly. Miss, what do you mean?
At this moment, the waiter no longer pretended to be French and asked Su Yueru in standard Mandarin.
Don't you understand? Just make every dish on the menu for me. Su Yueru explained as if she was talking to a mentally retarded person. But. The waiter hesitated. But what? Is there a word you don't understand, or are you worried I can't afford the money?
Su Yueru frowned slightly but showed her cold and elegant queen side.
No, it's not. I'll tell the chef right away. Please wait. With that, the waiter trotted to the kitchen. Xiao Chen looked at the aloof Su Yueru and asked, why bother getting angry with someone like that? He's just being nice to people. It's human nature.
Su Yueru turned to look at Xiao Chen and said coquettishly, I don't care how he treats others, but he must show enough respect to my husband.
And. As she spoke, Su Yueru moved closer to Xiao Chen, and the distance between them became closer and closer, so close that Xiao Chen could even see the fine hairs on Su Yueru's fair skin.
Su Yueru continued, also, I know you don't bother showing off to these people, but I hope you still have the awareness of being my husband, Su Yueru. At this moment, Xiao Chen felt that the woman in front of him was not only beautiful and cool, but also domineering. After Su Yueru finished speaking, she regained her innocent and shy self that she only had when they were alone, and smiled sweetly at Xiao Chen.
Xiao Chen immediately understood Su Yueru's intention. Sometimes you can't just keep a low profile.
Some people and some things make it impossible for you to keep a low profile.
Soon, the appetizers arrived one after another.
These dishes were all developed by the French chef himself, and each one was full of novelty and creativity. At this time, the French chef came out personally to introduce the ingredients and origin of each dish to Su Yueru and Xiao Chen. The French chef is not only a good cook but also very handsome and exotic. Those blue eyes stared at Su Yueru with full power as if they wanted to reflect Su Yueru completely into their eyes. No wonder people say that the French are passionate and unrestrained. This French guy doesn't take Xiao Chen seriously at all and only regards Xiao Chen as a decoration to eat with.
Ding! You can sign in today. Do you want to sign in?
Xiao Chen suddenly remembered that he hadn't signed in yet today, and immediately thought to himself, sign in.
Okay, host. Signing you in. Ding! Sign in successful.
Congratulations to the host for acquiring proficiency in 10 languages. It was really what he thought. Xiao Chen was really worried about not being able to communicate with this French guy. He didn't need to be proficient in 10 languages to get this. Of course, Xiao Chen had already discovered the problem with this system. He carefully looked for the small print attached to the sign and reward. Sure enough, there was a small note below that said, includes level 10 skill of sweet talk. At this moment, Xiao Chen was immediately attracted by this system.
It was really considerate.
Xiao Chen's biggest shortcoming is that he is not good at sweet talk but is good at expressing himself through practical actions.
Xiao Chen was very satisfied with this additional skill and even wanted to try it out quickly.
After communication became a problem here, Xiao Chen heard the Frenchman boasting about the ingredients he used. Either this potato is only available in France, or that sweet potato is airlifted from France. The French guy spoke excitedly, but Su Yueru just shook the champagne in her hand and watched him show off quietly. After eating part of the appetizer, Su Yueru signaled that the main course could be served.
Chapter 28, The Great Master Teaches Me How to Pick Up Girls.
At this time, some people started to come into the restaurant to eat, but as soon as they entered, they were shocked by the way Xiao Chen and Su Yueru ate. I saw that most of the waiters in the restaurant were surrounding the two of them. There was nothing they could do because there were too many dishes and one or two waiters were simply unable to handle them all. At this time, the French guy finally returned to the kitchen to cook, and the arrogant waiter came back to replace him.
Xiao Chen and Su Yueru were slowly cutting the steak, while the waiter was serving Su Yueru attentively.
There was a couple sitting right next to Xiao Chen and his friend, and the girl was quite dissatisfied with their extravagant attitude.
What are you showing off? You're just a vain sugar daddy.
The boy quickly pushed the girl with his arm and said, keep your voice down.
It would be embarrassing if someone heard you.
The girl said without hesitation, if you're afraid of what others will say, then don't do it.
You don't know who you're showing off your wealth to. Pa.
Her boyfriend quickly glanced at Xiao Chen and muttered, I don't think she's looking for a rich man, but more like a gigolo.
Look at what that guy is wearing. Doesn't this restaurant have a dress code?
The two of them were complaining to each other, and the interesting thing was that the woman only complained about Su Yueru while the man only laughed at Xiao Chen. At this time, Su Yueru wiped her mouth elegantly with a napkin, turned to the two of them and said, "You must be very unhappy together." The girl in the couple immediately said angrily, "What are you talking about? My dear and I love each other the most." "Oh, really? Do you think so too?" Su Yueru raised her eyebrows and looked at the boy. The boy suddenly became nervous when the beautiful girl looked at him like this. Seeing the boy hesitate to answer, the girl stood up and scolded, "Wang Dongdong, what do you mean? Are you attracted to this green tea?" The boy sat down and reached out to pull the girl and said, "Xiao Yuan, stop making trouble. Sit down and eat your steak." "Eat? That's all you do. Let's break up. I don't want to be with a poor jerk like you anymore." Okay. I'm poor and I'm not worthy of you. Do you think I don't know anything? You dumped me just to find your godfather." The girl was so angry that she ran out of the restaurant crying, while the boy picked up a piece of steak with a fork, stuffed it into his mouth, and left without looking back. After watching such a big show, Xiao Chen felt very sympathetic towards the boy. Not long ago, he had also been scolded in public by Chen Yuejiu in the same way, and Chen Yuejiu had walked away in anger. At that time, Xiao Chen also ate the expensive meal with a sense of grievance, just like the boy just now. After all, these meals were earned by his hard work. Seeing Xiao Chen staring at the empty table next to him in a daze, Su Yueru reached out her little hand and held Xiao Chen's hand. "What's wrong, husband? Are you unhappy?" Seeing Su Yueru's cautious look, Xiao Chen smiled and said that he was fine. At this time, the waiter next to him muttered in French, "Liaosi should understand their own status. Don't be a toad wanting to eat swan meat." As he said this, he placed the foie gras in front of Xiao Chen with a fake smile. The foie gras was arranged in the shape of a pure white swan. "Enjoy your meal," the waiter said to Xiao Chen in standard Mandarin. Xiao Chen smiled back and asked him in standard French, "Are you a toad?" This standard French sentence stunned Su Yueru and the waiter. How could he speak French so fluently? "First, sir, do you speak French?" the waiter asked stutteringly. Xiao Chen answered him in French again, "Did I say I can't?" Yes, Xiao Chen never said he didn't know French. But when he came in and looked at the menu just now, he clearly didn't understand anything. At this time, Su Yueru also asked curiously, "You speak French very well, when did you learn it?" Xiao Chen thought for a moment and said, "I haven't really studied it specifically, I was just saying it for fun." "Doesn't it sound good?" Xiao Chen really didn't know how well he spoke French. After all, he had only acquired the language skills for less than an hour. But to others, this truth sounded as if Xiao Chen was pretending to be a big-tailed wolf, the one howling on the grassland. "What else can you say?" Su Yueru asked intimately, holding her chin with one hand. Timo Xiao Chen blurted out. "This is a Spanish word, which means I love you." This 10th level language skill also comes with a collection of love words, so Xiao Chen opened his mouth and said such corny love words. "Oh, really? Anything else?" Su Yueru didn't know whether she understood or not, but she had a smile on her face. "Ti amo." Italian? Su Yueru looked at Xiao Chen with a little surprise. "Milugite." Wow, you even say that? What does it mean? Su Yueru asked curiously. "It means I love you." Xiao Chen spoke to Su Yueru in French. Su Yueru's face turned red immediately and she looked at Xiao Chen straight in the eyes. "Why are you a little weird?" Xiao Chen continued. "What's strange about that?" Su Yueru quickly covered her red face. "It's so cute." Su Yueru punched Xiao Chen lightly in the chest and said, "Hateful." Her shy look almost made the waiter next to her knock over the plate. Is this how all great guys flirt with girls? These days, if you don't learn several foreign languages, you can't even pick up girls. But only Xiao Chen himself knows what kind of cheesy love words are included in the level 10 love words skill. Moreover, when he spoke, it was completely out of Xiao Chen's control, so even though Xiao Chen was almost embarrassed to the point of digging out the Great Wall with his toes, he never ran out of words to say the cheesy love words. Su Yueru didn't know if it was because of the red wine or because Xiao Chen's cheesy love talk was too intense, but a blush appeared on her face. When she stood up, she was still a little shaky. Xiao Chen stepped forward to support Su Yueru, and Su Yueru fell into Xiao Chen's arms, feeling a little drunk. The waiter who had been arrogant before was now helping Xiao Chen clean the table in a very servile manner. He had just written down many of Xiao Chen's tricks for picking up girls, so he was very respectful to this unremarkable man. Even though Xiao Chen asked him to pack up the untouched dishes on the table, this behavior still exuded a sense of thriftiness in the eyes of the waiter.
Brother, can you add me as a WeChat friend?
The male waiter chased out of the restaurant and stopped Xiao Chen.
Su Yueru was a little drunk.
She stood in front of Xiao Chen and said, "No, my husband doesn't like men.
Women are not allowed either."
The male waiter was a little speechless.
This beauty looked normal at first glance, so why did she become so crazy now?
Xiao Chen put his arm around Su Yueru's slender waist, and with his other hand took his phone and entered a string of numbers. Then Xiao Chen returned the phone to the male waiter, who took it with profuse gratitude. "From now on, I will have a great person to rely on when picking up girls.
This feeling is great." Chapter 29 Bugatti Drift.
The next morning when Xiao Chen woke up from his sleep, he saw Su Yueru looking at him seriously. Su Yueru was lying on Xiao Chen's bed, with only a thin layer of sheets between her and Xiao Chen.
Xiao Chen could even feel Su Yueru's warm body temperature coming through the bedsheets.
Xiao Chen pulled the bedsheet over and wrapped himself tightly. It was not because he was afraid that Su Yueru would take advantage of him, but because Xiao Chen liked to sleep naked.
"Why aren't you at work?"
Xiao Chen hurriedly concealed his panic.
"Giving myself a day off today is one of the perks of being a boss." Su Yueru had no intention of getting up and leaving.
Instead, she crossed her legs and looked at Xiao Chen with her chin on one hand.
"Then why didn't you knock before you came in? It's scary to stare at me." Xiao Chen turned his back to Su Yueru.
"I knocked, but you were so sound asleep that you wouldn't even know someone stole you." Seeing Xiao Chen with his back to her, Su Yueru smiled and patted Xiao Chen's butt with her hand.
"Get up, lazybones. You have to go shopping with me today." After Su Yueru finished speaking, she ran out the door.
Xiao Chen was a little surprised to see Su Yueru's back disappear behind the door, wondering when this little girl had become so bold and dared to tease him. But Xiao Chen still quickly stood up and put on his clothes. After all, he was afraid that Su Yueru would come back in a fit of rage and then she would see his virginity, which he had kept for more than 20 years. Although Xiao Chen and Shen Yuejiu had been in a relationship for 4 years, and Shen Yuejiu had repeatedly hinted at her own desires.
But Xiao Chen is still very conservative.
He feels that he must give girls some protection before doing anything.
As a result, Chen Yuejiu did not understand Xiao Chen's thoughts, and even did some things that made Xiao Chen very angry. But after Chen Yuejiu begged desperately, what could Xiao Chen, as a good man of the new era, do?
Of course, he could only forgive her. Thinking about it now, Xiao Chen would not regret his original decision. This was his principle and bottom line as a human being. After finishing his work, Xiao Chen came to the restaurant and saw that Su Yueru had already prepared breakfast for him.
Xiao Chen sat down, picked up a piece of bread and looked at it again and again. Su Yueru was a little angry seeing his reaction. "What are you looking at? I didn't poison you."
"I know you wouldn't poison someone on purpose, but what if you didn't mean to?"
"I'd better check."
When Su Yueru saw Xiao Chen making fun of her, she waved her little fist as if to hit him. Xiao Chen begged for mercy and changed the subject. "Why do you want to go shopping?"
"I see you don't usually go shopping. Girls love online shopping the most, and the amount of online shopping made by beautiful female CEOs is frightening."
Xiao Chen was often drafted by Su Yueru to move express packages for her. It was no exaggeration to say that the pile of express packages was as high as a small mountain.
"I'm going to give you a good makeover today."
Su Yueru held a piece of bread in her mouth and looked at Xiao Chen with narrowed eyes.
Xiao Chen couldn't help but hug himself and said in fake fear, "What are you going to do to me? I tell you I won't give in."
Su Yueru pretended to rub her hands and said with a wicked smile, "Then you can scream, but no one will come to save you even if you scream your throat out."
Xiao Chen yelled in cooperation, "Break the throat, break the throat." The two of them laughed like idiots for a while.
Su Yueru said seriously, "As my husband in name only, I must make sure that you can match me in appearance." Xiao Chen teased, "Beautiful lady, you're saying I'm ugly."
"Why are you being so subtle?"
Su Yueru said seriously, "You're not ugly, you're even a little bit handsome."
Su Yueru pinched her thumb and index finger to show Xiao Chen, and continued, "But why do you dress so sloppily?"
"Sloppy?" Xiao Chen thought this is my personal style, comfortable style.
"You don't understand. This is the most popular comfortable style this year." Xiao Chen waved his hand to express his rejection of Su Yueru's transformation. Su Yueru narrowed her eyes and smirked again. "Are you afraid that others will see your figure?" It's okay, I took a look and it's still okay. What? She saw it?
Although Xiao Chen worked part-time as a fitness trainer in college and worked out a lot after work, Xiao Chen still maintained a good figure. But being seen by a beauty like Su Yueru, and when he was sleeping naked, was still very embarrassing.
How can a girl like you say such things casually? Su Yueru came close to Xiao Chen and said, I'm not just a girl, I'm also your legal wife. So is there anything about you that I can't see?
The logic of this statement seems to be, probably, indeed correct. Xiao Chen was speechless, and Su Yueru clapped her hands, pulled Xiao Chen up and walked outside.
There was a brand new Bugatti parked at the door. Su Yueru shook the key with her index finger and threw it to Xiao Chen. Today I want to enjoy the chauffeured transportation of a private driver,
Su Yueru said as she got into the passenger seat of the sports car. Xiao Chen hadn't driven much since graduating from college.
He'd mostly driven a small electric scooter for food delivery, so getting the keys to the Bugatti was a bit exciting.
Just like women like to buy express delivery, men like luxury cars the most. So when Xiao Chen sat in the leather seat of the sports car, he immediately felt as comfortable as soaking in a hot spring.
Sit tight, I'll show you the speed of the takeaway prince.
As Xiao Chen spoke, he stepped on the accelerator and the Bugatti rushed out with a roar.
This is so fucking awesome, Xiao Chen thought to himself.
When he arrived at the shopping mall parking lot, Xiao Chen once again felt the vanity brought by the luxury car. Xiao Chen drifted and turned the car to park in the parking space, and people around him began to salute him. They were very curious about what the person who could afford such a luxury car looked like. When Su Yueru got out of the car, there was a burst of exclamations from the crowd.
Luxury cars and beautiful women are always an eye-catching combination, but what kind of rich person can have such a combination?
Under everyone's expectant gaze, Xiao Chen got out of the car. Humph, turns out to be a lousy designated driver. I was watching him for so long in vain. That's right, this beautiful woman with a luxury car can only be matched with a billionaire.
Walk around, waste time.
Everyone ridiculed him, but at this time Su Yueru walked around the front of the car, walked to Xiao Chen's side and put her hand on Xiao Chen's arm. At this moment, everyone's jaws dropped to the ground again.
Oh my god, what a magical combination. Beauty, do I still have a chance? Even a lousy designated driver can get a pretty girl. My day of being single is just around the corner. For a moment, Xiao Chen and Su Yueru walked into the mall under the complicated gazes of the crowd.
Arriving at the mall, Su Yueru walked to the brand men's clothing area on the third floor with ease. The lady at the door bowed politely and said, "Welcome to Armani."
Chapter 30 I do not discriminate against Meters Bonwi. What? Are you starting your shopping with luxury brands like these?
As a poor person who has always believed that Adidas and Nike are luxury goods, Xiao Chen is not interested in these fashion luxury brands.
I went to New York for a meeting and walked around Fifth Avenue. My favorite store there is Armani.
Su Yueru spoke as if she was discussing which spicy hot pot restaurant was the best. Su Yueru picked up a shirt with a novel design and placed it next to Xiao Chen to try it out.
Well, this one is good. Do you want to try it? Xiao Chen glanced at the price. What the hell?
A piece of clothing with big holes and small holes like this costs over 10,000.
This is leaking air, and I'm afraid my back will hurt. Xiao Chen pushed away the clothes that Su Yueru handed over.
Su Yueru didn't force it, but shrugged and said, "If you don't like it, just pick one yourself."
You gave me a necklace last time, so I just wanted to give you a return gift.
Even though it is a beautiful woman who spends money, everyone has money is money. So Xiao Chen walked around the store looking for a cheaper piece of clothing. After searching for a long time, I found that the cheapest one cost more than 1,000 yuan, and it was just a pair of underwear. Xiao Chen cursed the corruption of capitalism in his heart and finally walked up to Su Yueru and spread his hands to indicate that he didn't like anyone.
How about we go to Meters Bonwi? Xiao Chen suggested.
The salesgirl next to him, who had been walking around with him for a long time and was already getting impatient, sneered silently.
Why are you so strange, sir? Do you dislike the clothes in our store or can't afford them?
Xiao Chen just smiled and said nothing, while Su Yueru pointed to the nearest row of fashions and said, "I want all of these, pack them up." Xiao Chen and the lady at the counter were both stunned.
What kind of domineering CEO drama was this? Yet, something seemed wrong.
The lady at the counter quickly packed the clothes, and Su Yueru picked out a set of clothes and threw them to Xiao Chen.
"Hubby, put it on and show it to me."
Su Yueru looked at Xiao Chen with seductive eyes. Xiao Chen couldn't stand the beautiful woman's request, so he obediently took his clothes and went to the changing room. While Xiao Chen was changing in the dressing room, he heard the salesgirls outside whispering to each other.
Is this guy being kept by that beautiful lady?
Look at how generous she is, she spends a whole hanger of clothes at once.
That's right, that beauty is really beautiful.
If I could be supported by her, I wouldn't care about gender.
But that guy isn't that great either. He looks like he's broke. Did you hear him?
He said he was going to Meters Banhui.
What's wrong with Maybang? You can only afford Maybang clothes.
Maybe that guy has some special qualities that make that beautiful girl willing to spend a fortune on him.
Hee, what do you mean by outstanding?
I think his figure is just so, skinny and not much to offer.
What do you know? Did you see that guy's butt? It's so perky. I'm sure that guy must be pretty good.
Xiao Chen felt very complicated when he heard the chattering of the sales ladies.
Keeping a mistress? My butt is so nice? How could I not know?
Xiao Chen thought about it and looked at his butt in the dressing mirror, but then he looked away in shame.
Well, it is quite curvy. Ding. You can sign in today. Do you want to sign in?
Xiao Chen was looking forward to what reward he would get today.
So he thought silently in his heart, sign in. Okay, host. Signing you in. Ding. Sign in successful.
Congratulations to the host for achieving a top male model figure.
A top male model body?
What the hell is this?
Xiao Chen looked in the mirror again and was suddenly shocked as if struck by thunder.
In the mirror, Xiao Chen's muscles were clearly defined, especially his chest muscles, which were so large that he was embarrassed to touch them himself.
8 abdominal muscles are neatly arranged below the pectoral muscles. Others can't achieve such an effect even if they spend every day in the gym. Below the abdominal muscles is the sexy mermaid line, which goes straight down along the groin and looks very provocative.
Looking at his muscles, which were as strong and powerful as marble sculptures, Xiao Chen felt a sense of pride in his heart. Men also care about their body shape because a beautiful body will always arouse the favor of the opposite sex and even make beautiful women fall for it. Xiao Chen's figure can be considered the best among the best. Xiao Chen tried on the clothes and found that they were all bought according to his previous size. So now Xiao Chen couldn't fit into these clothes at all, and his old t-shirt was a little too small, so he looked extremely tight. So he could only wear his old sweatpants and go shirtless.
Xiao Chen walked out of the fitting room and said to the salesgirls, "These are a little small. Do you have any larger ones?"
When the ladies at the counter saw Xiao Chen shirtless, revealing his perfect figure, they all covered their mouths with their hands. They covered their mouths to stop themselves from screaming. What a fantastic man he is, with perfect chest and abdominal muscles, sexy mermaid line and that charming dog waist.
Oh God, please give me this man. The salesgirls were having a fierce ideological struggle in their hearts. They really wanted to touch Xiao Chen's muscles, but they felt a little ashamed and afraid of being rejected by Xiao Chen. Can someone get me a bigger shirt, please?
Xiao Chen spoke up to remind her again, and only then did the salesgirl react.
Yes, sir. I'll get it for you right away.
A salesgirl of average looks and slim figure agreed, then trotted off to help Xiao Chen find a top. The remaining salesgirls didn't dare to look directly at Xiao Chen, but they didn't want to miss the opportunity to see such a perfect figure. So they all stole glances at Xiao Chen out of the corner of their eyes, and Xiao Chen felt a little uncomfortable being stared at. After all, he didn't have any special aspects that attracted the opposite sex's interest before. Whether it was his brains or figure, looks or talent, or family background or ability, Xiao Chen was the kind of person who had no advantages to speak of. But since he got the system, he has gained a lot. Although he is sometimes inevitably cheated by the system, it is still quite good overall. Xiao Chen pretended to be indifferent and looked around trying to find Su Yueru, but he couldn't find her for a while.
May I ask where the lady who just accompanied me is? Xiao Chen asked an ordinary-looking fat teller.
The girl was flattered and replied, that lady.
I saw her go out to make a phone call. She should be back soon.
Seeing Xiao Chen's worried look, the fat cashier added, "Don't worry, she's already paid the bill.
You can pick out whatever clothes you like." Xiao Chen smiled helplessly. He was not worried about this. Chapter 31, The Blessings of Qi. At this time, the salesgirl who had just left came over pushing a cart of clothes.
"Hello, sir. These are this year's new models, and they all fit your size.
You can try them on."
Xiao Chen nodded, picked out a simple t-shirt from the hanger and put it on. The originally ordinary t-shirt looks very noble when worn by Xiao Chun, especially the distinct muscle lines under the t-shirt make Xiao Chun look particularly charming.
Wow, it really looks like the model is wearing it. Why is it so beautiful? Is this dress so stylish?
No, I need to take a picture and send it to my girlfriends.
Wow, I met a handsome guy today.
The women who were shopping saw Xiao Chen through the store's glass and rushed into the store.
Little brother, why are you in such a good shape? Little brother, do you have a girlfriend? If so, would you mind having another one? Add me one, add me one.
The women watching all had infatuated expressions, completely losing their usual reserve.
Is this the true meaning of opposite sex attraction?
Xiao Chen wondered, but his attention was not on these women at all.
Excuse me, ladies. This is a customer of our store. You are causing distress to our customers. So please remain calm and step back. The salesgirl spontaneously gathered around Xiao Chen to ensure that he would not be harassed by the enthusiastic onlookers. I just left for a while, and you're already here attracting attention?
A cold voice said this, and Su Yueru walked over from behind the crowd in red-bottomed high heels.
Su Yueru walked over with great momentum in a Chanel dress, and the women watching around her couldn't help but make way for her. Su Yueru effortlessly walked over to Xiao Chun, took a look at his supermodel figure and teased, "What's going on? Did you develop a second growth spurt?"
Xiao Chen was ashamed.
There were many things about him that he couldn't explain. Where have you been? I couldn't find you. What's wrong, husband? You miss me so much after not seeing me for a moment?
Su Yueru looked up at Xiao Chen sweetly, but her arms were around Xiao Chen's waist, pressing her chest against him. Seeing the two of them being so sweet, the women watching walked away tactfully. The ladies at the counter kept bowing and greeting with an apologetic look, but Xiao Chen and Su Yueru didn't take it seriously.
Try this on for me. Su Yueru picked up a formal navy blue suit and handed it to Xiao Chun. Xiao Chen rarely wears formal clothes.
After all, his job has always had no requirements for clothing. Xiao Chen walked into the fitting room with his suit and shirt, and came out dressed in a short while.
Oh my god, how can a man be so handsome? That's right, that's right. I can't stand this kind of abstinent guy. I've fallen for him.
The ladies at the counter were talking in low voices, while Su Yueru looked at Xiao Chen carefully. Xiao Chen originally had a handsome appearance, and this outfit made him look even more aloof, full of abstinence. His model-like figure makes him look even more domineering in formal attire, and Xiao Chen's masculinity soars.
Honey, I want you to wear this suit too. The waiter brought me an identical suit.
A coquettish voice was heard, and Xiao Chen suddenly felt goosebumps. Xiao Chen turned around and saw Chen Yuejie walking in with a slightly plump man. When she saw Xiao Chen's face clearly, Chen Yuejiao couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Seeing that Xiao Chen and Chen Yuejiao were both a little out of control, the slightly plump man asked Chen Yuejiao, "Jiao, do you know this person?" Chen Yuejiao quickly collected herself and said, "I don't know him.
I've never seen him before." Don't know him? Humph, 4 years of dating wasted?
Xiao Chen saved up for 100,000 yuan betrothal gift until he vomited blood, and now Chen Yuejiao said she didn't know him. Xiao Chen thought indignantly in his heart, although he took the initiative to break up with Chen Yuejiao and did not feel any regret afterwards.
But now that he saw her in person, Chen Yuejiao's reaction still made Xiao Chen very angry. Ms. Chen is so forgetful. You've forgotten your ex-boyfriend of 4 years so quickly?
At this time Su Yueru said sarcastically. When the slightly plump man saw Su Yueru, a look of surprise suddenly flashed in his small eyes. If Chen Yuejiao is as pure and beautiful as a beautiful girl from a small family, then Su Yueru is as beautiful as a queen and unattainable. It is this unattainable and inviolable nature that further arouses men's desire to conquer.
My name is Wang Qinghua. May I ask who you are, young lady?
The slightly plump man ignored Xiao Chen and stared at Su Yueru, looking at her nakedly. Su Yueru showed no sign of fear and walked over to Xiao Chen, took his arm and said, "I am Xiao Chen's wife.
My husband has a bad temper, so if you keep looking at me like that, I'm worried you might not be able to leave this store."
Hearing Su Yueru's words, Wang Qinghua looked at Xiao Chen with disdain.
He was just a pretty boy with nothing but a pretty face. Even if he put his arm around this beautiful woman's waist, what could this pretty boy do to him?
Although Wang Qinghua thought so in his heart, he still restrained his attitude because he wanted to leave a good impression on the beautiful woman. He smiled kindly and said, "I mean no harm, but I was so stunned by the sight of you that I couldn't control my eyes.
I hope you don't mind me. Oh? Even if I don't mind, does Miss Chen have any objections?
Xiao Chen discovered that Su Yueru was very skilled in using the technique of sowing discord.
But Chen Yuejiao didn't care what Wang Qinghua said at all. She just looked at Xiao Chen.
Although she said she didn't know Xiao Chen, she still couldn't forget him in her heart. Especially when she later found out that he actually had assets worth 500 million, she regretted it so much that her intestines turned green. Chen Yuejiao later tried to contact Xiao Chen, but he ignored her completely. He didn't respond to her text messages or phone calls. Her mother and brother kept trying to get her and Wang Qinghua together, so Chen Yuejie gave up the idea of getting back together. But now, looking at Xiao Chen, who had completely changed, Chen Yuejiao's desire for reconciliation was revived.
Was Xiao Chen this handsome before? Was he this good-looking? He looked like the leading man in an idol drama.
Seeing that Chen Yuejiao ignored Su Yueru, Wang Qinghua thought that Chen Yuejiao had tacitly agreed to his philandering.
Wang Qinghua then put his arm around Chen Yuejiao's waist and said, "My daughter Jiaojiu is very generous. She especially understands that I'm popular with women.
So if you have any concerns about this, don't worry."
This is an extremely shameless statement.
What he means is that he still wants to enjoy the happiness of having 2 wives.
Chapter 32 Misunderstanding. Hearing Wang Qinghua's shameless remarks, Xiao Chen stood up before Su Yueru could say anything to retort him. Wang Qinghua, right? There are a few things I wouldn't want to say in front of a lady. Could you please come with me to the fitting room?
Xiao Chen said in a flat tone. Wang Qinghua had a very high opinion of himself and instinctively rejected Xiao Chen's request.
Is there anything you can't say in front of everyone, or do you want to discuss the transfer price with me?
Wang Qinghua said this with a lewd smile, feeling quite proud of the joke he had made.
Wang Qinghua's original name was Wang Baiwan.
In his early years, he made his fortune by recruiting people for Macau casinos. Later, he switched to real estate and made a fortune with his unique vision. After he became rich, he felt that his original name was not very cultured, so he changed his name to Wang Qinghua to appear to be highly educated and well-educated. But in recent years, Wang Qinghua has become addicted to online gambling, and has rarely been able to recover the money he invested. Fortunately, thanks to his early savings, he is still considered a small local tycoon.
Of course, the local tycoons had only one way to get things done: spending money.
So Wang Qinghua thought that if he gave Xiao Chen some money, he could get rid of him, and then he could do whatever he wanted. Seeing that Wang Qinghua had no intention of backing down, Xiao Chen walked up to him and asked, "I'll give you one last chance.
Will you come with me or not?" Wang Qinghua smiled contemptuously and said, "Follow you? Sorry, I only like beautiful women and don't get gay." Xiao Chen sighed.
He had wanted to resolve this dispute privately, but not everyone was willing to give each other some leeway. Xiao Chen quickly moved behind Wang Qinghua, stretched out his hand to twist Wang Qinghua's hand behind his back, and with his other hand, he grabbed Wang Qinghua's little finger and twisted it in the opposite direction. Since acquiring a supermodel figure, Xiao Chen discovered that not only had his figure changed drastically, but his body reactions had also become much faster. Xiao Chen had practiced Sanda for 3 years when he was in college. After strengthening his body this time, Xiao Chen felt that his fighting power had increased sharply. It hurts, you little jerk, let go of your prince.
If you hurt me, I will make you regret your actions for the rest of your life."
Wang Qinghua was pressed down and could only turn his head and curse. Xiao Chen didn't say anything, but he increased the strength of his hands.
"Ah, my hand. What on earth do you want to do?" Xiao Chen looked at Wang Qinghua's flushed face and said, "Do you know how the law determines the crime of assault?"
Wang Qinghua was stunned for a moment.
"Is this a question and answer session? What on earth do you want to say?" "Chen Yuejiao, you stinky bitch, get your damn ex-boyfriend to let me go."
Wang Qinghua had no idea what to do with Xiao Chen, so he took it out on Chen Yuejiao. "Wang Qinghua, how dare you scold me like that?" During all the years that Chen Yuejiao was spoiled by Xiao Chen never said a harsh word to her. So at this point, Chen Yuejiao was both angry and regretful. If her mother hadn't been instigating her behind the scenes, she would be the one standing next to the handsome and wealthy Xiao Chen. Who would give up such a handsome and stylish boyfriend and insist on being with a greasy uncle like Wang Qinghua?
"Apologize, Wang Qinghua. Otherwise, I will cripple your little finger. Even if I do, it will only be a minor injury. I won't be punished at all."
As Xiao Chen said this, he pretended to really break Wang Qinghua's fingers, and Wang Qinghua screamed in pain.
I'm sorry, isn't that enough?
Xiao Chen didn't let go of his hand but said seriously, be sincere, show your sincerity.
Otherwise.
Xiao Chen stopped talking and increased his strength. A real man never wastes words. Finally, Wang Qinghua started to cry, and then sobbed, I'm sorry, I was wrong.
I shouldn't have teased your woman.
Her name is Su Yueru, and I hope you look into her eyes and apologize. Wang Qinghua blushed and looked up, saying, Miss Su, beautiful Su, please forgive me. I was so blind that I dared to tease you.
I won't do it again. Please treat me like a piece of shit and let me go.
Wang Qinghua sounded pitiful. Su Yueru looked at him with disgust and turned around and ignored him.
Xiao Chunfan let go of Wang Qinghua's hand and wiped it hard on his clothes before walking to Su Yueru's side. Let's go and look somewhere else, Xiao Chen suggested.
Su Yueru nodded, and Xiao Chen took all the clothes he bought in his hands and used his free hand to hold Su Yueru's. Chen Yuejia looked at the backs of the two people after they left, and felt a little lost for some reason.
Those should have been my happiness, but now I can only be with this kind of person.
Chen Yuejia looked at Wang Qinghua squatting on the ground with snot and tears on his face, and felt sick. But she didn't dare to break up with Wang Qinghua. After all, Chen Wenbin was now working with Wang Qinghua in investment. If she fell out with Wang Qinghua, all her family's belongings would be lost.
Honey, are you okay?
Chen Yuejia went forward to help Wang Qinghua, but Wang Qinghua pushed her to the ground.
You bitch, are you teaming up with that jerk to tease me? You're so shameless. If you can't bear to leave him, go find him. See if he'll give up that beautiful woman for a broken-hearted person like you.
The more Wang Qinghua scolded, the more excited he became. He was sure that Chen Yuejia wouldn't dare to do anything in front of him, so he kept spouting all kinds of bad words.
Finally, Chen Yuejia couldn't help crying and ran out. When the two men left the store, the salesgirls were finally free to gossip.
It turns out that the girl just now was in a relationship with that handsome guy.
Yeah, we were in a relationship for 4 years.
But in the end, she still found an older man.
Ah, that's why women shouldn't be too vain. Look at that old man, he's not a good guy. On the other side, Xiao Chen and Su Yueru walked out of the mall, and Su Yueru still sat in the passenger seat of the Bugatti. Xiao Chen had just started the car when Su Yueru asked, Xiao Chen, do you still like Chen Yuejiao?
This sentence scared Xiao Chen so much that he almost drove the car into the mall.
Xiao Chen quickly stopped the car and asked, why do you ask that?
Su Yueru lowered her head and played with her fingers and said, when that fat guy scolded Chen Yuejiao, you were so angry that you wanted to break his fingers.
And you still say you don't care about Chen Yuejiao anymore?
Xiao Chen was speechless. He was angry when he heard Wang Qinghua scolding Chen Yuejiao, but it was only because of his principles and bottom line as a man. Xiao Chen believes that as a man, he has a stronger body than a woman, so he needs to restrain himself and not bully the weak in words or actions. But unexpectedly, in Su Yueru's eyes, all this became evidence that he still liked Chen Yuejia.
Chapter 33 Night.
Xiao Chen looked at Su Yueru, who was playing with her fingers with her head down, put one hand behind her head, and slowly turned her face towards him.
He stared into Su Yueru's eyes and said, Woman, what nonsense are you talking about? Believe it or not, I will let you know who I really like. What the hell?
Xiao Chen was so embarrassed that he could dig a castle out of his toes.
He wanted to explain to Su Yueru that he actually no longer liked Chen Yuejiao.
But when the words came to his lips, they were modified by the accompanying level 10 love talk skill, turning into the shameful domineering quote. In fact, men rarely speak like this. Those who write these shameful lines are often female screenwriters who have never been in love and are self-satisfied. But this kind of love words can often touch a woman's heart the most. Su Yueru looked at Xiao Chen with a blushing face, as if she was waiting for something. Xiao Chen stared at her lips, which were as soft and beautiful as flower petals, and slowly leaned closer. Just when the two were about to have their first intimate contact, someone suddenly knocked on the car window.
Hey, what are you doing? Are you leaving or not?
An old man in a security uniform stood outside the car and knocked on the glass and asked. The two of them jumped away as if they had been electrocuted. Then Xiao Chen opened the car window, and the old man outside the window looked inside the car curiously. He found a blushing girl sitting awkwardly inside, while the man was sitting in a suit and tie looking at him.
The boy looks like a decent person, is he bullying the girl?
The old man looked at Xiao Chen suspiciously. After all, it was almost dark, and it was very suspicious for these two people to be alone in the parking lot.
Uncle, you misunderstood. We were just talking in the car and we're leaving now, Xiao Chen explained as he started the sports car and prepared to leave. However, the security guard put his hand on Xiao Chen's car window to prevent them from leaving. Girl, you haven't been kidnapped by this man, have you? If so, just blink your eyes. Don't be afraid, your uncle is here. It is said that the uncles in Longcheng and the aunties in Chaoyang district are the most enthusiastic people. Seeing that the uncle had to be brave and righteous, Su Yueru smiled and said, Uncle, you really misunderstood. We are a legal couple. This time it was the old man's turn to feel embarrassed. He looked at the two of them with a smile and said, You two have a good relationship. You are so interesting. Okay, I won't take care of you anymore. Go home early. You'll catch a cold easily at night. After saying that, the security guard walked over slowly with his hands behind his back, leaving Xiao Chen and Su Yueru staring at each other. Xiao Chen cleared his throat and said, Master is quite humorous. Su Yueru's face turned even redder, and she reached out and hit him. Xiao Chen smiled and started the sports car, preparing to head towards the apartment. At this moment, the cell phone suddenly rang. Xiao Chen took out the phone and took a look and found that it was Ho Zi calling. As soon as the call was picked up, Ho Zi's voice started shouting at the top of his lungs. Brother Chen, come quickly. If you don't come, I'll die. Xiao Chen was speechless. Why did Ho Zi always call him at the end of his life? Didn't Ho Zi have a girl he couldn't let go of before he died? What's wrong with you? I have something important to do here. Xiao Chen asked a little impatiently. The atmosphere between him and Su Yueru was just right. If he returned to the apartment now, played some music and lit some candles, maybe they could get close to each other. Brother Chen, help is needed. No matter how urgent the matter is, you can't ignore your brother's lives. Ho Zi begged bitterly on the other end of the phone, and Su Yueru felt a little bit sorry for him. Why don't we go take a look? Ho Zi sounds quite anxious. When Ho Zi heard Su Yueru's voice, he felt as if he had seen a savior. Sister-in-law, save me. Ho Zi is a very emotional person, so he is not steady when facing things. He often speaks and acts without thinking, which has offended many people. But he was very loyal to his friends. When Xiao Chen just graduated and couldn't find a place to live, Ho Zi rented a house for Xiao Chen to live with him. Xiao Chen thought about it, asked Ho Zi's location, and turned the car around and drove over. Xiao Chen came to the door of the bar where he redeemed Ho Zi last time. The lights came on and the bar sign lit up. Night, Su Yueru read the name of the bar, it sounds pretty nice. Ho Zi was detained for this last time, and now it's happening again. He really has no memory. Xiao Chen said with a look of disappointment, holding Su Yueru's hand and walking into the night. As soon as he entered, he heard melodious music and a live singer performing. Xiao Chen looked at the couple sitting together and being affectionate under the dim lights. It's really a great place for a date. Xiao Chen almost forgot about Ho Zi. Brother Chen, sister-in-law. I'm here. Ho Zi waved to them from a booth not far away. Xiao Chen walked over and found Ho Zi sitting alone in the booth, looking suspicious, with only a bottle of beer on the table. Ho Zi, what are you doing here by yourself? You're acting so sneaky. Xiao Chen sat down next to Ho Zi, and Su Yueru sat on the other side. Brother Chen, guess who I saw here? Ho Zishan spoke mysteriously. Who is it? Is it your little lover? Xiao Chen said impatiently. Brother Chen, you're really smart. I just saw that bitch Zhang Xiaohua here. Ho Zishan gave Xiao Chen a thumbs up and then said hatefully. Zhang Xiaohua is no longer your girlfriend. Ho Zi, you need to be more open-minded. A man should let go when it's time to let go. Xiao Chen tried to enlighten him, but Ho Zi smiled awkwardly and said, Brother Chen, that's easy for you to say. With a wife as rich and beautiful as my sister-in-law, of course she won't understand the pain of single people like us. Ho Zi turned his head to look at another booth not far away and continued, Now, whenever I see Zhang Xiaohua and her adulterer, I wish they would disappear from this earth. Xiao Chen also followed Ho Zi's gaze and found that Zhang Xiaohua and the rumored Wang Xiao were feeding each other fruits affectionately in that booth. Around them sat several wealthy young men wearing luxury brands, each holding one or two young models in their arms. The scene was as stimulating as it could be. No wonder Ho Zi was so angry that he called Xiao Chen for help. This is too dog-tortured. Xiao Chen found Ho Zi's hatred a little funny, so he teased him, If you hate them so much, why don't you go and deal with them? Why are you sitting here drinking alone?
Ho Zi said helplessly, if it were just these two bastards, I wouldn't be afraid of them. But did you see that pretty boy holding those two young models? As he spoke, Ho Zi pointed to the young man who looked a bit effeminate and was sitting in the middle of the booth. Chapter 34, The Best Debater Appears. The somewhat effeminate man was probably in his early 20s, and was wearing expensive clothes. Even someone who didn't understand luxury goods could tell at a glance that they were very expensive. His playboy-like demeanor further confirmed the fact that he came from a wealthy family. He brought two young models with him and each of them was extremely beautiful. I saw him pulling this one's little hand and kissing that other's little mouth, having a lot of fun.
What's the matter? Are you interested in her? Xiao Chen asked in confusion. Brother Chen, stop kidding me. I can't even look down on someone like you, so how could I look down on him? Oh, what's going on? Is it my illusion? Why do I feel like Brother Chen, you've become more handsome again?
Ho Zi stared at Xiao Chen for a while, then waved his hand to indicate that he didn't need to pay attention to his question.
Then why are you so afraid of that man? Do you know who he is? Brother Chen. Ho Zi asked again in a mysterious tone. Xiao Chen shook his head, but Su Yueru next to him said, that man is Su Yueqian, the son of Su Xianming, the #1 family in Longcheng.
Ho Zi immediately gave a thumbs up and said, sister-in-law is indeed very discerning and knowledgeable. The Su family is extremely powerful in Longcheng, and that Su Xianming is the boss behind my relative's company.
Tell me, can I go over there and cause trouble? Su Yueqian? Xiao Chen glanced at Su Yueru, wondering why their names were so similar. Was it a coincidence? Is he friends with that young Master Wang? Xiao Chen asked. I just made some inquiries.
They have a relationship like a wolf and a hyena, a swarm of wolves and a swarm of dogs, a fly and feces.
They're inseparable. Ho Zi answered indignantly. So you can only sit here and watch, unable to do anything. You didn't call me here just to watch other people pick up girls with you, did you? Xiao Chen asked again. Of course not, Brother Chen.
I called you here mainly to help me mediate between the two of them. Ho Zi looked at Xiao Chen pleadingly and continued. You're a good speaker, so tell Mr. Su to stop interfering in the matter between Wang Yuan and me.
I just want to teach Wang Yuan a lesson but don't want to implicate my relative. Ho Zi is a man who has a clear distinction between love and hate. He will definitely pursue those who hurt him to the end, but he does not express it on the surface towards his relatives who have taken him in, but he still thinks of their good things in his heart. Xiao Chen pondered for a moment and said, okay, I'll go over and talk to him. But I can't guarantee that he will agree. Ho Zi thanked him profusely and said, Brother Chen, one man is worth two men. My sister-in-law and I will be waiting here for the good news of your victory. Xiao Chen smiled helplessly and prepared to get up and go over. At this time, Su Yueru grabbed Xiao Chen and said, that young Master Su is not someone who can listen to reason. He has been spoiled by his mother since he was a child. He feels that everyone in the world should be his mother. You won't get any good results if you go there. Xiao Chen wanted to ask Su Yueru how she knew so much about young Master Su, but Ho Zi boasted, sister-in-law, don't worry about Brother Chen. He used to be the best debater in our school. There's no one he can't handle. Well, Xiao Chen has to go whether he wants to or not. So Xiao Chen patted the back of Su Yueru's hand to reassure her, then strode over. Excuse me, are you Su Mingqian? Xiao Chen went over and got straight to the point. Su Mingqian hugged the two young models and lazily looked up at Xiao Chen and said, it's me. What's going on? The reason why Su Mingqian answered so politely was because he felt a little intimidated when he saw Xiao Chen wearing an Armani suit and having a perfect figure. Xiao Chen smiled and said, it's nothing important, I just want to talk to you alone. Before Su Mingqian could answer, Zhang Xiaohua next to him suddenly said, You are Ho Zi's roommate, right? What's his name? Let me think. Oh, your name is Xiao Chen, right? Xiao Chen's current figure is very conspicuous, so Zhang Xiaohua noticed him when he walked over. But Zhang Xiaohua felt that this man looked more and more familiar, and finally she remembered him. It turned out that he was sent by her ex-boyfriend who was harassing her. Were you sent by that scoundrel Ho Zi? How long are you going to keep pestering me? Zhang Xiaohua glared at Xiao Chen, while Wang Yuan and Su Mingqian also stared at him with unfriendly expressions. I was indeed called by Ho Zi, but I didn't come to see you. I wanted to talk to Su Xiao. Xiao Chen said this and looked at Su Mingqian who was standing beside him. Su Mingqian raised an eyebrow and looked at Xiao Chen and said, You said you were summoned by that little jerk Ho Zi? Then you have no right to talk to me.
I never talk to lowly people whose net worth is less than 100 million yuan. This time it was Xiao Chen's turn to raise his eyebrows.
He didn't expect Su Mingqian to be so unkind. Then why is Mr. Su unwilling to communicate? Okay, then I understand.
Xiao Chen said this as he prepared to turn around and leave. There were plenty of ways to teach people a lesson, so there was no need to rush. But at this time, the little model next to Su Mingqian suddenly leaned over to his ear and said a few words, and Su Mingqian immediately showed a lewd smile on his face.
Wait, it's not impossible to talk to you. I have a suggestion.
Su Mingqian paused, and Xiao Chen turned and looked at him.
Come and compete with us in drinking.
For every person you drink with, the girl next to me will take off a piece of clothing.
The hot young model next to Su Mingqian blew a kiss at Xiao Chen.
And if you can't drink more than we can, you need to take off all your clothes, including your underwear.
And get out of here with your bare bottom.
Su Mingqian looked at Xiao Chen provocatively. He was sure that Xiao Chen would not dare to agree to such an impolite request. And even if he agreed, he would have no chance of winning. After all, Su Mingqian had 5 or 6 people on his side. What Su Mingqian didn't expect was that Xiao Chen actually agreed.
Okay. I toast to you for being a real man. Then we'll go first.
Waiter, bring me the best foreign liquor.
As he spoke, Su Mingqian waved his hand to signal Xiao Chen to sit down.
Soon, a waiter came over with a tray carrying bottles of expensive foreign liquor. This bottle of foreign liquor could have paid for Xiao Chen's work for a month before, but now Su Mingqian opened it all and poured it into the glass so easily.
Su Mingqian pointed at Zhang Xiaohua and said, "You go first." Zhang Xiaohua said to Wang Yuan coquettishly, "Young Master Wang, I don't drink. Besides, drinking is too harmful to the body. I still want to have a baby for you." But Wang Yuan was completely unimpressed by Zhang Xiaohua's coquettishness. "Young Master Su asked you to drink, so drink it quickly. Everyone knows about your past in the nightclub. If you drink 1 glass, I'll give you 10,000. Can you still drink now?"
Wang Yuan looked at Zhang Xiaohua with a teasing look, but Zhang Xiaohua was not angry at all.
Chapter 35, To Drink or Not to Drink. Zhang Xiaohua wasn't at all angry about being exposed in public by Wang Yuan.
Instead, she shyly pushed Wang Yuan and said, "Hate you, Mr. Wang.
Why are you talking about other people's embarrassing things? Since you and Mr. Su both asked me to drink, then I will drink. But you promised me that you can't refuse to pay the final payment."
Wang Yuan looked at Zhang Xiaohua with disdain and said, "It's just that little money you have.
Why would I refuse to pay it back? Stop talking nonsense and drink quickly."
As he spoke, Wang Yuan reached out and stuffed a full glass of foreign wine into Zhang Xiaohua's hand. Zhang Xiaohua parted her red lips and drank the whole glass of wine. Finally, she licked her lips with a hint of satisfaction and said teasingly, "It's your turn, Xiao Chen."
Xiao Chen also picked up a glass of wine.
He has always had a good alcohol tolerance, but this was his first time drinking foreign wine. The wine was surprisingly spicy as it entered his throat. Xiao Chen used to drink white wine with his father, so he was quite accustomed to this kind of spiciness. Seeing that Xiao Chen quickly finished the wine in the glass, Zhang Xiaohua picked up the second glass. In this way, the two of them drank the foreign liquor in one gulp, 1 glass at a time. The people around were attracted to watch when they saw people drinking foreign liquor as if it were free. Finally, when Zhang Xiaohua drank the 20th cup, he vomited. Seeing this, Wang Yuan hid far away and ignored Zhang Xiaohua, who was vomiting all over the place.
In the end, it was another young model next to Su Mingqian who helped Zhang Xiaohua to the bathroom.
Su Mingqian clapped his hands admiringly at the still sober Xiao Chen and said, "Brother, you've got a pretty good alcohol tolerance.
Are you interested in hanging out with me? What good can that little jerk do you?"
Xiao Chen wiped the remaining wine from his lips and said, "The biggest difference between me and people like you is that I take feelings seriously and base relationships on benefits and interests. When you lose your usefulness, you will be kicked out by those you consider your friends." Su Mingqian knew that Xiao Chen was mocking him, so he looked coldly at the hot model beside him and said, "Take it off." The model also had a good mental state and took off her shirt with a smile. In an instant, the thriving big white rabbits were revealed in front of everyone. The men present did not expect such an exciting scene and immediately cheered. Su Mingqian pulled the young model with a sense of humor and walked around in the crowd. Even if the girl had a good mental state, she would still feel a little embarrassed. After all, she was left with only a bra and a short skirt. Su Mingqian looked at everyone and announced, "As long as this brother can drink more than me, this woman can take off another piece of clothing." Hearing this, the men around him all cheered Xiao Chen on. After all, it was very rare for everyone to see such a scene. This made Xiao Chen very embarrassed. His original intention was not to embarrass the girl but to have a good talk with Su Mingqian. However, his current loss of composure seemed to be developing in a direction he did not want to imagine. "And if this brother can't drink more than me, he's gotta get out of here naked." Su Mingqian's words once again made the whole crowd boil. What was more exciting than watching a beautiful woman taking off her clothes was seeing others make a fool of themselves. This was probably the inherent bad nature of human beings. Everyone was banging on the table or the wine bottles to cheer, and Su Mingqian picked up a bottle of foreign liquor and started drinking from the bottle. Su Mingqian spent his life eating, drinking, whoring and gambling, and was uneducated, but his only skill was drinking. Su Mingqian had discovered from a young age that he had a natural talent for drinking and rarely got drunk. Alcohol was difficult for some people to metabolize, but for Su Mingqian, it was as easy as peeing. So he was determined to win this time. Seeing Su Mingqian drinking a bottle of foreign wine in big gulps, everyone gasped. "Is this still a human being? Drinking is like drinking water." "No, it's easier than drinking water." Xiao Chen also felt a little nervous. He just came up and started talking into the bottle? But Xiao Chen did not back down. He picked up the foreign wine in front of him and put it directly into his mouth. To be honest, it was spicy and bloating, and after drinking a bottle, Xiao Chen felt like peeing. Xiao Chen saw double in front of his eyes, but he still stood firmly and stared at Su Mingqian, who had two faces. "Come again." Xiao Chen grabbed another bottle and started drinking. When he took the last sip, he almost vomited. But he suppressed the urge to vomit and swallowed the wine. Su Mingqian's face was still pale as he looked at Xiao Chen with a smile. The double image in front of Xiao Chen's eyes became deeper. "Do I really have to leave naked? No, I can't embarrass Su Yueru." Thinking of this, Xiao Chen gritted his teeth and stood where he was. "Ding! You can sign in today. Do you want to sign in?" Xiao Chen raised his wrist in surprise, his eyes blurring as he looked at the hands of his watch. It was already past 12 o'clock, and the new day's reward had finally arrived. Xiao Chen thought, "Sign in. Okay, host. Signing you in. Ding. Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for gaining alcohol immunity. Just like when you feel sleepy, here comes the pillow." Xiao Chen's vision suddenly became clear. Xiao Chen stretched out a hand to signal him to stop. Su Mingqian thought Xiao Chen had admitted defeat and a cruel smile appeared on his face. "Brother, what's up? Are you giving in?" Xiao Chen waved his hand and said, "I'm not admitting defeat, I just wanna pee." Su Mingqian taunted, "Pee? I think you're trying to escape." Everyone burst into laughter. "If you're worried, I can pee here. Do you have a urinal for me?" Xiao Chen said this as he pretended to unbutton his pants. The bar staff quickly stopped Xiao Chen, and the manager also went to discuss with Su Mingqian. Finally, Xiao Chen went to the bathroom accompanied by the staff. After coming back, Xiao Chen seemed to be reborn, staring at Su Mingqian with bright eyes. "It's too boring to play like this, Mr. Su, why don't we have a big one?" Xiao Chen suggested. "What do you mean?" Su Mingqian thought Xiao Chen was drunk and acting crazy. "Does the waiter have a bottle of mineral water?" Xiao Chen asked the waiters in the bar to bring 2 5-gallon mineral water barrels, and then asked them to fill the 2 barrels with wine. "What does 5 gallons mean?" "That's 19 liters. Even drinking water can kill you." The onlookers shook their heads and felt that Xiao Chen was crazy. When the mineral water bucket was filled with foreign liquor, Xiao Chen was the first to pick up the bucket and start drinking. Tons, ton. When Xiao Chen drank, everyone around him swallowed silently. Su Mingqian also picked up the bucket, but it was a bit too heavy, so he finally asked the bartender to help him lift it and drink from it. Come on. Brother, come on. Whether I can see a real beautiful woman naked this year depends on you." The onlookers were also infected by the madness of the two. Chapter 36, First Encounter with Sister Yang. I saw Xiao Chen drinking it mouthful by mouthful. Xiao Chen's body was very strong now and he didn't shake at all while holding such a heavy bucket. Although Su Mingqian had the help of the bartender, he was a young master who had not exercised much for many years, so his hands started to shake not long after. Xiao Chen didn't spill a single drop of his wine, looking up at the glass like a heroic hero in a classic novel. Meanwhile, Su Mingxian's hands were shaking so much that the wine dribbled down the corners of his mouth and onto his clothes. Soon, Su Mingxian's white t-shirt was stained with wine, exposing his figure to everyone. There is nothing much to see in a man's figure, but Su Mingxian looks a bit feminine and his ribs are clearly visible because of his thin body, so he felt extremely embarrassed and ashamed after being drenched in alcohol.
Young Master Su is quite humorous. Is he performing a wet seduction show?
An attractive woman walked to the front of the group and teased. Su Mingxian threw the bucket on the ground and looked at the person who came with a dazed look. Finally, he recognized the woman who laughed at him.
Sister Yang, we have no grievances and no worries today. Why are you coming here to laugh at me now?
Su Yuqian spoke incoherently to the charming woman. The woman called Sister Yang covered her mouth with her hand and smiled. The huge diamond on her hand sparkled in the dim light.
Mr. Su, have you forgotten that you and my Yinin were secretly dating without telling me?
I remember I told you a long time ago not to hook up with any of my artists casually. Sister Yang's tone was a little cold, and Su Yuqian quickly smiled and said, Sister Yang, I'm not in a relationship with Lu Yinin.
We were just out shopping together and were secretly photographed by nosy paparazzi. There's really nothing wrong.
At this time, Xiao Chen also put down the bucket of wine and looked at them calmly.
According to Ho Zi, how could Su Yuqian, who has a prominent family background, be so cautious with such a woman? Don't pretend in front of me. Yinin has already admitted it. But I won't allow her to have any contact with you anymore, and you'd better not provoke her again, okay? This is the last time I warn you.
After Sister Yang finished speaking, she glanced at Su Yuqian sharply, and Su Yuqian nodded vaguely. This reaction is not at all like that of a son of a wealthy family.
Mr. Su, are you still going to drink? Xiao Chen reminded Su Yuqian, and Su Yuqian was extremely surprised when he saw Xiao Chen's calm demeanor.
With his alcohol tolerance, few people could hold on until now, and he was already in such a mess, but Xiao Chen was fine. Seeing that Su Yuqian didn't say anything, Xiao Chen said again, if you come again, I will just pee and continue. If you don't come, I hope Su Xiao will go home early and stop worrying about my brother's affairs for a while. Xiao Chen didn't say anything too harsh, not only because Xiao Chen's personality allowed him to give both parties some leeway, but also because he was afraid that if Su Xiao drank anymore, someone might die.
Xiao Chen himself was fine, but no ordinary person could withstand drinking like that. What? Are you scared? I can still drink. Although Xiao Chen believed that leaving a way out would allow them to meet again in the future, Su Yuqian obviously did not think so. He has been competitive since he was a child, so how could he admit defeat so easily? As he spoke, Su Yuqian sat down at the booth and picked up the bucket full of wine, staggering as if to continue drinking. At this time, Su Yueru came over at some point, snatched the wine from Su Yuqian's hand and threw it on the ground. Su Yuqian, have you had enough of this?
Su Yueru shouted at Su Yuqian coldly.
Su Yuqian looked at Su Yueru with blurry eyes. Sister? Why are you here? What? Sister?
I was wondering why their names are so similar, so they're siblings.
Did I just bully my brother-in-law?
Thinking of this, Xiao Chen's forehead was suddenly filled with black lines.
Go home right now and have a doctor check if there's anything wrong with your body. Although Su Yueru said this in a cold tone, Xiao Chen could feel Su Yueru's concern for her brother. Sister, I have a competition. This little jerk is really good, but I think I can beat him. Su Yuqian explained incoherently.
Su Yueru went up to him and slapped him on the back of the head, saying, "Who are you calling a jerk?
He's your brother-in-law." What?
Su Yuqian looked at Xiao Chen in disbelief, as if he had done something unforgivable and heinous.
Sister, how can you be with someone like this?
Su Yuqian spoke out his words word by word with difficulty.
It's none of your business who I'm with. Now all you have to do is go home and be a good girl.
Su Yueru said this and raised her hand again, ready to hit him.
Su Yuqian hugged his head and stood up shakily.
The two young models around him hurried forward to support him. Su Yuqian looked at Xiao Chen deeply again, and then left with the young model. In the end, everyone who didn't get to see the young model take off her clothes felt sorry for her, and some even ran over to try to get close to Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen walked past the crowd and came to Su Yueru. He had a lot of questions to ask, but when he saw Su Yueru look dazed, he stopped talking.
At this time, Sister Yang, who had just been talking to Su Yuqian, came over and said in surprise when she saw Su Yueru, "Sharu? You've grown so big. I didn't recognize you at first. You're really getting more and more beautiful. Su Yueru smiled politely and said, Sister Yang, long time no see. Sister Yang looked at Su Yueru with nostalgia and said, Yes, the last time I saw you was at your mother's funeral. How old were you then? Things have really changed, and time has passed. Su Yueru didn't seem too keen on this kind of meeting, and her expression was a little cold. By the way, Xiaoru, what are you doing now? You have such great conditions, are you interested in working with me? I promise to make you a superstar like your mother. A subtle hint of disgust flashed across Su Yueru's face, but it quickly disappeared. No need, Sister Yang. I'm doing fine now. I'm ready to change my life. Sister Yang nodded as if she was lost. Then she looked at Xiao Chen next to her and her eyes suddenly lit up. Hey, are you interested in working with me? I think you have the potential to be the next Eddie Peng. Pleasant words can always touch people's hearts. Xiao Chen has been said before that he looks a bit like Peng Juxing. Now that her body has become supermodel level, she looks even more similar. Sister Yang put her business card in Xiao Chen's hand and said, Don't reject me so quickly. Think about it carefully. Call me anytime. She made a phone call gesture with her hand to her ear, smiled charmingly, waved and left. Xiao Chen flipped through the gold embossed business card, which simply read Agent Yang Meili. Chapter 37, The Mystery of Life. As soon as Sister Yang left, the crowd started talking. Who was that just now? He was so domineering and scared Master Su into looking like a coward. You don't even know her? She's the agent for the famous star Lu Yinyin. I heard she even set up an agency and has many popular stars under her. Lu Yinyin? The one now known as the leader of the Four Little Flowers? She's a stunning beauty. I'd die with no regrets if I could hold her hand. Don't dream. Do you think you can ever see Lu Yinyin? That's only for rich guys like young Master Su. We losers have no chance. Xiao Chen casually put the business card given by Sister Yang into his pocket and walked to Su Yueru. Seeing that she was in a bad mood, he put his arm around her shoulders. At this time, Wang Yuan, who had been sitting in the booth, suddenly came over enthusiastically. Sister Su, do you still remember me? I'm Wang Yuan. When I was little, I often went to your house to play. You were always so nice to me back then. Wang Yuan stared at Su Yueru with bright eyes, while Su Yueru looked as if she was telling him not to come near. Wang Yuan Bao, right? Yeah, I remember that. You were quite fat then, but you've lost a lot of weight now. Wang Yuan didn't feel embarrassed when Su Yueru called him by his nickname, but instead looked very happy. Yes, I am Yuan Bao. I didn't expect you still remember my nickname, sister. If someone who didn't know Wang Yuan saw this scene, they would definitely think that this was a young man who was just beginning to fall in love. However, Su Yueru had just seen Wang Yuan's bad attitude towards Zhang Xiaohua, and she knew very well that this man was no longer the little fat boy she had met when she was a child. Wang Yuan is now full of bad habits. He only restrains himself in front of Su Yueru because he has had a crush on her since childhood. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua staggered back and weakly squeezed into Wang Yuan's arms. Wang Yuan pushed Zhang Xiaohua away with disdain and said, Get out of here. Where are you going to lean against me when you're all dirty? Zhang Xiaohua looked at Wang Yuan with great grievance and said, I became like this because of you, can't you just let me get hurt? Wang Yuan sneered, For me? You money-hungry bitch, what's the point of talking about love with me? If I wasn't after your temporary novelty, do you think I would care about you? Hearing such heartless words, Zhang Xiaohua burst into tears. Wang Yuan, you big bastard, how could you do this to me? I've given up everything for you. I even quit my job to be with you every day. How could you be so heartless? Zhang Xiaohua cried and pulled Wang Yuan's trouser leg. Wang Yuan moved his leg away in disgust and took out a stack of money from his pocket. Wang Yuan threw the money into the air, and in an instant countless RMB floated up. The onlookers cheered and tried to take advantage of the chaos. Zhang Xiaohua, all this money is yours. But I don't care how much you pick up. As he spoke, Wang Yuan took out more money from his bag and threw it around. He had just promised Zhang Xiaohua 10,000 yuan for a glass of wine, so he did not go back on his word at this moment. But he didn't tell her how to give her the money at the beginning. Now it seems that Zhang Xiaohua needs to rely on her ability to get it. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the scattered RMB and the people around her scrambling for money, and immediately recovered from her previous sadness.
She quickly got up from the ground and pushed the people around her who were scrambling to grab her currency, cursing loudly, "You rascals, this is all my money. I risked my life to drink it up, one cup after another. Don't steal it, give it back to me." Zhang Xiaohua, her hair disheveled, tried to tear at the looters, but there were simply too many of them. So she quickly gave up and quickly crawled back to the ground to pick up the RMB. I don't know when Houzi walked to Xiao Chen's side. He looked at Zhang Xiaohua, who was desperately picking up money on the ground inside. "Brother Chen, thank you for this time. I don't want to have anything to do with them anymore. Let's go." Xiao Chen saw that Houzi had completely given up on Zhang Xiaohua, so he patted him on the shoulder and said, "Houzi, think about it. There are many better women in the world. Why bother rummaging through garbage dumps?" Houzi nodded, took one last look at Zhang Xiaohua, and turned away. Xiao Chen was about to leave with Su Yueru, but Wang Yuan jumped off the table and caught up with them. "Sister Su, are you leaving now? I still have a lot of shows to perform for you." Wang Yuan spoke to Su Yueru with great interest. He thought Su Yueru would like to see him playing with everyone in the palm of his hand. But in fact, Su Yueru was very disgusted with men who behave like this. "Honey, let's go. I'm a little tired." Su Yueru ignored Wang Yuan and turned to look at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand to protect Su Yueru from being hurt by the crazy crowd. "Okay, honey. We've had enough of the show. It's time to go home." Xiao Chen said this as he supported Su Yueru and prepared to leave, but Wang Yuan grabbed Su Yueru's hand and stopped her from leaving. "Sister Su, do you really want to be with this pretty boy? What's so good about him? You and I have known each other since we were kids." Su Yueru coldly shook off Wang Yuan's hand and took out a disinfectant wipe to wipe it carefully. "People change. You're no longer the Wang Yuan Bao I knew. And I've never been interested in you from the beginning to the end. In my eyes, you're a real jerk now. If I hear you slandering my husband again, I'll leave you speechless." At this moment, Xiao Chen could only use one word to describe Su Yueru: domineering. Even as a man, he was shocked by Su Yueru's aura. The wife that the system rewarded him with was truly a treasure girl. Wang Yuan was so frightened by Su Yueru that he couldn't speak, so Xiao Chen and the other two left in front of everyone. On the way back, Su Yueru confessed her family situation to Xiao Chen. It turned out that the Su Yuechen they had just met was her half-brother. Su Yueru's biological mother died in an accident when she was only 8 years old. At her mother's funeral, she met the mistress secretly kept by her father, Wen Meiying, Su Yueqian's mother. It turned out that her father had been living with his mistress when her mother was still alive, and her stepmother couldn't wait to move into the Su family mansion right after her mother passed away. Her stepmother was young, beautiful, and extremely resourceful. How could Su Yueru, as a child, possibly have been able to defeat her? Wen Meiying was always very kind to Su Yueru in front of her father, but would turn around and mock and abuse her. This eventually led to Su Yueru quarreling in front of her father many times under Wen Meiying's design. Wen Meiying always regarded herself as a victim, which led to a cold relationship between Su Yueru and her father. Chapter 38: Mysterious Visitor. Later, the birth of Su Yueqian exacerbated the breakdown of the relationship between father and daughter. Wen Meiying was afraid that Su Yueru would create obstacles to her son's inheritance rights in the future. So he tried every possible means to make Su Yueru quarrel with him, and even went so far as to hurt Su Yueqian and put the blame on her. Even a tiger won't eat its own cubs, but for a woman like Wen Meiying, these are just means to achieve her own goals. After finally going to college, Su Yueru completely severed all ties with the Su family. Relying on the inheritance left to her by her mother Tang Wan, she completed her studies and started the Yuexia group from scratch after graduation. Su Yueru only used the briefest words to explain her life story, but Xiao Chen could still hear from her tone how much suffering and grievances she had endured over the years. After returning to the apartment, Xiao Chen pulled Su Yueru to sit on the sofa. He saw that Su Yueru had many complaints and concerns about her family, so he didn't want to persuade her to forgive others. Xiao Chen just hugged Su Yueru gently and patted her back gently, again and again. "You've worked so hard these years, but I'm here for you from now on. You can rely on me, be unreasonable, and do whatever you want." At this time, Xiao Chen pulled Su Yueru away from him, looked into her eyes and continued, "From now on, I will slowly make up for the childhood, youth you missed. Believe me." Hearing this, Su Yueru finally couldn't help crying. Tears rolled down the corners of Su Yueru's eyes. Xiao Chen felt sorry for Su Yueru and wondered why beautiful women could be so moving when they cried.
Thank you, Xiao Chen. How come you found me just now?
Su Yueru said this with a bit of emotion, her slightly parted red lips looking extremely seductive.
If I kiss her now, will she feel that I am taking advantage of her? Xiao Chen thought secretly. But he didn't want to hesitate, so he put his arm around Su Yueru's shoulders and kissed her. Although this wasn't Xiao Chen's first time in love, he was also a pretty good kisser. But even with such a beauty in his arms, Xiao Chen's heart still pounded. Compared to Xiao Chen's proficiency, Su Yueru seemed much more inexperienced. At first, Su Yueru was a little shy and pretended to resist for a few times. But with Xiao Chen's patient guidance, Su Yueru gradually lost herself in the ocean of love. The two were kissing passionately, and suddenly Xiao Chen felt something was wrong. As a man of considerable willpower, he prided himself on being able to control himself even when indulging in consensual love. But why was he so unsteady this time? After just a few kisses, Xiao Chen's little brother had already begun to raise his head in disbelief. Su Yueru seemed to notice something strange about Xiao Chen, and her face turned even redder. It's okay, I understand. Su Yueru turned her eyes away and stared at the shadow cast by the floor lamp on the wall. No, Yueru, listen to me. Although we are already husband and wife, I will never force you as long as you don't want to. Xiao Chen waved his hands and explained. Well, okay. Then we have a deal. When I can really accept you, we can do what you want. Su Yueru said shyly with her head lowered. Oh, of course. I'll keep my promise and never force you. Xiao Chen answered without thinking, but he regretted it as soon as he said it. However, he quickly adjusted his mentality. After all, he and Su Yueru had only known each other for less than a week. To a certain extent, they knew very little about each other. Since he had waited 4 years for a woman like Chen Yuejiao, he didn't mind waiting another 4 years for Su Yueru. For years, she was worth it. Of course, Xiao Chen knew that he would definitely not be able to sleep alone tonight. Because they returned from night color at 3 o'clock in the morning, they hurried back to their rooms and went to sleep. At dawn, Xiao Chen appeared in front of Su Yueru with dark circles under his eyes due to insomnia. Su Yueru covered her mouth and smiled without laughing at him. Just as Xiao Chen finished washing up and the two of them were preparing to have breakfast, the doorbell of the apartment suddenly rang. Su Yueru and Xiao Chen looked at each other in bewilderment. This apartment was Su Yueru's new home. She hadn't told any of her friends or colleagues. Even her best friend Tang Xinrui only knew the neighborhood she lived in, not the specific address. And Xiao Chen has never told anyone that he lives here since he moved in. So who could this person be knocking on the door early in the morning? Did you order takeout? Xiao Chen asked as he walked over to open the door. Su Yueru shook her head but remembered that Xiao Chen might not see it, so she shouted, I didn't order it. I never eat takeout. Who is it? Xiao Chen opened the door with one hand and scratched his messy hair with the other. Standing outside the door was a man whose age was difficult to guess, because he obviously lived a wealthy and well-maintained life, so it was appropriate to say that he was 40 years old. But looking at his luxurious attire and the temperament accumulated over the years, it is safe to say that he is over 60. Looking at this mysterious man, Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat and he asked, Excuse me, who are you? The man looked Xiao Chen up and down through his gold-rimmed glasses. From the shorts and slippers Xiao Chen was wearing to his messy hair, the uncle undoubtedly revealed his disgust and contempt. Tell Xiao Ye to come out and talk to me. The uncle said this coldly and turned his eyes away, no longer looking at Xiao Chen, as if looking at him would be an insult to his eyes. At this time, Su Yueru also walked to the door. She was stunned when she saw the middle-aged man in front of the door. After a long while, she finally spoke, Dad, why are you here? The middle-aged man then turned to look at Su Yueru and said in a deep voice, How dare you ask me? Look at what you have done. Living with this kind of trash is really a disgrace to the family and a violation of morals. Su Jiqiang started cursing right away, causing Su Yueru's eyes to turn red. Who I'm with has nothing to do with you or the Su family. I left the Su family a long time ago, and I don't plan to go back in the future. Su Yueru bit her lip and said with tears in her eyes. Su Jiqiang pointed at Su Yueru and shouted angrily, Are you going to sever ties with the Su family just for this kind of trash? If your brother hadn't come back and told me, I still wouldn't know what you've done all these years. You're such a disgrace, you've brought shame on me and your mother. Which mother are you talking about? My biological mother or your mistress? I was no longer a member of the Su family the day you brought your mistress back to the Su family mansion. So you don't have to worry about what you do to me. Su Yueru fought back without showing any weakness.
From the conversation between the father and daughter, it can be seen that their personalities are really similar.
Fortunately, Su Yueru looks like her mother. Chapter 39. Some families are just like this. Su Jiqian was so angry that he was shaking all over and cursed, "You money loser. It's a pity your mother at home is always thinking about you.
Last night, she heard about you and stayed up all night looking for you everywhere.
Now you dare to say this about her, I will beat you to death."
As he said that, Su Jiqiang raised his hand and was about to slap Su Yueru in the face.
Xiao Chen quickly stepped forward and grabbed Su Jiqiang's hand to prevent him from hurting Su Yueru. "What? You, a little jerk like you, dare to touch me? Do you know who I am?"
Su Jiqiang struggled to pull his hand back.
He didn't expect Xiao Chen to be so strong.
He used all his strength but couldn't break free, and his face turned red.
"Uncle, please don't be angry. I think we can sit down and talk about anything. There's no need to be so dramatic." Xiao Chen looked at Su Jiqiang with a smile.
Su Jiqiang felt that he couldn't deal with this gangster in a short time, so he gave in.
"Take your dirty hands away from me first."
Su Jiqiang pulled his hand back with such force that he almost fell to the ground. Xiao Chen made way for Su Jiqiang to come in, and then the three of them returned to the apartment. The three of them sat in silence on the sofa, feeling awkward and not saying a word.
At this time, Su Yueru broke the silence first. "What on earth do you want to do this time? Don't tell me you came to see me. You haven't contacted me since I left home for college." Su Jiqiang cleared his throat awkwardly and looked at Xiao Chen beside him. Xiao Chen understood that Su Jiqiang was reluctant to explain his purpose because there were outsiders around. So Xiao Chen found an excuse and left. At this time, Su Jiqiang finally spoke. "Xiaoya, I know I owed you a lot back then. Maybe it's because I'm old now, but I always think of you and your mother these years. I'm so sorry."
As he spoke, tears welled up in the corners of Su Jiqiang's eyes.
Su Yueru turned around and looked at her father, whose hair was already graying.
She felt a little sorry for him and said in a softer tone, "Don't mention my mother. You don't deserve to mention her." Su Jiqiang lowered his head silently, supporting his forehead with his hands and sitting on the sofa.
Su Yueru spoke again. "What exactly are you here for this time? Didn't that bitch Wen Meiying ask you to come?"
Su Jiqiang looked up and said weakly, "Don't call her that. After all, she is your stepmother and your brother's biological mother." So many years have passed, but Su Jiqiang has not changed and is still protecting that vicious woman. Seeing that Su Yueru didn't say anything, Su Jiqiang continued, "Actually, the main reason I came here this time is because I want to tell you something. That is, when your mother passed away, she left you some inheritance."
"Do you remember?" Su Yueru nodded.
"If it weren't for the inheritance left to her by her mother, she would have starved to death long ago."
"Well, you should have some of it, and I've kept the rest for you. So don't worry, I'll keep it safe for you." Su Jiqiang spoke weakly, and anyone who heard it would feel that something was wrong. "You'll keep it for me? What else did my mother leave for me? How come I don't know about it?" Su Yueru had never heard Su Jiqiang mention this matter before.
After her mother's death, the inheritance was handed directly to her by Lawyer Lu. She had always believed that the money was all her mother had left her.
"Well, it's some of your mother's jewelry.
She passed away so suddenly that it wasn't included in the estate. Later, Lawyer Lu transferred the jewelry to your name based on the will your mother had written in advance. And according to your mother's wishes, she wanted to pass it on to you after you got married.
It counted as her dowry for you." Su Jiqiang explained while Su Yueru's tears flowed down.
She was only 8 years old when her mother died, and for an 8-year-old child her mother had already started planning her life.
"Where are those jewels?"
"They are the dowry my mother prepared for me.
Don't worry, when you get married, I will give everything to you according to your mother's wishes." Su Jiqiang comforted her. "Xiao Chen and I have already obtained a marriage certificate. Legally, we are married."
Su Yueru said aggressively that she already felt that this matter was not that simple.
"Are you saying you've already gotten married to that little jerk? Are you crazy? What future can you have with someone like that?" Su Jiqiang finally couldn't suppress the anger in his heart and roared. "Don't bring me up.
It's my freedom to marry whomever I want.
Now I just want to get back what belongs to me. Can you tell me where those jewels are?"
Su Jiqiang suddenly felt like a deflated ball.
"Well, those jewels were actually sold by your brother.
You know he was a naughty kid, and he made a bunch of bad friends who were always trying to steal his money. He was too proud to tell his family, so he ended up selling the jewels secretly. Su Yuaru stood up after hearing this, pointed at Su Jichang's nose and said, "That's your good son, don't get involved with me. I don't care how he got those jewels, I just want you to hand them over to me right now. Otherwise, I'll call the police and let your precious son learn a lesson." Hearing Su Yuaru threatening him like this, Su Jichang also became tough. "Go ahead and sue me. I don't believe anyone in Longcheng would dare to touch my son. And I've long seen that you're a cold-blooded woman, just like your mother. You don't take your family seriously at all." Su Yuaru said with tears in her eyes, "I'm cold-blooded? I don't take my family seriously? Do you consider me family? All you have in your eyes is that mistress and her bastard. When have you ever cared about me and my mother?" Su Jichang slapped Su Yuaru in the face, and a blush instantly appeared on her fair face. Su Yuaru still stood there stubbornly, staring at Su Jichang, and Su Jichang couldn't believe that he had actually reached out and hit her. Although Su Jichang did not like Su Yuaru as much as he liked Su Yuqian, he had never hit his daughter. Neither of them spoke at this time, but Xiao Chen walked out of the bedroom with a cold face. "Mr. Su, I think it's time for you to leave. And I hope you remember that you are no longer welcome here." Xiao Chen walked to the door and opened it. Su Jichang walked towards the door with an embarrassed expression. He stopped halfway as if he wanted to say something to Su Yuaru, but in the end he just sighed and left. "Are you okay?" Xiao Chen touched Su Yuaru's face with his hand distressfully. He could feel the slight heat on her face. "I'm fine. I've been disappointed in him for a long time. This is just another proof. I have more important things to do now." Chapter 40, The Charming Guide. Su Yuaru took out her cell phone and dialed a number. "Hello, Lawyer Lu. Do you have time now? I have some questions I would like to consult you." Su Yuaru listened silently to what was said on the other end of the phone, and then the two agreed on a time and place and hung up. "I have to go out to do something. I don't know when I will be back. Don't wait for me, husband." Su Yuaru said this and pecked Xiao Chen lightly on the face before leaving. Xiao Chen looked at Su Yuaru's slim figure disappearing behind the door with a thoughtful expression. He returned to his room and found the business card Sister Yang had handed him last night. The gold-plated font showed that the owner of the business card had extraordinary energy. Last night, Xiao Chen had noticed that Su Yuqian seemed to be quite wary of Sister Yang, as if Sister Yang had some leverage over him. Thinking of this, Xiao Chen dialed Sister Yang's number without hesitation. Sister Yang was very surprised when she received Xiao Chen's call. She thought Xiao Chen was looking for her to discuss cooperation. After Xiao Chen stated his purpose, he asked Sister Yang if she knew about Su Yuqian's resale of jewelry. Sister Yang was silent for a while, but then she spoke. "Actually, I can't tell anyone about this, but we're destined to be together. I hope you'll remember my kindness in helping you today." Xiao Chen agreed repeatedly, and Sister Yang finally spoke. "I only heard about this from Yinin. Yinin told me that Su Yuqian had been selling a lot of jewelry over the past 6 months. Since their origins were unknown, I didn't dare to intervene. But I heard that he seemed to have sold them to the largest auction house on the black market." "There is a black market in Dragon City?" Xiao Chen asked in surprise. Sister Yang laughed and said, "This world is a mixture of black and white. Where you and I live in the day, there are snakes and rats living in the night. I heard there's an auction going on in the black market tonight. Perhaps the jewels you're looking for might show up there." After hearing this, Xiao Chen thanked her excitedly. When he was about to hang up the phone, Sister Yang stopped him. "Don't be impatient. The black market has its own rules. Are you going to rob or get robbed if you rush over like this?" After hearing what Sister Yang said, Xiao Chen was a little hesitant. He really knew nothing about the black market. "Forget it, I'll help them to the end. I'll have someone take you there. With this person's introduction, you'll naturally be able to get in smoothly. But remember not to cause trouble, otherwise I won't be able to protect you." Sister Yang gave instructions and Xiao Chen nodded repeatedly. Then the two agreed on the time and place to meet and hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Chen sat on the sofa and thought about his plan for tonight. First of all, he had to know what the jewels belonging to Su Yuaru looked like. Then he also needs sufficient funds and trusted helpers. Although Sister Yang is generous and enthusiastic, she is ultimately a businessman. I have no feelings for her and no conflicts of interest with her, so Sister Yang may not help me when the critical moment comes. After thinking about the plan, Xiaochen first called Ho Zi to ask him out. When Ho Zi heard that Xiaochen wanted to see him for something, he immediately skipped work and came over. After that, the two of them packed up and went to the agreed location to wait for the contact person. When the agreed time came, Xiaochen and the others still hadn't seen the contact person.
Brother Chen, that Sister Yang is probably playing a trick on us. It's been half an hour and there's not even a ghost.
Just as Ho Zigong finished speaking, a low-key business car suddenly stopped in front of the two of them. Xiaochen and the other two were looking at the car suspiciously when they saw the rear window rolled down to reveal a face as beautiful as a lotus in clear water.
Why are you standing there? Get in the car quickly. The beauty urged to open the car door. Xiaochen and the other man quickly jumped into the car.
The car was originally quite spacious, but with the addition of two grown men, it suddenly seemed a bit crowded. Xiaochen looked around the car and found that although the exterior was the same as the interior, it was decorated very comfortably and luxuriously.
After they sat down, Ho Zi suddenly asked in surprise, You are Yang Yinin, right? Oh my god, you are the big star Yang Yinin. Yang Yinin was a little annoyed by Ho Zi's fuss, but Ho Zi turned around and said to Xiaochen in surprise, Brother Chen, am I dreaming? I'm actually sitting in a car with the famous star Yang Yinin.
As he spoke, Ho Zi pinched himself hard.
It really hurt.
This was all real, and Ho Zi was trembling with excitement. Seeing Ho Zi's useless look, Xiaochen ignored him and turned around to ask calmly, Are you the one Sister Yang sent to pick us up? Yang Yinin was touched by Xiaochen's calmness and said with a smile, I was wondering why Sister insisted on me picking you up.
You're quite special. Why aren't you excited to see me?
Yang Yinin had been beautiful since she was a child, so everyone around her doted on her. After becoming a celebrity, she became even more sought after, with both men and women excited to see her.
Few people were as calm as Xiaochen. Excited, he's a big star. By the way, did Sister Yang tell you how to get into the auction?
Xiaochen first perfunctorily answered Yang Yinin's question and then directly stated his intentions.
Yang Yinin straightened her slender waist, making her curves look even more graceful. With me here, are you still afraid you can't get in? I tell you, there is no place in the entire Dragon City that I, Yang Yinin, can't go to. Can you come into the men's room? Seeing Yang Yinin's proud look, Xiaochen couldn't help but tease her. You rascal. Yang Yinin pouted, pretending to be angry.
It's true that there is something quite special about a beautiful woman when she is angry.
Ho Zi quickly pretended to be a good person and coaxed Yang Yinin, and together with Yang Yinin they attacked Xiaochen.
While joking around along the way, Xiaochen also took the opportunity to ask a few questions about Su Yuqian and the jewelry he was reselling.
It turns out that Su Yuqian not only spends money lavishly but is also addicted to gambling.
He would go to the underground casino in Aoqing every week to gamble, but his luck was so bad that he never came back. After half a year, Su Yuqian almost lost all his money, so he started to think about reselling his property. And for some reason he found the jewels in no time, and then secretly took them out and sold them bit by bit.
As far as Yang Yin knew, Su Yuqian had sold at least a dozen pieces of jewelry.
As for which one Xiaochen was looking for, Yang Yinin had no way of confirming them. She could only help Xiaochen find those that were recently sold by Su Yuqian. She had never seen more. Even so, Xiaochen was still very grateful to Yang Yinin. After all, if a big star came out to accompany them to the black market for nothing, it would have a very bad impact if the news got out. The driver drove around and finally stopped at a manor in the suburbs. Ho Zi opened the car door and gentlemanly extended his arm to help Yang Yinin get out of the car.
Chapter 41, Pink Diamond Appears.
Although Xiaochen had long been accustomed to Ho Zi's flattery, he did not expect that he could be even more flattering in front of the beautiful star.
It turns out that people are complicated. When you think you understand someone, he often exceeds your imagination.
Xiaochen followed the two into the manor, and as soon as he entered the door, a uniformed guide came to greet him.
Miss Yang, you are here.
The guide bowed 90 degrees.
Yang Yinin smiled warmly and said, Tony, has today's auction started? I brought 2 friends here to play. The young man named Tony replied, It hasn't started yet, Miss Yang.
You and the 2 VIPs can rest in your private room for a while.
I'll let you know when it starts.
Yang Yinin smiled even more charmingly and said, Thank you for your hard work, Tony.
Tony's legs suddenly felt weak when Yang Yinin called him like that, and he looked at Yang Yinin with an obsessed expression. Yang Yinin also took Xiaochen and the other person to her own box. Yinyin, you are so charming. I don't think any man can resist a beauty like you. Ho Zi flattered him from the side. Brother Ho, stop joking. What do you mean by a beauty like me? I'm the only beautiful woman like me in the world, okay? This wasn't a rhetorical question, but an affirmative statement. Once you get to know Yang Yinyin for a while, you'll discover she's inherently narcissistic. But even so, people will still forgive her behavior because of her beauty. They even think that this narcissism is a cute behavior. Ho Zi responded to Yang Yinyin. After the three of them arrived at the box, Yang Yinyin handed a mask to Xiao Chen and Ho Zi respectively. This is the rule of the auction. We don't know who is participating and we won't let others know that we are participating. From Yang Yinin's narration, it can be seen that the standards and confidentiality of this auction are still very high. So Xiao Chen was a little worried whether his money was enough to buy back the jewelry from Su Yueru's mother. After waiting for a while, Tony knocked on the door and came in. He looked at the three people who had already put on masks and respectfully led them to the auction site. As soon as he entered the scene, Xiao Chen found that it was even more luxurious and grand than he had imagined. Rows of comfortable sofas were filled with lazy rich nobles, and waiters were moving among the crowd, delivering glasses of red wine or champagne to them. Each one wears a unique mask, and there are many scantily clad, hot beauties sitting on the sofa waiting for bosses who are interested in them. Of course, it's just for company. As for more, we'll have to wait until the auction is over. Ho Zi was originally eager to try to pick up a beautiful girl, but he couldn't bear to leave Yang Yinyin, so he had to grit his teeth and stay. As soon as the three of them sat down, the waiter brought them red wine and an auction catalog. Xiao Chen opened the catalog and searched with Yang Yinyin for the jewels sold by Su Yuechen. But it wasn't until I turned to the last page that I discovered something, an uncut natural pink diamond. Even in the album, it looks extremely gorgeous and dazzling. As the finale of the auction, this pink diamond has a starting price of 150 million. Xiao Chen swallowed his saliva. Fortunately, the money was spent on Su Yueru. Otherwise, even he would feel really bad. Are you sure that Su Yuechen secretly sold this diamond here? Xiao Chen confirmed again. Yang Yinyin nodded. 150 million is a considerable sum of money for the big star Yang Yinyin. Are you sure you want to buy it? Yang Yinyin also confirmed that she didn't understand why such an ordinary man would be obsessed with such a luxury item. Xiao Chen also nodded, indicating that he would get the diamond no matter what. Because he saw that the name of the diamond was Thimunafsu. Although Xiao Chen's English was not good, he was still familiar with these words. Through his poor translation, he found out that the name of the pink diamond was Su family's moon, which was Su Yueru. So he concluded that this diamond must be related to Su Yueru, and he must get it. The auction was hosted by a rather elegant old man. Although he looked quite old, his voice was loud and moving, as if listening to him speak would make you yearn for the collectibles. The auction began, and the hostess, wearing a cheongsam that showed off her white thighs, took out the auction items one by one. The first thing that was brought up was a blue and white porcelain vase. Although Xiao Chen didn't know much about antiques, he felt that the vase must be very expensive just by looking at its appearance. This must be several 100,000, right? Ho Zi drooled at the blue and white porcelain vase. Yang Yinyin chuckled and said, "It's more than that with a zero at the end." Ah, a small porcelain vase like this is worth millions? Oh no, I have to go back to my hometown and search to see if there are any like it. Ho Zi was eager to go back to his hometown to shop on Taobao, but Yang Yinyin poured cold water on him. This kind of top-quality porcelain is not something you can find in any remote village. It can only appear in places with rich cultural heritage and a long history. Inspired by Yang Yinyin, Ho Zi suddenly felt a sense of pride in his hometown. Who says my hometown is a poor and remote place without a rich history? I'll tell you something that will shock you to death. My hometown is surrounded by mountains and rivers, and the people are rich and abundant. Not to mention such a small porcelain bottle, there are even things as big as jars. Not only Yang Yinyin, but even Xiao Chen felt that Ho Zi was exaggerating too much. According to him, even if there was such a great treasure, it would have been donated to the country long ago. Seeing that the two ignored him, Ho Zi became even more anxious. Before Ho Zi could say anything, the bidding started. The rich people dumped out truckloads of garbage as if the money was not money but just a pile of garbage. Of course, this was just Xiao Chen's imagination. In reality, the tycoons were just half lying on the sofa, lazily holding up their small signs. Okay, number 25 bids 50 million. Is there a higher bid?
The old man on the stage surveyed the crowd, making sure no one was holding up their signs. He then said, 50 million once, 50 million twice, 50 million 3 times. Deal. With the crisp sound of the hammer, the small blue and white vase was bought.
Fuck, this is too much.
50 million, I've never seen so much money in my life. As Jose spoke, he looked at the small card in his hand. He flipped it over and over again, then put it under his nose and sniffed it. It smells so good, the smell of money is so good.
I wish I could have money too. I'd buy one and take it home.
I'll give you a chance later,
Xiaochen said to Jose.
Jose replied doubtfully, that's great.
I'll try my luck as a local tycoon.
Then the lots were taken away one by one, leaving only the last pink diamond.
Chapter 42, Making Friends with the Rich.
The whole audience was excited when the pink diamond was shown by the etiquette lady. It's not that this rough stone is so dazzling, it's just that the rough stone itself is an irregular shape that has not yet been cut into a beautiful shape. But when the etiquette lady showed the diamond to everyone, the delicate pink color of the diamond still amazed everyone present. The color is so pure and beautiful, it is simply a magical creation of nature. Yang Yining gasped when she saw the raw stone.
Women naturally lack resistance to jewelry.
It's so beautiful. Su Yuechen sold this rough stone to me before I even had the chance to see it.
If I had known it was so beautiful, I would have definitely gotten it, Yang Yining said with a bit of regret. Seeing Yang Yining's reaction, Xiaochen also made up his mind.
Even if this raw stone was not a relic of Su Yueru's mother, he would still buy it and give it to Su Yueru.
Jose, just keep calling out the price. Don't stop until I tell you to. Do you understand? Xiaochen instructed Jose. I understand, but Brother Chen, do we have that much money? If they really film us, what will we do if we don't have money to pay the bill? Don't worry about anything else. Just act like a rich guy. Got it? Jose loved this kind of pretentious work the most, and immediately nodded with a smile.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to present to you the grand finale of this auction, a pure natural rough pink diamond. This rough pink diamond comes from the private collection of a late famous movie star. She bought it at Christie's for $130 million. This woman has proven to be a very discerning buyer. The auctioneer kept the conversation going. Ever since this film star won the pink diamond, its price has skyrocketed. The true value of this rough diamond is now 300 million. Therefore, our auction price will start at 300 million, and each bid must be at least 5 million. Interested parties, please make every effort to get it.
The auction begins now.
Once the auction started, the cards on the field never fell.
330 million. 345 million. 375 million.
As prices continue to rise, there are fewer and fewer competitors. In the end, only Jose and a woman who looked a little fat from the back were left. Although Jose kept raising his sign and bidding, sweat had already begun to form on his forehead.
This special code is too exciting. 400 million. The woman over there shouted while holding a sign. Everyone in the field exclaimed in surprise. Jose also turned around and asked Xiaochen what he thought. It was now 400 million. It would be fine if they gave up, but if they were really photographed, how would they end up? It's easy to pretend to be rich, but it's hard to pay. Xiaochen ignored Jose's frequent gestures and continued to stare at the pink diamond. Since Xiaochen didn't call for a stop, Jose could only grit his teeth and continue. 450 million. After another round of competition, the woman finally called out a high price of 450 million. It's really exciting. This guy and that woman are arguing so fiercely. I wonder who these people are. Do you know who that woman is? I heard she's the daughter of Wang Yuan, the richest woman in Longcheng. She has nothing but money at home. Of course she is. Wang Yuan is also quite a character. I heard that she managed to become a wealthy woman in Longcheng even though she raised 2 children on her own. I bet that unfaithful man must be regretting it now. How sweet it is to be a gigolo like her. People in the crowd were whispering. Jose could no longer hold on. This psychological and financial tug of war is extremely exhausting. 494,300,000 and 100,000. Xiaochen took the sign from Jose's hand and shouted. This figure, with both decimals and integers, was the entire balance of Xiaochen's previous sign and rewards. Excluding the money he'd spent on the necklace he'd given to Su Yueru, it was all here, not a penny less. Xiao Chen took this gamble. If the price over there was higher, he would have to think of other ways. The crowd was completely silent. Some people were wondering why the number was chosen. Was it some kind of superstition? Others were wondering if the money was enough. Seeing no one bid, the auctioneer called out, 494,300,000 once, 494,300,000 twice, 494,300,000. Deal. The baby is so tired. Was this number set on purpose to trick him? Xiao Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. He won the bet. Ho Zi screamed because Tony, the organizer, had come over to ask them to pick up the goods. Tony came so quickly as if he was afraid that Xiao Chen and the others would run away. The so-called picking up the goods actually means paying the money. Brother Chen, what should we do? This is getting out of hand. I told you to stop when it's time to stop. This way I can distract their attention, and you two can take the opportunity to run away. Anyway, I don't have any money, what can they do to me? Seeing Ho Zi about to resort to his rogue tactics, Xiao Chen quickly stopped him, saying, "Don't do that. Even if I run away, where can Miss Yang's reputation go? As long as we follow the rules, we'll be fine." Ho Zi was speechless. He was prepared to sacrifice himself because he had no money to follow the rules. Now, Xiao Chen didn't understand his spirit of sacrifice at all. Arriving at the VIP room of the auction, it was much more luxurious and grand than Yang Yinin's box. The host was already waiting on the side, and greeted them with a smile on his face. "Congratulations, ladies and gentlemen. This pink diamond is definitely worth the money. Could you please tell me, sir, whether you would like to pay by cash or card?" Faced with such direct questioning, Ho Zi almost wanted to run away. It was too late to sell blood now, and he wondered if they would be forced to sell their bodies. "Just swipe your card. No password," Xiao Chen said calmly as he handed the 2 cards to the beautiful lady next to him. The receptionist walked gracefully towards the card machine while Ho Zi had already begun to bid farewell to his innocence. A few minutes later, the receptionist came back gracefully, holding a pink diamond in a brocade box and 2 empty bank cards in her hands. This time even Yang Yining, who had always been calm, was a little surprised. She didn't expect that this young man was so rich and could spend nearly 500 million at once. Although this 500 million is Xiao Chen's entire net worth, others are unaware of it. Moreover, from Xiao Chen's lavish spending, they would only think that he must be rich enough to rival a country. Ho Zi's reaction was even more exaggerated. He rubbed his eyes vigorously and looked back and forth at Xiao Chen and Yang Yining. Finally, he slapped himself twice in public. The sound of the slap was crisp, but it was followed by Ho Zi's ecstatic laughter. Ho Zi walked up to Xiao Chen and looked at him affectionately. "Hey, rich man, please be my friend." Chapter 43, Surprise and Shock. Xiao Chen couldn't help but laugh when he saw Ho Zi's deliberately humble look. If Ho Zi knew that he had used all his money to buy pink diamonds and that he only had less than 10,000 yuan on him, would he still speak to him so respectfully? "Brother Chen, I didn't expect you to be so rich. Could it be that all this money is pocket money given to you by my sister-in-law? My sister-in-law is so powerful." Ho Zi didn't care about Xiao Chen's reaction and just kept flattering him. "Where the money comes from is not your concern. Anyway, I'm poorer than you now, so you don't have to flatter me like that. It's strange that I'm not used to it." Xiao Chen waved his hand to indicate that he was not a rich man at all, and that the 500 million suck-up money was spent cleanly by him. But as long as Su Yueru is happy, Xiao Chen feels that it is all worth it. The 3 of them took the pink diamonds, and the auction house specially sent bodyguards to take them back. After returning to the apartment, Xiao Chen placed the pink diamond in Su Yueru's room and prepared to go to the nearby supermarket to prepare ingredients for dinner. After a busy day, Xiao Chen didn't eat much, so he was a little hungry now. He checked the doors and windows of his house, and after making sure there was nothing wrong, he set off. Normally, he wasn't in the habit of being so cautious. On the one hand, it was because the security in this upscale residential complex was always very good. On the other hand, he didn't have anything valuable to lose. But today he was shocked by the security of the auction. When he came out of the auction, he was surrounded by 4 bodyguards protecting him. So he finally realized that this pink diamond is not only a commemorative piece of jewelry in the eyes of many people, but also a huge amount of RMB that drives people crazy. He came back from the supermarket carrying a bag of food. On the way, Xiao Chen called Su Yueru and asked her when she would be back. After learning that Su Yueru was almost home, Xiao Chen quickened his pace and walked back.
When they arrived at the floor where they lived, Xiao Chen heard the sound of many people talking. Somehow, Xiao Chen suddenly had a bad feeling. When he walked to the door of the apartment, he saw several security guards surrounding the door. Xiao Chen walked towards the apartment without thinking too much, but was stopped by a burly security guard.
Stop, don't go any further. Who are you? What's going on here? Xiao Chen asked anxiously and looked around but did not see Su Yueru. He looked for Su Yueru all the way home but couldn't find her. Did Su Yueru come home earlier than him? What happened at home? The more Xiao Chen thought about it, the more anxious he became. He wanted to go into the apartment to check it out, so he bypassed the security guard and tried to go in. As a result, the security guard immediately reached out to grab Xiao Chen and wanted to drag him back roughly, but he didn't expect that before his hand touched Xiao Chen grabbed him and twisted his fingers hard. It hurts, who are you? Are you the thief from before? Come quickly, catch the thief. The fat security guard shouted, and the other security guards who had gone to other residents to inquire about the situation gathered over. A security guard who often greeted Xiao Chen recognized him and quickly stepped forward and said, "Stop hitting him, stop hitting him. It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. This is a resident of our community." The security guard turned to Xiao Chen and said, "Don't worry, Mr. Xiao. This is our new security guard and he doesn't know you yet. He just encountered a thief, so he's a little nervous." After hearing this, Xiao Chen let go of his hand. The fat security guard grimaced in pain, covering his hand with his hands and looking at Xiao Chen with a squint. "What happened at my house? Have you seen Miss Su? While on patrol today, De Hu saw a suspicious person walk into your building. He secretly followed him and came to your house. After seeing the suspicious person go in, he notified us, and we came here quickly." The security guard explained. Later, Miss Su came back, so we asked her to wait outside while we went in to catch the thief. Unexpectedly, there was no one inside when we entered. Miss Su also felt very strange and called the police. We will stay here and see if we can find any evidence. After listening to the old man's account of what happened, Xiao Chen had some guesses in his mind. But he still confirmed with De Hu, "Could you have mistaken that suspicious figure?" De Hu was quite dissatisfied after being taught a lesson by Xiao Chen, and he was even more angry when Xiao Chen questioned him. "Are you questioning my professionalism? I was trained by a legitimate security company. And my eyes are so good at remembering people who have seen me." Seeing De Hu's confident look, Xiao Chen couldn't help but tease, "Have you seen the thief's face? Can you find him?" De Hu was a little depressed when he heard this and muttered, "It was too dark at that time, and I only saw his back." Xiao Chen stopped teasing De Hu and was about to walk into the apartment. At this time, De Hu stepped forward to stop Xiao Chen and said, "You can't come in." Xiao Chen asked angrily, "Don't you already know that I'm a resident here? Why are you stopping me?" De Hu insisted, "This is a crime scene. I learned in security school that no one except the police can enter a crime scene. Otherwise, the evidence will be destroyed. You know quite a lot." Xiao Chen couldn't help but mock De Hu. De Hu didn't hear the sarcasm in Xiao Chen's words and said proudly, "That's right. I'm the study committee member of our class. Well, this brother's name is not only Tiger, but his personality is also very fierce." While the two were talking, the police had already arrived. De Hu quickly stepped aside to let the police officers in. Su Yueru also followed back and asked worriedly when she saw Xiao Chen, "Are you okay? I just came back and heard De Hu and the others say there was a thief at home. Luckily, you were at the supermarket and not at home." Xiao Chen also pulled Su Yueru over and looked at her nervously, saying, "I just looked for you everywhere. Next time, you must call me first. I will be by your side immediately." While the two were being affectionate at the door, De Hu next to them looked around uncomfortably. This couple is openly abusing the tiger here. After the police went in for a while, an older policeman came to call Su Yueru and the other person. "Please come in with us and check if there are any valuables missing from the house." The two followed him in. Xiao Chen looked carefully at the doors and windows and found no signs of them being opened. The police took the two men to check each room one by one, and the room was almost exactly the same as when Xiao Chen left. "There's nothing different. It was like this when I left this morning," Su Yueru said to the old policeman. "So that means the security guard is lying? Is he dazzled?" As soon as the old policeman finished speaking, De Hu came over angrily. "I, De Hu, swear by my 80-year-old mother that I definitely saw a suspicious person enter Miss Su's room. Chapter 44 I believe in him. Seeing Daho's confident look, the old policeman was not convinced. He turned to the other security personnel and asked, "Did you spot the suspicious figure this comrade mentioned?" The security guards looked at each other, not knowing how to answer. The security guard stepped forward and said, "Comrade police, we also heard from Dahu that someone broke into Miss Sue's house, so we followed them here." The old policeman pondered for a moment, then pointed at Dahu and said to the others, "That means no one else saw the suspicious figure except him. Now how do you explain it?" The old policeman looked at Dahu with dissatisfaction, and Dahu suddenly became nervous and scratched his ears and cheeks. "Comrade police, you must believe me. I really saw it. Otherwise, why would I call Uncle Jean and the others over?" Dahu explained himself while the others looked at him indifferently. "I believe in Dahu," Xiao Chen suddenly said. Dahu seemed to have seen his savior and completely forgot about the quarrel between them. "Brother, you're so nice. I knew you were a good person." Xiao Chen couldn't help but roll his eyes when he heard Dahu say that. He pulled his hand out of Dahu's grasp and said, "The reason I believe him is because something is missing from my house." Everyone was stunned when these words came out. Su Yueru looked around the room again. The layout and furnishings in the room were the same as usual, with no signs of rummaging. If a thief really broke into the apartment, he would definitely search it. Generally, wealthy people have safes in their homes and keep valuables in secluded places. But here, everything is so clean and tidy that it's hard to suspect that anyone has been in. "Xiao Chen, what do you mean? Are you missing something?" Su Yueru asked. Xiao Chen nodded and led everyone to Su Yueru's bedroom. Su Yueru's bedroom is decorated in a minimalist style, with only a few items visible at a glance. Xiao Chen pointed at Su Yueru's bed and said, "I came back just now and put a gift on Yueru's bed." So Yueru didn't know about this. But now it's gone. I guess it was probably stolen by that thief. "Gift?" the old policeman asked. "What gift?" "A diamond, a pink diamond," Xiao Chen answered concisely. The old policeman signaled to his assistant with his eyes, and the young man hurried over to take pictures of Su Yueru's bed and check for any fingerprints. "What does the diamond you're talking about look like? How big is it? How much did you buy it for?" The old policeman took out his notebook and prepared to start taking notes. "I just bought it from an auction house. You can ask them for specific photos. As for how big it is, I'm not sure. I spent nearly 500 million on it." Xiao Chen told the truth. But as soon as he finished speaking, everyone was stunned again. And this was mainly due to the shock of being crushed by money. "You mean Wu Yi?" The old policeman's hand holding the pen was shaking a little, and he wrote down a shocking amount on his notes. "Yes," Xiao Chen answered calmly, showing no panic at all about losing a huge sum of money. "Xiao Chen, does the diamond you mentioned look like this?" Su Yueru said this as she took out a photo album from her bedside table and pulled out a photo. The photo shows an extremely beautiful woman. She stares at the camera with sharp and cold eyes, as if her eyes, like those of the Snow Queen, can travel through time and space and strike your heart. Sitting next to her was a cute and well-behaved little girl with 2 pigtails. She was holding a stone that emitted a soft pink light in her hand. Su Yueru pointed at the stone and asked Xiao Chen, "Is this the pink diamond?" Xiao Chen looked at it carefully and nodded. Both the appearance and the pink color it emitted were exactly the same as the diamond he had photographed. "Yes, that's it." Su Yueru's eyes lit up and she said, "This is a gift my mother gave me when I was 8 years old." This photo was also taken at that time. Su Yueru's eyes turned from surprise to sadness. Xiao Chen knew that Su Yueru's mother died in an accident when she was 8 years old. So this diamond should be the last gift her mother gave her. The old policeman took the photo and looked at it and said, "Miss Su, can I borrow this photo for a moment?" Su Yueru hesitated for a moment but still handed the photo over. "Based on your descriptions, we have basically grasped the situation. We will expedite the follow-up investigation. Please be patient." After the old policeman finished speaking, he left with his assistant. The security guards apologized and made promises. Dahu patted his chest and said to Xiao Chen, "Don't worry, brother. Just because you supported me so much today, I will definitely help you find the thief who stole your things." After everyone exchanged some polite words, Xiao Chen saw the security guards off. Dahu followed reluctantly, and finally asked Xiao Chen quietly, "Brother, is that diamond of yours really worth 500 million? Xiao Chen smiled and said, "Not that many.
Just as De Hu was about to breathe a sigh of relief, Xiao Chen continued, "It's 494.31 million. De Hu choked and coughed for a long time before saying, "Oh my god, how many houses do I need to buy and how many wives do I need to marry?" Xiao Chen patted De Hu and said, "The marriage law prohibits bigamy." De Hu smiled innocently and said, "I know, I am just a metaphor." Xiao Chen was speechless. What a metaphor! Chinese must have been taught by the security guard. Xiao Chen waved to De Hu, signaling that he was going back. De Hu hesitated to speak, and finally left with a heavy heart. Although the 5 billion was not his, he was really sad. Xiao Chen returned to the apartment and saw Su Yueru sitting on the sofa flipping through a photo album. He walked over and put his arm around Su Yueru's shoulders. The two were silent for a while. Su Yueru looked up at Xiao Chen and said, "How do you know that the pink diamond is my mother's legacy?" Xiao Chen kissed Su Yueru on the forehead and said, "There's nothing I don't know about you." Su Yueru knew Xiao Chen was trying to coax her, but she still smiled sweetly and said, "How do you have so much money? Is that diamond so expensive?" Daughters from wealthy families are different. The most expensive gift Xiao Chen has ever received is a hero pen. However, other girls have been playing with diamonds as toys since they were young. Not anymore. All my wealth was stolen by that thief. Xiao Chen pretended to be disappointed and said that in fact, he was not as disappointed as when he learned that the 500 million could only be spent on beautiful women. Su Yueru was a little touched and asked, "You gave me all your money to buy diamonds?" Xiao Chen nodded, and Su Yueru said with tears in her eyes, "You were so silly, why are you so nice to me?" Chapter 45, The Mind Reader. Xiao Chen looked at Su Yueru, whose eyes were wet and her face was red, and swallowed his saliva and said, "You are my wife, so who else can I treat if I don't treat you well?" Su Yueru leaned into Xiao Chen's arms and said worriedly, "But can the thief be found? I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. He stole the pink diamond just as you found it." Xiao Chen nodded silently. The theft of the pink diamond was so coincidental that it made people suspicious. It was only an hour from the time he put the pink diamond away and left to the time he returned. Who knew so much about the pink diamond and was able to steal it in such a short time? Xiao Chen felt at a loss for a moment, but he still calmly comforted Su Yueru. After Su Yueru slowly fell asleep, Xiao Chen carried her back to her room. After settling Su Yueru, Xiao Chen returned to his room. He thought about what had happened today, sorted out the current situation, and had a rough idea in his mind. The next morning, Su Yueru received a phone call and went out, while Xiao Chen found Da He to know more about what happened last night. Da He told everything he knew, detailing all the suspicious and non-suspicious things that happened yesterday. After talking for about an hour, Da He picked up his teacup and drank a lot. After drinking the water, Da He suddenly sighed and said, "This is really troublesome. I wish I had superpowers right now. If I could know what other people are thinking, I could catch the thief right away." Knowing what others are thinking? Yeah, if you could instantly know what others are thinking, wouldn't that be as easy as putting a sign on a thief's head? Thinking of this, Xiao Chen began to sincerely hope that today's sign and reward could be this kind of superpower. Just like he had acquired cooking and makeup skills before, he hoped that he could see through people's hearts at once. Ding! You can sign in today. Do you want to sign in? Xiao Chen was pleasantly surprised. This system really came as a timely help. Xiao Chen thought to himself, "Sign in. Okay, host. Signing you in. Ding. Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for gaining the ability to read minds." The ability to read minds? Sounds pretty impressive. Xiao Chen carefully studied the description of this reward. The ability to peek into the hearts of others allows you to see their most cherished thoughts and desires. By making physical contact with the person you want to spy on, you can gain access to their true inner thoughts. Suga, it turns out it's so easy to know what others are thinking. Xiao Chen was secretly delighted but still paid attention to see if there were any bugs. Sure enough, the small print attached read, "Excessive use of this ability by the host may cause backlash." Backlash? Shouldn't this scary sounding side effect be explained in detail? Xiao Chen secretly complained in his heart, but he couldn't care less now. Da He, can I touch you? Xiao Chen spoke with some difficulty. De Hu's body trembled, and he took a step back and said, "Mr. Xiao, our company has regulations that prohibit close contact with customers." Xiao Chen was speechless, but still stood up and explained, "I've studied Chinese medicine before, and since you looked a little unwell, I thought I'd feel your bones and pulse. If you don't want to, forget it." After saying that, Xiao Chen made a gesture to leave. De Hu quickly stopped him and said with a smile, "Why didn't you tell me earlier, Mr. Xiao? I've just been feeling unwell these past few days. Can you please take a look at me?" Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and pretended to take Da Hu's pulse. In an instant, Da Hu's memory suddenly appeared before Xiao Chen's eyes. A rather old woman smiled lovingly at him, lying weakly on the hospital bed in a hospital gown. "Da Hu, you have to find a good wife for me as soon as possible. I still want to live and hug my eldest grandson." Da Hu's voice came at this time, "Mom, take good care of yourself. I'm not in a hurry to get married. There are so many girls chasing me that I'm dazzled by the choices." The woman coughed for a while, then reached out and touched herself, saying, "That's good. You're the one I'm most worried about right now." In a few seconds, the scene in front of Xiao Chen disappeared. "Is your mother ill?" Xiao Chen blurted out without thinking. De Hu immediately pulled his hand back and clapped Xiao Chen on the shoulder, shouting, "Mr. Xiao, how can you be so amazing? You can tell that my mother is sick just by taking her pulse?" Xiao Chen rubbed his shoulders and said, This. Mainly, I see that you are depressed and insomniac, and you seem to be single, so something must have happened at home." De Hu wanted to slap Xiao Chen again, but Xiao Chen dodged him. After a few slaps, he lost half a bar of blood. "Mr. Xiao, you are not only a good doctor, but also a very accurate judge of people. How did you know I was single?" "I have been single for almost 20 years. Xiao Chen waved his hand to stop De Hu from recalling his single history. Let's not talk about that for now. Can you tell me who came to our building yesterday?" This. I can check the surveillance. It'll be more accurate that way." Xiao Chen nodded and the two of them went to the monitoring room to check the surveillance. In the end, the two of them screened out several suspects they had rarely seen and took screenshots of these people. After doing all this, Xiao Chen prepared to hand over the evidence to the police officer who had come yesterday. Before leaving, Xiao Chen said to De Hu, "If you have nothing else to do, find a wife quickly. Don't keep lying about being pursued by girls. It's obvious it's fake the moment you hear it." De Hu smiled innocently and said, "Mr. Xiao, how do you know I'm lying? I have to save money to treat my mother's illness. Which girl would be willing to be with a poor loser like me these days?" Xiao Chen suddenly felt that De Hu was exactly like himself in the past. Back then, he also worked hard for the 100,000 yuan betrothal gift. But now he has met someone who truly cares about him. There will be. Not all girls are so materialistic. Trust me. Seeing Xiao Chen's firm words, De Hu smiled foolishly again. After arriving at the police station, Xiao Chen found the old police officer who was in charge of the investigation yesterday and handed over the information he had investigated to him. The old policeman looked at them and asked, "Are you sure that there is a high possibility that the thief is among these people?" Xiao Chen nodded and explained, "De Hu and I watched the surveillance footage 3 times. These people are not residents of this building, but they were in the building when the pink diamond was stolen. So I think the suspect must be among them." The old police officer looked at the screenshot skeptically and said, "You know we can't just bring innocent citizens in for questioning without sufficient evidence." Xiao Chen was a little anxious. He looked at the old police officer's ID card on his uniform and said, "Officer Li, as a senior police officer, you have more experience than me. But this matter is very important to me, and I believe that as a citizen, I have an obligation to cooperate with the police investigation." Chapter 46 Suspect Number 1. Xiao Chen spoke so sincerely that Officer Li was a little shaken. After thinking for a while, Officer Li called the young assistant and asked him to identify the people in the screenshots and hand them over to the police station for questioning. At this time, Xiao Chen made another request to Officer Li. "Officer Li, I actually hope that I can assist you with the investigation. So can I go with that young officer?" Officer Li was a little embarrassed. He didn't expect Xiao Chen to make such a request. "Don't you trust us?" The young policeman was indeed lacking in sophistication, so he immediately started to confront Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen didn't get angry but calmly explained, "You misunderstood. I just hope to assist with the investigation. If there's anything I can do to help, I'll do my best to help." The young policeman sneered and said, "Assisting in the investigation? Who do you think you are? Detective Sherlock? Do we, the People's Police, still need your help?" This series of rhetorical questions made the atmosphere of the entire conversation very awkward. Xiao Chen looked at Officer Li, who was silent at the side. He knew that the final decision would still be made by Officer Li.
After a long silence, Officer Li said, Xiaoyan, since this is your first mission alone, why don't you take Mr. Xiao with you? After all, Mr. Xiao has been working in society for many years and has more experience in dealing with people than you do. Xiaoyan looked at Xiao Chun with a bit of disdain and was about to refute Officer Li, but Officer Li waved his hand to indicate that he had already made up his mind. Xiaoyan angrily told Xiao Chen to leave, and the two of them got into the police car. Xiaoyan still threw things around and gave Xiao Chen a cold look. Xiao Chen was not angry and just let Xiaoyan vent. After a while, Xiaoyan felt that it was boring and left. They found the home of the first suspect, who appeared in the apartment building where Xiao Chen lived on the night the pink diamond was stolen. She actually lived in another building in the same complex. Xiaoyan knocked on the door, but there was no response for a while. Just as Xiaoyan was about to continue knocking on the door, it opened by itself. A young woman in a silk nightgown walked out of the door. She looked almost the same as in the screenshot in Xiao Chen's hand. Can't you let me sleep so early in the morning? Why are you knocking so hard? The woman rubbed her hair angrily, her long, slender thighs showing under her nightgown. Xiaoyan hadn't expected such a scene. He swallowed hard and said seriously, Hello, young lady. I'm Yan Shouzheng, a police officer from the Longqing police station. I'm here to investigate something with you. Although it was already past 10 o'clock, for girls who often went to nightclubs, this time was almost midnight. So the woman still replied angrily, Police? Can the police prevent others from sleeping? Tell me what law I have broken? This scene was so familiar, but it was Xiaoyan himself who was stumped by a series of questions. I didn't stop you from sleeping. I just need you to cooperate with our investigation. You can sleep after the investigation is completed. Xiaoyan explained. The woman laughed out of anger, and Xiao Chen stepped forward and said, Excuse me, beautiful lady. We need your help urgently. If it's not convenient for you now, can we come back to you later? Xiao Chen's humble tone and the fact that he exuded the aura of a supermodel made the woman feel a little relieved. Come in and ask whatever you want to ask. Don't bother me anymore. The young woman turned and walked back into the room, and Xiao Chen and the other followed her in. As soon as Xiaoyan entered, he spread his notes on the table and asked in a serious tone, Excuse me, are you Feng Xiaoxiao? The young woman raised an eyebrow, crossed her legs and sat across from Xiaoyan and said, Yes, what's wrong? Excuse me, where were you at 9:40 p.m. on August 24th of this month? Xiaoyan continued to ask. Feng Xiaoxiao chuckled and said, I don't even know what day it is today, so how can I know where I will be at that crazy time you mentioned? Anyway, I'm either at the nightclub or on my way to the nightclub. Seeing that Feng Xiaoxiao was not cooperating, Xiaoyan slammed the table and shouted, Be serious now. If you don't cooperate, I will take you back to the police station for questioning. Okay, then take me away. I'm so bored. Feng Xiaoxiao said with a desperate look. Xiao Chen picked up the kettle from the table and poured a glass of water for Xiaoyan, then poured another glass and handed it to Feng Xiaoxiao. Just drink some water and calm down. There's no need to get so angry. Xiao Chen said this and signaled Xiaoyan with his eyes. Xiaoyan sat down reluctantly. Feng Xiaoxiao stretched out her fair little hand to take the water cup handed to her by Xiao Chen, and her fingertips touched Xiao Chen intentionally or unintentionally. You don't look like a policeman, you're actually quite handsome. Do you have a girlfriend? Feng Xiaoxiao looked at Xiao Chen teasingly, and Feng Xiaoxiao's memories appeared in front of Xiao Chen. The image was shaky, as if drunk. Then a short, fat figure appeared before her eyes, and Feng Xiaoxiao rushed over and hugged him. But the short, fat boy pushed her away like a thief and cursed, Are you crazy? You actually came here? If my wife sees you, I'll have to divorce her, you know that? Feng Xiaoxiao's voice came, Then divorce her, and then marry me. I will live with you from now on. The short and fat man said angrily, There's no way I'm going to marry you. If you know what's good for you, move out of this neighborhood right now. Don't let me see you here again. Didn't you say you would divorce me before? Didn't you say you would marry me? You scumbag, how could you do this to me? The short and fat man ignored Feng Xiaoxiao and ran into the apartment building where Xiao Chen was. Feng Xiaoxiao hurriedly chased after him. What happened later was no longer important. Xiao Chen now knew why Feng Xiaoxiao appeared in the apartment building where he lived for no reason. It turned out that she was looking for the short and fat man who had abandoned her. Xiao Chen also remembered that short and fat man. He often ran into him in the supermarket shopping with his wife and children. The family of three looked incredibly happy, but it turned out the short, fat guy was cheating on them. It's true you can only judge a person by their appearance.
Xiao Chen's eyes fell on Feng Xiaoxiao's pale face and said, "Thank you for the compliment."
I'm already married. For some reason, Feng Xiaoxiao's eyes suddenly became a little dim.
Xiao Chen couldn't help but said, "Miss Feng is so charming, she will definitely find someone who is right for her."
Feng Xiaoxiao couldn't help but smile and said, "Really? I'll just give you my good wishes."
Xiao Yan looked at the two people flirting and said angrily, "Teacher Li asked you to assist me, not to pick up girls."
Can you be more serious?
Xiao Chen stood up straight, saluted, and said, "Yes, sir."
Chapter 47, Suspect Number 2.
Xiao Chen deliberately imitated the salute in Hong Kong movies, which made Feng Xiaoxiao laugh out loud. Xiao Yan seemed to feel that his dignity was threatened and was about to explode, but after Feng Xiaoxiao's mood improved, Xiao Chen asked her about her whereabouts at that time. This time Feng Xiaoxiao's resistance eased a little, but she also made some changes to the facts. She just said that she went to break up with her boyfriend and ended up chasing her boyfriend into the apartment building where Xiao Chen lived. Because her boyfriend lives downstairs from Xiao Chen's house, it looks like Feng Xiaoxiao has been there.
After everything was investigated, Xiao Yan also called Feng Xiaoxiao's boyfriend to confirm.
Although Feng Xiaoxiao was reluctant, she still dialed the number of the short and fat man for Xiao Chen's sake. The short and fat man cursed Feng Xiaoxiao angrily at first, telling her not to bother him anymore. But when he heard that it was the police who asked Feng Xiaoxiao to call him, he immediately changed his attitude. People who have done something wrong are often the most afraid of the police, so no matter what Xiao Yan asked, the short and fat man over there responded one by one. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Yan specially praised the short and fat boy for his active cooperation, which made Feng Xiaoxiao roll her eyes so hard that they almost rolled to the roof. After confirming that Feng Xiaoxiao had nothing to do with the theft, the two continued to the home of the second suspect, a well-known internet company nearby. Xiao Yan came to the front desk, showed his police officer ID, and asked whether the man in Xiao Chen's screenshot had come to work. The front desk clerk called the company's HR department to confirm and learned that the man had just taken a leave and was absent today.
Xiao Yan asked for the man's address again, and the two drove to a remote shared housing complex in the old city.
After arriving there, the two men asked around and finally found the second suspect in a dilapidated two-story civilian building. But as soon as the two entered the house, suspect number 2 felt something was wrong and immediately prepared to escape through the window. Xiao Yan quickly went up and grabbed the suspect's legs to prevent him from escaping through the window, but the man was too strong and kicked Xiao Yan hard, sending him flying to the ground. Xiao Chen rushed forward quickly and grabbed the suspect. Regardless of his desperate struggle, she used a set of women's self-defense skills to subdue the suspect. Xiao Yan got up from the ground in a panic, took out the handcuffs and put them on the suspect. Then he sat down on the ground panting. Xiao Chen was also very tired. The man had just struggled with all his might. Fortunately, Xiao Chen's physical condition had improved greatly, otherwise he would have probably escaped.
Thank you for that just now.
I didn't expect this man to be so difficult to deal with. Xiao Yan recovered and turned to look at Xiao Chen.
You're welcome.
After all, you're helping me.
Xiao Yan waved his hand and said, serving the people is my job.
You are quite skilled.
Xiao Chen smiled.
When he was in college, he practiced sanda. In order to help his female classmates avoid being bullied by bad guys, he learned women's self-defense and taught them.
I didn't expect that I would actually use it on a man today.
This man looks so guilty, he must be the one who stole something.
Xiao Yan guessed.
But Xiao Chen shook his head and said, it's not him. Just now when Xiao Chen caught this man, he touched the man's skin, and his memory was immediately seen by Xiao Chen. The reason why suspect number 2 appeared in the community where Xiao Chen lived was because he was having an affair with his boss's wife. His boss happened to be away on a business trip that day, so he took the opportunity to go to Xiao Chen's apartment building to meet with the married man. When the two were in the middle of their affectionate relationship, the police suddenly arrived, and the two of them were frightened and thought their affair was exposed, so they hurriedly left. The main reason he asked for leave today was because he was afraid that his boss would come after him, so when he saw Xiao Chen and the other two coming over, he felt guilty and wanted to run away.
But Xiao Yan didn't know this. He just thought Xiao Chen was talking nonsense and ignored his opinion, preparing to take suspect number 2 back to report. Xiao Chen wanted to stop Xiao Yan and ask him to continue the investigation with him, but Xiao Yan was stubborn and refused to listen to his advice. In the end, Xiao Chen could only take the address of the next suspect and investigate it himself. Xiao Chen took a taxi to an old community in the old city.
He knocked on the door and then a familiar voice came from inside.
Who is it? A woman asked.
Xiao Chen felt that the voice was very familiar, but he couldn't remember it for a moment. The door opened from the inside and a woman in her 60s stuck her head out.
Mr. Xiao, why are you here?
When Xiao Chen saw the woman's face, he remembered that this woman was Sister Chen who helped clean Su Yueru's house every week. This Sister Chen was actually Su Yueru's nanny when she was a child, and she worked in the Su family for almost 40 years. Su Yueru was taken care of by her since she was a child until she left the Su family to go to college. In recent years, Sister Chen has been getting older and her health has not been as good as before. Su Yueru's stepmother dismissed her as inefficient at work. She had been in the Su family for almost her entire life, but when she left, the Su family didn't even give her a decent retirement package. Even so, she had no complaints against the Su family until Sister Chen went to work as a cleaner at Su Yueru's company and they met again. Su Yueru remembered Sister Chen's care for her in the past, and Sister Chen was old and could not do so much work, so Su Yueru arranged for her to live in her home.
Sister Chen goes to Su Yueru's house to clean 3 times a week.
Su Yueru pays her 5,000 yuan a month, which is a very good salary for many young people. Therefore, Sister Chen has always been grateful to Su Yueru and even respects Xiao Chen very much. Xiao Chen was slightly taken aback when he saw Sister Chen here, but he quickly reacted and said, "Oh, Sister Chen.
Do you live here? I came here to see a friend."
Sister Chen warmly invited Xiao Chen into the house, and she took the initiative to pour tea and cut fruit for Xiao Chen.
"Sister Chen, please don't bother. I'll do it for a while and then leave."
Xiao Chen stepped forward and held Sister Chen back to stop her from taking care of these things. As a result, as soon as he touched Sister Chen's hand, new memories appeared before his eyes.
A gruff young man holding a stack of money asked dissatisfiedly, "Is that all?"
"This money is not even enough for a meal." Sister Chen's voice came, "Xiaohao, please don't spend money recklessly.
Mom is old, you have to work hard to support yourself in the future."
The young man snorted coldly and said, "I want to work hard, but where can I find a good job? Look at others who are born into wealthy families, and then look at me, the son of a poor worker.
What can I do? I'm desperate."
Sister Chen stopped talking and just sighed deeply, but this still annoyed the young man. He kicked over the stool next to him and cursed, "Fuck, I hate your size the most.
I'm like this now because you didn't live up to your expectations back then. If you could find me a rich father, I'd have everything." Chapter 48, Suspect Number 3.
The young man became more and more excited as he continued to shout at the top of his lungs, "In the end, you found my damned dad, who died a long time ago and abandoned us.
I don't even have a decent girlfriend now because you didn't save anything for me."
Sister Chen slapped Xiaohao in the face and cursed, "You beast, how can you say that about your father?
Why did he die? You can't say that about him."
The man snorted coldly and said, "Okay, I won't tell you."
"Can I just leave? I never want to come back to this shabby place again." He was a little dazed for a moment. Sister Chen's son Xiaohao looked exactly like suspect number 3 in his screenshot.
When he came out of Sister Chen's memory, he saw Sister Chen looking at him with a worried look on her face.
"Mr. Xiao, are you okay? You don't look well." Sister Chen asked with concern. "Ah, I'm fine." "Sister Chen, are you alone at home? Why don't I see your family?" he asked deliberately.
Sister Chen said with a melancholy look in her eyes, "My husband passed away a long time ago.
My son and I have been dependent on each other for many years.
I was already old when I gave birth to Xiaohao, and his father had just passed away. So I spoiled him all these years.
Xiaohao's bad temper now may be caused by me."
Sister Chen seemed to have found someone to talk to, so she talked incessantly. After talking for a while, Sister Chen suddenly came to her senses.
"Oh, Mr. Xiao, I'm sorry. You came here to see a friend, right? I'm so embarrassed for rambling on and on."
As she said this, Sister Chen stood up awkwardly.
He waved his hand and said, "I don't have anything important to do, and that friend isn't at home. So you don't have to worry about me." "But why haven't I seen your son? Did he go to work?" Sister Chen sighed and said, "Maybe. Mr. Su and his family are really good people. Miss Su didn't mind my age and was willing to hire me.
And Mrs. Su didn't mind that Xiaohao had little education and actually let him take care of Master Su.
I really met a good customer." "Mrs. Su?" he asked a little confused. "Yes, that's the wife that Master Su later found.
Although Mrs. Su fired me, she still found a good job for Xiaohao. Xiaohao drives for Master Su every day and runs errands for him, and he can earn 5,000 yuan a month."
Seeing Sister Chen's relieved expression, he felt uneasy. If this matter was really related to Xiaohao, then there must be more unknown secrets hidden behind it. That's great, Sister Chen. It's getting late. I should go back too. See you next time. He stood up and walked towards the door. At the door, he turned around and asked Sister Chen, did Xiaohao go to Miss Su's residence to pick you up yesterday? His casual question stunned Sister Chen. No, Xiaohao never came to pick me up. He was very busy and he didn't know where Miss Su lived. He nodded, said goodbye to Sister Chen and left. After Sister Chen came out, he felt more and more that the whole thing was inextricably linked to the Su family. This also confirmed his previous guess. So he decided to go to the Su family in person. As a large family that has been entrenched in Longcheng for almost a century, the Su family can be said to have a significant influence on the entire Longcheng. This generation of the Su family is mainly composed of the eldest son Su Zhigua, the second son Su Zhifu, the third daughter Su Jimin and the youngest son Su Jiqiang. Although the Su family is not as prosperous as in the early years, thanks to the accumulation and hard work of the previous generation, the four of them still live a fairly comfortable life. Among them, the youngest, Su Jiqiang, is the most promising. He not only inherited all the industries of the Su family, but also expanded the Su group's business to catering, film and television and other fields. It can be said that Su Jiqiang not only won at the starting line in his life, but also had great business talent, which prevented the Su family from declining during his generation. However, due to the curse that wealth cannot last for more than 3 generations, the third generation of the Su family are all ridiculous and naughty. He had heard Su Yueru talk about her cousins, each one doing more bizarre things than the other, so he wasn't surprised when he heard that Su Yueqian had stolen the family jewelry and sold it. When he got in the car and told the Su family's address, even the taxi driver looked at him a few more times. He came to the Su family mansion, which was the top-notch mansion where the Su family had lived for generations. The mansion is located in the most prosperous street of Longcheng. It is quiet in the midst of the hustle and bustle and is very suitable for living. The neighbors around here are either wealthy or superstars, either rich or noble. When he arrived at the door of the villa, he was stopped by 2 uniformed security guards who asked him to show his ID and explain his purpose. He said he was looking for Xiaohao, but the security guard looked him up and down and asked, "What's your relationship with Xiaohao? Why are you here looking for him?" He was hesitating whether to say that Xiaohao might be a thief when the extended Lincoln car parked behind him suddenly honked impatiently. He turned to look at the car, and the person driving it was Xiaohao himself. Xiaohao, wearing a black driver's cap, looked very energetic. He opened the car window and shouted, "Who is it? A good dog doesn't block the road. Can't you see you're blocking the door?" Faced with Xiaohao's shouting, he did not retreat but took a step forward and came to the front of the car. "Are you sure, Xiaohao?" Xiao Chen asked. "It's you, Master Sure. If you know what's good for you, make way for me. Otherwise, Master Sure will let you taste the taste of a tire today." Xiaohao shouted arrogantly. At this time, a young man in a suit and tie got out of the car. That man was none other than Su Yueqian. Su Yueqian looked at him and instinctively wanted to vomit. The last painful experience in the bar made him not want to drink recently. "Why are you here? Did my sister ask you to come?" Su Yueqian asked in a bad tone. Xiao Chen smiled and said, "Why, are you afraid of me? I came here on my own initiative. Your sister probably doesn't know." Su Yueqian raised his eyebrows and said, "What are you doing here? What could you possibly be doing in our Su family?" He rolled his eyes and said, "I'm here to propose marriage. Although your sister and I have obtained a marriage certificate, I've never met your parents. I still hope to get your blessing." Su Yueqian laughed in disbelief and said, You dare to come to my house to propose marriage? You really don't know your place. I advise you to disappear before my dad comes back and don't embarrass yourself here." As Su Yueqian spoke, he came forward and pushed him. He was just waiting for her to touch him. So he took advantage of the situation and grabbed Su Yueqian's hand, and the moment they touched, another memory emerged. It was a magnificent and bustling place, filled with the sounds of dice colliding and people's cheers or shouts of frustration. Chapter 49, First Visit to Su's Residence. Through Su Yueqian's vision, Xiao Chen could see a group of people gathered around the card table, their eyes fixed on the 2 people sitting at the table. One of them was a middle-aged man with a bookish air, squinting at his cards. Opposite him was a fat man with a big head and big ears wearing a gold chain, sweat pouring down his head like a waterfall.
The middle-aged man smiled at the fat man, then turned the cards in his hand upside down. The fat man swallowed and threw his cards on the table. His cards were good, but the uncle opposite him had better cards. The people around him gasped and said, "Oh my God, Mr. Song actually lost. And he lost 15 million in one go. This is going to be something to watch." The fat man called Mr. Song ran away in shame after losing his money. At this time, Su Yuqian sat opposite the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man, who looked like a teacher, bowed slightly to Su Yuqian in a very polite manner and then signaled the dealer to start dealing the cards. Su Yuqian's cards were pretty good, which made him inexplicably proud. The uncle opposite seemed to see Su Yuqian's pride and added more chips. 100 million? That's so exaggerated? Someone around shouted. He felt even happier in his heart, as he was confident enough to win this time. So he threw out all his chips. As expected, Su Yuqian lost when the cards were revealed. Su Yuqian hugged his head tightly. He never expected that he would lose so completely. But he was not willing to give up, so he borrowed another 300 million chips to make a comeback. Of course, the fact is that he lost everything without a single cent left. Despite such a huge loss, Su Yuqian still didn't give up. He always felt that he could win back all the money in the next round. The money was getting less and less while the stakes were getting bigger and bigger, and finally he had lost all the money he could borrow. He lost his mind and rushed to the middle-aged man, grabbed his collar and cursed, "Damn it, are you cheating? I'll cripple you." As he was about to hit someone, he was stopped by several strong bodyguards. The man stood up and said affably, "Little brother, it's the rule here to accept defeat. Your magnanimity might indicate a poor gambling record. And there's one more thing I need to tell you: if you don't pay off all your debts within 3 days, you might be the one to be ruined." After saying that, the middle-aged man signaled to the bodyguard, who immediately twisted Su Yuqian's arm hard behind his back. As the screams like a pig being slaughtered rang out, Xiaochen finally understood why Su Yuqian secretly resold the jewelry. Su Yuqian had indeed mastered all 4 of the skills of eating, drinking, whoring, and gambling. When he came to his senses, Xiaochen grabbed Su Yuqian's arm again and twisted it like the bodyguard he remembered. Sure enough, the effect was obvious. Su Yuqian's old injury seemed to have not healed yet, so his screams were still very loud. "Master Su, have you forgotten the pain now that your wound has healed? Either you take me in or I will injure you today too." The scene was so familiar that he couldn't help feeling a little guilty. What do you mean? It's nothing special. I just wonder what Mr. Su's reaction would be if he knew you went to the casino. Xiaochen pretended to think and said, "I heard that the Su family's family rules are quite strict. Will they deprive you of your inheritance rights?" Su Yuqian turned pale as soon as he heard these words. He struggled to get Xiaochen to let him go and then waved away the security guards who came over. Su Yuqian reluctantly took Xiaochen to sit in the extended Lincoln. It was Xiaochen's first time to sit in such a flashy car, so he looked even more like a country bumpkin as he touched and looked at things here and there. Sure Xiaohao muttered something under his breath as he drove into the inner courtyard of the villa. After getting off the car, Su Yuqian was forced by Xiaochen to sit down in the villa's living room. Xiaochen touched the large leather chair in the living room and sat half lying in it. "What is your purpose in coming to my house?" Su Yuqian asked unhappily. Xiaochen pointed at Shi Xiaohao who was standing beside him and said, "You have to ask him about this." Shi Xiaohao asked back in confusion, "Ask me? How would I know why you're here?" He sat up slightly and stared at Shi Xiaohao who was standing behind Su Yuqian and asked, "Where were you around 9:40 last night?" Shi Xiaohao was startled and quickly said, "I'm at home." "It's dark, of course I'm at home." Xiaochen tilted his head and looked at Shi Xiaohao and said, "You blurted out without even thinking. Did you already think of what to say?" Shi Xiaohao suddenly became angry and rushed towards Xiaochen, passing Su Yuqian. "I'll say what I want to say. Why do you care how quickly I answer? Are you a policeman? Why do you care about me?" Shi Xiaohao said as he grabbed Xiaochen's collar, wanting to teach him a lesson. Xiaochen did not resist at all, as he had already seen Shi Xiaohao's memory. Shi Xiaohao ran desperately on the dark street, looking back as he ran. He slowed down only when he was sure that no one was following him. He took out the huge diamond from his pocket. The diamond without sharp edges exuded a breathtaking beauty under the illumination of the streetlight. Even someone like Shi Xiaohao, who has no aesthetic sense, thinks this is a really good thing. He lowered the brim of his hat and walked into the Su family villa. A young woman was waiting for him at the door of the villa. "Did you get it?"
the woman asked anxiously.
Sure Xiaohao looked around and nodded after seeing that there was no one around. The young woman threw herself into Sure Xiaohao's arms and said coquettishly, "I told you my darling is the best.
Take it out and let me see it." Sure Xiaohao secretly placed the diamond in the woman's hand.
The young woman gasped when she saw the pink diamond.
"This is so beautiful. I really hope I can have one someday."
"Don't worry, I'll make you live a good life sooner or later.
I stole this thing, so your aunt should be happy, right? Now she won't object to our relationship anymore, right?"
Ever since the young woman got the pink diamond, she no longer wanted to get close to Sure Xiaohao. After hearing what he said, she replied impatiently, "This needs to be decided after my aunt sees it.
If it is a real pink diamond, maybe she will be happier."
He thought there was no problem and was about to get intimate with the woman, but he didn't expect the woman to avoid him immediately.
"Come with me to see your aunt first.
You'll have plenty of time to do this later." After hearing this, he happily followed the woman upstairs. When he arrived at a room, he saw Mrs. Su sitting on the sofa. Although Mrs. Su was in her 40s, she was well maintained, with fair skin and almost no wrinkles. Her face carried the charm and allure of a young woman. She wore comfortable and luxurious clothes, and when she saw him come in, she smiled.
Chapter 50 Confrontation. Xiaohao is back. How's everything going?
Mrs. Su asked affectionately as if she saw her own son.
"Mrs. Su, I've got the things."
Sure Xiaohao said this and took out the pink diamond from his pocket.
Mrs. Su eagerly took the diamond and examined it carefully.
Before she hooked up with Su Jichang, she was actually a saleswoman at a gold shop, so she had many opportunities to come into contact with these luxurious jewels. As an ambitious woman, she often learned the skills of treasure appraisal from treasure appraisers. Being smart and eager to learn, she soon became able to identify some basic gemstones. She looked at the diamond over and over for a long time, and finally looked up and said with a smile, "I said Xiaohao is the most capable. I wonder how much better he is than that little bastard Yue Qian." Sure Xiaohao actually took it seriously and immediately expressed his loyalty. "Don't worry, Madam Su, if you have any instructions in the future, I will definitely go through fire and water to do it.
Besides, you are Lingling's aunt, so you are my aunt. I am the most filial person, and from now on I will treat you as my own mother."
His words were touching and sincere, completely different from the way he had been arguing with his own mother.
Mrs. Su didn't show any sign of abnormality on the surface.
Instead, she seemed deeply moved and patted his arm. At this time, a servant came to report that Mr. Su had arrived home and was waiting for Mrs. Su downstairs for dinner.
Mrs. Su then instructed her niece, Lingling, "Xiaohao is a good boy. Your aunt is very optimistic about your relationship this time. Take Xiaohao and put the diamond back in the safe. Come down to dinner later."
Then she turned to look at Sure Xiaohao and said, "Xiaohao, I should have invited you to dinner. But some things are hard to say in front of Master Su, so..." She paused at the right moment, and Sure Xiaohao immediately expressed his understanding. "Don't worry, Mrs. Su.
This matter is only known to the three of us. I will never tell anyone even if you kill me." Mrs. Su was even happier. She said goodbye to the two of them in a friendly manner before going downstairs.
Xiao Lingling took him to Mrs. Su's bedroom, and he saw a huge safe behind the decorative painting on the wall. Just as Xiao Lingling was about to press the password, she turned around and saw him craning his neck to look at her. She said with a hint of disgust,
"Turn around quickly. What else do you want to see?" He smiled awkwardly and turned away.
He turned around when he heard Xiao Lingling calling him, but was immediately stunned by the scene before him. As expected of the Su family, they were truly wealthy. The safe was filled with dazzling jewels, each one placed in an open brocade box. He was stunned by what he saw. Xiao Lingling pushed him and urged, "Put the diamond in quickly."
"What are you standing there for?" He then hurriedly placed the pink diamond in an empty brocade box.
Even though the jewels inside were already dazzling enough, they still seemed a little inferior the moment the pink diamond was placed in. Xiao Lingling smacked her lips a little enviously and then carefully closed the safe.
"Okay, leave through the back door. Don't let anyone know you've been here, okay?"
Xiao Lingling arranged for him to stay there with concern, but he didn't want to leave so soon. He reached out and grabbed Xiao Lingling, wanting to kiss her, but Xiao Lingling impatiently shook his hand away.
"Are you crazy? Don't you know where you are? Get out of here before anyone sees you." After saying that, Xiao Lingling left without looking back.
Sure Xiaohao spat on the ground and cursed, "You bitch, you just despise me because I'm poor. When I become rich, I'll see if you can still be picky about where you live." After Shi Xiuhao's memory disappeared, Xiao Chen dodged another punch he swung. Xiao Chen looked at Shi Xiuhao. Now he was sure enough that Shi Xiuhao was the thief who stole his pink diamond. He straightened his clothes and said seriously, Shi Xiuhao, for Sister Chen's sake, I can give you one last chance.
If you hand over the things that don't belong to you now, I can still let you go. Shi Xiuhao laughed contemptuously after hearing this. Let me go? Who do you think you are? Let me go. I'm telling you, I'm not afraid of you. Just use whatever tricks you have.
He knew Shi Xiuhao was stubborn, so he took out his phone and said, then I'm going to call Officer Li and ask him to bring people over to search for the stolen goods. Hearing Xiao Chen say this, Sui Yuqian on the side became a little anxious.
Xiao Chen, what do you mean? Are you saying Xiao Hao took your things? If he took your things, why didn't you go to his house to look for them? Why did you look for them at my house? Are you sick?
Sui Yuqian yelled and cursed loudly. Although his reaction was very strong, judging from his expression and memory, Sui Yuqian should be unaware of Shi Xiuhao stealing the pink diamond. Just when several people were arguing, a soft voice was heard.
Yu Qian, what are you doing? How can you be so arrogant and yelling at home?
Xiao Chen turned around and saw Mrs. Su coming down from the stairs.
Even for a young woman, Mrs. Su's figure is very enviable.
She has slender calves, a well-proportioned figure, and the most eye-catching thing is her fox eyes that exude charm.
It seems that once you are glanced at by Mrs. Su, you will forget the other person's age and identity and fall into her charm.
Mom, it's this little jerk who's causing trouble. Sui Yuqian quickly ran to Mrs. Su to complain.
Oh, who are you? Mrs. Su looked Xiao Chen up and down.
Perhaps because of his supermodel figure and calm temperament, Mrs. Su was quite polite to him.
Hello, Mrs. Su. My name is Xiao Chen, and I'm Su Yueru's husband.
Mrs. Su opened her mouth in surprise.
Is Yueru married? I didn't even know.
That look of surprise was so realistic that if he hadn't learned from Su Yueru that her stepmother had excellent acting skills, he might have really been fooled. Seeing that he didn't explain, Mrs. Su continued, since he is Yueru's husband, he is the son-in-law of the Su family.
We are all family, and we should get along well with each other.
As she spoke, Mrs. Su led Xiao Chen to sit on the sofa and told the servants to serve tea to the guest.
After a busy period, Mrs. Su slowly spoke, I wonder what Xiao Xiao has to do when he comes to the Su residence this time.
Before he could answer, Sui Yuqian spoke first. He said he came to propose marriage, but then he accused Xiuhao of stealing his things.
It's really inexplicable. Xiao Chen didn't explain any further and just observed Mrs. Su's reaction.
There was no change on Mrs. Su's face as she continued to drink her tea calmly.
Chapter 51 Foreign Aid.
But Mrs. Su glanced at Shi Xiuhao out of the corner of her eye while drinking tea.
Putting down the teacup, Mrs. Su asked seriously, Xiuhao, is this really true?
After hearing this, Shi Xiuhao immediately knelt in front of Mrs. Su and explained, Madam, you are very discerning.
I am innocent.
I don't know who instigated Xiao Chen to come and cause trouble for me. After saying that, he turned around and pointed at Xiao Chen and said, I've never seen you before, how could I possibly steal your things? Mrs. Su nodded and looked at Xiao Chen and said, Xiao Xiao, I watched Xiao Hao grow up. His father died young, and his mother worked hard to raise him.
So I am half his relative. Today you come to accuse Xiao Hao. Do you have any evidence?
Xiao Chen looked at Mrs. Su, who was taking sides, and said, I don't have any evidence yet, but I have a photo of him appearing in my apartment.
And the night he showed up, my things disappeared. If it was you, Mrs. Su, who lost something, what would you think? Mrs. Su didn't expect Xiao Chen to be so confrontational.
She turned to look at Shi Xiuhao, who was kneeling on the ground.
Do you have anything to say?
Shi Xiuhao burst into tears and said, Mrs. Su, my father died early, and it was not easy for my mother to raise me alone.
I usually feel especially sorry for her.
Oh, she cleans Miss Su's house, so I went to pick her up from get off work yesterday.
Xiao Chen looked at his tears and couldn't help but sigh that everyone in this family from top to bottom was a movie star.
Mrs. Su smiled gently and said to him, Xiao Xiao, look.
This is all a misunderstanding.
Xiao Hao is a filial son. There's nothing wrong with him picking up his mother from get off work. He sneered and said, well, it's okay to pick up mom from get off work.
But Sister Chen didn't work yesterday. Yueru sympathized with Sister Chen's age and let her work 3 days a week. She happened to be resting yesterday.
As soon as these words were spoken, Mrs. Su and Shi Xiuhao's faces turned ugly.
Oh, yes.
My mom didn't go to work yesterday, so I went to help her get the work clothes that she left behind for Miss Sue.
Sure Xiaohao hurriedly made up a lie.
Xiao Chen sneered at him and said, "Oh, look at my memory.
Sister Chen was at work yesterday. Don't you even know whether your mother went to work? Or are you covering up something?"
Sure Xiaohao panicked and cursed, "You bastard, how dare you play tricks on me?" As he said that, he wanted to get up from the ground and hit Xiao Chen. Mrs. Su's tone changed and she angrily scolded, "How dare you?
Who told you to hit anyone at will in the Su family?"
After scolding Sure Xiaohao, Mrs. Su turned to look at Xiao Chen and said, "Xiao Xiao, you said Xiaohao stole something from you.
What was it? Tell us so we can help you find it."
Xiao Chen looked at Mrs. Su, who looked hypocritical, and smiled, "That's perfect.
Mrs. Su is also familiar with this thing.
What I lost was an uncut pink diamond." As soon as he said this, everyone present changed their expressions. Su Yueqian glanced at him secretly with a guilty look on his face. He didn't know that Xiao Chen had already bought back the pink diamond he had sold.
He just thought that Su Yueru asked him to come and retrieve her mother's belongings.
Sure Xiaohao looked at him in shock. Sure Xiaohao thought he had done everything perfectly, but he didn't expect to be found so quickly. Mrs. Su was, after all, a seasoned woman.
She looked at Xiao Chen calmly and asked, "What do you mean? How can I be familiar with your things?"
Xiao Chen smiled and replied, I slipped up. What I meant was that the pink diamond I lost was actually a gift from Yueru's mother. It had been kept by the Su family before, but was later secretly sold by young Master Su, and I bought it back from the auction house. Mrs. Su wanted to argue but was interrupted by Xiao Chen raising his hand. He continued, "If Mrs. Su doesn't believe me, you can go to the auction house to confirm it. But I'm not here to argue about the pink diamond being resold. I'm here to find the real culprit who stole the pink diamond from my home after I bought it back."
At this moment, Su Yueqian couldn't help but blurt out, "You bought back the pink diamond?
That's great, Mom.
Now Dad won't be mad at me anymore."
Seeing Su Yueqian confessing, Mrs. Su glared at him with disappointment.
"If you're looking for the murderer who stole the pink diamond, why did you come to my house? Do you think I stole it?"
Mrs. Su deliberately said something unpleasant, but Xiao Chen did not respond but pointed at Sure Xiaohao who was standing aside.
"How could I possibly question you?
But this man is indeed a strong suspect. So I'm going to take him back to the police station."
"Mrs. Su, do you mind?"
Seeing Xiao Chen's firm attitude, Mrs. Su didn't know what to do for a moment.
At this time, Sure Xiaohao tilted his head and looked at him and said, "If you don't let me go, do I have to go? Do you think you are a policeman? If you insist on me going, then produce evidence. What's a shabby photo? Evidence? If I find the stolen diamonds, you'll have nothing to say, right?" Xiao Chen looked at Mrs. Su and said, "Mrs. Su, could you open the Su family's safe for me to check? I think Sure Xiaohao must have hidden the stolen diamonds in there." "Nonsense, what you said. Has our Su family become a den of thieves hiding stolen goods? You are bullying me, a woman. Can't I do anything to you?"
Mrs. Su spoke in a high-sounding manner, but she was very flustered inside. It was as if Xiao Chen knew all their plans and actions, and every word he said was so targeted. Now he even knew where the jewels were hidden.
"Don't worry, Mrs. Su. Whether this is a den of thieves or not, you'll know once you open the safe. If Mrs. Su keeps refusing, it will only make people suspicious, won't it?" Xiao Chen used the method of provoking the opponent. "Well, come and see if you want. I'd like to see what you say then." Su Yueqian said this heartlessly.
He still couldn't understand why his mother treated Xiao Chen so politely, so he wanted to take this opportunity to slap Xiao Chen in the face. But he didn't know that he was actually undermining his mother.
"Nonsense, Yu Qian. Shut up." Mrs. Su scolded angrily. "Is Mrs. Su feeling guilty?"
Xiao Chen made a sarcastic remark, but another majestic voice came.
"Take him to open the safe. I want to see what else he has to say."
Su Jiqiang came in from outside, exhausted, accompanied by Mrs. Su's niece, Xiao Lingling. As soon as the woman saw that things were not going well, she called Su Jiqiang to inform him of the situation, which is why he was able to come back so quickly. Su Jiqiang walked up to Xiao Chen and said coldly, "No one has ever dared to humiliate my Su family, which has been established for 100 years. Since you insist that my wife has hidden your things, I will take you to check it out now."
Chapter 52, Deep Scheming. As Su Jiqiang spoke, his expression became even gloomier. "But let me be frank. If you can't find anything, don't blame me for suing you for defamation. He spoke seriously, and it was obvious that he was very angry with Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen didn't know what that scheming woman Xiao Lingling had said, but he couldn't care less now. He nodded carefully to indicate that he was willing to bear all the consequences. So Su Jiqiang walked in front and prepared to take Xiao Chen to open the Su family safe. At this time, Mrs. Su anxiously wanted to keep everyone, but it was too late. Everyone came to the room that Xiao Chen had seen in his memory before. In front of everyone, Su Jiqiang removed the oil painting on the wall to reveal the huge safe inside. Then he pressed a combination and the safe opened. It was still full of jewels and precious stones, and people who had never seen it gasped. This is too extravagant. A diamond as big as a pigeon egg is placed casually in the brocade box. As people were staring at the jewels, Xiao Chen noticed at a glance that the pink diamond he had put in earlier was missing. This matter is actually both unexpected and reasonable. Xiao Chen had been entangled with Mrs. Su and the others downstairs for so long, but he had never seen Xiao Lingling. And she knew the combination of the safe, so it was easy for her to exchange the diamonds. But now, in front of everyone, it would be very difficult for Xiao Chen to continue the investigation. As expected, Su Jiqiang turned around and looked at him and said in a deep voice, "What do you say now?" Xiao Chen didn't want to stammer and explain anything, so he just stared at Xiao Lingling without saying anything. Xiao Lingling was a little scared by his gaze and moved closer to Shi Xiuhao little by little. Mrs. Su had recovered from her panic and shouted, "Why aren't you talking? Where's the energy you had just now when you were debating with the scholars?" Everyone took advantage of the situation and started to ridicule him. Just as he was thinking about how to get out, a beautiful woman walked in. After several years, Su Yueru finally returned to the Su residence. The grass and trees here seemed to be the same as before, but the people and things had changed. Amidst everyone's surprised gazes, she walked over to Xiao Chen, reached out and held him, and said as if no one else was around, "Husband, I couldn't find you anywhere. So you came here." The first person to react was Mrs. Su, Wen Meiying. She walked up enthusiastically, took Su Yueru's hand, and said affectionately, "Xiaoya, why didn't you tell me you were coming back? I could have asked the kitchen to make some of your favorite dishes." Su Yueru pulled her hand away coldly, wiping it with a disinfectant tissue as she said, "I'll be at home soon, so I don't need to report to you in advance. All these years have passed, and how come you still only have these tricks? You haven't improved at all." When Meiying's face showed a flash of anger, but then she looked at Su Jiqiang beside her with grievance. Su Jiqiang saw that she bullied Wen Meiying as soon as she came back and immediately scolded her, "If you talk to your mother like this again, get out of the Su family immediately." Wen Meiying gently pulled Su Jiqiang and said, "Master, don't be angry. Xiaoya must be in a bad mood. It's okay to let her say a few words." Su Yueru sneered and pulled Xiao Chen to the safe. She looked at the things inside and then turned to look at Su Jiqiang and said, "Of course I will leave, but I will take what belongs to me before I leave." "Your stuff? No one can touch the safe without my permission." Su Jiqiang's face flushed red and he yelled at her angrily. But she ignored him and handed a large cloth bag to Xiao Chen, pointing to the jewels inside and said, "These are the jewels my mother left me. Take them all." Hearing Su Yueru's words, Wen Meiying on the side became anxious. She stepped forward and grabbed Xiao Chen's arm to prevent him from moving. She shouted at Su Yueru frantically, "What evidence is there to prove that these are your mother's legacy? She's been dead for so many years. These are given to me by the master. They are the jewels I have saved my entire life. Don't even think about taking them away." Seeing Wen Meiying lose her composure like this, Su Yueru laughed instead. She pulled a document from her bag and said, "This is the jewelry inventory lawyer Lu personally drafted after my mother passed away. It clearly lists the details of the jewelry my mother left behind. You can take a look if you want." After she said that, Wen Meiying felt like a deflated balloon. Some lies people tell long enough to believe they are true. For years, she had always believed that these jewels belonged to her. Now, even she herself had forgotten that these jewels were actually left by Su Yueru's biological mother. Master, do you really want her to take these away?" Wen Meiying looked at Su Jiqiang with resentful eyes. He waved his hand impatiently to indicate that he didn't care what Su Yueru did. Seeing that she had lost her last support, Wen Meiying didn't care about her dignity and sat down on the ground weakly. Xiao Lingling was a perceptive person and quickly stepped forward to support her. But she was just in a state of anger that she hadn't vented yet, and Xiao Lingling coming over would be completely embarrassing.
She pushed away Xiao Lingling, who was squatting to support her, and Xiao Lingling fell to the ground without warning. You little bitch, your father doesn't care about your mother and you don't want her. If I hadn't felt sorry for you, I wouldn't have bothered to bring you here. I provide you with good food and drink, but you do nothing but hang out with men all day. You really have no conscience. When Mei Ying scolded Xiao Lingling in a roundabout way to vent her anger, and Xiao Lingling could only listen silently and shed tears. Xiao Chen packed all the jewels, and the safe suddenly became bleak. It was filled with sparkling jewels just now, but now it was empty. Su Yueru looked at the dark faces of the people around her with satisfaction. When she was about to ask Xiao Chen to leave, Xiao Chen walked up to Xiao Lingling. He handed a tissue to Xiao Lingling, who was crying loudly. Xiao Lingling was slightly stunned and looked at the tall and straight Xiao Chen before taking the tissue. Just by touching Xiao Lingling's fingertips, Xiao Chen already knew the whereabouts of the pink diamond. It turned out that she had just taken the pink diamond out of the safe secretly while everyone was arguing downstairs. Because she was in a hurry and was feeling anxious, she couldn't find the place where the pink diamond was hidden for a while. She casually wrapped the pink diamond and hid it in her tight-fitting bra. Xiao Chen turned around and walked back to Su Yueru, whispering his guess into her ear. Su Yueru, who was about to leave, turned around and looked at the harmless-looking Xiao Lingling in surprise. He is so scheming despite being so young. She walked up to Xiao Lingling, who was still sobbing, and looked down at her condescendingly. Chapter 53 The Farce Ends. Su Yueru's cold eyes made Xiao Lingling feel uneasy, and she couldn't help but shrink herself. Why are you looking at me like that? She asked in a panic, looking at the men present with helpless eyes. This is a scheming woman who is good at taking advantage of the men around her. Do you want to take it out yourself, or do you want me to do it? Su Yueru looked at her threateningly. Take what? I don't understand what you're talking about. Although she said this, she was already slowly moving towards the wall. Su Yueru snorted coldly, grabbed her collar with one hand, and reached into her clothes with the other. Xiao Lingling screamed in shock, and Shi Xiuhao rushed forward regardless and tried to pull Su Yueru away. But Xiao Chen stood in front of him and prevented him from touching Su Yueru. Su Yueru, how long are you going to keep messing around? This is immoral and a disgrace to our family. Su Jiqian shouted loudly and coughed repeatedly in anger. At this time, Su Yueru had already stood up, holding a small cloth bag in her hand. When she saw the cloth bag, Wen Meiying had already guessed what might be inside. Sure enough, when Su Yueru threw away the rag that was wrapped around it, the uncut pink diamond was inside. This is. Su Jiqian was a little surprised and speechless when he saw the pink diamond. He had looked for Su Yueru before because he heard Wen Meiying say that the pink diamond was sold by Su Yueqian. Although he searched all the golden buildings in Longcheng, big and small, he couldn't find it. Finally, he had no choice but to find Su Yueru, hoping that she would not hold Su Yueqian responsible. But now this pink diamond appeared in front of him again, and he couldn't help but feel surprised and angry. Su Yueru told Su Jiqian the whole story in a cold voice. After listening, he pointed at Su Yueqian with a trembling finger, then turned to look at Wen Meiying in disappointment. Did you instruct Shi Xiuhao to do all this? Since Xiaoye has already given up on pursuing the matter, why did you still bother to provoke her? This pink diamond was originally left to Xiaoye by her mother, so why did you let someone steal it? You really disappoint me. As he said this, Su Jiqian slapped his hands on his thighs in hatred and sighed deeply. Husband, listen to me. They are all wronging me. It's that little bitch Xiao Lingling who ordered Shi Xiuhao to steal things. I know nothing, husband. When Meiying cried and threw herself at Su Jiqian's feet, pointing at Shi Xiuhao and cursing, "You little jerk, I've known for a long time that you're not a good person. Not only did you lead Shen'er astray, but now you're also flirting with Xiao Lingling. Our Su family can't tolerate scum like you, get out right now." At the end of her speech, Wen Meiying roared at the top of her lungs. Xiao Lingling looked at her with tears in her eyes, while Shi Xiuhao clenched his fists in anger. Wen Meiying, you stinking bitch. You clearly said that if I could steal the pink diamond for you, you'd agree to let me and Lingling date. You even said we could get married. Now you're trying to shift the blame and get away with it. I'm telling you, that's impossible. If we're going to die, we're going to die together. After saying this, he looked like a rogue and simply lay down on the ground. This made Wen Meiying very angry, but she suddenly covered her chest and wailed in pain. The Su family father and son were immediately frightened by Wen Meiying's acting skills and thought she was really going to have a heart attack. The two of them frantically called a private doctor, and Shi Xiuhao, seeing that things were not going well, took advantage of the chaos to escape. Su Yueru looked coldly at Su Jiqiang, who was sweating profusely from anxiety, and couldn't help but sigh that her father didn't treat her mother with such care back then. Having seen enough of the Su family's farce, Su Yueru said to Xiao Chen tiredly, "Husband, take me home." Xiao Chen nodded, and the two of them took all the jewelry and left the Su family mansion. Back at the apartment, the two of them huddled on the sofa and poured out all the jewels from the bag in one breath. Suddenly the room was filled with jewels and precious stones. Xiao Chen couldn't help but take a deep breath as he looked at the table full of diamonds the size of pigeon eggs. Su Yueru saw that he didn't speak for a long time and asked, "What are you thinking about? Don't speak. I think I made the right decision by marrying you," he said half jokingly, reaching out to hug Su Yueru tightly. Today has been a really long day, especially meeting everyone from the Su family. He was even more certain of one thing, that is, it was not easy for Su Yueru to grow up to be so strong and kind. Su Yueru hit him on the chest, but then leaned against his chest tightly. "Thank you. If it weren't for you, I might not have found the pink diamond. It was the last gift my mother gave me. It means a lot to me." Xiao Chen touched her soft long hair, stroking it gently and slowly. "I will take good care of you in your aunt's place in the future. I swear," Xiao Chen said from the bottom of his heart. Su Yueru looked up at him affectionately and said, "I believe you." As expected, Xiao Chen kissed her again, but when things got out of hand, he stopped decisively. Su Yueru looked at him doubtfully, and said a little embarrassedly, "I now agree that you can do what you want." Looking at Su Yueru's blushing face, he bit his tongue hard and ordered himself to wake up. "I still owe you a wedding. I hope that what other women have, you must have too. And it must be 100 times better than theirs. So I won't do anything to you today." Seeing that he was so determined, Su Yueru suddenly scolded him angrily and ran back to her room. Xiao Chen stayed where he was, putting away the jewelry while trying to figure out what she meant. The next day, Xiao Chen and Su Yueru went to the bank together and stored all the jewelry in Su Yueru's own private safe. After a series of changes, both of them felt that they should relax and have a date first. Before the date, Xiao Chen took Su Yueru to a nearby lottery station. Because all his money was used to buy diamonds, and his previous savings were taken away by Qin Yuejia. So he is now almost a beggar, trying to prepare some money for the date. He decided to try his luck at the lottery station. Maybe he would become a billionaire by accident. When he arrived at the lottery station, Xiao Chen symbolically bought a few lottery tickets. But he was actually waiting for today's sign-in reward. "I hope to win 10 million, I hope to win 10 million, he kept repeating to himself as he scratched the first lottery ticket. "Thank you for participating." The lottery was mocking him mercilessly, and the system did not respond at all. "I hope to win 1 million. I hope to win 1 million. Perhaps he was too greedy just now, so the system did not fulfill his wish, so he changed the amount and continued to pray. Chapter 54, Koi Carp. Another thank you for participating. Xiao Chen was a little discouraged. The system is not working well today. It would be fine if he could win a few $100s, so he scratched the lottery ticket again and prayed silently. Su Yueru couldn't help laughing. When she saw Xiao Chen holding the lottery ticket and praying devoutly, she couldn't help but think he was really cute. "Did you know that the odds of winning the lottery are actually lower than being struck by lightning?" Su Yueru teased. Xiao Chen scratched his head and threw the invalid lottery ticket into the trash can. Then he handed the last lottery ticket to Su Yueru and said, "Then let me see if you will be struck by lightning." Ding! You can sign in today. Do you want to sign in? Xiao Chen suddenly became happy, thinking that he was late but still came. So he said silently in his heart, "Sign in." "Okay, host. Signing you in." Ding! Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the one-day koi physique. Koi physique? Does it mean you'll be incredibly lucky today? It's only for one day, but if you're lucky enough, you might even become a multi-millionaire. Thinking of this, he felt a little comforted. "Yeah, I won the prize," Su Yueru suddenly exclaimed. He took the lottery ticket from Su Yueru's hand, and the winning amount appeared on it 100,000 renminbi. Because the maximum winning amount for the scratch-off lottery he bought was 100,000 yuan, Su Yueru won the first prize. Why is it that she is the one who wins the prize even though I have the physique of a lucky fish? Xiao Chen thought a little puzzled. But then he understood, and as expected, when he saw the small print reminder of the sign-in reward, he was immediately furious and speechless. It clearly says only effective for beautiful women. In other words, even if he has the physique of a koi, luck will not come to him. To put it bluntly, Xiao Chen is just a koi fish that can hold wishes. Is the koi fish's wish important? Of course it doesn't matter. But when he saw Su Yueru's happy expression, he felt a little relieved. See, if you live long enough, it's possible for you to be struck by lightning. He said this, preparing to leave with a lack of interest. Unexpectedly, Su Yueru, who had tasted the sweetness for the first time, did not follow him, but ran to the lottery station to buy a lot of lottery tickets. For a female billionaire worth billions, this little prize is nothing to get excited about. But Su Yueru was experiencing the pleasure of being struck by lightning for the first time, so she bought some of each type of lottery ticket. Most of them were the kind where the prizes were drawn directly, so she could know immediately if she had one. Being around Xiao Chen, the living koi, it can be said that almost all of her lottery tickets won the jackpot. In the end, a large group of spectators gathered around and stood by to watch her scratch the lottery ticket. Every time a ticket was opened, she won one. And every time she won one, she lost interest in the lottery ticket and gave it to the onlookers. Finally, she was willing to leave after offering a lot of various rewards. Before leaving, she handed the last lottery ticket to Xiao Chen and looked at him provocatively. Looking at her proud little look, Xiao Chen scratched off his lottery ticket.
Not surprisingly, "Thank you for your patronage" appeared in front of him again.
Su Yueru laughed at him for this, and then the two of them started walking on the street again. For the next half day, no matter what Su Yueru did, she would receive special treatment. Although she is the most beautiful woman, she is usually the focus of people's attention and preferential treatment. But today this kind of privilege and luck is particularly frequent. Even when she went to buy an ice cream, the clerk would pile up the ice cream until it couldn't fit in before giving it to her. What made her happiest was that the two of them went to draw various blind boxes together. The blind boxes that were usually the hardest to open seemed to appear one after another today as if they were everywhere. Xiao Chen stood aside holding a large pile of dolls. Seeing her carefree smile, Xiao Chen also became happy. At this time, his cell phone rang. He took it out and saw that it was Sister Yang calling. He hesitated whether to accept it, but then thought that Pink Diamond was recovered thanks to Sister Yang's help. So he picked up the phone. Sister Yang came straight to the point and said she needed his help, and also reminded him that he owed her a favor.
There is no room for excuses now. After Xiao Chen hung up the phone, he told Su Yueru about Sister Yang.
She was not unhappy but put herself in his shoes. It's never nice to owe someone a favor, so go ahead and don't worry. I also have something to do at the company, so let's meet at home tonight. She smiled sweetly and stood on tiptoe to kiss him. Xiao Chen took a taxi according to Sister Yang's address and found that it was a high-rise office building in a bustling commercial district. After I explained my purpose downstairs, the receptionist called to confirm. Soon Sister Yang came down to pick him up in person. When they met, Sister Yang said a little embarrassedly, "Xiao Chen, I don't want to use favors to force you to come. But this matter is urgent, so this is the only option. I hope you can understand." He waved his hand nonchalantly to indicate that everything was fine, and then asked what had happened. Sister Yang replied with a gloomy expression, "It's Yin again." She really loves Director Chen's work, so she was looking forward to the audition opportunity. But now she suddenly doesn't want to go anymore and won't listen to anything I say. She even locked herself in the dressing room and refused to come out. He was completely bewildered by what he heard. The entertainment industry was completely unfamiliar to him. He didn't watch movies and had never been a fan of any celebrities. "Sister Yang, since you can't persuade her, what can I do?" Xiao Chen thought that his relationship with Yang Yin was not as good as hers with Sister Yang. They had only had a brief intersection. Sister Yang looked at him helplessly and said, "Yin may not listen to me, but I feel she might listen to you." Just when he was about to question, Sister Yang impatiently pushed him to the door of Yang Yin's dressing room. "Yin, Xiao Chen is here. You should go meet him." There was silence inside the door. He shrugged at Sister Yang to indicate that he was of no use. As a result, the door suddenly opened a little from the inside, and Yang Yin looked out from inside. After seeing him, she opened the door a little and went back into the dressing room. Sister Yang clasped her hands together and gestured to him, hoping that he could persuade her well. Xiao Chen had no choice but to push open the door of the dressing room and go in. After hesitating for a moment, he closed the door again. Yang Yin sat in front of the makeup mirror with her back to him. He slowly walked over and cleared his throat. Before he could speak, Yang Yining suddenly lay on the table and sobbed. He suddenly panicked, wondering what he had done wrong. He walked over and patted her head awkwardly. Yang Yining's hair was smooth and shiny, and he couldn't help but reach out and touch it.
Chapter 55, Mirror Controversy. Yang Yining was startled by his sudden and intimate behavior. She looked up at him and scolded him, "What are you doing? Pervert."
He scratched his head a little sheepishly and said, "Your hair is so nice, I couldn't help but touch it."
"What's good about it? It's so dry. I feel like there's nothing good about me."
As she spoke, her eyes dimmed.
Only then did Xiao Chun understand what was wrong with her. This must be a common psychological problem among modern people.
For working people like him who are struggling on the survival line, there is no time to have psychological problems.
But for people who pursue a higher quality of life, life is more than just the present. Yang Yining is undoubtedly a person who suffers from depression.
Once a person becomes depressed, he or she tends to feel that life is hopeless, and his or her evaluation of himself or herself will also decline. Faced with such a situation, all people around can do is listen and encourage them at all times. So Xiao Chen held her shoulders and let her look at herself in the mirror without makeup. She looked at her face with a bit of despair and said, "I look too ordinary.
I will definitely not be chosen by Director Chen."
If he didn't know that she might be depressed, he would have thought that Yang Yining was being too arrogant. As the most influential female star in the modern film and television industry, even he who never watches TV knows her works well. All this is not only due to her own acting talent but also due to her unforgettable beauty.
"Then why do I think you're so beautiful? There shouldn't be any man in this world who doesn't like you," he comforted. "Really? But I really don't have the confidence to win that role. Can I play the role of a stunning beauty?" Yang Yining asked a little worriedly. "You don't need to act, you are a stunning beauty. No one does things with absolute certainty. We are all trying our best to live our lives."
Ha, Xiao Chen even wants to give himself full marks for this chicken soup. Sure enough, she was a little shaken, but then she became depressed again.
"It's too late. I just sent the makeup artists away. The auditions are less than an hour away. I think I'd better give up."
Hearing her say this, Xiao Chen immediately laughed.
"That's easy. I can just do it for you." She immediately looked at him warily and said, "This is not a joke. Do you know how to put on makeup?"
He rolled up his sleeves, pressed her in front of the mirror and said, "You'll know in a moment." Then he laid out all the makeup brushes and looked at her face carefully. Xiao Chen activated the makeup skill, and the system automatically displayed the best makeup suggestions for Yang Yining. As expected, the system praised her looks. Yang Yining felt a little shy when he looked at her, and urged her, "How long are you going to stare at me?
Do you know how to put on makeup?"
He reached out and pulled out a wet towel and handed it to her, motioning her to wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes first.
Then he began to put makeup on Yang Yining.
Because the system has strengthened and upgraded his physical fitness, his movements are now so fast that he seems to have no need to think. Yang Yining followed his instructions obediently, closing her eyes and tilting her head, like a Barbie doll at his mercy. It took him about 10 minutes to finish all the makeup. He patted her shoulder and motioned for her to look up. The moment she looked up, she was stunned by herself in the mirror. Even though she was in a state of self-denial, she had to admit this fact. The person in the mirror was so beautiful, and the delicate makeup magnified all her beauty. With her high nose bridge, innocent big eyes and beautiful lips like petals, at this moment she is Nua's creation showing off her skills.
How can you put on makeup so well? Is this really me?"
According to the principles of physics, it is indeed you in the mirror.
So you have to trust science.
To her, such a straightforward answer seemed like the highest level of love words. Seeing that her mood had obviously improved, Xiao Chen offered to take her to the screening. Although she still had some concerns, she readily agreed when she heard that Xiao Chen was going to send her off.
When Yang Yining appeared in front of everyone radiantly, everyone exclaimed in amazement and cheered.
Sister Yang secretly gave him a thumbs up to show that she was not mistaken about Xiao Chen.
He drove the agency's business car to take her to Director Chen's interview site.
After entering, the two found that many celebrities who came to see her were already gathered there. There are not so famous 18th tier stars, as well as senior actresses who are often active in movies and TV.
Without exception, these women were dressed gorgeously and had exquisite makeup.
At this time, Yang Yining wanted to retreat again. She pulled Xiao Chen's hand and wanted to leave. But Xiao Chen pulled her back and whispered in her ear, "Today will be your lucky day. You will win the favor of Director Chen and get the opportunity you have always dreamed of. Believe me." She looked at him intently with her eyes wide open, then nodded with determination. At this time, a beautiful woman dressed in fashionable clothes walked out of the viewing room. She looked at everyone arrogantly as if none of them were her match. Finally, she set her gaze on Yang Yining, and her expression softened.
Yining, I thought I might see you. I didn't expect you to come here too.
The woman walked over charmingly, swaying her slender waist. Yang Yining seemed to be at a loss, as if she was under some kind of oppression.
Sister Lu, you're here for the audition too?
She spoke softly, not daring to meet the man's gaze.
Of course, this is Director Chen's film.
I've worked with him several times before, so I hope to continue working with him this time. The confident tone of her voice made it seem as if she was determined to win the audition. The woman turned her head and looked at Xiao Chen. She looked him up and down and laughed softly.
Yining is still as timid as she was back then. Why would she bring her boyfriend to an audition? Yang Yining quickly explained, Sister Lu, you misunderstood.
He is not my boyfriend, he... She was speechless for a moment and didn't know how to introduce Xiao Chen. They seemed close but had very little interaction with each other. Seeing that she stopped talking, the woman waved her hand to show her understanding.
Most artists would not admit their love relationship.
Without waiting for her to explain anything, the woman gave her a wink and left. As soon as the man left, Yang Yining fell towards Xiao Chen as if she had lost her strength. Xiao Chen caught her and asked about her condition with concern. Yang Yining waved her hands to indicate that she was fine, but she looked listless as if she had lost everything.
Chapter 56 Job Invitation.
Seeing her so depressed, Xiao Chen took her to a lounge to rest.
You must feel like I'm useless. I don't have to do anything, just stand there.
I'm scared to death by her. She whispered discouraging words.
Xiao Chen shook his head.
He could use more chicken soup to cheer her up.
But what she needs most now is to get out of that retreat and discouragement.
He bought 2 cans of drinks from the vending machine and handed one to Yang Yining. She glanced at the drink in her hand and smiled bitterly. Everyone says I'm lucky, that I was a child star and became famous at a young age, but the truth is, I feel very inferior, and I've been bullied by older kids since I was a child. She paused and continued, although some things happened a long time ago, the pain they brought me makes me feel like I'm still living in yesterday.
I've never been lucky. In my entire life, I've never even won another bottle.
As she said this, she actually started crying. Xiao Chen silently patted her on the back, and after she calmed down, he said, a lot of things have passed, and you are no longer the young crybaby who was bullied by others.
Who are you now? You are the famous star Yang Yining, loved by countless otakus.
He picked up the drink in his hand, unscrewed it, took a look, and then continued with a wry smile, I can't expect anything else for a while, but I have to get another bottle. If you don't believe me, just look at the bottle in your hand.
There must be a prize.
Yang Yining glanced at the drink cap in his hand, which had the words "Thank you for trying" written on it in large letters. She couldn't help but smile bitterly, twisting her drink as she spoke, you can't even win the prize yourself, so why are you still painting cakes for me? As a result, she turned over the bottle cap and saw that it really said 1 more bottle on it.
Wow, I really won the lottery. I've never won a prize in my life. Look.
She showed her another bottle to Xiao Chen in a boastful manner, looking so proud as if she had won 5 million. She held the winning bottle cap in her hand and looked at it over and over again, then she stood in front of Xiao Chen and spoke loudly as if she had made up her mind.
I've decided to audition seriously and I'm determined to get this role. I want to let everyone who bullied me know that I, Yang Yining, am no longer the little crybaby I used to be. I'm now a shining queen. It is said that confident women are the most beautiful.
At this moment, Yang Yining really exudes a breathtaking charm. When the two appeared in front of everyone again, they were shocked by the sudden increase in Yang Yining's aura. Everyone watched her walk into the viewing room.
When they reached the door, she grabbed Xiao Chen and whispered, you will wait for me, right? He couldn't bear to refuse poor Yang Yining, so he had to nod and agree.
The 10-minute interview time was up, but she didn't come out. Xiao Chen was a little worried about her condition, wondering if she would suddenly have a breakdown during the interview. After waiting for another long 10 minutes, just when he couldn't sit still anymore, Yang Yining finally walked out with a relaxed pace.
Come on, I'll treat you to a big meal.
As soon as she went out, she excitedly hugged Xiao Chen's arm.
He nudged her a bit sheepishly and said, how's the mirror? You look so happy, so it must be okay.
She skipped and walked in front of Xiao Chun, vividly imitating the scene when she looked in the mirror. She used her hands to pull her eyes into slits, imitating Director Chen's small eyes and lowering her voice to imitate Director Chen's speech. "Well, your performance is very good. It fits the image of the heroine in my mind. You have great potential, and I hope you will keep up the good work in the future." After imitating, she danced happily for a while. "You tell me if I'm amazing or not." Director Chen said I was the best actor. Yang Yining said proudly. "Amazing, she really is worthy of being the national goddess." He gave a thumbs up and praised. Now she was even more excited and insisted on dragging Xiao Chen out to eat. He checked the time and saw that it was almost time for dinner, so he politely declined her invitation. Just as he was about to take a taxi to leave, Yang Yining stopped him and asked, "Are you interested in working for me? I know you're quite rich, but I really admire you." Faced with her job invitation, Xiao Chen was also a little tempted. On the one hand, his savings were almost gone. As a man with hands and feet and self-respect, he could not accept Su Yueru giving him living expenses. On the other hand, he felt quite bored just staying at home every day. However, the job Yang Yining proposed should be that of an agent, and he had no experience in this area. Seeing his hesitation, Yang Yining quickly added, "I won't urge you to make a decision now. Call me when you've made up your mind, okay?" He thought about it and decided to do this first. The two said goodbye and he took a taxi back to the apartment. As soon as he entered the apartment, he felt a clear difference. The air was filled with a mixed smell of paste and rice. He slowly walked to the kitchen and saw Su Yueru's busy figure at the cooking table. He walked over gently and hugged her from behind. This sudden action scared Su Yueru. She was holding a knife in her hand and said with surprise, "How come you're back so soon? I thought you'd be back for a while." He carefully avoided the blade in Su Yueru's hand, reached out to take the knife and asked in confusion, "Are you preparing to cook dinner?" She looked at the mess on the table and nodded shyly. Xiao Chen keenly noticed that she had several band-aids on her hands, and said distressfully, "You don't have to do these things in the future. Just sit on the sofa obediently when you come back." She pouted at him, pretending to be angry and said, "Do you think I'm stupid or that my cooking is bad? I feel sorry for you. If I see you doing this again, I will." Before he could finish his words, Su Yueru puffed out her chest and threatened, "What are you going to do?" He stared at her pink lips, kissed her and said, "I'll kiss you and see if you're afraid." This made Su Yueru blush. She turned away from him and cursed, "You hooligan." Xiao Chen smiled and stopped talking, then turned around and cleaned up the mess on the table. Then he turned on his cooking skills, and in just over 10 minutes a table full of delicious food was served. Su Yueru looked at him with stars in her eyes, picked up her chopsticks and started eating with relish. While eating, he briefly reported to her what happened today. As a couple, he hopes that they can share information without hiding anything. Su Yueru ate while listening, and asked some questions from time to time. When she heard Yang Yining asking Xiao Chen to work for her, she urged him to agree without thinking. Chapter 57, Back to the Old Business. Xiao Chen was a little surprised that she didn't mind at all. Normally, wouldn't most people be angry if a beautiful woman approached their husband? But instead of being angry, she encouraged him to work for Yang Yining. "I feel like you're perfect for a job like that. You can use all the things you're good at. And the fact that a beautiful woman is recruiting you shows that I have good taste. My husband is just irresistible." Su Yueru smiled sweetly at him. Even though she said that, Xiao Chen still wanted to think about it, and he had some other ideas in his mind. "Yueru, do you know what I did before I married you?" He asked a little nervously, because they had a flash marriage and didn't know much about each other's situation. "I know, you're a delivery man. I fainted before and you didn't even deliver the order, but instead sent me to the hospital. It's because of what you did that I decided to marry you." He didn't expect Su Yueru to say that. As a female CEO worth billions, marrying a delivery man was impossible no matter how you looked at it. "What would you think if I wanted to go back to delivering food?" He looked into Su Yueru's clear eyes, wondering if she would think he was a person without ambition. "I don't have any special thoughts. Whether you become a female celebrity's agent or deliver food, that's your choice, your life. But no matter what you do, it can't change the fact that you are my husband." She kissed Xiao Chen gently on the face and whispered, "Do whatever you want. I will support you." Sure enough, Xiao Chen once again confirmed that he and Su Yueru must have got the wrong script. But he was still very touched when she said that. The main reason why he planned to go back to delivering food was because of his special system. The activation of the system was related to the place where he was, but now wandering aimlessly every day did not help him study the system at all. So he might as well use the method of delivering takeout to study the relationship between region and system. In addition, Su Yuero now supports him so much, so Xiao Chen is more determined to go back to deliver food. After they had been intimate for a while, he looked up at the clock and saw that it was only 5 minutes until midnight. His koi-like physique was about to disappear. So Xiao Chen suggested that she make her last wish quickly. Su Yuero closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and silently made a wish in her heart. Seeing her so pious, Xiao Chen asked her what wish she made, but she just smiled and said she needed to keep it secret. After that, the two said goodbye and returned to their rooms. Suddenly, a text message was sent to Xiao Chen's mobile phone. It was a text message from Yang Yining, saying that she was not chosen as the leading actress. The sister Lu I met today actually joined the group with money and was the heroine chosen by the sponsor, so she had no chance from the beginning. But director Chen saw that she had a talent for acting, so he specially chose her as the second female lead. No matter how you look at it, this is the best outcome. Xiao Chen sent a text message to comfort and congratulate her, and then he looked at the time when Yang Yining sent the message. At 5 minutes past 12, luck finally failed to resist the power of capital. The next morning, Xiao Chen returned to his rental house in the old city. As expected, he ran into the lazy Hosey again. Seeing him come back, Hosey excitedly hugged him and shouted, "Brother Chen, did you come back to accompany me? How did you know I was lonely these days?" He ignored Hosey's disgusting words and turned back to his room. "What's wrong? Brother Chen? Did you have a fight with your sister-in-law?" Hosey added in a provocative tone. He rolled his eyes at Hosey and found the work clothes he wore when delivering food from the closet. "In fact, I haven't been delivering food for only 10 days or half a month, but for some reason it seems like a long time has passed." Seeing him take off his clothes and change into his delivery uniform, Hosey asked in confusion, "Brother Chen, why don't you say something? What are you doing?" After getting dressed, Xiao Chen looked up at Hosey and said, "What can I do? I'm just going to work." "Work? What kind of work?" Seeing Hosey still looking at him blankly, he couldn't help but go up and pat Hosey on the back of the head and said, "Deliver food. Are you going to be the president of the country?" Hosey's jaw dropped in shock. He exclaimed exaggeratedly, "Delivering food? You're a billionaire, and you're delivering food? Bro, haven't you let money ruin your brain?" As he spoke, Hosey reached out and wanted to touch his forehead. Xiao Chen pushed his hand away and spat, "You're the one with a brain burnt out. I'm a delivery guy. What else can I do if not this?" After saying that, he prepared to go downstairs to work. Hosey watched him leave and couldn't help muttering, "I really don't understand the world of the rich." Speaking of food delivery, apart from the hard work of exposure to wind and sun and running around, it is actually a pretty good job. Working hours are also relatively flexible. As long as you communicate well, you can go to get off work and leave work according to your own ideas. Without the pressure of survival, Xiao Chen came to work as a way to kill time. Because he had been notified in advance, even if he didn't come to work for half a month, no one would come and give him any advice when he came back. Of course, the turnover rate of personnel in the food delivery industry is still relatively high, so people don't care too much about who comes and who goes. Riding his beloved electric scooter, Xiao Chen felt as if he had become the office worker who had no other distractions except saving money. Because he hadn't delivered food for a long time, some routes were a little unfamiliar to him. The former little prince of takeout in Longcheng is now as stable as an 80-year-old man. Hey, I'm talking to you. Are you going to move on or not? Stop standing on the street like an idiot, okay?" A loud voice came from behind him. He couldn't help but turn around to look, only to find a stranger. He must have come during his absence. Seeing him turn around and look at her, the loud voice became even more arrogant. "What are you looking at? Haven't you seen your grandfather?" These words were so infuriating that Xiao Chen almost wanted to go up and give that guy a beating. But thinking that he still had orders to deliver, he could only suppress his anger temporarily, start his electric scooter and prepare to leave. "Humph, another idiot." The loud man cursed again before leaving. Noon is the busiest time for takeout, and Xiao Chen gradually returned to his previous state. There are fewer orders in the afternoon, so everyone gathers in the shade to rest. Xiao Chen was just about to take a nap when he was kicked awake by someone. When he opened his eyes, he saw that it was the loud-voiced man he had met before. Chapter 58, An Annoying Loud Voice. I heard that you used to be known as the Little Prince of Dragon City Takeout, and that you were the fastest delivery driver in this area, right? The loud man put his hands in his pockets and looked at him arrogantly. He was a little angry because he had just fallen asleep and was disturbed. He replied in a stern tone, "So what? The facts are the facts. There's no need for me to talk nonsense to a deaf ear." Hearing his unfriendly answer, the loud voice suddenly became angry. "How dare a pretty boy like you say that you are the fastest takeout in Longcheng? I tell you, I, Sun Yanxiao, am the fastest takeout in Longcheng." He was too disdainful to argue with such a fool, so he just said perfunctorily, "Okay, I understand. You can do it as soon as possible." He was no longer interested in arguing with Sun Yanxiao about issues like these that only junior high school students would argue about. He turned on his phone to check if there were any orders to be delivered. He delivered the express for half a day today, but the system still didn't respond. Seeing that he ignored him, Sun Yanxiao felt bored. The onlookers were expecting a good show, but when they saw that the two of them didn't move, they all left in disappointment. "I want to actually compete with you and make you admit defeat with all your heart." Sun Yanxiao ignored Xiao Chen's impatience and talked about his plans. "We'll all start taking orders soon, and we'll see who delivers the most orders by 6 o'clock. If I lose, I'll admit that you're the fastest takeout in Longcheng, but if you lose, you have to leave this area and disappear from my sight." Xiao Chen was speechless after hearing his unreasonable request. "Why should I compete with such a fool? Besides, winning wouldn't do me any good. I'm not interested." He lowered his head to look at his phone to confirm the order, with no intention of paying any attention to Sun Yanxiao. "Humph, I knew it. You look like a decent person, but you're actually a coward. Then admit that you're not capable, and I'll let you go." This sentence made his anger, which had been extinguished, burn again. A real man cannot admit that he is not capable. "Do you really want to compete? That's not true. Whoever is cowardly is a wimp." He provoked Xiao Chen and said, "Okay, then let's do as you say." Seeing that he agreed readily, Sun Yanxiao clapped his hands and praised him. Then, the two of them found several colleagues to serve as witnesses, and from then on they began their battle for orders. Soon Sun Yanxiao received the order and set off, and Xiao Chen also received the order and prepared to leave. Ding! You can sign in today. Do you want to sign in? He was shocked to think that his emotional fluctuations could also trigger the system to sign in. So he said silently in his heart, "Sign in." "Okay, host. Signing you in." Ding! Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the unparalleled racing skill. Wow, that sounds really cool. He is usually very fast at delivering food, and can usually complete several orders faster than his colleagues. I wonder if acquiring the racing skills this time will help me improve my speed to a higher level. Thinking of this, he checked the attached information again. It clearly stated suitable for any vehicle and road conditions. At the same time, when he acquired the racing skills, the system also gave him the most complete spatial map of Dragon City. His brain was instantly filled with the unfolding three-dimensional image. Not only did he see the detailed traffic conditions of various streets, but even the route he took to deliver the food was clearly marked. Xiao Chen now has an agreement with the Baidu map of a human body. He set off with full confidence. From the time he received the order to the time he arrived at the merchant, he was almost drifting on the road. This was an extremely fast experience he had never had before. Even when he was sitting in the store waiting for takeout, he still hadn't recovered from the smoothness of his body spontaneously operating the e-donkey. Because the whole journey was relatively short, he arrived at the store after just a few operations. Still unsatisfied, he decided to experience this lightning-fast feeling again. Soon, the merchant prepared the takeaway. He put the takeaway in the insulated box at the back of the car and climbed onto it with a cool attitude, as if he was riding not a small electric scooter but an eye-catching Gaosai. When to accelerate, when to slow down, when is the best time to turn, and when to start a false start, this series of operations seems to be engraved in his blood. It was so fast, really fast, that people saw him as if they were seeing a fleeting shadow. But he still operated very safely. The traffic lights and pedestrians seemed to be in slow motion in his eyes. As long as he wanted, he could bypass everything at the fastest speed and the safest route. The more orders he received, the more relaxed he became in his operations. When he was waiting for takeout at the store, he happened to meet Loudspeaker running in anxiously with sweat all over his face. As soon as he entered the door, he did not see Xiao Chen, but anxiously shouted to the kitchen, "Brother Wang, please make my order first." The customer is in a hurry, and I was delayed for a while because I just saw him off. The chef in the kitchen replied without even looking up, "Okay, I'll make it for you after I finish making that, guys." The loudmouth turned around and saw Xiao Chun, who was calm and composed. He immediately boasted, "Still resting here? I've already delivered over 30 orders." He didn't have the heart to respond to the loud voice, so he just drank water from his thermos cup silently. The chef came out of the kitchen, put his takeout on the table, and said, "Hey, you're so fast. I've seen you come here at least 10 times in just a short while. Are other restaurants this busy?" He smiled and took the takeaway. This was not the restaurant he visited most often. So far, he has delivered nearly 70 or 80 orders, and this is even without him exerting his full strength. He picked up his takeaway and left, but Loudmouth felt very uneasy. He has been competitive for many years, but he has never encountered such a tough opponent. He took out his phone from his pocket and made a call. "Gooden, where are you? Don't go deliver the food yet, I've got something going on. Call some brothers over." Someone seemed to be saying something over there, and he added impatiently, "Stop wasting time. I'll make up for all the orders you lost today." "Yeah, tough guy, bring your weapons." After giving the instructions, he picked up his takeaway and left. On the other side, Xiao Chen gradually felt no pressure at all. With his current driving skills, even two loudmouths wouldn't be his match. So, he deliberately slowed down his pace and delivered the express slowly. It wasn't until he drove into a narrow road that he suddenly felt something was wrong. There were two electric delivery vehicles parked in front of him, and a young man with yellow hair was following slowly behind him. He deliberately turned into the alley next to him. Chapter 59, Ferrari's Takeaway Journey. Although he avoided the two people blocking the road in front, the young man with yellow hair behind him had no intention of giving up easily. He followed Xiao Chen closely, and the two of them wandered around in the alley. Xiao Chen activated the system's built-in map navigation function, and the layout of this urban village immediately appeared in his mind. While avoiding possible obstacles, he slowly distanced himself from the little yellow-haired boy. He didn't shake off the little yellow-haired guy immediately because he wanted to know why they were chasing him here. Finally, at the entrance of the alley leading to the main street, he saw the loud-voiced man. "Humph, you never thought I'd be waiting for you here. Let me tell you, your grandpa is from here, and no one knows this place better than me. Now that you've fallen into my hands, it's not unfair to you." As he spoke, the loud-voiced man glanced proudly at the group of little yellow-haired people who were slowly gathering together. They had completely blocked Xiao Chun in the alley. "You're trying to trick me. Didn't you say you wanted to compete with me fairly? It's really unbecoming of you to be so tricky." Xiao Chen shook his head and said. Seeing that he was still so calm at this time, she roared in anger, "You were the one who cheated first. Who can deliver nearly 100 orders in such an afternoon? Are you flying for me? You cheated first, so don't blame me for being rude." He listened and shrugged innocently, saying, "I didn't use any tricks, nor do I bother to use any. As for whether you believe it or not, I don't care." The loud man snapped his fingers and walked towards him. "Whether you are real or fake, you are unlucky to meet your grandpa today." Seeing several people surrounding him aggressively, he said helplessly, "Is there no other choice?" No one paid any attention to him, even the little yellow-haired guy and the others picked up their weapons. Xiao Chen sighed and parked his electric scooter in the corner to prevent it from being damaged if he really started to use it. In a flash, several loudmouths rushed forward and tried to suppress his resistance by beating him up. But what few people did not expect was that he could fight so well. He looks harmless standing in the crowd, but when he fights, every move he makes is full of power. Moreover, he directly attacked the opponent's vulnerable parts, eliminating all threats from the opponent. After taking away the tools of Xiao Huangmao and his men, he knocked them to the ground. Finally, he came in front of Loud Voice again. He raised his hands and was about to hit Loud Voice on the head. Loud Voice was so scared that he quickly covered his head. Unexpectedly, it was just a feint, so he raised his leg and kicked the loudmouth hard on the leg. When he bent down to hug his thighs, Xiao Chen raised his hand and slapped him on the exposed face. He used all his strength in this slap. So the loud-voiced man's face instantly became much taller, and he even spit out 2 teeth from his mouth. He instantly looked at Xiao Chen with red eyes and said in disbelief, "You dare to hit me? Bah, I tell you, I have thousands of brothers. If you dare to touch me again, my brothers will directly take you down." Although he spoke harshly, the bruises on his face and the blood foam in his mouth greatly reduced the threat of his words. Seeing Xiao Chen coming towards him again, he squatted down and quickly hugged his head and shouted loudly,
we are in a society ruled by law now. What you are doing is illegal."
His words made Xiao Chen laugh out of anger.
"You still understand the rule of law? Weren't you the one who first sent someone to block me?"
"I didn't expect you to be such a good fighter, brother. We've known each other for a long time.
So, if you can just let me go, I won't bother you again. Okay?"
Later on, the loud voice even sounded a little pleading.
Xiao Chen thought for a moment and threw the key to his electric scooter to loudspeaker.
"Because you've been pestering me, I'm going to be late for an order.
So, can you help me ride my bike back to the gathering point?"
"I'll go deliver a takeaway first." As he spoke, he took out a takeaway package from his thermal box. The loud man said a little timidly, "I can ride back, but I took your bike."
"How are you going to deliver the food?"
At this time, he waved towards the alley facing the main road, and Hosey came running over.
"Brother Chen, is it over?"
"I was just admiring your heroic figure over there, you're so handsome." Hosey flattered him, but he ignored him.
"Is the car coming?"
Hosey quickly handed him the Ferrari keys and said, "Don't worry, I'll take care of it."
"It's already parked on the side of the road." He nodded, then walked towards Main Street with the takeaway.
The loud guy was a little curious about what he was going to do, so he followed him quietly from behind.
When they arrived at the main street, Xiao Chen got into the Ferrari with the takeaway. Hosey ran to the passenger seat and sat down. At this time, the loud man opened his eyes and looked at the two people in disbelief.
Driving a Ferrari to deliver takeout, these two people might have some serious illness.
"Buckle up."
Xiao Chen said something and stuffed the takeaway into Hosey's hand again. Then he started the Ferrari directly, and the moment it started, the Ferrari rushed out like a ferocious cheetah. With a whistling sound that pierced the air, the Ferrari left the crowd behind and drove very far away. The loudmouth who was standing there in a daze was suddenly awakened by a push from his younger brother.
"Boss, who is that guy? Are there still rich people like him who drive Ferraris and deliver food?"
The yellow-haired boy stared at the direction where the Ferrari disappeared, sighing with envy.
"Don't you think I was a bit too harsh just now?"
The loud voice murmured.
"No, I knocked out both of your teeth." Hearing Huang Mao's words, he glared at him fiercely. "I mean, we didn't hit him hard enough.
If we had hurt him, we'd all be finished." He felt a little uneasy when he thought about being targeted by Xiao Chen and even being sued.
"We did hit him hard, but we didn't hit him." "But boss, we can't let you go. We have to extort money from him anyway."
Huang Mao wanted to come up with some ideas, but was glared back by him. They can't afford to offend such a capable and wealthy man.
"Can I still afford a Ferrari by delivering food?" A new hope rose in the loudmouth's heart. He threw Xiao Chen's car keys to Huang Mao and said, "Go, return the car to the takeaway place for that brother. Be careful, don't damage it." After saying that, he prepared to leave on his electric bike. "Boss, where are you going?" Huang Mao shouted behind him. "Delivering food."
He didn't turn around but waved his hand in a dashing manner. At this moment, he must have felt that his back was very majestic. On the other side, Xiao Chen was driving the Ferrari smoothly through the traffic.
Hosey hugged the takeaway and huddled in the passenger seat. Chapter 60, Delivering Food and Saving a Beauty. Hosey sat in the speeding Ferrari and experienced the speed and passion that can only be seen in movies. "Chen, brother Chen, drive slower. I feel like I'm going to vomit."
Hosey spoke with difficulty, suppressing the urge to vomit. Before he could protest again, the car stopped.
Xiao Chen took the takeaway from Hosey and went to a shop facing the street. "Mr. Chen? Here's your takeaway. Enjoy your meal."
He handed the takeaway to the slightly plump owner in a very polite tone. The hardware store owner looked at Xiao Chen, who was wearing a takeaway uniform, then stretched his neck to look at the Ferrari parked at the door, and suddenly swallowed.
"Are your company's delivery vehicle specifications so high?"
The shop owner asked him curiously, and he smiled and replied, "It's my wife's car, not the company's." The shop owner was even more surprised. This delivery boy was really amazing. He was supported by a rich woman, yet he was still so independent and self-reliant. Xiao Chen got back into the car under the shop owner's jealous and admiring gaze. Hosey quickly tightened his seatbelt and held the car door with both hands, looking ready to die. But he did not drive as dangerously as he did just now. Instead, he slowly drove back to the takeaway point. After finding his electric scooter, he threw the Ferrari keys to Hosey again and sent him back.
On the other side, Su Yueru returned to the office of Yueshia Group early. The company has been encountering problems frequently these days, so she has been dealing with them in a panic. As soon as she entered the office, her secretary Xiao Qian quickly brought in coffee and documents. Mr. Su, this is the contract and schedule that needs to be signed today. Can you take a look and see if there is anything that needs to be changed? She reached for her coffee, took a sip, and opened the top file to read. Yueshia Group was co-founded by her and Xinxia after they graduated from university. The initial startup capital was the inheritance left to her by her mother. The company has grown from an initial 4 people to hundreds of employees now. It can be said that the effort put into it is enormous. However, in the past 6 months, due to a series of changes, many problems have arisen in both her love life and the operation of the company. Therefore, she is now under unprecedented pressure since she started her business. Have there been any customers who have complained to the company recently? She raised her head and asked with her beautiful eyebrows furrowed. Xiao Qian quickly replied, "No, last time a customer complained about an allergic reaction to our product, but it was resolved by a handsome guy. Since then, there have been no more complaints." She knew that the handsome guy Xiao Qian was talking about was actually Xiao Chen, and she had not yet made her relationship with Xiao Chen public in the company. But ever since Xiao Chen showed up last time and turned the tide to minimize the impact of the incident, all the girls in the company have had a good impression of that mysterious man. Later, she also conducted a detailed investigation into the allergy incident. She found that there were very few ingredients in that batch of cosmetics that could cause allergies, which means that the allergic incident was most likely caused intentionally. What has Vice President Shen been busy with lately? I haven't seen her much these past few days. She asked in a nonchalant manner. Ever since Xinxia was alone with Xiao Chen and said some inexplicable words to him, she has been observing Xinxia's movements intentionally or unintentionally. Vice President Shen has been busy with the company's IPO recently. I saw her having a meeting with several shareholders in the office after get off work the other day. Oh, is that so? Xinxia was well liked by her colleagues because of her handsome appearance. However, she met with shareholders alone after get off work, and even Su Yueru didn't know about this, which was very strange. Yes, Vice President Shen is dedicated to his work. He's still busy even at this late hour. He doesn't care about his own life at all. Xinxia and she were college classmates and they were the same age, but since she met Xinxia, she had never seen Xinxia dating any boy. Now that everyone has reached the age to start a family, she is still alone and it is indeed easy to attract other people's attention. Don't gossip about others behind their backs. Okay, go get busy. She sent the small amount of money away and continued with the work at hand. At noon, a call came into her cell phone. It was an unfamiliar number, but she picked it up anyway. There was silence on the other end of the phone, and then a familiar voice came. "Xiaoye, are you there? I want to meet you." The person on the other end of the phone was her ex-boyfriend Shui Yuan, with whom she had just broken off her engagement not long ago. "I have nothing to say to you." As she said this, she was about to hang up the phone. "Wait, Xiaoye. I have something very important to tell you, so you have to come out and see me no matter what. I'll be waiting for you at the restaurant you often go to. See you then." After saying that, Shui Yuan hung up the phone without waiting for her to refuse. After hanging up the phone, she felt a little uneasy. Shui Yuan was her college senior. The two had known each other since childhood but did not start dating until college and eventually got engaged. Originally, the relationship between the two was pretty good, but unfortunately his mother was very strong, and the whole family was somewhat prejudiced against her background. All these broke out when they were engaged, so Su Yueru resolutely cancelled the engagement. From then on, she no longer contacted Shui Yuan. It was not until she met him by chance recently that she remembered the past. She thought for a while and decided to go and see what Shui Yuan had to say, so she said hello to Xiao Qian and left. When she arrived at Ziyang Shunsai, the lobby manager recognized her immediately. Su Yueru is a frequent visitor here, and few people in Ziyang Shunsai don't know her. The manager led her to a quiet table by the window, where Shui Yuan was already sitting waiting for her. The two sat down face to face, and Su Yueru didn't even look at him. Shui Yuan coughed awkwardly and said, "Xiaoye, I knew you would come to see me." She sneered, looked him in the eyes and said, "I came here to hear what you want to say. If it's just a simple reminisce, then there's no need to waste each other's time." As she said this, she prepared to get up and leave. Shui Yuan reached over the table and wanted to hold her hand, but Su Yueru reached out and picked up the teacup on the table and poured it on him.
Shui Yuan, who was doused with tea, pointed at her and cursed, "You shameless bitch, you actually dared to splash water on me.
Do you think I will?"
As he said this, he stood up suddenly and prepared to slap Su Yueru in the face.
As a result, his hand was grabbed by another person before it fell halfway.
Xiao Chen, wearing a takeaway uniform, stood in front of Shui Yuan. Shui Yuan was shocked at first, looking at the man who grabbed him. But when he saw that he was wearing a takeaway uniform, his expression turned to mockery.
Chapter 61, Men Can Also Be Tender.
I thought you were some kind of sage, but you're just a delivery man. You looked so impressive when I first saw you, how did you end up like this now?
Shui Yuan pulled his hand back and rubbed the painful spot while laughing.
I thought you were some kind of hooligan, bullying a woman in broad daylight.
Aren't you afraid your mom will find out and spank you? Xiao Chen also retorted. Su Yueru was just shocked by Shui Yuan's series of actions.
She never expected that a man who was once so gentlemanly would have such a face. She reached out and pulled Xiao Chen's clothes. When Xiao Chen turned his head to look at her, he felt that she was like an angry young wife. Seeing her pitiful appearance, he immediately became angry and prepared to beat up the guy who bullied the woman. As a result, his hand was grabbed by Su Yueru. She was worried that the Shui family's influence in Longcheng would have a negative impact on him. Seeing that the two men didn't dare to step forward, Shui Yuan became even more proud. Xiaoye, I've told you long ago that there's no point in finding a man like this who's all good looking but useless. Besides his good looks, he doesn't even have a proper job. He looked Xiao Chen up and down, looking down on the delivery uniform he was wearing.
A proper job? What's so shameful about me earning money with my own hands?
It's better than someone like you who can do nothing but reincarnate. This sentence made Shui Yuan furious. He claimed that he was different from other rich second generations. Not only was he an excellent student in school, but he now runs his own company. Of course, the reason why he has been so successful over the years is mainly due to the protection of the Shui family, so he is even more afraid of others mentioning this.
Okay, you said I can't do anything except reincarnate, right? I'm bullying you when it comes to academic qualifications and wealth. How about we have a car race?
Luxury cars and beautiful women are standard features of the rich second generation, and as a top rich second generation, Shui Yuan also organized a group of playboys to open a luxury car club. When they have nothing to do, everyone drives their luxury supercars around the city, and Shui Yuan is particularly popular among them because of his good driving skills. This experience undoubtedly gave him great confidence, so he pointed at the supercar parked outside and said to Xiao Chen, "Let's meet at 8 o'clock tonight on Huayuan South Road.
If you can beat me, this car will be yours. But if you don't come..."
He paused, looked at Su Yueru, and continued, "If you don't come, it means you admit that Xiaoye has indeed found a coward." He and Xiao Chen looked at each other fiercely, and each wanted to knock the other to the ground.
But after staring for a while, Shui Yuan snorted coldly and left alone. Only Xiao Chen and Su Yueru were left here. Su Yueru grabbed his hand and wanted to explain. But he smiled and waved his hand, saying, "You don't have to explain anything. I trust you no matter what you do.
But next time, don't meet alone with this invisible violent man.
It's too dangerous. Got it?"
Thinking about Shui Yuan's loss of control just now, she felt scared.
How could a person who usually looked so gentle suddenly become like that?
She nodded in agreement. Xiao Chen patted her head and said, "I have some takeout to deliver.
You should go home and rest first.
I'll come back to see you after get off work." She nodded again in agreement, then watched him ride away on his electric scooter.
Some people look so handsome even when riding an electric scooter. Is this the power of love?
Around 7 o'clock that evening, Xiao Chen returned home. Seeing that Su Yueru had fallen asleep while sitting on the sofa waiting for him, he gently covered her with a blanket. Unexpectedly, as soon as he covered the blanket, she opened her eyes and looked at him.
"You're back? Why are you so late?"
she asked, rubbing her eyes.
"This is not too late. In the past, I would send my children off until midnight before going home," he answered nonchalantly.
In the past, he often worked until the early morning to raise the bride price. Thinking back on that time, he felt that it was not worth it. She looked at him with pity, but then she remembered his match with Shui Yuan tonight.
"Are you really going to Huayuan South Road to compete with Shui Yuan?"
He nodded, taking off his uniform and changing into his own clothes. "If I don't go, it means you have a very poor eye for men.
And this is a question of a man's dignity. And if he won, Shui Yuan's luxury car would belong to him.
With his current strength, he felt that the possibility of winning was still very high. After changing his clothes, he was ready to go to the appointment, but she stopped him again.
What are you driving to the race? Are you riding your electric scooter?
Only then did he remember that he was only thinking about how to win the race and forgot about the car. At this moment, she jumped up from the sofa, took his arm and said, "You can drive my car, but you must take me with you." He instinctively wanted to refuse, as this competition was still very dangerous. This isn't a senior cycling race. Those participating are all rich second generations who don't know what reverence is.
But he couldn't resist Su Yueru's nagging, so he agreed.
The two went to the garage and found her luxurious Bugatti Veyron. A few days ago, on a whim, she changed the color of her Bugatti Veyron into pink.
Xiao Chen stood in front of the pink supercar, speechless.
Su Yueru said a little embarrassedly, "I wanted to buy you another one, but time is too tight."
"You can just drive it for now.
Except for the color, all other features are the best." He nodded reluctantly, and the two of them got in the car and set off. When he arrived at the meeting point, he found that this section of the road had been completely blocked.
Vehicles cannot pass through this section of road.
Many people who were unaware of the road closure only realized that they could not pass when they drove here and had to turn around. Because of the sudden road closure, people around who were rushing home from get-off work complained. However, there were many luxury cars parked in a haphazard manner on the blocked road, and beautiful women in scantily clad clothes were walking back and forth between the luxury cars, chatting with the rich second generation who were standing there. Seeing this scene, everyone's original anxious mood to go home turned into curiosity and jealousy, and they stood on the roadside and watched. When Xiao Chen and the other man came over, they had to honk their horns while driving slowly. Originally, the crowd was very unhappy about being disturbed while watching the fun, but when they saw them driving the eye-catching Bugatti Veyron, they all made way. They can't afford to damage this car.
If even a small piece of paint comes off, all their year-end bonuses will be gone.
Seeing them coming, Shui Yuan walked past the group of beauties and came in front of them. When he saw Xiao Chen getting out of the pink sports car, he could no longer hide the mocking expression on his face.
"The color suits you very well. It suits a pretty boy like you who is kept by a rich woman." Chapter 62: A Profitable Business.
After hearing this, the people around started to ridicule Xiao Chen.
He listened to the ridicule of the people around him but was not angry.
Instead, he pointed at Shui Yuan's luxury car and said, "I like that color too. Young Master Shui might have to walk home later." Seeing his arrogant attitude, Shui Yuan snorted coldly and left. This competition was mainly between Shui Yuan and Xiao Chen, and the two drove their respective cars to the starting point. A referee who looked very professional walked between the two cars to make sure that both were ready, and then squatted one body length behind the two cars. He raised one hand high, then quickly lowered it while shouting, "Let's go." Xiao Chen and the other man stepped on the accelerator at the same time, and the sports car roared forward like an arrow.
The crowd around was excited the moment the sports car drove out.
They shouted all kinds of words to cheer for it, and some were just roaring. At this moment, people lost the constraints of civilization and became creatures controlled by speed and passion. Even Su Yueru, who was usually calm, was infected by the surrounding atmosphere and shouted Xiao Chen's name loudly. She knew he might not be able to hear her, but she still felt like she was fighting alongside him. However, Xiao Chen, who was driving the Brady, was extremely calm at this moment. He operated it smoothly while glancing at Shui Yuan out of the corner of his eye.
Shui Yuan's driving skills are indeed good. He has rich experience in both starting and operating.
As a tough opponent, he put a lot of pressure on Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen activated his racing skills and adjusted the mode from elementary to intermediate. The two of them were driving towards the finish line together, and when Shui Yuan was about to be left behind by him, Shui Yuan deliberately rammed his car into his. The collision was so powerful that the rear end of the Bugatti was instantly unrecognizable, with fragments of the headlights scattered all over the ground.
The crowd watching all took a deep breath. This is truly extravagant.
A car worth tens of millions of dollars was crashed without warning and smashed to pieces. It was heartbreaking to see this rich man. The collision caused Xiao Chen to deviate from the runway, and Shui Yuan took this opportunity to overtake him directly. He quickly turned the steering wheel, trying to steady the car, then aimed at the destination and accelerated straight towards it. It was just a few seconds, but for the people involved, it felt as slow as a century. Shui Yuan caught a glimpse of the pink shadow slowly approaching the finish line in his peripheral vision. He couldn't help but step on the accelerator to the bottom, gritting his teeth and accelerating hard. But in the end, he couldn't get past the pink shadow, which passed before his eyes like a phantom. There was a roar of cheers all around, and they didn't care who won in the end.
People liked the winner.
After crossing the finish line, Xiao Chen braked and stopped by the roadside.
Shui Yuan then stopped as well.
The crowd rushed over here, most of them just wanted to see what the victorious Xiao Chen looked like. The group of rich second generations who were in Shui Yuan's group surrounded Shui Yuan and looked at Xiao Chen coldly. At this time, Su Yueru also ran over. She excitedly threw herself into his arms and said loudly, "Hubby, you are so great."
Okay.
He was still very excited at this moment. He hugged her and kissed her for a while, then saw Shui Yuan and the group of rich second generations preparing to leave.
He seized the opportunity and walked over and said, "Did Master Shui forget something?" Shui Yuan's face suddenly looked as if he had eaten shit.
He reached out and pulled the key to his luxury car out of the car. Then he threw it to him with disdain and said, "Take it.
I've had enough of it anyway. I'm just about to buy a better one. This one is just a gift to you."
Xiao Chen caught the key he threw over and said calmly, "Whether it's charity or not, you and I know best. If Master Shui can't afford to lose, I can return the car to you.
But you must not go home and cry to your mother, saying that I bullied you."
Shui Yuan's face turned from blue to red, and he looked at Xiao Chen with bloodshot eyes as if he wanted to go up and hit him. But he knew in his heart that he could not beat Xiao Chen, so he could only try his best to restrain his anger and humiliation. Seeing that he didn't say anything but got out of the car and prepared to leave with his friends, Xiao Chen said again, "Master Shui seems to have forgotten something?" As he spoke, he pointed at the broken headlight of the Bugatti and said, "You cheated just now and almost caused me to crash into the streetlight.
This is intentional injury. Shouldn't Master Shui give me an explanation?"
Shui Yuan turned and looked at him, his teeth chattering. At this time, one of his friends stood up and said, "In Longcheng, no one would dare to intervene even if our Master Shui committed intentional injury or murder.
You better get out of here right away. If you keep showing off, I'll really deal with you."
This was said arrogantly, but he was not afraid. He looked at Shui Yuan provocatively, without giving in at all.
Shui Yuan took out a bank card and slammed it against his car.
He then said word by word, "Here's the compensation for your car repairs.
You can use it as you like. The day after tomorrow at 12 o'clock, we'll have another fight. Do you dare?" He was shocked. He didn't expect Shui Yuan to be so addicted.
But he still didn't want to have too much contact with this person, so he prepared to refuse. Seeing him hesitate, Shui Yuan said again, "It's a 15 million bet.
If you win, it's all yours. If you lose, I don't want a penny from you."
"Oh, this is great." Xiao Chen was just thinking about making money, and now there is a sucker rushing to give him money. So he agreed without hesitation. Shui Yuan waved and left with everyone, while he and Su Yueru stared at the luxury car in a daze. In the end, the two of them drove home in a luxury car each.
After the exciting game, Xiao Chen couldn't sleep.
So he cautiously went to the kitchen to get some beer, but ended up meeting Su Yueru, who also couldn't sleep. The two of them simply sat on the sofa with a bottle of beer and talked.
"Honey, what did you do before? How come you're so good at driving?" He didn't know how to answer.
Before today, his driving skills were still at the level of just getting his driver's license.
This might be a potential explosion."
He was talking nonsense.
"Hubby, I don't know why sometimes I feel like you're so mysterious." "Really? I'm just an ordinary worker.
Before I met you, I was still struggling for the bride price."
He couldn't help but think of his life when he didn't have a system.
At that time, he was really living in a daze.
"Yeah, why would anyone not want to marry you when you're so nice? Is 100,000 really that important?"
"I'd still marry you even if it cost me $1 million. Hearing her say this, Xiao Chen burst into laughter. Now she is marrying me at my own expense. The house and the luxury car were all hers, and she was so happy just by cooking for her every day. Thinking of this, he hugged her tightly.
Chapter 63, Lure the Enemy into a Trap.
"There are very, very few women like you who follow me without any intention, so I feel lucky every day now."
Xiao Chen sighed from the bottom of his heart. "I also feel very lucky to have met you."
The two looked at each other, and although they were silent, they could feel the warmth from each other.
Nothing happened that night.
The next day, because Su Yueru's car was damaged by Shui Yuan last night, Xiao Chen drove the luxury car he won to take her to work. Arriving at the door of her company, Su Yueru smiled sweetly at him and said, "Thank you, husband."
you specially sent me to work." Then she leaned over and kissed him before getting up and leaving. Xiao Chen looked at her enchanting figure from behind, and his heart began to stir. Just as he was lost in thought, a sweet voice rang in his ears. "Brother Yuan, why are you here? Are you missing me?" The person who came was Xinxia, but her voice was obviously much sweeter than usual. On weekdays, Xinxia basically looks like a capable woman, and her voice and tone are full of decisiveness. So when the tone suddenly changed, Xiao Chen didn't react. Xinxia had previously judged that it was Shui Yuan sitting in the car based on the car itself, but when she looked down, she was surprised to find that it was actually him. So she suddenly felt a little embarrassed and even blushed. How could it be you?" She stuttered a little and said that Shui Yuan was the only one who owned this Koenigsegg in Longcheng, so she never thought that the person sitting inside was not him. "Oh, I'm here to see Yuaru off. Has Vice President Shin arrived for work?" He also tried to hide his embarrassment. Xinxia's tone and words just now seemed extremely intimate. If he didn't know that Shui Yuan was Su Yuaru's ex-boyfriend, he would have thought that Xinxia and Shui Yuan were a couple. "Ah, yes. Oops, I'm going to be late, so I'll stop telling you." Xinxia pretended to look at her watch, then said goodbye anxiously. He waved to Xinxia and drove away. As soon as his car turned the corner, Xinxia took out her cell phone from her pocket. She dialed a number and the phone rang for a long time before it was picked up. "Xinxia, why did you call me? Didn't I tell you a long time ago that we're over?" Shui Yuan said impatiently on the other end of the phone. She smiled dejectedly and said, "Brother Yuan, I know you can't forgive me yet. But I have something to ask you. Please answer me before you hang up." As a strong woman, Xinxia had never been so humble in her words or actions, but now she begged the man to talk to her on the phone for 2 minutes. "What's the matter? Tell me now." Not only could he hear his impatient voice, but he could also clearly hear a woman's sweet laughter. Xinxia suppressed her inner irritability and grievance and said, "I just saw Xiao Chen, Su Yuaru's current husband. Why is he driving your car?" There was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone. Then he cursed softly and told Xinxia everything that had happened between him and Xiao Chen. The reason why he told Xinxia all this was mainly because although he no longer liked this woman, her abilities were still worthy of recognition. And now he urgently needs a partner who can help him deal with Xiao Chen, so he obviously gave Xinxia some illusions in his words. The illusion was that if she could help him make Xiao Chen suffer a fate worse than death, then it would not be impossible for them to reconcile. Sure enough, since he expressed this wish, Xinxia has been more active in asking about some things, such as Xiao Chen's current condition, his work, etc. After the two exchanged information with satisfaction, Xinxia hung up the phone. If it were possible to reconcile with Shui Yuan, she would help Shui Yuan even if there were 100 Xiao Chens, not to mention one. When she returned to her office, she called her assistant Xiaoyan. "Please help me order 300 cups of milk tea later. I want to treat all the employees in the company to milk tea." Xiaoyan's eyes almost popped out of her head when she heard this. "Vice President Shin, you mean 300 cups? How much does that cost?" For an assistant whose salary is only more than 3,000 yuan, the money for milk tea is simply an astronomical figure. "It's okay. Everyone has worked hard. I have to reward them at least." She pretended to be kind and said, "Oh, by the way, please tell the milk tea shop that I want to designate a delivery driver. But I hope they won't tell him about this." Xiaoyan seemed to understand what she heard, but since she didn't explain, she didn't dare to ask again. So Xiaoyan followed her instructions and ordered milk tea. On the other hand, the milk tea shop was dumbfounded when it received such a large order. They immediately closed the business for a day to prepare for this order. After seeing that the delivery man had been designated, the milk tea shop immediately contacted Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen didn't know Xinxia's plan at this time. He had just arrived at the takeaway shop when he received a call from the milk tea shop. He immediately went out to take the order. When he was about to leave with the first batch of 50 cups of milk tea, he saw that the takeaway address turned out to be Su Yuaru's company. Because his marriage to Su Yuaru was very sudden, and it also involved their personal privacy. So few people in their company know that they are married, and they don't even know who Xiao Chen is. However, Xiao Chen had no intention of concealing this matter. Neither he nor Su Yuaru thought that their identities and status would have any impact on their union. So he just thought it was a coincidence and rode his electric scooter over. He came to the front desk and the receptionist recognized him immediately. The receptionist asked excitedly, "Are you the handsome guy who helped us out last time? So you're a delivery man.
When she saw him appear here in his delivery uniform, although she was still enthusiastic, she obviously had lost interest in him.
Yes, this is the takeout you ordered. Can I put it here? Can. Can't.
The receptionist and Xiaoyan said in unison. Xiaoyan came down from upstairs at this time and said to Xiao Chini in an angry tone, "The takeaway I ordered is for all employees in the company. Since you are here to deliver the takeaway, you have to deliver these milk teas to every employee. It's not as simple as leaving them at the front desk." He has been delivering food for almost 3 years and has seen countless strange things in people.
But people like Xiaoyan who make unreasonable demands are rare. Even the front desk lady Xiaomei couldn't stand it anymore and said, "Assistant Yen, the delivery guy has other orders to deliver. If he puts them here, it's the same as asking each department to send someone to pick them up." Chapter 64, Catching a Turtle in a Jar. Xiaomei, am I talking to you? Why are you pretending to be such a good person?
Everyone knows you're a nympho who throws yourself at every man you see. I'm telling you, you have to give it to him today, whether he wants to or not.
Otherwise, I'll call and complain to him. Seeing Xiaoyan's sharp tongue, Xiaomei was so angry that she couldn't speak. Xiao Chen waved his hand to indicate that it was alright, and then asked in a friendly tone, "Can I go upstairs and send it off?"
Xiaomei felt a little guilty for not being able to speak up for him. So I explained to him in detail the company's layout and personnel distribution, and told him where it would be most convenient to start delivering the goods.
After settling down, he thanked Xiaomei gratefully and went upstairs to deliver the takeaway.
A delivery guy is worthy of your attention.
Are you really that eager to get married? Xiaoyan laughed at her again and left.
Xiaochen placed the 50 cups of milk tea on the employees' tables one by one, and he said, "Enjoy your meal" to each person. Because Xinxia had already announced in the company group that she would give everyone milk tea, everyone was more surprised to see the handsome delivery guy than the milk tea. There were even little girls who secretly asked him for his phone number, but he refused them all. After delivering these, he returned to the milk tea shop. Because of the size limit of the takeout thermal box, he can only take a maximum of 50 cups at a time. So he made 3 trips and it was time for lunch. At lunch, everyone was free to choose where to eat. However, someone posted a message in the company group that a handsome delivery guy was delivering milk tea, so most of the employees stayed in the company cafeteria to eat. When Xiao Chen brought a new batch of milk tea to the staff restaurant, he was immediately surrounded by a group of girls.
As they took the milk tea he handed them, they asked about his personal situation intentionally or unintentionally.
There were even some brave girls who asked him directly if he had a girlfriend. This scene happened to be seen by Xinxia and Xiaoyan, who came to watch the fun. Xinxia's original plan was to let everyone in the company know that Su Yueru's husband was actually a delivery man. Such explosive news would definitely attract the attention of the company's shareholders. By then, Su Yueru would have no choice but to divorce Xiao Chen in order to alleviate the shareholders' concerns. As long as Xiao Chen leaves Su Yueru, he will be nothing more than a salted fish that can never turn over. Moreover, Su Yueru would also be greatly hit by such a scandal. It was really a good idea to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. But she never expected that he was so popular among female employees and seemed to be very popular with women.
What's so good about that delivery guy? Just look at his poor face. You can tell at a glance that he can't even afford a house. These women are so ignorant. They think a man is handsome.
Xiaoyan grumbled in dissatisfaction. Yeah, I also hate men who rely on their looks to deceive others.
You can tell at a glance that they're gigolos. Xinxia also chimed in. It would be great if everyone could see his true face. This kind of man obviously has no sense of responsibility.
Xinxia said this with a hint of meaning, and signaled Xiaoyan with her eyes. She immediately understood that since she became Xinxia's assistant, her tricks in doing bad things behind her back had greatly improved.
I will definitely not let Vice President Shin down, just wait and see.
As she spoke, Xiaoyan walked towards Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen was surrounded by a group of women and could hardly move, but he was afraid of touching others, so he seemed particularly restrained. Just as he was in a dilemma, a scream came from his left.
Oh, you rascal! Where are you touching? Xiaoyan covered her body and screamed.
Everyone followed Xiaoyan's gaze and looked at Xiao Chen's left hand, while he looked at Xiaoyan in amazement.
Seeing that he didn't say anything, Xiaoyan immediately started crying. How could you touch someone's but while they're in chaos? Everyone, please give me some justice. Someone is being rude to me.
Big tears streamed down her cheeks. She looked so heartbroken that I wondered if she really thought Xiao Chen had done something cruel to her.
Really?
Oh my god, I didn't expect this guy to be so scary.
I just wanted his phone number. That's right, I really can't believe it.
He looks like a decent person, but I didn't expect him to be so perverted.
He dared to do this in public. Who knows what he would do if no one was around?
Go away, stay away from this kind of person. Everyone was talking about it, but they left the area around Xiao Chen and Xiao Yan empty. Seeing that it was working, she grabbed Xiao Chen and refused to let go, insisting that he give her an explanation.
Xiao Chen felt confused at this time.
He was sure that he had never touched the woman's body. Besides, Xiao Yan's appearance, to put it nicely, was average, with a short stature and a round face. Even if he really asked him to touch her, he couldn't bring himself to do it. As I was pulling, suddenly a cold voice was heard.
What are you doing here?
Everyone was shocked and made way for Su Yueru. She usually had lunch in a private restaurant, but today when she was about to go out for lunch, she accidentally opened the company's group chat. She found that someone had posted the video of Xiao Yan pulling Xiao Chen in the group. At first, she was not sure whether the delivery man was Xiao Chen, but when the camera zoomed in, she finally could not sit still. She rushed to the staff cafeteria not because she believed Xiao Chen would really do such a thing, but because she vaguely felt that there might be other hidden secrets behind this matter. Seeing Su Yueru coming over, Xiao Yan, who knew nothing about her relationship with Xiao Chen, rushed to her and cried, Boss Su, you have to take charge of this for me. This rascal actually touched my butt in public.
Oh, is that so? Hubby.
She turned to look at Xiao Chen as if nothing had happened and asked. That short sentence silenced the entire restaurant.
Husband? Did their boss, Su, just call the delivery guy husband?
Everyone shifted their gazes back and forth between Su Yueru and Xiao Chen in shock.
They couldn't connect a CEO worth billions with a delivery boy, and they could never dream of pairing them up like this.
He looked at Su Yueru and shook his head, a look of helplessness on his face. She turned to look at Xiao Yan and asked, You said my husband touched your butt.
Do you remember which hand touched it?
Xiao Yan was already shocked, and when Su Yueru asked her another question, she panicked even more and said, left hand, no, it could also be the right hand. She looked around at the people around her, looking very guilty.
Don't panic.
I will definitely investigate this matter thoroughly.
We'll check the surveillance footage later to see what happened.
I will never let my employees suffer any injustice, and of course I will not allow anyone to wrongly accuse my husband. Chapter 65, It turns out that the turtle is me.
Su Yueru spoke firmly and forcefully.
Anyone with a discerning eye could immediately see that Xiao Chen was being wronged. Anyone can see the difference between Su Yueru and Zheng Xiaoyan. One has fair skin, beautiful looks and long legs, while the other is short, fat, has a big face and short legs. If he and Su Yueru were really husband and wife, who would leave his lovely wife at home and run out to touch Zheng Xiaoyan's butt? This made Xinxia a little flustered. She didn't expect Su Yueru to be so bold as to publicly admit her relationship with Xiao Chen. She originally thought that she could tell the directors about this matter first, but she didn't expect Su Yueru to catch her off guard. She quickly squeezed through the crowd and covered up Xiaoyan's lie, saying, Xiaoyan, what are you doing?
You're really getting more and more outrageous. While scolding Zhang Xiaoyan, she pretended to say to Su Yueru, Xiaoyan has been in a bad mental state ever since her breakup.
She feels like all men want to molest her. I was soft-hearted and always protected her.
I didn't expect.
She pretended to be compassionate but secretly winked at Zhang Xiaoyan, who quickly corrected herself, Oh, I made a mistake.
I might have accidentally bumped into the table just now. My head is sometimes clear and sometimes confused.
Both the master and the servant looked at Xiao Chen apologetically, but Su Yueru was not ready to give up. Since you're sick, take unpaid leave and go to the doctor.
The company can't afford to have accidents like this all the time. What do you think, Vice President Shin?
Xinxia found that Su Yueru's way of addressing her had become so formal without her knowing when, but even though she was unhappy, she could only listen to Su Yueru's arrangements on this matter.
Xiao Ye is right. Then Xiaoyan, you should go home and see a doctor first. Don't come back until you are cured.
Zheng Xiaoyan was stunned for a moment. She begged Xinxia to spare her because she had always been very obedient.
But in front of Su Yueru, Xinxia had to put on a show.
So she righteously rejected Zheng Xiaoyan and called the security guard to drive her away.
The crowd that had been watching looked at Xiao Chen with even greater curiosity.
When they saw that the company's vice president Shin politely apologized to the delivery boy, they became even more convinced that he was President Su's husband. But this fact was so explosive that they exchanged gossipy glances with each other, waiting for a while to have a good chat. Su Yueru pulled Xiao Chen away from the crowd and came to her office. She wanted to confirm something with him. When the two connected the series of events that happened this morning, an indisputable fact emerged before them. Su Yueru's college classmate and good business partner Shin Xia has a big problem. In the past 6 months, her company has encountered many problems, and all signs indicate that Shin Xia is the most likely person. Even in the makeup scandal that Xiao Chen helped her out of last time, it was Shin Xia who fanned the flames behind the scenes. But Su Yueru couldn't figure out why she did this. What is the relationship between Shin Xia and Shui Yuan? He finally couldn't help but tell her that Shin Xia had mistaken someone for someone else that morning. She pondered for a moment and said, Shui Yuan is a senior in our department, but she knew Shui Yuan earlier than I did. We have always had a good relationship, but I never thought about it in other ways. Having said this, she fell into deep thought again. At this time, he patted her shoulder and said, It's okay, maybe we are overthinking it. No matter what happens, remember to tell me, don't carry it alone. Got it? She looked up and smiled sweetly, saying, Now that you mention it, I do have something to tell you. Our company is hosting a cocktail party tonight, and we're mainly inviting Diamond members and shareholders. Hearing this, he looked at her in confusion. I want you to come with me. We're kind of public now anyway. Might as well let everyone see how great my man is. As she said that, she threw herself into Xiao Chen's arms. He looked down at her blushing cheeks with a bit of helplessness and said, Aren't you afraid that everyone will turn against you? I don't want you to be embarrassed when the time comes. She pouted and said, Do you think they won't know if you don't go? I tell you, if you don't go, I'll be eaten alive by those old fogies. Seeing her serious tone, Xiao Chen immediately nodded and agreed. Not to mention attending the cocktail party, he even went to take a bullet for her. He also spared no effort. Well, you should go home early from get off work today. We need to prepare in advance. After she finished speaking, she pushed Xiao Chen away. In the evening, when he returned home, he was startled by the scene inside the door. A silver-haired old man in a suit stood respectfully inside the door. Upon seeing him return, he immediately bowed and said, Sir, you're back. He took a step back toward the door, and after making sure he hadn't gone in the wrong direction, he glanced at the old man again. Hubby, you're back. This is Uncle Chin, the master craftsman who has been making cheongsams for my mother. She stepped forward, hugged his arm, and whispered in his ear, Jinbo's cooking skills are good, but he has too many etiquettes, which is tiring. She pushed Xiao Chen in front of Jinbo, and Jinbo's eyes were filled with the seriousness and persistence unique to an old craftsman. He reached out and pulled out a tape measure to continuously measure Xiao Chen's body. His hands moved quickly and carefully, and the data he measured was all based on his memory. He stood there and let Jinbo manipulate him, but Su Yueru came out of the room wearing a cheongsam. No wonder people liked cheongsams so much in the past, especially beautiful women. There was a corresponding cheongsam outfit for almost every season. I saw her walking towards me with graceful steps, her long and beautiful legs appearing from time to time under her cheongsam. The waist design of the cheongsam makes her waist look softer and more slender, just like the saying of Engying can hold the waist of a Chu Palace lady. In sharp contrast to her slender waist is her tall and full breasts, whose soft curves extend from her breasts all the way down to her hips, forming a natural S shape. Faced with this alluring scene, he summoned all his willpower to say, You're so beautiful, wife. She stepped forward and asked with a shy smile, Uncle Chin, have you chosen your clothes? We're a bit pressed for time here. Jinbo quickened his movements, and after taking the measurements, he took out a light blue men's suit from the rows of well-made Chinese-style formal wear. He took the clothes handed to him by Jinbo and looked at Su Yueru in confusion. She explained, Today's cocktail party is Chinese style, so all guests are required to wear Chinese-style formal attire. Go change quickly, we have to leave. He obediently went to the room to change his clothes, and when he came out he heard Su Yueru's exclamation. Chapter 66, Old Friends One After Another. Hubby, you're so handsome. I always say that Uncle Chin's craftsmanship and taste are the best. Praising two people with one sentence is a sign of high emotional intelligence. He walked to the dressing mirror and looked himself up and down, and found that the clothes really suited him very well. Long and straight legs, upright posture, and the aqua blue color echoes Su Yueru's cheongsam. When she came to his side, the two of them stood together like a pair of beautiful people. Honey, are you ready to blow up the place? She stuck out her tongue at him playfully.
He smiled indulgently and extended his arm towards her gentlemanly.
She took his arm, and the two of them said goodbye to Qin Bo and set off. Arriving at the cocktail party, since it was hosted by her company, she needed to greet the members and shareholders who came to the venue. He walked with her around the venue, trying his best to deal with everything. With the support of his language skills in 10 countries, he can easily deal with the foreign guests present. Her foreign language skills were also good, and the two of them seemed relaxed when chatting with foreign friends. The two of them were handling the crowd with ease, and at this time a middle-aged man with a simple and honest look walked towards them with his female companion.
Hello, Mr. Su. I'm Doing Jie, the president of New Star Cosmetics.
The man extended his hand and shook hers, and then the two of them exchanged some polite greetings. This New Star Cosmetics is a niche brand that has become quite famous in recent years, and its main product is the traditional Chinese-style cosmetics series. It felt like the momentum was making great progress, so she didn't dare to underestimate this person. After they exchanged some pleasantries, they were suddenly surprised when their eyes fell on the girl next to him. Shen Yuejiao, the woman who was about to be forgotten by them, appeared with a new man. She was standing aside quietly at first, but perhaps she felt that Doing Jie had been talking for too long and ignored her. So she looked a little unhappy, and the look she gave Xiao Chen and the other man was filled with more jealousy and hatred.
Oh, I forgot to introduce them. This is my fiancé, Chen Yuejiao, and this is.
Before he could finish, she interrupted him.
Boss Su, brother Xiao, long time no see.
She greeted the two of them in a pretentious and graceful manner, without mentioning her relationship with them. But judging from the way she addressed him, she was obviously more intimate with Xiao Chen.
Doing Jie was also very surprised. He didn't expect that his fiancé would know the popular president of the cosmetics company.
What surprised Xiao Chen and the others was that she had changed her man so quickly and got engaged to him.
Ah, yes. Long time no see. I see Miss Chen is doing quite well now.
Su Yueru looked at her well-made pink cheongsam and the famous brand bag in her hand. Doing Jie was quite generous to her, much better than Wang Qinghua. But when Xiao Chen saw her again, he felt no emotion. Although he had been in a relationship with her for so many years, he completely gave up on her after discovering that she was just a vain and mama's boy. Now his heart is filled with Su Yueru, so he doesn't even want to say a word to her. But when she looked at Xiao Chen, her eyes were full of complicated expressions. There were expectations and regrets, love and hatred, all mixed together to form an indescribable burning gaze.
As if sensing her complicated emotions, Doing Jie considerately asked her what was wrong.
Shen Yuejia laughed it off and avoided the subject, while Xiao Chen and the other man said goodbye and left. The two talked about what had just happened as they walked, and they all agreed that Chen Yuejia had a burst of luck this time and finally found an honest man to take over. The two of them had no emotions towards her, and even felt more gratitude and relief. If she hadn't given up Xiao Chen, the two of them might not be together like they are now. But behind them there was a gaze that was becoming more and more hateful. Looking at this handsome man and beautiful woman, Chen Yuejia was furious. Since the last time she and Wang Qinghua ran into the two of them, something unpleasant happened. Wang Qinghua was very disgusted with herself, but Chen Wenbin gave all their assets to Wang Qinghua for investment. So she didn't dare to turn against him directly and could only endure it again and again. Unexpectedly, Wang Qinghua abused her even more severely, beating and scolding her, and not giving her a penny. He even asked her to take out her own money for him to squander. It was not until one day when Wang Qinghua's wife ran to the bank to make a scene that she realized that the old man actually had a wife and children. She became a mistress for no apparent reason, and the bank leader fired her directly for fear of the bad influence. Unemployed, she went to Wang Qinghua to get her money back, but he just brushed it off and pretended to know nothing. But Chen Wenbin, that brainless guy, didn't even leave any receipt when he gave him the money. In the end, she lost both her money and her life. Before she could recover from the pain of being cheated of her money and sex, her savage mother gave her a young man like Doing Jie. Fortunately, Doing Jie is more reliable than the previous one and treats her quite well. But she blamed all the humiliation and pain she had experienced before on Xiao Chen and Su Yueru. If they hadn't humiliated and attacked her in every way, how could she be willing to be with these old men? And her mother and brother will not take advantage of her or belittle her. She hated both of them, and this hatred even became her motivation to live now.
One day, I'm going to make these two bitches pay.
She secretly thought of various ways to take revenge on them, with a cruel smile on her lips. Xiao Chen and the other person continued to move around the cocktail party. The purpose of such occasions was to increase more opportunities for cooperation, so everyone present showed a strong ability to curry favor with the powerful.
The most popular among them is Shui Yuan.
In Longchang, the standard for judging the level of any upper-class gathering is whether Shui Yuan is present. If he does not attend the cocktail party, then no matter where it is or who organizes it, it will be considered a low-class party. Although Su Yueru was extremely reluctant this time, she had to invite him. The two of them walked around the entire venue but avoided him. However, they didn't expect that Shui Yuan was so tactless that he walked straight up to them.
Xiaoya, the cocktail party was a great success.
And you look so beautiful tonight. He said this in a corny voice that gave people goosebumps, but Su Yueru held Xiao Chen's arm tightly and looked at him coldly.
What's wrong, Xiaoye? Are you still mad at me for my last gaffe?
He looked at Su Yueru sincerely and apologized and explained.
I was so excited because I was too worried about you.
After all, it's hard for us to imagine being with a delivery guy.
Chapter 67, Forced Marriage Scene.
He spoke neither hurriedly nor slowly, and every word was so sonorous that everyone around him could hear it clearly.
What do you mean? Who delivered the food? I'm not talking about the delivery guy.
I'm talking about how Mr. Su is actually in love with a delivery guy.
Really? Oh my god, this is big news. That guy must be after her money.
A woman like that must be crazy to be with a delivery guy. People's words became increasingly harsh, and this seemed to play into his hands. People looked at Xiao Chen curiously.
No one expected that the president of Yuexia Group would like a delivery man. What surprised everyone even more was that this delivery man was very outstanding in both conversation and appearance. Is this guy really a delivery guy?
I just heard him talking to some French people, and his French was really charming. And look at his figure, it's a shame he's not a model.
How could he just be a delivery boy?
Everyone had their own opinion, and at this moment a gorgeously dressed woman walked out from the crowd. As soon as she came up, she held Su Yueru affectionately, with an impeccable fake smile on her well-maintained face.
Xiaoye, you've lost weight recently. Is it because you're too busy at work and haven't eaten well? You're also so busy that you rarely go home, so how can you have time to eat well?
So, when you have time to go home, I'll personally cook a few of your favorite dishes to nourish you. This display of maternal love was so touching that I would have thought it was her biological mother. When Mei Ying held her hand and performed with all her might. Fortunately, she has learned a lot of social skills over the years and did not turn hostile on the spot.
She calmly withdrew her hand and said with false tenderness, Auntie Wan, is your heart okay? Last time I went back, you had a heart attack. I was so scared that I didn't dare go back. I thought you couldn't stand me.
The two of them went back and forth, neither of them wanting to let the other get any advantage. Seeing that she couldn't gain any benefits from him, when Mei Ying shifted her focus. She looked at Xiao Chen and said, Xiao, I heard you found a job now.
That's great. Before, you were just wandering around like a vagrant.
A man should have his own career. Seeing everyone's eyes looking at Xiao Chen changed, she continued, I think delivering food is pretty good.
After all, it's a serious job. It's much better than hanging out on the street every day.
As soon as these words containing huge amounts of information were spoken, those who had previously thought he was a good person also changed their minds. Seeing that he was at a disadvantage, Su Yueru was about to help him fight back, but was stopped by him.
How can a man let a woman stand up for him? Thanks to Aunt One, I'm doing well as a food delivery man now. But I don't know how Yue Qian is doing now. The last time I saw him, he was hanging out with thieves.
I think it would be better for you to pay more attention to Yue Qian and stop just taking care of yourself all the time. Seeing her grim expression, he pretended to remember something and said, Oh, by the way, since Antwon also thinks the delivery job is good, we're hiring.
Why don't I give you the number of the recruiter?
As he said that, he actually went to find his cell phone to call her.
She couldn't refuse, but not refusing would be embarrassing.
So she could only stand there with a wry smile. Seeing his mother being humiliated in public, Su Yueqian, who had been hiding in the crowd, also rushed over.
He pushed Xiao Chen and cursed, Who the hell do you think you are? How dare you talk to my mother like that? I'll sue you, you stinky delivery man. Even if I idle away my whole life, it's still 100 times better than working like you.
If Xiao Chen had just said that he was not doing his job, everyone would have been skeptical. But now that he admitted that he was idle, it was a confession. Seeing this son of a teammate, when Mei Ying glared at him with dismay. She had just repeatedly warned him not to come and get killed, so why didn't he listen? Now, both mother and son are embarrassed.
At this time, Su Yueru asked, I don't remember you having any business dealings with Yuexia Group. How come you were invited?
This made the two of them even more embarrassed. Although on the surface they were acting as loving mothers and filial sons, and loving sisters and brothers, everyone knew in their hearts that in such a wealthy family, not to mention stepmothers, even biological children would turn against each other. So this time the two of them came uninvited, and started to disparage Su Yueru and the others in a sarcastic manner.
It was obvious that they were here to ruin the party.
Seeing that the two were too embarrassed to speak, Shenxia suddenly walked over.
Xiao Ye, you misunderstood. I invited them. You invited him? She couldn't understand Shenxia's behavior.
They knew each other in college, and Shenxia couldn't possibly be unaware of her relationship with the Su family.
But why did Shenxia still invite them even at the risk of offending her? Xiao Ye, I know you might be unhappy.
But as your friend and business partner, I have the responsibility and obligation to safeguard our common interests. These words sounded very reasonable, and everyone present was moved by Shenxia's words. You're pursuing your own love, and I have no right to interfere. However, as the president of a group, your marriage is directly related to the interests of the group. As a candidate for your future partner, I still hope that you will carefully consider it. After all, a man with unknown backgrounds and no stable income approaching you may have ulterior motives. She spoke passionately, as if she was doing all this for Su Yueru's happiness.
When Mei Ying quickly seized the opportunity to interject, that's right, Xiao Ye. With your conditions, you can have any man you want. Why would you want to be with such a lowly person?
Shenxia had previously told her that if she could break up Xiao Chen and the other two, she would receive a generous reward. So now she was eager to make a contribution and began to speak without thinking.
Inferior people? Who are you calling inferior people? I'd like to know what you consider superior people to be. Su Yueru asked angrily.
This.
When Mei Ying was a little flustered and couldn't answer. Shui Yuan spoke at the right moment. Xiao Yu, no matter how much you deny it, it's useless. He and we are not the same kind of people. In fact, I still can't forget you. If possible, I still hope that we can reconcile. As for this person, I can completely forget about you and him and treat you as always. There was an uproar all around, as no one had expected that the president of Yuexia Group had been with the most powerful young man in Longchang. And looking at Shui Yuan's affectionate eyes, elegant appearance, and prominent family background, people all want to shout out together, marry him, marry him. That's right, Xiao Ye. I watched Shui Yuan grow up, so I know him well. What future do you have with that Xiao Chun? Only Shui Yuan can bring you happiness. Chapter 68, The Strongest Foreign Aid. She spoke sincerely, but Su Yueru ignored her. She faced Shui Yuan and said, Oh, you mean you can ignore the current relationship between Xiao Chen and me and still obey me in everything, right? Shui Yuan thought she was wavering and said quickly, Of course it's true, Xiao Ye. As long as you agree to leave this person and be with me, I promise to treat you as well as before. She sneered and said, Can you treat my child as your own? If you can do that, I'd consider it. She said this deliberately to irritate Shui Yuan. The onlookers' eyes lit up and they stared at Shui Yuan without blinking. This is openly cuckolding herself. I wonder if Master Shui can forgive her for love. You're saying that you're pregnant with this man's bastard? Shui Yuan still looked at her slender waist in disbelief. She deliberately leaned against Xiao Chen affectionately, looking at him with ambiguous eyes. Shui Yuan was furious. It turned out that he had given in so much but was still being made fun of like a clown. You bitch, my mother was right. Like mother, like daughter. Your mother is fickle, and you are no good either. I was even planning to accept you, but now I wish I could destroy you both. Seeing Shui Yuan suddenly tear off his usual disguise and transform from a gentleman into a crazy paranoid, the people around him sighed. When Xiao Chen heard him slandering her mother like this, she felt extremely angry. He stepped forward, grabbed Shui Yuan by the collar, and said in a deep voice, Apologize. Shui Yuan had completely given up on pretending to be himself. He looked at him provocatively and said, Apologize? Who do you think you are to ask me to apologize? I'm telling you, even if the King of Heaven comes today, you can't make me say sorry. Ding. You can sign in today. Do you want to sign in? The system was suddenly activated at this moment, and he was looking forward to the sign and reward this time. So he said silently in his heart, Sign in. Okay, host. Signing you in. Ding! Sign in successful.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Supreme Favor card. It is relatively rare for the system to offer this kind of reward, and the usage of this card is also explained attentively. The Supreme Favor card can make anyone owe the host a huge favor, not only limited to people encountered in life, but even legendary political leaders. It sounds like a get-out-of-jail-free card. As long as he activates this favor card, he can get anyone to do things for him. Of course, it is inevitable to read the small print tips note. The effect of the card is related to the character of the person chosen by the host. If the person is unwilling to fulfill the host's wish, the card will be invalid.
Okay, another bug.
But he still chose to activate the favor card now, and the person he chose was Wang Jingjin, the richest woman in Longcheng who also attended the cocktail party. The last time he went to an auction, he met her daughter Wang Yanan, and from the many news he heard, it can be seen that Wang Jingjin is a pretty good person. She was a heroine who hated evil and stood up for justice. She had single-handedly built her business from scratch and thrived in the Dragon City business community. Many of the local aristocratic families in Dragon City had no choice but to curry favor with her. After activating the favor card, Xiao Chen once again looked Shui Yuan in the eye and said, "I'll give you one last chance.
Will you apologize or not?"
Shui Yuan looked at him with disdain, stretched out a hand and patted his cheek and said, "The reason I let you stand now is just for Xiaoya's sake. If you are shameless again, don't blame me for being rude."
"Who's so arrogant here? Then show me one by one."
The visitor was a woman in her early 50s, but because she took good care of herself, there were not many signs of aging on her. She walked with great vigor, and every step was like thunder. She has a slightly plump figure but does not look bloated. Her round face, like a full moon, exudes a majesty that cannot be underestimated even though she is smiling. It turned out to be Wang Jingjin, the richest woman in Longcheng.
She is also attending this cocktail party.
I heard that she used to have a very good relationship with Mr. Su's mother. When she was in trouble, it was Mr. Su's mother who took her in.
Oh, it's all in the past.
Shui Yuan, who was standing by, looked a little unhappy after hearing this.
This Xiao Chen was really too lucky.
Before, Su Yueru was completely devoted to him as if she had been bewitched, and now even the richest woman in Longcheng is so interested in him. He originally wanted to teach him a lesson, but he couldn't do it in front of Wang Jingjin. Even the prominent Shui family needs to maintain superficial harmony with business tycoons. She seemed to have a general understanding of what had just happened.
She turned to Shui Yuan and said, "Shui Yuan, right? Your father and I are old acquaintances.
Your family prides itself on its fine traditions, and your children are indeed all outstanding."
Hearing Wang Jingjin praising his family background, Shui Yuan couldn't help but feel proud. "Thank you, Aunt Wang, for your compliments. My father often mentions you, saying that you played a key role in the rapid development of Dragon City. I'd like to visit you sometime and learn from you."
He was very good at flattering people, but Wang Jingjin obviously didn't buy it. "There's no need to learn.
You're not cut out for business. You're just wasting our time.
But since the Shui family has always had a good reputation as an elder, I still hope you can be careful with your words and actions and not bring shame to your parents." This statement still leaves some room for both parties, but saying it in front of so many people is already considered a harsh criticism. Sure enough, when Shui Yuan heard this, he immediately became a little frightened. In his generation, the Shui family had 3 children.
My eldest sister, Shui Meiqi, is currently studying for a doctorate in economics abroad. The second brother Shui Jin graduated from Shuimu University and is now taking over the family business. As the youngest son, he had to pay his way into university and even bought his diploma.
However, because his mother spoiled him, he still hadn't achieved anything. His father had long been annoyed with him for being idle all day long. If he was reported by Wang Jingjin at this time, even his mother would not be able to protect him. So he said with deep fear and trepidation, "Shui Yuan has learned his lesson. I will definitely change my ways and be a down-to-earth person in the future." She listened and nodded, but her expression remained serious. He pointed at Xiao Chen and the other person and said, "Since you want to make a change, why not start by learning to respect others?" After saying that, she pointed at Xiao Chen and Su Yueru, signaling him to apologize to them.
Chapter 69, Loss of Face.
But he had just said harsh words in front of everyone, and even if the king came, he would never apologize to them.
The slap in the face came quickly and painfully.
He suppressed his anger and dissatisfaction, his lips trembling slightly.
"Xiaoya, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that to you just now.
I shouldn't have said that to your mother either. I hope you'll let it go for the sake of our acquaintance. His tone was filled with sincerity, as if he truly realized the harm his actions had caused her.
But Su Yueru has completely seen through his true face.
He is just a despicable villain who is extremely good at disguising himself.
She didn't say a word, not even a glance.
Shui Yuan shrugged innocently to indicate that he had already apologized, and that the unsatisfactory result was not his fault. He was about to leave the party because he had lost face, but just as he was about to say goodbye to Wang Jinjin, he was stopped again.
Xiao Shui, don't leave in such a hurry. Have you forgotten something?
At this time, Xiao Chen even stood up straight and waited, as if ready to accept the pleasure of humiliating him at any time.
But Aunt Wang, this guy is a complete scoundrel. He's used to defrauding women and then exploiting their affection for his own benefit.
I only spoke out to stop him this time because I couldn't stand his behavior.
He argued eagerly. Oh? There's such a thing? Tell me how he cheated women for favors? Auntie Wang, don't be fooled by his well-dressed appearance. He's actually just a food delivery man.
He has no other skills and only knows how to swindle women. Especially rich women, he has no bottom line when it comes to deceiving them. He spoke excitedly and even turned to look at the people around him hoping for confirmation.
If you don't believe me, you can ask everyone. How can a CEO with a net worth of hundreds of millions be with a delivery guy? Right, everyone?
Some of the onlookers actually nodded in response, and when Mei Ying excitedly expressed her agreement loudly. He was very satisfied with the effect of the scene, and was feeling proud when suddenly a low voice came.
What kind of bullshit is this value system? How can we be divided into different classes just because we work so hard? What's wrong with delivering food? I used to sell pork.
People were talking about it, but Wang Jinjin walked over and said with a smile, Mr. Long, you're back from abroad.
Why didn't you tell me so I could have set up a welcome dinner for you?
She smiled, patted Long Lao's arm with her round hand and said, it's been a long time since I last saw you.
You look so energetic. You look even more energetic than me.
The white-haired old Long laughed happily at what she said, and then he glanced at everyone present with a sharp gaze.
When he saw Xiao Chun, he suddenly laughed and said, little brother, do you still remember me?
He was stunned at first, then he remembered that when he was helping out at Xiang Shunjai, he had once cooked Longqing's best dish for this old man. The old man was particularly happy with the meal at that time, and even gave him a business card before leaving, so that he could ask for help if he needed it. He hurried forward and bowed, saying, it's you.
I haven't seen you since I last saw you at Xiang Shunzai. So I didn't think of you for a moment. Please don't be offended.
Elder Long laughed heartily and waved his hand to signal him not to take it seriously. Then he pointed at Xiao Chen and said to Wang Jinjin, this little brother is quite interesting. He hasn't even got my business card in Longqing yet and he's not coming to redeem it. As soon as Mr. Long finished speaking, the crowd around him suddenly became excited.
As the first family to dominate the Dragon City business world, the Long family's existence is extremely special and mysterious.
Few can gain the favor of the Long family, and to obtain the Long family head's business card is undoubtedly equivalent to obtaining a Dragon Ball. By getting the Long family's business card, one can utilize all of the Long family's current resources and connections, so countless people dream of getting such a simple piece of paper. However, Xiao Chen has forgotten about it since he got it, and the card is still in his wallet. He and Old Long were polite to each other again, but Shui Yuan remained silent. One after another, these heavyweight foreign players came and made it clear that they were on Xiao Chen's side. Now he couldn't leave even if he wanted to, and could only stay here and suffer humiliation. Sure enough, after Wang Jinjin exchanged pleasantries, she turned to look at Shui Yuan and said, you little bastard of that old Shui Kuan, your shifty look is exactly like your father's. Even your disdainful behavior is exactly the same. He immediately got angry when she said that. Before, he was humble only because of her rich family property. Now that she is talking about herself, it's okay, but it's too much for her to scold even her own father.
Since you're my elder, I don't mind you saying that. But my father has no grudge against you, so why are you being so sarcastic? He said it in a self-righteous manner. Oh, no grudges? That's just because your cowardly dad is too embarrassed to tell you. I can say whatever I want to him today. If you have the guts, tell him to come find me. She said it nonchalantly, then looked at Xiao Chen beside her and nodded with satisfaction. You look quite energetic, young man. If I were 10 years younger, I would definitely take you down. Although she said it in a joking tone, she seemed to be serious.
Xiao Chen immediately showed a defensive expression and said, "You can't joke like that.
I already have a wife. I'm afraid she will misunderstand."
After saying this, he quickly glanced at Su Yueru nervously, fearing that she would think he was a friend of women. Wang Jingjing covered her face with her jeweled hands and smiled, saying with a hint of regret, "I know that. My precious daughter was in a bad mood for a few days because of this." She stopped talking at this point and looked at Elder Long and said, "Elder Long, I have something important to take care of. So I'll leave the matters here to you. As an elder, you have to teach the younger generation a lesson on behalf of Shuekuan. Don't you agree?" Old Long stroked his beard and smiled, nodding to indicate that he would definitely teach him a lesson severely.
Wang Jingjing left with satisfaction. Before leaving, she looked at Su Yueru calmly.
Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Wang Jingjing's action was not because she coveted Xiao Chen's body, but because of Su Yueru's deceased mother. After she left, Elder Long ordered Shueyuan to apologize to Xiao Chen and the others, and his words were so harsh as if he had committed some unforgivable mistake. Under the pressure of Mr. Long's absolute strength and Longcheng, Shueyuan had to admit his mistake again. And you have to recognize two people at a time, and both of them must be satisfied. In the end, Shueyuan ended up humbled himself, and Xiao Chen pretended to be magnanimous and forgave him.
Chapter 70, Pure and Desire.
Even though he suffered such a loss, Shueyuan was still a wealthy young man with great cunning.
He actually had the audacity to continue staying at the party.
Although I don't know what his purpose is, just seeing him turn around and flirt with girls as if nothing had happened makes people feel very uncomfortable. The real reason Shueyuan stayed here was that he and Shenxia had a secret deal to complete here. Their plan this time was not only to make Xiao Chen and Su Yueru break up, he also wanted to create some crises for Su Yueru's career, and then use these crises to get close to her. Eventually gain her trust and win her heart back. But he didn't expect that he had just lost such a big person in front of her, which made him more eager to use Shenxia to achieve his own goals. Just as he was looking for an opportunity to approach Shenxia, an unexpected woman came over.
Lu Qian came over with a charming look, put her arm around his, and whispered in his ear, "Brother Yuan, why didn't you tell me you were coming? I could have come with you."
She is the female celebrity that Shueyuan has hooked up with recently. For a rich young man like him, female celebrities are just appetizers to spice up his life. He didn't really want to be with her, he only called her when he needed her. But for Lu Qian, he was indeed a very suitable marriage partner. So in their daily interactions, they always wanted to let others know that they had a closer relationship, intentionally or unintentionally.
He casually took her hand away and said with feigned surprise, "Miss Lu, I didn't expect to see you here.
I heard that director Chen recently spotted you and is planning to star in his next film.
Congratulations."
They were all people who worked in the industry, so he knew very well that Lu Qian couldn't have only had him as her lover. Rumor had it that her financial backer had specifically paid for director Chen to choose her as the female lead.
Although this matter is secretive, everyone in the circle knows it clearly.
So he pretended to be angry and teased her. Sure enough, when Lu Qian saw that he was not very happy, she tried her best to please him. The two of them flirted as if no one was around, completely ignoring the pointing and talking of people around them. At this moment, Lu Qian accidentally bumped into the person next to her and screamed. The wine glass in that person's hand spilled wine stains all over both of them.
"Don't you have eyes? Can't you see there's someone here?"
Lu Qian cursed angrily.
The man stammered, "Sister Lu, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it." The person was young Yinin.
She didn't see Lu Qian at first, but Lu Qian was too focused on flirting with Shueyuan and didn't even look around. So the two of them bumped into each other, and both of them had some alcohol on their bodies, looking quite embarrassed. Lu Qian was even more furious when she found out that it was Yang Yinin who bumped into her. She had disliked her since the last audition. In the end, she didn't know what kind of seductive tricks she used to convince director Chen to choose her as the female lead. If it weren't for her godfather repeatedly adding funds, her position as the female lead would have been lost. Unexpectedly, although she was chosen as the leading female role, director Chen also insisted on bringing her into the crew. After filming these days, everyone in the crew treated her differently, and some even praised her acting skills as better than their own. These things have already made her very angry, and now she happened to meet her today, so she must teach her a lesson. Thinking of this, she suddenly became relentless.
"It's so easy for you to say that. Just say sorry and that's it? This is a Sichuan embroidery cheongsam. Even if you have money, you may not be able to buy it. Look at what you have ruined. How are you going to compensate me?"
Because Yang Yining had been bullied by her since she was a child, her almost conditioned reflex was to be afraid and apologize. But seeing that she was not giving in, his eyes suddenly turned red. Shui Yuan, who was standing by, looked at her carefully.
When he saw Yang Yining on TV, he always thought she was pure and lovely.
I didn't expect that when I saw her in person, especially against the backdrop of a cheongsam, I discovered that she still exuded a strong sense of pure desire. And when tears welled up in her eyes, Shui Yuan's heart felt as if it were being scratched by millions of cats at the same time. He reached out to stop Lu Qian's unreasonable behavior and said in a gentle and gentlemanly manner, "Miss Yang, right? As the saying goes, it's okay to blame someone for not meaning it. Since you didn't mean it, I'll take care of this matter." He turned to look at Lu Qian and said, "Well, Miss Lu, I'll compensate you 10 times the price of your dress. I hope you'll look after me and not pursue Miss Yang's fault any further."
Okay?
He looked at Lu Qian expectantly, believing that he would be able to convince her.
Yang Yining said apologetically, "Although I've long heard that Master Shui is a gentleman, we don't have any dealings. I can't ask you to do me such a big favor. I'll pay for it. I hope Sister Lu won't be angry with me."
Hearing her gentle voice, Shui Yuan became even more excited.
"So Miss Yang knows me? I'm so honored. But I have to do you this favor because I'm a huge fan. If you really want to thank me, please do me the honor of having dinner with me."
He was very active, and his eyes looked at Yang Yining more and more passionately.
This made Lu Qian even more furious.
She spat on the ground and cursed, "Who the hell are you?
You're just a slut who flirts with other men.
I'm telling you, it's useless for anyone to tell you about what happened today, and I don't want you to compensate me for the clothes. Just take off the clothes you're wearing and give them to me, and I'll pretend nothing happened."
She glanced at Yang Yining's pale face and felt extremely happy. This damn woman uses the illusion of her purity to deceive men into favoring her. Today she will let everyone see the true face of this kind of person.
Shui Yuan was immediately furious when he saw that she had no respect for him at all.
However, he couldn't just turn hostile in front of so many people.
Just when I was worrying about how to convince her, a slim figure walked over.
Su Yueru walked in front of Yang Yining, looked at the bossy Lu Qian and said, "Miss Lu, I'm so glad you can come today. I'm a loyal fan of yours." Lu Qian had heard of Su Yueru long ago.
She knew that she not only came from a prominent family, but also had founded her own business, the leading Longcheng cosmetics brand. Now she was a female CEO worth tens of billions, but she had never expected her to be so polite to her. She quickly said politely, "You're so polite.
I'm your company's most loyal customer.
I buy all the cosmetics your company has released." What she said was quite honest. After all, Su Yueru's company's products were indeed very popular.
Chapter 71 Her Decision.
Seeing her trying to please her like this, Su Yueru felt that things would be much easier. She continued, "We're truly honored to have Ms. Lu supporting our company so much. We're planning to invite a domestic film and television star to be our spokesperson, and I greatly admire those female stars who are not only beautiful but also possess noble character.
What do you think?" "Ah, I thought so too."
Lu Chen felt extremely excited. Yuexia Group had always been very strict in selecting spokespeople, and often chose celebrities with international influence. Due to this strict selection method and the high-quality products of Yuexia Group itself, people look forward to becoming the latest spokesperson for Yuexia Group every year. If she can become the new spokesperson, it will not only show that she has a certain international influence, but also increase people's favorability towards her. Su Yueru's words just now made her think that she would definitely be chosen as the new spokesperson for Yuexia Group, so she was extremely excited for a moment.
At this moment, Su Yueru happened to see Yang Yining with tears in her eyes behind her. She pointed at Yang Yining and asked her, "Miss Lu, what's going on?
This lady seems to have some misunderstanding with you." She suddenly panicked. She didn't want Su Yueru to think that she was actually a petty woman at such a critical moment.
So she said to Yang Yining with a pleasant face, "Yining, look at what's wrong with you.
I told you I don't blame you, but why do you still look aggrieved?
Are you dissatisfied with my tone just now? Isn't it enough for me to apologize to you?" Seeing that she didn't seem to be pursuing her anymore, Yang Yining asked with a little surprise, "Sister Lu, are you not angry with me anymore? What about your clothes? Isn't it said that you can't buy them even if you have money?"
Faced with her continuous questions, Lu Qian could only suppress the urge to curse and said, "I was never mad at you from the beginning to the end.
It's just a piece of clothing. The relationship between us sisters is more important."
Although she said this, her heart was bleeding like crazy. She had begged her godfather for this dress for a month before finally getting it. Everything was ruined by this little bitch, and yet I had to pretend to be magnanimous and forgive her.
She tried hard to put on a happy expression, and Suyueru finally spoke. Miss Lu was really generous.
This shoe embroidery is really beautiful, but it's completely ruined by this. Lu Qian suppressed the pain in her heart and said with a forced smile, "It's just a piece of clothing."
I've always been generous like this. But Yang Yining insisted on compensating her with money.
She refused for a long time and finally became impatient.
I told you you don't have to pay for it. Is there something wrong with your ears or your brain?
After she finished speaking, she suddenly felt a little regretful and looked cautiously at Suyueru beside her. Seeing her calm demeanor, he finally breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Yining, I won't pursue this matter today or in the future."
So you'd better not take it to heart. Only then did Yang Yining finally relax.
She smiled at Suyueru, and two delicate dimples immediately appeared at the corners of her mouth.
Thank you, Sister Su. You are Yining, right? I've heard of you before, and I met you today. You really are pretty and cute.
She immediately felt embarrassed when she heard the compliment.
I'm not as good as you say.
Sister Su is still the prettiest. She spoke sincerely, but her eyes looked a little lonely. Seeing the two of them talking animatedly, Lu Qian felt a little left out, so she interrupted, "Boss Su, you just mentioned that your company is looking for a new spokesperson."
Before she could finish, Suyueru nodded and said, "By the way, Yining, are you interested in becoming our company's new spokesperson?" I. She. Yang Yining and Lu Qian asked in unison. Lu Qian asked first, "Boss Su, are you mistaken? Are you going to ask Yang Yining to be your company's new spokesperson?" Suyueru smiled and answered her, "Yes, is there any problem? Isn't she beautiful and cute?
I think she fits the promotion requirements of our products this season."
But you clearly wanted me to be the spokesperson just now, didn't you?" Lu Qian thought indignantly.
"Oh, I was just wondering if you knew anyone who could do the job."
Seeing how close you and Yining are, I'm sure you'd be very happy if she became the spokesperson, right? Now that things have come to this, does she have any choice?
So she expressed her happiness against her will and congratulated Yang Yining in particular. When everyone rushed to Yang Yining to congratulate her, she took advantage of the chaos and left angrily.
Not only did she become a laughingstock at this party, but that little bitch Yang Yining also stole the spotlight.
She was determined to find an opportunity to make Yang Yining pay the price.
On the other side, Shui Yuan took advantage of the opportunity when Suyueru went to rescue Yang Yining to find Xinxia. After some discussion, she gave him a copy of Yuexia Group's latest product plan.
Shui Yuan looked at Xiao Chun, who was being treated like a star by everyone beside Elder Long, and said bitterly, "I must take back everything that belongs to me, and I will kick that rat that crawled out of the gutter back into the gutter."
Xinxia seized the opportunity to move closer to him and said in an ambiguous tone, "Brother Yuan, I've even put aside my own life to help you. How do you want to thank me?"
He looked down at the shy Xinxia and said, "Don't worry, if you follow me diligently, you will get the benefits."
She moved closer and said, "I don't want any benefits. I just want you now."
Seeing that she was getting closer, he pushed her away, saying that there were many people around and they didn't want to expose their relationship. Then he said that he had something else to deal with and left first. Looking at his departing back, her eyes suddenly dimmed. She was in a trance for a while, but when she saw the radiant Suyueru in the crowd, she couldn't help but become fierce. If she hadn't existed, she and Shui Yuan wouldn't have ended up like this. Ultimately, it was all her fault.
The cocktail party ended with the announcement that Yang Yining would be the spokesperson for the new season.
People looked at the bright and beautiful female star on the stage with envy.
After the cocktail party, Suyueru called Xiao Chen and Yang Yining to her office separately and announced something she had just decided. As our company's new spokesperson, Yining needs a competent bodyguard to protect her. So, Xiao Chen, you will be Yining's bodyguard first. Chapter 72: The Mysterious Fan. Suyueru's words immediately caused shock and opposition from Xiao Chen and Yang Yining.
For Xiao Chun, staying with female stars every day is a good job, but as a married man he has a high level of self-discipline and awareness. He knew that if he and Yang Yining often appeared together, people would probably gossip about them. But at that time, it would bring a lot of trouble and hurt to Suyueru. This was what he least wanted to see, so he did not accept it when Yang Yining extended an olive branch to him. Yang Yining did admire Xiao Chen at first, but when Sister Yang told her about their relationship, she gave up those thoughts. And Su Yueru had just helped her so much, she didn't want some rumors to hurt this kind woman.
Su Yueru seemed to see the hesitation of the two, so she explained to them emotionally and logically.
On the one hand, as the company's new spokesperson, Yang Yining needs to maintain her image, and she has a feud with female stars like Lu Qian who have strong power behind them. So now is the time when she needs someone to help and assist her. On the other hand, if it weren't for Sister Yang's help, the pink diamond her mother left her would never have returned to her hands. So she really wanted to repay Sister Yang's kindness.
Seeing that she was so persistent, he couldn't refuse directly.
So he could only agree to be Yang Yining's bodyguard for a period of time, and when the time was right he would quit his bodyguard job. All three agreed to this compromise. Afterwards, Xiao Chen agreed with Yang Yining on the time to start work tomorrow and left with Su Yueru. Looking at the loving couple, Yang Yining felt very envious.
She drove towards the apartment, and soon after she left, an unremarkable van followed.
There was a bearded man in the car who was smoking and following her closely. He squinted his eyes because of the smoke, and stared at the luxury car in front with greed in his eyes. A rapid ringtone rang out, and the man fumbled in his pocket for a while and found his cell phone.
"Hello, it's me, Sister Lu. I'm following that little bitch. Don't worry. She won't find out,"
the man said in a flattering tone.
The man on the other end of the phone gave a few more instructions and then hung up.
As soon as he hung up, his expression changed instantly.
"You're all bitches.
You act like sluts to rich guys, but you act arrogant to me.
Humph, I'm going to find a chance to finish you all off." He followed Yang Yining to the residential area where she lived with ease.
He parked the car in an inconspicuous parking space and lit another cigarette. He looked up at the high-rise building with a prime location in this luxurious community.
A light quickly came on in a window on the 7th floor.
That was Yang Yining's home, and he picked up the telescope and observed it unscrupulously.
Nothing happened that night.
The next day, according to the plan agreed upon last night, Xiao Chen appeared downstairs of Yang Yining's house at 8 o'clock on time.
He was driving the company's business car and saw Yang Yining walking out of the building in casual clothes. "Brother Chen, thank you for your hard work,"
she said a little stiffly after getting in the car. He knew that she might be deliberately distancing herself from him because of her status.
So he half-jokingly said, "It's not hard. As long as you give me more bonuses, I'll be on call 24 hours a day."
Seeing his money-obsessed look, she almost believed it.
But who can afford to give a bonus to a man who spends 500 million at a time?
His joke diluted the awkwardness of the previous meeting. The two discussed today's schedule and decided to go back to the office to pick up the items they would need for the filming. As soon as they walked away, the disheveled man in the van started the car. He followed the business car carefully, but it was still difficult to move in the morning rush hour traffic. The two chatted casually in the business car, and she told him about the movie directed by Chen in which she recently starred. Although she didn't get her favorite role, the role of the second female lead was also very challenging. Director Chen had very high expectations for her performance and also gave her a lot of guidance during the performance. Although she talked mostly about the interesting parts of the performance, he could also hear the pressure and bullying she faced in the details. It goes without saying that the person who bullied her the most was Lu Qian.
For some reason, that woman always disliked her.
He had been making things difficult for her before, and now he was openly bullying her on the set.
Relying on her godfather's investment, Lu Qian often arbitrarily changed and added scenes, and even once threatened to remove the second female lead.
If it weren't for Director Chen's repeated insistence and protection, it would have been difficult for her to hold on until now. Even in such a harsh living environment, she did not give up her beloved film career, which made him feel a little distressed and admired for her. She was talking happily when she noticed that he was suddenly looking at the rearview mirror seriously. She thought that she had talked too much and made him in a bad mood.
"I'm sorry, Brother Chen.
I was so excited that I forgot to stop.
I won't say anything more, just drive calmly."
As she spoke, she shrank back into her seat like a quail. Looking at her aggrieved look, he couldn't help but smile.
"It's not that you're disturbing me, I just feel a little weird." "What's strange?" she asked curiously. "Did you see that van behind our car?" She also looked back through the rearview mirror and saw a dirty van following behind.
But there are at least thousands of vans like this in Longcheng, so she doesn't see anything strange about it.
"I saw it. What's wrong? Is there anything strange?"
"That car has been following us since we left the community. I tried to shake it off all the way, but it was following us very closely."
"Have you seen this car before?" Hearing his inquiry, she thought about it carefully. Although this type of car is very common in Longchang, it seems that I always see this car around me recently. She looked at the car carefully again and found that it did appear near her often. There's a crack on the car's glass. I think I've seen the same car several times before in my neighborhood. I didn't think much of it then, but now the more I look at it, the more it looks like the same car. She answered with a bit of fear. He nodded calmly, her words confirming his suspicions. It was very likely that this car had been following her the entire time, and whoever was in it probably had bad intentions. Chapter 73, Foreseeing the Future. What the hell is going on? Could this be some kidnapper? She was immediately frightened and asked worriedly. It's okay, I'm here. I won't let anything happen to you. He promised, already thinking about how to deal with it. The two arrived at the office, and Assistant Xiao came over to explain the itinerary to her. Today she had a scene to shoot opposite Director Chen, but since Lu Qian was always late and left early due to various reasons, she always had to wait for a long time after arriving on the set. But if she didn't arrive there early and wait, Lu Qian would constantly criticize her for not being professional enough. After getting all the items related to the filming, Assistant Xiao went to the set with the two of them. This was Xiao Chen's first time to come to a movie shooting site. It was much bigger than he had imagined, and the staff inside seemed to be very busy. After Yang Yining arrived, the assistant director came over and told her the precautions for today's filming. This is a modern urban suspense film that involves many dangerous action scenes. Therefore, for the actor's safety, the assistant director needs to carefully inform the actors of the on-site layout. Today's scenes are very important and include a car crash scene, so the assistant director focused on the issues that need to be paid attention to during a car crash. Finally, he repeatedly assured her that the stuntmen this time were the most professional, so she could perform with confidence. Compared to the assistant director's optimism, he didn't think so. Ever since the van followed him this morning, he felt a little uneasy. At this moment, a familiar reminder sound suddenly rang out. Ding! You can sign in today. Do you want to sign in? The system started up as if responding to him. So he said silently in his heart, sign in. Okay, host. Signing you in. Ding. Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for gaining the ability to foresee the future for one day. As if sensing his inner uneasiness, the system rewarded him with the ability he wanted most. As long as he can foresee the future, no matter what happens next, he can prepare a response plan in advance. At the same time, the system also thoughtfully reminds the host of the corresponding precautions. The host's foresight ability is randomly stimulated and is not controlled by the host's subjective will. Well, that means that although he can foresee the future, his foresight is like a broken radio, and what he can see depends entirely on luck. But it's better to have something than nothing, so he can only accept this reward arrangement. Just when he was distracted, Lu Qian arrived on time, which was rare. As soon as she came in, she was like the moon surrounded by stars, with 3 assistants surrounding her carrying her expensive bags and coats. Oh, I was wondering who it was. Turns out it's Yin, the newest spokesperson for Yuexia Group. That's why everyone says President Su has such bad taste in people. He chose a poor-looking husband and a country girl as a spokesperson. Is Yuexia Group going bankrupt? Can't they afford big names? As she spoke, she looked up and down at Yang Yining, who was dressed casually, with a look of disgust on her face. Originally, Yang Yining was very timid in front of her, but when she heard her slander Xiao Chan and Su Yueru, she retorted sarcastically, "You don't judge people by appearance alone. Just like some people, even if they are wearing designer clothes, it can't hide their poor acting skills. So instead of wasting time here, why not go back and memorize the script? You little bitch, how dare you say that to me?" What? Sister Lu, I'm not talking about you. Why are you thinking about yourself? Do you think your acting is really bad? At this moment, Yang Yining was so bitchy that even Xiao Chen had to admit that what she said was right. She was choked and her face turned red. She wanted to curse, but the assistant beside her quickly stepped forward to stop her. There are so many people on the set, and if the situation gets out of hand, it will be bad for her image. She pushed the assistant who came to persuade her, then left cursing. Seeing her leave, Yang Yining suddenly seemed to lose her strength and took a step back. Xiao Chen quickly supported her and asked when he saw the smile on her face, "Are you so happy?" "Of course I'm happy. You don't know I've wanted to do this for a long time. This time I'm finally not afraid of her anymore."
He didn't know what kind of experience made her so afraid of that woman, but seeing her so happy, he also laughed. At this time, the assistant director came over and asked her to put on makeup, as it was her turn for the scene soon. She pulled him quickly towards the dressing room, but soon met Lu Qian again. Their dressing rooms were next to each other, so even though they had just had an unpleasant argument, they still had to pretend to maintain harmony. She immediately sat in front of the makeup mirror and waited for the makeup artist to come and put on her makeup. This scene required the use of plasma, so a professional makeup artist was needed to arrange it. But no matter how long she waited, the makeup artist still didn't come. Assistant Xiao Xiao went to urge him several times, but was always given a perfunctory response. So she went to find a makeup artist in person, but she didn't expect that several makeup artists were surrounding Lu Qian and were slowly helping her with her makeup and hair. Seeing her coming, Lu Qian waved her hand to let everyone step back. She looked at Yang Yining with a smile and asked, "Yining, what's going on? Your part will be coming soon. Are you here to talk to me? But my acting skills are not very good, so I'm afraid I can't help you." After saying this, she sighed hypocritically. Yang Yining looked at the makeup artists and asked who could come over to help her with her makeup and hair. As a result, several people looked at each other and then glanced at Lu Qian cautiously, but in the end no one responded. Faced with their indifference, she looked at them deeply and walked back to her dressing room. As soon as she left, Lu Qian started to say sarcastically, "It's better to have Director Chen to protect you. Look at how arrogant he is. He comes and goes as he pleases. He thinks I'm a vegetable market." No one dared to offend her at this time and could only bow their heads and remain silent. However, they still felt sorry for Yang Yining in their hearts. On the other side, Yang Yining sat back in her seat and began to put on makeup clumsily. Normally she doesn't like to wear makeup, so her makeup skills really need to be improved. Looking at her eyebrows in the mirror, one higher than the other, she sighed in frustration. At this time, Xiao Chen walked over, took the makeup brush from her hand, and couldn't help laughing when he saw the makeup she put on herself. He saved her pale eyebrows in just a few strokes, then he turned on the beauty mode and quickly put on makeup for her. Just when he was busy, Lu Qian, who came to watch the fun, led everyone over. Chapter 74, Dangers Lurk Around. Her original intention was to ridicule Yang Yining, and if she was sensible, she would let the makeup artist put makeup on her. After all, if the matter really got out of hand, she would have a hard time explaining it to Director Chen. But when she saw Xiao Chen operating very professionally, she felt surprised and angry. She didn't expect him to do it so well. As an actress, she has a lot of experience in makeup. Especially in recent years, as she gets older, she has become more aware of the importance of makeup. She even hired a high-end makeup artist at all costs in the hope of maintaining her current beauty. But makeup can't replace natural looks after all, so she even had the urge to have plastic surgery. And now she discovered that Xiao Chen's makeup skills were comparable to those of plastic surgery. The effect he created was really more natural than his bare face, but it could also highlight his own advantages to the greatest extent. Seeing the stunningly beautiful Yang Yining, she wanted to tear off her disgusting face immediately. The makeup artists who came with her praised her one after another. They had never expected that an ordinary man like him could possess such exquisite makeup skills. Some makeup artists have even begun to quietly memorize his makeup techniques. At this time, the assistant director came over and called Yang Yining to go to the scene for shooting. The moment he saw her, he was fascinated by her radiant face. She changed her clothes in the room and went to the scene with the assistant director. Xiao Chen, who was quietly tidying up the table in the dressing room, was stopped by Lu Qian. "Brother Xiao, you are so amazing. I didn't expect you to have such superb makeup skills." Her eyes were full of autumn water, as if she wanted to make him her lover. But he ignored her flattery, said a few perfunctory words and sat down in the chair with his eyes closed to rest. This was clearly a way of keeping people at a distance, but she seemed not to notice and sat on the chair closest to him. "Brother Xiao, you must be very tired. I know Yining is the best at ordering others around. Several of my fellow apprentices have been fooled by her before." She pretended to speak casually, but her meaning was extremely clear. She was clearly letting him know that although Yang Yining looked harmless, she was actually just a green tea who played with men's emotions. But he ignored her and continued to pretend to sleep. After staying for a while, she felt bored and stood up to leave. At this moment, a picture suddenly flashed through Xiao Chen's mind. Yang Yining covered her stomach and groaned in pain, and soon began to vomit. At this time, the paparazzi who had been prepared rushed out from the corner and took a lot of pictures of her painful face and the dirty dirt on her body. The scene was so shocking that he couldn't help but stand up from the stool. His sudden action frightened Lu Qian so much that she froze in her tracks. He then walked over and questioned her fiercely, "What on earth did you feed Yang Yinin?" This sentence is so incoherent that no one would know how to respond. But only those who knew the inside story understood what he meant. She panicked and said with averted eyes, "I don't understand what you are talking about. What can I give her to eat?" At this time, he had already passed Lu Qian and walked towards the set. At the filming site, people were concentrating on watching Yang Yinin and the male lead acting opposite each other. This scene is about the second female lead who cooked a table full of food for the male lead, but the male lead did not appreciate it and even left in anger. In the end, the second female lead was left to finish the food on the table by herself. Everything was going smoothly, but Xiaochen took a glance at the table and knew that Lu Qian must have added something to the dishes. As for which dish had something added to it, he couldn't figure it out for a moment. The scene was about to progress to the point where Yang Yinin started eating, and Lu Qian also quietly walked over at this time. What she was most looking forward to today was seeing Yang Yinin eat the poisoned food with her own eyes and then leave in pain. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen showed up midway. He not only helped her solve the makeup problem, but also knew clearly that she had put drugs in the food. Now she came here to wait for an opportunity to see if he could find a way to replace Yang Yinin's meal in front of everyone. It was noon and the crew had already started preparing lunchboxes. Everyone was waiting for Yang Yinin and the others to finish filming this scene so that they could eat. After being busy for a long time, everyone was a little hungry. Xiao Chen suddenly had an idea and immediately found the assistant director and asked him to lend him the cooking pot and gas. Because the crew was equipped with a professional chef, he was ready to cook quickly. He immediately used his cooking skills to cook using the ingredients available. Soon the set was filled with a rich aroma, attracting everyone's attention towards him. Finally, because the smell was so delicious, no one wanted to continue filming anymore. So Director Chen had to stop the filming early, which happened to be when Yang Yinin was having dinner alone. When she was asked to stop filming, she had just picked up a piece of food with chopsticks and was about to put it into her mouth. Everyone rushed towards Xiao Chen, very curious about what he had made that smelled so good. But he walked past everyone and came to her side, snatching the chopsticks from her hand. Then he poured out all the food on the table. Director Chen was about to scold him when he saw this. But he promised that he would prepare a new table of dishes in a moment. Director Chen finally gave up, and the assistant director happily served Director Chen a bowl full of the food he had cooked. The tempting aroma made Director Chen let down his reserve. He took a bite first, and unexpectedly, the taste captured him immediately. What a delicacy this is! Such a delicious dish can be made with the simplest ingredients. The person who cooked it is really a genius. Director Chen didn't care about his appearance and immediately started to eat voraciously. Seeing him eating so happily, everyone was very curious about what his food tasted like. So everyone scrambled for the food and finished it all off in one pot. When Director Chen wanted to order another portion, he found that there was not even a grain of rice left in the pot. At this moment, he remembered Xiao Chen's promise just now, so he signaled him to quickly prepare another table of food. Just make sure to do more this time. Xiao Chen agreed readily, then rolled up his sleeves and started cooking. The chef quickly came to help him and secretly watched him while he was cooking to see how he made such delicious food. Every time he made a dish, except for the one plate placed on the table as a prop, the rest would be snatched away. Chapter 75. Nothing is wrong. When everyone had eaten their fill, they all gave Xiao Chen a thumbs up and praised him. Lu Qian was very angry when she saw that not only her plan was seen through by him, but he also cleverly resolved everything. "Sister Lu, what should we do? This man is not simple. Should we still carry out our subsequent plans? Or should we just give up for now?" Her assistant asked a little worriedly. "You useless thing. You got scared like that by a little jerk like that." The subsequent arrangements went according to plan. I don't believe he could have foreseen the future. This time he was just lucky to guess that there was something wrong with the food. She pretended to be calm as she spoke while observing the busy Xiao Chen. She couldn't understand why he knew her plan. First he helped that little bitch Yang Yinin put on makeup, and now he solved the problem of food. No, I have to find a way to hold him back, she thought secretly. The subsequent performance went very smoothly, and Yang Yinin's scene received unanimous praise from Director Chen and everyone else. During the break, she came to show off to Xiao Chen. "How is it? My acting is pretty good, right? Look, everyone praises me." She didn't know why, but she felt very safe as long as he was by her side.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Even though I don't understand acting, it gave me goosebumps.
She felt even happier when she heard his praise.
But before she could be happy for long, he suddenly asked seriously, "By the way, are you going to work with Lu Qian in the next scene?"
"No, I only have one car crash scene left today."
"But don't worry, it's safe. The first part is all done by a stuntman, and I only need to show my face at the end."
Seeing his serious expression, she couldn't help but comfort him. But his brows were furrowed, as if he was thinking about something. Originally, it was her turn to act out the car fall scene, but Lu Qian suddenly made the excuse that she was not feeling well and wanted to act out her scenes in advance. Because it was almost afternoon, in order to take advantage of the good sunshine to shoot the car crash scene, Director Chen did not bother with her any further. So he signaled Lu Qian to prepare her part. Since it consisted of several love scenes, Director Chen felt that it should be over soon.
The assistant director told Yang Yinin about Director Chen's arrangement, and she didn't think there was anything wrong with it.
After all, Lu Qian had added and changed scenes too many times in the crew, so it was normal for her to perform her own part in advance. But Xiao Chen felt something was wrong. He told her not to wander around the set, and he went to check around. When Lu Qian was filming, she seemed to be deliberately delaying the time, forgetting her lines and laughing from time to time, which made Director Chen angry several times. The short 3 scenes were filmed until the evening, and finally, at around 8 o'clock, her part was finally finished. It was completely dark at this time, so it was a bit dangerous to shoot the car crash scene.
But if we don't hurry up and finish filming today's scenes, the entire movie will be delayed.
So in the end I had no choice but to bite the bullet and start preparing for the shoot. After Xiao Chen walked around, he didn't have any sudden inspiration. He felt something was wrong, but he didn't know where to start. At this time, the stuntman had finished shooting all the dangerous shots, and Yang Yinin was lying in the designated position, ready to shoot the final part. I saw a van driving towards me from a distance. It was not going very fast, so no one paid attention to it. Director Chen stared at the shooting screen and observed the scene, waiting for the male lead to suddenly appear and save her before the van hit her. At this moment, a scene suddenly appeared in his mind.
The car suddenly accelerated, but no one realized there was anything wrong.
However, the male lead did not show up, so Director Chen did not stop filming. By the time Director Chen realized there was a problem, it was too late. Everyone watched as the car ran over Yang Yinin, her young and beautiful face filled with surprise and pain. When the car stopped, a disheveled man got out, laughing wildly. The scene flashed by and disappeared before he even had time to recall it. Without thinking, he ran towards where Yang Yinin was lying, and the car that was approaching suddenly started to accelerate. However, no one noticed the problem with the car, but instead tried to stop Xiao Chen from approaching the filming scene. Director Chen stood up and cursed something, and several people around him came forward to hold him back, trying to stop him from approaching Yang Yinin. He pushed everyone away and ran towards Yang Yinin. Although she heard everyone's noise while lying on the ground, because of her extremely high acting skills, she did not move until Director Chen called cut. It was only when the van was approaching her without slowing down that people realized something was wrong. But it was too late to do anything now. Director Chen had forgotten to curse and just stared blankly at the van approaching Yang Yinin lying on the ground at a very fast speed. Some people covered their mouths, while others turned around and closed their eyes. They knew what was going to happen next, but because it happened so quickly, they were helpless. At this moment, a nimble figure ran past. That was Xiao Chen, who broke through the crowd and approached her at the fastest speed. Then he burst out with amazing strength and picked her up from the ground. He held her in his arms and rolled on the ground. The 2 men rolled in front of the van the moment it approached. Everyone screamed and ran towards them from all directions. When everyone got closer, they found that except for Yang Yinin, who was a little frightened, both of them were unharmed. Director Chen pushed through the crowd and walked up to the 2 of them, apologizing with great guilt. Xiao Chen let go of the somewhat panicked Yang Yinin, stood up and looked around for the out-of-control van. When everyone saw him like this, they also started looking for the driver who caused the accident. But the man seemed to realize that the matter had been exposed, so he just drove away. After a lot of chaos, the filming had to be interrupted. Director Chen specially sent Yang Yinin back to her lounge and promised Xiao Chen that he would investigate the out-of-control vehicle thoroughly. He bowed to Director Chen to express his gratitude. When they were alone, he finally said, "Yinin, are you okay?" She was still shaking a little, but she said firmly, "It's okay.
Thank you, Brother Chen.
If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I would have suffered a lot of misfortunes today." He couldn't remember where he had seen this sentence, which roughly meant that if a girl says she is fine, then there must be something wrong.
Chapter 76 Agreement.
So he turned around, took out a blanket from the side and draped it over her shoulders, then ran outside and got a thermos of hot water. He poured her a cup of hot water and put it in her hand. The scorching temperature felt in her palm, and her cold heart began to melt.
What are you doing?
In the warm weather of early autumn, she was wrapped in a blanket and holding a cup of hot water in her hand, which made anyone who saw her laugh. I heard that girls should drink more hot water.
It's good for your health.
She was amused by these words, and her eyes curved into crescents. Seeing that she was in a better mood, he continued to instruct her. What happened today is definitely related to that woman Lu Qian, so you must be extra careful of her.
Do you understand? She nodded and said, I see. Is there something wrong with the prop meals today?
He nodded to indicate that her guess was correct. Although she had expected this, she didn't expect Lu Qian to hate her so much that she would even make so many cruel arrangements.
I'll take you home today. Remember to call me when you get home. If you ever feel something's wrong, let me know. Okay?
He said as he prepared to leave the set with her. When they reached the door, they met an unexpected person.
Miss Yang, I heard you had an accident. I happened to be nearby, so I came to see you. How are you? Are you okay?
The person who came was Shui Yuan. He seemed to be blind to Xiao Chen and just kept talking to Yang Yining attentively.
Thank you for your concern, Master Shui. I'm fine.
She was embarrassed by Shui Yuan's enthusiasm, but because of his huge influence in Longcheng, it was not easy for her to turn against him directly.
It's all right, it's all right.
He gave a false sigh of relief. At this time, a figure walked out from the dressing room next to him and rushed in front of Shui Yuan.
Brother Yuan, are you here to visit me on set? I'm telling you, I've been working really hard today.
Lu Qian spoke in a coquettish voice, as if a hen had its throat pinched. He pulled his arm out of her hand unhappily and gave her another cold look. He hated the kind of woman who acted coquettishly regardless of the occasion the most.
Moreover, he now had a new goal and no longer wanted to be with such a fickle woman. Ms. Lu, you misunderstood. I came here to visit Ms. Yang. He immediately drew a line between himself and Lu Qian.
Lu Qian became angry and embarrassed when she heard his heartless and cold tone. She put one hand on her waist and pointed the other at Yang Yining's nose, cursing, "You flirtatious little bitch. Having Xiao Chen isn't enough, and now you're trying to flirt with Brother Yuan.
I'm telling you, don't get too cocky.
I have plenty of ways to deal with you. One day, I'll let you know who's the real boss here." Having said that, she gave the three of them another hateful look before leaving. Faced with Lu Qian's sudden attack, she was obviously a little panicked. At this time, Shui Yuan wanted to put his arm around her shoulders to comfort her, but his hand was stopped by another person just as it was halfway into the air.
Xiao Chen, what are you doing? Let me go. He roared angrily. What's wrong? You know it's unpleasant to be touched by someone you don't like? Xiao Chen teased.
He struggled to pull his hand back and glanced back and forth between the two of them.
Xiao Chen, you despicable villain, having Xiaoya isn't enough, now you even want to seduce Yining. Don't call her so affectionately. She's not even familiar with you. Besides, it was Yuaru's idea for me to be Miss Yang's bodyguard.
Miss Yang and I are just friends.
Friends?
If you say you're just friends with such a beautiful woman, no one would believe you. As he spoke, he looked at Yang Yining's chest with a lewd look.
As if sensing his obscene gaze, Yang Yining retreated behind Xiao Chen.
Seeing her behavior, Shui Yuan said with a bit of displeasure, "No matter what your relationship is, I don't care anyway. I'm not here just to visit you on set, but also to remind you of our appointment tonight."
Did you forget? After being reminded by him, Xiao Chen immediately remembered.
The two had previously agreed to have another racing race at 12 o'clock tonight, and he looked at the time and it was already 11:30.
We've changed our address, so I came here to tell you. So you can't run away with the excuse that you can't find it.
He threw a piece of paper with the address on it to Xiao Chen, then waved goodbye to Yang Yining in a gentlemanly manner. Xiao Chen opened the piece of paper and took a look.
It was far away from where Yang Yining lived.
Even at his speed, it would be difficult for him to send Yang Yining back there before 12 o'clock. Seeing that he was a little embarrassed, she said sympathetically, "Go and teach that loser a lesson.
Xiao Xiao and I will go back together, it's okay."
Seeing her say this, he didn't insist. So after the two said goodbye, he returned to the apartment and drove.
Standing in the apartment's parking lot, he finally chose Su Yueru's pink Bugatti Veyron.
The reason why he didn't choose the car he won from Shueyuan was simply because he felt a little reluctant inside. When he drove to the designated location, he found that the number of people participating in the race this time was even greater than last time. This is a flat road in the suburbs, and there are usually few vehicles passing by. And this time the competition even blocked the way in and out, so this place seemed particularly empty. In sharp contrast to the empty road are the countless vehicles of all kinds at the starting point. Beautiful women in bold clothing are walking among the vehicles, their curvy figures complementing the streamlined vehicles. There were also young people in exaggerated clothes sitting in luxury cars ostentatiously. Some of them wore gold chains thick enough to tie dogs, and looked at the people passing by with disdain.
When Xiao Chen's little pink car drove over, the noisy crowd suddenly quieted down.
He got out of the car somewhat puzzled, thinking that his car was too pink, which was why everyone was staring at him. Unexpectedly, as soon as he got off the car, he heard a buzz of discussion in the crowd.
Is this the pink killer?
I heard his driving skills are as cool as his car.
Really? I didn't watch the match last time, what a pity.
But the fact that he beat Shui Xiao shows that he is quite capable.
I don't think his coolness will last much longer this time.
Have you heard? Master Shui has invited the car god Haoshu back.
This time it's going to be something to watch. Uncle Hao? Is he the Uncle Hao who participated in the world's top car races when he was young and even competed with Schumacher? That's not true, so I said this time it will be interesting. Chapter 77, Miss Leather. Listening to everyone's discussions, he couldn't help but feel curious about this Uncle Hao. What kind of person can compete with the world's best driver? How fast must his car be? He strolled through the crowd, looking around for someone who looked like Uncle Hao. There are all kinds of people here, from street thugs fighting for their lives to racing drivers who look very professional. Just as he was looking around curiously, he was suddenly fascinated by a beautiful scenery. A young lady wearing tight leather clothes and pants was sitting on the hood of a red Ferrari. The young lady looks very sexy, and the black leather jacket highlights her curvy figure. Especially the design of the chest, the leather jacket is zipped up just at the chest, revealing the black tight vest and an alluring white underneath. The young lady's face is full of royal sister style, with sexy lips slightly upturned, making her look like she is smiling even though she has no expression. The combination of luxury cars and beautiful women attracted a lot of onlookers. Everyone was admiring the young lady, and some were brave enough to come forward and get close to her. Beautiful girl, are you coming to participate in the competition by yourself? Do you want me to take you with me? A gangster with yellow hair and a gold chain around his neck came up to chat with him. The young lady ignored his words and stared coldly at his gold chain, which was as thick as a dog leash. The gangster seemed to feel her gaze, but his confidence made him think that the young lady was just interested in him. Ah, this. If you're willing to follow me, I'll give it to you. He pointed generously to the gold chain on his chest. The young lady smiled contemptuously and said word by word, "No, thank you. I just think it looks like the chain I used to tie my dog." You shameless bitch, I'll teach you a lesson. The gangster got angry and reached out to grab the beauty. Just when everyone was ready to rescue the damsel in distress, the young lady grabbed the thug and pinned him down on the hood. Ouch, bitch, please let me go. Do you know who I am? The little yellow-haired boy shouted angrily. There was no hesitation on her cold face. There was a click and the gangster's screams were heard. She let go, and the punk collapsed on the ground, hugging his arms and moaning and crying. At this time, the crowd around her no longer dared to look at her beauty, and were all stunned by her decisive attitude. Seeing that no one dared to come forward, she kicked the little yellow-haired boy on the ground, signaling him to get out. The yellow-haired man gave her a last hateful look and left with his arms folded. The onlookers also dispersed, and Xiaochen deliberately left a little later because he was curious about the woman's skills. So when she turned around to get back into the Ferrari, her eyes met his. And it was this fleeting glimpse that struck him with a lightning-like premonition. In the fiercely competitive traffic, a red Ferrari kept dodging and moving, overtaking the vehicles in front and moving forward. Soon, she came behind a black modified car. The black modified car was already at the front of the convoy, but it was still chasing a pink car. Two cars, one red and one black, drove forward side by side, and they slowly approached the pink Bugatti Veyron in the front. At this moment, the black modified car suddenly turned sideways and hit the red Ferrari next to it, and at this time a large truck happened to be driving on the road ahead. The red Ferrari couldn't dodge in time and collided with the truck.
But even an expensive sports car was no match for the steel-frame truck. It was kneaded like a ball of mud and thrown into the air. In the end, all that was left was a Ferrari like a pile of scrap metal on the ground, and the person sitting inside was no longer the beautiful woman with a rebellious look in her eyes. When he came back from the hallucination, he saw the ice beauty-like woman looking at him as if he were a fool.
She must have thought she was a nympho, staring and drooling at beautiful women.
He quickly tidied himself up, and after much hesitation, he decided to take care of this matter. Seeing him walking towards her, she immediately became defensive. She thought that this was another ignorant scoundrel who came to harass her.
He just smiled politely and said straight to the point, "Hello, I mean no harm. I came here to give you some advice."
Suggestion? A puzzled look appeared on her beautiful face.
Yes, suggestions. For example, could you just drive home and not participate in this competition?
She listened to his words as if she had heard a ridiculous joke.
She smiled speechlessly and asked, "Why should I listen to your withdrawal? Give me a reason. If I told you that you would die if you competed again, would you believe me?"
Although he didn't want to say this, he had no better reason. At this moment, she no longer looked at herself as if she were a fool.
She looked at herself as if she were a madman and asked, "Are you seriously ill? Or are you just a charlatan?"
Although he had anticipated this might be the case at first, he didn't expect that when it actually happened, his heart would be so hurt. He shrugged and continued, "It's okay if you don't want to withdraw from the race, but you must be careful of a black modified car.
Remember to stay away from it."
As soon as his words came out, they immediately caused her to react violently. She suddenly flipped down from the car and reached out to press him on the hood like little yellow hair. But her nimble grasping hands failed to catch him. Because he taught many female students how to defend themselves against harassment in college, he is very familiar with similar routines. He spun around to avoid her attack and quickly retreated to a safe distance.
She looked at Xiao Chun, who reacted quickly, in surprise and asked coldly, "Who are you?" "It doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that I have no ill will towards you. I hope you can listen to my advice." He said this with a sincere expression and turned away.
She watched the mysterious man leave. Although she was full of doubts, she couldn't help but want to believe him. Just as he turned around and headed back to his car from the other direction, he finally saw the black modified car from the future in an open space. It was originally an inconspicuous Buick, but it was exactly the same as the one he saw in the future. The car was parked alone in the open space, and the people around it stayed away as if they were afraid of disturbing it. A somewhat sloppy middle-aged man was leaning against the car door, smoking a cigarette, and playing with a walnut with one hand intentionally or unintentionally.
Chapter 78, Uncle Hao. He slowly walked closer and looked at the inconspicuous black Buick.
He couldn't understand why the car could run so fast. Perhaps his probing look was too conspicuous. The middle-aged man turned to look at him.
"What are you looking at, boy?"
His voice was low but chilling. Xiao Chen sensed his ill intentions, so he smiled and replied, "Nothing, uncle.
I'm just curious. We're racing here. Can you pull the strings here?"
He deliberately pretended not to recognize the man's identity, but in fact he knew in his heart that this man should be the so-called Uncle Hao.
"You're blind, you little brat. This is our Dragon City's driving god.
It's fine if you're ignorant, but you're actually slandering our idol like that.
You're really asking for your own death." A gangster came out from the side and said swearingly.
He bowed in a feigned apology and prepared to leave this troubled place. Before he could take 2 steps, the middle-aged man called out to him.
"Wait, I want to see who thinks I'm a jerk. Come here, boy, let me take a look."
There was no choice but to bite the bullet and turn around and walk back.
"Uncle, I'm sorry. I really didn't expect you to be the driving god."
The middle-aged man waved his hand to indicate that it was okay, but he still looked at him with cold eyes.
"Who are you, kid? Why do I feel so annoyed with you?"
The middle-aged man frowned and stared at his face carefully. "I'm just an ordinary loser, not very good at seeing or talking, uncle, please don't bother with me." Seeing him give in, the expressions of the people around him also relaxed. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from behind the crowd.
"Uncle Hao, the guy I was talking about who stole my girlfriend is him." Shui Yuan walked over from the passage that separated the crowd. He looked at Uncle Hao with a flattering expression, then pointed at Xiao Chun and said indignantly, "Uncle Hao, that guy I told you about before is him. He was the one who damaged my car and stole it last time."
Uncle Hao looked at Xiao Chen coldly again. For some reason, he always felt that Uncle Hao's eyes were not only cold but also a little murderous. He couldn't just sit there and wait for death, so he argued, "What do you mean your girlfriend? You broke up a long time ago. She's my wife now. It's you who harassed Yueru, not me." He looked at the crowd again and said, "Some of you were there at the last race. It was Master Shui who resorted to trickery to damage the car, and everyone witnessed it. In the end, he admitted defeat and I won your car." "Master Shui, are you changing your mind and wanting to take the car back now?" What he said was well reasoned, and more importantly, people around him could also testify to it. Knowing he was in the wrong, Shui Yuan panicked and denied it, saying, "You're just lying, but Uncle Hao is a smart guy. Don't try to fool him. Uncle Hao is here with us this time, and he'll definitely make you suffer." Uncle Hao on the side waved his hand and said, "I don't care about your nonsense. I just heard that there is a prize for winning here. That's why I came here." Shui Yuan quickly agreed, "Yes, Uncle Hao. I raised the bonus directly to 50 million this time." Then he shouted to everyone present, "Anyone who wants the 50 million yuan prize can come and participate. As long as you can win, I will give you every penny." There was a cheer from the crowd and the atmosphere immediately reached a climax. People eagerly walked back to their cars, and just as they were leaving, Uncle Hao stared at Xiao Chen's face and said, "Boy, I have another reason to participate in the competition." "Do you want to know?" he asked curiously. "What?" Uncle Hao smiled contemptuously and said, "I hate the way you look." After he said that, he left with a loud laugh. Shui Yuan, who remained where he was, raised his hand and made a suicide gesture, then said, "You're dead, Xiao Chen. Any last words?" Xiao Chen looked at him in confusion and said, "Get my 50 million ready. I'll come and collect it in a moment." After saying that, he returned to his car. Because he arrived late, his position was not very good. At the starting point, a beautiful woman in cool clothes stood holding a flag. As everyone started the car, roars of the car resounded through the night sky. He also started the Bugatti Veyron and activated his racing skills. In an instant, the entire road condition appeared in my mind, and the conditions of the surrounding vehicles were also reflected in real time. The system automatically presents the best racing plan, and he only needs to follow the system's instructions to be safe. As the flag dropped, he set off with confidence. Even though his position is not at the front and there are so many obstacles in front of him. But he still drove very fast, constantly weaving in and out of the traffic. He left behind one sports car after another, and soon he caught up with the red Ferrari. He originally wanted to pass her directly, but unexpectedly the young lady stood in front of him. Should I trip him up or retaliate against him for meddling in other people's business? But her obstruction was nothing compared to the system, and he easily surpassed her according to the system's instructions. It turns out that the system can predict the route the other party may take one step in advance. As long as he follows the plan recommended by the system, he can directly bypass the other party's obstruction. The only cars left in front were Shui Yuan and Uncle Hao's. He couldn't help but speed up and chase forward, but as expected, he was blocked by Shui Yuan. The guy got another luxury car exactly like the previous one from somewhere, and just like last time he wanted to use the same trick to hit himself. The system had anticipated this situation and issued an instruction to him to speed up. Just as he drove forward a car's length, he saw Shui Yuan's car suddenly crash into the guardrail on the side of the road. Sparks flew everywhere and the luxury car was completely destroyed. But his driving skills were indeed quite good, and he quickly adjusted his state and continued to chase. At this time, Shui Yuan was sitting in the sports car, and the voices of his subordinates came from the headphones beside his ears. Boss, everything is ready." After hearing this, he smiled evilly and said, "Okay, let's get started." After saying that, he accelerated and chased forward. Because of the mistake just now, several cars overtook me. But he did not rush forward but followed carefully behind the other cars. At this time, Uncle Hao in front was driving easily, when suddenly a huge truck came towards him. The truck was traveling at a very high speed, and the current road condition was a typical uphill section, so it was impossible to see the oncoming vehicles in front. Fortunately, Uncle Hao was experienced and had quick reactions, otherwise he would have probably collided with the oncoming truck. These 50 million are really hard to earn. He muttered to himself, but was not annoyed by this deliberate arrangement to kill someone. Chapter 79 System Upgrading. Xiao Chen watched Uncle Hao's car disappear in front of him, and the system suddenly reminded him that this section of the uphill road was very dangerous. Just as he was getting ready to speed up, a truck suddenly came from the opposite direction. The truck was driving very fast and drove straight towards his car when it saw it. He moved to the other side of the road to avoid the truck, but unexpectedly the truck also drove to the same side. This was obviously directed at him. He was startled but quickly regained his composure. Since we can't avoid it, we might as well find a way to solve this problem. He continued to pretend to turn to the other side of the road, and when the truck also began to change lanes, he suddenly accelerated and rushed forward. Just when he was already parallel to the truck suddenly came up to him and hit him hard. Just as he was about to be crushed against the guardrail by the truck when he could not dodge in time, a red Ferrari rushed over from behind. The truck was startled by the sudden appearance of the Ferrari and reflexively stepped on the brakes. He took advantage of this opportunity to accelerate quickly. The car door on one side rubbed against the guardrail, and the whole car drove forward. The red Ferrari also used the path he opened to follow directly. The two cars sped forward one after the other, and he wanted to honk his horn to show his goodwill. But at this time, several large trucks drove up one after another, and all of them showed obvious interest in his car. After some chasing and dodging, he finally drove to a flat road. And just when he relaxed, the red Ferrari accelerated and overtook him. There was only Uncle Hao's car left in front. If she rushed over at this time, it was very likely that what he had expected would happen. Thinking of this, he accelerated and chased after her. He wanted to stop her before tragedy happened. When he caught up with the two cars in front, she was forced by Uncle Hao to drive forward close to the guardrail. At this time, the system reminded him that another truck would soon be coming from the front. He gritted his teeth, accelerated and crashed into the rear of Uncle Hao's car. A huge impact force caused Uncle Hao to crash forward onto the steering wheel. He looked up and saw Xiao Chen's pink Bugatti Veyron in the rearview mirror. His eyes turned cold instantly. If he had just forced the Ferrari to the guardrail, it was just a joke. So now he really wants to kill someone. He immediately gave up the Ferrari and prepared to deal with Xiao Chen. Once his grip was gone, the young lady shot forward like an arrow. Looking at the red car going away, Xiao Chen felt both comforted and bitter. This time, he is likely to sacrifice himself for this choice. But he quickly activated his racing skills to the maximum, ready to rush forward with all his strength. Uncle Hao seemed to want to let him pass and did not stop him. When his car overtook Uncle Hao, he felt a moment of joy. But at this moment, the system suddenly issued a warning, reminding him that another truck was coming from the front. Only then did he remember that in the future prediction, the young lady was run over by this truck. Just as he was about to check the solution provided by the system issued another warning. The system is preparing for an upgrade and is expected to shut down automatically in 10 seconds. The host will lose all system-provided capabilities. Please prepare in advance. Then a countdown began to appear on the system interface. 10, 9, 8. As the system continued to count down, Xiao Chen's heart was broken. He didn't expect that this crappy system would be updated at this time, and what made him even more speechless was that he would now lose all the abilities he had gained. You know, this way he won't act so arrogant at this time. He screamed in his heart, "It's all over," and then Uncle Hao finally used his ultimate move. Uncle Hao drove the car right behind Xiao Chen, blocking his way. At this time, the huge truck finally appeared in front. He wasn't quite sure what kind of truck it was, but judging from its appearance, it was definitely bigger than the previous ones. The truck was large enough to hold 5 of Xiao Chen's current sports cars, and even the chassis of the truck was much higher than his current sports cars. In order to avoid the truck, he kept moving left and right. But no matter which direction he drove, the truck followed him as if it was targeting him. Even if he wanted to give up and return now, it would be impossible. Uncle Hao was following closely behind his car. If he wanted to stop or turn around at this time, he would be hit by Uncle Hao and deviate from the direction, and finally be run over by the truck under the rut. There are wolves in front and tigers behind. His inner collapse at this moment is self-evident. Just as the truck was getting closer, the red Ferrari that had just run away drove back. She followed closely behind the truck and then sped up to overtake it. She stuck close to the truck so that it could not get close to Xiao Chen, and just when she was about to collide with Xiao Chen, she actually drove her car directly under the chassis of the truck. All this happened so quickly and suddenly. Their cars were so close to each other just now, so close that Xiao Chen could see the resolute expression on her face. When he was finally safely past the truck, he saw in the rearview mirror that she had driven out from under it again. Then she made a spectacular U-turn and drove back after them. What a courageous woman, he thought to himself. But before he could think about it, Uncle Hao's car overtook him from behind. The finish line was less than 400 meters away, so Uncle Hao gave up the last chance to trip him. After all, his main purpose of coming this time was the bonus, and teaching Xiao Chen a lesson was just a spur-of-the-moment decision. Seeing Uncle Hao speeding forward, he also accelerated without being outdone. The two of them drove forward almost side by side, and at this moment a memory suddenly awakened in his mind.
That was his memory of when he was just learning to drive.
His father was repairing the Santana that he had been driving for who knows how many years, while nagging him.
Everyone has weaknesses.
For example, when it comes to overtaking, a person's blind spot is their biggest weakness. As long as you can seize a person's weakness, you will win.
Blind spot.
Yes, for left-hand drive vehicles, the right side is their blind spot. And now he is exactly on the right side of Uncle Hao. Uncle Hao was only focused on the finish line at this time, because the two of them were less than 100 meters away from the finish line. At this time, no one will overtake and move forward, but everyone will accelerate with all their strength and move forward in a straight line. So he made up his mind and stepped on the accelerator to the maximum. With a loud roar, his car rushed forward a long way.
Chapter 80, Dangerous.
Uncle Hao was a little surprised to see him rushing forward. He didn't expect that this guy still had this much stamina, so he stepped on the accelerator hard. At this time, the advantage of the super luxury car was revealed. No matter how hard Uncle Hao tried to move forward, he couldn't catch up with him. When he completely passed Uncle Hao, he immediately turned the car around and rushed directly in front of Uncle Hao. He completely blocked Uncle Hao's car, and Uncle Hao had never expected him to overtake him before. So when he stood firmly in front of Uncle Hao felt extremely insulted. The two of them sprinted towards the finish line one after the other.
Uncle Hao tried several times to overtake from behind but failed.
Finally, seeing that there was no hope of winning, Uncle Hao angrily rammed his car into the back of his car. The huge impact force almost knocked him unconscious on the steering wheel, but it was also this boost that allowed him to be the first to reach the finish line.
He won, although he looked very embarrassed when he walked out of the Bugatti Veyron with blood on his head, but it is undeniable that he won. Countless people had already gathered at the finish line.
Although they all thought that Uncle Hao would be the ultimate winner, Miracle was still very popular. Regardless of whether people knew him or not, they all rushed towards him, and some reached out to touch his body, as if wanting to share the glory of victory in this way.
Well done, brother. I've never seen anyone as good as you. You even beat Uncle Hao. I'm convinced. Hey bro, that's pretty cool. Would you be interested in adding me on WeChat?
The men and women around him came over to try to get close to him. They had heard of his reputation before, but today's match completely impressed them. Uncle Hao also got out of the car, and people immediately made way and stopped talking.
Uncle Hao looked at him coldly, then looked at the rear end of the pink Bugatti Veyron that was smashed beyond recognition with a mocking look. He didn't go up to greet Uncle Hao. His natural instinct was to keep his distance from Uncle Hao. The two men looked at each other without saying anything.
Uncle Hao lit a cigarette and slowly walked to the edge of the crowd. Just as people were chattering around him again, Shui Yuan finally came back with the convoy behind him. The journey was very difficult, although the successive trucks did not make it difficult for them.
But ramps add significant risks to both sides.
Except for Shui Yuan and a few very experienced drivers, almost everyone experienced a dangerous racing journey. Shui Yuan walked up to him and saw his sports car that was smashed beyond recognition and his miserable appearance covered in blood.
He couldn't help but ridicule him happily. You're such a jerk, and you still want to compete with me for a woman? You're lucky the truck didn't kill you.
If you know what's good for you, pack up your things and go back to your hometown in the countryside.
Otherwise, you might not be as lucky as you are today.
Seeing Xiao Chun in such a mess, he thought that he must not be able to outrun Uncle Hao. But this blind confidence was soon slapped in the face. People looked at him with mocking eyes, and the drivers who had just almost fallen under the truck came forward to denounce him.
Mr. Shui, didn't you promise everyone that the road would be closed? Why are there still trucks passing by? That's right, Master Shui.
My brothers and I are here to make money, not to risk our lives.
If you want to take revenge on someone, don't involve us. That's right. That's so unfair.
Listening to the complaints of people around him, Shui Yuan became a little annoyed. If you're afraid of death, don't come here.
You think that 50 million is so easy to get? My money didn't just come from the wind. If you want it, show your true ability. If you win the game like Uncle Hao did, I won't give you a penny less.
As he spoke, he took out a check for 50 million from his pocket. But he did not hear the exclamations of the people when they saw the huge sum of money. Instead, he heard waves of sneers. At this time, one of his younger brothers ran out from the side and whispered the result of the game in his ear. That is, the one who won the final victory was not Uncle Hao, but Xiao Chen. He was stunned when he heard the news. He didn't expect that even a figure like Uncle Hao would lose to someone like Xiao Chen. The unexpected result and the bold words he had just spoken were like invisible slaps in his face, one after another, each louder than the last.
What should we do now, Master Shui? I am the winner.
At this time Xiao Chen said in a mean way again. Shui Yuan glanced at Uncle Hao, who was smoking alone in the distance, and his expression suddenly became depressed. But soon that dejection was replaced by ruthlessness, and he looked at Xiao Chen with eyes as sharp as knives.
Don't think you've won just like that. Do you know why no one in Dragon City dares to offend me? That's because everyone who offends me has been.
Having said that, he reached out and wiped his neck.
Faced with such blatant danger, Xiao Chen remained calm and said, Shui Yuan, do you think everyone is giving in to you because they're afraid of you?
They're just afraid of the forces behind you. If one day you lose these supports, you'll be nothing if you rely on your own abilities. He watched Shui Yuan's face slowly turn red and continued, so I'm giving you a piece of advice.
Don't push me too hard. Otherwise, I'll make you lose everything you have now. These few casual words made everyone present hold their breath.
No one in Longcheng dared to threaten Shui Yuan like this.
The reason for doing this is indeed as Xiao Chen said, people are afraid of the power of the Shui family. But now this man dares to openly declare war on Shui Yuan and the Shui family. What kind of courage does he have? Shui Yuan was choked and speechless. He waved his hand to signal his younger brothers to follow him and leave. As a result, he was stopped by several burly men before he had taken a few steps. He suddenly became furious and cursed, "You all want to follow that scoundrel in rebellion, right? Well, today I want to see how many people dare to go against my Shui family." As soon as he said this, several big men hesitated. But in the end, the strongest man said calmly, Master Shui, we were just passing through Dragon City and happened to come and see the fun. We don't want to offend you. But there's something I'm not sure if I should say. He took a look at this honest man, and after confirming that he was not deliberately causing trouble, he waved his hand and asked him to continue. The man got permission and continued, we have no business getting involved in the grudge between you and this young man. My brothers and I just want to see the handover of the 50 million. So you. He stopped talking after this. Shui Yuan then remembered that he was so angry that he completely forgot to give the check to Xiao Chen. But his action of walking away in anger just now seemed to others like he was trying to run away from his debt. Chapter 81 Yang Yinian's illegitimate fans. He sneered and looked at the crowd. Although everyone avoided looking at him, he could feel that it was not just these few strong men who thought so. Do you think I would default on my debt just for a mere 50 million? That's ridiculous, absolutely ridiculous. As he said this, he took out the check for 50 million from his pocket and threw it on the ground. Then he said to Xiao Chen with a look of disdain, take it, just think of it as alms from me. His attitude was bad and his tone was arrogant, and even the originally neutral onlookers felt that he had gone a bit too far. Isn't it just a few bucks? And I didn't even earn it myself, so why are you so arrogant? If I had your reincarnation skills, I could throw out 18 million in a minute. Although they thought so, they were angry but dared not speak out. Xiao Chen looked at the check on the ground, but he didn't bend down to pick it up. This was not only because he had the courage to not accept food given out of pity, but also because he could not stand Shui Yuan's arrogant temper of relying on wealth. He stood there, sizing up Shui Yuan, who looked smug, and said, either you pick it up for me, or I'll teach you a lesson in politeness. After hearing this, Shui Yuan snorted coldly and looked at him with disdain. How much could a delivery man possibly do? Seeing Shui Yuan show no reaction, he pointed at the other injured people nearby and said, if today's match was just a competition, I wouldn't have a say in winning or losing. But you set up a truck to hinder me during the race, even putting the other participants in extreme danger. This is simply disregarding human life. Shui Yuan wasn't panicked at all and even laughed. He straightened his clothes and said, human lives? They're just a few small-time street thugs. Are their lives that important? Forget injuries, even if they died, it would only be a matter of a few million. He spoke with such confidence that everyone felt even more disgusted. Rich people don't take the lives of grassroots people seriously at all.
They only think of themselves as the most important. Xiao Chen knew that no matter what he said, Shui Yuan would not change his mind, nor would he admit his mistakes. In the face of capital, only by becoming a powerful force can you make them learn to respect you. So he reached into his wallet and took out the business card that Mr. Long had given him earlier. He looked at the fine quality business card for a while, then smiled and looked up at Shui Yuan.
Do you know what I'm holding in my hand?
This is the business card that Elder Long gave me.
I never knew how to use it before. Now I have an idea.
He paused at this point. But a discussion broke out in the crowd.
What? Is that the legendary Long family's business card? Oh my god, I thought the legend was fake. The Long family? Are they the rumored founders of Dragon City?
The family has been passed down for centuries, but few people know their true situation. They're very mysterious. Compared to the Long family, the Shui family is nothing but trash. Now that this guy has the Long family as his backer, it seems Shui Yuan won't be able to show off for much longer.
Ah, this is really satisfying.
Xiao Chen held up the business card, and everyone stretched their necks to see what the business card looked like.
He raised his eyes and scanned the crowd.
Not far away, he saw the young lady who had driven the Ferrari looking curiously at the business card in his hand.
He turned to look at Shui Yuan and said, I think if Mr. Long knew what you did today, he would definitely tell your dad to spank you, right?
Shui Yuan looked at him with an expression of having eaten shit. He really didn't want to offend old Long, so his only choice now was to reconcile with Xiao Chen. He signaled with his eyes to a clever younger brother beside him, and that person immediately understood what he meant. The younger brother walked forward and was about to bend down to pick up the check on the ground and hand it to Xiao Chen, but Xiao Chen stopped him at this time.
Do your own thing, do your own thing.
Even kindergarten kids understand this.
Master Shui, there's no way he doesn't know this, right?
These words clearly indicated that Shui Yuan should personally pick up the check and hand it over to Xiao Chen. Shui Yuan had never suffered such humiliation before, so he was furious. Seeing that he didn't move, Xiao Chen pretended to take out his cell phone and dialed the number written on the business card.
Shui Yuan was a little panicked now.
Although his face was very important, if he was really sued by Old Man Long, he might be kicked out of the Shui family. So he quickly raised his hand to stop Xiao Chen, and then he slowly moved to the check step by step. He slowly bent down and picked up the check, as if it weighed 1,000 pounds. Finally, he walked up to Xiao Chen again and handed over the check. Looking at his humiliated and angry expression, Xiao Chen felt indescribably happy.
He pretended to take the check and teased Shui Yuan, give me a smile.
There was an uproar when this was said. In Longchang, there weren't many people who dared to let the young master of the Shui family make fun of him. What surprised everyone even more was that Shui Yuan actually managed to force out a smile that was uglier than crying. Xiao Chen was not the kind of person who would not give in even if he was right, so he took the check back while he was ahead.
After getting rid of the check, Shui Yuan left angrily, saying we're even now.
And at this time the crowd's carnival had just begun. People kept coming over to shake his hand, and some even imitated the way he had just teased Shui Yuan vividly, making everyone laugh. Surrounded by the crowd, Xiao Chen tried to leave several times but was warmly retained by everyone. Suddenly his cell phone rang, and Yang Yinin's voice came from the other end of the line. Her voice was a little strained, overly cheerful, and she kept talking. He suddenly felt something was wrong, so he squeezed through the crowd and came to an open place.
Yinin, listen to me. Don't say anything now. Just answer yes or no. Do you understand?
He felt that Yang Yinin seemed to be acting abnormally because she was not in a position to speak, so he asked her this. She replied on the other end of the phone, I understand.
Are you home alone now?
No.
Is that person someone you know?
No.
Are you safe now?
No. After receiving 3 negative answers, he had roughly guessed her current situation. There was probably someone hiding in her house who wanted to harm her, so she called so late.
And I couldn't explain my current situation clearly over the phone.
He suppressed his bad thoughts and told her in a calm tone, don't hang up the phone, keep pretending.
I'll come to you soon. Chapter 82, Collaboration to Rescue. After giving Yang Yinin some instructions, he prepared to return to his car.
He had to hurry to her side. At this moment, a man came over and stopped him.
Where are you going?
I'll take you there. The lady in leather jacket said in a cold tone. He was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the cold and aloof young lady would suddenly want to help him. But he didn't want to involve her in this matter, so he politely declined. "No, I'll just take my car over."
Thank you.
But before he could take 2 steps, the young lady stopped him again and said, "With your car, you won't be able to drive more than a kilometer before the police stop you.
Just come with me."
He looked at the back of his car that was badly damaged and felt that what she said made a lot of sense.
Okay then. Thank you for your help.
After saying that, the two of them set off without wasting a moment. On the way, he told her the address of Yang Yinin's home, and then urged her to drive as fast as possible. Because he could clearly hear that the uneasiness in Yang Yinin's tone had increased a lot, and something bad must have happened during the time she was talking to him on the phone. The two of them sped along the road and finally arrived downstairs at Yang Yinin's house. He carefully glanced at the vehicles downstairs and found a van with broken glass parked in an inconspicuous backlit area. The car looked very familiar, almost exactly the same as the one he saw on the set that afternoon. After realizing this problem, he didn't bother to talk to the girl in leather jacket and ran upstairs directly. He communicated with Yang Yinin over the phone and asked her where she was now. She said in a crying voice that she was in the bathroom, and there were bursts of heavy knocks on the door from the receiver. She screamed in fright. The man didn't notice anything unusual about Yang Yinin, so he was still lurking patiently. But ever since she locked herself in the room, he knew he was exposed. So he lost all his patience and was ready to break down the door and grab her.
This sudden change made Xiao Chen even more nervous. He pressed the elevator button desperately, but the elevator did not open for a long time.
Finally, he decided to rush up the stairs directly, while Yang Yinin on the phone asked for help while suppressing her tears. Xiao Chen tried his best to run upwards, but the girl in leather jacket easily surpassed him. As she ran forward, she asked him which floor the person he wanted to save lived on. After he answered breathlessly that it was the 7th floor, he saw the young lady running upstairs in a flash. What an amazing woman! Her physical strength is even better than that of a big man like him. However, the main reason why his physical strength deteriorated was because the system was being upgraded and all his previous skill enhancements disappeared. Thinking about his previous superb physical fitness, he couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. But he still gritted his teeth and ran up quickly, and at this time he heard the sound of wood breaking again and again coming from the phone. Yang Yinin finally said to him in tears, "Brother Chen, I'm afraid I'm going to die here.
You must avenge me." Woo woo.
He wanted to tell her not to say such discouraging words, and that he would come to rescue her soon. But all he could muster was sharp gasps, and he needed to get there before things got any worse.
Brother Chen, I have always wanted to tell you something. I couldn't tell you before, but now it's too late. I don't want to leave this world with regrets. Brother Chen, I like you.
Her words resounded in his ears like a thunderclap.
What? Yang Yinin liked him? How could this be possible? I had only known her for a little over a week, so how could she already like me?
He was confused as he thought about what she said as he reached the stairwell on the 7th floor. He walked through the corridor and came to Yang Yinin's door. The girl in leather jacket was standing outside her door, studying something. Because they didn't have the key, both of them were trapped outside the door and couldn't go in to save people.
Yinin, how are you now? I'm outside your house. Can you open the door?
He said breathlessly to Yang Yinin on the other end of the phone that he was so anxious that he even forgot that she had locked herself in the bathroom, so how could she come to help them open the door? There was another loud noise from the other end of the phone, and the bathroom door seemed to have been kicked open by someone. She let out a shrill scream and then her phone fell to the ground. He shouted anxiously into the phone, but there was no response from the other end except for the sound of messy footsteps and shrill screams. The girl in leather jacket opened the password door at this time, and he rushed in. He rushed into the bathroom and found a sloppy man pressing on Yang Yinin. Her clothes were torn to shreds, and her fair, slender neck was being strangled by the cruel man. Seeing that she was almost suffocated by being strangled, he went up and kicked the man. The man let go of his hand in pain, turned around and found Xiao Chen rushing towards him with a ferocious look on his face.
Little punk, do you think you can stop me every time?
He pulled out a dagger from his arms and rushed towards Xiao Chen, waving it at him wildly. Xiao Chen dodged while trying to get closer to Yang Yinin to check on her condition. This distraction caused him to scratch his arm. With the sound of the clothes tearing, blood instantly dyed Xiao Chen's sleeves red. But Xiao Chen didn't have time to care about his injuries. He stepped back little by little and led the man out of the narrow bathroom. Then he signaled the girl in leather jacket to rescue Yang Yinin, while he stayed to deal with the crazy man. When he saw the young lady go to save Yang Yining, Xiao Chen, without any worries, directly used all the Sanda skills he had practiced before. He kicked the man on the wrist, and the man lost his strength and the dagger fell to the ground. Then he took the opportunity to sweep the man down with a leg sweep, and then quickly stepped forward to flip him over, grabbing his arm with one hand and pressing it behind his back. After completely subduing the man, he called the young lady and Yang Yining out. The lady in leather jacket helped Yang Yining, who had just woken up, into the living room and threw him a clothesline. He took it and tied the man's hands and feet tightly, then stood up, found his cell phone and called the police. After finishing these, he immediately went forward to check Yang Yining's injuries. Because he has been suffering from bumps and bruises since he was a child, he is very experienced in dealing with simple injuries. Seeing her at this moment, I found that she had just changed her torn clothes with the help of the young lady. Except for the bruises on her neck from being pinched, she had no other scars on her body. Chapter 83: The Mastermind Behind the Scenes. At this time he breathed a sigh of relief and sat down on the sofa in the living room. The girl in leather jacket took her to sit down opposite him, and she looked at the sloppy man struggling on the ground with horror. It looked like the man hadn't taken a shower for at least a month. Not only was his hair greasy and tangled, but he also exuded an indescribable odor. He struggled desperately on the ground, cursing profanely. Xiao Chen touched his wound, which had already solidified, and thanked the girl in leather jacket.
Thank you, beautiful lady. It was thanks to you that Yining was saved this time. Yang Yining also quickly expressed her gratitude.
The girl in leather jacket waved her hand to show that it was nothing to worry about.
She said, "Don't thank me. You saved me when Uncle Hao was giving me trouble before, so I'm just repaying you. And don't call me beautiful. My name is Long Yun." "Ah, your last name is rare. Are you from the Long family?"
He wasn't a gossipy person, but her last name was so rare that he just asked. Long Yun shook his head and said, "I have nothing to do with the Long family.
It's just a coincidence."
Seeing that she was unwilling to talk, he did not ask any further questions.
He looked at the slightly trembling Yang Yining and asked, "Yining, are you okay? When did you find out this person was in your house?"
She answered with a trembling voice, "After Xiao Xiao and I came back together, she went home. I was very tired today and wanted to go to bed early, but when I walked into the bedroom, I smelled a very unpleasant odor.
Plus, you told me that someone wanted to harm me, so I was a little cautious and didn't go in."
As she spoke, she unconsciously looked at the man squirming on the ground. The smell of this man is really hard to ignore, especially for Yang Yining, who loves cleanliness and has been sensitive to smells since childhood.
"Then I quickly called you. I locked the bathroom door as soon as I entered it.
Then I heard footsteps coming from the bedroom.
I didn't dare to move.
I just stayed in there waiting for you to rescue me." As she spoke of this, she seemed to have experienced that hopeless situation all over again, and she began to sob again. Long Yun reached out and patted her gently on the back, and he became even more furious when he thought of how Yang Yining had been pinned down by that man just now. So he stood up and kicked the man hard several times, and the man screamed and cursed.
"Yang Yining, you stinky bitch, don't think you can deal with me just because you found a stinky man. I tell you, I will follow you for the rest of my life. We should have been together. You ignored me just because you despised me for being poor, right?" She shrank into a ball in fear after hearing his threat, and screamed in despair, "I don't even know you, why are you pestering me?" "You don't know me? Why are you smiling at me if you don't know me? You just like me, but you won't admit it. We could have been together forever, but now I'm going to destroy you and make both you and this stinky man die miserably." Xiao Chen has seen many self-indulgent people, but he didn't expect there would be someone so delusional. Yang Yining had only smiled at him politely, and he'd assumed she was in love with him. And she'd later ignored him because she disliked his poverty and didn't want to be with him. This kind of extreme person will always look at things in an extreme way, so this time we can only say that her luck is really bad. Seeing her crying so hard, he seemed to be greatly encouraged. "You're no different from that bitch Lu Qian, you're just cheap. You didn't appreciate me when I treated you well, and when I lost my temper, you became cowards. Fine, if you can get that man to let me go, I'll wipe the slate clean and won't bother you anymore." He looked at Xiao Chen smugly, as if he would definitely be released because they were all afraid of him. But Xiao Chen heard other meanings in his words. "Have you also contacted Lu Qian? What did she tell you?" Seeing that Xiao Chen seemed very interested, he deliberately kept it a secret and said, "What else can I say? Just beg for my forgiveness or something like that." "What? Are you scared? If you let me go, I won't care about your plotting against me anymore.
At this time, Long Yun, who had been silent, walked over. She looked down at him, and her cold eyes made people feel cold all over.
Take Yang Yin in first.
I'll call you when it's ready. She spoke in a calm tone, as if she was just going out to buy a box lunch.
Xiao Chen hesitated for a moment.
He had experienced this young lady's skills before. If Long Yun used all her strength, he might not be her opponent. The police are coming soon, and we have to hand him over to them. He was afraid that Long Yun would do something extreme when he got excited.
Don't worry, I know my limits.
After she finished speaking, she smiled charmingly for the first time, but he shuddered. As soon as he took Yang Yinin into the bedroom and closed the door, he heard a pig slaughtering howl coming from the living room.
Yang Yinin looked at him nervously and asked, Brother Chen, is this Sister Long okay? Should we stop her?
He thought for a moment, his eyes falling on the bruises on her neck. Some people still need to be taught a lesson, otherwise they won't realize how much harm they have brought to society. After saying that, he pulled her to sit on the edge of the bed and carefully touched the scar on her neck. Perhaps it was because the atmosphere was too ambiguous, or perhaps it was because of her panicked confession just now, but Yang Yinin's face turned red. When he looked up and saw the blush on her face, he reached out and touched her forehead.
You have a fever. Go lie down and rest for a while.
I'll call you when the police come. When he tucked in the quilt for her and was about to go outside to see what was going on, she grabbed the corner of his clothes.
Brother Chen, don't go. I'm a little scared.
She looked extremely vulnerable.
Don't be afraid, I'll be back soon. Nothing can hurt you now. I'll always be by your side.
He knew that he shouldn't make such an unfulfilled promise lightly, but at this moment he had no choice. She nodded reassuringly and closed her eyes. When he walked out of the bedroom and into the living room, he found Long Yun carefully wiping his hands with disinfectant wipes. The man on the ground had a face swollen like a pig's head. He squinted his eyes and looked at Long Yun in fear.
He confessed everything.
It was Lu Qian who ordered him to come and harass Yang Yinin this time. He also drugged Yang Yinin's food before and even tried to run her over with his car.
Xiao Chen nodded.
He had long suspected that Lu Qian was involved in all this, and the facts proved it was indeed the case.
Chapter 84, Personal Physician.
Long Yun wiped his hands and stood up from the sofa, and the man rolled over from Xiao Chen's side as if he had been electrocuted. Brother, save me. He cried out in a crying voice, and at this time several policemen rushed in from outside the door. As soon as the police entered the room, they looked at the man lying on the ground with his head swollen like a pig, then looked at Xiao Chen with scars and Long Yun who looked calm and composed, and for a moment they were confused about the situation.
Comrade, may I ask who called the police just now?
A police officer asked.
It's me, police officer, help me.
The man on the ground squirmed and crawled towards the police again.
The police helped him up and saw how badly he was injured and asked, Comrade, who beat you like this?
He glanced at Long Yun out of the corner of his eye, and Long Yun just moved his fingers and made a crisp sound.
No one hit me. I just fell down accidentally.
Seeing the policeman's look of disbelief, he added, he fell on his face. At this time, Yang Yinin walked out of the bedroom with a haggard face. She said weakly, I'm sorry, police officer. I was the one who called the police. This man broke into my house in the middle of the night and tried to molest me. Luckily, Brother Chen and Sister Long saved me. Hearing her say this, the policeman's eyes turned sharp as he looked at the man. He was afraid that he would be taken away by Long Yun, so he quickly confessed, yes.
Police comrade, I am guilty, please take me away. Woo, please don't leave me behind.
Although the policeman didn't quite understand what he meant, he still said seriously, of course we will take the criminal away, but the others need to come back to the station with me to give their statements. Xiao Chen and others nodded and said they would actively cooperate with the work, so the three of them left in the police car. After a flurry of activity, it was almost dawn when the three of them came out of the police station.
After a sleepless night, Yang Yinin had a fever and looked particularly haggard.
Long Yun said goodbye to the two of them at the door of the police station, and Xiao Chen offered to take Yang Yinin back to his and Su Yueru's apartment.
How can that be possible, Brother Chen?
It will be inconvenient for Sister Su. I'd better go back to my own home first.
It's okay, Yueru is not such a petty person.
Besides, your home is not safe now. I want you to rest at my place for a while before you find a safer place to live. After he finished speaking, he called Su Yueru and told her that he would bring Yang Yinin home later.
Su Yueru didn't ask any questions on the phone and directly agreed to his decision.
The two took a taxi back to the apartment, and Su Yueru was waiting for them downstairs. In the morning light, she stood downstairs in thin pajamas waiting for them. Seeing this, Xiao Chen went over and hugged her distressfully, scolding her, "Why did you come down wearing so little?
The weather is getting colder now.
What if you catch a cold?" She smiled sweetly at him, but when she saw the blood on his head and the scars on his arms, she panicked. She hurriedly invited the two back to the apartment, and called her good friend and personal doctor to help treat their wounds. After finishing all these, she vacated her room for Yang Yining to rest.
Yang Yining originally wanted to refuse, but after a night of tiredness and fear, she just lay down.
After a while, she fell asleep.
Su Yueru asked him to come out of the room.
He had not been heard from since he greeted her before going to the game last night. As the two of them sat on the sofa in the living room, he told her everything that happened afterwards. He talked about how he met Uncle Hao and how he escaped from the joint plan of Shui Yuan and Uncle Hao.
How did he meet Long Yun and how did he save Yang Yining?
The night was so thrilling that even the now plain description made her exclaim several times. After listening to his story, she asked carefully about Uncle Hao's appearance.
She was very dissatisfied with Uncle Hao's arrogant and domineering behavior.
She also asked about Long Yun's personality and was full of curiosity about this heroic woman. It's a pity that Long Yun is a very aloof and mysterious person, and did not leave them his contact information. The two of them chatted happily with each other.
Only she could bring them this feeling of closeness and familiarity.
He originally thought that with the system upgrade making all his previous skills invalid, this might affect her feelings towards him. After all, she herself was rewarded by this system.
However, I didn't expect that people's emotions would not be controlled by the system.
Maybe she would be confused by the temporarily tampered memories, but the emotions they developed afterwards were more real. And at this moment, even if the system no longer starts, it is enough for him to have her love. He looked at her with such love that her face started to burn.
"Why are you looking at me like that?"
She reached out and pushed him.
"Look at you, you are so pretty. Whose daughter-in-law are you? You are so pretty?"
Even without the 10th level skill of sweet talk, he could still say sweet words to her without hesitation.
"Hate it. I haven't washed my face since I woke up."
She covered her face and said with a smile.
"Really?
Then let me take a closer look at my wife's bare face." He reached out to grab her hand, but someone coughed softly behind them.
The two were startled by the sudden cough, and Su Yueru stood up directly from the sofa.
"Lin Xinger, you scared me to death.
Why didn't you make a sound when you came in?"
She was embarrassed and annoyed, so she just called out her best friend's full name.
"Will it be of any use if I speak up? Your world of two just can't accommodate anyone else, okay?"
As she spoke, she glanced at Xiao Chen and added, "Is this the injured soldier you called me over to treat in such a hurry?
Isn't he quite energetic?
He can even flirt with the little girl." Su Yueru's face flushed red, but she still urged, "Since you're here, go take a look at him."
"He's bleeding."
She walked forward and pushed Lin Xinger, letting her sit next to Xiao Chen. Perhaps because she is a doctor, Lin Xinger's dress is very formal, exuding a strong sense of abstinence. She had her hair tied in a ponytail, and her jet black hair swayed back and forth, shining with a satin-like luster. She stretched out her slender white fingers to check the scabbed wound on his head.
The cool fingertips felt quite comfortable touching his skin. "The wound on your head is nothing serious.
Just disinfect it with alcohol and it will heal in a few days."
"Is your arm injured too?"
Her eyes fell on the knife wound on his arm and she reached out and poked it. The pain made him grimace in pain, and Su Yueru quickly stepped forward to stop him.
"You're so heartbroken right now?"
I really do believe the saying that once a daughter is married off, she's like spilled water.
Although she was teasing her, Lin Xinger's movements were obviously much gentler. Chapter 85, First Experience with Live Streaming. After checking, she told Su Yueru not to worry, as his injuries were not serious.
As to why he was injured, she asked very curiously and in detail. When she learned that he was injured while saving others, the contempt on her face immediately subsided a lot. She thought that her best friend had suddenly gotten married to a man of unknown origin for no apparent reason, and she felt very wary and dissatisfied with him. But from what we just experienced together, he is indeed a responsible and good man who is trustworthy.
Su Yueru asked her to go see Yang Yining again, explaining that she had a fever due to the previous fright.
She carried her medicine box into the bedroom, and only then did he dare to grimace and cry out in pain. Just now, in order to leave a good impression on Lin Shinger, he gritted his teeth and persevered while she was stitching the wound. Now that she is not around, he can finally act coquettishly towards Su Yueru without any worries. As expected, she felt very distressed when she saw him in such pain. She looked at him with tears in her eyes and asked, "What should I do? Is there any way to stop you from feeling so much pain?" He stared at her rosy lips, smiled evilly and said, "It's true. Come here and I'll tell you." She approached him completely defenseless, not wanting to be attacked by him directly. Her face flushed and she pushed him directly, right on the wound he had just sutured. This time he really gasped in pain, and she thought he was lying to her again, so she turned and walked back to the bedroom. He had no choice but to follow her to the bedroom door to see how Yang Yin was doing. Lin Shinger was taking her pulse. It seemed that this girl, who came from a family of doctors, was well versed in both Chinese and Western medicine and knew everything. She took the pulse for a while, then waved her hand to signal the two to leave with her. Returning to the living room, she told them, "She's just frightened. She'll be fine after a good rest. But during this time, don't let her suffer any major shocks or anything like that." The two nodded at the same time, and Su Yueru personally saw her off. After a while, she came back. Looking at Yang Yin's peaceful sleep, she said, "Hubby, I have something to do at the company soon, so I have to go out for a while. You stay here with Yin." He was a little embarrassed. A single man and a single woman were in the same room, and his wife not only did not stop them, but also left to create an opportunity for them. This really made him not know whether to be happy or sad. He hugged her and teased, "Why are you so confident in me that you leave me alone in a room with a big star?" She raised her head, looked at him, and smiled, "I'm not worried about you, I believe in you. If he were my man, he wouldn't waver even if a fairy was in front of him. If he weren't my man, he would cheat even if I imprisoned him in a cage." Looking at her trusting eyes, he kissed her forehead affectionately. He secretly made up his mind to protect her trust and love. "Don't worry, I'll make you something delicious when I come back in the evening. My husband is the best." After saying that, she kissed him on the cheek, then packed up and prepared to go to the company to take care of things. Her company has not been peaceful these days. Ever since her relationship with Xiao Chun was made public at the cocktail party, the company's senior directors have been putting pressure on her. They believed that her marriage to a man of unknown origin and low status would damage the company's image. There is fierce competition among cosmetics companies nowadays, and corporate culture is also part of the intangible company assets. As the president of the company, he should convey a belief to consumers that this group is high-end, classy and not a cheap brand that targets the common people. So they insisted that she clarify her relationship with Xiao Chun to the public, and it would be even better if she could draw a clear line between them directly. But their ideas were undoubtedly wishful thinking. She would never accept the possibility of being separated from Xiao Chen. So these days she has to continue working under pressure from all sides, while at the same time trying to find ways to change the directors' minds. Just when she was busy and overwhelmed, her assistant brought her another piece of bad news. "Boss Su, this is terrible. Our company's latest product plan has been leaked, and some small companies have already produced counterfeit and inferior products and put them on the market. Some consumers mistakenly bought them thinking they were ours, and then suffered severe allergic reactions, some even being hospitalized." She anxiously reported the latest situation to Su Yueru. According to her, the product plan should have just been leaked, so those companies only had time to copy the outer packaging for their own inferior products. But if she doesn't clarify and find the person behind the scenes as soon as possible, the problems facing Xia Group may be 100 times more serious than they are now. Do you know who leaked the latest product plan? It's not clear yet, but there are only a few people working on this plan. Only Vice President Shin and you have the specific details of the plan, so as long as Vice President Shin cooperates, we can find out quickly. She nodded after listening to this. The top priority now was not only to find out the relationship between Shin Xia and this matter, she now needed an open and quick platform to clarify that the recent allergy incident had nothing to do with Xia Group. She thought for a while, then took out her cell phone and called Tang Xinrui. Her best friend has no other advantages except that she is eloquent and looks sweet and lovely. So she gave up her formal job in the family business and turned to the hottest live streaming industry. With her outstanding appearance and cheerful personality, she has accumulated a large number of fans in a short period of time. The last time they got together, she even showed off her millions of fans to Su Yueru. Su Yueru herself doesn't watch live broadcasts very often, but now there is no faster way to spread her clarification than live broadcasts. Tang Xinrui, who has millions of fans, is his best support and comrade in arms. The two of them briefly explained the matter, and Tang Xinrui agreed immediately. She promised to come directly to her company in a while, and then the two of them would conduct an on-site clarification and promote their company's new products. If this live broadcast is successful, they will not only resolve the crisis, but also get free publicity for their new products. After the two finalized the details, they agreed to meet later. She instructed her assistant to prepare the product quickly, while she herself was thinking about the words she would need to clarify later. After a busy period, Tang Xinrui arrived at her company on time. After the two of them made some simple preparations, Tang Xinrui opened her live broadcast interface. Chapter 86, Rockets Brush Up. As soon as she started the live broadcast, she greeted everyone naturally as if she was in her element. After a brief greeting, she told her fans the main purpose of the day. When everyone heard that the million-dollar internet celebrity was actually best friends with the president of Yuexia Group, their curiosity was piqued. Some fans even asked about their experiences growing up, and Tang Xinrui did not hesitate to share with everyone some interesting stories that happened to them since childhood. The atmosphere became harmonious and lively. At this time, some curious fans asked to see Su Yueru. They were curious about what the mysterious female president of Yuexia Group looked like. Tang Xinrui looked at her with some embarrassment. She knew that what Su Yueru hated most since she was a child was being watched by many people. That's why even though many scouts had strongly invited Su Yueru to become a celebrity, she refused without hesitation. But this time, in order to resolve the company's crisis, she signaled to Tang Xinrui that she could leave the country. When the camera turned to her, the fans in the live broadcast room went crazy. They didn't expect that the female president of a group worth tens of billions would be so young and stunningly beautiful. Everyone left messages one after another, and for a moment the comments almost covered the phone screen. The CEO is so beautiful. It would be even more perfect if she could smile. I've become a fan of the CEO and will support Yuexia Group from now on. Does Yuexia Group need your support? The CEO is asking for her WeChat ID and a date. All kinds of messages flashed across the screen, and before she could say a word, people were about to fight over her. Everyone, please be patient. Our Xiaoye rarely watches live broadcasts. Everyone's enthusiasm might scare her. At this time, Tang Xinrui adjusted the atmosphere in the live broadcast room, and people expressed their cooperation. Sister Xiaoye? What a beautiful name. Sister Xiaoye, I love you. I beg Sister Xiaoye to date me. I will love you for 10,000 years. Dream on, you losers. The messages never stopped from the moment she appeared. Moreover, since most of Tang Xinrui's fans in the live broadcast room are male, most of the comments are nonsense, such as asking Su Yueru to date her. Sorry, everyone. I'm already married, so please stop flooding my screen with requests for a relationship. She politely turned down a group of male audience members. What? Such a young lady is already married? She's really marrying young. Who could possibly capture my sister Xiaoye's heart? He's completely devoid of conscience. Sister Xiaoye should belong to everyone. He must be tall, rich, and handsome. You losers have no chance. Her simple words sparked another wave of heated discussion. At this time, a rocket suddenly appeared in Tang Xinrui's live broadcast room. It was a reward given to her by the top person in the live broadcast room. Thank you for the rocket, brother Yuan Bao. You always come to support me during my live broadcast. I am really touched. Tang Xinrui said this with a playful wink. A top tycoon named Yuan Bao Zayataheo replied directly in the live broadcast room, "This rocket is for Sister Xiaoye. Please hold her for me." When this sentence was typed on the public screen, the people in the live broadcast room immediately exploded. Is this some kind of gangster behavior, trying to impress the goddess with money? That won't do, brother Yuan Bao. I'll be jealous. She said this perfunctorily. It is inevitable that some male fans will make some rude requests during live broadcasts. But apart from giving tips, this little brother Yuan Bao has always behaved very well. I don't know what's wrong with him this time, he actually made such a request. As soon as she finished speaking, another rocket took off. And then another. When he had sent out 50 rockets, the male fans who were watching the show in the live broadcast room all started to speak up for him. Since Boss Yuan Bao is so sincere, why don't you help him hug Sister Xiaoye? That's right, 50 cameras at once. It's only been on for 10 minutes, you need to show some sincerity. While everyone was discussing the matter, a strange account named Master Shui entered her live broadcast room. Without saying a word, he directly sent out 100 rockets. The screen in the live broadcast room was instantly covered by rockets, and the onlookers were stunned by this sudden scene.
Fuck, where did this rich guy come from?
He just started playing without saying a word.
Brother Yuanba was outdone, come on.
People were fanning the flames, while Tang Xinrui expressed her surprise and gratitude. Thanks to C's rocket, sweetheart, thank you here. Because of the sudden disruption by this mysterious tycoon, the rude request just made by the little tycoon Yuanba was directly ignored.
Xiaoye, I didn't know you were still live streaming. If I had known, I would have come here earlier. Young Master Shui left a message on the public screen.
Judging from his choice of words and tone, he seemed to be very familiar with Su Yueru.
So everyone started to speculate. Is this Xiaoye's brother-in-law? Oh my, is this just a show of affection for us? I'm so full of dog food. Burp, I'm done. I need to rest for a bit before eating again.
At this time, even Tang Xinrui began to doubt whether this young Master Shui knew Xiaoye.
Could this person be Xiao Chen?
Since he was willing to spend more than 5 million worth of jewelry on Xiaoye, it was reasonable for him to send her a few rockets.
But Su Yueru immediately guessed the man's true identity. He should be the lingering Shui Yuan. Thank you for your kindness, Mr. Shui, but I never live stream.
This is Xinrui's live stream room.
I thank you for your generosity on her behalf.
With just a few words, she completely severed all ties with him, and even ignored his gift. Seeing him being humiliated by Su Yueru, everyone started to ridicule him again. At this time, he said on the public screen, I heard that your company's product has a problem.
Do you need my help?
I don't know whether he did it intentionally or unintentionally, but he said such heart-wrenching words in such a public place. Originally, Su Yueru wanted to use the live broadcast platform to clarify the issue, but now after what he said, it became an indisputable fact.
Something happened to Yuexia Group? Can such a large group also have problems? It's all the same, no matter how big it is. They're all trying to defraud consumers. To put it bluntly, the money of the rich is given by us losers. Truth, I am a loser, and I am proud.
Everyone changed their tone and blindly believed Shui Yuan's words.
Master Shui, please be mindful of your wording.
It's not that our products are faulty, but rather that some unscrupulous businesses are using our packaging to defraud customers. I also want to use this live broadcast to warn consumers to beware of being scammed. She righteously clarified his ambiguous words. But at this moment, a group of unfamiliar trumpets suddenly came in from nowhere and started to denounce Yuexia Group.
Chapter 87 Carnival Competition. Don't believe her lies. I got this allergic reaction from using their products. Now I can't even leave the house. Ugh. Their company's products have been problematic for a while now. Last time, I saw someone go to their company to ask for an explanation. But they'd been using various tactics to block the news. That's right, this is the power of capital. It's us, the ignorant consumers, who are being deceived. Don't be fooled by her. Because everything on the internet is anonymous, people don't care about the impact their words will have on others. As a few people continued to slander and throw dirty water, more people began to follow suit and curse. Bah, I knew a woman who looks like this is no good.
I think her face has been plastic surgery, specifically to please men.
Are you happy squandering other people's hard-earned money? How shameless.
People turned the live broadcast room into a large-scale hatred of the rich with one another. They didn't even need to understand a person to slander her based on their own imagination. For a moment, Tang Xinrui was a little at a loss. At this time, Su Yueru calmly said, to those who are slandering and framing me on the public screen, I give you 1 minute to apologize.
I have recorded the message that just slandered me. I will hold those who fail to apologize accountable. In an instant, the barrage disappeared. People were frightened by her calm attitude and serious expression, especially those who just wanted to follow the trend and curse the beautiful president for no reason, and they all fled the live broadcast room. When the live stream returned to normal, she explained in a calm tone, as you've just seen, whoever stole the design for our new product had ill intentions. They also hired a network of trolls to frame and slander Yuexia Group. Therefore, I must explain the entire matter clearly to everyone to prevent any more innocent consumers from being deceived. After saying that, she looked at the camera with sincere eyes, took a deep breath and narrated the whole incident. At the same time, Xiao Chen took care of Yang Yinin, who had just woken up in the apartment. He made her some light porridge and side dishes, and the two of them ate in silence. At this moment his phone suddenly rang.
As soon as he picked up the phone, Ho Zi's voice called out, Brother Chen, where are you? He replied helplessly, I'm at home, you won't get into trouble again, right? Considering Ho Zi's previous performance, he would not be surprised no matter what trouble he heard now. What trouble did I get into? It wasn't me, it was you. Me? What's wrong with me? He asked doubtfully. Your backyard is on fire. You're so calm. What are you talking about? He said in confusion. I'm not going to waste my time talking to you. Hurry up and open your social media account. My sister-in-law is about to be snatched away by someone. After hearing Ho Zi's incoherent narration, he was even more confused. Besides, he has been busy working to make money, so how could he have time to watch TikTok? I haven't downloaded Douyin at all. What do you mean? What happened to you, Eru? Fortunately, Yang Yinin opened her mobile phone at this time and found the most popular live broadcast on a certain audio platform. It had a striking title written on it, The Beautiful CEO of Yuexia Group is live streaming her love life. When they clicked on it, they saw Su Yueru clarifying to everyone that the company's new product plan had been stolen. Recently, many consumers have been deceived by counterfeit products, and some have even been nearly disfigured. As the president of Yuexia Group, I bear unshirkable responsibility for all of this. However, this incident is ultimately the fault of criminals who stole our company's information for illegal profit. Furthermore, our company has suffered tremendous losses. She had already briefly explained the general circumstances of the incident. Embracing the principle of accountability, she continued, so, I will continue to investigate this matter. I will not let this end so hastily. I will definitely seek justice for all the victims. Although her face was serious and there was no trace of smile. But in his eyes, she was so charming because she was full of justice and responsibility. People in the live broadcast room also responded actively. President Su is right. Don't let those bad guys do whatever they want. We support you. The beautiful CEO is amazing. I will support CEO Su to the end. In addition to words full of admiration, the live broadcast room was flooded with gifts. Tang Xinrui didn't expect that this crisis could be resolved so perfectly, and what she didn't expect even more was that everyone was so enthusiastic in giving them gifts. Thank you, Brother Yuan Bao, for the rocket. Thank you, Brother Lonely, for your protection. Thank you, Brother Shui Xiao, for the carnival. Although she would express gratitude no matter what gifts others gave her, her voice became noticeably sharper when the sponsor online named Master Shui gave her a carnival. And this was just the beginning. With the appearance of the first carnival, Master Shui and the rich man Yuan Bao were frantically brushing the carnival as if they were competing. Tang Xinrui suppressed her inner excitement and kept thanking the two for their generosity. After competing for 20 minutes, Yuan Bao the rich man finally quit the live broadcast. The ingot tycoon was blown up and ran away in fear. Oh my god. Master Shui is still the most powerful. Salute to the new number one. Followed by a stream of flattery. When Xiaochen saw this, he had already guessed the true identity of young Master Shui. Ho Zi, is this young Master Shui the same as Shui Yuan? Brother Chen, you're so smart, how could you not know this? Come up with a plan quickly, my sister-in-law is about to be snatched away. Ho Zi shouted anxiously on the other end of the phone. He smiled slightly, knowing very well that there was no way Shui Yuan could impress Su Yueru in this way. But he also didn't want Shui Yuan to be so happy. Ho Zi, are you fast? Brother Chen, it's already this time and you're still teasing me? You know how fast I am. That's fine, I'll give you a task. He then spoke a few words to Ho Zi on the phone. Before hanging up, Ho Zi said admiringly, Brother Chen, you're really great. I'm convinced. Afterwards, he asked Yang Yinin to lend him her Douyin account. He changed his nickname on a certain audio platform and clicked directly in. The live broadcast room was bustling with discussion about how young Master Shui had just spent a fortune, and some small internet celebrities even came here to get close to him. Mr. Shui, are you interested in coming to my livestream? It's really fun. Chapter 88, Delicious Dog Food. I'm Tang, Shui Dada, come to my live studio, I have a surprise for you. Small internet celebrities openly left messages in Tang Xinrui's live broadcast room, teasing her top influencer. But before she could protest, young Master Shui said on the public screen, my only reason for coming here is to see Xiaoye. Other people have nothing to do with me. People who don't know his true face will definitely be deceived by his affectionate personality. Only Su Yueru felt her stomach churning after hearing this. Now that she has clarified the company's affairs, there is no need for her to stay in the live broadcast room. Just as she was about to leave, the live broadcast room was suddenly flooded with carnival content again. Master Shui is torturing his fans again, not only confessing his love but also giving them a carnival. Open your eyes and see, this isn't a gift from Master Shui. Another super rich tycoon has appeared. It's really worth coming here today. Let me see who this rich guy is. No, there are two rich guys. While everyone was discussing the matter, Tang Xinrui's live broadcast room was showing waves of carnivals with no sign of stopping. The names of the wealthy people who sent gifts were constantly updated. Thanks to Yueru's husband for the carnival. Thank you Xiao Chen for the carnival. Thanks to Yueru's husband for the carnival. Thank you Xiao Chen for the carnival. Tang Xinrui kept repeating these two names, and as she repeated them, she felt something was wrong. Isn't this Yueru's husband Xiao Chen? It turns out these two mysterious bosses are actually the same person. This guy Xiao Chen was showing his affection to her in various ways. When she realized this, she turned to look at Su Yueru beside her. Judging from her shy look, she must have realized that this was Xiao Chen's doing. At this time, the audience in the live broadcast room seemed to have noticed something and asked for confirmation. Is this really Xiaoya's brother-in-law? This is incredible, what a big deal. Fuck, I've never seen such a lavish and inhumane display of affection. Please, Xiaoya, accept my knees. This is embarrassing. Young Master Shui is out of luck. Just go to bed. Everyone followed suit and started to make fun of him, but Shui Yuan didn't seem to want to give up yet, and continued to browse the carnival crazily. He wanted to push Xiao Chen's name down all the way so that the words Xiao Yu's husband, Master Shui, would appear on the barrage. But no matter how fast his hands were, the two names seemed to be stuck together and he couldn't get them in. However, it is so rare to see three people playing the carnival together in a live broadcast room that people no longer care about who is the final winner. Everyone told their friends about this grand event, and even many internet celebrities came to watch this live PK show. But this time the anchor is no longer the protagonist, and everyone's eyes are just numbly staring at the name flashing below. Finally, after half an hour of non-stop carnival celebration, young Master Shui's name finally disappeared from the live broadcast room. Everyone in the live broadcast room was excited and a little disappointed, and they left messages saying, "When will Xiaoya's husband come back? I'll sit and watch you show your affection. It's so exciting. Xiaoya's brother-in-law is awesome. He spent 10 million this time. He's a real man, he's not soft-hearted." Xiao Chen left the livestream room with just one message using Yang Yinin's account: "I'll wait for you to come home for dinner tonight." Everyone wailed in pain again. Why did everything people in love said seem like they were torturing their dog? Tang Xinrui gained both face and money today, and even her number of fans increased by 1 million. She chatted with everyone in a good mood for a while, and then went offline. As soon as she turned off the camera, she immediately returned to her usual noisy self. She danced with joy and said to Su Yueru, "Xiaoya, I love you so much. This is the time since I started live streaming that I have the most fans online and the most tips. You are really my lucky star. I didn't do anything. It's all your fault." She struggled to break free from Tang Xinrui's embrace and said with a smile, "No, I know that Master Shui is coming for you this time. Look at the way he acted when he first arrived. He immediately knocked down my number one on the list. He wants to leave a deep impression on you. I think he's not a bad guy. Do you know who that young Master Shui is? If you knew, you wouldn't say that." Tang Xinrui's curiosity was immediately aroused, and she immediately pestered her to ask who that person was. "If I'm not mistaken, he is Shui Yuan." "Shui Yuan? No wonder. He's so rich and likes you so much. Actually, I felt really bad when you two broke up." She frowned a little unhappily after hearing this. Tang Xinrui was a good person in every way except that her judgment of people was really poor. "I don't regret it at all. He knew about our company's incident right away. And regarding my livestream, he was a bit too quick to react." After listening to her analysis, Tang Xinrui also felt that Shui Yuan was a bit suspicious. But Xiao Chen really surprised me. In fact, most of the reward this time was given by him. "How about I return it to you?" She was insincerely polite, but the reward was voluntary on his part, so there was no reason for her to return it. "Just take what's given to you. Why are you being so polite to me?
Ha, this dog food is so delicious. I want to eat more in the future.
The two of them laughed and joked for a while, and then Tang Xinrui left for something. As soon as she left, Su Yueru called her assistant to ask about the live broadcast.
Who knew about your preparations for the live broadcast?
Boss Su, I prepared it quietly according to your instructions. I just met Vice President Shin on the way, and she asked me a few questions. After listening to this, she waved her hand to show that she understood. Then she instructed her assistant to call Shin Xia over. It seemed that she needed to have a good talk with Shin Xia about this matter.
After a while, Shin Xia came in formal attire.
As soon as she came in, she sat on the sofa opposite Su Yueru, crossed her legs and looked at her watch.
Before Su Yueru could explain her intentions, she spoke first. Xiaoye, if you have something to say, just tell me now.
I have an appointment with Director Zhou to discuss the company's listing.
One of us has to do the work, don't you think?
Her words came suddenly and were clearly accusatory. Ever since she had been open with Xiao Chun in public at the last cocktail party, Shin Xia had been particularly distant from her. He even often told the company's directors that he was only concerned with his relationship and left all the company's affairs, big and small, to her to manage.
Shin Xia, you should know better than me why I called you here, right?
She said in a very cold tone.
Chapter 89, Good Brothers, Sharing Wealth.
Faced with her cold tone, Shin Xia was suddenly surprised.
She looked at Su Yueru with wide eyes, seeming angry at her suggestive attitude. Xiaoye, what do you mean?
I have no idea why you called me here. Seeing that she seemed to be completely unaware, Su Yueru almost suspected that she had wronged her. But from instigating his assistant to make things difficult for Xiao Chun, to joining forces with Wen Meiying and others to make things difficult for him at the cocktail party, to the leak of company secrets this time. Thinking back on all these things, she immediately confirmed her guess. Shin Xia, you and I are the only ones in the entire company who have the design for our new product. And these past few days, so many counterfeit products of our company have suddenly appeared on the market.
Don't you know anything about this? What? You still need this kind of thing? I've been busy with the company's IPO and dealing with the director's dissatisfaction. How can I pay attention to these things? But what do you mean? Are you doubting me?
Her words were flawless. She not only revealed where she had been during this period of time but also questioned Su Yueru in return, completely turning the passive position into the active one. What I mean is that the leak of company secrets must have happened between you and me, so I hope you can cooperate with the company's subsequent investigation. We should find the person who leaked the secrets as soon as possible, so that we can give each other a chance to speak frankly. Because she had no solid evidence, her words were a little weaker, and she asked Shin Xia to cooperate with the investigation. Shin Xia also knew that she had no evidence to directly incriminate herself, so she fought back stubbornly, okay, President Su. Since I'm a suspect, the company is always welcome to investigate me.
Now, can I go back to work?
Director Zhou is already angry about your inappropriate choice, and I don't want to disappoint him again. After saying that, she stood up and left without waiting for Su Yueru's answer. Looking at her leaving back, Su Yueru reached out and rubbed her forehead. Although this issue has been temporarily resolved, the next step is the most critical and important. Because the new product plan was leaked, they needed to come up with an alternative plan as soon as possible. Moreover, this alternative plan needs to be more perfect in terms of both creativity and publicity. The most difficult thing to achieve is the time issue. In order to minimize the losses as much as possible, a new plan must be made as soon as possible. Therefore, she had a premonition that she would need to work overtime for some time to come. On the other hand, Xiao Chan and Yang Yinin had been staying in the apartment, busy giving rewards to Tang Xinrui's live broadcast. He had already communicated with Ho Zi on the phone before, and he directly transferred 10 million to Ho Zi. Of course, this money was lost to him by Shui Yuan, and he later deposited it all in the bank. And now he is using it to teach Shui Yuanzhang a lesson. Ho Zi was so excited when he received 10 million that he almost cried. He had never seen so much money in his account before. Xiao Chen had told him very clearly on the phone before that no matter how much he gave as a reward in the live broadcast room this time, the remaining money would belong to him.
What kind of friend is this? He is simply a rich sponsor. So Ho Zi worked 100% hard and pushed his hand speed to the limit.
The two of them cooperated with each other, one in front and one behind, in accordance with the previous agreement. While giving gifts in the live broadcast room, she ensured that the nickname above was Yueru's husband Xiao Chen. Ho Zi usually likes to watch live broadcasts,
And he likes to give rewards to his favorite internet celebrities even more.
But this is the first time I have given such a reward, so the first time is always very exciting. When his hands were so sore that he couldn't lift them, young Master Shui finally admitted defeat and left.
He snorted indignantly.
This Shui Yuan was really haunting him and causing him so much trouble. But when he saw the balance of his account, he suddenly became energetic again. There is still 5 million left in my account, my god, 5 million. He dialed Xiao Chen's number with trembling fingers, and Xiao Chen on the other end was very satisfied with his performance just now.
Hosey, you have quite the hand speed. I almost couldn't catch up with you. Brother Chen, you're welcome. I've really performed beyond my capabilities. By the way, Brother Chen, that. Seeing him hesitant, Xiao Chen urged, Hosey, what's wrong with you? If you have to fart, let it out. Brother Chen, I still have 5 million left. Look. He didn't say anything else.
Although Xiao Chen had just promised that whatever was left would belong to him, no one would just give away 5 million.
Oh, keep it. I've spent a lot of your money in the past.
And it's thanks to you that I was able to beat that guy Shui Yuan this time.
Brother Chen, don't be so polite. I've only spent a few dollars on you before. This is too much. He declined embarrassedly.
Although he really wanted it, he still had to have some dignity.
Don't say anything else, Hosey. Just take it with confidence since we're brothers.
Before he could say anything else, Xiao Chen had already hung up the phone. He was stunned for a while, then looked at his account balance again and pinched his thigh hard. It hurts so much, this isn't a dream.
Oh my god, these 5 million are mine? Am I really a millionaire?
He laughed so hard that he bounced up on the bed, then lay back down again. After tossing and turning several times, he felt like a madman. Finally, he regained some consciousness from the joy of receiving a huge sum of money, and at this time his mobile phone kept receiving messages.
Is this Brother Xiao Chen? I'm Tang Tang. Can I add you on WeChat? Brother Xiao Chen, I'm Yen Yen.
Please come to my live broadcast room, there's a surprise. Similar private messages poured into his phone like an avalanche, and he flipped through them slowly and casually. According to his usual behavior, if a beautiful woman flirts with him, he will definitely turn into a best bootlicker and pounce on her. But now his mentality has changed. He thinks that he is a millionaire after all. He needed to have the reserve of a wealthy man, so he just browsed through them casually and didn't reply to anyone's messages. Just as he was savoring the feeling of success, an unexpected text message appeared in front of him.
Hosey, I know it's you. I'm Xiao Hua. Can we talk?
Zhang Xiaohua's sudden message made him panic for a moment. His memory of her still remained at the night bar, where she drank herself unconscious for tens of thousands of dollars, and was later abandoned there by that bastard Wang Yuan. Although it was all her own fault, deep down he hadn't completely let her go. Even though he knew that she approached him with an ulterior motive, he still couldn't help but reply.
Chapter 93 People Living Together. Is there anything else I can talk to you about?
Although his words were cold, he still couldn't let go of their previous relationship, so he replied to her. She also noticed this, so she continued to reply to him.
Hosey, it was my fault before.
I must have been seduced by that scumbag Wang Yuan.
Now I realize that you are the one who truly treats me well. Can we start over?
There was a hint of sneer on his face.
You only remembered me after being dumped by a scumbag?
And if I hadn't spent a lot of money to help Xiao Chen show his love in the live broadcast room, why would she come back to me to get back together? Thinking of this, he replied to her coldly.
There is no possibility for us. I no longer believe in you. Please, Brother Ho. Give me a chance. We can start as friends. I want to make it up to you.
After she replied, she also sent a photo of herself in revealing clothes. In the photo, she was crying, but it was not as eye-catching as the whiteness on her chest. He looked at it, swallowed, and felt a little shaken.
Okay, then we can just be ordinary friends. Don't bother me if you have nothing to do.
He replied with a sense of alienation, and she quickly said happily that she would definitely behave well. Because of Zhang Xiaohua's teasing, he felt a little angry. So he opened the private messages sent by those little internet celebrities and replied to them one by one. Now he is officially going to start his career as a playboy.
It was already early morning when Su Yueru returned home after working overtime. Yang Yining went to bed early because she was still having a fever.
When she came back, only Xiao Chen was still waiting for her. Seeing her come back, he went over and picked her up horizontally. She protested slightly, but quickly gave in. So many things happened that day that even though she was used to it, she still felt a little overwhelmed. He carried her to the sofa and let her half lie on it. Then he went to the kitchen and brought out the soup he had prepared, ready to feed her spoonful by spoonful. No one had taken care of her like this since her mother passed away, so when she took the first sip of soup, tears came to her eyes.
Why are you crying? Did someone offend you?
Tell me, and I'll help you vent your anger. As he said this, he was about to stand up and find someone to settle the score with. She quickly grabbed him and smiled with tears in her eyes.
Don't make such a fuss. I just feel that you are so good to me. Every time I encounter any difficulties, you will stay by my side. I wish I could do more for you, but I'm just incompetent. I can't help you much.
He was not being modest when he said this, although he had done a lot for her. But when it came to matters concerning the fate of her company, he felt powerless. Especially after he recently lost some of the skills given to him by the system, his feeling of powerlessness seemed to be even more serious. Seeing him say that, she quickly stood up and hugged him.
Don't say that.
I feel powerful as long as you are by my side.
And you are more important to me than you can imagine. So you have to stay by my side forever, okay?
As she spoke, her voice became a little choked. For a girl who has been facing the world independently since she was 18, nothing is more important than a reliable shoulder.
Okay, I promise. I'll always be by your side. The atmosphere between the two was ambiguous, and sparks seemed to ignite when their eyes met.
Just when their lips were about to touch, Yang Yinyin walked out of the bedroom in her pajamas. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and looked at the two people hugging each other tightly, and said in a panic, Sister Su, Brother Chen, you are not asleep yet. I am just thirsty and want to drink some water. She took a step and then walked back as if she remembered something.
I'm not thirsty anymore. You guys continue.
She turned around and was about to close the door when Su Yueru called her over with a smile.
Come over here if you're thirsty. Your brother Chen made some soup. It's delicious. Come over here.
She called Yang Yinyin as if she was coaxing a child, and Yang Yinyin walked over obediently.
He served Yang Yinyin another bowl of soup, which he had made during the last competition at Xiang Shunsai. Because Su Yueru liked it very much, he often made it for her. It was the first time for Yang Yinyin to drink this soup.
After drinking it, she looked at him with sparkling eyes.
Brother Chen, did you really make this? It's so delicious. I've never tasted such delicious soup before. He just smiled and said nothing.
Although his cooking skills were gone, his muscle memory from cooking was still there, so his cooking skills had improved greatly. This change also reminded him that if the system restarted again, he must acquire more skills that he could learn and utilize this time. In short, skills that can be used by yourself are long-lasting and will not be taken away when the system disappears. After Su Yueru and the other person finished their soup, he washed the bowl and put it away.
Yang Yinyin looked at Su Yueru with envy, feeling that she was so lucky to have found such a considerate man.
The three of them said good night to each other in the living room and prepared to go to bed. Because he had an agreement with Su Yueru, he decided to sleep on the sofa in the living room and give his room to Su Yueru.
When he was about to go to sleep on the sofa, Yang Yinyin asked curiously, Brother Chen, Sister Su, aren't you married? Don't you sleep together? Faced with the curious baby's question, the two didn't know what to say.
Finally, Su Yueru whispered a few words in Yang Yinin's ear, and Yang Yinin blushed and stopped asking questions, and ran back to her room to sleep. He was very curious about what she had said to Yang Yinin, so he asked in a low voice. She looked at him mysteriously, with her slender index finger to her lips making a hushing gesture.
This is a secret between us girls. She left this sentence and went back to her room. Nothing happened that night.
When he woke up the next day, he saw two long-legged beauties walking around in the living room.
Yang Yinin didn't dare to go home, so she wore Su Yueru's clothes.
She was wearing Su Yueru's home clothes, short sleeves with shorts, revealing her fair and slender legs. Su Yueru had already changed into formal clothes, but the hip-hugging skirt made her slender figure look particularly attractive. It was too cruel for a young man who had been a vegetarian for many years to show him such a pornographic scene early in the morning. He was even a little unable to control himself, and at this time Yang Yinin seemed to see that he woke up, and hurried over to pull him up.
Don't come over here. Men and women shouldn't touch each other, he said half-jokingly. It's the 21st century now, what kind of feudal thinking are you holding? Chapter 91 Reconciliation.
She ignored his protests and prepared to lift his blanket. No, I sleep naked. He protested loudly. Of course, this was all just to scare her. Unexpectedly, her face turned red and she turned her back.
Rogue. She said this and ran to help Su Yueru prepare breakfast. I was sleeping in my own home. What's wrong with sleeping naked? How is that considered a hooligan? Luckily, I slept in pajamas. He wondered and got up to wash up. After washing up, he sat down with the two of them to have breakfast. Su Yueru has to deal with company matters, so she may have to wait until the evening to come back. Sister Yang was very anxious when she knew that Yang Yinin was in trouble. But she took her artists abroad to film a movie, so she couldn't come back for a while. But these days she specially gave Yang Yinin a day off and told her to have a good rest. As her agent, Xiao Chen naturally benefited from it as well. So the two people with nothing to do decided to go out and look at houses today. She can't go back to her previous community because it's no longer safe. Although the man who attacked her was arrested, he denied on the spot that it was Lu Qian who instructed him to murder Yang Yinin. He simply admitted that he had followed Lu Qian, but had no contact with her. Because of his recantation, Lu Qian did not receive any form of punishment. But they all knew in their hearts that Lu Qian would not give up on revenge against her because of this failure. So the only solution now is for them to find a safe place for her to move as soon as possible. Although she and Su Yueru had been getting along very well these days, it was still unacceptable for three people to live together. So he called Hosey and asked him to help him find a suitable community and house. Hosey is a local know-it-all in Longcheng. He has acquaintances in almost all walks of life. So this time he has to help find a house. Hosey was a little hesitant on the other end of the phone, but finally agreed. He hung up the phone with some confusion, then drove her to the agreed location. When he arrived at the dilapidated neighborhood where he used to live, he saw Hosey and Zhang Xiaohua walking towards him from afar. No wonder he was so hesitant on the phone. It turned out that he had reunited with that scumbag Zhang Xiaohua. He watched Zhang Xiaohua walk towards him affectionately, holding Hosey's arm, rubbing her chest against his arm. When Hosey saw him from afar, he pushed Zhang Xiaohua away. He was probably worried that Xiao Chen would blame him for being useless if he saw him. But he didn't say anything. Instead he greeted Zhang Xiaohua politely. Ever since their last drinking contest in the bar, Zhang Xiaohua still admires and worships him very much. But when she saw the big star Yang Yinin standing with him, the expression on her face changed from calm to shocked. Brother Chen, long time no see. You really are getting more and more handsome. She threw him a wink. As a woman who indulged in pleasure, she was very good at getting close to people. But he just smiled politely and ignored her enthusiasm. Since she is with Hosey now, he has no right to comment on Hosey's choice. But a basic sense of distance must still be maintained. As if she had noticed his indifference, she turned around and tried to get close to Yang Yinin. She enthusiastically took Yang Yinin's arm and chatted with her about gossip in the entertainment industry in a familiar manner. At this time, Hosey came over embarrassedly, touched the back of his head and said, "Brother Chen, scold me." He wanted to laugh and asked, "Why would I scold you? I know Zhang Xiaohua isn't a good woman, but I was just horny and couldn't control myself for a moment." Although Hosey belittled himself in this way, he knew that Hosey was actually a man who valued friendship and loyalty. The reason why he got back together with Zhang Xiaohua was that he couldn't let her go. For this brother, even if you know that she is a pit of fire, it cannot stop him from jumping in. So he just patted Hosey on the shoulder and said, "I know what kind of person you are. If you want to get along with me, then go ahead. It's not like we'll suffer any loss." After hearing this, Hosey smiled foolishly and immediately changed his previous depressed look. "Brother Chen, I just happened to have some inside information. Linjiang International is having an internal event, and they're only accepting VIPs. I've arranged everything for you, isn't that nice?" He smiled, patted Hosey again and said, "That's more like you. Let's go and take a look." As they talked, the four of them drove to Linjiang International to look at houses. It is worth mentioning that when Hosey drove out the red Ferrari that Su Yueru lent him, Zhang Xiaohua actually screamed excitedly. Xiao Chen immediately noticed the greed in her eyes and guessed her purpose of reconciling with Hosey. She was actually a little disappointed when she first found Hosey. Because she saw Hosey spending money lavishly in the live broadcast room, she thought he must have made a fortune. When they met, they found that Hosey was still the same Hosey, and he still lived in the same shabby neighborhood.
It was not until she kept asking questions that she found out that the rewards for the live broadcast were all given to Ho Zi by Xiao Chen. She had originally decided to leave, but unexpectedly he said that there were still 5 million left, and Xiao Chen gave it all to her. Upon hearing this, she immediately decided to get the 5 million first. Moreover, she had another unknown purpose in approaching Ho Zi, which was that she wanted to capture Xiao Chen when she saw him again. Now that she knew Xiao Chen was so rich, she didn't want to miss this opportunity. That's why she quickly reconciled with Ho Zi. When she saw the Ferrari, she seemed to see her bright future. Although she knew that this was lent by Su Yueru to Ho Zi, in her eyes, this agreement was hers. So the moment she got into the Ferrari, she was no longer the Zhang Xiaohua who was bullied by others. She is now Zhang Xiaohua, who is about to make a comeback and is worth millions. When the four people arrived at Linjiang International, a special sales lady came to guide them to view the house. This is the place with the best scenery in Longcheng, and the entire community is built along the river. It can be said that every household has a river view, and the property and security here are the best in the whole Longcheng. Some of the security guards are even retired special forces. Several people followed the sales lady around the community. Basically, all the houses here are villas, with their own courtyards, open-air balconies, automatic garages and open-air swimming pools. Moreover, some villas have been luxuriously decorated to provide convenience for customers who want to move in directly. Ho Zi and Zhang Xiaohua were amazed as they toured the renovated villa. The whole house is customized, with handmade furniture and luxurious European style. Anyone who lives here will definitely be a little princess. Chapter 92, House Buying Troubles. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua could no longer suppress her inner restlessness. She reached out and took Ho Zi's hand and said coquettishly, "Hubby, you are the best. I want to live here, even for a day." Seeing how eager she was, he gritted his teeth and asked, "How much is it for renting here for a day?" The sales lady almost laughed, but her good professional ethics made her remain polite. "Sir, I'm sorry. We only sell here, not rent." She felt slapped in the face and lost face. So his expression changed instantly and he said, "Don't you love me anymore? Do you despise me? Woohoo, I knew that everything you promised last night was a lie. Woohoo, let's break up." Seeing her crying, he was immediately panicked and hurriedly went over to wipe her tears, while constantly comforting her. "Baby, I'm not lying to you. If you don't believe me, I swear to God. If I lie to you, I will die a miserable death." Seeing him swearing, she burst into laughter and said, "Shh, I don't need you to swear. I believe you, husband. How about we buy it, what do you say?" She looked at him expectantly, knowing that he still had 5 million in his hands, which would come in handy at this moment. "Well, I think we should think about it again." Seeing him hesitate, she got angry again. "What are you thinking about? Didn't you say you were so awesome? Why do you even have to think about buying a house for your woman?" He gritted his teeth and said to the sales lady, "Okay, let's buy it." The sales lady immediately said excitedly, "Okay, sir. Please come this way. I'll handle the paperwork for you." A villa here costs tens of millions, and she didn't expect to sell one so quickly. She would definitely get a good commission. So she diligently served everyone and led them to the VIP room of the sales office. Zhang Xiaohua put on airs and ordered her around to serve tea and water to several people. Finally, the manager came over and brought Ho Zi the contract. He enthusiastically explained, "Sir, our Linjiang International is the most scenic and well-equipped residential complex in Longcheng. We have 24-hour security patrols." Before the manager could finish, he interrupted him and asked, "The contract says 160,000 yuan per square meter. Is that RMB?" The manager, stifling a smile, calmed himself down and said, "Yes, sir. You have excellent taste. The apartment you just looked at is the best in our entire complex. It's luxuriously renovated, so it's 160,000 renminbi per square meter. Your apartment has an interior area of 450 square meters, and we even offer a small courtyard. So the total is over 500 square meters." As he said this, he made an expression that said, "You've really gotten a great deal. That means this apartment costs over 70 million? Yes, sir. It's 72 million in total. It's clearly stated in our contract. Can't there be a discount or something? What kind of discount would you like? I can help you get it. How about a discount of 60 or 70 million? At this time, the manager looked at him with an expression that said, "Are you kidding me?" and he could only smile awkwardly. This is what they call the disparity of the world. A second ago, he thought he was rich because he had 5 million, but now he realized that he was nothing in the face of real capital. Zhang Xiaohua didn't expect that the houses here would be so expensive, but there was no reason to give up on what she wanted. She pulled Ho Zi over and whispered in his ear, "Hubby, I just want this villa.
Why don't you borrow some money from Xiao Chen? Isn't he very rich?"
He looked at Xiao Chun with some embarrassment. The previous 5 million was given to him for free by Xiao Chun. If he asks to borrow more than 60 million now, even if Xiao Chun dares to lend him, he will not be able to pay it back. Seeing that he was unwilling to borrow money, she was so angry that she sat down on the floor of the sales office.
"I don't care. I want that house anyway. You have to buy it for me no matter what." Xiao Chen had seen her throwing a tantrum before.
But Yang Yining had never seen this before, so she looked shocked and incredulous. Not to mention just dating, even when getting married, you wouldn't force others to give you a house. Ho Zi looked at her with embarrassment, but Xiao Chen could understand Ho Zi's mood at the moment. At that time, when he was forced by Chen Yuejiao's family to work to save up for the betrothal gift, he was so helpless and at a loss. At this moment, a sweet voice was heard.
"Who did I think it was? I didn't expect it. This world is really small." The person who spoke was Xiao Chen's ex-girlfriend Chen Yuejiao.
She was seen wearing the latest fashion of the season and carrying the latest brand name bag. She looked down at Zhang Xiaohua, and then looked at Xiao Chen and the others in turn. "Everyone says this is the most upscale residential complex in Dragon City, but I didn't expect it to be anything more than that.
Anyone can come in here."
She looked at Zhang Xiaohua sitting on the ground with a sense of superiority. When she was dating Xiao Chun, Ho Zi was obviously doing better than Xiao Chen. Zhang Xiaohua also relied on this to suppress her in every way. Seeing her in such a miserable state this time, Chen Yuejiao felt indescribably happy. The manager didn't know about the conflict between them, and was indeed troubled by Zhang Xiaohua and the others. So he politely but resolutely walked up to them and asked them to leave the sales office. "Sir, I'm sorry. If you can't afford a house here, I suggest you look elsewhere. We have many distinguished guests here, please don't disturb them." Yang Yining didn't like the style of this community, so she whispered to Xiao Chun to leave from behind her tightly wrapped mask. As soon as the two stood up, Zhang Xiaohua grabbed Yang Yining's hand and said, "Sister Yining, you're a big star. You must be very rich. Why don't you lend us some money? You can't just watch us being looked down upon." What she said was very unpleasant. It was a twisted logic that said, if I am poor, I am right, and if I am rich, I am guilty. And she was looked down upon not because she had no money, but because of her unreasonable and shrewish behavior. Yang Yining originally dressed very low-key, wearing a mask and sunglasses, for fear that people would recognize her. As a result of her commotion, she was surrounded by a crowd.
"It really is Yang Yining. I just said it felt like that. Yang Yining is also buying a house here? I'm going to be neighbors with a big star. They seem to be arguing about something. Maybe it's a celebrity who owes money and won't pay it back."
The onlookers immediately started to speculate about the relationship between Zhang Xiaohua, who was sitting on the ground, and them. At this moment, Xiao Chen pulled Yang Yining over and said to Ho Zi, "Ho Zi, I'm sorry for today.
Yining and I are leaving first." Chapter 93, Stalking. He had had enough of Zhang Xiaohua's nagging, and he didn't want to involve Yang Yining in this troublesome matter.
Seeing the two men preparing to leave, Zhang Xiaohua burst into tears, as if they had really done something wrong to her.
"Xiao Chen, you're quite capable. Not only did you hook up with Su Yueru before, but now you've even managed to win over a star like Yang Yining? How come I didn't realize you had such charm before?"
Chen Yuejiao said with a sour tone.
"This is the mentality of women.
When a man belongs to her completely, she can't feel that there is anything good about this man. But once this man is liked by many women, she will also feel that his charm has increased a lot.
It's a pity that they can never go back."
She came to see the house this time because she was planning to marry Boss Du. Xiao Chen ignored her sour tone and led Yang Yining to the door. At this time, Zhang Xiaohua once again showed her shrewish nature to the extreme. Seeing that crying was useless, she began to hug Xiao Chen's trouser legs like a madman.
"Brother Chen, please lend us the money. I really want to be with Ho Zi. As long as I can live in this house, I will marry him."
Chen Yuejiao looked at Zhang Xiaohua, who was kneeling on the ground and begging desperately, and sneered, "It's no use begging him. He threw away 4 years of our relationship for a mere 100,000 yuan.
Do you think he would lend someone half 100 million yuan for an insignificant friend?
As she spoke, she looked coldly at Hosey, who was dressed in ordinary clothes. All the clothes on Hosey's body cost no more than 300 yuan, and his tired expression showed his exhaustion from last night's indulgence. This made him look like a down-and-out country bumpkin, totally out of place with the luxurious European-style decoration here.
Besides, even if I lend it to you, can you afford to pay it back?
She looked at the rather embarrassed Zhang Xiaohua coldly, and the pleasure of revenge filled her heart. At this time, Doing Jie came over and saw Xiao Chen being harassed by Zhang Xiaohua at first sight.
He immediately remembered the last time Su Yueru announced her marriage to Xiao Chen at the cocktail party. No matter what his impression of Xiao Chen was, in order to curry favor with Su Yueru, he had to put on a good show in front of Xiao Chen. Mr. Xiao, I didn't expect to see you here. It's such an honor. He extended a hand enthusiastically and shook hands with Xiao Chen, then glanced at the few people. Although he looks silly, he seems to be very honest. However, the fact that he was able to grow his company to its current size in just a few years shows that this person is very thoughtful and scheming. He immediately saw the relationship between them and knew that it would be best for him not to get involved in this mess. So he asked Chen Yuejiao and himself to leave, while greeting Xiao Chen apologetically.
Jiao Jiao, I'm not very satisfied with the house here.
Why don't we go look somewhere else?
Mr. Xiao, I'm sorry.
I came and went in a hurry this time. I will definitely have a good chat with you next time.
After he said that, he signaled to Chen Yuejiao with his eyes.
But she pretended not to see it.
She would never miss such a lively scene.
Honey, I just like this house. Didn't you say I could choose any house I wanted for my wedding? I want to buy it here.
She acted coquettishly towards him, wanting to easily get something she could never dream of getting right in front of Zhang Xiaohua. And she also wanted to let Xiao Chen see how well she was living now. After saying that, she waved her hand and asked the sales lady to bring over the contract for the villa that Hosey had previously viewed. The manager then hurried forward and diligently explained to her the advantages of the villa.
Boss Du looked at her with some embarrassment.
He didn't want to make enemies with his most competitive company. At this time, Xiao Chen no longer thought about leaving.
He wanted to see what she wanted to show off.
Moreover, she had just attributed all the reasons for their breakup to him. In her eyes, she only saw that he was unwilling to pay the 100,000 yuan betrothal gift. But she ignored his years of hard work and dedication, and even though they had been separated for so long, he still felt very unhappy.
Since you make me unhappy, I will make you even more unhappy.
He found a sofa and took Yang Yinin to sit down together. Seeing that he was not going to leave, Zhang Xiaohua thought that her attempt to keep him had worked. So he stood up happily. After the manager finished his wonderful explanation, she nodded with satisfaction. Then he looked directly at Xiao Chen and said, "Okay, I want this villa. Please help me with the formalities." She waved her hand gracefully, then pulled Boss Du to sit down.
She snuggled in his arms and said, "Hubby, did you hear that? This villa is the best building in the complex. When we get married, we can live in the best house."
The manager chimed in, "Miss, you have excellent taste. This is the most sought-after house in our complex. Here's the bill, please take a look.
It's a total of 72 million. Are you paying by credit card?"
As soon as he finished speaking, Boss Du stood up in shock.
72 million?
Even as the company's CEO, I felt it was too much of a stretch to come up with such a large sum of money all at once.
He said to her in a gentle voice, "Jiao Jiao, didn't we agree to buy a house worth less than 50 million?
Our company needs cash flow recently, and we can't come up with so much money all at once." She felt embarrassed when she heard this, and Zhang Xiaohua snorted coldly at the right time.
"I thought she was some wealthy lady. Turns out she's just trying to be rich."
She immediately flew into a rage, pointing at Zhang Xiaohua and cursing, "That's better than a shrew like you.
Look at the kind of person you found.
Poor and shabby, birds of a feather flock together." Then she turned to Boss Du and said coldly, "I don't care about your cash flow.
I want this villa.
You have to buy it for me no matter what method you use. Otherwise, forget about me giving birth to this kid." As she said this, she hit her stomach in anger. It can be seen from his slightly balding head that Doing Jie is not young anymore, but no matter how many methods he has tried over the years, he has not been able to help his wife give birth to a child. It wasn't until he cheated on Chen Yuejiao that he had a child. In order to let her give birth to the child, he not only divorced his first wife, but also agreed to all her excessive demands. But this time he really couldn't come up with so much money at once. Seeing her beating her stomach in anger, he got angry for some reason.
Chapter 94 System Restart.
He went up and slapped her, which made her a little dazed.
Chen Yuejiao, I'm telling you, you can do whatever you want to me.
But if anything happens to the baby in your belly, I'll let your whole family be buried with you. She was stunned at first, but when she realized that he was really angry, she immediately backed down.
Hubby, woo-woo, I'm sorry.
I did that because I wanted the baby to live in the best house.
Please forgive me, okay?
Seeing that she had given in, he stopped arguing with her. He turned to Xiao Chen and said, Mr. Xiao, I'm sorry. We have something else to do here, so we'll leave first.
Keep in touch.
After saying that, he pulled her up and left. But when she passed by Xiao Chen, she gave him a resentful look.
If he hadn't abandoned me, how could I have ended up like this today?
Not only do I have to be with this old man, but now I have to be slapped by him while I'm pregnant.
All of this is caused by you, and one day I will make you pay the price.
The seeds of hatred had been planted in her heart long ago, and now they began to take root and sprout. On the other side, Zhang Xiaohua was very happy to see Chen Yuejia being taken away by the old man, and she was unable to buy her house. She smiled flatteringly at Xiao Chen and said, Brother Chen, you made the right choice by leaving that bitch. Look at her now, she has fallen terribly. First she was a mistress, and now she even has that old man's child.
TSK.
After saying bad things about Chen Yuejiao, she tactfully expressed her own thoughts.
Brother Chen, do you know how important it is for a woman to have a house of her own and a man who loves her?
And a man who loves her will definitely let her live in the house he buys.
Isn't the prerequisite for marriage that the man buys a house?
Oh?
Is that so?
He asked doubtfully. Su Yueru had never asked for anything while being with him, and even the house they lived in now was hers. Of course, it's only natural for a man to buy a house for a woman.
Even if he has to borrow money, he has to buy it, don't you think, Hosey? She turned and winked at Hosey, asking him to help her persuade Xiao Chen. Hosey sighed helplessly and turned away from her.
He hadn't expected her to become like this. Although she had been a little vain when she was a receptionist, she still had self-respect and a sense of shame. But ever since she came into contact with those rich second generations and experienced their extravagant lifestyle, she became unscrupulous in pursuit of vanity. Seeing that he didn't respond, she ignored him and just kept chasing Xiao Chen to persuade him. At this time, Xiao Chen did have the idea of buying a house, but not for Zhang Xiaohua. He wanted to buy the best house for Su Yueru. But the price of this house far exceeded the amount of money he had now. Just when he was worried about this, a familiar ringtone rang in his ears.
Ding! System upgrade complete. Sign in now. Do you want to sign in? The system finally completed the upgrade and started up again.
He muttered to himself, sign in.
Okay, host. Signing you in. Ding. Sign in successful.
Congratulations to the host for receiving 1 billion in bonuses. At the same time, the system also issued a new prompt. Because the system has been upgraded, the reward has been doubled. The host's skills have all been re-blessed and strengthened accordingly. Please check and receive it. As the system restarted, he felt his whole body filled with an incredible power. At this time, he took out the bank card he carried with him and waved to the manager, saying, I bought that villa. The manager had been fooled twice, so he was obviously not in a good mood this time. He took the bank card handed to him, looked at it suspiciously, then turned around and took out the card reader. Zhang Xiaohua looked at Xiao Chen in ecstasy. She thought he was persuaded by her and was ready to lend her money to buy the villa. The manager swiped his bank card on the machine, pressed the numbers, and then the machine spit out a receipt.
72 million was paid out so easily. The manager looked at them in disbelief until he saw the receipt.
The legendary king of buildings in Linjiang International was bought by him so casually, and the manager became enthusiastic after realizing it. Sir, please come with me to handle the property paperwork.
Are you planning to put the house in your name?
Before he could speak, Zhang Xiaohua stood up.
Write my name. Thank you, Brother Chen.
He looked at her in confusion. He didn't expect that there would be such a speechless woman.
I think you misunderstood. I bought this house. I didn't mean to give it to you.
He explained patiently.
What? Brother Chen, you can't do this. I was the one who fell in love with this house first, and are you going to watch me and Hosey break up?
She threatened him in a panic. He smiled coldly. If she was really willing to break up with Hosey, he would be overjoyed.
Zhang Xiaohua, have you had enough of this? Do you want to break up? Fine, then let's break up.
Hosey finally couldn't stand the woman's shamelessness anymore, and he said with a cruel heart.
You all bully me. Woo woo.
She stretched out her hand and pointed at Hosey first, then at Xiao Chen and the others. Finally, she realized that she could not change the established facts, so she left crying in anger.
Hosey greeted him and then chased after him worriedly. I think your friend has fallen into the hands of that woman.
At this time, Yang Yining sighed beside him. He shrugged helplessly. When it comes to feelings, those involved are often confused while those who are not involved can see things more clearly. The manager approached him attentively to sign the purchase contract.
He asked again, Sir, are you putting the house in your own name? If so, could you please show me your ID?
He waved his hand and said, I bought this house for my wife, so just put her name on it. As soon as he said this, the manager immediately looked at Yang Yining next to him and said, Miss, you were so lucky to have such a loving husband. Because she was wrapped so tightly, the manager couldn't recognize her. But her exposed skin still flushed, and the manager actually mistook her for his wife. He was afraid of causing unnecessary misunderstandings, so he quickly explained, You misunderstood, my wife didn't come because of something.
This is my friend.
Although he tried his best to explain, the manager's eyes became more ambiguous and unclear when he looked at them.
Chapter 95, Home.
In the end, he gave up explaining and just wanted to complete the house purchase contract as soon as possible.
He had just finished handling everything when Yang Yining took him away.
As she walked out of the sales office, she breathed a sigh of relief exaggeratedly, as if the gazes of those people just now had put a lot of pressure on her.
Will the famous movie star Miss Yang Yining ever be afraid of other people's gazes? He teased.
Of course I will. You don't know how they look at me as if I'm the mistress who stole someone else's husband.
It's really scary.
I'm sorry, I didn't expect things to turn out like this. She waved her hand to indicate that it was not a big deal. But he still felt embarrassed. He had said he would help her look for a house, but she failed to find one and ended up buying a villa himself.
What about your house? Isn't there anything you like here?
She shook her head.
As a top-tier celebrity, a house worth tens of millions is not unaffordable for her.
It's just that she doesn't like the atmosphere here. The vanity of showing off money and power all the time makes her very uncomfortable.
Then let's go back first and take a look at it slowly.
She nodded, and the two of them walked out of the community and never saw Hosey and the others again. So the two of them drove back to the apartment first. When Su Yueru got home in the evening, she already knew that Xiao Chen had bought her a villa worth tens of millions. She walked into the kitchen and saw his busy back, then secretly ran over and hugged him.
How come you didn't discuss such a big thing as buying a house with me?
She scolded. I hadn't planned to buy it, but then I changed my mind. He turned around and hugged her back, continuing, When you married me, I didn't even prepare a house or a vehicle for you. Even now, I'm still living in your house. I'm a grown man, and I feel embarrassed. He half-jokingly said that he was not a male chauvinist and did not care about those bullshit secular ideas that men must be more successful in their careers than women. But he is still quite traditional in one aspect, that is, he should give his woman a stable home. So buying that villa was just the beginning of his making amends.
So from now on, I want other women to envy you. You must have better things than others.
And you must have so much of what others don't have that you won't even crave it. After saying that, he ruffled her hair lovingly. Yang Yining, who had just come out of the bedroom, happened to see this scene.
She said sourly, Oh, are you trying to drive me away by torturing me all day?
All the women in the world are almost jealous of Sister Su. As she spoke, she plopped down at the dining table, her chin in her hands as she looked at the two of them. Su Yueru felt a little embarrassed by her gaze and shyly tried to break free from his arms. But he insisted on teasing her and refused to let go. It ended with Yang Yining covering her eyes and screaming, and the three of them sat down to have dinner.
Brother Chen, Sister Su, when are you going to move to your new home?
While eating, she asked about their plans to move. Actually, I just wanted to talk to Xiao Chen about this.
I don't really want to move to that neighborhood.
Su Yueru said a little embarrassedly.
Why? Don't you like the house I bought for you? What's not to your satisfaction?
I can look for another place. He now has $1 billion in bonus money, and just like last time, this money can only be spent on beautiful women. This made him want to experience the feeling of spending money like water even more. After all, he didn't spend any of it on himself. No, I'm just used to living here. And this is what I bought with my first pot of gold. It's my first home. So it means something very special to me. He remained silent after hearing this. He had never thought that this place was so important to her. And for him, this place feels like home, so he can understand her. Seeing that he didn't speak, she asked in panic, "What's wrong with you? Are you unhappy?" "I didn't say that buying me a house was bad, don't be angry." He wasn't angry at all, he just didn't know how to express his heartache for her. "No, why would I get angry over such a small thing? If you don't want to move, then we won't. I just bought it on a whim anyway. It was all caused by that woman Zhang Xiaohua. She's really good at brainwashing people." At this point, she curiously asked about the situation at that time, and he and Yang Yining cooperated with each other to act out the situation at that time. The two people's vivid performance made her laugh so hard that she shook with laughter. After some fun, the three of them went back to their rooms and went to sleep without saying a word all night. The next day, Yang Yining's vacation finally ended. She got up reluctantly and packed up to go to the studio. Xiao Chen needs to go with her to Director Chen's place to film. The three of them said goodbye at the door when De Hu from the security team happened to be patrolling by. He recognized his idol immediately and froze in place with excitement. When Xiao Chen saw Dahu, he greeted him directly, and Dahu replied him stiffly. At this time, he waved to Dahu to come over, and Dahu moved over shyly in small steps. "Dahu, I remember you said you liked her the most, right?" He pointed at Yang Yining and teased Dahu. Unexpectedly, Dahu's face flushed, and he suddenly bowed 180 degrees to her and said, "Yining, I will always support you. You are the best actor." Frightened by his sudden action, Yang Yining quickly waved her hands and said, "You're too polite. Please get up. I'm embarrassed by your behavior." Dahu smiled shyly, stood up, and waved goodbye to them. But he hesitated and took out a duty notebook from his pocket. He wanted Yang Yining to sign for him. After all, in the world of ordinary people, there are very few opportunities to see living stars, so I always want to leave something as a souvenir. She was not disgusted by such behavior, but was quite happy about it. After all, some creepy men claim to be her fans, but they only want to have physical contact with her and take advantage of her. But Dahu never even asked for a handshake from beginning to end. So she happily took his notebook and asked, "Dahu, right? Do you want me to write a message for you?" Dahu scratched his head and said, "Actually, my mom is also your fan, so I want you to write a few words to her." "Can you write that you hope she will recover soon and come home soon?" She then looked up at the mountain like tiger and asked, "Is your mother sick?" "Yes, cancer. She's been on chemotherapy since the year before last, and all the money at home has been used up. But working during the Chinese New Year gets double pay, so I've been spending the past 2 years by myself. This year, I hope she gets better soon and can come home to celebrate the New Year with me." Chapter 96, Skill Recovery. Looking at his silly smile, she felt a little bit sorry. The Chinese New Year here is still a few months away. "I believe Auntie will get better and come back to celebrate the New Year with you." She handed over the written signature. Daho wiped his hands on his clothes before taking it and putting it away carefully. After he left, she said to Xiao Chun with a sympathetic look on her face, "I used to think this guy was scary because he was so tall and strong, but I didn't expect him to be so shy and filial. It seems you can't judge people by appearance alone." He nodded, thinking of the white-haired old woman he had seen in Dehu's memories last time. Her most simple hope for her son was that he could find a good girl who loved and cared for him. I wonder if he listened to his mother and found a daughter-in-law to bring home. The two discussed for a while and then set off to the studio. They needed to bring the clothes and cosmetics they would need for the day. When I arrived at the studio, Assistant Xiao Xiao hurried over. She was still in shock about what happened a few days ago, if she hadn't gone home early. At that time, she might have been attacked together with Yang Yining, and she felt scared at the thought of this possibility. But she didn't say it out loud, but swore that she really regretted not sharing the burden with her. She had to take the time to comfort Xiao Xiao before the three of them set off for Director Chen's set. It was as busy as ever here, as news of her attack was kept under the greatest possible scrutiny. So many people are not aware of this matter. Director Chen came over and asked her a few words of concern before beginning to explain to her the shots that needed to be reshot today. Xiao Chen was wandering around the set aimlessly when he saw Lu Qian excitedly talking on the phone in a corner from a distance. He couldn't hear what she was saying, but judging from her excited movements, something must have happened that made her very unhappy. He pretended to wander around while slowly moving closer, hoping to hear something.
However, the noisy atmosphere on the set made eavesdropping even more difficult.
He only heard her say that she was missing, and then she angrily cursed at her. Perhaps she felt his presence, so she said a few more words and then hung up the phone in a hurry. At this time, the two were very close to each other. She walked over slowly and smiled at him charmingly.
Brother Xiaochen, I'm so happy to see you.
I heard that Yining met a pervert a few days ago, and I was worried for a long time. Her acting skills were pretty good, and he couldn't see any guilt in her expression.
Thank you for your concern. Yining is fine now.
The pervert has also been caught.
But this matter is not as simple as it seems. There must be someone hiding behind him.
Her eyebrows raised slightly, and she asked curiously, "Oh? I heard from the police that the pervert has admitted that this was his idea alone.
Is there anyone else who wants to harm Yining?"
He smiled slightly. He didn't expect her to show her true colors so quickly.
Ms. Liu, how did you know so much? Have you been interviewed by the police?
He knew that the man had confessed to the police at Yang Yining's home that the whole thing was instigated by Lu Qian, but for some reason he changed his statement in prison, insisting that it was his own act of revenge.
She didn't expect to be outmaneuvered, and answered a little flusteredly, yes.
After all, it's a top star like Yining who's in trouble, so it's only natural for everyone to cooperate with the investigation.
Are you doubting me?
She looked at him viciously. As a woman who grew up in the treacherous environment of the entertainment industry, one had to admit that she possessed extraordinary courage and ruthlessness. Not only was she testing how much evidence they had, she also didn't care whether she would fall out with them or not.
It's not really suspicion, but I have a piece of advice for you. Whoever wants to harm Yining will pay the price.
After saying that, he turned and left without paying any attention to her. They had no evidence to incriminate Lu Qian except the initial man's confession, so he was helpless against her now. Be careful with this woman, he thought to himself. Returning to Yang Yining's dressing room, he saw his assistant Xiao helping her tidy up her clothes. Seeing him come back, she greeted him happily. Because of what happened before, she became more and more dependent on him.
Where have you been? I was looking for you everywhere. I'm just looking around. Are you going to be filming late today?
He changed the subject, not wanting to upset her.
Yes, there are several scenes left, and Director Chen wants to finish filming them today.
As she spoke, she quickly took out the script and began to review it. Because they had seen his amazing makeup skills before, the makeup artists did not follow Lu Qian's instructions and alienate them this time. Instead, he waited outside her dressing room early, wanting to learn from him. He also wanted to see if the system upgrade would affect his previous skills, so he used her to practice. Here he put away all the makeup tools and then started applying makeup skills. The system immediately presents the best makeup suggestions for her appearance, and also changes the makeup style accordingly based on her outfit. He just had to follow the system's instructions and apply it on her face. The improvement of his physical fitness also enables him to have a precise control over the amount of makeup used and the strength of the technique.
Several other makeup artists watched in amazement.
They had never seen a man with such magical makeup skills. Although Yang Yining is already beautiful enough, her appearance was once tested online using the golden ratio of human faces. As a result, her total score was as high as 8.7 points, and this is just what she looks like without makeup.
After his skillful transformation, it becomes absolutely stunning and beautiful. Several makeup artists couldn't help but applaud at the end. What kind of magical method is this? How much money would it cost to hire such a person? Someone couldn't help but wonder, Mr. Xiao, your skills are amazing. Where did you learn this? Are you a professional?
This person boasts of his impressive skills, having even done stage makeup for superstars. Furthermore, because he's adept at dancing, he enjoys close relationships with many celebrities. But this time, seeing his methods really opened my eyes and made me realize that there are always people better than you. He just smiled indifferently and modestly said that it was just a business hobby and he never treated it as his own business. His humble attitude also won the man's favor.
Nowadays, young people will act so proudly as long as they have some ability. Chapter 97, Dreams Come True. If I get the chance, I'd like to introduce you to some celebrities.
It's a shame that such a good skill of yours is being buried like this, the man said regretfully. But since he saw that the other person was sincere, he didn't dare to refuse directly. So he just smiled politely and said nothing.
Yang Yining looks even more charming with makeup on.
This time she plays the role of the vicious second female lead. But whether in acting or appearance, she is far better than Lu Qian. So this time people have concluded that she is likely to surpass Lu Qian and become the dark horse in the movie.
She waved goodbye to everyone and left for the set.
He lay on the sofa in the dressing room and closed his eyes to rest. Just as he and Zhou Zhuan were dreaming about butterflies, someone patted him carefully and whispered, "Mr. Xiao, wake up." He opened his eyes hazily and found that it was the makeup artist with whom he had just discussed makeup techniques. The man looked at him apologetically and said, "I'm sorry to disturb your sleep." He waved his hand to indicate that it was okay, and then asked him what the matter was.
Actually, this is what happened. Director Chen invited a big shot in the film industry to make a cameo appearance.
This big shot rarely shows up, and this time he came specifically to give Director Chen face. He nodded, but still didn't know what this had to do with him. "You don't have to put makeup on the boss, but you have to be the best here.
We are too embarrassed to try it out."
He rubbed his hands together as he spoke, looking at himself expectantly.
Xiao Chen is generally a very approachable person.
Although he is not always eager to help others, he does not easily refuse others. And you can also meet some big names in the film industry, which sounds very worthwhile. So he followed the man to the room where the boss was resting. As soon as he entered, he found that this room was even more comfortable and spacious than Yang Yining's lounge, worthy of the treatment of a big boss. The guy here has a warm white towel covering his face, so that the makeup effect will be better later. He walked over and greeted him politely, but the big man took off the white towel and revealed a face that told a story. When he first saw the face, he almost laughed out loud. Because when he was young, this big guy was very popular and his works were on TV almost every day. He was crazily sought after by people because of his good acting skills and handsome looks. Even Xiao Chen's mother would sit in front of the TV every day, knitting sweaters while watching his performances. But for some reason, his father just didn't like this actor. Whenever he saw his mother watching TV, he would criticize his acting skills in a sarcastic way and find fault with him. So even after so many years, he still recognized this big boss at once.
"Hello Mr. Dong, I'm here to do your makeup."
He greeted Dongwu politely. Dongwu was also slightly stunned when he looked at him, then quickly smiled at him politely. He was putting makeup on Dongwu while they chatted idly, mostly about the TV dramas Dongwu had acted in when he was young. He was very familiar with the dramas he acted in because he had watched TV with his mother since he was a child, and Dongwu was also very happy. "I didn't expect that young people today would still watch the plays I performed when I was young. You are really rare." Everyone has vanity, so when he recounted all the plays performed by Dongwu one by one, he seemed very satisfied.
"I like you as a young man. If you have anything to say in the future, you can talk to me."
He stood up and patted Xiao Chen on the shoulder. At this time, an assistant came over and asked him to go to film, so he waved goodbye and left. When Xiao Chen came out of his dressing room, he happened to meet Yang Yining, who came to look for him.
Yang Yining looked at him in shock and said, "Oh my god, you actually know my idol? Tell me what he said." He looked at her helplessly and said, "He's over 50 years old and he's still your idol?
But he does have a lot of charisma."
"Of course, I've loved his dramas since I was a kid. Oh my god, I couldn't believe I got to see him on set. It was such a hit,"
she said excitedly, clapping her hands happily. "You're a star yourself, why are you chasing after other stars?
Besides, you're in the same movie, right? You should have scenes together, right?"
Her eyes dimmed as she said, "A small-time actress like me can't possibly have a scene with him."
"Lu Qian does have one, though. I'm going to go watch it later. They're playing a couple from a previous generation in the play. I'm so envious." She looked at him with bright eyes and gossiped, "You know what? My idol hasn't gotten married yet.
I heard he's been single because of a girl he loved when he was young.
He's so loyal and charming."
He curled his lips, very confused by the girl's enthusiasm.
"For men, if they like someone, they should fight for it.
If they wait silently, they will become the second male lead forever." But she ignored his disdain and directly dragged him to watch the rivalry between Lu Qian and her male god. The background of this scene takes place in a train station in the last century, and the two people bid farewell to each other in the crowd. After putting on makeup, Dongwu no longer looked like a man in his 50s. Instead, he looked younger and more handsome. When he stood next to Lu Qian, who was a dozen years younger than him, they didn't look like they were from two generations. His professional qualities are very high, and he got into the role almost the moment Director Chen started filming. The entire set was watching the actor in silence, and were moved by his heartfelt lines and expressions. But at this moment the atmosphere was suddenly interrupted by a laugh. Lu Qian didn't know what was wrong with her, but she suddenly laughed during the filming. Director Chen shouted cut angrily and asked her in a restrained voice why she suddenly laughed. She said in a pretentious voice, "I'm sorry, director. I was so excited at the thought of filming with Mr. Dong that I couldn't help but burst into laughter." Then she pretended to apologize to Dong Wu, but he waved his hand to indicate that it was nothing to worry about. The filming started again, and this time she had to start over because she forgot the lyrics. After a few times, Director Chen began to curse uncontrollably. But she ran back to the dressing room crying as if she had suffered a great injustice. Everyone could only look at Director Chen in confusion, wondering how the play could be performed without a leading female character. At this time, Xiao Chen suddenly stood up, walked to Dong Wu and whispered a few words to him. He frowned at first, then followed Xiao Chen's hand and looked towards Yang Yining. When Yang Yining saw him look at her like that, she blushed and stood there at a loss as to what to do. After the two exchanged a few words, Dong Wu walked over to Director Chen and said, "Director Chen, I have a suggestion. Why don't we change someone else to play this scene?" Chapter 98 Fan Meeting. Director Chen was stunned at first, then he continued, "I heard that the second female lead in this drama has very good acting skills. Anyway, this farewell scene is the Easter egg part at the end of the play, so it doesn't matter who plays it. Why not find a more professional person to save everyone's time?" Hearing his insistence, Director Chen was also shaken. At this time, Lu Qian rushed out of the dressing room angrily. "Director Chen, what does this mean? Are you going to change the leading actress? Why don't you even inform me?" Director Chen saw that she was furious and didn't want to confront her directly. "Lu Qian, this is it. I originally decided to add this role at the last minute. So it doesn't really matter who plays it. I noticed you weren't in a good mood today, so why not let Yining take your place?" After hearing this, she gritted her teeth and said, okay, since she's going to play the role, then I'm not important anymore. Why not just let him play all my parts as well?" Although she said this, her body had no intention of leaving and instead she walked forward. Seeing that she was obviously here to cause trouble, Xiao Chen protected Yang Yining behind him. Director Chen looked at her with some embarrassment, not knowing what to do for a moment. At this time, Dong Wu walked over, looked at Lu Qian who looked like a fighting cock, and said, "How about this, both of you act in a scene with me, and whoever performs best, whose footage we will use. What do you say, Lao Chen?" Director Chen agreed immediately after hearing this. This method can not only complete the filming task but also rely on acting skills. If someone lacks the ability, they can't blame others. At this time, Yang Yining also walked out from behind Xiao Chen and agreed confidently. "Being able to act with my idol, even if there are no shots, is a dream come true." But Lu Qian was obviously unhappy, but she couldn't continue to act unreasonably. Both Director Chen and Dong Wu were big shots whom she cannot afford to offend. Knowing when to quit is the way to survive in the entertainment industry. So she agreed to his suggestion, but asked Yang Yining to perform first. She didn't believe she could perform without any rehearsal, let alone surpass herself. Yang Yining agreed readily, and Xiao Chen helped her with her makeup and hair. After the two actors stood in front of the camera, they quickly got into the mood as soon as Director Chen said start. Dong Wu just looked at her affectionately, and then said his farewell words with difficulty. And she actually said the line she had just heard exactly, while she shed tears with restraint and reluctance. The tear that slowly flowed from the corner of her eye became the highlight of the performance. After the two performed, Director Chen did not shout to stop for a long time. Everyone was infected by their emotions and immersed in the reluctance and sadness of parting. At this time, Lu Qian stomped her feet hard, and the harsh sound of her high heels interrupted everyone's thoughts. Director Chen then shouted to stop, and she walked over reluctantly. Dong Wu is a professional actor after all. Even though he doesn't have any good feelings for her, once the director calls for action, he still behaves very affectionately. This only served to highlight her poor acting skills, as her performance lacked any emotional interaction. Even at the very end, when she wanted to cry like Yang Yining, she found that she couldn't cry at all. She shamelessly waved her hand to signal Director Chen to pause, then said brazenly, "Director Chen, please ask the assistant to bring me some artificial tears. My eyes aren't feeling well today, and I can't cry." Everyone present was speechless. As an actor, if he can't even handle the most basic crying scene, what's the point of being an actor? Director Chen was so angry that he threw the script to the ground and yelled at her, "Who do you think this place is? Who do you think I am to you? I'm warning you for the last time.
If you can't shoot, pack up and leave.
I don't care if you're my godfather or my biological father.
I don't support anyone here.
After saying that, he actually left the set. Lu Qian was scolded so much that she ran back to her dressing room anxiously and angrily.
Of course, not everyone was so angry. Yang Yining ran back to Xiao Chen happily. Brother Chen, did you see me acting with my idol? I'm so excited. If I ask him for his autograph, will he refuse? I guess he won't say no.
Dongwu came over from behind with a smile on his face. She looked at him timidly like a young girl in love, smiled shyly and said, Teacher Dong, I'm your fan.
Can you sign an autograph for me? He smiled elegantly and said, Of course. After watching your performance today, I'm almost becoming your fan.
Watching the two stars praising each other's business, Xiao Chen did not feel the slightest bit disgusted. Although the two are more than 10 years apart in age, their love for acting makes them have the same innocent heart. The three of them walked back to the dressing room chatting and laughing, and then he specifically told her about the problems in the performance. At this moment, Xiao Chen suddenly had a premonition and heard the system's reminder.
Ding! You can sign in today. Do you want to sign in?
He muttered to himself, Sign in.
Okay, host. Signing you in. Ding! Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the eavesdropping skill.
The system reward this time is the legendary super ear. As long as the distance is within 10 meters of him, he can hear the sound no matter how loud it is or whether it is through the wall.
This skill is a bit useless to the upright Xiao Chen. If Ho Zi got such a skill, he would definitely use it to eavesdrop in the corners of the small hotel. In order to test the effect, he turned on the eavesdropping skill. As a result, countless sounds instantly reached his ears across obstacles and distances.
Some people are gossiping about others, some are calling their girlfriends, and some are secretly crying somewhere.
Among the many voices, he heard Lu Qian's voice.
It wasn't that her voice was pleasant, but that she was angrily complaining to someone about what had just happened.
Hubby, how could Director Chen let me act with that old man? You don't even know he's over 50 and still not married. Who knows if he has any disease? Woohoo, I just laughed a little bit, and they ganged up on me. They even let that stinky woman Yang Yining take my place. I'm so pissed off.
Although the voice on the other end of the phone was very low, he could hear it clearly thanks to his eavesdropping skills.
Don't worry, I'll find a way to resolve this matter for you. But you still have to be polite to Dongwu. The power behind him is not something you can underestimate. If you anger him, I might not be able to protect you. Chapter 99, Bad Women One After Another.
There was a steady man's voice on the phone. He couldn't tell the man's age, but he could feel that he seemed to be very intelligent. He didn't understand how such a sophisticated man could be with a brainless gold digger like Lu Qian.
Hubby, you are so kind. Why did you come to see me? I have a surprise for you. Wait a little longer, I have some things to deal with recently. She said with a hint of disappointment, Okay, husband. By the way, did you help me deal with that perverted thing?
The man's tone became a little stern, and he scolded, I won't help you if something like this happens again.
You're so stupid. It's easy to get caught. She quickly apologized and said countless sweet words.
The person on the other end of the phone then continued, I've already forged a mental evaluation for that guy. He'll be in a mental hospital for a while. We'll talk about it after the storm has died down.
During this time, you must not have any contact with him, understand?
She swore and promised that she would never have any contact with that person again, and then the two chatted for a while and hung up the phone. After Xiao Chen eavesdropped on her phone call, he couldn't calm down for a long time.
This is a lot of information, and it seems that there is some huge conspiracy hidden.
Just as he was hesitating whether to mention this to Yang Yining, she seemed to sense that something was wrong with him.
After sending Dongwu away, she asked, Brother Chen, what's wrong with you? Did something happen?
He hesitated, but told her what he had just heard.
For someone like Lu Qian, he hopes she can always be vigilant. Are you saying that the man who attacked me before might have been released by them?
She was immediately frightened and her face turned pale.
It's very likely.
Although they didn't say it explicitly, my guess is that it's what we suspected.
She clasped her hands together and asked nervously, What should I do, Brother Chen?
He reached out and patted her head and said, Don't be afraid, I will always be by your side.
But I still hope you will be more vigilant. Be careful around strangers. She nodded thoughtfully.
On the other side, Su Yueru came to the company and urgently convened a new product design meeting. In order to recover the previous losses, she has been discussing improvement plans with the company's designers these days. Finally, they finalized a new design and decided to hold a new product launch conference the next day to promote the new product and clarify recent rumors. After a busy period, she returned to her office and sat quietly with her forehead in her hands. At this time, the assistant came in and said quietly, "Boss Su, I have done everything you asked me to do." After hearing this, she looked up at the assistant and asked, "Has Vice President Shin done anything in the past few days?" "No, Vice President Shin hasn't done anything suspicious besides handling the company's daily affairs." She looked at the table in confusion, not understanding why Shin Xia suddenly became so quiet. She suspected that Shin Xia might have made preparations in secret. "Boss Su, will tomorrow's new product launch still take place?" She looked straight at her assistant and said, "Of course, I want to see what other tricks she has up her sleeve." She took out her phone and dialed Xiao Chen. "Honey, are you done with your work? I need your help with something," she said sweetly into the phone. Xiao Chen readily agreed, and the two agreed on a meeting place before hanging up the phone. It is said that when a woman is upset, the best way to heal herself is to go shopping. So she wanted to take Xiao Chen and go shopping together to buy battlesuits for tomorrow's press conference. The three met in Longqing's most prosperous commercial street. Yang Yining went up and held her arm, and the two girls walked in front, talking and laughing. He smiled helplessly and followed the two of them. Ever since Yang Yining came to their house, he has become more like a light bulb. When it comes to shopping, girls are the best. The two of them are really powerful. Starting from the first floor, the two of them took whatever they liked, and he followed behind and paid with a card. Finally, he arrived at the women's clothing area and was able to sit on the sofa and rest for a while. The two of them consulted each other and took a bunch of clothes to the fitting room to change. Even though his physical strength had been enhanced, he was too tired to move. At this time, Yang Yining changed her clothes and walked out, and he suddenly felt his eyes brighten. She chose a denim skirt and t-shirt that was full of youthfulness, which made her look very young. Especially her innocent look matches the clothes very well. Although he is already married, this does not prevent him from appreciating beautiful women. No matter what your status is, seeing a beautiful woman is always a pleasant thing. Su Yueru also walked out of the fitting room. She was wearing an elegant black V-neck dress, with her slender calves showing from under the hem. An intellectual and mature charm emanated from her, and the slim long skirt outlined her exquisite figure, which made him imagine a lot. Looking at these two beauties with different styles but both stunningly beautiful, the men around them stopped and sighed. Some people even came over and asked to add the two of them on WeChat. A ruffian with a lewd look on his face stretched out his cell phone towards the two of them and threatened to be friends with them. At this time, Xiao Chen finally couldn't help but stepped forward to stop him. The man first looked at the boy who disturbed him from picking up girls with an unhappy face. Then he reached out to grab Xiao Chen's collar and warn him to get away. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen grabbed his hand and then bent it behind his back with a force. The man struggled desperately, but was no match for his strength. The security guard who received the notification also came over, and he handed the troublemaker over to the security guard. As the little rascal was being led away, he kept yelling at him, "I'll remember you, kid. Just wait for me. I'll teach you a lesson sooner or later." After this little incident, the three of them prepared to leave early. At this time, Yang Yining suggested going to a nearby internet-famous restaurant for dinner, as she heard that there was a very good chef cooking there. So the three of them went over together to try it and see if the cooking skills were half as good as Xiao Chen's. The few people here had just found a private room and sat down, and the two girls, Yang Yining and the other two, began to think about ordering dishes. However, Xiao Chen's eavesdropping skills unconsciously began to check the surrounding environment. He kept hearing people's conversations, some were gossiping about colleagues, and some couples seemed to be arguing. And he was listening intentionally or unintentionally. At this time, a familiar voice came from the private room next door. "Brother Yuan, what do you want me to do? I miss you so much." Chapter 100 Conspiracy. The shy voice was undoubtedly Shin Xia's. He didn't expect to have dinner in the same restaurant with Shin Xia and Shui Yuan. When these two people met, he secretly felt that something bad would happen. "I called you here mainly to find out about Su Yueru's new product design. Can you get it? Don't mention it, brother Yuan. That little bitch is guarding me like a thief. I can't do anything to her at the company," she said embarrassedly. "I see.
So how are you doing with what I taught you to do? There was a hint of dissatisfaction in his voice. I've already taken care of it with Director Zhou, and I've also convinced a few other directors. As long as they all oppose Su Yueru, I'll probably be the next CEO of Yueshia Group. Very good, you finally got something done. Then, invite all the directors to tomorrow's new product launch. And get her off the stage right away. Shui Yuan has now turned his love into hate, and he really wants Su Yueru to fall from a high place. By then, that pretty boy Xiao Chen will definitely leave her because of her troubles, and he will definitely let her know the consequences of rejecting him. But the attitudes of those directors are still quite ambiguous. If they start to turn hostile to each other tomorrow, I'm afraid. She stammered, saying that if they fell out in public tomorrow, it would be better if Su Yueru could step down. If the directors support Su Yueru and abandon her in the end, then her fate will be miserable. But Shui Yuan didn't care about those things. He just wanted to see Su Yueru get into trouble as soon as possible. As for what would happen to her if she failed, he didn't care at all. Don't talk so much nonsense, just do what I say. I will help you when necessary. After getting his verbal promise, she agreed with peace of mind. Brother Yuan, you haven't paid attention to me for a long time. Can you stay and accompany me today? She said it coquettishly. Well, I have other things to do today. If you have time, why not try to win over those directors? Even through the thick soundproofing panel of the private room, Xiao Chen could still hear the disgust in his tone. If this woman was not still useful, Xiao Chen estimated that he would push her away without hesitation. The two of them planned to cause trouble at the new product launch tomorrow, and then left separately. Xiao Chen and his friends had already ordered their dishes, and they were being served one by one. Seeing him sitting there blankly, Yang Yinin went up and pushed him. Brother Chen, why are you standing there? This dish is really delicious, come and try it. As she spoke, she picked up a piece of braised pork and placed it in his bowl. He came back to his senses at this time, looked at Su Yueru, who looked worried, and said, Yueru, are you having a new product launch tomorrow? She looked at him in surprise. She seldom mentioned company matters, so she didn't expect that he would know about the press conference. How did you know? I just decided to hold the press conference today. He hesitated, not knowing how to explain that he could hear the conversation in the next room. Yueru, I actually suspect someone might come to disrupt tomorrow's press conference. He skipped the difficult to explain parts and went straight to the point and told Xinxia and Shui Yuan the plan. She was surprised at first, but her expression became more serious the more she listened. If she had any doubts at first, she now believed it all. Especially when she heard about Xinxia's secret communication with Jie Zhou, she suddenly understood why she had been quiet recently. It turned out that she was planning a big move here, preparing to let the board of directors come forward and replace her directly. The funniest thing is that even now, she still doesn't understand why Xinxia wants to deal with her. But the most important thing now is to deal with possible problems that may arise tomorrow, so they ate the meal in a hurry. After dinner, Su Yueru and the other two rushed to the company and secretly held a series of meetings. At 9 o'clock the next morning, Yueshia Group's new product launch conference was held as scheduled. Although the press conference was rushed, the scene was grand and spectacular because sufficient preparations had been made in advance. Celebrities and business giants came to watch. Su Yueru was already dressed up and was looking at the arriving guests and reporters with a smile. After the press conference started, she personally introduced her company's new products in detail. Her attitude was sincere, her tone was kind, and she was so beautiful that she immediately attracted everyone present. At this time, let alone a new product, even if she just picked up a brick, people would buy it. But at this time, the crowd became noisy, and the originally quiet venue immediately became chaotic. A woman with disheveled hair rushed out from the crowd. Her face was covered with red pimples, some of which were even scratched by her and were oozing yellow pus and blood. She rushed over like a mad female ghost, and her terrifying appearance made even the security guards afraid to stop her. Fortunately, Xiao Chen rushed out from the side and stopped her 1 meter away from Su Yueru. The woman was stopped but still desperately rushed towards her, struggling and cursing, "You stinky bitch, how dare you flirt here? Look at what you've done to me, I'm going to make you die a miserable death." Although he could easily knock the woman to the ground, it was still inappropriate to do so in such a public place. There are so many reporters here. If they catch such evidence, it will be disadvantageous to Su Yueru and the others. So he signaled with his eyes to several burly security guards, who stepped forward cautiously and grabbed the woman's limbs. When the woman saw that she was controlled, she scratched and bit to try to break free.
But the result was predictable: she was held tightly and unable to move. The police had already been called, and the woman saw that she had no room to maneuver, so she turned to face the reporter's cameras. That face left a deep impression on everyone, and even the timid would have nightmares. How could the reporters miss such a wonderful shot, so the flashes were so bright that they couldn't open their eyes?
The woman burst into tears and complained, "It's all Uesha and the others who have ruined me.
It's their inferior products that have made me like this."
Don't be fooled by this woman.
All she cares about is money.
She has no humanity.
Her miserable crying and her horrible face made everyone present feel pity for her. At the same time, some people were already booing Uesha Group and Su Yueru, who was standing on the stage. Uesha Group's products have quality issues, and we need to give consumers justice.
Give us an explanation, you profit-seeking bitch. Chapter 101 Trap. A group of angry people gathered in the audience at some point. They shouted loudly, trying to arouse people's suspicion and hatred towards Uesha Group.
Seeing that the situation was getting out of control, Su Yueru walked to the front of the stage. She restrained her previous gentle attitude and revealed the coldness and harshness of a business queen. She scanned the entire audience with a cold gaze, and the booing noises gradually subsided and eventually died down. The crazy woman looked at Su Yueru, who exuded the aura of a queen, in surprise. She swallowed and shouted, "Don't think we'll be afraid of you just because you're like this.
We are the victims. What can you do to us?"
The woman had a look of disdain and indifference on her face. She was sure that no one would dare to do anything to her in public.
Su Yueru simply didn't bother to argue with her.
She smiled contemptuously and said, "If I remember correctly, you were the one who led the trouble in our company last time, right?" What she was talking about was the time when Xiao Chen helped Wang Yanan put on makeup after he awakened his makeup skills. It was this woman who secretly replaced Wang Yanan's cosmetics, causing her face to become stained after using inferior products.
Wang Yanan is a diamond member of Uesha Group. Her trouble even alarmed Vice President Shun.
If Xiao Chen had not appeared in time to help Uesha Group resolve the crisis, it is very likely that negative news about product quality problems would have broken out.
This time, she used the same trick again, even going so far as to disfigure herself in order to frame Su Yueru. You still have the nerve to bring up that last time?
My friend and I were harmed once by your company's inferior products, and it's not enough. I didn't expect you to continue producing these inferior products.
Are you worthy of the consumers who trust you?
She thought she had done everything perfectly, but she didn't expect that when she was caught by Xiao Chen just now, he already knew everything she had done. He activated his mind-reading skill and found that, as expected, she was instructed by Xinxia to frame Su Yueru, and her main purpose was to make the press conference a mess. The directors who arrived later saw that Su Yueru not only failed to control the quality of the company's products, but could not even resolve a public relations crisis of this magnitude. But now everything is in vain. He has already told Su Yueru all their plans.
Moreover, the timing of their transactions and the financial transactions were all clearly known to them.
I can vouch for our company's products with my personal integrity.
There's absolutely no problem.
As for whether you're a consumer of our company, please provide evidence. Regarding this face smear incident, she even suspected that this woman had never even bought any of their company's products. She was just trying to scam them. Sure enough, the woman didn't expect her to say that and was a little speechless for a moment.
How could I possibly carry around those inferior products? I used them, so I used them. Don't try to make excuses.
Then let's see your purchase history. I can also see which products you bought.
She evaded attention and said, "That cosmetics set was given to me as a gift, and there's no record of purchase." So what? Just because I didn't buy it, does that mean I'm no longer a victim?
Seeing that she was almost forced into a desperate situation, Su Yueru smiled slightly.
Okay, then I'll ask the friend who gave you the product.
After she finished speaking, she looked at Xinxia, who was slowly walking towards the entrance of the venue.
Xinxia didn't know what was happening here.
She just saw the crazy woman with disheveled hair being controlled, and the reporters at the scene were all staring at Su Yueru in amazement. Xinxia is full of heroism, and the capable professional attire looks very suitable on her. 7 or 8 directors followed her in and frowned when they saw the chaos in the meeting room.
She walked quickly to Su Yueru's side and pulled her arm in a pretended affectionate manner. What happened here? Are you okay? Xinxia asked, pretending to know nothing.
She just watched her quietly, pretending to be innocent.
Perhaps frightened by her cold gaze, Xinxia asked again, "What's wrong with you, Xiaoye?" Did I do something wrong? She tried her best to behave gracefully and appropriately in front of the directors. Nothing, I'm just confused. How have I wronged you? She said this in a way that made her feel extremely depressed. Why did two best friends who used to have a very good relationship end up in such an embarrassing situation today? I don't know what you're talking about, Xiaoye. Although she said this, she had already withdrawn her hand from Su Yueru. Su Yueru pointed at the woman whose face was covered in pus and blood and said, "This is the person you sent, right? Why did you do this?" She was surprised and didn't expect that she would relate this matter to herself. Seeing that she didn't speak, Su Yueru continued, "Over the past 6 months, there have been repeated incidents in the company. All the clues point to you, but I still don't want to believe it. I didn't expect you to go this far." She spoke with such sincerity that it seemed as if she had made up her mind to break off relations with this best friend she had known since college. Shen Xia was unmoved. She sneered and said, "Xiaoyu, what do you mean? You want to push the problem you can't solve onto me? You can just tell me directly. I am willing to bear all the blame for you." Everyone watched the two of them talking back and forth. Both of them spoke very reasonably, so no one knew who to believe. At this time, a person walked in from outside. It was Shui Yuan. He relied on the Shui family's influence in Longqing to cheat people everywhere. People who don't know the truth will really be deceived by his handsome and sunny appearance, and mistakenly think that he is as righteous as he pretends to be. "Xiaoye, I heard something happened to you. I came over to see if there was anything I could do to help you." He said this sincerely as he walked towards this side anxiously. The venue became lively again, and the words of the young master of the Shui family seemed to confirm that there was really something wrong with Su Yueru. The flashbulbs flashed again, and he walked past the crowd and onto the stage. Facing the crowd, he spoke confidently, "Please believe me, everyone. I swear on the Shui family's reputation. Xiaoye definitely didn't do this on purpose. She and I have known each other since childhood. She must have been deceived by someone to do such an outrageous thing." He was talking to himself there, constantly throwing dirty water on Su Yueru. It seemed like he was defending her, but in fact he was indirectly proving the accusation of the crazy woman. After a thoughtless speech, he looked at Su Yueru again and said affectionately, "Xiaoye, it's not too late to apologize now. And the directors of Yuexia Group will also give you a generous retirement package in recognition of your hard work over the years." Chapter 102 Super Face. After hearing Shui Yuan's nonsense, she sneered. Since when did she have to let an irrelevant person like him be in charge of her own company? You mean if I admit now that I did it all, the board will let me step down gracefully? He thought she was finally convinced, so he nodded repeatedly and said, "Yes, Xiaoye. I promise they will definitely not make things difficult for you this time. This is also the best way to maintain the reputation of Yuexia Group." At this time, Jie Chou also stood up. He was a middle-aged man in his 50s, and his slightly protruding belly showed his age. "Mr. Su, I guarantee on behalf of the board of directors that as long as this matter can be satisfactorily resolved, we will not hold you accountable for your dereliction of duty. And for the better development of Yuexia Group, your withdrawal is the best option." She turned to look at the other members of the board, several of whom hung their heads in shame. Jie Chou was obviously the dominant figure, so no one else dared to express different opinions at this time. Okay. If this is what you want to see, then it's okay for me to leave," she said somewhat disheartenedly. "Sometimes you may not be able to see the truth of your situation when you stand on a high place. Only when you fall can you see the full picture." Hearing that she seemed to be loosening up, Shen Xia excitedly stood in front of the stage and said to the security guards, "All right, take this crazy woman away quickly and don't let her appear in front of me again. Since this person is no longer of any use, there are even certain hidden dangers. Then the only way to deal with it is to let her completely disappear in her own world." But the woman didn't want to leave so quietly. She struggled and shouted, Mr. Shin, this is different from what we said before. Can you just let me go like this?" As soon as she said this, Shen Xia's face changed drastically. "Take this crazy woman away quickly. She's such an eyesore." She didn't want this woman to cause any more accidents, and she would soon become the new president of the group. Su Yueru stepped forward to stop the security guard. "Let her go first, I think she may have something else to tell us." Shen Xia wanted to stop her, but the security guard had already obediently let the person go. As soon as the woman was released, she rushed to the stage, grabbed Shen Xia's arm and said, "Boss Shen, you said you would give me a 5 million reward if I did what you said." That's why I didn't hesitate to make my face look like this. You can't just kick me out now.
She became more and more excited as she spoke, and held Shinxia tightly, not letting go. Shinxia wanted to throw her away in disgust, and shouted angrily, "Jenny, let me go, you crazy woman. Security, security, take her away quickly."
Qianyi?
It was only then that people suddenly realized that this woman with unknown intentions really knew Shinxia, and it might even be true, as she said, that Shinxia had instructed her to cause trouble. Faced with everyone's suspicious gaze, Shinxia quickly adjusted her state.
She looked at Su Yueru and said, "Xiaoye, go down and rest.
I'll take care of this." As long as Su Yueru is not present, she can make up her lie in any way she wants. But Su Yueru smiled slightly and started operating directly with the remote control pen in her hand. Soon, some pictures appeared on the big screen, and the content of the pictures was a conversation aimed at disrupting the press conference. She pointed at a head portrait in the picture and asked, "This should be the content of the deal between you and Qianyi. I didn't expect you to go to such great lengths to sabotage this press conference." Shinxia instinctively wanted to deny it, but the ironclad facts before her left no room for her to make any excuses. But she still refused to give up and said, "Xiaoye, I'm doing this for Yueshia Group. This is the company we founded together, and I don't want it to be destroyed by anyone with ulterior motives." As she spoke, she shed tears of heartache. Her words were pointedly directed at Xiao Chen in particular. Ever since Su Yueru publicly announced her marriage to him, the outside world has been speculating about his identity. Some rumors even said that he was Su Yueru's kept gigolo, as if he was a termite and that Yueshia Group would be completely eroded by him sooner or later. So now that her good deeds were exposed by her, Shinxia decided to use her only weakness to divert everyone's attention. At this time, Shui Yuan also echoed, "Yes, Xiaoye. You are too naive and have no idea how bad people are in today's society. I know exactly why he approached you." He pointed at Xiao Chen as he spoke. "Do you think that everything will be fine as long as you can coax Xiaoye? Aren't you just clinging to her because she's beautiful and rich? To be frank, I despise people like you who live off you the most." Even Director Zhou stood up and said, "Boss Su, I wouldn't have said anything about your family background. But since it concerns the future of Yueshia Group, I have to say a few words. I've heard about this man before. He has no proper job and hangs out with female celebrities all day. I don't approve of him staying with you." The reason why everyone unanimously opposed Xiao Chen was nothing more than his humble background and that his only job before was delivering takeout. So everyone thought that being able to be with a top beauty CEO like Su Yueru was a blessing for him. Even Xiao Chen himself thinks so. But this doesn't mean that he is not worthy of her. In his heart, no one understands her better than him, and no one loves her more than him. The reason why these snobs keep opposing them being together is simply because they see that he has no power and influence and is easy to bully. If he came from a wealthy and aristocratic family, would these people still be so opposed to them being together? At this time, a system reminder sounded. Ding! You can sign in today. Do you want to sign in? He suddenly remembered that there was a sign-in reward to be claimed today, so he said silently in his mind, "Sign in." "Okay, host. Signing you in." Ding! Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for achieving top ranking 3 times. Top-notch appearance? To put it bluntly, it's an ultra-luxurious debut show. The standards people use to judge whether a person is rich and powerful are actually quite one-sided. If you give people the impression that you are extremely rich, then even if you have no money, others will blindly think that you are rich. They will even find various reasons to explain why you are so low-key and ordinary. Even if you are super rich, you give people the impression of being a loser. Then even if you drive a luxury car and live in a villa, others will think you rent or borrow it. Chapter 103, Middle Eastern Tycoons. After knowing this, he decided to start a top-level confrontation immediately. Although he didn't know how luxurious the top-level arrangement the system was talking about was, judging from the rewards he had received so far, it shouldn't be bad. Just as I was thinking about it, I suddenly heard the sound of a huge airplane engine outside. For this new product launch conference, she deliberately chose the most luxurious 5-star hotel in Longcheng. In order to demonstrate the strength of Yueshia Group, she booked the entire top floor of a 5-star hotel as the venue. The best feature of this hotel is that not only is the interior decoration very luxurious, it even has an airport. It is convenient for those bigwigs who own private jets to land directly on the top floor of the hotel. So when a helicopter flew over, they were on the top floor and could directly hear and feel the roar of the aircraft engine. Even in Dragon City, where bigwigs are everywhere, owning a private helicopter is a rare thing. Because the cost of maintaining a private helicopter is very high and transportation is so developed nowadays, this mode of travel seems to be very useless. The richer people are, the more they care. It is not cost-effective to buy a helicopter just to show off occasionally. So when people saw the helicopter flying over so close, they were still surprised and shocked.
What kind of rich person would come here by helicopter?
Some people even ran out directly, but were blown to and fro by the strong wind caused by the plane. After the plane stopped, a foreign man wearing a turban came down from it.
They say I have a piece of cloth on my head and I am the richest person in the world.
This man had starry eyes, sword-like eyebrows, a deep gaze, and a tall, original big nose, making him look like a wealthy foreigner.
He walked into the press conference with an imposing manner and scanned the entire audience. People were so shocked by his powerful aura that they didn't even dare to breathe. At this time, he seemed to have found the person he was looking for and walked quickly to Xiao Chen. Then he bowed deeply to him in front of everyone's shocked gaze. What? Oh, no. It should be, oh my God. This tycoon from the Middle East dressed in luxurious clothes actually bowed to that poor loser Xiao Chen? Does he still not understand Chinese culture? Or is there something wrong with his brain?
Just as everyone's jaws were about to drop, the Middle Eastern tycoon stood up and said in fluent Chinese, "Mr. Xiao, you were in a hurry to leave and left your business card behind. I brought it to you specially."
Everyone couldn't believe their ears.
The rich man from the Middle East actually called Xiao Chen Mr. Xiao.
Are you kidding me?
Even the man who claims to be the richest man in the world has to treat him with the utmost respect.
Who is this man? Didn't he say before that he was a delivery man? Rich people are different.
For us, delivering food is a way of life, but for others, delivering food is an experience of life.
Comparing yourself with others is really frustrating.
Just when everyone was hesitant, a tycoon from the Middle East suddenly took out a stack of 24K pure gold business cards. Without waiting for Xiao Chen's instructions, he distributed these pure gold business cards to everyone one by one as if they were free. The person who received the business card was ecstatic, as the weight was absolutely incredible. Each business card simply had the two words Xiao Chen printed on it, with no other details. Although the business card is simple and plain in design, it does feel heavy in the hand. Such a piece must weigh at least 10 grams. According to the current gold price, one piece would cost several thousand yuan. But seeing his nonchalant look as if he was handing out flyers, everyone was stunned by his overwhelming heroism. Several directors were getting a little impatient, but they didn't care about the thousands of dollars of gold. Mainly because they remembered that they had just helped Jay Chou to mock Xiao Chen, they felt a little panicked.
For such a generous boss, not to mention dealing with those small directors, it is not impossible for him to directly buy out Yuexia Group.
They were all a little hesitant about whether to apologize now or to lick the boots later.
The one who was even more panicked than them was Jay Chou.
He didn't expect that the small fry he had troubled time and time again turned out to be such a god-level boss. He looked at the low-key and luxurious business card in his hand, and regrets came in waves.
At this time, Shui Yuan said unwillingly, "Do you think anyone will believe you just because you put on such a show? Just because you have a foreign extra, do you think you can act so arrogantly?"
He didn't believe that Xiao Chen could have such a great background, especially since he had been pampered since childhood and people had to respect him wherever he went.
He simply couldn't stand being suppressed by an ordinary person like Xiao Chen.
As he spoke, he reached out and patted Xiao Chen's face contemptuously.
"Please stay away from our President Xiao, otherwise."
The Middle Eastern tycoon quickly stepped forward, pushed him away and threatened him.
"What else? You, a hired extra, want to do anything to me?
I'm telling you, I'm the young master of the Shui family, and my father is Shui Kuan." Shui Yuan looked at Xiao Chen and the others with a smug look on his face, guessing that they were just hired to support Xiao Chen and had no reason to show off. But he was only half right. He was indeed there to show support, but he was a real Middle Eastern tycoon after all. He made a phone call and said to the person on the other end, "Someone here has offended Mr. Xiao.
Teach him a lesson. By the way, what's your name?" Shui Yuan was stunned by the question. This guy's acting is quite professional. The truth is about to be revealed, but you are still performing with him?
"I'm Shui Yuan, your uncle.
Feel free to use whatever tricks you have.
If I'm scared, I'll call you daddy," he said with contempt.
The Middle Eastern tycoon nodded nonchalantly and continued, "Yes, his name is Shui Yuan.
I heard he's a native of Longchang."
You can do whatever you want. Don't embarrass Mr. Xiao.
After saying that, he hung up the phone and bowed respectfully to Xiao Chun, saying, I'm sorry to have frightened you. Seeing that even the wealthy people from the Middle East were respectful to Mr. Xiao, the onlookers were shocked. What kind of wealth and background does this person have to make the world-renowned boss be so polite to him? People say that the president of Uesha Group is marrying a poor guy. Unexpectedly, she was actually marrying above her station with Xiao Chun, and became a phoenix by climbing up the tree. People here were talking, but Shui Yuan's cell phone rang. He picked up the phone and said impatiently, Secretary Sun, what's going on? I'm busy here. I don't know what was said on the other end of the phone, but I saw his face becoming more and more ugly.
Tell me again, who bought my company? All of them? All 5 companies? He asked in disbelief.
Since graduating from college, he has been messing around with nothing to do. He seemed to be the young master of the Shui family and enjoyed great success, but in fact, he had long been despised by his father and brothers and sisters. He was eager to achieve some results to impress them, but he didn't expect that he would always listen to villains and fail in his investments.
Chapter 104, The Past.
Finally, his mother couldn't stand it anymore and secretly gave him 100 million yuan, asking him to quickly and peacefully acquire a few small companies. With these companies, he handed them over to others to manage. All you need to do is show up from time to make your presence felt. These companies are his fig leaf, so that others won't say that he is a rich second generation who is not doing his job properly. Because his business has been doing well recently, even his father's impression of him has changed. Unexpectedly, Secretary Sun called and said that his company had been acquired. He asked for details in disbelief, only to find out that someone had directly given money to his father and specifically asked for these companies. Just as he was shocked, the second call came. As soon as he picked up the phone, his father started scolding him. The voice was so loud and the words were so harsh that anyone who was close to him could hear it clearly.
You son of a bitch, a loser. What else can you do besides causing trouble for me? I work so hard outside, and you work so hard behind the scenes to ruin my family. Do you want me to sever our father-son relationship? A drop of sweat ran down his forehead. He knew his father best. If he said something like that, he would probably do it. He quickly admitted his mistake and said, Dad, I was wrong. But I haven't been in trouble recently. You still claim you're not in trouble, but our company's largest shareholder just called me. He said you've offended the head of a consortium, and he told me to come and get to know you right away. With just one word from that consortium boss, our company could go bankrupt in a matter of minutes. By this time he had realized something, and his sweat was pouring down like a waterfall, but he didn't have time to wipe it off. He looked at the Middle Eastern tycoon with an inquiring look, but the man just smiled at him politely. Even though he just smiled, he shuddered. Boss, blame me for not recognizing the great man. I was also deceived by someone. I didn't expect Xiao Chen, oh no, Mr. Xiao, to have such an identity. I will never dare to do that again. Please be merciful and let me go. He humbly begged for mercy from the local tyrant and Xiao Chen. At this time, face was no longer important. If this guy is really as awesome as his dad says, then he deserves to be licked by his father. The local tyrant turned to look at Xiao Chen, as if to ask for his opinion. Shui Yuan also cleverly rushed to him and said, Mr. Xiao, I was too naive before and didn't realize you were giving me a chance. This time I really know I was wrong. Please, for the sake of Xiaoye and I being childhood friends, please forgive me. It would have been fine if he hadn't said this, but as soon as he mentioned it, Xiao Chen became angry. You've repeatedly set things up for Yueru and framed her. Do you think I'll let you go so easily? Hearing him say this, Shui Yuan dragged Xinxia into the water again. He pointed at Xinxia and said, this was all her idea. She was the one who made others destroy their own faces to frame Xiaoye. I was deceived by her and that's why I did this. Please, let me go. He gave up all his dignity and knelt humbly at Xiao Chen's feet. Xinxia was also anxious to exonerate herself because she was betrayed by him. No, that's not the case. I did this at his behest. He's been asking me to trip you up since half a year ago. He said that if I could discredit you, I could become the president of Uesha Group. I was really blinded by greed, I didn't mean it. Xiao Ya, you have to believe me. She also ran to Su Yueru and begged her. Faced with these two people whom she once trusted immensely, she didn't know how to choose. One was her best friend in college, and the other was a man she once loved. She never expected that they would team up to deal with her. Why on earth would you do this? I've never hurt you before. I've always trusted you. She spoke with heartbreaking pain. Even though she had a vague premonition before, it was still a huge blow to her to admit with her own mouth that it was all her doing. I can't forgive you for what happened this time, so Shinsia, I am now officially announcing in front of all the directors that you will be stripped of your position as vice president of USHA Group. And from now on, you will no longer be a member of USHA Group. You are fired. Upon hearing this explosive news, reporters in the audience rushed to the front of the stage. They excitedly took photos and kept asking questions. Excuse me, are you planning to expel Vice President Shin from USHA Group? But wasn't USHA Group founded by you and President Shun? Do you really want to do this? Do the directors have any opinions on President Su's decision? Do you agree with the decision to fire President Shun? Vice President Shun, what do you think? Are you willing to give up 10 years of hard work? These reporters were eager to watch the fun and raised more pointed questions than the last. Shin Xia was originally begging Su Yueru with tears in her eyes, but now she stood up straight and looked at the directors sitting behind her. She had already discussed with them that once the time was right, they would help her kick Su Yueru out of office and make her the new president of USHA Group. But now when she looked at them, their eyes turned away, avoiding her sight. These directors are all shrewd people, and now everyone can see that Xiao Chen's background is shocking. Going against him at this time would be like hitting a rock with an egg. Who would go against the wealthy Mr. Xiao for her? She seemed to have noticed their thoughts, and a cold smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. Okay. You unreliable old man. Now that you see others are more powerful, you're ready to abandon me, right? Then let's die together, and no one will have an easy life. After she finished speaking, she looked at Su Yueru and said, Aren't you curious about why I stabbed you in the back? Now I'll tell you, you stabbed me first. So I'm just giving him a taste of his own medicine. She pointed at Shui Yuan, who was kneeling on the ground, and continued, It was obviously me who knew Brother Yuan first, and I was the first one to be with him. But then you showed up and snatched him away from me. Did you consider my feelings when you did that? Su Yueru looked at her in shock. She had no idea that Shin Xia had ever been with Shui Yuan. Shin Xia, what nonsense are you talking about? You did know him earlier than me, but when Shui Yuan and I met, he never told me that you and he were already together. And you never said that you were together either. At this moment, she suddenly said with a gloomy expression, Yes, I didn't have your good family background, not as pretty as you, and even not as rich as you. So even if Brother Yuan asked me to accompany him quietly, I was willing to do it. Chapter 105, Betrayed by a Best Friend. She looked at Shui Yuan, who was kneeling on the ground, and continued with a sad smile, I thought I could wait until he realized that I was the one he loved the most, but I didn't expect that he only had eyes for you. I lost to you in this matter, I admit it. After all, no one can explain the matter of love clearly. Suddenly, her eyes widened in anger. But why, since we both started a business together, you're the president of USHA Group, while I'm only a vice president? Is it just because you provided the startup capital? I've worked diligently all these years, without a single slack. Now you tell me to get out, do I have to? At this time, she had lost her mind and reached out to strangle Su Yueru's neck. Fortunately, Xiao Chen was quick to stop her. Even Shui Yuan, who was kneeling on the ground, stood up and hugged her with both hands to prevent her from hurting Su Yueru. Okay, all of you are siding with that stinky bitch. You have no idea how filthy she is. Her mom was raped by her dad before she was born. Do you still think she's wonderful? She's a bastard. Slap, a loud slap hit her face. Su Yueru, who was shaking with anger, stood in front of her with one hand raised. She looked at Su Yueru in disbelief, unable to believe that she would actually hit her. But this matter was the biggest secret in Su Yueru's heart. If she hadn't been drunk that year, she would not have told Shin Xia. Unexpectedly, not only did she not keep it a secret for herself, but she now made her secret public. Although this happened a long time ago, she still can't let it go. At this time, Xiao Chen hugged her, and she leaned weakly on his shoulder, feeling a little relieved. Let me take you back first, he said softly. She nodded weakly. At this time, Shui Yuan ran up to the two of them and pleaded humbly, Xiaoya, Brother Chen, please have mercy on me and let me go. I promise I will never cause trouble for you again. At this point, neither of them was in the mood to continue tangling with these people. He said seriously, This is my last warning to you. Never let me find out that you have any desire for Yuru again. And don't appear in front of me again.
Shui Yuan felt as if he had been pardoned. He crawled to his feet from the ground and ran towards the door of the venue. At this time, he turned to look at Shenxia, this hateful woman. He now wished he could tear her mouth apart. But at this time, the reporters rushed over like bloodthirsty leeches to question Su Yueru. Although it is a long-standing story and one of the witnesses has even passed away, gossip has no time limit.
Boss Su, is this true? Is Boss Su really a morally corrupt person? Boss Su, please look here. Is Miss Shenxia really going to be fired from Yuexia Group? The flashlights kept flashing, inexplicably making Xiao Chun feel more irritated than ever before.
At this moment, Su Yueru suddenly regained her ice queen demeanor, staring directly at the reporters' cameras and saying, "From today on, Shenxia will be completely expelled from Yuexia Group, and Yuexia Group will officially be renamed Yuechen Group. From today on, Shenxia will be blacklisted by all Yuechen Group and its subsidiaries and will never be hired again." She spoke in a decisive tone, and the coldness in her voice made everyone present shudder. With the power and influence of their company, Shenxia had offended her so much that she had basically sentenced her career to death. No company would be stupid enough to go against Yuechen Group, so she would not be able to find a suitable job for a long time in the future. And now, as soon as she made her decision, the crowd immediately made way for her, as they had already felt her powerful pressure. So the two of them left the venue calmly, leaving Shenxia stunned. As soon as she left the venue, she collapsed in his arms. The pretense of calmness just now had exhausted all her strength.
"Husband, take me home."
He silently picked her up and carried her back to the apartment. Although they already knew that Shenxia might cause trouble at this press conference because of Xiao Chen's ability to read minds, so they had made all the necessary preparations, but they didn't expect that she would be so desperate as to reveal the secret that Su Yueru had hidden deep in her heart in public. Looking at her who was exhausted by betrayal, his heart felt as if it was being tightly grasped by an invisible hand.
"Yueru, are you okay?"
He didn't know how to comfort her at this time. She smiled faintly but shook her head honestly.
"I never thought my best friend would treat me like this. I knew people's hearts could change, but I never thought it would become so ugly." He had always known that her family background was complicated. Her father was a wealthy tycoon, and her mother was a deceased famous movie star. Their marriage seemed to have never been happy. But he didn't expect that such a ridiculous thing as rape could exist, and her mother actually married the man who had raped her. One can imagine her inner torment and struggle.
"Yueru, I hope you understand that no matter what others have done, it's not your fault." Hearing him say this, she nodded woodenly at first. Her mother often comforted her in this way, and rationally she understood that none of this had anything to do with her. But if it weren't for her, her mother wouldn't have chosen to marry her father. She sacrificed her lifelong happiness for herself. He seemed to see what she was thinking, and he held her shoulders with both hands, making her look at him. He said to her word by word, "None of this is your fault, none of this is your fault." He repeated it over and over again, hoping to convey this belief to her heart little by little.
Finally, she broke down and started crying.
At this moment, she felt that maybe all this really wasn't her fault. She curled up in his arms like a child, crying wildly. After she was tired of crying and slowly fell asleep, he gently picked her up and placed her on the bed in his room. He looked at his watch and it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. They talked a lot that day, and it seemed that the distance between the two of them was shortened again. Here he slowly prepared dinner, thinking that she could have something to eat after she woke up. At the same time, he was waiting for Yang Yinin's call. "Because I was attending the press conference with her today, my assistant Xiao Xiao accompanied Yang Yinin to the filming today. There aren't many scenes today, so she should be back by now." As he was thinking this, his phone rang. "Brother Chen, this is Xiao Xiao."
"Oh no, something happened to Sister Yinin." Chapter 106, Memories of the Pretty Boy.
Xiao Xiao spoke incoherently on the phone, sobbing as she spoke. He was completely confused and could only guess from her few words that Yang Yinin seemed to have been kidnapped by someone.
"Xiao Xiao, listen to me. Call the police right now and send me your location. I'll come find you."
There was a life-threatening situation over there, and he walked to the door of the room and found that she was still asleep. So he left a note and rushed to Xiao Xiao. The address Xiao Xiao sent turned out to be a large shopping mall.
How could she possibly attack someone in such a bustling place?
When he found Xiao Xiao, she was surrounded by several policemen and was taking a statement.
Seeing him coming, she ran to him. "Brother Chen, what should I do? I actually lost Sister Yinin. Woohoo, Sister Yang will definitely fire me.
At this point, this woman was still just worried about losing her job. He waved his hand silently, then said, "Calm down for a moment and tell me what happened." "Well, after we finished filming today, Sister Enine said she wanted to come over and buy some gifts for you and Sister Sue. She feels embarrassed about living in your house all the time, so she wanted to buy some gifts to thank you." He listened to Xiao Xiao's endless chatter and interrupted impatiently, "Let's get to the point. Why are you talking about all this useless stuff?" She was stunned by his aura and answered obediently, "Then when we came here to choose gifts, a fat girl tried to get close to Sister Enine. They were talking happily, and then. She looked at him a little scared at this time, not knowing what to say next. "What happened next? Tell me," he urged. She lowered her head deeply and said, "I didn't notice it at the time, but when I looked up, they were gone." He felt that the matter was not as simple as she said, and at this time the policeman had come over with a well-dressed young man. "Comrade, based on the clues you provided, we will take action as soon as possible. I hope you can keep your communication open in the near future so that we can contact each other at any time." She thanked the policeman profusely, but the handsome young man who was also questioned looked at him with a little displeasure. "Who are you to Xiao Xiao? She said she doesn't have a boyfriend?" Before he could answer, she said, "Please stop pestering me. I don't like people like you." She said it firmly, leaving no room for negotiation. This made the young man very embarrassed, because he was a little handsome, so few girls would reject him. He glanced at Xiao Chen, then saw his low-key luxury car parked on the side of the road. He said with disdain, "Another gold digger? She was chatting with me enthusiastically just now. Now she's licking the face of anyone richer than her. It's really disgusting." "You, how can you say that? I don't like you, a gigolo who hangs out with rich women." She looked at Xiao Chen guiltily, as if she was afraid that he would connect Yang Yinine's disappearance with her. As soon as she said this, the pretty boy immediately reached out in anger and prepared to teach her a lesson. A man's temper is often inversely proportional to his ability. The more a man lives off his wife, the worse his temper becomes and he cannot stand being laughed at by others. "Try saying that again, or I'll give you a good beating." He raised his hand high and swung it towards her with all his strength. She shrank her shoulders in fear, preparing to meet the blow. As a result, his hand was directly grabbed by Xiao Chen, and memories instantly flooded into Xiao Chen's mind. This is the pretty boy's memory. He was shopping with a slightly fat girl. "Honey, I've wanted that watch for a long time. Can you buy it for me?" The pretty boy said this in a flattering voice. When the girl turned around, he recognized her. Wang Yanan said generously, "Husband, which watch do you like? Come on, my mom just gave me some pocket money again, I'll buy it for you." The pretty boy was ecstatic. With a fat, wealthy and stupid sponsor like Wang Yanan, he could show off to other beauties again. "You're the best, dear." He kissed her loudly. At this time, they happened to see Yang Yinin, who was also buying a watch, and he recognized her at once. After all, she is the national goddess. When he saw her stunning beauty, he immediately felt a little excited. If he wasn't afraid of Wang Yanan getting angry, he would have wanted to go up and chat with her immediately. At this time, Wang Yanan also saw Yang Yinin's identity. She was a diamond member of Su Yueru's company, and Yang Yinin was the image spokesperson of their company. The two had met before in some public occasions such as cocktail parties, so they were acquaintances. When they met, they greeted each other and exchanged pleasantries. Seeing that he had no chance to get a word in, he settled for the next best thing and found Xiao Xiao to chat with her. Xiao Xiao was also someone who couldn't resist teasing, and she flirted with him in a series of words. Just as the two were talking excitedly, a group of burly men suddenly rushed in. A group of people, including the sales ladies in the store, were stunned. Who could have thought that so many burly men would suddenly run out? At this time, several people walked towards Yang Yinin with a purpose. This sudden move made her a little flustered, and she stood there blankly. Xiao Xiao seemed to sense that something was wrong, but she did not step forward to stop it. Instead, she found a place to hide. Seeing several big men approaching Yang Yinin, Wang Yanan suddenly stopped them, saying, "What are you doing? You'd better behave yourself in public." She was originally a generous and decent woman with a simple personality, so she was easily taken advantage of and would even help people she didn't know well. "Fat woman, you'd better get out of here. Otherwise, I'll let you know what it means to meddle in other people's business," the leading man said viciously. "If you dare to touch me, I will make you regret your decision today for the rest of your life." She did not flinch at all, but answered more firmly. At this time, the pretty boy walked up to her tremblingly and pulled her. It was not because he cared about her, but mainly because he had not bought the watch yet, and he couldn't let anything happen to his sponsor. "Dear, please don't delay the big brothers from doing their work. Come on, let's go over there and take a look." But she ignored his hint and pulled her arm out of his grasp. She stood in front of Yang Yining and said, "I won't leave today. I want to see what you want to do." When the men heard this, they were stunned at first. They didn't expect that the fat woman was so courageous. Then they couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Little bitch, you'd better listen to that pretty boy. We'll go find that pretty girl this time, you can just chill out." Chapter 107 Upgrade Mission. As they were talking, they actually pushed her against the display cabinet next to them. Then Yang Yining screamed, and someone grabbed her wrist and wanted to take her away. Only then did the salesgirl react and secretly pressed the alarm button. Several big men started to panic and wanted to end the battle quickly. So he carried Yang Yining on his shoulders and walked out the door. Wang Yanan did not retreat at all. He went straight up and started scratching and clawing at several people. Several people slapped her in pain. The pretty boy then said tremblingly, "Be careful what you do, everyone. She's the daughter of the richest woman in Dragon City. If you dare to do anything to her, you'll be in big trouble." His words were meant to threaten them, but the speaker had no intention and the listener took it to heart. It turns out that this little fat girl is the daughter of the richest man in Longchang. Now that's great. It's the same if you tie one, but there's no harm if you tie two. So the big man who was leading the group waved his hand, and another person carried Wang Yanan out the door. The pretty boy didn't have the courage to chase after him, and just protested quietly behind him. As the memories faded, Xiao Chen realized that not only Yang Yining was missing, but Wang Yanan was also missing. "Xiao, who else knows Yining's schedule?" Xiao answered without hesitation, "No one knows, Brother Chen. No one saw Sister Yining and I when we came out." Although her tone was firm when she spoke, she didn't dare to look him in the eye. He obviously felt something was wrong, so he stepped forward, put his hand on her shoulder and asked, "Xiao, are you sure?" At this time, her memory also emerged. The graceful Lu Qian looked at her with a smile and said, "Xiao, how old are you this year?" Her voice came, "I am 20 years old, Sister Lu." Facing this female star who even the celebrity Yang Yining was afraid of, she also felt a little nervous. She didn't understand why Lu Qian suddenly came to chat with her. "Oh, that's not too young. You seem to have a pretty good foundation. Have you ever thought about acting?" Acting? She didn't dare to think about it. Her family has no power or influence, so how can she be a star? Who would support her? But when she saw how glorious Yang Yining and the others were, she was also very moved. Seeing that she seemed very interested, Lu Qian continued, "Actually, I can introduce you to Director Chen. Our play is just short of a minor supporting role. If you're interested, I can recommend you." Now even the assistant beside Lu Qian looked at her with jealousy. Everyone knew that Lu Qian and the big boss behind her were extraordinary, so it was easy to recommend her to play a small supporting role. "Well, thank you, Sister Lu," she said, a little flattered. "You're welcome. We're sisters. I don't know why Yang Yining would leave such a good opportunity like you unused. Maybe she's afraid that you'll outshine her if you become successful." As she spoke, she looked at Xiao meaningfully. Such heart-wrenching words even shook Xiao, who had followed Yang Yining for 2 years. Seeing that she was a little shaken, Lu Qian asked casually, "Xiao, where does Yining live now? I heard that she met a pervert some time ago, and I'm worried about her." She hesitated for a moment and said, "Well, Sister Yining is living in Brother Chen's house now." Lu Qian raised her eyebrows and asked doubtfully, "Xiao Chen? Doesn't he live with Su Yueru?" She didn't know how to explain it, so she just nodded. At this time, Lu Qian waved her hand and continued, "None of this matters. Xiao, can you take Yining to Wanong Shopping Mall? As long as you can get her there, I will take care of everything with Director Chen." Her words were very tempting. Xiao hesitated for a moment and then slowly nodded. After the memory disappeared, Xiao Chen saw Xiao nodded without hesitation, indicating that no one knew Yang Yining's whereabouts. He looked at her quietly for a while. He didn't expect that this young assistant who had followed Yang Yining for 2 years would betray her because of a verbal promise. But he soon gave up the pursuit, as it was more important to rescue the hostages at this time. Since this matter is related to Lu Qian, he just needs to find her. Thinking of this, he asked Xiao, "Where is Lu Qian now?"
She didn't expect him to ask about Lu Qian directly, and immediately panicked. Brother Chen, what do you mean? How do I know where Sister Lu is?
She felt a little regretful as soon as she finished speaking. She had always looked down on Lu Qian and would never call her sister Lu.
Xiao, I don't want to ask you the same question a second time.
If you cooperate, I can still help you hide it, but if you don't tell me, I will settle the score with you later.
He never blindly indulges women.
He will treat those who are worthy of his trust and dedication sincerely. But he will never show mercy to scheming women like Chen Yuejia and Xiao.
Brother Chen, I was forced to do this.
Woo woo. He raised his hand to stop her from pretending to be pitiful. He already knew the truth of the matter.
Tell me quickly, where is Lu Qian?
Hearing his stern tone, she finally couldn't hold it back anymore and cried. I secretly heard her say that we were meeting at some factory in the west of the city.
I don't know what happened after that.
He stared at her crying face for a while and felt that what she said must be true. If there is another sign in reward, he must have the skill to be able to detect other people's lies. Thinking of this, he immediately drove to the west of the city. On the way, he activated his racing skills and arrived in just 10 minutes instead of the 40-minute drive. But when he arrived in the west of the city, he found that this was the industrial area of Longcheng. Factories are densely distributed in this area. He felt a little overwhelmed when he stood on the hillside overlooking the entire city. But at this point, he had no room to retreat. So he activated his eavesdropping skill with all his strength. Originally, he could only hear sounds within 10 meters, but under the influence of his strong wish, his ability gradually became stronger.
Ding, detected that the host has fully activated the eavesdropping skill. The system is upgrading for you. Upgrade again? The last time I upgraded, the system shut down and went on strike.
He prayed silently in his heart that he would not fail at this moment.
System upgrade completed.
The host must complete the upgrade task within 1 day, otherwise the skill will be revoked by the system.
What? He was stunned. A skill could be retracted by the system? Did that mean he couldn't use it anymore?
But you can continue to use it after completing the task, and even upgrade the skills. Ding, the upgrade task is to give the beautiful girl a princess hug. He had just recovered from his confused state, but this time he was even more confused.
Chapter 108, 10 million ransom. What kind of rogue system is this? Since I can't do it myself, I'm using him to fulfill my wish?
He suddenly felt extremely annoyed, and now the system has been upgraded.
If he doesn't complete the upgrade mission, his current eavesdropping skills will most likely disappear. Isn't this the same as borrowing a loan from the system in advance and having to repay it on time, or else your house will be taken away?
And although it sounds cool to give a beautiful woman a princess carry, it is actually very difficult to do in reality. If you are not careful, you will become a greasy and disgusting man. At this moment, an idea suddenly occurred to him.
He could go home and give Su Yueru a princess hug after seeing Yang Yining and the others.
This way, she won't refuse, and she can also complete the task given by the system, which is the best of both worlds.
Just as he was secretly congratulating himself on his genius thinking, a system prompt sounded.
Ding, system prompt, the upgrade task should be completed without the help of system rewards.
Does that mean I can't complete the upgrade mission with Yueru? After all, she's the beautiful CEO who was directly rewarded to me by the system. Moreover, all upgrade tasks in the future will have to be completed by my own abilities, which is really a headache to think about.
But now he could only suppress all the waves in his heart and use his eavesdropping skills to the maximum level.
The upgraded eavesdropping skills have indeed been greatly improved.
Before, I could only hear sounds within 10 meters, but now I can hear almost all the sounds in the factory below while standing on the high slope. But there were too many factories down there, and too many people inside, so he needed to listen to them one by one. Just as he was trying to distinguish the direction of Yang Yining and the others from the countless voices, they were surrounded by a group of thugs. Yang Yining was openly carried away by several big men in the shopping mall, and then she was blindfolded and led to an abandoned factory. The factory was filled with an unpleasant smell of mold and smoke, and the big men threw her and Wang Yanan directly onto a pile of discarded plastic bags. The two men landed on the ground with a thud, raising a cloud of dust. Cough, cough, the two of them coughed violently for a while, and the blindfolds in front of their eyes were finally removed. In addition to the burly men who had taken them away before, there were also a few ruffian-looking yellow-haired boys looking at the two of them with lustful expressions. Their mouths were stuffed with cloth to prevent them from shouting.
Yang Yining had been pampered since childhood and had never seen such a scene before.
She was so scared that she started to tremble.
Wang Yanan was a little calmer.
After all, her mother, Wang Jingjin, a heroine, had been very strict with her and her brother since childhood, and her management even felt a bit military style. At this time, the big man in the lead spoke up, "Miss Yang, we actually have no ill intentions towards you.
Please don't be afraid. We are also acting on orders from our superiors. Someone will want to see you soon. It will be easier for us to get things done if you cooperate with us."
Although his attitude was domineering, he was still polite.
She nodded continuously after hearing that.
Seeing that she cooperated, the big man took the cloth ball out of her mouth with confidence.
Then he looked at Wang Yanan in embarrassment.
He was still hesitating about what to do with this unexpected goods. At this time, the man who carried her away stepped forward and said, "Brother, I heard that pretty boys say that this fat girl is actually the daughter of Wang Jingjin, the richest man in Longcheng. If we call her and tell her that her daughter is in our hands, we will definitely be able to extort a large sum of money." When he heard this, his eyes narrowed and he looked at her as if she were fat. "Okay, take the cloth out of that fat girl's mouth." Then he said to her, "Little fatty, if you ask your mother for 10 million, we promise to send you back to your mother in good condition.
Do you understand?"
He spoke with full confidence, thinking that she would definitely cooperate with him. Unexpectedly, as soon as the cloth in her mouth was taken off, she screamed like a pig being slaughtered, "You are the fat one, your whole family is fat.
Let me tell you, if you give me 10 million now, I can consider letting you go."
Compared with the eldest brother's momentum, she spoke more confidently and had no idea that she was the one being kidnapped. "Little bitch, if I don't teach you a lesson, you don't even know your own weight." He raised his hand and slapped her across the face. Her fair face suddenly swelled up, but this did not affect her performance.
"You bastard, how dare you hit me? I'm telling you, I'll remember you. When I get out, I'll pay you back 100-fold.
She spoke passionately and majestically, but she was tied up like a dumpling and could only passively take the beating. Seeing that she was at a disadvantage, Yang Yining hurried to help and directly used her body to block her.
"If you hit her again, I won't see the people you bring later.
Please let her go."
Nan, can you be a little more obedient?"
It is said that a hero never suffers a loss in front of him. Wang Yanan is not only a hero, but also a righteous man who is not afraid of death. But when she saw Yang Yining standing up for her, she cooperated and stopped yelling. The breathless elder brother motioned for the younger brother to bring the phone over. He advised Wang Yanan, "Beautiful girl, tell me your mother's phone number and I won't make things difficult for you." She glanced at Yang Yining, who was quietly motioning to her, and said in agreement, 131-3244. After saying that, he quickly dialed the number. He wanted to sell the stuff quickly. The phone rang for a while before the other end picked up. Before the other party could say anything, he spoke up, "Is that Wang Jingjin? Listen, your daughter is in my hands. If you want her to return safely, quickly prepare 10 million. Only then did the other side slowly say, "Who are you? Why should I believe you?" He kicked Wang Yanan on the ground, then put the phone directly to her mouth and said, "Say something, and ask your mother to quickly prepare a ransom of 10 million. She glanced at the ferocious kidnapper. The fact that he dared to kidnap people openly in a shopping mall showed that he was indeed fearless. If you fight against such a desperate criminal, you will be the only one who suffers in the end.
"Mom, I'm Nan. Please ask Long Yun to come and save me."
She called for help on the phone. He then took the phone and said viciously, "Now you believe it, your daughter is in my hands.
If you want her to live, you'd better not call the police.
Then put the 10 million cash I want in a bag and leave it in the place I specify. Once I receive the money, I will naturally release your daughter." After saying that, he hung up the phone without waiting for a response. Then he called a gangster and told him to keep an eye on the two men.
Chapter 109, Unexpected Guests.
The ransom was huge, and he didn't trust anyone to collect it, so he planned to bring people to collect it himself. He gave his orders to his men and left. As soon as he left, the gangster immediately started to act like a bully.
He walked up to Yang Yining, squatted down and said to her, "Goddess Yang, do you still remember me?"
His greasy hair gave off a strange smell as if he hadn't washed it for days, and mixed with his bad breath, it made people feel a little nauseous.
Fighting back the urge to vomit, she asked, "Who are you?"
"If you let me go, I can give you 10 million.
She hopes to impress this person with money. Sometimes problems that can be solved with money are not problems at all. Goddess Yang is so naive. Our boss invited you here to catch up with you. Why would he ask you to pay? After you meet the guests, our boss can have a deep conversation with you. Ha, I'm looking forward to it just thinking about it. He said this with a lewd smile on his face, and even licked the corner of his mouth with his greasy tongue. She was frightened by his words. Was she going to be maliciously retaliated against? No, she had to find a way to leave. Who are you? I have no grudge against you, why would you do such a thing? She looked at him with a bit of despair, and only then did she feel that he seemed a little familiar. Goddess Yang is so forgetful. You forgot we just met. In that mall, when you were shopping with another beautiful woman. As soon as he said this, she suddenly remembered that when she and Su Yueru were shopping together, they were approached by a gangster. Fortunately, Xiao Chun chased the gangster away. She didn't pay much attention to that person at that time, but now she sees that it is the person in front of her. What a narrow road for enemies to meet. She seemed to remember something, her eyes widening. He added, well, if you tell me the phone number and address of the other beautiful woman that day, I might consider letting you go. He touched her hair with his hands that had not been washed for several days, and then put her hair under his nose and smelled it. There was no way she would tell Su Yueru her phone number and address, but she was so frightened by his perverted behavior that she almost cried. Wang Yanan, who was standing by, spat at him. Bah, a scumbag like you wants Yueru's phone number. Wishful thinking. He wiped the saliva off his face with his hand, then reached out and slapped her again. You bitch, don't think I won't touch you just because you're a hostage. Even if I beat you half to death, I can still get the ransom. After saying that, he slapped her again as if he was still not satisfied. When she was about to resist, Yang Yinin quickly stopped her. Resisting at this time would undoubtedly be asking for trouble. Seeing that both of them were silent, he smiled smugly. Goddess Yang is a sensible person. Our guests will be arriving soon. You should be more sensible to avoid suffering later. His words were vague, but it was clear that they had no intention of letting her leave today. At this time, someone came to the door to announce that a guest had arrived, and he quickly stood up and went to greet him. The person who came was Lu Qian. She was swaying her slender waist, which made the gangsters stare at her. She goes for the sexy style, so her daily outfits are quite bold. Especially the surging aura on his chest, everyone who saw it for the first time was shocked. Where is third brother? Why are you the only one here? She looked at the servile little gangster with a bit of disgust. He quickly replied, there's a meat ticket available today, and third brother has gone to get the money. He should be back soon. We've already prepared the person you want. Oh? Take me to see her. Only the crisp sound of high heels echoed in the empty factory, and he walked over with Lu Qian. When she saw Yang Yinin sitting on the ground, covered in dust, she immediately smiled. Yang Yinin, when you fought me, you didn't expect that you would end up like this. Lu Qian, why are you doing this? Aren't you afraid that I'll call the police? Hearing her say this, Lu Qian covered her mouth and laughed happily. Call the police? How could that be? How can I bring you here and let you leave here safely? She felt the threat in Lu Qian's words, and thinking of what the gangster had just said, she had a bad premonition. What are you going to do to me? I'm telling you, don't mess around. This is a society ruled by law. Before she could finish her words, Lu Qian waved her hands in the air, as if she was annoyed. Do you think anyone can come to save you now? Can that Xiao Chen still protect you now? I tell you, he can't take care of himself right now. It turned out that she had already known about the incident at Su Yueru's company press conference, so she took action so suddenly. As long as Xiao Chen doesn't come to make trouble, she can deal with Yang Yinin, the annoying little bitch. And if I ask you to, you won't call the police any later. There's nothing more explosive than a female celebrity being raped by a man. If you still want to keep your acting career, you'll just shut up, right? As she spoke, she smiled gracefully again. How dare you? You can't do this. Yang Yinin was also a little panicked. At this point, it seemed that no one would save her. Just when she was despairing, Lu Qian looked at her watch and urged, when will third brother come back? If you need to do something, do it quickly, otherwise there will be more trouble. The gangster's eyes swept over her full breasts, and he swallowed his saliva and said, it should be soon. It will definitely be no problem for third brother to go there personally. But she was getting a little impatient, so she pointed at him and said, why don't you do it? It doesn't matter who you do it. I just want the video of her getting fucked as leverage.
He was a little flattered at this time. Happiness came too suddenly.
This was originally a benefit for being the boss, but is it going to benefit myself instead? This isn't appropriate, Sister Lou.
Third brother has already taken a liking to this little bitch. If I go after him, I'll have a hard time explaining it to him.
He looked at Yang Yining and swallowed his saliva.
Of course he wanted to possess such a beauty, but he was afraid of the trouble that would come later.
It's okay, third brother, let me tell you. You go ahead, I'll take the video here.
As she spoke, she actually took out her cell phone and prepared to take a picture of Yang Yining being raped. After hearing this, he immediately showed a lewd smile and walked towards Yang Yining.
Seeing him coming, she backed away desperately.
At this time, Lu Qian was already ready, and she urged loudly from behind. In the meantime, he began to take off his shirt, revealing his rib-bearing body. His arms were covered in large tattoos, and his hands had already begun to unbuckle his belt. She pleaded with a slightly tearful voice, Sister Lou, please, don't let them do this.
I'll agree to whatever you want. Chapter 110 Sending Heads. Lu Qian sneered, you'll agree to anything? Humph, too late. Who told you to compete with me in Director Chen's movie? Who told you to flirt with Brother Yuan?
That pervert didn't kill you last time, but I'll destroy you this time. Her tone was so harsh as if Yang Yining was the murderer of her father. It seemed that she would not let her go this time. Yang Yining began to cry a little desperately, and Wang Yanan tried her best to step forward to stop her. But she was tied up like a dumpling and had difficulty moving. After being kicked away by the gangster, she could not do anything for a while. There was a sound of clothes tearing.
Yang Yining screamed in despair.
She was only wearing a thin shirt, which was torn to pieces. Seeing her fair skin and frightened expression, he suddenly became excited. He put his bad-breathed mouth in front of hers and wanted to give her a wet French kiss. But she shook her head desperately and struggled, preventing him from succeeding. Lu Qian kept urging and ridiculing him behind the camera, which made him angry, and he slapped her in the face. The blow was so strong that she was stunned and lost the strength to resist. Just as the gangster was about to kiss her on the mouth, a dazzling light shone on several people.
Brother, this is bad. Someone drove right in.
Someone came running over to report to him.
Fuck you, am I blind? Isn't this just shining the headlights on me? Who the hell is this? How dare they mess up my business?
He let go of Yang Yining and stood up, tightening his pants while squinting his eyes to look at the car.
A pink Bugatti Veyron.
A man about 1.8 meters tall, with a handsome face and a model figure, walked out of the car. He had no weapons in his hands and looked at him calmly.
Who are you? Are you here to get gay?
He looked at Xiao Chun with a bit of contempt. The pink car made him look down on Xiao Chen. But when Xiao Chen came closer to him, he immediately recognized him.
So it's you, the fucker.
You beat me up last time, and I haven't settled the score with you yet.
You still dare to act wildly in my territory? You must be tired of living,
he said, waving his hand to call his men over. Xiao Chen looked at the people who gathered around him, about 6 or 7 of them. With his current skills, it would be difficult for him to defeat them all at once. But when he saw Yang Yining lying on the ground in dishevel, a nameless fire suddenly rose in his heart.
Just do it, no matter whether you can win or not. Fight if you can, fight if you can, fight if you can't.
Thinking of this, he rushed towards the little yellow-haired boy closest to him with great momentum. The man didn't expect that he would target him right away. He was unable to react in time and was knocked to the ground by him. Then he rushed to the next target, while the others were already prepared and rushed forward to surround him. Most of them had weapons in their hands, some holding long sticks, some holding iron bars, and some even holding daggers. For him, who was unarmed, he was in a passive position and was at a disadvantage. After being hit by the other party's sticks several times, he gradually felt exhausted. This was even after his physical fitness was greatly enhanced when he gained a model's figure. If he were an ordinary person, he would have fallen to the ground after a few blows. Brother, this kid is quite durable. The brothers hit him several times, and he was still able to fight back. The thugs surrounding him shouted,
"Beat him to death. I don't believe he can keep holding on like this."
After hearing what he said, a group of hooligans rushed up as if they had been injected with chicken blood.
A pack of wolves can kill a tiger.
No matter how strong Xiao Chun is, he can't hold on at this time.
Bang! He was hit hard on the head with an iron rod by a gangster.
Suddenly, a starry sky appeared in front of his eyes, and blood flowed from his head.
Brother Chen, leave me alone. Let's go. Yang Yining shouted at him while struggling desperately on the ground.
He was distracted by her scream and looked at her involuntarily. As a result, he was hit by a club by the gangster behind him, and finally he fell to the ground due to exhaustion. The gangster who had just molested Yang Yining walked straight up and stepped on his face.
You're so arrogant, so arrogant. Weren't you very powerful when you beat me before? How come you're lying on the ground like a dog now?
Then he stomped his foot on his face again and said, "Call me daddy now.
I might be in a good mood and let you go."
As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Chen laughed.
With this IQ, why do you want to be a gangster? If I call you dad, do you dare to answer?
Seeing him smile, the man became even angrier.
He kicked Xiao Chen hard, then dragged Yang Yining over. Aren't you on good terms with this little beauty? Now I'm going to make out with her right in front of you and teach you a lesson as a virgin. What?
This person is so shameless, he actually did such a thing.
Only then did he see Lu Qian coming out from the corner.
She looked at him with a smug look on her face, as if she was the ultimate winner.
Just as the little hooligan was about to flirt with Yang Yining again, someone shouted, "Zheng Yuan, you little bastard! Are you going to rebel while I'm away? Whose people do you dare to touch?"
The person who came was the third brother who had gone to collect the ransom before, and he came back angrily. Zheng Yuan quickly ran up to him and explained, "Third brother, it wasn't me.
It was Sister Lu who asked me to come.
She said she was afraid of the long night and the many dreams." Before he could finish explaining, the third brother slapped him in the face.
"That won't do either.
You dare to touch my third master's woman.
Are you tired of living?"
As he said this, he walked in with a few brothers, and immediately showed a lustful look when he saw Lu Qian.
"Sister Lu, I, your third brother, have brought you the person you wanted. When will you have time to accompany me?"
He put his arms around her slender waist, but she didn't push him away directly. Instead, she leaned in his arms half-heartedly.
"Third brother is very busy today. Isn't one Yang Yining enough? It's not too late to make an appointment later."
Then she brought her third brother to Yang Yining. When her third brother saw Yang Yining, he immediately let her go.
"Yining, I'm your fan. I finally have the chance to get to know you properly."
He stared at her torn shirt and looked at her fair skin with lustful eyes. As if sensing his unfriendly gaze, she shrank back and said, "Please, let me go.
I can also give you a ransom."
Speaking of the ransom, the man seemed to remember something and immediately started cursing. Damn Wang Jinjin, the richer she is, the more stingy she is.
She didn't even pay the ransom we promised her. I've been waiting in vain.
I'll definitely take care of that fat daughter of hers.
Chapter 112, 18 Martial Arts.
As he spoke, he picked up the wooden stick on the ground and rushed forward. Ever since Xiao Chen activated his fighting skills, his mind was instantly filled with professional knowledge related to fighting. From hand-to-hand combat to the use of weapons, it can be said that he is now proficient in all kinds of martial arts. When the big man rushed over with a stick, knowledge and skills of using the stick immediately appeared in his mind. At the same time, his limbs seemed to have muscle memory, and he picked up the wooden stick on the ground and rushed forward. Ping pong pong, there was a sound of wooden sticks hitting each other, and the big man stared at Xiao Chen with wide eyes. Long Yun had been very skilled in using the nunchakus before. If it weren't for the gangsters around who kept making trouble, she might have been able to take him down directly. But compared to Xiao Chen, Long Yun's stick skills were just like a child's trick. Xiao Chen's stick flowers were swung one after another, continuously and endlessly, leaving him no chance of getting close. Moreover, as the fight between the two continued to lengthen, even his chance of fighting back continued to decrease. Just as he was about to be chopped down by Xiao Chen's stick, he shouted at the thugs beside him, "You bunch of idiots, what are you all standing there for? Come over and help." They didn't expect that the scum who had just been humiliated by being stepped on the face would become so powerful so quickly, like a different person. People were fascinated by the fight between the two men. When they heard the call from their boss, they immediately entered combat mode and rushed forward with weapons in hand. They still wanted to use their numerical advantage to crush Xiao Chen directly. But they didn't expect that as soon as they rushed up, they were stopped 1 meter away by his stick and could not get close to him. The so-called stick sweeps a large area. Among all weapons, the stick is the most suitable one to deal with this kind of group fight. Xiao Chen's stick skills were impeccable, leaving no room for attack. Instead, he kept hitting the opponent's vital points, and the gangsters were knocked to the ground one after another. As the number of people continued to decrease, the thugs on the opposite side began to panic.
Boss, this guy is too troublesome. How about we retreat? Someone suggested.
Seeing that he couldn't win, he wasn't the only one who wanted to run away.
But the big man was unwilling to do so.
He had been a powerful figure in Longqing for so many years, and no one in the black and white worlds failed to give face to his third brother.
How could he lose face in front of this kid? Damn it!
If anyone dares to leave today, I'll deal with this guy and then I'll deal with you bunch of rubbish.
He was still struggling as he spoke.
At this time, Long Yun saw that the other side was demoralized and Xiao Chen was fighting hard with the big man, so he stood up and joined the melee. Long Yun's martial arts skills were already good, and he had just been offended, so his attack was even more ruthless.
Soon, there were 7 or 8 people lying on the ground.
They were scared by Long Yun's beating, so they just lay on the ground pretending to be dead. No matter how their eldest brother called them, they refused to get up. A bunch of useless trash, it's a pity I still support you.
Oh my god.
He was knocked to the ground by Xiao Chen's long stick. A bump immediately appeared on his head and his head was buzzing.
Good man, let's talk it out.
We are brothers, we can discuss things together. Since he can't win, he'll just give in quickly.
This has been his way of survival in the underworld over the years. The more arrogant you were before, the more humble you are now.
He knelt on the ground and looked at Xiao Chen, a flattering smile appearing on his greasy face.
Bah, who are you and your brothers? You are a bunch of scum and scum.
At this time, Wang Yanan had been untied by Long Yun. She had just suffered a lot of beatings and grievances, and was worried about having no place to vent her anger.
Fatty, no, Auntie, I was wrong.
I didn't know you and this little brother were in the same group. If I had known that you were in the same group, I would never have dared to tie you up even if I were beaten to death. Humph, it's too late to talk about this now.
Didn't you just try to molest Inin?
I'll castrate you.
He immediately pointed at Lu Qian in the corner and said, Brother, that bitch is the one who ordered us here.
She said that if we can just kidnap Yan Yinin, she'll give us 50 million. She also said we can do whatever we want with her. Having said this, he saw Xiao Chen's face immediately turn bad, so he quickly begged for mercy.
Brother, I'm sorry, brother. I know this is my sister-in-law.
I was also deceived. Please let us go. As he spoke, his men behind him knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Yes, big brother.
Let us go.
Brother, I have parents and children to take care of. Please let us go. I have to say that today's gangsters are very good at adapting to changing circumstances.
But Xiao Chen ignored them and walked straight to Yan Yinin.
After the series of tortures she had just endured, she was now hiding behind the crowd with a pale face. When she saw Xiao Chen, she looked at him pitifully as if she was a wounded little white rabbit. He walked over and found that she was almost naked, so he took off his coat and put it on her. Then he picked her up horizontally like a princess, and his movements were smooth and natural. She buried her head in his arms and they walked outside together. Passing by Long Yun, he said, I just called the police.
Tie these people up and keep them safe. Also, hand Lu Qian over to the police. Inin is frightened, so I'll take her home first.
As he spoke, he looked at Wang Yanan on the side. She had also suffered a lot of beatings, so he looked at her with an inquiring look to see if she wanted to follow him.
As if she understood what he meant, Wang Yanan waved her hand and said casually, Brother Chen, take Inin away first.
I still have a grudge to avenge.
Don't worry, Long Yun is with me.
Hearing her say this, he nodded. With Long Yun's strength, it was more than enough to deal with the few thugs who were crippled by him. So he hugged her and left in the complicated gazes of everyone, leaving everyone with a handsome back.
Who hit me just now? Wang Yanan's voice brought everyone back to reality.
She wanted to use the time before the police arrived to teach the bastard who bullied her a lesson.
Fatty, please spare my life.
If you can let me and my brothers go, we in the Qinglong Society will follow your lead from now on. At this time, the third brother also humbled himself and begged her for mercy. Without the big devil just now, he thought he could still convince these two women.
Who's fat?
You're fat, your whole family is fat. Let me tell you, I hate it most when people say I'm fat. As she spoke, she raised her hand and slapped him hard.
Chapter 112, 18 Martial Arts.
As he spoke, he picked up the wooden stick on the ground and rushed forward. Ever since Xiao Chen activated his fighting skills, his mind was instantly filled with professional knowledge related to fighting. From hand-to-hand combat to the use of weapons, it can be said that he is now proficient in all kinds of martial arts. When the big man rushed over with a stick, knowledge and skills of using the stick immediately appeared in his mind. At the same time, his limbs seemed to have muscle memory, and he picked up the wooden stick on the ground and rushed forward. Ping pong pong, there was a sound of wooden sticks hitting each other, and the big man stared at Xiao Chen with wide eyes. Long Yun had been very skilled in using the nunchakus before. If it weren't for the gangsters around who kept making trouble, she might have been able to take him down directly. But compared to Xiao Chen, Long Yun's stick skills were just like a child's trick. Xiao Chen's stick flowers were swung one after another, continuously and endlessly, leaving him no chance of getting close. Moreover, as the fight between the two continued to lengthen, even his chance of fighting back continued to decrease. Just as he was about to be chopped down by Xiao Chen's stick, he shouted at the thugs beside him, "You bunch of idiots, what are you all standing there for? Come over and help." They didn't expect that the scum who had just been humiliated by being stepped on the face would become so powerful so quickly, like a different person. People were fascinated by the fight between the two men. When they heard the call from their boss, they immediately entered combat mode and rushed forward with weapons in hand. They still wanted to use their numerical advantage to crush Xiao Chen directly. But they didn't expect that as soon as they rushed up, they were stopped 1 meter away by his stick and could not get close to him. The so-called stick sweeps a large area. Among all weapons, the stick is the most suitable one to deal with this kind of group fight. Xiao Chen's stick skills were impeccable, leaving no room for attack. Instead, he kept hitting the opponent's vital points, and the gangsters were knocked to the ground one after another. As the number of people continued to decrease, the thugs on the opposite side began to panic. "Boss, this guy is too troublesome. How about we retreat?" someone suggested. Seeing that he couldn't win, he wasn't the only one who wanted to run away. But the big man was unwilling to do so. He had been a powerful figure in launching for so many years, and no one in the black and white worlds failed to give face to his third brother. How could he lose face in front of this kid? Damn it! If anyone dares to leave today, I'll deal with this guy and then I'll deal with you bunch of rubbish. He was still struggling as he spoke. At this time, Long Yun saw that the other side was demoralized and Xiao Chen was fighting hard with the big man, so he stood up and joined the melee. Long Yun's martial arts skills were already good, and he had just been offended, so his attack was even more ruthless. Soon, there were 7 or 8 people lying on the ground. They were scared by Long Yun's beating, so they just lay on the ground pretending to be dead. No matter how their eldest brother called them, they refused to get up. "A bunch of useless trash, it's a pity I still support you." Oh my god. He was knocked to the ground by Xiao Chen's long stick. A bump immediately appeared on his head and his head was buzzing. Good man, let's talk it out. We are brothers, we can discuss things together." Since he can't win, he'll just give in quickly. This has been his way of survival in the underworld over the years. The more arrogant you were before, the more humble you are now. He knelt on the ground and looked at Xiao Chen, a flattering smile appearing on his greasy face. "Bah, who are you and your brothers? You are a bunch of scum and scum." At this time, Wang Yanan had been untied by Long Yun. She had just suffered a lot of beatings and grievances, and was worried about having no place to vent her anger. "Fatty, no, Auntie, I was wrong. I didn't know you and this little brother were in the same group. If I had known that you were in the same group, I would never have dared to tie you up even if I were beaten to death." "Humph, it's too late to talk about this now. Didn't you just try to molest Yinyin? I'll castrate you." He immediately pointed at Lu Qian in the corner and said, "Brother, that bitch is the one who ordered us here. She said that if we can just kidnap Yan Yinyin, she'll give us 50 million. She also said we can do whatever we want with her." Having said this, he saw Xiao Chen's face immediately turn bad, so he quickly begged for mercy. "Brother, I'm sorry, brother. I know this is my sister-in-law. I was also deceived. Please let us go." As he spoke, his men behind him knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. "Yes, big brother. Let us go. Brother, I have parents and children to take care of. Please let us go." I have to say that today's gangsters are very good at adapting to changing circumstances. But Xiao Chen ignored them and walked straight to Yan Yinyin. After the series of tortures she had just endured, she was now hiding behind the crowd with a pale face. When she saw Xiao Chen, she looked at him pitifully as if she was a wounded little white rabbit. He walked over and found that she was almost naked, so he took off his coat and put it on her. Then he picked her up horizontally like a princess, and his movements were smooth and natural. She buried her head in his arms and they walked outside together. Passing by Long Yun, he said, "I just called the police. Tie these people up and keep them safe. Also, hand Lu Qian over to the police. Yinin is frightened, so I'll take her home first." As he spoke, he looked at Wang Yanin on the side. She had also suffered a lot of beatings, so he looked at her with an inquiring look to see if she wanted to follow him. As if she understood what he meant, Wang Yanin waved her hand and said casually, "Brother Chen, take Yinin away first. I still have a grudge to avenge. Don't worry, Long Yun is with me." Hearing her say this, he nodded. With Long Yun's strength, it was more than enough to deal with the few thugs who were crippled by him. So he hugged her and left in the complicated gazes of everyone, leaving everyone with a handsome back.
"Who hit me just now?" Wang Yanin's voice brought everyone back to reality.
She wanted to use the time before the police arrived to teach the bastard who bullied her a lesson.
"Fatty, please spare my life. If you can let me and my brothers go, we in the Qinglong Society will follow your lead from now on."
At this time, the third brother also humbled himself and begged her for mercy. Without the big devil just now, he thought he could still convince these two women.
"Who's fat?"
"You're fat, your whole family is fat. Let me tell you, I hate it most when people say I'm fat." As she spoke, she raised her hand and slapped him hard.
Chapter 113, Meet Again. When Wang Yanin had basically taught this group of thugs a lesson, the police sirens finally sounded on the street.
When a few gangsters saw the police uncle, they immediately started crying as if they had seen their relatives.
"Woo woo, police officer, please take us away quickly. This fat girl is too scary. Woo woo."
The policeman looked at the bruised gangster and Lu Qian, who was tied up in a very sexy way, and was a little confused.
Long Yun then stood up and explained the whole story to the police.
Moreover, she provided the police with both the previous blackmail phone recording and the video evidence of Yang Yining being molested. Seeing the evidence before them, the police immediately understood the seriousness of the matter. So the gangster and Lu Qian were taken away together.
On the other side, Xiao Chen was anxious to take Yang Yining away.
On the one hand, he was worried about her condition, and on the other hand, Su Yueru was still alone at home. He was worried about her staying at home alone, so as soon as he finished his work, he couldn't wait to return to the apartment. It was already 2 o'clock in the morning when he returned to the apartment. As soon as he opened the door, Su Yueru came out to greet him. When she saw him holding the sleeping Yang Yining in his arms, she did not feel any dissatisfaction or jealousy. Instead, she asked worriedly about what had happened. It turned out that she woke up not long after he left, and became a little worried when she saw the note he left. But she called him and he didn't answer. She didn't know that he was fighting for his life with a group of desperados at that time. When she saw him coming back with the disheveled Yang Yining in his arms, her heart, which had been relieved, became heavy again.
"What's going on?" she asked in panic. "It's a long story. Can you ask Lin Xinger to come again?"
he said as he glanced at the clock on the wall. It was already 2:30 in the morning. He felt a little embarrassed to dig Lin Xinger out of the quilt at this time. But he was worried about Yang Yining's situation, so he made this unreasonable request.
"Okay, I'll call Xinger right away."
As she spoke, she dialed Lin Xinger's number. The two communicated for a while, and then she hung up the phone.
"She promised to come and see."
After hearing what she said, he felt relieved.
So he put Yang Yining in the bedroom and asked Su Yueru to change her clothes.
After waiting for a while, Lin Xinger came over. She yawned and saw that he was covered in injuries but complained without any sympathy, "Why is it you again?
Can't you just stop fighting?"
He could only shrug his shoulders to express his helplessness, as this was not something he could control. At this time, Su Yueru walked out of the room and briefly explained the situation to her. Knowing that she seemed to have scolded the wrong person, she just stuck out her tongue and went into the bedroom. When she was seeing the patient alone, he explained the basic situation to Su Yueru. When she learned that Lu Qian was so cruel as to want to harm Yang Yining, she was extremely indignant. Why is she so scary? She actually came up with such a sinister trick to deal with others. Hearing her standing up for others, he felt even more sorry for her.
"How about you? Are you feeling better now? Hadn't she just been brutally retaliated against and betrayed?"
She still had the heart to stand up for others.
"I'm feeling much better. I feel so lucky to have you."
She smiled sweetly at him, feeling genuinely lucky to have him around. He kissed her forehead gently, then moved to her nose, and then,
"That's all. Lin Xinger came out coughing exaggeratedly and teased the two of them. Oh, why is it always like this? Are you doing this on purpose for me, a single guy? She moved away a little embarrassedly and said with a smile, Xinger, how is Yinyin? She's fine physically, but she's been through a lot of trauma. I'm not a professional psychiatrist, but I can recommend a classmate of mine. He's very good at treating post-traumatic stress. After she finished giving the medical advice, she turned to him and said, Xiao Chen, you now owe me 2 favors. Remember to pay me back in the future. He scratched his head and said with a smile, Miss Lin is so capable, what else does she need me to do? But as long as you ask, I will do my best to help. Thank you for coming this time. He spoke sincerely. Originally, Lin Xinger just wanted to tease him, but now she was moved by his attitude. Seeing that he was covered in wounds, she shook her head and said, Are you risking your life? Can you protect yourself next time? I don't want Xiaoye to worry about you all the time. Although she had a bad attitude, she stepped forward to help him treat his wounds. Although he fought alone against 10 opponents in this fierce battle, he defeated them miserably. But because he was beaten up by everyone before, he was really badly injured. Fortunately, his physique was strengthened by the system, otherwise he would be lying in the hospital now. After the wound was treated, Lin Xinger left. At dawn, the police station called and asked them to go and give their statements and cooperate with the police investigation. He brought Yang Yinyin to the police station again and did the same thing again, but this time he finally brought Lu Qian, the mastermind behind the incident, to justice. The police comrades also expressed high praise for his heroic behavior this time, but still reminded him not to be too impulsive next time. He was a little confused at first, but when he saw the robbers beaten into pig heads, he immediately understood what the police officer meant. But he didn't do it himself. He always defeated the enemy with one move, hitting the vital points, and stopped when they lost the ability to resist. At this time, Wang Yanan and Long Yin came to the two of them. They had been here cooperating with the investigation last night. Moreover, Wang Yanan was very happy because he had finally avenged them for beating him. After this incident, the relationship between her and Yang Yinyin also progressed by leaps and bounds. After all, they had been kidnapped together, so there was no awkwardness at all when they met. As the two were talking animatedly, Long Yin came over and greeted him. They hadn't seen each other since they last parted at the police station, and they thought they might never have any contact in the future. I didn't expect that they actually have such a deep connection. Are you Wang Yanin's friend? He asked. No, I'm the Wang family's bodyguard. She said it succinctly. Ha! He had never expected that this hot young lady would have such an unexpected identity. Seeing his surprised expression, she smiled and said, What's wrong? I saw that you were quite skilled yesterday. Are you interested in being a bodyguard? He immediately waved his hand and said, I'm a person who advocates violence. It's better for people to communicate more with each other. Chapter 114, Borrowing a Villa. As soon as he said this, he felt a little regretful. Girls are generally more sensitive. By saying this, isn't he implying that she advocates violence and doesn't like to communicate with others? Before he could explain, she said coldly, Not everyone in this world can communicate. Just like those people yesterday, can you solve the problem through communication? Violence can't solve all problems, but without violence, it won't work either. She looked serious and sad as she spoke, as if she were telling him a story rather than just making a point. He didn't say anything else. He seemed to feel that something violent had happened to this girl. He didn't want to touch other people's pain, so the two of them fell into silence for a while. At this moment, his cell phone suddenly rang, and Ho Zi on the other end of the phone was stammering, trying to make an appointment with him. He agreed and hung up the phone. Several people said goodbye again in front of the police station, but this time everyone exchanged contact information with each other. After experiencing this thrilling life and death battle, the revolutionary friendship between them was completely established. After sending Yang Yinyin back to the apartment, he drove to the community where Ho Zi lived. When he arrived at the old neighborhood where he used to live, he saw Ho Zi standing downstairs smoking and waiting for him from afar. Although he had experienced a great battle yesterday, he not only did not get a good rest, but was even covered with wounds. But his physique is much stronger than that of ordinary people, so he doesn't look too tired. When Ho Zi saw him coming, he waved from a distance. Ho Zi, why did you think of asking me out? Aren't you kissing Zhang Xiaohua anymore? He started teasing Ho Zi as soon as he came up. Last time he bought a villa in Linjiang International, but Zhang Xiaohua left in anger because he refused to lend money to Ho Zi.
Because a lot of things happened later, he had no time to contact Jose and ask him if they had reconciled. When he heard Xiao Chen teasing him, he just sighed and threw the cigarette on the ground and stomped it out.
Don't mention it. That bitch is always making trouble. I'm not going to serve her anymore.
He said these words in anger, but from the sad expression on his face, it can be seen that he actually cares about Zhang Xiaohua very much.
Xiao Chen directly put his hand on his shoulder and then said loudly, "Do you have any wine at home? I want to drink some with you today." Jose was immediately happy when he heard this.
Since he moved in with Su Yueru, the two had not had a drink together for a long time.
Yes, plenty. Come on, upstairs.
The two of them walked upstairs arm in arm like a pair of good friends. When he returned to the house where he used to live, he found that his room still looked the same as before. Jose neither packed up his things nor rented the room to anyone else.
This touched him a little. He asked calmly, "Jose, why don't you rent out the other room? At least you can earn some money for cigarettes."
Jose scratched his head sheepishly and said, "I was thinking that maybe one day you'd have a fight with my sister-in-law and you could come back and stay for a few days."
Bah, I'm not cursing you for a fight. He laughed immediately.
Although Jose looked rough and careless, he was actually a very delicate person in his heart.
He wandered around the house, chatting idly about all sorts of things.
He found that there were indeed a lot more women's things in the house.
It seemed that Jose had finally got Zhang Xiaohua. "Where's Zhang Xiaohua? Aren't you two living together?" he asked deliberately while looking at the women's bras hanging on the balcony of Jose's room.
Jose finally sighed and said, "Alas, who knows where that woman has gone?
I'm too embarrassed to mention what happened at Linjiang International last time.
I've always wanted to apologize to you, but I don't know how to start the conversation."
He quickly waved his hands and said, "We're just brothers, why should we apologize for something like this? And it's not your fault, it's all that woman's fault. You really have a crush on her, don't you?"
In fact, he was still quite worried about Jose. After all, that kind of woman was not the kind who could live a peaceful life.
"Ah, you said that feelings are beyond our control. I'm in trouble this time."
He said this and took a big gulp of his wine. Xiao Chen also took a bottle of beer and asked, "Since you've made up your mind, brother, I support you unconditionally.
Tell me, you didn't call me here just to apologize to me, did you?"
He had already thought that Jose was not someone who would ask for help easily. Seeing that he was so upset and didn't know how to start, he might as well just come straight to the point and say it.
"Well, I don't know how to tell you this," he said, lowering his head. "Hurry up and tell me, what's wrong with us brothers?" he urged.
"Okay, that's right.
Actually, I want to borrow your villa for a while." He finally spoke with embarrassment. "What? Borrowing a villa? What does that mean?"
Zhang Xiaohua's parents are coming to Longqing to visit her, and they also know that we are living together.
So they want to see what I am like.
And Zhang Xiaohua somehow found out that you bought a villa but didn't live in it, so now she is forcing me to ask you to take over the villa to save face. After he finished speaking, he lowered his head feeling embarrassed.
"Oh, that's right. Fine."
With just a few simple words, he lent his villa worth tens of millions to Jose.
Jose was also surprised. He stammered, "Brother Chen, why did you agree so readily?" He immediately laughed and said, "Why? My promise isn't enough. Are you going to beg me hard before I agree?"
Jose's mouth remained in a state of surprise, and he didn't know how to respond for a moment. In fact, when he was walking around this old apartment just now, he also found that the facilities here were really too old. In the past, he was so poor that he was lucky to have a place to live, so he didn't think there was anything wrong with it. But now he only goes to high-end places and seems to be accustomed to those new and luxurious facilities, so he feels a little sad when he sees this. But this time Zhang Xiaohua forced Jose to borrow a house, and who knows what she will force him to do next time. So as a friend, he still reminded Jose, "But I still hope you don't get too deep into it."
Having said this, anything else would be superfluous.
But Jose was already immersed in the joy of completing the task, and just nodded perfunctorily to show that he understood. He handed the key to the villa to Jose, who accepted it with profuse gratitude. "And I made various promises to him that I would return the keys after his future parents-in-law left." He waved his hand to indicate that there was no need to worry about it. Seeing that Jose was already distracted, he did not stay any longer.
Chapter 115 Favorability. On the other side, Su Yueru went to the company early in the morning to handle things.
After all, There was such a farce at the new product launch conference, and she also fired Shenxia completely. At that time, Shenxia wanted to use the product quality scandal and pressure from the board of directors to kick her out directly, but she didn't expect that Xiao Chen told her all her plans in advance. So they had time to take advantage of the situation and catch her directly at the press conference. Unexpectedly, she not only leaked company secrets, but also colluded with Shui Yuan to force her to step down. She was also very disappointed with the director's performance at the time. She didn't expect that the directors who had worked with her for almost 10 years would only think about how to protect their own interests at the critical moment. After this incident, she became calmer and more serious than usual. She fired all the people involved, and Shenxia was no longer allowed to appear in the company. She had all her belongings thrown outside the office building and fired all the employees who were close to her. As for Jay Chou, who helped Shenxia behind the scenes, she secretly acquired most of his company shares, making his influence in the company almost zero. Although people felt some resentment towards her swift and decisive way of doing things, they were more in awe of her. And Shui Yuan has been staying at home obediently for several days since he was shocked by the Middle Eastern boss and Xiao Chen's actions at the press conference. But the more he thought about the situation at that time, the more he felt something was wrong. No matter how he looked at it, Xiao Chen didn't look like someone with such a scary background. So he secretly hired the most famous private detective in Longchang and asked them to investigate all the information about Xiao Chen, the more detailed the better. After careful and detailed investigation by several detectives, the detailed information of Xiao Chen's 8 generations of ancestors was basically found out. A 5-centimeter thick piece of paper was placed directly in front of him. He flipped through the book casually and found that Xiao Chen's ancestors were all authentic farmers, and it was not until his father's generation that they left the farming profession. His father now runs a car repair stall in the countryside of Longcheng to make a living, while his mother is a typical rural woman. He even has an older brother who is said to have intellectual disabilities. With such a family background, he still wants to pretend to be a rich second generation from the Middle East? You are kidding me. When he thought about how he had actually knelt before him and begged for forgiveness, he felt so angry that his teeth itched. Damn Xiao Chen, he actually cheated him so badly, he must make him pay back 100-fold or 1,000-fold. However, since this matter has alarmed his father, he must carefully consider what to do next. On the other side, after Xiao Chen returned to the apartment, he checked the various skills after the system upgrade. In addition to his previous skills of cooking, makeup, 10 languages, racing, mind reading and the sometimes effective and sometimes ineffective foresight, only his eavesdropping skills have been upgraded. From being able to eavesdrop only on sounds within 10 meters to being basically unrestricted by distance now, it can be said that now as long as he wants, he can easily hear the sounds of the entire building. Although the upgraded task this time was to give another girl a princess carry, the situation was critical at the time, so he didn't think too much and just picked up Yang Yinin. So the task was completed smoothly. When he checked the upgrade task, the system interface prominently displayed that it was completed. It seems that upgrading your skills is not that difficult. If there are frequent upgrading tasks in the future, you can try it yourself. He was thinking about it when suddenly a system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding, upgrade task detected. Host, do you want to upgrade? Well, it's true that what you think will come true. Since there are upgrade tasks, you might as well take a look at them first. If they are not difficult, complete one and you can also earn a skill upgrade. If it's too difficult, you can just not upgrade. He was just thinking about it when a new upgrade task popped up on the system interface. Upgrade mission, make a person who extremely dislikes the host's favorability towards the host exceed 90 points. System prompt, after completing the mission, the host can choose any skill to upgrade. If the mission fails or is not completed, no skills will be enhanced in the future. Nanny, he has no way out now. Although it doesn't matter if you don't upgrade your skills, the task isn't that difficult, and you're free anyway, so you might as well give it a try. So he said to himself, accept the upgrade mission. Ding, mission accepted successfully. Attached is the favorability test skill, which can help the host detect the favorability index of others. This is not bad. He still appreciates the gentleness and consideration of this crappy system. Then he activated the accompanying favorability test skill. Yang Yinin happened to be resting at home, and he wanted to test how much she liked him. So he brought a bowl of soup to the bedroom door and knocked on it. Yang Yinin came over and opened the bedroom door. Because she was resting at home, she was dressed casually. Her loose cartoon pajamas revealed her slender legs, and her thick seaweed-like hair was draped over her shoulders, making her look very lazy and relaxed. What's wrong?
Brother Chan. She rubbed her sleepy eyes and asked. I brought you a bowl of soup, drink it while it's hot. He said this, but his eyes were fixed on her. He wanted to see how much she liked him. After looking for a long time, no numbers appeared, and he thought there was something wrong with the system. As a result, when she looked at the soup in his hand with shining eyes, a string of eye-catching numbers suddenly appeared on her chest. 100. No way? Is her favorability towards me actually that high? He secretly thought that something was wrong. Although he had vaguely felt that she seemed to have a good impression of him, he had never responded. Moreover, he had already told her about his relationship with Su Yueru. Doesn't she intend to give up? And when she took her eyes off the soup bowl and looked at him smiling and thanking him, the number on her chest changed again. 80? What does that mean? Does this favorability level change depending on what she sees? It turns out that he is as important as the soup he made in her heart. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but laugh and shook his head. What's wrong? Brother Chan. She sipped the soup while looking at Xiao Chun, who was smiling bitterly. He waved his hand to indicate that it was okay. The favorability level of 80 was just right. The two of them were just good friends, so he didn't have to worry about it. The two were sitting there when the doorbell suddenly rang. The person who came was actually Lin Xinger. She had just treated Yang Yining yesterday and came this time to help him change the medicine and bandages. Chapter 116 Request. He pretended to be nonchalant and glanced at her chest. How could this system have such a vulgar design? Why would it display the favorability on a girl's chest? It's so distracting. 60, this is too low. But considering her strong opposition to his and Su Yueru's union at the beginning, this level of favorability is considered good. I passed. It seems she doesn't hate me that much. He thought and smiled at her. 40, what? How did her favorability drop so low all of a sudden? He was a little puzzled as to why the woman's mood changed so quickly. What are you looking at? You're still laughing. As she spoke, she tightened the collar of her white coat. As a female doctor who treats and saves lives, she was indeed too knowledgeable. Dr. Lin, you really misunderstood me. I just wanted to thank you for saving me these few times. He said it in an innocent manner. Don't worry about thanking me. I just need your help with something. She said it bluntly. If you have anything to say, just tell me. I will do my best to be clear and concise. Seeing that he was so confident, her favorability towards his chest actually dropped a little. Women's hearts are like the sea, so why is everything I say wrong now? If he didn't have this favorability test skill, he wouldn't have known that she actually hated him so much. Don't just boast about it, you may not be able to actually do it. She suddenly looked a little depressed, as if she was thinking of some unpleasant past. She shook her head as if to drive away some bad thoughts from her mind, and then slowly said, Actually, I want you to help me teach my brother a lesson, so that he won't continue to live in a muddle. Tears seemed to well up in her eyes. Family must be the only weakness of this calm and cold female doctor. Your brother? What happened to him? He's almost 20 years old this year and a student at the local medical university. He's been a good student since childhood, but for some reason, he's become particularly close to a group of hooligans since he started university. His family originally hoped that he would inherit the family hospital after graduation, but now he doesn't study at all and can't pass any of his courses. If this continues, he'll be a failure sooner or later. After listening to her description, he really felt a headache. He himself has an older brother and can understand the feeling of helplessness and anxiety. What can I do? He asked, looking at the worried-looking Lin Xinger. She looked up at him helplessly. Although she had always been pessimistic about him, the facts proved that he would indeed do his best to help others. So she thought about it for a long time before she thought of asking him for help. Actually, I'd like you to live with him for a while. The elders and siblings have all tried to persuade him, but he won't listen. So, I thought maybe you could try to persuade him as a friend. I don't have any male friends, so I can only ask you for help. She spoke in a humble manner, far less arrogant than before. Of course I can, but wouldn't it be a bit awkward for an outsider like me to suddenly appear around him? Kids nowadays are such trouble. When I was struggling alone in Longcheng, I didn't need anyone's advice. After experiencing the harshness of society, I naturally knew the true meaning of living a good life. I've thought of this. You can pretend to be my boyfriend.
Just say you have nowhere to go and are staying at my brother's off-campus house.
That way you two can interact more.
I don't expect you to change him and stop living like this.
I'd be very satisfied.
Hearing her say that, he simply couldn't refuse. After all, I was injured several times, and people came to help me in the early morning. Besides, as long as he tries his best, it's fine. It's just a matter of staying with a little kid for a few days.
How could a 30-year-old man like me be afraid of him? Okay, no problem.
Enin's affairs have been arranged, and I have some free time at the moment. In the previous kidnapping incident, Lu Qian had been sentenced by the court for inciting others to kidnap and extort.
They would not be able to see this person again in the next few years.
Assistant Xiao Xiao was also fired by them.
We cannot be lenient with such a traitor.
At this time, Yang Yinin also agreed, yes, Sister Xinger. If I can help with this matter, please tell me.
Your brother is my brother.
She smiled, a rare smile, and patted Yang Yinin's shoulder.
Okay, I'll definitely find you if I need you. But you need to rest well now, okay? By the way, did you see the psychologist I recommended to you last time?
She stuck out her tongue and said, it's not too late yet, and if I go over to see it, I have to keep it a secret.
Otherwise, it will definitely be on the headlines tomorrow. Don't worry, that person is my classmate. His character is trustworthy.
After a round of greetings, Lin Xinger prepared to leave as she still had patience. Before leaving, she agreed with him on the time and place to visit her brother, and told him repeatedly not to forget. From this point of view, she is really a competent sister.
In the evening, Su Yueru finished her company affairs early and returned to the apartment.
After experiencing several days of drastic changes, it was not easy for the few people to have dinner together in such a calm and peaceful manner. He directly used his cooking skills to improve the meals for the two beauties. It is said that to capture a man's heart, you must first capture his stomach.
This is also very useful for beautiful women.
Two fresh and elegant beauties looked at the table full of delicious food with shining eyes, and they kept flattering him every time they tasted a dish.
Brother Chen, your cooking is so delicious.
I've gained weight while living here. Yang Yining touched her belly pretending to be annoyed, and pinched the flesh on her face to show him.
No way, Yining isn't fat at all.
Even if she is fatter, she will look better. Su Yueru comforted her, saying that she was a thoughtful person and was always as warm as spring to the people she loved. 90, when she looked at Yang Yining, the favorability of her chest was 90 points. And when she turned around and looked at herself, the number on her chest turned directly into 100.
Yueru, do you like me so much? He not only asked directly. Huh? What are you talking about? She blushed and pretended not to know.
He saw Yang Yining standing beside him with an expression that looked like she was choked by dog food, and waved his hand to indicate that she didn't need to worry. At this time, Yang Yining said again, by the way, Brother Chen, Sister Yueru, I have a gift for you. As she said that, she ran out of the bedroom and took out two beautifully wrapped gift boxes. When she opened the satin boxes, she found two brand-name couple watches.
Chapter 117 New Mission.
Brother Chen, Sister Yueru, you have really helped me a lot during this period.
I don't know how to thank you, so I bought this gift for you too. I hope you can accept it.
She looked at the two of them with a smile. Su Yueru wanted to decline. As a female CEO worth hundreds of millions, she had no shortage of such luxury goods. But after all, this was Yang Yining's thoughtful gesture.
Okay, since you've already bought it, Yueru and I will accept it. Thank you for your kindness. Xiao Chen said directly and generously.
During this period, he helped her settle many things. To a girl, he was like a brother. He didn't treat her as an outsider. He used to think that being a star was a very glorious and respectable thing, but after direct contact with them, he found that they also had their own difficulties and troubles. Seeing them happily accept the gifts, she said happily, Brother Chen, Sister Yueru has been bothering you all this time. Because I've been staying here and not leaving, you two have no time for yourselves.
So I plan to move out in the next few days.
Both of them felt it was a surprise to hear her decision. Although they couldn't kiss each other as freely as before with her around, they were still reluctant to let her go when she suddenly said she wanted to leave.
Yining, why are you moving out so suddenly? Have you decided where you want to move to?
Su Yueru was very worried that her little girl-like sister might encounter danger again.
Sister Yueru, don't worry, I've already found a place to live.
She said mysteriously.
Where did you move to?
Come to our house more often. Actually, I bought an apartment in this neighborhood, right in the building in front.
I'll definitely come here often to eat,"
she said proudly, pointing to the tall building in front.
He looked at the complacent Yang Yining inside again.
This community is one of the most expensive communities in Longcheng. Thinking about how he worked so hard as a delivery boy, he probably couldn't afford such an apartment in his entire life. I didn't expect her to buy a whole set in just a few days.
This is the financial strength of female celebrities. By the way, Brother Chen, will you still move to the villa in Linjiang International?
She was worried that if they moved out, her plan to eat for free would be ruined.
We won't go there. Yueru doesn't like it there. Besides, I've already lent the house to Hosey. He said it nonchalantly. What? You don't live in a villa worth tens of millions of yuan for a single day, but you rent it out to others? Xiao Chen is really good to his friends. Tycoon, please be my friend,
she pleaded in a mock pitiful manner.
He pushed her head, thinking that with his small savings, he didn't know who was the richest between the two of them. Although he had 1 billion in his account as a system reward, he still couldn't spend a penny.
The only funds he could use now were the 50 million that Shui Yuan lost to him in the last racing. He had spent 20 million in various ways, so now he still had 30 million to use. This amount of money was an astronomical figure for me in the past, but in the eyes of these stars and CEOs, it is just a small amount.
What did Hosey borrow the villa for? Su Yueru asked curiously.
It wasn't that she felt sorry for the villa, as she had even lent her own Ferrari to Hosey. But ever since she saw Hosey couldn't let go of Zhang Xiaohua, the gold digger, she had been worried about him. For a gold digger like that, it was impossible for him to satisfy her desires. Xiao Chen briefly told the two of them his story. The two girls looked at each other, as if they understood each other immediately.
I don't think this matter is that simple.
There's no way a woman like Zhang Xiaohua would be with Hosey. It would be better if you could persuade him. After hearing Yang Yining's suggestion, he could only sigh. It is said that only people of the same sex can distinguish between scumbags and green tea girls, so Zhang Xiaohua's green tea status is generally recognized. But feelings are something that cannot be controlled by anyone, just like how he knew that Chen Yuejia was no good, but he still couldn't let her go. The few of them talked about their future arrangements.
In addition to Yang Yining preparing to move out of the apartment, Xiao Chen's bodyguard work also came to an end.
After all, she lives so close to him now, and Lu Qian has also been locked up. So she no longer needed to follow him for the time being. He also agreed to Lin Xinger's request, and starting tomorrow he would help her persuade her unlearned brother. After that, they all went to bed and there was no conversation all night.
The next day, Yang Yining went to the studio and Su Yueru went to the company, leaving Xiao Chen alone waiting in the apartment.
He was waiting for Lin Xinger's call. He wanted to go with her to meet her legendary playboy brother. As a family of doctors, the Lin family not only owns their own hospital, but also their own pharmaceutical factory. Their influence in Longcheng is significant. Not only are they financially strong, but they are also well known for their superb medical skills and their ability to save lives. Growing up in such a family, one must have been deeply influenced. I also heard that her younger brother has been a top student since he was young, with excellent character and academic performance, and he has never even had a premature love affair. So it was hard for him to imagine how low such a person could fall even if he was uneducated and unskilled. Because of the halos he had enjoyed before, he was almost shocked when he saw Lin Xinger's legendary younger brother. They came to a newly built community near the medical university. Her brother hated living in a dormitory with others, so he ran away and rented a house. She took out the spare key and opened the door directly. Suddenly, an indescribable smell came out from inside. The smell seemed to be a mixture of leftovers, dirty clothes, and indescribable human secretions. The two of them couldn't help but cover their mouths and noses, holding their breath as they walked in. Although it was almost noon, the blackout curtains in the room blocked out all the sunlight, and the room was pitch black. She walked to the window and suddenly pulled open all the curtains. The room suddenly became bright, but the scene before her was extremely shocking. I saw two naked bodies lying on the ground, and one of them was startled by the sudden light. When the woman who woke up first saw two strangers standing in the room, she screamed. She screamed and ran to the bathroom. Lin Xinger was also shocked by this scene. She never thought that her well-behaved and obedient brother would bring a woman home to spend the night. Compared to her panic, Xiao Chen was much calmer. No one understands men better than men. No matter how harmless a man may appear on the outside, there are actually hidden currents in his heart. At this time, another person on the ground with a mess on his head also sat up.
Chapter 118, Prodigal Brother.
She threw a piece of clothing over and then turned to look out the window. The boy on the ground was thin and looked like he hadn't exercised for years. And his pale face looked as if it had never been exposed to the sun.
As he put on his clothes, he said embarrassedly, "Sister, why are you here?" She then turned around and said, "What's wrong? Can't I come? If I don't come, I don't know how low you will fall. Look at what you look like."
She scolded him, but started helping him clean up the trash.
It was rare for him not to be angry at this time.
Ever since he experienced that setback, his temperament had changed drastically and he was very sensitive to other people's accusations.
But he never says bad things to his sister. It can be said that he is a complete sister con.
Only then did he notice Xiao Chun, who had been standing next to him.
He frowned and looked at the strange man. "Who are you? Why are you here with my sister?"
She pointed at Xiao Chen and introduced him. "Lin Mo, this is my boyfriend Xiao Chen." Then he turned to look at Xiao Chen and said shyly, "Xiao Chun, this is my brother Lin Mo. I'll be in your care from now on." Seeing that she and Xiao Chen seemed to have a close relationship, Lin Mo became even angrier. This man is considered handsome, but he is not worthy of his sister in any way.
"Sister, what are you asking him for? Who the hell is he to be with you?" He immediately looked at Xiao Chen angrily.
Xiao Chen looked at the favorability indicator on his chest, which showed that his current favorability towards him was 100.
This person is probably the one who dislikes me the most among all the people right now.
He didn't even have the chance to introduce himself to Lin Mo before he was already full of hostility towards him.
"Hey, let me tell you. What do you do? How do you know my sister?"
He spoke without regard for elders. Even Lin Xinger felt embarrassed. She quickly stopped him and said, "Lin Mo, you are so uneducated.
How could you talk to Xiao Chun like that?"
He raised his eyebrows and looked at her. She had always stood by him since childhood, even now that the whole family had given up on him. She was the only one who would still visit him, give him money, and counsel him, but now she actually taught him a lesson because of this man with unknown intentions. When he thought of this, he was immediately furious. He rushed to Xiao Chen and wanted to grab his collar and beat him up to make him give up. But he didn't expect that just as he was about to grab his collar, he was pushed to the ground by his shoulder.
He sat on the ground a little dazed. Although he was indeed a little overdrawn these days, it shouldn't be so serious that he would fall down without even touching anyone, right?
He unwillingly got up from the ground again, then hugged Xiao Chen around the waist with both hands, trying to push him down. What shocked him was that he had no intention of falling down and didn't even move. Since Xiao Chen acquired the fighting proficiency skill, his physical fitness seems to have been further enhanced. Not to mention Lin Mo alone, even if there was another person, it would be difficult to surpass him in strength.
Seeing Lin Mo wrestling with Xiao Chun with a red face, Lin Xinger finally couldn't bear it anymore. "Lin Mo, have you had enough of making trouble?
Let him go now, or I won't give you this month's living expenses."
As the heir of the Lin family, how could Lin Mo bow down for just a few $1,000s?
But now his family has suspended his credit card, cut off his pocket money, and even Lin's father wants to cut off ties with this prodigal son. So the several thousand yuan of living expenses from his sister are still very important to him.
He reluctantly let go of Xiao Chen and sat down dejectedly on the sofa. "Hey, I just asked you a question. Why didn't you answer?" He obviously had no intention of letting Xiao Chen go. "Oh, I'm unemployed like you right now. I wander around everywhere every day, and I met your sister while I was shopping. She fell in love with me at first sight and kept pursuing me. I had no choice but to agree to be her boyfriend." Not sure if it was to intentionally anger him, but Xiao Chen made up a story. "TSK, how could my sister fall for a jerk like you who doesn't even have a job? I think you just want to live off me and rely on my sister. Believe it or not, I'm not the only one who's living off your sister. Don't you also eat with your sister's money?"
He was speechless after hearing what Xiao Chen said, and the facts were exactly as he said.
What happened to his sister?
It was not enough to support him, but she found another gigolo. At this moment, Lin Xinger suddenly said, "I have an operation soon and need to go over and prepare.
You two should get along well. I'll come visit you when I'm free."
As she said that, she walked towards the door, ready to leave.
Lin Mo quickly stopped her and asked, "What do you mean by getting along well? Isn't he going with you?" Her face flushed immediately as she asked, "Where should I take him?"
He has nowhere to live right now, so he'll stay here with you for a few days until I find him a place to live. This was an excuse they had thought of before, because she was afraid that Lin Mo would go out and have a life of drinking and partying every day, so she asked him to follow him 24 hours a day.
He's really a complete bum, isn't he? Sis, you should break up with him.
You can't find a boyfriend in a garbage dump,
he said with great sorrow. But she just smiled, waved, and left.
Only Xiao Chen and his partner were left in the room. They looked at each other, not knowing what to say for a moment. At this moment, a woman with heavy makeup and wearing a miniskirt suddenly walked out of the bathroom.
She walked towards the door calmly and confidently, completely free of the panic she had just shown.
When she walked to Xiao Chen, she took out a business card from her bag and put it in his hand. Then she winked playfully and said, "Handsome guy, please take care of my business when you have time." After saying that, she left with a gust of fragrant breeze. He had previously thought that this was Lin Mo's girlfriend, but he didn't expect that she was actually a special practitioner.
You have a very positive work attitude,
he said to ease the awkward atmosphere. But Lin Mo ignored him and turned to go to the kitchen to find something to eat.
He hadn't eaten well in the past few days.
Now he felt his feet were a little weak. He was rummaging through some rotten leftovers and instant noodle boxes. Looking at his beggar-like behavior, Xiao Chen found it hard to associate him with the genius boy that others talked about.
Is this how all geniuses live?
Fortunately, I was very ordinary since I was a child. Thinking this, he went to the kitchen, found a large trash can and swept all the kitchen waste into it. Seeing all his food being thrown away, Lin Mo looked at him angrily.
What are you doing? Who do you think you are? How dare you touch things in my house? Chapter 119, The True Fragrance Theorem.
I'm just sorting the garbage, or do you want to eat this garbage? He looked at the frantic Lin Mo speechlessly, unable to imagine what kind of blow could have brought this talented young man to this point. He looked through the refrigerator. Since Lin Xinger came to see him from time to time, the food inside was still fully stocked. He randomly took out a few ingredients and started cooking. In just over 10 minutes, he prepared 4 dishes and a soup and put them on the table. The rich aroma of rice filled the air, and Lin Mo couldn't help swallowing.
He sat at the dining table and said, "Would you like to eat?" Lin Mo said with determination, "Eat, why not? My sister bought all this for me."
He sat down casually, filled himself a bowl of rice, and began to eat it in no time. After eating takeout and instant noodles for too long, this table full of delicious food is really mouth-watering. He ate as much as he could, as if he had been hungry for a month.
Suddenly he didn't swallow properly and choked. He pounded his chest desperately while picking up the bowl of soup and drinking it.
After gulping down a few mouthfuls of soup, he felt a little better. His eating manners were a little ugly just now, but now he is basically full. So he decided to save his face. He slowly put down the soup bowl and said, "Your cooking skills are average, not as good as my chef's." As he spoke, he slowly picked up the bowl and took a sip. He had just choked badly, so he didn't care about the taste when he drank the soup.
Now I savored it slowly and found that the taste of the soup is really the best in the world.
Really? I didn't have much ingredients this time, so I made it in a hurry.
Just have a bite.
I didn't make the soup well either, so I think I'd better pour it out. After saying that, he stood up and was about to pour out the whole pot of soup.
Hey, wait a minute.
This is such a waste.
My sister bought this for me. Give it to me.
He directly snatched the soup bowl from Xiao Chen's hand and started drinking it in gulps. It smells so good, so good. This might be the best and most filling meal he has had in the past 20 years. After a long burp, he lazily leaned on the sofa. Looking at him with messy hair and the smell of someone who hadn't taken a shower for several days, Xiao Chen kept shaking his head.
Aren't you a college student? Don't you have classes? He looked at Xiao Chen with a look that said, "Are you an idiot?" He lay down on the sofa and said, "College students have to go to class? I'm telling you, don't complain to my sister. I haven't been to class this semester." Seeing his indifferent look, Xiao Chen was just curious, "If you don't attend classes, won't the school expel you?" He replied disdainfully, "So what if I don't attend classes? My uncle is the dean of our college. Besides, I don't care even if they expel me."
Hearing him being so casual about his life, Xiao Chen almost wanted to beat him up. He failed the college entrance examination and had to go to a third-rate undergraduate school, but since entering college, he has continued to study hard and strive to find a good future. But this society is so cruel. He studied diligently for 4 years but became unemployed right after graduation and couldn't find a job that matched his major. In the end, in order to make a living and support Chen Yuejiao, he had to choose to deliver takeout. But this boy in front of me clearly has a bright future, but he doesn't cherish it and just lives a life of drinking and whoring.
Is it just because he still wants the hospital to inherit? Xiao Chen immediately grabbed him from the sofa and threw him into the bathroom.
He struggled hard, cursing, not understanding why he had suddenly gone mad.
I'll give you 10 minutes to clean yourself up. Then we'll go to your school together, he said in a deep voice. What if I don't?
Lin Mo looked at him provocatively.
He didn't say anything else, but cracked his fingers.
When Xiao Chen was little, his father rarely reasoned with him.
It was a waste of effort. There was only one way to deal with someone who didn't understand reason: a good beating.
Just like Lin Mo now, he has become so depraved because he lacks this cruel but necessary education. Seeing him cracking his fingers, Lin Mo felt a little guilty. He had just tested Xiao Chen's strength and found that he was no match for him. If he really intended to beat me up, the only possibility would be that I would be left dead in the apartment. As the saying goes, a wise man never suffers a loss in front of him, so Lin Mo had no choice but to go and wash up obediently. 10 minutes later, the two packed up and walked directly to Lin Mo's school.
There is only one anatomy class this afternoon.
Under normal circumstances, Lin Mo would never go to it. On the one hand, the anatomy classroom is cold and dark, and now that the weather is getting cooler, going there is simply a torture. On the other hand, there is someone in this class that he doesn't want to see, and that is Gu Ruoyun, the goddess he has been secretly in love with for 5 years. Generally speaking, boys would like to see their favorite goddess every day, but the reason why he is afraid to see her is that he finally mustered up the courage to confess his love to her in person, but was ruthlessly rejected by her. Being rejected is not the most terrible thing. The most terrible thing is that after rejecting me, she turned directly into the arms of her best friend. He was betrayed by his brother and his beloved woman at the same time. He could not withstand such a blow for a while, so he used self-abandonment to numb himself. But because Xiao Chen directly threatened him, he had no choice but to go to class.
So he basically had a gloomy face along the way and didn't talk to him at all. As soon as the two entered the anatomy classroom, they attracted many curious eyes.
After all, he hadn't attended class for almost half a semester. There is no wall that is impenetrable, and his classmates all knew that he had confessed his love to the goddess but was rejected. So the look they gave him was very complicated, with a mixture of sympathy, curiosity, and ridicule. At this time, a boy wearing a famous brand walked out from the corner of the classroom. He was very handsome and stylish. When he saw Lin Mo coming, he greeted him warmly.
Lin Mo, you finally came to class?
I told you that if you didn't come, I would go to your house and dig you out. His tone was warm, as if he had a special relationship with Lin Mo. No need, you and I are not that familiar with each other. He said this coldly, with no intention of giving that person any face at all.
You're not still mad at me, are you? I didn't know you liked Yuner too.
If I knew you'd confessed your feelings to her, I wouldn't be with her.
If you don't believe me, I can break up with her now.
Only then did Xiao Chen realize that this very handsome boy was actually Lin Mo's love rival.
What are you talking about? I like someone and it's none of your business. Do you really need to be humble?
He ignored the boy and turned to walk to the other side of the classroom.
Chapter 120, Anatomy Teacher.
At this time, a girl with long flowing hair and long legs walked in from the classroom door. The girl was very pretty, with big eyes with a childlike innocent look, and anyone who saw her would feel pity for her. Lin Mo happened to look directly into the girl's eyes, and a blush appeared on his originally pale and thin face, as if he was shy. When Xiao Chen saw this scene, he knew that the goddess that Lin Mo was obsessed with should be this girl, and judging from his current behavior, he might not have let go of this girl yet. The girl was also stunned when she saw him, and she opened her mouth slightly as if she wanted to say something to him. But at this moment, the handsome man in designer clothes walked over and put his arm around her slender waist.
He asked affectionately, Yuner, why did you come here just now? Did I make you too tired last night?
These words are extremely ambiguous, which makes people imagine a lot.
Sure enough, the girl's face turned red instantly after hearing this.
She no longer looked at Lin Mo but lowered her head to look at the ground. The handsome guy just said that as long as Lin Mo liked her, he could give up the girl, but when he turned around and saw the girl coming, he hurried over to protest. In Xiao Chen's opinion, this kind of behavior is undoubtedly that of a green tea man. He despised this kind of two-faced man the most, so he dragged Lin Mo to the corner of the classroom.
That girl is the reason why you've become so decadent? You're such a loser. He said it deliberately. You know nothing. If you don't know anything, don't talk nonsense. He pushed him a little annoyed. Okay, I won't tell you. But your relationship is quite complicated. One moment you love her, the next moment she loves him. Are all young people nowadays like this? Ruoyun doesn't like Long Weishan at all. He just relied on his family's power to force her to submit. He looked at the loving couple in the distance with an unwilling look. In Xiao Chen's opinion, although the girl didn't seem to like Long Weishan that much, she didn't show any disgust either. And from what Long Weishan said just now, it can be seen that the relationship between the two people seems to be very close, extraordinary closeness. But if you say she doesn't want to, then so be it. As long as you are happy. You said Long Weishan's family is very powerful? Is it more powerful than your family? In Longchang, almost all hospitals have shares of the Lin family, and the Lin family has opened dozens of its own hospitals across the country. Do you want to be someone else's younger brother at this level? This seemed to touch Lin Mo's sore spot, and he nodded reluctantly. Long Weishan is a direct descendant of the Long family. The Long family is very mysterious, and no one knows who their specific family members are. We only know that the current head of the family is Elder Long, and Long Weishan is said to be Elder Long's grandson. It turns out that he is a member of the Long family. No wonder even Lin Mo started to feel inferior when he saw him. You're going to be the heir to countless hospitals in the future, so you can't be so unconfident. Come on, follow my lead. Smile confidently. Otherwise, girls will be scared away by your bitter face. As he said this, he revealed an extremely narcissistic smile. This time even Lin Mo was amused by him. For some reason, the confidence he carried seemed to infect him as well. The two of them were chatting and laughing, but Gu Ruoyun felt a little sad watching from the other side. She didn't expect Lin Mo to get over the pain of losing her so quickly. She originally thought that she had a great influence on him. I didn't expect Lin Mo to recover so quickly. Yuner, your charm seems to have diminished. He said it lightly, but Gu Ruoyun beside him shuddered with fear. Mr. Long, yes, I'm sorry. I didn't expect him to get over the loss of love so quickly. It's my fault for not handling things properly. She was too scared to look him in the eye. It's okay, don't be afraid. I just feel like he might need a little help. He looked at her meaningfully, then reached out and grabbed a lock of her hair and smelled it. After the anatomy teacher walked into the classroom, he glanced at all the students present. He seriously explained the various precautions again and then began to practice in groups. Unexpectedly, Lin Mo was grouped with Gu Ruoyun this time. He had calmed down, but now he became nervous again. Their group was to perform structural dissection of the human internal organs. When the white cloth was removed from each body, Xiaoqin couldn't help but let out a soft scream. In the 30 years he grew up, he had seen only a handful of corpses. This was the first corpse that had been presented to him so vividly and frankly. Such a strong and shocking impact can only be fully experienced by being there in person. But as a medical student who has been immersed in it for 2 years, his reaction undoubtedly shows that he is a coward. Uncle, is this the first time you've seen a cadaver teacher? A girl with a face full of acne covered her mouth and laughed. What? Uncle? Who are you talking about? I'm not that old. 1,000 horses were roaring through Xiao Chen's mind. Lin Mo's relationship with him had just improved a little, but now he was looking at him with a gloating look. This is indeed the first time I've met your cadaver teacher. We can go out for a drink together if we have the chance. He pretended to be nonchalant and said that he thought the cadaver teacher she was talking about was the living one walking around on the podium. So I just said this casually. Unexpectedly, Lin Mo and the others almost laughed to death after hearing this. He looked at the people who seemed to be having epilepsy with a puzzled look on his face, not knowing what was so funny. Finally, Lin Mo stopped laughing and pointed at the body lying on the morgue table and said, This is our cadaver teacher. You are really awesome. You want him to go drink. Ha, I am dying of laughter. He said, clutching his stomach once again. Who knows the medical terminology? Oh, I'm really embarrassed this time. He looked at them gloomily, wondering how he could regain some face. Suddenly a system prompt sounded. Ding. You can sign in today. Do you want to sign in? Finally, it was time for the sign-in reward session that everyone loved. He happily muttered to himself, sign in. Okay, host. Signing you in. Ding. Sign in successful.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining the medical proficiency skill. The moment he signed into the system, his mind was filled with all kinds of medical knowledge and terms. When he looked at the various surgical tools beside him, their proper names automatically emerged in his mind.
Humph, this time let me broaden your horizons, little brats.
Thinking of this, he picked up a scalpel and walked towards the corpse that he was a little scared of.
Chapter 121, The Legendary Academic Master.
Strangely enough, the corpse, which was the first time he had seen it since he acquired the skill of medical mastery, now seemed full of familiarity. And when he picked up the scalpel, his muscle memory instantly awakened. It was as if he was not picking up the scalpel for the first time, but had used this knife to dissect countless corpses countless times. Seeing that he seemed like a different person, Lin Mo and the others stopped laughing and watched him quietly as he walked in front of the general. He raised his knife and cut open the chest cavity of the corpse.
The cut is straight and clean.
This is difficult to achieve without several years of practice. Then he found the location of the internal organs without even looking. This time they needed to cut off this part of the internal organs for actual observation and research. With smooth and flowing movements, he cut off the internal organs neatly and placed them on the operating table. The whole process took no more than 5 minutes, so fast that Lin Mo and the others didn't have time to react. At this time, the anatomy teacher came to them to check the progress. When he saw Xiao Chen's neat and experienced technique, he couldn't help but be surprised. In his decades of teaching, he has never seen a student cut the internal organs so finely.
Classmate, what's your name? Why haven't I seen you before?
The teacher pushed his black-framed glasses and said with a happy expression.
Well. Actually, He didn't know how to reveal his identity. If he said he was just here to have fun, would he be kicked out? Teacher Qian, this is an intern from our hospital. My dad invited him here to demonstrate to us.
Lin Mo suddenly stepped forward to help him out, and even brought up his father so that Teacher Qian would not pursue the matter further. As expected, after hearing what he said, Teacher Qian nodded and said, "No wonder, it turns out that he is a professional doctor in Mr. Lin's family.
His skills are indeed extraordinary.
Come on, students, come and listen to this gentleman's explanation.
This is a rare learning opportunity."
Hearing his greeting, students from all over gathered around and looked at Xiao Chen curiously. He was only a few years older than these college students, and he was smaller in stature, so you couldn't tell at all that he was older than them. There were even a few bearded college students who looked much older than him. So when some students came over, they had expressions of disdain and sarcasm on their faces. But when he demonstrated the anatomical knowledge and techniques once again, everyone put away their arrogant expressions and listened attentively.
Longcheng Medical University is one of the best medical schools in the country.
Students who can be admitted to this university can be said to be the best in the National College Entrance Examination. But it is human nature to admire the strong.
When Xiao Chen showed his extremely powerful strength, they all expressed strong admiration and respect.
When the class ended, Teacher Qian excitedly shook Xiao Chen's hand and said, "Xiao, when you have time, come to school more often to teach these students.
With your level of skill, you can definitely be a lecturer here. Are you interested? I can recommend someone for you."
He spoke sincerely, and it was obvious that he was a person who valued talent. However, Xiao Chen only came to help and had no intention of working here, so he could only politely decline Teacher Qian's kindness. Hearing his rejection, not only Teacher Qian was disappointed, but even the female students around him were disappointed. Because of the halo of medicine, his originally handsome appearance seemed to reach a new level of handsomeness.
When Teacher Qian left, several female students came up to stop him. "Handsome guy, can I add you on WeChat? Is there a chance you could tutor me privately? Handsome guy, do you have a girlfriend? If not, would you like to consider me?"
He was frightened by such an explicit and bold confession.
Are all girls so direct nowadays?
Before he could refuse, Lin Mo walked over and grabbed him.
"Brother-in-law, hurry up and leave. My sister won't be able to find you soon. She might just take your legs off." "Brother-in-law?"
He looked at Lin Mo in confusion, and the girls around him immediately realized what was going on. They had long known that Lin Mo had an older sister, who was said to have been the campus belle of the medical university. But the reason why she became famous was not because of her beauty, but because she was once well known throughout the school for her superb anatomical skills. It is said that Lin Xinger had a boyfriend when she was in school, but this guy was a playboy and cheated on her behind her back. It didn't take long for her to find out, and she simply picked up a plastic knife from the school cafeteria and stabbed the man more than a dozen times.
More than a dozen stab wounds, that sounds terrifying.
But what's even more terrifying is that all of these stab wounds avoided vital parts, so even though the man was tortured and terrified, he was only diagnosed with minor injuries during the medical examination. In the end, the Lin family used some connections to settle the matter privately. From then on, Lin Shinger became famous overnight and became a role model for countless female medical students.
Do you want to kill that scumbag? Do you want to escape legal punishment after killing that scumbag? Then study hard and make progress every day.
So when these female students found out that the handsome man standing in front of them was actually the legendary boyfriend of senior sister Lin, they all apologized for disturbing them.
I'm telling you, don't even think about messing around with other girls. Don't tell me that my sister won't let you go. I won't let you go either. He left these words and walked away.
But at this moment, a system prompt sounded in Xiao Chen's mind. Ding, the upgrade mission target's favorability towards the host has been detected to be negative 80 points.
Negative 80 points?
I made you look good in front of your classmates, and you only gained 20 points of favorability.
Moreover, this broken system directly bound Lin Mo to its upgrade task without even consulting with me. It was really a rip-off.
If the other party is a girl, upgrading may be less difficult.
But if I tie myself to a man, how can he display his charm?
Xiao Chen followed him helplessly but saw Gu Ruoyun catching up.
Lin Mo, do you have time? I want to talk to you.
She looked at him pitifully, and he couldn't bear to refuse her.
Ruoyun, what's wrong with you?
He asked in a reserved manner.
Actually, I wanted to talk to you about the last time I rejected your confession. I didn't expect you to be so hurt. If I had known.
Before she could finish her words, Lin Mo interrupted her excitedly.
What else? Will you agree to me? Will you give up Longwei Mountain and choose me?
He had been avoiding the fact for the past few months that his best friend in college had snatched away the girl he had a crush on.
Chapter 122, The Hongmen Banquet.
And Long Weishan must have done this on purpose. He always knew that he liked Gu Ruoyun, but he still snatched her away from him.
Lin Mo, listen to me. Xiao Shan and I can't do anything about it. No one can control feelings.
As she spoke, she actually lowered her head and started crying.
The way she cried was so pitiful that even Lin Mo was a little shaken. Okay, I get it. Actually, I don't care who you're with anymore. As long as you're happy, that's all that matters. He pretended to be nonchalant and said it indifferently. Really? Lin Mo. That's great. Actually, Xiaoshan and I have been blaming ourselves since you didn't come to class. Now that we see you're okay, we feel much better. By the way, Xiaoshan actually asked me to ask you out. He was embarrassed to ask you out, so he asked me to. Is that Long Weishan a man? He did something awful and let a girl come over and say something nice about it. He looked down upon the despicable man who had poached his girlfriend even more. No, actually I'm pretty busy too. I've fallen behind on a lot of homework lately, and I still have to go to the library to read. He rejected her request outright. Please, Lin Mo. Can you come with me? I won't be able to explain to Xiaoshan if I don't take you with me. She pleaded pitifully, grabbing the corner of his clothes. Ruoyun, don't force me. He didn't want to see her and Long Weishan being so sweet in front of him, so he shook her hand away. Maybe because I used too much force, she actually cried out softly. Are you okay? I didn't use much force, he said as he stepped forward to examine her arm. It would have been fine if he hadn't looked too closely, but when he pulled up her arm and rolled up her sleeve, he saw that her arm, as white as lotus root, was covered with bruises of varying sizes. There were even 1 or 2 freshly burned fireworks on her arms, which was shocking to see. What's going on? Who did this? As soon as he opened his mouth, he understood everything. For a beauty like Gu Ruoyun, no matter who was with her, they would laugh in every way. Moreover, her family is well off and her parents have high hopes for her, so it is impossible for her to have any domestic violence. Then there can only be one person who can do such a thing that is outrageous to both humans and gods. He looked at her with a vicious look and asked, Did Long Weishan do it? Damn that beast. I will never let him off. At this moment, she quickly stepped forward and grabbed his arm, saying pitifully, Lin Mo, don't make trouble. Xiaoshan didn't do it on purpose. It's all my fault. He's already apologized to me.
Women are sometimes so blind and stupid that they will still deceive themselves and convince themselves even if the facts are right in front of them. If a woman likes her boyfriend, it means that the other woman is being immoral. Your boyfriend flirts with other people, which is a mistake that every man may make. He even beat himself for other women, that was because he loved himself too much.
But men understand men best. If he hits you today, he will only get worse in the future. Where is he? I want to see him now.
His tone was cold and anxious. She was very happy to see that he agreed to meet with Long Wei Shan, because she had completed the task he assigned to her.
She couldn't imagine what she would go through if she couldn't finish it.
But looking at his murderous look, she hesitated.
He's in the bar you used to go to, but Lin Mo, you must not fight him.
Before she could finish her words, Lin Mo rushed out. The girl whom he once worshipped as a goddess and took great care of for 2 years was now seen by others as an object that could be beaten and scolded at will. This was really hard for him to bear. He rushed back to the community where he rented a house, and his sports car was still parked downstairs.
You should go back and rest first. I may be back later because of something.
He got into the car without even looking at Xiao Chen. But Xiao Chen immediately pulled him out of the car.
What the hell are you doing? Are you tired of living?
Now if anyone dares to stop him and cause trouble, he would want to fight with that person directly.
It's too dangerous for you to drive like this. Let me do it, he said calmly. Lin Mo looked him up and down and said, You? Do you know how to drive? This is a Ferrari LaFerrari, a luxury car worth over 20 million.
He didn't want to show off his wealth to him, but he treasured the car very much, so he inadvertently emphasized the price of the car.
Xiao Chen just nodded calmly and said, Oh, that's not expensive. You can drive it for fun.
Well, Lin Mo's boast failed. He could only roll his eyes and throw the key to him.
It's about a 40-minute drive from here to the bar.
Please drive faster.
Don't waste my time,
he said as he sat directly in the passenger seat.
Oh, then fasten your seatbelt.
Xiao Chen said just this and started the sports car. Before he could react, the Ferrari had already rushed out of the community.
Then all that was left along the way was Lin Mo's series of exclamations mixed with family genealogy and names of human organs.
When the sports car stopped outside the door, Xiao Chen looked at his watch as if nothing had happened.
10 minutes, just right.
He turned to look at Lin Mo in the passenger seat, only to see that his hair was messy, his eyes were blurry, and his hands were tightly gripping the seatbelt.
We're already here, why don't you get off the bus? He reminded.
Only then did Lin Mo look at him as if he had just woken up from a dream.
Brother, what did you do before? I used to deliver food.
This sentence blocked the thousands of words in Lin Mo's heart.
No wonder he was so fast and no wonder he was so awesome at cutting in.
It turns out that you used to be a road killer. Lin Mo got out of the car and handed the keys to the security guard at the door. He stroked his hair again. Now was not the time to marvel at other people's driving skills. He needed to teach that scumbag Long Wei Shan a lesson. Seeing his eyes suddenly become decisive and sharp, Xiao Chen said a little worriedly, What are you going to do?
Risk your life for that girl just now?
I promised your sister to take good care of you. He turned to look at Xiao Chen and answered firmly, I have to do this. If you dare to stop me, I will tell my sister that you used to be a delivery man. After saying this, he went straight in like a warrior going to his death.
Xiao Chen sighed helplessly. How could a kid who was so low level that he couldn't even threaten others be a match for that green tea guy? Since I promised Lin Xinger to take good care of her brother, I can only be a kindergarten teacher for once. So he followed Lin Mo in.
As soon as you enter, you can feel a strange atmosphere inside.
Chapter 123, Poor People.
There was very pleasant music echoing in the bar, and men and women were sitting scattered around. Seeing the two people come in, the manager immediately came over to greet them.
Mr. Lin, you haven't been here for a long time. Come in, please. Is it still the same as before?
From the manager's attitude, it can be seen that Lin Mo had indeed come here many times before.
But he simply waved his hand at the manager, signaling him to leave quickly.
He looked straight at the booth inside, where Long Wei Shan was hugging and kissing a scantily clad girl. He didn't notice the arrival of Xiao Chen and the others, and was only thinking about communicating with the girls about his ideals in life. The veins on Lin Mo's head were about to stand up. He didn't expect that he would be so shameless. He already has a girlfriend like Gu Ruoyun, but he still flirts with other women.
He walked over in a few steps,
picked up a glass of wine on the table and was about to pour it on the couple. But at this moment, a yellow-haired gangster rushed out from the side, and with a wave of his hand, he blew the wineglass and Lin Mo's hand away. Lin Mo looked a little fragile to begin with, so he was unable to defend himself against the gangster and was punched in the face by him again. He sat on the ground in a somewhat awkward manner, his body still somewhat stained by the alcohol. Seeing his indignant look, Long Weishan said hypocritically, "Mr. Lin, you're here. Why didn't you tell me so I could meet you at the door?" Then he scolded the thug again, "Guzzi, what's wrong with you? You even dared to hit young Master Lin. You must be tired of living. Apologize to young Master Lin quickly." The punk also took advantage of the situation and stepped forward to support him, saying embarrassedly, "Oh, it's Master Lin. I didn't recognize you with my dog eyes. I thought it was some blind person who wanted to harm my master Long Master Lin, please don't be offended. I apologize to you." He reached out to support Lin Mo, but was pushed away by him. Lin Mo didn't believe what he said at all. He probably hit him because of Long Weishan's suggestion. He sat directly on the sofa, crossed his legs and asked, "Don't you have something to say to me? Now that I'm here, just say whatever you want to say." Long Weishan signaled with his eyes to the coolly dressed beauty, who immediately understood and sat down in front of him. Her towering breasts pressed tightly against his arms, and she looked at him seductively. "Mr. Lin, don't be anxious. I called you here mainly to explain the misunderstanding between us." "What misunderstanding could there be between us? We are just classmates who are not familiar with each other." He deliberately made their relationship sound very distant, trying to deny their previous friendship. "Master Lin, are you still angry with me? Well, I'll drink 3 cups of wine as punishment. I hope Master Lin can feel my sincerity." As he spoke, he picked up the whiskey bottle and poured himself 3 full glasses of wine. Then he picked them up one by one and drank them all. But Lin Mo snorted coldly and said, "Young Master Long, what are you doing? You don't have to go to this extent. Who in Longqing dares not give you the face of the grandson of the Long family?" Hearing him say this, Long Weishan just laughed awkwardly. "Young Master Lin, are you still not satisfied? How about waiting for Yuner to come and have her apologize to you in person? She's just a woman, and we can't become estranged because of a woman. If you really like her that much, I can give her to you. Besides, I've taught her a good lesson now." He looked at Lin Mo meaningfully and said nothing more. But Lin Mo was already irritated by him. He went straight up and grabbed his collar and punched him. Seeing his boss suffer a loss, the gangster nearby quickly stepped forward to stop him. But he didn't expect to be stopped by Xiao Chen before he got there. "Who the hell are you? Get out of my way!" he yelled fiercely. "Don't worry about who I am. Just know that this is between the two of them, and don't interfere." Xiao Chen had no intention of letting him go, and his eyes were so sharp that it made people afraid to approach him. Over there, Lin Mo and Long Weishan were fighting with each other, and even the beautiful woman just now came running over screaming. At this time, Gu Ruoyun spoke up to stop them, saying, "Lin Mo, Xiao Shan, stop fighting." She stepped forward and tried her best to hold Lin Mo back, preventing him from hurting Long Weishan any further. He looked at her with tears in her eyes, spat at Long Wei Mountain and let go. "Xiao Shan, are you okay?" She walked forward with heartache and pulled Long Weishan up. Just now at school, Lin Mo and the others were walking too fast, and she couldn't catch up even after taking a taxi from behind. But when she finally arrived, she found that the two were actually fighting with each other. Long Weishan pushed her away a little impatiently, then staggered to his feet. He sat back on the sofa and pulled the standing Gu Ruoyun into his arms. He put his arm around her shoulders and casually touched her chin with his hand. "Yuner, you've seen it too. Young Master Lin hasn't planned to forgive us yet. Why don't you have a drink with him to help him cool down?" She lowered her head in embarrassment and replied, "Xiao Shan, you know. I can't drink." His hand stopped immediately, and he went around her back and pinched her chin. He forced her to look up into his cold eyes. "What do you mean? You don't want to give me face?" No. Before she could finish her words, Lin Mo went up and knocked his hand away. Her chin had turned red from being pinched by him, but she still forced a smile and looked at Lin Mo. "Lin Mo, let me have a drink with you." She reached for the wine glass on the table and raised the filled glass to her lips. He snatched the glass away from her before it even touched her lips, then tilted his head back and drank the full glass straight down. Long Weishan couldn't help but applaud when he saw this scene. Okay, young Master Lin is truly a righteous and generous man. He's worthy of being the future successor of the Lin family.
Are you here to save the ignorant girl from danger? He turned and looked at her again. Yuner, how do you feel now? Are you touched? Do you regret being with me?
As soon as he said this, she trembled with fear.
No, Xiaoshan. I love you, you have to believe me.
Seeing her so panicked, Lin Mo's heart ached again.
What kind of torture would make the originally noble and aloof school beauty guru Huayun become so humble and cautious? Shu, it's okay. I believe you. Now go give my brothers a toast too.
He reached out and lifted up another strand of her hair, placed it under his nose and sniffed it gently. She was a little hesitant at first, but then she was frightened by his seemingly intimate behavior and almost fell to the ground.
Chapter 124, Drinking.
Long Weishan usually looks well dressed and behaves like a decent human being, but once he goes crazy, he will act like a mad dog without regard for the consequences. She only found out about this after she was with him. Ever since they got together, he had always been moody, and sometimes he wanted to give her the best things in the world. But sometimes he seems like a different person, finding faults and torturing himself in every possible way. Over time, she also became cautious, and every time he was about to find fault with her and hit her, he would smell her hair first. So when she saw him behave like this, she would get scared like a conditioned reflex. Seeing her staring at him blankly as if she was frightened, he urged her with some dissatisfaction, "Do I need to say it a second time?" She shuddered, then quickly picked up the wine glass and bottle from the table, preparing to toast the hooligans at the next table. The hooligans at the next table had already coveted her beauty and started to make a lot of noise. Big brother is so powerful, he even lets his younger brothers taste the wine offered by sister-in-law. Ha, the wine my sister-in-law offers must be delicious. I want to be the first to taste it. The hooligans started to make a fuss, and her face turned red. But she didn't dare to refuse his order, so she had to go over there. She first had a drink with one of the thugs. The thug was quite honest, but he looked at her face and chest with lustful eyes. But the next gangster directly forced her to drink a cup of wine with him.
Sister-in-law, don't be so stingy. It's just a drink of wedding wine, I'm not going to do anything to you. Besides, my eldest brother has no objection, right?
Big brother. It was obvious that he wanted to tease her, but Long Weishan squinted his eyes and looked at them while drinking, with no intention of stopping him. She didn't want to do such a thing, so she turned around and prepared to leave. Unexpectedly, the gangster grabbed her arm and pulled it hard to pull her over.
Don't go too far, let me go. Xiaoshan, let me go.
She struggled desperately, tears welling up in her eyes. But Long Weishan was not moved at all, he even looked at them with a smile. Lin Mo had helped her block the wine before, but he didn't wait for any thanks from her. Instead, he heard her express her loyalty to Long Weishan. His heart was dead at that moment. He thought he would never stand up for such a woman again. But he didn't expect that when he saw others humiliating her like this, he still couldn't help but want to rush forward.
Long Weishan, don't go too far,
he said through clenched teeth.
Mr. Lin, what do you mean by this? Do I need your permission to treat my woman?
He was still half lying in the arms of the beautiful woman who was looking at Guru Oyen with a provocative look. However, Guru Oyen seemed to be unable to see this shocking scene, and instead became increasingly cold towards Lin Mo, who wanted to help her.
Mr. Lin, please don't meddle in other people's affairs.
Just take care of yourself.
Speechless and shocked, Lin Mo no longer had any words to describe his current mood.
But he still didn't want to just give up. Just as he was about to step forward to stop the gangster's sexual harassment, Xiao Chen stood up. He originally just came here to look after Lin Mo and upgrade his skills. But he didn't expect to meet such a weird group of people.
Can rich and powerful people just play with other people's feelings?
As soon as he saw Long Weishan's arrogant look, he felt as if he saw Shui Yuan, Su Yuqian, and other playboys.
They just relied on their good family background to do whatever they wanted. But apart from being born into a good family, they don't seem to have anything to show off.
Since he is free today, he might as well teach this legendary mysterious rich second generation a lesson. He walked up to Long Weishan and said, "Young Master Long, since you guys like drinking so much, how about I come and keep you company?" Long Weishan glanced at him sideways, and seeing that he looked weak and delicate, he said with some disdain, "Who the hell are you?
You have no right to speak. Get out of here before I get angry."
He had just finished speaking when Lin Mo said, "This is my buddy."
What he means is what I mean. What's the matter? Are you afraid to drink with him or are you too broke to spend the money?
He smiled slightly and squinted his eyes as if he saw prey, looking at the two of them.
Since young Master Lin has said so, I won't deny you this favor. But he's not qualified to drink with me, so why not let my brothers accompany him?
He waved his hand to signal his men, and immediately 7 or 8 thugs stood up. The momentum was so strong that it seemed as if it wanted to knock Xiao Chen to the ground. Lin Mo wanted to fight back, but Xiao Chen agreed directly. Okay, let's do it one by one. My goodness, he was prepared to face 7 or 8 people alone, which means 1 cup per person, so he had to drink 7 or 8 cups at a time. This is not drinking at all, this is committing suicide.
Lin Mo simply pulled his sleeve and whispered, "Can you do it? If not, let's retreat. It's better to lose face than to lose your life." He turned to look at Lin Mo.
He didn't expect that this kid still had some conscience at the critical moment and didn't let him risk his life for his face.
"Don't worry, it's okay."
After he finished speaking, he sat down opposite the 7 or 8 people. The gangster in charge must have been hanging out in this kind of place for years, so he can drink a lot. He waved and called the manager over. "Old Joe, bring over 10 bottles of Remy Martin." This guy brought 10 bottles at once, and the wine was not cheap. Without young Master Long's order, Manager Joe didn't dare to serve the wine directly.
"Do as he says, and the bill will be put on my name." Long Weishan waved his hand and said. Manager Joe immediately nodded and bowed and went downstairs. After a while, several waiters came over with 10 bottles of foreign liquor on trays. They had brought nice wine glasses and ice, but the thug just picked up a bottle of wine and opened it. He drank directly from mouth to mouth, and the liquor in the bottle was quickly drunk by him. But as if in order to show off in front of Long Xiao, he was anxious to finish the drink quickly, and in his haste he choked on the wine. A lot of wine flowed out from the corners of his mouth and nose, and he looked quite embarrassed. "Waste."
Young Master Long cursed from the side. The gangster quickly opened another bottle and continued drinking, but he choked and felt uncomfortable, so he stopped to rest after drinking half of it. Seeing that he was nothing special, Xiao Chen even felt a little disappointed.
Chapter 125, How Lonely It Is to Be Invincible. "Let me drink it, don't waste it."
As he spoke, he also picked up a bottle of wine and opened it. I saw him tilting his head back and drinking from the bottle, but not a drop of wine came out. In a short while, he drank the whole bottle of foreign liquor. Then the second bottle, the third bottle, the fourth bottle. The gangster had forgotten that he still had half a bottle of wine in his hand and just stared blankly at his performance. Finally, he drank the last bottle of wine clean, without leaving a drop, and he looked at them with increasingly clear eyes.
"Brother, are you done drinking now?" Lin Mo asked in surprise.
He nodded, looking at the remaining half bottle of wine with a bit of reluctance. Ever since he became immune to alcohol, he hardly felt anything when he drank. Of course, when he drinks a lot, he can feel the true charm of wine, that endless aftertaste. So even after drinking so much this time, he only tasted a slight hint of the wine. At this time, a gangster came forward and proposed that they have a beer drinking competition. Some people like to drink liquor, while others like to drink beer. However, people who drink regularly rarely mix drinks, because it is easy to get drunk and the drinking is not enjoyable enough. The gangster suggested drinking beer because he wanted Xiao Chen to mix several kinds of liquor together, so that he would definitely not be able to drink it. But what was shocking was that he was not affected at all. After drinking a box of beer, the gangster fell to the ground and couldn't get up. Apart from a long burp, there was no change at all.
"Brother, are you a devil?" Lin Mo looked at him with a little joy.
This man had such a tall image in his heart at this moment.
Not only is he an excellent driver, he's also a great drinker.
The other hooligans also looked at him timidly, wondering who this mysterious person was. Ding, detected that the upgrade mission target's favorability towards the host has increased by 50 points. Ding, detected that the upgrade mission target's favorability towards the host has increased by 50 points.
The current upgrade mission target's favorability towards the host is 20 points.
It is actually very easy for men to gain affection from each other. As long as you do something awesome in some way that does not hurt his face, he will immediately admire you. Now, Lin Mo's impression of this man who can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk has changed greatly. It turns out there's a reason why my sister fell in love with him. Sometimes he's really reliable and manly. At this time, Long Weishan stood up directly. He also felt that these gangsters were no match for this man at all.
Even if they drank one by one, they might not be able to defeat this man.
He walked to Gu Ruoyun's side, put his arms around her slender waist and pulled her close to him. Her towering breasts pressed tightly against him, but she was still a little embarrassed in front of so many people. So she gently moved her body a little further away from him. But her actions immediately annoyed him, and he pulled her towards him again, even closer than before. He whispered directly into her ear, "What's wrong? Are you afraid that Master Lin will get jealous if he sees you? Don't be so self-indulgent. No one is interested in a faded woman like you. Right, Master Lin?" He turned and looked at Lin Mo playfully. He just wanted to provoke Lin Mo, he wanted to make him crazy and angry, giving himself the opportunity to suppress him and ridicule him. Only in this way could he return all the humiliation that Lin Mo had brought upon himself. Sure enough, when Lin Mo saw how he treated Gu Ruoyun, he suddenly felt a surge of anger in his heart. He was about to rush forward to rescue her, but was stopped by Xiao Chen again. "Are you going to get killed? With your weak arms and legs, you can't even last 5 minutes. Besides, the girl may not appreciate your kindness." Xiao Chen told the truth directly. He felt sorry for Gu Ruoyun, but she had no intention of resisting at all. So if they acted rashly, they would only be asking for trouble. "So what do you say we should do? Just let it go?" he asked a little unwillingly. Although they didn't gain any advantage this time, facing such a large group of thugs, it was a good result that they didn't suffer any loss. After discussing it, the two decided to retreat first. After all, the other side had a large group of people, and they didn't want to cause any more trouble. Just when the two decided to turn around and leave, Long Weishan slapped Gu Ruoyun in the face for some unknown reason. The slap was so powerful that it knocked her to the ground. She covered her face and looked at him in disbelief. She didn't expect that he would hit her so suddenly. In the past, he would hit himself to vent his anger when he was in a bad mood, but he rarely hit himself in the face. Because he doesn't want others to know about his domestic violence, and he still likes to look beautiful. But seeing that Lin Mo was about to leave, he reached out and hit Gu Ruoyun without thinking. He knew that only by doing this could Lin Mo throw away all his rationality and give him a reason to deal with Lin Mo directly. As expected, when he saw Gu Ruoyun lying on the ground, Lin Mo roared and rushed forward. At this moment, he had forgotten that he was no match for Long Weishan, let alone that group of thugs. He rushed straight towards Longwei Mountain like a fighting cock, and Xiao Chen could only sigh and follow to protect him. To deal with these half-baked thugs, he didn't even need to use half of his strength. But it was different when Lin Mo joined in. If he, a lazy and ignorant young man, went up to fight with others, he would be just giving away his life. Xiao Chen could only protect him while beating down the hooligans who rushed over. Therefore, he needed to free up one hand to protect Lin Mo from behind, and use the other hand to deal with the crazy little hooligan. "Is this the legendary giving you a hand?" The little gangster who rushed up was shocked when he was knocked down. "Oh my god, this man knocked him down with just one hand. What kind of strength is this? It's simply a fortress." At this time, Lin Mo rushed to Long Weishan without any obstruction, and he went up to him and started fighting with him. This time he attacked the other party like a madman. He wanted to retaliate against Long Weishan for all the pain of being betrayed and having his beloved woman taken away. When the two were fighting fiercely, Gu Ruoyun pounced over. She held Lin Mo's arm tightly, preventing him from hitting Long Weishan on the ground. With tears on her face, she kept begging, "Lin Mo, please, stop hitting us. Let us go." Chapter 126, Parting Ways. Sometimes people are so complicated. One second she was slapped to the ground, and the next second she begged others not to hurt the scumbag. She had no regrets about Long Weishan beating her, but instead seemed to think that Lin Mo, who had beaten her, was meddling in other people's business. He let go of Long Weishan's collar and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth indignantly. He didn't get any advantage just now, as the opponent's fist directly cracked the corner of his mouth. "Xiaoshan, are you okay?" She walked forward and asked with concern, her hands constantly touching his body, as if she could tell where he was injured by touching. "Get out of my way. If it weren't for you, would I have been able to endure this beating?" He didn't appreciate it and instead pushed her aside. He staggered to his feet, pointed at Lin Mo's nose and cursed, "Lin Mo, you are shameless, right? Just wait and see if I don't kill you." After making those harsh words, he waved his hand and left with his crippled brothers. Xiao Chen didn't expect that Long Weishan would admit defeat so easily and actually run away with his brothers. He looked at the somewhat depressed Lin Mo. He was still sad for that woman Gu Ruoyun. "Hey, can you please be more promising? Why would you want a girl like that?
She's not even as good as that heavily made up girl. He kicked Lin Mo, who was sitting on the ground, and deliberately provoked him with words. Lin Mo looked up at him and grinned at him. All right, you. I thought you were going to die today. What happened to you? You're not hurt at all? As soon as he smiled, the wound on the corner of his mouth made him grimace, but when he saw Xiao Chen's cool and handsome demeanor, he couldn't believe that he was the one who knocked a group of thugs to the ground with one hand. Xiao Chen extended a hand to him and pulled him up from the ground. You're lucky this time because I'm here. Don't be so impulsive next time. He lectured him like an elder. Lin Mo calmed down at this time, and he also felt a little scared. Not to mention that he was fighting a group of thugs alone. If Xiao Chen hadn't helped him, he might have been killed by Long Weishan long ago. Ding, detected that the upgrade mission target's favorability towards the host has increased by 10 points. Ding, detected that the upgrade mission target's favorability towards the host has increased by 10 points. The current upgrade mission target's favorability towards the host is 40 points. The system prompt sound in Xiao Chen's mind rang again, and the system detected that Lin Mo's favorability towards him had increased again. However, it seems that the more you increase your favorability, the harder it is to do so. Previously, you could increase your favorability by 50 points, but now it has only increased by 10 points. And I tried my best to help him, and it only increased to 40 points. When will it increase to 90 points? Why can't this crappy system match me with a girl? Xiao Chen cried out helplessly in his heart. Brother Chen, let's go. I'll treat you to a midnight snack. After all the trouble, it is now 9 o'clock in the evening. Neither of them had eaten dinner, so they were starving. Midnight snack? What's for dinner? Do you have any money? He deliberately asked Lin Mo that since his family restricted his spending, he basically relied on his sister for support. But today his sister was in a hurry and forgot to give him pocket money. He reached into his pocket and found that his pocket was cleaner than his face. He looked at Xiao Chen sheepishly and said, Brother Chen, do you have money? You pay this time, and I'll definitely treat you next time. Xiao Chen refused directly, well, I don't have any money either. Let's go home and I'll make it for you. Thinking of the meal he cooked at noon, Lin Mo couldn't help swallowing and nodded like a chick pecking at rice. When the two returned to the apartment, Xiao Chen went straight to the kitchen to cook some homely meals. The two of them were swept away in a flash and then lay dead on the sofa. At this time, Lin Mo took out his mobile phone. He had recently become addicted to a game and would play it whenever he had free time. Because of his excellent skills, he even formed his own team. Brother Chen, do you want to play games? Let's eat chicken together. Seeing Xiao Chen lying next to him with a bored look on his face, he took the initiative to invite him. On the one hand, he wanted to get closer to Xiao Chen. After spending time together today, he felt that this person was quite good. On the other hand, he also wanted to save some of his face. After all, he felt that Xiao Chen seemed to be suppressing him in every way today. Whether in anatomy class or in the bar, although he saved himself, men always want to prove themselves in front of others. Game? What game? Xiao Chen has never had any personal hobbies, mainly because he spends all his time making money. So he has no time to watch videos or play games. PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds is all the rage right now. Give me your phone and I'll create an account for you. As he said this, he took Xiao Chen's phone away. Facing this newbie who had never even played the game, he was confident that he could make him bow down to him in a matter of minutes. After downloading the game on his phone, he guided him through 10 minutes of practice on the driving range. Then he took him directly to his team. He is the most technically proficient player in the team, so everyone respects him very much. Men's respect for each other often comes from these insignificant little things. He called out to the team and the players responded one after another. He first formed a team with a few people he played well with. They were all veterans of the game and dared to jump to G-Port as soon as they came online. While they were having fun, a group of people were sweeping the streets in Port G. The two sides started fighting fiercely, and immediately the game interface was filled with not only bullets but also countless insults. Fuck him, what kind of bastard is that on the other side? If you have the guts, just come out and fight. What's the point of just shooting from behind? Come on if you're capable. I'm waiting for you here. I'm afraid you won't even be able to see me, so let our boss kill you in seconds. Mr. Lin, please call for help quickly. I'm down. That damn Voldemort is so abominable. Both sides turned on the microphone, cursing at each other and shooting at each other. Hurry up, Master Lin. I can't do it anymore. Their firepower is too strong.
Another team member asked him for help. But he himself could not protect himself. He didn't know how the other party had a gunman with extremely strange movements, and he might be found no matter where he hid.
Bang, a shot in the head.
Lin Mo was so angry that he threw his phone to the ground.
This is cheating, right? How can I get shot in the head even though I'm hiding in the house? He picked up his phone unwillingly and called his teammates again. What was that ID called just now?
I'm going to kill him myself.
Chapter 127. 4 small boxes lying in a row. Boss, their team seems to be called something like Dragon City Second Generation. I just asked a guy who knows computers to check it out for me.
One of his team members answered directly.
Well done, Xiao Meng.
This time we're going to take revenge on them directly.
I've never experienced anything so awful before, so cheer up.
They all communicated with each other through voice. When Lin Mo called out from here, the 3 team members responded loudly from the other side.
Okay, Mr. Lin. Don't worry, boss. This time, we'll make sure they never come back.
Then he once again invited the team that had just wiped them out, and the team called Dragon City Second Generation immediately responded to their invitation. Several people entered the game interface again, and this time they once again chose the most competitive G-port.
Boss, I've landed.
Where are you guys? A younger brother shouted.
But then he wailed again, Boss, I'm dead.
These guys are such bastards, boss, avenge me.
Less than 5 minutes had passed and they had already lost a teammate.
He cursed under his breath and rushed towards his teammate's box.
He wanted to teach him a lesson.
As a result, he was shot in the head again as soon as he approached his teammate's box.
Everything happened so quickly that he didn't even have a chance to curse.
He watched helplessly as his level 3 helmet was picked up by the other party, and the sniper rifle he had just picked up was also taken away by the other party.
Damn it, they must be cheating.
Otherwise, there's no way they could have hit me if they weren't in that position.
No, I'm going to report them.
He threatened angrily, turned his head to look at Xiao Chun who was still driving around the shooting range, and sighed helplessly. At this time, a younger brother sent a voice message saying, "Brother, my mother called me.
I can't fight with you to kill our enemies. Come on."
Seeing that Lin Mo and his team were determined to fight to the end with such a strong opponent, one team member immediately backed down. He had worked so hard to get to this position, and he couldn't keep wasting time with them like this. So he found an excuse and quit Lin Mo's team. Xiao Hao is such a coward. He always does this to stronger opponents.
I'm never going to play with him again. He was so angry that he wanted to throw his phone again.
At this time, the opposing team also sent an invitation, but they seemed to be sure that they would not dare to accept the challenge.
Brother Chen, how's your training going? We're short of one person.
He gritted his teeth. It was not the style of the eldest son of the Lin family to not fight at this time. But it would be difficult to find the missing team member in a short time, so he could only ask Xiao Chun, who had only practiced for less than an hour. I don't play games much, and I'm afraid I'll hold you back. He told the truth. In fact, as a man, he has never been very interested in games.
It's okay, just follow me.
I'll protect you.
Just get up and do it.
He comforted Xiao Chun, and there was no room for criticism at this time. He pulled Xiao Chun into the team and started the game. But this time, in order to protect Xiao Chun, he chose not to confront the opponent head-on. The two of them first picked up equipment everywhere in the game, and helped Xiao Chun familiarize himself with the rules of the game.
This kind of outing-like play was immediately ridiculed by the other party. Hey, what happened to Master Lin? Are you not being so tough anymore? Are you giving in so quickly?
Because his ID name was Young Master Lin, the other party directly mocked him by name.
Don't be so harsh. There aren't many people who can fight against the second generation of our Dragon City. This guy is either brave or an idiot, but I think the latter is more likely. The other side was mocking each other, and the two members of their team were also a little depressed. Boss, why did you bring in a newbie with such a low rank? Isn't this just holding us back? That's right, boss. He seems to know nothing. It's better not to bring him along. He's just a burden.
The two of them kept complaining about Xiao Chan's actions in voice messages, saying that his shooting skills were too poor, and then saying that he grabbed things too quickly.
Anyway, I just don't like anything about him. Then call that coward Xiao Hao back. If you can't call him back, then stop whining to me. He stopped them directly in a harsh tone. Besides, he's not as bad as you say. Brother Chen, throw a grenade at those bastards over there. I'm out of stock. He helped Xiao Chen speak, and then asked him to perform a little. This way his teammates wouldn't be able to say anything. Throwing a grenade was simple and safe, so he just asked Xiao Chen to throw a grenade and see. Lin Mo, is that so? He took out a grenade and opened it directly. Throw it, idiot. Seeing that the grenade was about to explode, the team members hurriedly urged. He threw the grenade out in a panic, but because he was in a panic, he didn't pay attention to where the grenade was thrown. Where the hell are you throwing it? Jump. He's been thrown into the house. I'd rather be shot than die like this. When several people were about to jump out of the window to escape, the grenade finally exploded, and in an instant the 4 small boxes lay neatly together. Oh my god, what kind of a trick is this? All the opponents are dead in an instant. Ha, I'm going to pee from laughing. Those idiots blew themselves up. Oh my god, he must have been scared silly by our Dragon City second generation. There was a period of silence on Lin Mo's team, but the taunts of the other team continued to ring in their ears. He looked at Xiao Chen fiercely. He didn't expect that a man with such superb anatomical skills, who could drive fast and fight, would be so cowardly in the game. Brother, are you kidding me? He said somewhat desperately. Xiao Chen was also a little embarrassed because he had never played games much before. This time I was forced to do this and I am very unfamiliar with it. I'm sorry, Lin Mo. I'm not familiar with this. It will be fine once I get familiar with it. Ah, Mr. Lin. You still want to take him out to play? If you do this, I'll have to get off the plane. That's right, boss. This is a disgrace to our team. They all protested in the voice chat, saying that if they continued to play with such players, they would not even be able to maintain their lowest rank. Although Xiao Chen admitted that he was not very good at playing games, he was still a little unhappy about being despised by others. Ding! You can sign in today. Do you want to sign in? It's already past midnight, and new sign-in rewards are available for collection. Since I was despised so much before, I still have to earn my own face back. So he said silently in his heart, sign in. Okay, host. Signing you in. Ding. Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining God-level gaming skills. Chapter 128, Recruiting a Disciple. When Xiao Chen looked at the game interface again, what appeared before his eyes was not just the game character and simple equipment. His mind was instantly filled with countless gaming skills and routines, and the moment his hands began to control the game character, his character seemed to come alive and completely obeyed his commands. Such sharp operations would be impossible without more than 10 years of gaming experience, but at this moment, his fingers were nimble and agile, as if he was possessed by a god. Lin Mo, let's just start. If they don't come, we'll just do 2v4. He said it calmly, but Lin Mo was completely unsure in his heart. Brother, you are still so confident even after being beaten like this. Who gave you the courage? Fish Liang? Although Lin Mo was complaining in his heart, he still comforted the team members and sent the game invitation again. The other party accepted it quickly, and after a few people entered the battlefield, the other side started to taunt. Ouch, young Master Lin is here to get killed again? It was a good thing you threw the grenade just now, so we wouldn't have to go up and beat you up. That's right. If it's a self-detonation again this time, please stay away from me. I don't want to be buried with a bunch of cannon fodder. The pressure on Lin Mo's side was very low, but he didn't know how to fight back. At this time, no amount of explanation will be of any use except to speak with strength. Everyone better give me some praise, otherwise I, Lin Mo, will disband the team. The continuous attacks for several hours today have made him lose the fun of playing games. He didn't win every time before, but at least he had wins and losses. But today's situation can only be described as miserable. This is not just playing games, it's the game playing him. Okay, boss. I won't back down. I hope someone else can do the same. Someone said meaningfully. When the plane flew over Port G, Xiao Chen jumped down without discussing it with them. His jump was so sudden that the remaining people were completely stunned. Fuck, big brother, are you crazy? Or are you planning to commit suicide so as not to burden us? Seeing him and the opposing team jump down, Lin Mo was speechless. The number of people on the plane had been reduced by nearly half when it left Port G. It can be said that Porchi is now in hell mode. Brother Chen, find a place to hide. We'll come and rescue you. Although Lin Mo was helpless about his actions, he still said he would save him out of loyalty. But because they jumped too late, it would take some time for them to go over and support him. It's okay, just come over here slowly. I'll take care of this here first. He replied calmly. It's already this time, and this guy is still acting like a smart guy. Lin Mo's eyes were about to roll to the sky. At this moment, a simple spray sound effect sounded, and a curse suddenly came from the opposite team. Damn it, who sprayed me down? This is so fucking weird. I just saw an idiot, and how come I fell down in the blink of an eye? Another gunshot rang out, and the opposing team lost one man. Lin Mo saw that Xiao Chen was the one who sprayed the other person down, and he had already started licking the other person's backpack. Okay, Brother Chen. You're lucky. He thought Xiao Chen was just lucky, a blind cat catching a dead mouse. But then another gunshot was heard, and he killed another enemy team member who came to support him. The successive gunshots were all fired by Xiao Chen. He used the terrain advantage like a ghost and appeared and disappeared in the enemy camp, making the enemy nervous and firing randomly. Stop messing around and listen carefully to that bastard's footsteps. If he keeps fighting like this, we'll all be wiped out. At this time, the captain of the other team finally couldn't bear it anymore and shouted directly in the voice chat. Mr. Lin, did you hear that? They're all panicking. This time, Brother Chen has scared them. The team members who had just received their lunchboxes gathered around to watch Xiao Chen play the game. Brother Chen, you're a real talent. Were you just teasing us? Oh, I had a bad attitude just now. I kowtow to you and apologize. I hope Brother Chen will take me to eat chicken. The teammate who had just yelled at him, saying that he was holding everyone back, also quickly tried to curry favor with him. He smiled slightly, laughing off all the contempt and praise. The strong never need explanations. When the opposing team was looking for him everywhere as if they were facing a great enemy, he went straight up with a shotgun in his hand and started fighting. 1 against 3, a wave of exquisite kills, one shot at a time, strangling all the remaining enemy forces. Awesome, really awesome, Brother Chen, I'm convinced by you. The other team is cheating, right? How could they kill us so quickly? I'm going to report you. If you can't afford it, don't play. Don't embarrass yourself here. We speak with strength. The teammates from both sides started to argue with each other because of Xiao Chen's actions. If you can win, don't argue. If you're not convinced, let's play another round. I'll beat you until you surrender. Lin Mo directly challenged the other party, and the other party accepted the challenge without showing any weakness. Another round started, and this time the opponent no longer underestimated him. They even wanted to join forces to encircle and suppress Xiao Chen. But he did not give the other party any chance, and a series of magical operations once again taught the other party a lesson. Damn, I don't believe you guys didn't cheat. Especially that newbie, please give me some advice, he must have used the lock cheat. Otherwise, how could Big Head be so accurate? The other party started shouting again, and even directly said Xiao Chen's game ID. At this time, the captain of the other team directly added Xiao Chen as a game friend and asked to meet him offline. Brother Chen, this guy is here with bad intentions. Should we pay attention to him? Lin Mo was a little unsure about the man's intentions and didn't know what he meant by asking them to meet offline. What's wrong? Are you scared? He did not refuse the invitation to meet, mainly because the other party never said a bad word, and his skills were quite impressive from beginning to end. He felt that such a person would not have any ill intentions. And even if he had malicious intent, would he still be afraid? He was someone who could teach a group of thugs a lesson single-handedly, so it was more than enough to deal with a few young gamers. Seeing him so calm and confident, Lin Mo nodded and replied, Okay, Brother Chen. If you say so, then we'll meet. With you here, I have nothing to fear. As he spoke, he looked at his hands curiously again. It didn't seem like he was pretending to be clumsy in operating the game just now. How come he became so good in just a short time? Brother Chen, how did you do that? I just saw you playing games and you look like a god. Lin Mo rarely flatters others like this. After all, with his wealth and background, others can't flatter him enough. Want to learn? Xiao Chen looked at Lin Mo, who had a look of longing on his face. He nodded vigorously and said, I want to learn, Brother Chen, please accept me as your apprentice. Chapter 129 Face-to-Face Battle.
Seeing that he was very sincere, Xiao Chen didn't keep him in suspense any longer. It's not impossible to call you, but I still have one condition. Hearing him say this, Lin Mo patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, brother-in-law. I have no problem with what's going on between you and my sister. I just don't know if my parents will object." He looked at Xiao Chen with embarrassment. After all, Xiao Chen had no job now and was just following him around all day doing nothing. Although he has many unknown advantages, I wonder if his parents would be willing to leave their outstanding sister to him. Realizing that Lin Mo had misunderstood, he could only sigh and say, "What are you thinking? I just want you to attend class well. If you keep performing well, I promise to teach you to become a master too." "Really? Brother Chen? Then let's make a deal. I will definitely not let you down." He answered happily, and seeing Xiao Chen following him idly every day, he was also a little worried about his future. He didn't want to become a person who made others hesitate in the future, and his previous decadence was mainly due to Gu Ruoyun's abandonment. After the recent events, he suddenly saw the true face of that woman. No matter how obsessed he was with her before, he now had no interest in that dog-licking woman. As the only son of the Lin family, he can have any woman he wants. Why bother with that ungrateful woman? Seeing that he seemed to have really come out of the pain of a broken heart, Xiao Chen also felt that his mission seemed to be half completed. The two of them went back to their rooms and slept in silence all night. The next day, Lin Mo really got up early and went to class. His transformation surprised his classmates and teachers. Because in the past half semester, no matter what method everyone used, Lin Mo remained unmoved. "I am immersed in the pain of my broken heart every day and cannot get out of it." But now, not only did he return to class, he even quickly caught up on the missed courses. This kind of change makes people sigh that a top student is a top student. Even if they don't study for half a semester, they can still learn faster than you who attend classes every day. In fact, this is mainly due to the fact that Lin Mo's family is a family of doctors. Since he was a child, he has been exposed to medical knowledge. So for him, the current courses are really nothing. Moreover, Xiao Chen was like a walking medical book following him. As long as he asked, there was nothing Xiao Chen didn't know. "Brother Chen, you're amazing. You know all this, and you don't even have a book, so how can you say it exactly as it's written?" He looked at Xiao Chen with eyes full of admiration. Ding, detected that the upgrade mission target's favorability towards the host has increased by 10 points. The current upgrade mission target's favorability towards the host is 50 points. Everything seemed to be going very smoothly. Not only was Lin Mo gradually getting on track, but his upgrade task was also almost completed. At this time, Lin Mo's cell phone rang. They had just come out of the classroom after class, and he answered the call directly. There was an unfamiliar male voice on the other end of the phone. He was the captain of the enemy team that had challenged them yesterday. Because they lost so badly yesterday, they were dissatisfied and directly asked to meet for a fight. Lin Mo and the others agreed and gave their phone numbers to the other party. The two talked for a few minutes, agreed on a time and place to meet, and then hung up the phone. "Brother Chen, the other team wants us to go to the Golden Domain Internet Cafe for a match." I agreed. "Do you have time?" He said this just to be polite. They mainly rely on Xiao Chen. If he said he didn't want to go, Lin Mo would have to beg him to go. "Okay, I don't have anything to do." He agreed immediately. But he seemed to have heard of Jinyu Internet Cafe. He had been there before when he was delivering takeout. It is the best decorated and fastest machined internet cafe in the entire Longcheng, and the hourly charges are shockingly high. Since they met there, it seems that they have good financial strength. So Lin Mo found several other team members, and even Xiao Hao, who had deserted the battlefield yesterday, rushed over after hearing the news. He heard from other teammates that Brother Chen was an amazing game player, so he ran away early yesterday because he was afraid of losing his rank. But today Xiao Chen is here. As long as we follow Brother Chen, winning the game is just around the corner. Several people came to the agreed upon internet cafe and met several people from the opposing team. He actually knew the leader, Lin Mo. "Oh, so you're the son of the Song group. I was wondering why his equipment was so flashy. It's good to be rich." Because both parties had a conflict before, and Lin Mo and Song Wendong were not very familiar with each other, he was not polite at the beginning. Song Wendong had met Lin Mo at several cocktail parties and knew that he was the only son of the Lin family, so he ignored his sarcasm and nodded politely. "So it really is the eldest son of the Lin family. Yesterday, we met through fighting.
In such a huge game world, we actually met. Isn't this fate?
The Songwon-dong family is the latest rising consortium in Longcheng, or to put it bluntly, a new upstart. Although such a family is financially strong, it is not worth mentioning at all in the eyes of old established families like the Lin family and the Su family. Even though the Lin family may not be able to compete with the Song family in terms of financial resources now, they have a deep foundation and connections throughout Longcheng. So when Songwon-dong met Lin Mo, he still maintained a polite and humble attitude.
Don't talk to me about fate or not. You're not a girl, so what can I do if we're destined to be together? Cut the crap. Don't you want to meet up and play a game? We're here to fight. Lin Mo has become particularly flamboyant since his breakup.
Compared with Song Wendong's politeness, he seems to be more aggressive. And with Xiaochen around, he is not afraid of anyone at all.
Okay, let's play a game on the computer today. If I lose again, I'll admit defeat. I'll never mention cheating again.
The advantage of operating on a computer is that it is difficult to cheat, and everyone plays the game face to face. Everyone around you can see your every move clearly, so this kind of victory is a real victory.
Okay, enough nonsense. Let's get started.
Lin Mo called the team members to board the plane.
Mr. Lin, I don't play computer games much. You have to protect me when the time comes. A teammate asked for help.
Damn it, you're already scared before it even starts.
Just follow Brother Chen closely. Trust in Brother Chen and you'll have eternal life, okay?
He settled the man down, then turned to Xiao Chen and lip-synced silently.
Brother-in-law, it's up to you. Whenever Lin Mo needed his help, he would call him brother-in-law. Xiao Chen turned on the computer reluctantly. This was his first time playing this game on the computer. Chapter 130, the second generation of Dragon City recognizes the boss.
His hands rested lightly on the keyboard, and as his hands brushed over each key, muscle memory was instantly awakened.
In fact, the operations on computers are completely different from those on mobile phones.
Whether it is adapting to the game interface or flexibly allocating fingers, it requires a long period of practice.
Moreover, practice alone is not enough, the player himself needs to have extremely high talent.
Therefore, those students in junior high and high school who keep shouting that they want to be competitive athletes should have a clear judgment of their own abilities before giving up their studies. Even if a person without talent gives up everything to practice competition, he or she may not succeed in the end.
Genius is not only 99% perspiration, the most important thing is that 1% talent.
However, few people would admit that they have no talent, which led to the tragedy of many teenagers dropping out of school.
But Xiao Chen is lucky.
Not only does he have the talent given by the system, but his muscle skills are also extraordinary.
So in just a few minutes, he had completely mastered the chicken game on the computer.
This is simply impossible for someone who is playing this game for the first time, but nothing is impossible in front of Xiao Chen. When the game started, people once again rushed to the places with the most supplies. As expected, there was a fierce battle, but Xiao Chen used his superb skills to directly harvest the heads of many people.
This wave of operations was steady, accurate, and ruthless, and the surrounding gamers applauded. This must be the novice, right? I've never seen such an awesome being before. Why are you being so modest? He's still a novice, so we should chop him off, right?
Even the members of the opposing team came to watch, even though they had already been beaten to death by him. But instead, I watched him show off his skills elsewhere with great interest.
Boss, this kind of hand speed wouldn't take at least 10 or 8 years of practice, right? Bro, I'm impressed. One person directly switched sides.
At the end of the round, the opposing team's captain, Song Wendong, came over and said, "Brother Chen, from today on, our team will also follow you.
Is that okay with you?" Huh? Just one game and they all switched sides? What do you want to do? This is the boss of our team. Are you trying to poach my players right in front of me? Lin Mo was actually a little jealous. Song Wendong quickly waved his hands and said, "How could that be? We just admire Brother Chen's skills and want to become his apprentice.
From now on, we, the second generation of Longcheng, will be affiliated with your team.
If you have any questions, just give us a call. From now on, we will all follow Brother Chen." No one asked him what he meant.
Lin Mo was so happy to hear that he had an affiliated team.
Is this what it feels like to have a younger brother? That's too cool. Okay, Brother Chen will definitely need you in any activities from now on.
Lin Mo looked at his humble attitude with satisfaction. But the reason why he did this was actually because of his own selfish motives. For the Song family, being able to make friends with a top family like the Lin family is a win-win situation. So through this game event, Song Wondong directly found the best way to approach Lin Mo. Xiao Chen had actually seen through his thoughts, but he still had a good impression of Song Wondong. So he didn't stop the two from getting to know each other, and he gained a group of younger brothers, so why not? Come here, Brother Chen, Master Lin, let me introduce you. This is Master Yuan, the successor to Longcheng Yuanshi Bank. This is... Following his introduction, it turned out that this team named Dragon City Second Generation was really worthy of its name. They are all the second generation of the emerging consortium in Longcheng, and they are united because of their interests. Not only can they exchange connections with each other, but their daily communication is also beneficial to the development of each other's families. This time, Xiao Chen became the big brother of a group of rich second generations in Longcheng. As long as he gave an order, he could even use the resources of the consortium in their hands. Moreover, Song Wondong had a sharp eye and he immediately sensed the difference in Xiao Chen. Although he wore the most ordinary clothes and rarely boasted about himself in his words and deeds. But Song Wondong knew that this unprepossessing man might have great power. This is not someone who can be easily offended. He is even more mysterious than Lin Xiao. Brother Chen, if you need any help from us in the future, just tell us. We will definitely show up in time to support you. He puffed out his chest to show his determination. Xiao Chen just waved his hand to indicate that he understood, but didn't take it too seriously. Seeing him being closely supported by a group of rich second generations, Lin Mo also felt proud. He is worthy of being the man my sister likes, he is so charming. Ding, detected that the upgrade mission target's favorability towards the host has increased by 10 points. The current upgrade mission target's favorability towards the host is 60 points. Once this favorability rises, it is unstoppable. In just a few days, he will complete the system upgrade task. Don't be obsessed with me, I'm just a legend. Mr. Song, don't be so polite. Since everyone admires Brother Chen so much, we are all brothers from now on. I would also like to thank everyone for their kindness on behalf of Brother Chen. If you have any questions in the future, please feel free to ask. We are not outsiders. Lin Mo didn't know how he became brothers with Song Wondong and the others, and even recruited some younger brothers for him. The few of them had a lively conversation and enhanced their brotherhood based on the idea that there is no acquaintance without fighting. When he returned to Lin Mo's apartment in the evening, he created a group with Song Wondong and others, and the group leader was naturally Xiao Chen. He gave orders in the group under the banner of Xiao Chen, and even told them stories about Xiao Chen with exaggeration. What about single-handedly taking on 10 thugs? What about his racing skills comparable to Schumacher? What about being possessed by the god of wine? And what about the medical saint descending to earth? The stories were so exaggerated. At this time, a rich second generation in the group also joined in the fun. Could Brother Chen be the phantom maniac who defeated the Dragon City racing god a while ago? I was wondering why Brother Chen looked so familiar. Turns out we've met at a racetrack before. Brother Chen, you really beat Uncle Hao, the god of cars? That's amazing. I was wondering how your driving skills could be that good. When Lin Mo saw the reply in the group, his eyes immediately flashed with admiration. He didn't expect that the man in front of him would be so powerful. Phantom Maniac? What a crappy name. I was lucky to win that time. It's nothing special. He answered directly and calmly. That time he won because he found the blind spot in Uncle Hao's thinking, but whether in experience or means, he could not compare with that old fox. But the more he tells the truth, the more humble he appears, and the more humble he appears, the more awesome he appears. Chapter 131 Long Family Auction. Ding, detected that the upgrade mission target's favorability towards the host has increased by 10 points. The current upgrade mission target's favorability towards the host is 70 points. The more Lin Mo got to know the man in front of him, the more he admired and respected him from the bottom of his heart. He himself didn't expect that the person who seemed to be a poor loser at first sight now seemed to be full of light in his eyes. Brother Chen, you're hiding it too well. If I were half as awesome as you, I'd let everyone who knows me know. He waved his hand to calm him down. Once a person begins to fall into blind arrogance, it is the beginning of destruction. I'm just an ordinary person, don't praise me too much. Although he said this, Lin Mo was speechless. Ordinary people? Brother, you may have some misunderstandings about ordinary people. At this time, someone directly sent an invitation to the Longcheng second generation group. This was an invitation to Longcheng's recently popular charity auction. The reason why this auction was so popular was mainly because invitations were only sent to the wealthy and famous businessmen in Longcheng. In other words, this is a real gathering of wealthy people. If you have not received an invitation to this charity auction, it means that you are not yet qualified to enter the upper class of Longcheng. If you usually proclaim yourself to be a top rich second generation, but you are not invited to this auction, then all your usual pretense will turn into a slap in the face, which is very embarrassing. At the same time, this charity auction was hosted by the most mysterious family in Longcheng, the Long family. The fact that this family, which basically never appears in public, decided to appear at this auction is really eye-catching. For those who usually want to make friends with the Long family, this is undoubtedly a very rare opportunity. The rich second generation in the group who showed off his invitation was undoubtedly showing off his status and power invisibly. But just as he sent the invitation to the group, other rich second generations also posted their own invitations. Some people even mocked him directly. "Mr. Jean, what are you doing? Did you accidentally send the photo to the wrong group? There shouldn't be anyone in this group who doesn't have this invitation." Other rich second generations also took advantage of the situation to mock this direct act of pretense. Being ridiculed, young Master Jean replied awkwardly, "Sorry, guys. I sent this to the wrong group. A girl insisted on seeing it. I was about to send it to her. Sorry to bother you all." No one cares anymore whether he accidentally sent the message by mistake or not. Everyone now unanimously despises those who pretend to be cool even if they have an invitation. What is even more despised are those who don't even have an invitation and have nothing to show for it. At this moment, Xiaochen asked directly in the group, "Is this auction fun? I don't have an invitation, you guys have fun." In an instant, the lively discussion in the group fell silent. The group leader, who had defeated the god of cars, turned them into ashes in the game today. But now he directly admitted that he did not receive an invitation. What is going on? Some people even wanted to retract their sarcastic remarks, but it was too late. "Brother Chen, are you interested? I happen to have an invitation and can take you there," Lin Mo said from the side. He thought that someone like Xiao Chun, who had no family background, might not be recognized by the upper class no matter how powerful he was. As he was speaking, someone in the group replied directly, "Group owner, if you are interested, I can give you the invitation. Brother Chen, I can take you with me." Seeing everyone's messages, Xiao Chen felt a touch of emotion in his heart. He just replied casually just now. He had no interest in this auction in the first place. But when he saw everyone leaving messages wanting to take him with them, he felt like he was surrounded by friends. "Thank you, everyone. I'm just asking. If you want to go, Lin Mo can take me." "Thank you again for your enthusiasm," he replied again in the group. However, the rich second generation in the group still felt a sense of superiority. "So what if you're a great racer? So what if you beat me to a pulp? I'm still a poor loser." They didn't know much about Xiao Chun, they were just giving face to Song Wendong and Lin Mo. After all, the young masters of the two major families all follow Xiao Chen's lead, and in order to curry favor with them, he can only pretend to admire this poor loser. But Xiao Chen didn't know how they felt, and even if he knew, he wouldn't care. He has always ignored this kind of snob who says one thing to your face and another behind your back. But since he said that he didn't have an invitation, there have been significantly fewer messages in the group. There were even a few newly joined rich second generations who simply quit the group. They feel that being in the same group with people of this level is detrimental to their own self-worth. "Brother Chen, come with me to the auction tomorrow. I want to take a good look at what kind of people are invited." Lin Mo was so angry because he was humiliated that he insisted on taking him to the auction. "Do you really want to go? I don't mind. Tomorrow is the weekend and Lin Mo has no classes, so he doesn't have any plans." The next day, when the two arrived at the auction site, they found that the standards here were indeed very high. The entire venue was set up directly in a 5-star hotel in Longcheng. At the entrance of the venue, there were more than a dozen bodyguards in black suits checking the invitations of the guests. The guests attending the auction were all dressed in gorgeous clothes, the men in well-tailored suits and the women in luxurious and elegant attire. Xiao Chen and his companions were dressed in casual clothes. When they walked to the entrance, they were stopped by security guards. "I'm sorry, sir. We're holding an important event here, so it's closed to the public. If you're attending a wedding, please go up to the 5th floor." Although the security guard spoke politely, his words revealed a sense of superiority and contempt. He thought that Xiao Chen and the other two people, who were dressed like poor losers, must have gotten lost and ended up in such a large venue. At this time, Lin Mo casually took out the wrinkled invitation from his pocket. He had not thought about coming before, so he used this invitation to pad his instant noodles. The security guard looked at the two of them in astonishment, then carefully unfolded the invitation. Lin Mo's name was clearly written on it, and there was even a photo of him attached. The security guard looked over and over again and finally believed that the two people in simple clothes in front of him were really invited.
Excuse me, sir.
This way, please.
Chapter 132, Enemies Meet.
At this time, the security guard who had just stopped them suddenly changed his attitude and respectfully let Lin Mo into the venue. But when Xiao Chen was about to follow, he heard a familiar voice behind him.
Can anyone enter here? This is really a disgrace to the Long family's reputation.
The person who came was that guy Shui Yuan. Although Xiao Chen had frightened him with his super appearance before, he was not only humble at that time, but even knelt down and begged for mercy.
But after that incident, he hated Xiao Chen even more.
He even had a private detective investigate his family background. When I learned that he just grew up in an ordinary family and did not have such a deep family background, he decided to find an opportunity to take revenge. I didn't expect to meet him at the auction held by the Long family this time.
It really is God's help. So when he saw that Xiao Chen didn't have an invitation, he couldn't wait to walk up and mock him. When the security guard saw Shui Yuan in his suit and tie, he knew that he was an important figure. So he replied humbly, "Master Shui, what do you mean? Did I do something wrong?" Seeing his trembling look, Shui Yuan rolled his eyes in disdain. "Are you here to eat for free? How dare you let anyone in? Even a little scoundrel like this from the street?"
The security guard replied apprehensively, "Master Shui, you misunderstood.
Master Lin does have an invitation."
The security guard wiped the sweat from his head. He couldn't afford to offend anyone in such an occasion.
Shui Yuan looked at Lin Mo, who was also dressed casually. He had an impression of Lin Mo.
After all, the top families in Longcheng are more or less connected.
"You're blind, I'm talking about the one behind Master Lin who was about to sneak in." He had to explain what he meant.
The Lin family was quite powerful, and he didn't want Lin Mo to misunderstand that he was targeting him.
This.
The security guard stammered that he knew Xiao Chen was with Lin Mo.
The invitation also stated that each invited guest could bring one guest with him/her.
At this time, Lin Mo also explained, "Mr. Shui, this is my friend.
We came here together."
He didn't know about the grudge between Xiao Chen and Shui Yuan, and just thought that Shui Yuan had misunderstood.
"Oh, I see.
Young Master Lin doesn't seem to be very careful in choosing his friends.
I'd really like to be friends with him, but does he have any thoughts?" Shui Yuan clearly looked down on Xiao Chen.
He directly tried to establish a relationship with Lin Mo in front of Xiao Chen, trying to pull him to his side. But unexpectedly, Lin Mo directly saw through his hostility towards Xiao Chen, and Lin Mo had never tolerated such a domineering rich second generation like him.
"Mr. Shui may have misunderstood. He is not my friend."
Lin Mo pointed at Xiao Chen standing beside him and said this, and Shui Yuan smiled contemptuously when he heard it.
"No one in Longqing dares not to give face to the Shui family. You are a sensible kid."
He was thinking about it, but Lin Mo's next words surprised him.
"This is actually my master. He has always been low-key.
He also looks down on ordinary people, so Mr. Shui should not waste his time here."
I am speechless. When did Xiao Chen become so close to the Lin family?
He had also heard of Lin Mo, who was arrogant because of his wealth and was always rude to others. A few days ago, he heard that Lin Mo even dared to compete with the eldest grandson of the Long family and beat Long Weishan. Originally, he was not planning to be with this kind of troublemaker. This time he just wanted to mock Xiao Chen in person. He didn't expect that Lin Mo was so ungrateful that he dared to directly offend him.
"Who the hell do you think you are?
Our Master Shui is willing to be your friend because he thinks highly of you, and you actually dared to refuse. You're such a shameless person." He doesn't need to show up directly, the flattering followers around him will naturally come out to help him. The person who acted as a scapegoat for him was Wang Yuan, the man who had stolen Ho Zi's girlfriend. The circle of the rich second generation is not that big, because Wang Yuan and Su Yuqian are good friends, and Shui Yuan has known Su Yuqian since childhood, so they all have similar interests and often hang out together. This auction invited all the important people in Longcheng, so they naturally gathered together to form a small group.
Oh my, what's that noise? Whose dog was left unchallenged and escaped?
Lin Mo looked around exaggeratedly, as if he was really looking for something.
How dare you call me a dog? I'm going to teach you a lesson.
Wang Yuan immediately went berserk and prepared to teach Lin Mo a lesson, but just as his hand was about to touch Lin Mo's collar, he was grabbed by someone. It was a white and slender arm, and when they looked up along the arm, they saw a cold but beautiful face.
Sister Long, what are you doing? Why are you holding me? Someone is bullying me here.
Please help me teach him a lesson.
Wang Yuan shouted directly at Long Yun.
Seeing Long Yun's tall figure and beautiful face, the other men looked at her with curiosity and fascination.
Wang Yuan, who is this? Why haven't I seen such a beautiful person before?
Shui Yuan stared at Long Yun, his eyes looking as if he wanted to strip her naked on the spot.
Long Yun seemed to sense his obscene gaze and glared back at him fiercely. Wang Yuan, have you had enough of making trouble? Have you forgotten what your mother told you? If you cause trouble again, I will send you abroad.
Wang Yanan arrived late, but his tone was threatening enough.
Sister, why are you here too? Help me, someone is bullying me here. Wang Yuan, who usually acts arrogantly outside, instantly becomes a sister's treasure in front of Wang Yanan.
Only then did Wang Yanan look at Xiao Chen and Lin Mo beside her. She was slightly surprised, but soon walked over with a smile.
Brother Chen, you're here too? Are you here to buy jewelry for my sister-in-law again?
She joked that he had spent 500 million to buy a pink diamond for Su Yueru at a black market auction. Such a generous and caring man is naturally very attractive and impressive.
Ah, I came here to play with my friends this time. Xiao Chen answered calmly. Seeing that his sister was so familiar with Xiao Chen, Wang Yuan couldn't help but feel jealous and angry. Sister, how could you talk to him? He was the one who humiliated me at the bar last time and made it impossible for me to go there anymore. Please help me teach him a lesson. Oh, then I have to thank him very much. It saves you from wasting your time hanging out with a bunch of bad friends. As she spoke, she rolled her eyes at Shui Yuan. Chapter 133, Face Issues. Wang Yanan's temper is very similar to Wang Jinjin's. She never hides anything she doesn't like and will say it directly. Given the Wang family's influence in Longcheng, even if Shui Yuan was unhappy, he still had to maintain basic politeness for the sake of face. So he didn't get angry immediately, and even pretended not to understand what she said. Xiao Chen laughed at his cowardly look, but Wang Yuan thought he was making fun of him. You little jerk, you dare to laugh at me? I'll show you how powerful I am. As he said that, he wanted to break free from Long Yun's restraints and rush to Xiao Chen. But Long Yun didn't give him that chance at all. She held him tightly because she knew that if Xiao Chen really took action, he would probably be knocked down in 5 seconds. Brother Chen, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you. It's all because of my mom who spoiled him since he was a kid. I'll take him away right now and he won't be a nuisance to you anymore. Wang Yanan, who usually doesn't submit to anyone, was so polite in front of him that even Shui Yuan was a little surprised. After she finished speaking, she pulled him away, and the confused security guard turned to look at the 2 people blocking the door. He now felt that he was in a dilemma. Seeing his condition just now, this unprepossessing man was someone he could not afford to offend. At this time, the invited guests arrived one after another, but they were attracted by the stalemate at the door and stopped to watch. What happened? Master Shui's expression is really grim. How could someone offend him? Isn't that the young master of the Lin family? Are the 2 big guys just getting up? There's going to be some fun to watch. That guy next to him is quite handsome. Who is that? Why haven't I seen him before? You don't even know him. I met him last time at Yuexia Company's press conference. I heard he's the husband of the Yuexia Group's president. I heard he has a very strong background. The onlookers were talking about it, but the 3 of them remained in a stalemate. At this time, some rich second generations came out to express their support for Shui Yuan. No matter who you are, if you provoke our young master, we will make you kneel down and call you daddy. Isn't he just a hospital owner? We brothers will still beat you up. I just don't know if hospitalization for our own people is free? Several rich second generations joined in the commotion without thinking of causing any trouble. They all belong to local aristocratic families in Longcheng, and have been following Shui Yuan since childhood, doing nothing and getting into trouble.
Although Lin Mo is from the same class, he is not close to them because he has been a very good student since he was young. At this time, Song Wondong came over with a few people. They walked straight behind Xiao Chen and glared at Shui Yuan and his gang. Are you guys bullying us because we have no one here? I'm telling you, Song Wondong will always be Brother Chen's little brother. If you want to make things difficult for him, you have to get past me first. He clearly supported Xiao Chen. In fact, as the newest rising consortium in Longcheng, they had always been looked down upon by these children from aristocratic families. Sometimes I am even called a nouveau riche to my face. This grudge has been there for a long time. But this time, their idols were targeted by them, and these nouveau riche got furious. Any one of these two gangs can be regarded as the top rich second generation in Longcheng, and is the Prince Charming that millions of girls dream of. But now they are gathering together like little hooligans as if they are going to have a fight. Xiao Chen wanted to laugh when he saw the other party's tense look. If he wanted to, he could knock down all the opponents in 10 minutes. But he didn't want to be so ostentatious and attract attention. So he turned around and said to the rich second generation behind him, "Thank you for your support, brothers, but let's disperse. After all, this is a charity auction held by the Long family, and it's not appropriate for us to cause trouble here." He said this because of the time when Mr. Long helped him out. Mr. Long had helped him, and he couldn't disrupt someone else's event just for the sake of his own face. What is conscience and loyalty? This is what a truly capable person should be like. But those who didn't understand thought that he was frightened by the other party's momentum, and even some of the people brought by Song Wondong looked down on his concession. What? I thought the group leader was so powerful. I didn't expect him to be just an idiot. A rich second generation complained directly, and he was slapped by Song Wondong immediately. Who the hell do you think you're talking about? I'm telling you, you must never slander Brother Chen. But his words had no effect. The rich second generation covered his face, which was red from being slapped, pointed at their noses and cursed, "Fuck you, Brother Chen, you are just a poor loser with no money and no power. You guys are still worshipping me like a Buddha, I won't serve you anymore." After saying that, he pushed through the crowd and left. This commotion made Xiao Chen's side seem even more depressed and morale depleted. Shui Yuan started shouting. A nouveau riche is bringing a poor loser with him. Is this to make himself feel superior? There are all kinds of people here, and they even want to make things difficult for our master Shui. He is really tired of living. They talked happily, their voices so loud that they echoed in the hall. At this time, a rather majestic voice sounded. Who are you calling impatient? The person who came was actually a white-haired old man with an immortal look. He had a straight back and a ruddy complexion. If it weren't for his white hair and beard, one would never have known that he was in his 70s. Everyone present gasped when they saw the old man. Isn't this the current head elder of the Long family, Long Lao? Although this head has retired behind the scenes for many years, the fate of the Long family is still in his hands. As the most low-key and mysterious family, Mr. Long also maintains an extremely low-key and secretive whereabouts. I heard that he had been living abroad before and only recently returned to live in China. When Xiao Chen saw Elder Long coming over, he stepped forward and bowed. "Elder Long, how are you?" Seeing his neither humble nor arrogant attitude, Elder Long stroked his beard in appreciation and said, "Xiao Xiao, nice to see you again. I was still thinking about the dishes you cooked. Why didn't you come to see me?" Before he could answer, Shui Yuan interrupted, "Hello, Mr. Long, ever since I last met you, I've been wanting to find an opportunity to visit you and listen to your teachings." As he spoke, he bent down and bowed, his entire back almost at a 90-degree angle. Seeing his respectful demeanor, Elder Long snorted coldly, "What kind of behavior is this? I despise people who always bow and scrape at every turn. They have no backbone at all." Old Long spoke directly, and every word seemed to hit him directly in the face like a big mouth. When he straightened up in frustration, his face had already turned red. Without even glancing at him, Elder Long smiled at Xiao Chen and said, "Xiao Xiao, you've done me a favor today by not getting on with this bunch of good-for-nothings. I appreciate your kindness. If you have anything you like, just tell me. I'll give it to you no matter how much others offer." Chapter 134 Surprise. As soon as Mr. Long said this, the crowd around him exclaimed again. All the items auctioned at this charity auction are the private collections of the Long family. This is the strength of the Long family, which can only be summarized by the word rich enough to rival a country. Even Mr. Long said he would give him the auction items for free. What a great honor this is. This is no longer a question of money,
but rather an affirmation of his identity by Mr. Long. Are these all your friends, Xiao Xiao? Old Long cast a kind look at Song Wendong and others standing behind him. It was the first time for them to meet Old Long. This legendary figure from Dragon City looked at them so kindly that they were so nervous that they didn't know what to do. Yes, Mr. Long. He noticed the nervousness of the people and knew that they had deep respect for this highly respected old man. Okay, the young are truly formidable. I still have some things to take care of, so I'll be leaving first. After saying this, Mr. Long waved goodbye to them. Looking at his tall and straight back, no one made a sound. It was not until Elder Long walked into the preparation room next door that everyone took a deep breath. Brother Chen, you are amazing. A figure like Elder Long is so familiar with you. Lin Mo came over and said that even his father would have to greet Old Long very humbly when meeting him. However, Xiao Chen just chatted with Old Long calmly, without showing any nervousness at all. He smiled slightly. He didn't feel that his relationship with Mr. Long was as close as they said. He even felt that Old Long seemed to have an inexplicable kind of politeness and distance towards him. Yes, Brother Chen. What kind of background do you have that even Elder Long would give you such respect? Seeing that he was still so calm, Song Wendong immediately imagined many possibilities about his life experience. The fact that he could remain so calm and composed even when facing the wealthy Long family meant that he must have an even more amazing background. Fortunately, I have always supported him. If I had offended such a person, I don't know how much I would regret it in the end. He listened to the flattery of several people, but there was no ripple in his heart. Face is earned by yourself, not given by others. He knew that the reason why Old Long gave him face today was entirely because he did not make the situation worse and did not continue to entangle with Shui Yuan and his gang. Shui Yuan had just been scolded by Old Long, and the rich second generations around him were also afraid of Xiao Chen's identity. So they didn't insist on it anymore, but handed over the invitations and entered the venue in a dejected manner. Xiao Chen and his companions also arrived at the entrance of the venue. This time, the security guard no longer worried about the fact that he did not have an invitation. From Mr. Long's attitude just now, anyone could tell that this man was of a very prominent status. He respectfully let them into the venue, and even other people participating in the auction cast inquiring glances over here. They had just made a big fuss, and the appearance of Old Long pushed things to a climax. Although it ended uneventfully, everyone still exaggerated what happened. By the time Xiao Chen and his friends found their seats, the looks people gave them had changed from curiosity to awe. This mysterious man was actually greeted by Elder Long in person. His background must be amazing. Xiao Chen was no longer surprised by these things. He looked at the people around him indifferently, and his arrogant gaze scared everyone away. Ding, detected that the upgrade mission target's favorability towards the host has increased by 10 points. The current upgrade mission target's favorability towards the host is 80 points. Lin Mo was once again attracted by his actions. He didn't expect that this man would have such amazing connections. When facing a big shot of Long Lao's level, he remained calm and composed as if all this was a small matter. This is a real man, this is the role model I should learn from. After spending the past few days together, Lin Mo thought that there was nothing that could surprise him anymore. But the fact is that this treasure man always gives himself new surprises. When he looked at Xiao Chen again, his eyes were full of admiration, and even seemed to have stars appearing. But when Xiao Chen heard the system prompt sound and turned to look at him, he was immediately disgusted by Lin Mo's eyes. What's going on? Why would this broken system bind a man as the target of the upgrade mission? Could it be that Lin Mo is falling in love with me? I must nip this possibility in the bud. Hey, what are you looking at? If you look at me with such disgusting eyes again, I will beat you to death. Xiao Chen was indeed panicked. After living for 30 years, he was very sure about his orientation. But he was sure it was useless. He was afraid that his superb performance would directly turn Lin Mo gay. Even though he spoke to Lin Mo in a bad tone, Lin Mo still looked at him with a smile. Brother-in-law, how come you are so awesome? Actually, my sister has many shortcomings, and I'm afraid she's not worthy of you. He said this from the bottom of his heart. Although Lin Xinger looks sweet and beautiful, she has an impulsive and hot temper. Take the campus legend for example. If she hadn't been impulsive, how could she have stabbed someone with a dinner knife? He is now completely captivated by Xiao Chen and is even afraid that his sister will bully his idol. But these words sounded different to Xiao Chen. He was already worried about Lin Mo's intentions, and now he became even more scared after hearing this. Your sister is not worthy of me? How can you be worthy of me? Go to hell or back.
He pushed Lin Mo, who was approaching him, preventing him from loving him.
Hey, if I were a woman, I might consider it. But I like beautiful women just like you. Brother-in-law, by the way, what are you going to take pictures of for my sister?
Hearing him say this, Xiaochen felt a little relieved. Since everyone likes beautiful women, there is no problem. As for giving a gift to Lin Xinger, he still felt it was a bit inappropriate.
Now Lin Mo can basically get rid of it and his mission is completed.
It's time to confess to Lin Mo, he thought to himself. But at this time, a beautiful etiquette lady appeared on the stage. Her slender, white legs and tall, full breasts made people unable to close their eyes. He heard several rich second generations nearby exclaiming in amazement, they didn't expect that there was such a pretty girl in Longchang. Lin Mo stretched his neck to take a look at the other person.
The etiquette lady brought up the first item of the auction.
It was covered with a red cloth, so no one knew what the pair would be. At this time, a middle-aged man in elegant clothes and gold-rimmed glasses came up. As soon as he came up, he started by praising the Long family.
After all, it was they who organized the auction. Chapter 135 Gift.
After listening to the hostess' exaggerated praise, the most anticipated segment of the day finally arrived. The long-legged young lady lifted the red cloth on the sandalwood tray, revealing a crystal-clear glass cup. The cup is transparent and bright, and is carved with lifelike patterns all over. People who saw it exclaimed in surprise. It was really beautiful. At this time, the host once again used gorgeous words to explain the origin and value of this glass cup. Everyone who heard it was amazed. When the host finally announced the start of the auction, people picked up their cards and started bidding.
510,000. 600,000.
The price continued to rise as people competed with each other, and soon a small cup was sold for 1 million. But almost everyone around watched the scene without changing their expression. For these second-generation rich people who live a life of luxury, a few million is just pocket money. Therefore, they are almost indifferent to the concept of money, and they pay more attention to their own mood and experience. Only when they appear superior in front of others can they feel the happiness that money brings them. But among a group of rich second generations with amazing economic strength, it is impossible to experience this kind of happiness with a few million. In the end, this glass cup, which was only the size of an ordinary water cup, was bought directly by Wang Yuan. He looked around at everyone proudly, trying to see the admiration and envy in their eyes. But unfortunately, no one was interested in this item, which was only worth a few million.
Then the second item was brought up. Lin Mo's attention was not attracted by the auction items on the stage.
Instead, he stared straight at the etiquette lady wearing cheongsam on the stage. He was so engrossed in watching that he didn't respond when Song Wendong spoke to him.
Brother Chen, has young Master Lin met his true love? Song Wendong spoke to him directly, bypassing Lin Mo. He looked at Lin Mo, who was in a state of obsession, and then looked at the pure and lovely etiquette lady on the stage. You know what, she is really the type that Lin Mo likes. He nodded slightly to Song Wendong in response, and continued to ask, Brother Chen, I heard that the Long family donated their collections for this auction. Many of the items are worth a fortune, and it would be a shame not to buy some back. Xiao Chen didn't know much about antiques, and he wasn't particularly interested in them.
He came here just to broaden his horizons, so even after hearing what Song Wendong said, he remained unmoved.
Are all the things in the Long family good? I don't believe it. I've seen everything. Don't try to fool me with some broken cups and glasses. I'm not as ignorant as some people. Shui Yuan and his gang were sitting not far from them.
Perhaps they heard what Song Wendong said, so some of them deliberately tried to sabotage them. The reason why that person said this was just to show his knowledge and to suppress Xiao Chen's momentum.
Lin Mo opened his mouth to fight back, but the crowd exclaimed again.
The second lot was also sold for 8 million.
The etiquette lady walked on the stage and displayed the auction items again.
This undoubtedly diverted Lin Mo's attention.
Brother Chen, if I buy this beautiful woman an auction item as a gift, will she agree to go on a date with me?
Seeing Lin Mo's perverted look, he couldn't bear to hit him, but he couldn't help but say, I don't know whether you agree or not, but do you have the money to buy the auction items? This sentence reminded Lin Mo that he was still a college student relying on his sister for support, and he felt a little discouraged for a moment. Seeing his dejected look, Xiaochen couldn't help but feel some sympathy. How about this, if you have something you like, tell me.
I'll buy it for you and give it to that beautiful woman. How about that?
At this moment, the image of Xiao Chun in his mind was tall and handsome, and even full of divine brilliance.
Brother-in-law, you are really my brother-in-law. If I had another sister, I really want to marry you together.
Well, this guy who sells his sister for fame and fortune doesn't even let his imaginary sister go. But what was strange was that his favorability towards himself did not change at all. Originally, Xiao Chun was very confident that if he said this, his favorability would definitely increase. Maybe this promise has not been fulfilled yet, so Lin Mo's favorability still remains at 80 points. When Xiao Chen looked at the etiquette lady on the stage, he found that she was standing dignifiedly, but for some reason the favorability indicator on her chest showed negative 20 points.
Why is he so unhappy? Xiao Chen wondered.
So he followed her gaze and looked at Shui Yuan, who was sitting in the audience. It turned out that it was the Dragon City Poseidon who provoked someone.
No wonder the young lady's expression was so serious. Brother Chen, what do you think I should take a picture of and give it to her? She probably won't like this walnut, right?
At this time, Lin Mo stared at the walnuts being auctioned and asked, "These two walnuts have obviously experienced the baptism of time in countless hands, and they look very warm on the outside. But if you give a girl a gift like this, she probably won't have any good impression of you.
Just listen to me for a while. You shoot whatever I tell you to shoot." He gave the order directly. Okay, my brother-in-law is here. What kind of girl can escape? Lin Mo flattered. But he didn't feel that it was a good thing to say.
At this time, another item was taken out, and the red cloth was covered neatly on it so that people could not see what was inside. But he found that her eyes were very focused when she looked at the item, and the favorability of her chest suddenly rose to 80 points. All this shows that she had seen this item backstage and she liked it very much.
This is it, just take a picture of it. He said it in a flat tone.
But Lin Mo was very confused when he looked at the exhibits that had not been unveiled.
You don't know anything about this, and you just decided on this? If it's a chamber pot or something, do I have to take a picture of it too?
Although he was confused, he still chose to believe Xiao Chun. After all, from spending these few days together, it can be seen that Xiao Chun has a better grasp of things than ordinary people.
Believe in Brother Chen and you will have eternal life.
He nodded vigorously and took the cards in his hand. At this time, the red cloth covering the auction items was removed, revealing a set of exquisitely crafted purple clay teapots.
What the hell? What the hell is this? Are there really girls who like this? Isn't this kind of thing something that only retired cadres would like?
A series of questions appeared in his mind, but because of Xiao Chen's order, he still firmly raised the sign in his hand.
Chapter 136, Almost Became Gay. 3 million. 3.5 million. 6 million.
A series of additional bids came one after another. Although the girl might not be interested in this auction item, people were still very enthusiastic about it.
10 million. 11 million.
When the price rose to 10 million, Lin Mo actually began to hesitate. On the one hand, he doubted the possibility that the girl would really like this purple clay teapot. On the other hand, he still felt a little embarrassed to let Xiao Chun spend so much money on him. After all, he has always been the one spending money on girls, and he has never experienced a man spending money on himself. But when he asked Xiao Chen next to him, Xiao Chen waved his hand as if nothing had happened, indicating that he didn't need to take it to heart. It seemed as if this amount of tens of millions was just a drop in the bucket for him. Faced with such a magnanimous Xiao Chun, he even felt a little shaken. It is said that same-sex love is true love, and now Xiao Chun is willing to spend tens of millions to help him realize his dream of picking up girls. If a brother like this offers to support him one day, no. He quickly shook his head and looked at the etiquette lady's towering breasts and slender legs several times.
It was a close call. I almost got bewitched by this man.
As the auction continues, the auction price of the purple clay teapot continues to rise.
25 million. 27 million.
Now there are only two bidders left, one is Lin Mo, who is eager to pick up girls, and the other is Shui Yuan.
Shui Yuan kept raising his hand to bid, showing no intention of backing down.
Especially when he found out that the other bidder was Lin Mo, he had no intention of backing down.
40 million. 45 million.
Neither of them wanted to give up, and everyone in the field was attracted by the fierce competition.
Mr. Shui, don't give it to him.
Master Shui is so powerful, don't let that guy Lin Mo surpass you. At this time, bidding is no longer just about wanting the item, but also a matter of face among the rich second generation.
70 million. 75 million.
No matter how much Shui Yuan bids, Lin Mo will always bid 5 million more than him. The situation finally came to a standstill at 85 million.
85 million, once. 85 million, twice. 85 million, 3 times. Make a deal.
As the host announced the final transaction price, Lin Mo finally won the set of purple clay teapots. He bowed to Shui Yuan from a distance, but his attitude seemed very arrogant and haughty.
Brother Chen, did you see Shui Yuan's expression just now? He looked like he had eaten shit, so happy. Actually, I've disliked him for a long time. He has taken away all the girls I like. It's the reason why I've been single until now.
He said indignantly and turned to look at Xiao Chen.
Brother Chen, do you think that girl will like this pot? It's such an expensive thing, what if she doesn't like it?
Only then did he remember the real purpose of this set of purple clay teapots.
If he couldn't use it to get the girl, then the more than 80 million yuan would be a waste of money. It's okay.
It doesn't matter whether she likes it or not. Xiao Chen spoke calmly, as if the 80 million was just like spending 8 yuan.
Brother Chen, where do you come from? You're incredible. I wish I could spend money as freely as you do.
At this time, Lin Mo had forgotten that he actually had hundreds of medical schools across the country to inherit. His only thought now was to be as free and willful as Xiao Chen. This feeling is like a primary school student seeing older students buying snacks wantonly, with their eyes full of desire and envy.
Hearing his envious words, Xiao Chen just smiled. He hasn't spent much of the 1 billion that the system has awarded him. Anyway, this money can only be used on beautiful women and he can't use it at all. So even though he is spending a lot of money now, there is not the slightest ripple in his heart. Song Wendong and several other rich second generations also saw Xiao Chen spending money lavishly.
To be honest, even as the top rich second generations, they rarely spend money like this. Moreover, they had seen Xiao Chen dress simply and was low-key before, so they never thought that he would be so rich. He can spend more than 80 million yuan at will and give it to whoever he wants.
He is so bold and has such a strong personality. Brother Chen, we will follow you from now on. If you have any problems in the future, just let us know. As Song Wendong spoke, several rich second generations beside him nodded vigorously.
Now they were completely convinced. Judging from the way he spent money just now, he must be worth at least billions. Seeing that he is only in his early 30s but has such wealth and strength, one cannot help but admire him.
Brothers, you have given me such a great favor. I will remember your friendship. From now on, we will help each other and become equals.
He said directly and generously that in a place like Longcheng, you can get to know several rich second generations, which makes everything more convenient.
So he didn't act pretentiously and just made friends with them directly.
Moreover, from his interactions over the past few days, it seems that these rich second generations do not have the bad habits of ordinary second generations.
Instead, they are promising young people with a strong sense of justice.
We should not look at people through tinted glasses, and we should not be influenced by stereotypes.
The subsequent auction continued in an orderly manner.
Since they had already bought the items they wanted, Xiao Chen and the others just watched the progress of the auction casually. However, their main focus was on the long-legged, innocent girl, who had been looking over here frequently since Lin Mo took the picture of the purple clay teapot. Her eyes were full of affection like a crescent of autumn water, and when she looked at me, her eyes moved, making people fascinated.
Brother Chen, do you think she's looking at me? Is she attracted to me? Seeing that the girl kept looking over here, Lin Mo asked expectantly. Well, I think it's possible. Look at the look in that girl's eyes. She really wants to eat you up right away. He joked directly.
At this time, another item was brought up, and a middle-aged man sitting next to him stood up excitedly.
That's it. That's it.
The middle-aged man muttered to himself.
Lin Mo was stunned by what he said and asked loudly, Uncle, what are you talking about? It hasn't even been revealed yet, and you already know what it is?
The middle-aged man turned his head and looked at the two of them, and he also looked at Xiao Chen in particular. If Lin Mo questioned why he knew what the item would be before it was revealed, then he would also want to ask why Xiao Chen had just so confidently instructed him to bid in advance. Seeing him looking at him sharply, Lin Mo smiled awkwardly.
Chapter 137 Going Back on One's Word. It's okay, Uncle. I just asked, I didn't mean anything else. Lin Mo turned around angrily and whispered in his ear, do you think this person is abnormal? Should we sit somewhere else?
He was looking at the middle-aged man who was also dressed simply. He had already noticed something unusual about this man. Since the auction started, he has been talking to himself from time to time, either saying that this item is of average quality or that item is sold at too high a price. Although he spoke with indignation and an excited tone, Xiaochen felt that what he said made a lot of sense and was insightful. So when he looked at the item so excitedly, Xiaochen was a little expectant for a moment. He stretched his neck to look forward, and when the red cloth was lifted, he saw a lifelike wooden sculpture in the shape of a dragon. This wood carving was very exquisitely carved. Although he was not very close to it, he could still feel the agility of the dragon pattern. The dragon opened its mouth wide with its fangs and claws bared, and every scale and every strand of its beard were carved in great detail. This wood carving is indeed very exquisitely carved, but both the material and the sculptor appear to be very ordinary. When the host introduced it to everyone, he found that people were not very interested in this wood carving. Everyone even thought that there must have been some mistake that allowed such an ordinary item to enter the auction. What the hell is this? How come even street-level wood carvings are being auctioned? Ordinary wood, ordinary craftsmanship, why would anyone want to buy this? Some people have begun to question it. At this time, the host has already announced the initial auction price. The starting price is 50 yuan. When he finished the announcement, the venue was in an uproar. What? 50 yuan? Is this a joke? There's something 50 yuan in this kind of place? At this time, Mr. Long slowly walked out from behind. Facing the doubts of the crowd, he slowly raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet. Everyone, let me explain. This wood carving was actually made by our own craftsman. Every child in the Long family had one as a toy when they were young. The reason I'm auctioning it off this time is simply to commemorate my daughter. This is the one she had as a child. Having said this, Long Lao's expression became noticeably darker. But he quickly recovered and continued, so this little thing isn't actually worth much. It's simply a small contribution to charity on behalf of my daughter. Feel free to bid as you please. After he said the last word, he retreated to the side and sat on a newly moved armchair. Even though he explained it so clearly, Xiaochen still didn't quite understand why old Long did this. Why would he make a charitable contribution on behalf of his daughter? Why didn't the woman come herself? Who is Elder Long's daughter? Is she here? It was rare for him to be interested in the secret history of the aristocratic families in Longcheng, so he asked Lin Mo in a low voice. But Lin Mo didn't quite understand what was going on. He just said vaguely, I also heard something from our old servant. It seems that Elder Long's daughter has disappeared. It's been many years. I don't know where she went. He nodded without comment, but the uncle next to him snorted coldly. If you don't know anything, don't talk nonsense. What's the point of saying she's missing? She was clearly kidnapped. This is the retribution that despicable man Long Tianao deserves. Hearing his angry tone and the certainty of his words, Xiaochen even believed it a little. Uncle, you already know it? Were you there when old Long's daughter disappeared? Lin Mo directly challenged. But the auction had already started, so the man didn't argue with him anymore. 10,000. After a round of polite bidding, the uncle directly raised the price to 10,000. In the eyes of these shrewd businessmen, this kind of wood carving that has neither actual value nor room for appreciation is not worth too high a price. Even though it was only 10,000, this amount became the highest price in the venue. It was only then that Xiaochen once again carefully stared at the wood carving, wondering what made this man so obsessed with it. Ding! You can sign in today. Do you want to sign in? Just as his gaze fell on the eyes of the wooden dragon, the system reminder sounded in his mind again. So he said silently in his heart, sign in. Okay, host. Signing you in. Ding. Sign in successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the perspective skill. The moment the system notified him that he had acquired the skill of perspective, the world before his eyes changed into another scene. His gaze, which was originally focused on the eyes of the wooden dragon, penetrated the outer layer of the wood carving and directly saw the wood fibers inside. He also discovered that the wood carving, which should have been solid, was actually a hollow structure. There is actually a control switch in the faucet's eye, which connects to a series of mechanisms behind it. However, the base of the wooden sculpture is a hollow structure, and with his perspective skills, he can see that there is actually a piece of paper inside the wooden dragon. Ha! When he found a note hidden inside, he couldn't help but raise a question. What's wrong? Brother Chan. Lin Mo came over and asked.
Nothing, that girl's breasts are real.
He casually said that he had just acquired the skill of perspective and had not yet mastered it well. So just now when he was observing the wood carving, he accidentally saw through the etiquette lady.
Of course not. My eyes are never wrong, he answered smugly.
But Xiao Chen raised the sign and shouted, 20,000. He also started bidding because he inexplicably wanted to know the contents of the note hidden in the wood carving. The desire was so strong that he couldn't help but start bidding. The uncle next to him looked at him in surprise.
He didn't expect that someone would compete with him at this time. 50,000. 100,000.
The two of them were competing with each other, which was very lively. At this time, Elder Long stood up. He looked at Xiao Chen and said, Xiao, I didn't expect that among so many collections, you would be interested in this one.
Well, I'll just give it to you.
After hearing what Mr. Long had said, the host immediately announced that this item would no longer be auctioned. At this moment, the middle-aged man stood up, pointed at Long Lao's nose and cursed, Long Outyin, you old bastard, how can you go back on your word like that?
You agreed to auction it off, but you just gave it away so casually?
You're such a disgusting old fool.
Chapter 138 Reasons. This man is so bold.
No one expected that someone would actually scold old Long to his face. Just when people were shocked, the middle-aged man looked straight at old Long without any fear on his face. I was wondering who it was, it turned out to be Xiong'an. I didn't expect your temper hasn't changed at all after all these years. Old Long was not angry at all, and even looked at him with a smile.
Don't think you're being righteous, old man, that I'm in the wrong. You were the one who did this dishonestly in the first place. I'm just scolding you, what can you do to me? He spoke with such confidence that he even forgot that this thing originally belonged to the Long family and they were free to dispose of it. Even if you scold me, I won't be angry. But you can't even think about getting this thing. I want to give it to this little brother. What can you do?
As he spoke, old Long also imitated his rogue attitude and pointed at Xiao Chen. As expected, the man's anger was directed directly at him.
Are you planning to snatch this thing from me? You're really quite courageous.
Judging from his aura, he seemed ready to eat Xiao Chen in an instant, but Xiao Chen was not at all panicked. He has seen many arrogant people, and with his current skills, there are very few people who can deal with him. He simply looked at the man calmly and said, Uncle, this thing never belonged to you. It would be nice to win the auction, but now that Elder Long is willing to give it to me, I will certainly accept it with pleasure.
If you have any questions, you can come to me directly.
Being so arrogant at such a young age, the man looked at him angrily but couldn't say a word. This matter is indeed as Xiao Chen said, and we can only discuss it with him. Seeing that he no longer disrupted the venue, the auction continued. But after hearing what he said, Xiao Chen had no interest in staying any longer. So he called Lin Mo and went directly outside, where a special waiter took them to the lounge. As soon as they sat down in the lounge, the waiter went backstage to get the auction items they had obtained.
Lin Mo couldn't wait to open the brocade box containing the purple clay teapot.
The purple clay teapot inside exuded a soft texture of time. Such a small pot is worth more than 80 million.
Oh, it really hurts.
Lin Mo picked up the purple clay teapot and carefully examined it. He was originally a rich young man, and he had seen countless fun things since he was a child. But when he looked at this purple clay teapot, he could still feel the charm it exuded.
No wonder, it's such a good thing. Brother Chen, I think the price is worth it.
Seeing that he had good eyesight, Xiao Chen handed the wooden sculpture in his hand to him.
What do you think of this?
He took the wood carving handed to him and ran his hands over the lines on it.
Finally, he sniffed hard with his nose. Seeing his strange actions, Xiao Chen couldn't help laughing.
He had no knowledge about antiques, so he didn't understand what Lin Mo was doing. In fact, Lin Mo was using the smell to further judge the material of this object. He felt that since this was a toy that the Long family had made for their children for generations, it must have some extraordinary features. And from the look on that uncle's face, he vaguely felt that this thing wasn't that simple.
Brother Chen, this is just an ordinary wood carving.
Besides the better craftsmanship, the material isn't particularly valuable.
Luckily you didn't spend any money to take a picture of it, or you would have lost a fortune.
Lin Mo said thankfully and handed the wood carving back to him. At this moment, the door was opened forcefully from the outside, which was very sudden. So Lin Mo quickly picked up the purple clay teapot and held it tightly in his arms.
What are you doing? Why did you come in without knocking?
He looked towards the door in panic and found that the person who came was the middle-aged man who was just so aggressive. The man ignored his fuss and even sneered at his behavior of holding the purple clay teapot. He walked straight towards Xiao Chun, and then cast a deep glance at the dragon-shaped wooden sculpture in his hand.
Little brother, I know my attitude was a bit bad just now.
But this thing is very important to me, so I want to buy it directly from you.
Whatever price you want, you can name it.
His attitude had obviously improved at this time, and he seemed to really want to communicate with them.
Hey, are you here to beg us? Weren't you so tough just now? Why do you seem like a completely different person now?
Lin Mo was very dissatisfied with the man's behavior just now, so he unconsciously started to retort him. The man's face flushed red after hearing what he said, but as if he had made up his mind, he looked at Xiao Chun pleadingly again. Xiao Chun looked down at the wood carving in his hand, and used his perspective skills to check the wood carving again. He was sure the note was still hidden in there. Because he didn't want to open it in front of outsiders, he decided to refuse the man first, and then return to his residence to open the wood carving.
I'm sorry, uncle. This wood carving is very important to me. So I can't give it to you.
After he finished speaking, the man completely lost his patience and immediately paced back and forth uncontrollably. He waved his long arms and said, "You don't understand the value of this wood carving at all.
Only I know its true use. It's useless to you, so why are you holding on to it?
You are such a fool." Seeing him so out of control, Lin Mo began to slowly move towards the door, wanting to call the security guard to drag this crazy man out. But his intention was immediately discovered. The man rushed to the door and closed it tightly, and he blocked the door with his body. "Since you don't obey me, no one can leave this room today.
Unless you hand over that wooden sculpture to me right now."
He spoke firmly, as if leaving no room or way out for himself. He also completely underestimated Xiao Chen's strength. If he wanted to go out, 10 men might not be able to stop him.
"Uncle, what are you doing? You can't force others to do things for no reason. If you really want this, can you tell me your reasons?"
Xiao Chen communicated with him in a friendly manner. The man looked at the two of them with some embarrassment, then sighed as if he had made up his mind.
"Actually, this is what happened. I know the owner of this wood carving.
She's an old friend of mine, and ever since she was kidnapped, I've traveled all over the country trying to find her."
Chapter 139 The Secret in the Note. Seeing his determined expression, Xiao Chen hesitated.
From his words, he could believe that the uncle's old friend had not been found yet. So this wood carving may be one of the few things she has in this world.
"You said you wanted it and I'll give it to you? Then our brother Chen didn't leave anything behind.
Besides, this was also obtained by our brother Chen through his face. Why should I give it to you?
Is it just because you have a tragic story?"
Lin Mo spoke without mercy, and the uncle's face showed an ugly look.
"Oomph, you brat.
While I'm in Dragon City picking up girls, you might as well be somewhere else. Let me tell you, this wood carving is more than it appears.
It's completely useless in your hands."
As he spoke, he walked up to Xiao Chen again and reached out to snatch the wooden sculpture away. His movements were so quick that Xiao Chen almost couldn't react. This surprised both of them. Xiao Chen's physical fitness has been systematically enhanced, so it is actually difficult for normal people to touch him. As long as he wanted, he could dodge before others attacked him. But when that uncle attacked me just now, I almost couldn't react. At the same time, Wang Xiong'an was also very surprised. He himself was a martial artist and had been learning martial arts from his master since he was a child. He had never encountered anyone he could not beat. Moreover, the young man in front of him looked so weak that there was no way he could dodge his attack. Just when both of them were very surprised, Lin Mo ran to the door and wanted to shout for help.
"Lin Mo, wait a moment," he greeted directly. He was already very curious about this uncle.
This man has a very good ability to appreciate antiques, and his martial arts skills are also very impressive. Such a man is so obsessed with this wood carving.
Could it be that he has discovered the secret in it?
Moreover, this wood carving was left by his deceased friend, so the note inside is likely to reveal the whereabouts of this person. Since he has been looking for this person for so many years, perhaps the note inside is more valuable to him. Thinking of this, he gave the wood carving directly to the uncle. "Well, I was originally interested in what's inside this wood carving. But since you're so obsessed with it, I'd rather sacrifice my curiosity to fulfill your wish." The man looked at him blankly, not expecting the young man to suddenly change his attitude.
"Brother Chen, you're stupid. This was given to you by Elder Long. Why are you giving it to someone else? And how could there be anything inside this wooden lump? You might have an overactive imagination. Lin Mo couldn't see what was so special about this small root carving.
But his words made Wang Xiong'an feel awe. This young man actually discovered the secret of the wood carving in just over 10 minutes.
The young are really to be feared.
But what he didn't expect was that Xiao Chen had determined that this wood carving contained a secret with just one glance.
Little brother, you have a good eye. How did you know this could be used to hide things? Actually, its real name is the Dragon Travel Box.
Only the Long family knows the true purpose of this box.
Outsiders cannot know.
He spoke with such certainty, as if he had known the matter for a long time.
Who are you trying to fool? What can a little thing like this pretend to be? Besides, are you from the Long family?
Hearing Lin Mo's question, he directly placed his hand on the eyes of the dragon box.
I disdain to associate with the Long family. This secret was told to me by an old friend of mine. This box was originally used to protect the Long family's heirloom jade pendant. Only the direct descendants of the Long family's eldest branch can own it. Therefore, few people know about it.
I believe what you said, and I also believe that this wood carving can really hide something. Hearing Xiao Chen's affirmation, he suddenly showed an honest smile. Wang Xiong'an originally looked rather serious, but when he smiled like this he looked much more honest.
It's still your vision. I will open it for you right now. So that you can open your eyes too.
As he spoke, he pressed the mechanism at the longan. Originally, Xiao Chen wanted to stop him, but he had already opened the dragon box, so he couldn't say anything. As the mechanism was pressed, the base of the wooden sculpture suddenly made a slight sound.
Snap, the entire wood carving was split into two, and a piece of paper was lying quietly inside.
Except for Xiao Chen, the other two were stunned. No one would have thought that this small box, which had not been used for many years, actually contained such a note. The paper strip was rolled into the shape of a scroll and was preserved so well that it looked as if it had just been put in.
There's something in here.
Lin Mo exclaimed and wanted to reach out to grab the note. But Wang Xiong'an slapped his hand aside, and he screamed in pain. Wang Xiong'an was completely stunned by the sudden appearance of the note. He slowly placed the two halves of the wooden sculpture on the table, and then carefully opened the note. At this time, even Xiao Chen came forward to look curiously. He was extremely curious about the note in the first place, so how could he miss the opportunity?
Uncle, what's written here? I can't understand a single word. Lin Mo also came over and asked.
There was only a line of beautiful small seal characters on the unfolded piece of paper. However, since no one had learned the small seal script for a long time, the three of them looked at each other in confusion.
This seems to be some kind of ancient writing, right?
Xiao Chen studied science in college, so he was already unfamiliar with this kind of ancient Chinese.
Wang Xiong'an nodded silently.
He also wanted to know what was written on it. And now he is even more certain that the owner of this wood carving is his old friend, because the handwriting on it is so familiar to him. Seeing his slightly trembling hands tightly grasping the note, Xiao Chen seemed to be able to feel the waves surging in this man's heart. He patted Wang Xiong'an on the shoulder and said, "Uncle, don't be too anxious. Since we have discovered this note, its contents can definitely be deciphered."
Wang Xiong'an looked up at the calm young man.
He could feel his genuine concern from his words.
Little brother, thank you for this time. If you hadn't given up your love, I might never have gotten this clue in my entire life.
I, Wang Xiong'an, hereby acknowledge you as my little brother.
If you have any problems in the future, please feel free to ask me.
At this time, Xiao Chen still didn't know who Wang Xiong'an was. In response to his enthusiastic promise, he just responded with a slight smile.
Chapter 140, an $80 million joke. Of course, Brother Wang. If you need me in any way in the future, please let me know.
If we were to say what the biggest change was after he had the system, it would be that he began to step out of his monotonous world and met more and more interesting people.
He now enjoys socializing with all kinds of people.
Whether it's top rich second generations like Lin Mo and Song Wendong, or seemingly ordinary middle-aged men like Wang Xiong'an, he wants to make friends with them. After all, now that he has money, free time, and a wife, it seems all he has left is to kill time in his boring spare time. Just as they were talking about this, there were several knocks on the door.
Excuse me, is this Mr. Lin Mo's lounge?
A cute female voice came. Lin Mo, who was originally uninterested, suddenly rushed to the door as if he had been injected with chicken blood. He opened the door so quickly that the beautiful woman outside was startled.
I am Lin Mo, are you looking for me?
He looked at the beauty outside the door a little nervously. The person who came was the etiquette lady who had made his heart beat fast before.
Hello, Mr. Lin. Can I come in? The beauty asked hesitantly.
She saw two strange men in the room, but she had to come and ask Lin Mo for help.
Of course, come on in. He enthusiastically let her in.
Before, Xiaochen had always been puzzled by the phrase Peng Bio Shanghui.
He didn't understand why some people could make others feel so proud. Could that person be a light bulb?
But when Bai Luyu came in, he really felt that her beauty was tangible, lighting up the entire room. By this time she had changed back into her usual clothes, which was a very conservative turtleneck top and jeans, with a loose shirt over it. Even with such a neutral outfit, she still looks very beautiful and sexy. But when she walked in, she bit her lip, as if there was something difficult to say.
Since she didn't say anything, the three men didn't want to rush her. Suddenly the room became even quieter than before.
Finally, as if she had made up her mind, she said, Mr. Lin, I came here this time to ask you for something.
She was so polite that Lin Mo waved his hand and said, Don't be polite to me, and don't call me you. We are about the same age, so just call me Lin Mo.
She raised her autumn water eyes and looked directly at him, saying, Lin Mo, hello.
My name is Bai Luyu. Actually, I came here this time to ask you to give me the purple clay teapot you just bought. What? Could it be that this beauty's favorite item is actually the purple clay teapot? Lin Mo was filled with joy.
When Xiaochen asked him to bid for this item, he thought it was a joke. But I didn't expect that this beautiful lady would really like me so much that she would come to me directly. Seeing that he didn't say anything, she hurriedly explained, the reason I wanted that purple clay teapot is because it originally belonged to my family. But later on, my family fell into poverty and we had to sell off all our property. The purple clay teapot was also sold. This time, I heard through various channels that it was being auctioned off by the Long family, so I wanted to come and see if I could redeem it. She explained in detail that she had originally planned to take the purple clay teapot home this time. But I didn't expect that this purple clay teapot would be sold at such a high price.
Are you going to redeem it?
Lin Mo casually glanced at the cuffs of her shirt, which were a little unraveled. Although this dress is quiet and fragrant, it is obvious that it has been worn for a long time.
Ah, yes. But Mr. Lin, I don't have that much money on hand right now. Can I give you some first?
My grandfather is seriously ill now, and his favorite thing was that purple clay teapot. I hope to take it back first, and I can pay you back slowly. After saying this, she looked at him pleadingly. She herself knew very well that it would be difficult for anyone to agree to such a thing, and even if it was the full payment, the other party would not agree directly. Not to mention that she was paying in installments, and who would hand the things over to her before she paid in full? Most people might even suspect that she would run away after taking the things. But no matter what others think, she will try her best to convince them. After all, my grandfather's health is getting worse and worse. I don't know if he can hold on until the day when he can completely redeem the purple clay teapot.
Okay, how much money are you going to give me first?
What she didn't expect was that Lin Mo actually agreed directly. She said with some surprise, I have 200,000 here.
I know it's not enough, but this is all I have now. Can you please accept it first? I will definitely return the rest of the money to you.
If you don't believe me, I'll leave my ID card here for you. As she spoke, she took out her ID card. But no matter who looks at it, this is an extremely ridiculous thing. You are dreaming if you want to take away someone's things worth more than 80 million yuan with only 200,000 yuan. He directly stopped her hand, and she felt like a deflated balloon.
I know you must think I'm a liar.
But every word I say is true. Although she said this, she was already ready to turn around and leave.
If I stay any longer, I'm afraid they will scold me and kick me out. Wait a moment, Miss Bai.
He called her, and when she turned around, he had a brocade box in his hand.
You can take it. You don't have to give me the 200,000 yuan. Since Grandpa is sick, it must be very expensive. You can keep it for yourself.
He spoke to herself softly, and at that moment she felt like crying. Ever since her family went bankrupt, too many people have looked at her with contempt or weirdness, but she is a very strong-willed person and will never bow to anyone. But this time she had already prepared herself to be humiliated, but unexpectedly she felt the purest kindness from a stranger.
That won't do, Mr. Lin. If you do that, I'll really be a liar.
As she spoke, she was actually preparing to return the things.
You can take the things first, but I have a condition. What conditions?
She became alert instinctively, as she had seen too many men with conditions.
With her looks, it would be easy for her to live an easy life.
But that was not what she wanted, so she became alert immediately.
The condition is that you don't call me you anymore.
If you agree to this purple clay teapot will be yours. His answer was beyond her expectations.
Could it really be so simple? Mr. Lin, oh, no, you are not kidding, right?
She still couldn't believe her ears.
How could someone offer such conditions? Do you think I would joke about more than 80 million? Chapter 141 Lin Xinger's Arrival.
She really thought that Lin Mo was just joking with her.
After all, how could anyone easily give such a valuable thing to others? This is 80 million, not $8.
She used to be a wealthy second generation from a well-off family, but she still felt bad when she had to spend so much money to waste it. But Lin Mo didn't care and didn't even need any promises or collateral from him.
I don't have the money to pay you back right now, but don't worry, I will find a way to earn money and give it to you.
She held the purple clay teapot tightly in her hand. Her grandfather had now been given a critical illness notice by the doctor. She wanted to be selfish for once, as she herself didn't believe she could return the 80 million to Lin Mo.
But there is really nothing we can do about it. Don't worry, I'm not in a hurry to ask you to pay me back. Just take the things and give them to your grandfather. After all, it's the old man's wish. He behaved with such generosity that even he was moved by his own generosity.
It feels good to use other people's money to pretend to be generous.
Thanks to Brother Chen, I have the opportunity to show off in front of beautiful women.
Ding, detected that the upgrade mission target's favorability towards the host has increased by 10 points. The current upgrade mission target's favorability towards the host is 90 points. Congratulations to the host for completing the upgrade task. You can choose any skill to upgrade. The system reminder sounded again, and Xiao Chen was startled.
Lin Mo has developed such a favorable impression of me so quickly? That was really great.
Not only did he complete the task that Lin Xinger asked him to do, but he also completed his own upgrade task. And I didn't spend a penny in the whole process, it was really a win-win situation. But he hadn't decided which skill to upgrade yet, so he just closed the system interface and prepared to make a choice after he had thought it through.
Thank you so much, Brother Lin. Here's my contact information. If you need any help, you can come and find me.
Bai Luyu wrote her phone number and WeChat number on a piece of paper and handed it to Lin Mo. She wanted to prove in this way that she was not a liar.
He gladly took the note and carefully put it in his wallet. He didn't expect that a beautiful woman would take the initiative to give him her contact information. He finally had the experience of picking up girls at the top level. Don't be so polite, Xiao Bai. If you have any difficulties in the future, you can come to me and I will do my best to help you.
Perhaps it was because his eyes were too blazing, or perhaps it was because his tone was too passionate. She lowered her head shyly. She blushed and replied, "Okay, Brother Lin.
I'll go back first then."
After saying that, she took her things and left without waiting for Lin Mo to try to persuade her to stay. At this time, Wang Xiong'an clapped his hands and said, "This brother is amazing. He is willing to spend so much money to pick up girls. I, old Wang, will not admit defeat in anything else, but I admit defeat in your willingness to spend money."
He listened to it and turned to look at him angrily and said, "Haven't you been looking for girls for decades? You still have the nerve to criticize me? We're both in this together." After hearing what he said, Wang Xiong'an's old face turned red. He was old, but he had traveled all over the country for many years looking for an old friend. No one would believe that the person he was looking for was a man. Don't tell me yet, I'm not just looking for the owner of this wood carving. I'm also looking for a man who's the most likely villain to take my friend away. Okay, whatever you say. But I have to tell you, this girl is different from the others. I'm determined to be with her, so I don't care about money at all. He spoke generously, but no one knew that he actually didn't spend a penny. At this time, Xiao Chen asked, "Uncle, can the information on this note of yours be deciphered? In fact, I am also very curious about its meaning."
Wang Xiong'an rubbed his head and said, "Actually, I don't know what to do about this.
I originally just wanted to get it first. But I didn't expect it to turn out like this. Luckily, I have a few friends who might know what's written on it." "Oh, that's it. If you need help, you can always contact me."
After saying that, Xiao Chen directly handed him his phone number. He accepted it without hesitation. From Xiao Chen's words and actions, he felt that this man could be trusted. Well, if I need your help, I won't hesitate to call you. After saying that, he packed up his things and left. When only Lin Mo and Xiao Chen were left in the lounge, Lin Mo asked him in confusion, "Brother Chen, why did you give the wood carving away? Even though it doesn't seem to be worth much, you can't just give it away for free." "You don't understand. This man has a lot of secrets. And that thing is of no use to me. It's better to give it to someone who needs it." "Okay, don't just talk about me. I see that you and that girl are making good progress." When Lin Mo heard him mention that beautiful woman, his eyes lit up and he said, "Brother Chen, did I do well just now? Do you feel that she is a little infatuated with me?" He simply shook his head and said, "No, I didn't notice anything at all. But I feel like you're completely fascinated by her." "How could that be?" "Brother Chen can tell from the looks of it that you don't understand women. I'm too lazy to teach you. Okay, let's go home." He said this and prepared to get up and leave. But Xiao Chen called him from behind. He didn't know how to explain his relationship with Lin Xinger to Lin Mo. Now that Lin Mo seems to have returned to the right track, his mission should also be over. Just when he didn't know how to start, Lin Mo's cell phone suddenly rang. He picked up the phone, and it was Lin Xinger on the other end. She was also invited to the auction, but was delayed for a while because of surgery. She happened to arrive at this moment, so she asked where the two of them were. He told her the room number of the lounge, then hung up the phone and winked mysteriously at Xiao Chen. "Brother-in-law, do you think I should speak well of you in front of my sister?" Although he was joking, Xiao Chen did not think this posed a threat. Whether he speaks well of her or not, Lin Xinger has nothing to do with her. After a while, she arrived at the lounge and felt a little embarrassed when she saw Lin Mo and the others. After all, she had lied to her brother, and this lie made her not know how to face Xiao Chen. "Sister, you're here." "My brother-in-law." He deliberately stopped talking, wanting to scare Xiao Chen. But what he didn't expect was that his sister looked at him nervously, and then asked in a panic, "What's wrong with him? Did he say anything to you?" Chapter 142, Su Yueru's disappearance. What she was most worried about at this moment was that Xiao Chen would tell Lin Mo their secret directly. She was afraid that Lin Mo would be devastated because she had deceived him. But unexpectedly, he hugged Xiao Chen's arm and said to her, "Sister, my brother-in-law is very good to me. You can't bully him. You have to be nice to my brother-in-law in the future and keep him under control." When she heard what her brother said, she was a little amused and helpless. "It's only been a few days and this heartless guy has already betrayed us? He also told me not to bully Xiao Chen. Why is Xiao Chen so important in his heart? Lin Mo, listen to me. Actually, there is no relationship between Xiao Chen and me." Seeing him looking at Xiao Chen with admiration made it even more difficult for her to express what she was thinking, but in the end she had to grit her teeth and say it out loud. "What? You and my brother-in-law, did you two have a fight?" He still couldn't believe that he was about to lose such a good brother-in-law. "No, we were never together from the beginning. I just asked him to help persuade you. After all, you wouldn't listen to anyone back then." She spoke slowly and with difficulty, hoping that Lin Mo would not be angry because of her well-intentioned deception. He looked at her in disbelief, then turned to look at Xiao Chen. "Is this true? Brother Chen, you and my sister are not in a relationship?" Xiao Chen just nodded, he didn't know what else to say. "Is it that you look down on my sister, or is it that my sister looks down on you?" He asked again without giving up. "This has nothing to do with who looks down on whom. I already have someone I like, and I'm already married." He explained patiently, as if Lin Mo was a child facing the problem of his parents' divorce. Sure enough, Lin Mo was shocked when he heard his words. He lowered his head and said nothing. At this time, Lin Xinger wanted to comfort him in a panic. But she was stopped by Xiao Chen. He waved his hand and signaled her to leave for a while to let Lin Mo calm down. Then, after she left, he said to Lin Mo, "Your sister means well. She's very worried about you. You're not a child anymore. You shouldn't be so selfish and unwilling to take responsibility and live your life willfully. You have to know that the Lin family will need you to support it in the future. As a man, don't get entangled in such trivial matters." After he finished speaking, he didn't wait for Lin Mo's answer, but walked straight to the door.
When he opened the door and prepared to leave, Lin Mo suddenly called out from behind, "Brother Chen, are you still my brother?" "Of course, always. Feel free to come to me if you need anything." After he said that, he left without looking back. Xiao Chen had always wanted to try this cool and stylish way of leaving, and this time he finally got his wish. He gave himself full marks for this wave of pressure. After finishing Lin Xinger's instructions, he went straight back to his and Su Yueru's apartment. "I haven't seen her for a few days. Although we have been in touch through WeChat during this period, I don't know why I still miss her very much." On the way back, he even began to imagine her sitting alone at home, hugging her clothes and thinking of her. It was such a sad and heartbreaking scene, and the more he thought of it, the more he missed her. He did not inform her about his return, as he planned to go back early to give her a surprise. So he bought flowers and ingredients, and prepared to go back early to prepare a sumptuous and romantic dinner for her. Maybe under the influence of dim lights and red wine, I can even get close to her. He returned to the apartment with anticipation. The furnishings and smells were still familiar. He immediately went to the kitchen to cook dinner, but as time passed, it was already past 9 o'clock in the evening and no one came back. He was busy with the auction all day today, so he didn't have time to contact her. Only then did he anxiously take out his cell phone and send her a message, asking her where she was. But after more than 10 minutes, she still didn't respond. At this time, he was unsure, so he took out his cell phone and called her again. But the only reply from the receiver was a cold machine voice. "Sorry, the number you dialed is powered off. Please try again later." Why was it turned off? He suddenly had a bad feeling. However, his sometimes effective and sometimes ineffective prophetic ability did not work at this moment. No matter how hard he tried to stimulate it, there was no response at all. Just when he was feeling anxious, he suddenly heard the sound of a password door opening at the door. He immediately turned off all the lights in the room and listened carefully to the movement at the door. His eavesdropping skills had been upgraded, so he could easily hear any movement at the door. But what surprised him was that apart from the sound of the password door being opened, there was no sound of anyone coming in. He waited a few more minutes, then headed straight for the door. When he turned on the light at the door, he saw a photo and a note placed on the doormat. Seeing these things neatly placed there, it means that no matter who came here just now, he did not come in. Instead, he just put down his things and left. But even so, that person was able to put down the things and leave without his knowledge, which shows that the other party also has quite amazing strength. You know, he just used all his eavesdropping skills to eavesdrop on what was happening outside the door, but the other party left quietly without making any sound. Who is this? He bent down to pick up the photo and the note. When he saw the content on them, the blood in his body suddenly boiled. The person in the photo actually was Su Yueru, who was tied up. Her eyes were blindfolded, and her limbs were tied and thrown on the ground. There was no feature in the photo, so he had no idea where she was. And the note clearly stated that she had been kidnapped by them. If he wanted her to be safe, he should take all the jewels and 100 million in cash to the designated place. If he called the police, he would never see her again. There was what looked like her blood at the end of the note, which almost made him lose his mind. He held the photo and note tightly in his hands, not knowing where to start the investigation. If the other party was able to place these things at the door without his knowledge, then it was entirely possible that they could take her away without anyone noticing. At this moment, an idea suddenly struck him, and he quickly muttered to himself, "Upgrade the mind-reading skill." He had previously had the opportunity to upgrade his skills, and this time he decided to directly upgrade his mind-reading skill. When he used the mind-reading skill before, he had to touch the other person's skin to succeed, so it was not very useful in practice. Chapter 143, Upgrading the Mind-Reading Skill. After all, few people would allow strangers to touch them directly, and some people who want to spy on them are too far away from them and cannot touch them at all. This time he upgraded his mind-reading skill. Based on these limitations, he guessed that after upgrading this skill, he would most likely be able to understand the other person's thoughts without having to make direct contact with them. If such an improvement could be achieved, he would be able to directly use these photos and notes to peek into who is behind this matter. After he silently recited it in his mind, the system directly issued an instruction to upgrade the mind-reading skill. Ding, the host's mind-reading skill has been upgraded. The host's mind-peering skill can now directly peek into the mental state and memories of people who have touched the item through the item. God is really helping me, he was secretly happy in his heart. Now he sat down on the floor in the entrance hall, put the photo in his hand, and cleared his mind. In an instant, the person who had touched the photo seemed to appear before his eyes.
He couldn't see what the man looked like because he was almost the man himself. So he could only look around from a first-person perspective, but he actually felt a sense of inexplicable familiarity with the scenes around him. Just as he was wondering where he had seen these scenes, a graceful figure slowly walked towards him.
Brother Hao, why did you come just now? I've been waiting for you for a long time.
The well-maintained middle-aged woman walked directly in front of him, and at that moment Xiao Chen's eyes widened.
This person turned out to be Su Yueru's stepmother Wen Meiying.
She looked at herself lovingly, and the feeling was as real as if she was watching a 3D movie.
Where's that old bastard? Why did you call me over? A familiar male voice, deep and cold. He's on a business trip.
There were some problems with the Su family company during this period.
He went out of town to solve it. Let's not talk about that person. We finally met, come in.
As she spoke, she stretched out her soft and boneless hand and pulled herself, oh no, the owner of this memory. The two came to the master bedroom of the Su family villa, and the luxurious decoration inside was still the same as last time. She locked the door and pounced on him like a hungry tiger.
But he reached out to stop her, then asked in a cold voice, "What on earth do you want me to come over for?
If you have anything to say in the future, just tell me directly on the phone." Perhaps because she was rejected by him, she immediately became unhappy.
Brother Hao, do you think I'm too old? You didn't treat me like this before. Are you attracted to some other little bitch again?
She questioned him angrily, and at this moment Xiao Chen clearly felt an anger that did not belong to him rising from his heart. The upgraded mind-reading skill can not only reproduce other people's memories, but can even show the person's emotions at that time to oneself. So Xiao Chen knew that this inexplicable irritability and anger should come from this man. Seeing that he seemed angry, she quickly changed the subject in a friendly manner. "Brother Hao, don't be angry. I called you here this time because I want to do a big business with you." As she spoke, she took out a photo, and the person in the photo was Su Yueru. She pointed at the person in the photo and said, "Brother Hao, help me tie up this little bitch. I can give you half of the jewelry she took from me."
How about it? The man pondered for a moment and then said, "Who is this woman? Don't worry about this. Just help me finish this. I promise I won't bother you again in the future."
She looked at him pleadingly, and he nodded slowly after a long time. At this moment, the door suddenly rang and Su Yueqian's voice came from outside the door.
"Mom? Are you in there? I need to tell you something."
She was a little flustered, but still went to open the door. Su Yueqian looked at his mother and the man in the room with confusion.
"Quick, call Uncle Hao." She enthusiastically pulled him in front of Uncle Hao.
He was a little reluctant, but after being pushed by her a few times, he finally squeezed out these words from his mouth. At this moment, Xiao Chen once again felt a feeling he had never felt before. It was not anger, but more like happiness or touching. But he just glanced at the other person quickly and left without saying goodbye.
As soon as he left, Su Yueqian questioned his mother from behind, "Mom, who was that sloppy old man just now? How come you have such a weird friend?" The memory ended here.
When Xiao Chen came back to his senses from the memory, he already had a rough guess in his mind.
If he guessed correctly, the person who kidnapped Su Yueru was Uncle Hao. Judging from his voice and behavior, it is undoubtedly Uncle Hao. Then he picked up the note again.
Since there seemed to be Su Yueru's blood on it, he hoped to find her memory here. He continued to hold the note in his hand, and then he did find her memories. The memory began with darkness, and she could not hear any human voices except for faint sounds around her. Her eyes were blindfolded and her hands and feet were tied. She tried to move her body and could feel the cold, hard concrete floor. Before she could do anything else, a cold voice suddenly came from the darkness.
"If I were you, I wouldn't do anything stupid."
It was a voice she had never heard before, a man's voice.
"Who are you? Why did you arrest me?"
she asked with feigned calmness.
"If I were you, I wouldn't ask too many questions. So what do you want?"
There was a moment of silence, and the man seemed to move closer to him.
"Tell me, who are you?"
She didn't expect that this person would ask her such a question. How to say it, this question was really speechless.
"You brought me here without knowing who I am? Uncle, are you kidding me? What makes you think I'm an uncle? Does my voice sound old?" She pretended to sniff and frowned. "You smell like an old man. If you're not an uncle, are you a young man?" He actually laughed when he heard it. "You are so brave, little girl. You still dare to say such things at this time." Aren't you afraid that I will kill you? As he spoke, he took out a knife and placed the cold back of the knife on her face. This moment she became scared, not only because of the fear of death, but also because the knife might cut her face if she was not careful. Nothing can be more threatening to a woman than disfigurement, especially when she is such a beauty that people dare not look directly at her. Chapter 144. Do you like pink so much? Seeing that she seemed a little scared, he said, "Little girl, just cooperate. I promise to spare your life. Do you understand?" She quickly nodded to show that she understood, and the best way to save herself now was to cooperate obediently. "Okay, now tell me who you are. What's your name?" She immediately responded cooperatively, "My name is Su Yueru. I don't know what you want to do, but I can cooperate with you and give you everything you want." "Oh, that's more like it. Then lend me some blood for now." As he said that, without waiting for her to react, he cut her finger with the knife. She just groaned softly, and then she felt the man touch his blood on a piece of paper. "Now tell me the person who can redeem you, and then we'll see if he really cares about you." He left after he finished speaking, leaving her alone in the dark, damp, unfamiliar room. After the memory faded, Xiaochen finally confirmed that she was safe. Although it was only temporary, it made him feel at ease. After feeling relieved, he began to silently plan how to rescue her. Now he only had this photo and the note inside. He could only follow the instructions and take out all the jewelry first, and then go to the address on the note to wait for him. Of course, calling the police was impossible. With the sophistication and skill shown by Uncle Hao last time, he knew that if he really called the police, he would be harming her instead. So he put all the jewels into a handbag. He didn't keep any of them for himself, including the pink diamond. Because of Wen Meiying's meticulous personality, she would definitely know whether she had brought all the jewelry. After getting his things, he changed into some inconspicuous casual clothes. He even used his makeup skills to disguise his appearance well, transforming himself into a middle-aged man in his 50s. In this way, he can get close to Uncle Hao before he recognizes him. Now his only advantage is that he already knows that the person who actually kidnapped her is Uncle Hao. After taking care of everything, he left a voice message for Hosey, telling him his whereabouts. Although his physical fitness and fighting skills are different from ordinary people, he is still afraid that something might happen to him. If the situation he feared most really happened, he hoped Hosey could help him call the police and rescue Su Yueru. He took a taxi to the designated location. This used to be an amusement park, but it was abandoned because a more well-equipped entertainment venue opened nearby. It was already 12 o'clock in the evening. He looked around and was surprised to find that his perspective skills could not only see through obstacles but also the scenery behind. He even had the ability of night vision, and he could see the surrounding scenery clearly even without the help of lights. This discovery made him very happy, and he immediately had a good idea. He placed the jewelry-filled handbag in a designated trash can and then pretended to walk away. He could feel as if someone was secretly watching him, but he pretended to be casual and slowly walked towards the door. Not until he had walked a long way did he secretly hide behind a tree. Even without sticking his head out, he could see someone following not far behind. The man seemed to have made sure he left, so he turned around and went back to the amusement park. Only then did he slowly follow the other party back. Even though darkness enveloped the entire abandoned amusement park, he could still see clearly. He saw someone take the handbag out of the trash can, and the person turned on the flashlight to look inside. He could even hear the man gasping. Indeed, seeing a bag full of jewels was something that made one's blood boil. Then he saw the man seem to put his hand into his handbag and secretly put something into his pocket. After doing all this, he zipped up his handbag and prepared to go to the next meeting point. Xiaochen was already prepared to ambush the opponent directly, so when he passed by him, he pounced on him and knocked him to the ground. The man let out a scream and then covered his mouth with his own hands. "If you want to live, don't scream," he threatened directly. The man nodded quickly and desperately. He released his hand from covering the other man and turned him over to face him. Even in the darkness, he recognized the man immediately. This person turned out to be Shi Xiaohao, the son of his part-time worker. Su Yueru did not pursue the matter of him stealing the pink diamond because his mother had been very kind to her. But unexpectedly, he still did not repent this time and teamed up with others to harm her. "So you're worse than a pig or a dog. People have been kind to you time and time again, and this is how you repay them. How despicable. Tell me, where did you hide Yueru?" Shi Xiaohao was stunned at first.
After all, he had now made up to look like a middle-aged man in his 50s. But from his voice, Shi Xiaohao still recognized him.
Xiao Chen? It's you? Humph, do you think I'll be scared just because it's you? I'm telling you, Uncle Hao is the one taking action this time, and neither of you will come back.
After he said that, he simply shut up and refused to cooperate. Facing such a person, Xiao Chen had no mercy at all.
Being kind to your enemies is being cruel to yourself.
He punched Shi Xiaohao directly in the stomach. The severe pain made him wail, and then he gasped for breath.
Kill me if you can.
If I die, you can't escape.
Su Yueru will die with me.
He caught Xiao Chen but didn't dare to really kill him. After all, in a society ruled by law, how could a law-abiding citizen like Xiao Chen break the law knowingly? But Xiao Chen just smiled.
You're not afraid of me, are you?
Then there must be someone you're afraid of. Actually, I don't have to do it myself if I want you to die.
I just need to tell everyone that you just stole the jewelry. I think someone will help me teach you a lesson, right?
This hit Shi Xiaohao's soft spot. He didn't expect that he had just taken a piece of jewelry secretly while there was no one around and it was pitch dark.
He actually knew about this matter directly.
Don't blast me, I won't fall for it. He was prepared to deny that he had stolen the jewels. But Xiao Chen saw the luxurious pink diamond directly through his pocket.
You'll choose when the time comes. If you have to choose, pick the most expensive one. This is the second time you've stolen this pink diamond. Do you like pink so much? Chapter 145 Another visit to Su's residence.
His face turned red all of a sudden. He didn't expect Xiao Chen to know so much.
What do you want to do?
Seeing that he had given in, Xiao Chen quickly asked, as long as you cooperate with me, I can let this matter go.
Tell me where Yueru is? Don't embarrass me about this. I don't know either.
I came here simply to help Mrs. Su with the jewelry.
I don't know anything else.
He spoke sincerely, and Xiao Chen discovered through his mind-reading ability that this was indeed the case.
Okay then, take me to meet Mrs. Su now.
After he said that, he picked up Shi Xiaohao from the ground. Shi Xiaohao originally wanted to bargain, but he was kicked in the butt and walked towards Su's house helplessly. The last time he came, he had already witnessed the strict security of the Su residence. This time, he followed Shi Xiaohao in through the back door of the Su residence. Xiao Lingling was waiting for him at the back door. Seeing him with a strange middle-aged man, she looked at Xiao Chen with some confusion.
Shi Xiaohao, my aunt asked you to get something. Why did you come back with someone?
He looked at Xiao Chen awkwardly, then lied. Uncle Hao asked someone to come over and said he had something to tell his wife.
Is that so?
Although Xiao Lingling moved aside, she still looked at the two of them with a puzzled look. At this time, Xiao Chen inadvertently poked him secretly, and he hurried towards Su's house. Here they came to the reception room where they had been last time. Mrs. Su was sitting there, drinking casually with a small coffee cup in her hand. Seeing Shi Xiaohao bringing a strange man in, she was stunned at first, and then asked warily, Xiaohao, who is this?
Didn't I tell you not to bring anyone in casually?
Seeing that Mrs. Su was angry, he quickly explained, Madam, this is someone Uncle Hao sent to help protect you. He said that Xiao Chen might come looking for you. He is worried that the protection here is not good enough.
This excuse was discussed by the two of them on the way.
Shi Xiaohao also knew something about the Su family's affairs, so he took the initiative to come up with this idea.
Is that so?
Thank you for your hard work. Since it was arranged by Brother Hao, please sit down. She obviously had great trust in Uncle Hao, so she didn't have any doubts about the people he sent.
Xiaohao, did you bring the things?
She asked eagerly, her eyes already fixed on the handbag in his hand.
I have brought it back, ma'am. Look, isn't it here?
He placed the handbag in front of her like a treasure, then reached out and unzipped the bag.
Suddenly, the dazzling jewels and precious stones almost blinded everyone's eyes.
She pounced on him and took the jewelry directly in her hand. She slowly put her face close to it, looking affectionate as if she had seen her own biological son.
Baby, Mommy really misses you so much. Do you miss Mommy?
Then she turned around and looked at Shi Xiaohao viciously and said, Where is that little bitch Su Yueru? If it weren't for her, how could I have lost all these treasures of mine? He glanced at Xiao Chen tremblingly and answered word by word, Uncle Hao doesn't trust anyone, so he's the only one who knows where he's hiding.
I thought you'd know.
His meaning was obvious. He was deliberately trying to provoke her to tell him where Su Yueru was kidnapped. But she waved her hand to show that she didn't care. Since Uncle Hao had no intention of letting others know his hiding place, she just had to keep the jewelry.
After all, this is her main purpose.
As long as she can get back what belongs to her, it doesn't matter to her whether that little bitch is dead or alive. Seeing that she didn't know either, Xiaochen felt very anxious for a moment. He wanted to go up and grab Wen Meiying's neck and ask her whereabouts, but he tried hard to control himself. Based on the impression he had seen in Uncle Hao's memory, this woman was not that important to Uncle Hao.
The chances of success in blackmailing Uncle Hao by kidnapping her are not high.
Just when he was in trouble, Su Yuqian came back from outside.
He was very angry and was complaining loudly to his mother when he came in. "Mom, do you have any money left? My pocket money this month is too little. I'd be so embarrassed if I went out like this."
As he spoke, he walked over to her and hugged her arms. He clung to his mother's body like a giant baby, shaking her arms and acting coquettishly.
"Mom, please give me some more pocket money.
We're going out for a party, but I don't have a penny." She reached out and gently touched his hair, scolding him, "Why are you so unthrifty?
Didn't I just give you 10,000 yesterday? And you spent it all today?
Our family has been in trouble recently, so you should be more frugal with your money." Although she said this, she took out her wallet again. She opened her wallet and found a neatly stacked stack of $100 bills inside.
Various bank cards are also neatly placed in the card pocket.
Before she could reach out to take the money, Su Yuqian had already taken out all the money.
"Thank you, Mom. You are the best mom in the world."
As he spoke, he kissed her hard on the face. It's a picture of a loving mother and a filial son, but it becomes a bit eye-catching when it happens to a man in his 20s. As he put the money he had just gotten by begging for money into his pocket, his eyes fell on the handbag on the table. Just now he was so busy begging for money that he didn't even notice that there was a bag on the table. The bag was still open, and the jewels inside shone brightly. His eyes were instantly attracted by the light. He stammered, "Mom, where did all these jewels come from?
Why do they look so familiar?" "Doesn't it look familiar?"
He used to steal jewelry from home and sell it, and he would take a few glances at it every time he opened the safe.
Could these be Su Yueru's jewels?
The last time Su Yueru came to the Su residence, she made a big fuss and took back all the jewelry her mother had left her. Because of this incident, his mother was so angry that she was sick for several days. "I didn't expect that these things would come back into my hands after going around in circles."
"What do you mean it belongs to that little bitch? This is ours.
Remember this from now on, these are all ours.
No one can take them away."
"Yes, Mom.
I remember that. Then you can give me one. I have a girl I want to pursue."
As he spoke, he reached out to take a diamond necklace. But she slapped his hand away. "Don't even think about using my stuff to please those little bitches out there.
Don't you see what kind of people they are?
They're all after your money, my silly son.
If you don't have any money, who will care about you?" Chapter 146. There is only one truth.
After saying that, she zipped up her clothes.
"Mom, why are you so stingy?"
He rubbed the back of his hand that was hurt by the slap and said angrily. At this time, Xiao Chun, who had been silent, said in a low voice, "Mrs. Su, how did Brother Hao meet you? He rarely does things for others."
"You are very important to Brother Hao."
He spoke in a low voice so that they would not recognize his own voice. He changed the topic to Uncle Hao and Wen Meiying in order to evoke her memory. Now his mind-reading skills no longer require direct contact with other people's bodies, but it still requires the person to recall the memory he wants. So he threw the topic to her directly, hoping to get the answer he wanted. But she didn't seem to want to talk about it, and Su Yuqian directly confronted him.
"Who the hell are you to ask my mom a question like that? Do you really want to feel my fist?"
He doesn't restrain his arrogance at all in front of his mother.
This is a characteristic of most mama's boys. "Yu Qian, what are you doing?
This person was specially sent by your uncle Hao to protect us."
"How can you talk to him like that?"
The reason why she was so polite was entirely for Uncle Hao's sake, and she didn't want to offend this seemingly mysterious man. "Actually, Brother Hao and I have known each other for many years.
Back then, I was about the same age as Yu Qian. Maybe even a little younger."
In order to calm him down, she simply told him how they met. But by this time he had already obtained the memory he wanted. At that time, when Mei Ying was still a worker in Jinlu, she was appreciated by the store manager because of her diligence and intelligence. She is now responsible for some wealthy clients, so she has the opportunity to realize her dream of marrying into a wealthy family. But what she didn't expect was that her life would be diverted because of the appearance of Uncle Hao. The way they met was extremely cliché, but it was just another story of a hero saving a damsel in distress. When she was being harassed by gangsters, Uncle Hao appeared in time and rescued her. From then on, the two of them lived a shameless life. She even gave up her dream of marrying into a wealthy family and prepared to marry Uncle Hao. But compared to her eagerness, Uncle Hao just wants short-term happiness. So not surprisingly, she was quickly abandoned. What's even more ridiculous is that she actually found out that she was pregnant. She buried this matter deep in her heart, and then tried every means to get close to Su Yueru's father. Although she knew that the other party was already married, she didn't care. After all, she just wanted to find a rich buyer. And Su's father did not disappoint her. She got everything she could possibly get except the status. Money, love and even children, but as the child grows up, she wants more and more. She was unwilling to be just an unknown mistress, and her child was treated as an illegitimate child. No matter what, he is the only boy in the Su family. In order to realize her ambition, she told Uncle Hao about Su Yueqian's life experience. Uncle Hao, a veteran who has indulged in love for many years, has seen many such things. He didn't believe what she said at all until the results of the paternity test came out, and he was forced to admit that he had an unexpected son. Because she caught him with this secret, he had to help her do something bad. But just as Xiao Chun was about to continue exploring, his memory was interrupted. When Mei Ying's phone rang, pulling her out of her memories. "Hello, it's me. Did you get it?" Xiao Chun could hear faint voices from far away, and he immediately recognized it as Uncle Hao's voice. "Well, I received the stuff. But I didn't get the 100 million in cash. It seems that Xiao Chen is not sincere. We can get rid of this little bitch now." She wished she had the chance to kill Su Yueru right now, so that no one would compete with her son for the Su family's property in the future. As for the cash, I didn't expect him to be able to raise it. This was just an excuse for me to delay him. Now listen to me, hide the things quickly. Otherwise. Before he could finish his words, Xiao Chen walked over and motioned for her to hand the phone to him. Although she was a little confused, she still handed the phone to him. "Hello, Uncle Hao. I didn't expect we would be so destined to meet." He no longer disguised his voice and spoke directly to Uncle Hao on the other end of the phone. Hearing his voice, both the Su family and Uncle Hao on the other end of the phone were surprised. "Who are you?" The question was asked in unison by both parties on the phone. "Don't you even recognize my voice? It's funny, all I hear you talking about me is this whole night." By this time Su Yueqian had already reacted. He hurried to the door, ready to call the bodyguard in. Because it is my own home, the bodyguard is not always by my side. But Xiao Chen didn't want him to call anyone else. He rushed forward and kicked him to the ground. Because his physique has been strengthened, as long as he doesn't hold back, his hits will be very painful. So after Su Yueqian was kicked, he just lay on the ground, rolling around and wailing. When Mei Ying let out a howl like a pig being slaughtered. She didn't care about her dignity and threw herself on him, trying to use her body to block the next attack. But Xiao Chen didn't continue kicking and hitting. He directly said to Uncle Hao on the other end of the phone, "I think you are also very familiar with this voice?" "What do you mean?" Uncle Hao's voice was as cold as a river in winter. He understood that Xiao Chen was threatening him. "My point is simple. You have hostages there, and I have hostages here. Everyone should be cautious." "What do you say? The person here is your wife, don't you care about her life or death?" There was a rare panic in his voice. "Uncle Hao, we are both sensible people. Not only do I have your wife here, I even have your son in my care. Call me when you have made up your mind." After saying that, he hung up without waiting for Uncle Hao to say another word. He did this to make Uncle Hao even more panicked, and he also needed to deal with these shameless guys. Seeing him turn his head and look at them, several people looked towards the door. It was already late at night, and in order to keep the matter secret, when Mei Ying and the others had already sent everyone away, so the possibility of asking for help was almost non-existent. Since they couldn't get any help, they could only rely on themselves, so they all stared at Xiao Chun, as if they wanted to knock him down with their own strength. Chapter 147 Rebellion. "Xiao, what were you talking about just now? Who did you tell that his wife and son were here? You lied without even thinking. I'm here to teach you a lesson for your bullshit mouth. As he said this, he glanced at Shi Xiuhao and the others, wanting them to help him subdue Xiao Chen. But Shi Xiuhao had just experienced how powerful Xiao Chen was. He kicked him to the ground with just one kick. So he was a little scared for a moment and didn't want to get involved in the Su family's affairs. Seeing him hesitate, Su Yueqian cursed directly, "You traitor, you brought this bastard here, right? Shi Xiuhao, you are so good, I still treat you as a brother. Just wait, I will deal with you after I subdue this bastard." After he said that, he was ready to come up and hit Xiao Chen, but Xiao Chen had no fear at all. For this weak-rich second generation, he only needs one finger to subdue him. I advise you to be rational and cooperate with me. This way I can make you feel more comfortable. Otherwise, I will have to beat you up first and then take you away. Xiao Chen threatened directly, and when Mei Ying's face changed, she was afraid that something might really happen to her precious son. Don't be impulsive. I'm warning you, if you dare to do anything to us, Brother Hao will not forgive you. Oh? What can he do? Even his own son doesn't recognize him, will he still fight for such a son? Xiao Chen deliberately provoked her with words, hoping that she would tell him the truth directly. Don't be complacent, he understands everything in his heart. Xiao Chen doesn't understand it now, but he will understand it in the future. Her words were a disguised acknowledgement of Su Yueqian's illegitimate child status. It turned out that Su's father had been raising someone else's son for so many years. No wonder he always felt that Su Yueqian was nothing like his father. Mom, what are you talking about? Did he make you mad? How could my dad be that sloppy uncle? He said in disbelief, staring intently at her mother, trying to read on her face that this was a huge joke. Xiao Chen, don't say that. Mom will explain some things to you later, but remember that your Uncle Hao is a good man and you should respect him. Well, the man who abandoned his wife and children has become a good man. It seems that when Mei Ying's feelings for Uncle Hao are really true love. Mom, stop talking. It's all because of this bastard. He's pissed you off. I'm going to fight you right now. As he spoke, he rushed directly towards Xiao Chen. His originally thin body now contained huge anger and hatred. He could not accept this matter no matter what, and what he needed most at this moment was to vent his anger on someone. Faced with his aggressive posture, Xiao Chen had already prepared himself. He took a deep breath, took one step back, and slowly stretched out a hand. At this time, Su Yueqian had already come to him, and he slapped him directly on the head with just one hand. This time he controlled his strength very precisely, and with one blow he knocked the opponent directly to the ground. Moreover, the huge impact force knocked Su Yueqian unconscious, and he fell limply to the ground. Ah, Xianer. What's wrong with you? You scared me. When Mei Ying rushed over crying, hugging his limp body and shaking it desperately. He's fine, he just passed out. But if you keep shaking him like that, he might get a concussion. He spoke lightly, then turned to look at Shi Xiuhao and the other person. Brother, you are my brother. You can ask me to do whatever you want, but please don't hurt me, okay? At this time, Shi Xiuhao no longer cared about his own face. He knelt on the ground and kowtowed repeatedly. Seeing him so humble, Xiao Lingling frowned in disgust, but she didn't dare to look at Xiao Chen and hid in a corner carefully. I don't want to hurt you, so you don't have to be so afraid of me. As long as you cooperate, I promise that I won't hold you accountable once this is over. With his promise, Shi Xiuhao stood up ecstatically and immediately promised in a flattering manner, okay, brother. I promise to do as you say. I will do whatever you ask me to do. After he finished speaking, he nodded and bowed for a while, and Xiao Chen simply waved his hand impatiently. Go find me a strong rope. No problem, brother. I'm most familiar with this place, don't worry. He said this and ran out. At this time, when Mei Ying behind him shouted at him again, what on earth do you want to do? I tell you, if you dare to hurt us, Brother Hao will not let you go. No way. He turned to look at Mrs. Su, who was already a little overwhelmed, and found that a large area of her delicate makeup had been smudged. The black eyeliner was soaked by tears and turned black. The tears flowed down the eyes, leaving long black marks. Seeing her ghostly face, he said coldly, What am I going to do? When you ordered others to take Yueru away, didn't you think this day would come? Well, you let us all go. You can take all these jewels. Please let us go. She held Su Yueqian's head and knelt down while begging. Of course I will take these jewels with me, but you must also help me rescue Yueru. I know what kind of person Uncle Hao is. When he is ruthless, no one can stop him. The last time he was racing, he had already discovered that Uncle Hao was a desperate criminal. He had no respect for life, so from the moment he took Su Yueru away, her life was in danger.
Okay. Let's cooperate. Can't we cooperate? Woohoo, but what do you want us to do? It's very simple. I need to do a business with Uncle Hao. He took my people away, so I will take his people away too.
If he sends Yuru back safely, I will send his people back safely too. After hearing this, she finally understood why Shi Xiuhao went looking for a rope.
Please, take me with you. Can I be your replacement? Uncle Hao is a moody person and he hates being threatened the most. If he killed Su Yueru out of anger, wouldn't Xian'er be in great danger in Xiao Chen's hands?
Thinking of this, she shuddered.
She couldn't accept this possibility. You're
not important enough in Uncle Hao's heart.
He just left this sentence.
At this time, Shi Xiuhao finally came back. She originally thought that he must have escaped. This bastard actually found a bunch of very strong ropes and came back.
Chapter 148 Threat. You traitor, you fucking traitor. He asked you to find a rope, and you fucking actually went and found one for him?
I really misjudged you, you spineless bastard.
She cursed loudly and covered Su Yuechen tightly with her body.
But after Xiao Chen took the rope, he still walked towards them firmly. Shi Xiuhao, go pull Wen Mei Ying away from me.
Okay, bro. I'll pull her away for you right now.
He answered in a servile manner, then came over and reached out to pull her.
Let me go, Shi Xiuhao, you spineless bastard. I must be blind to use someone like you.
She struggled and cursed at him.
Yes. Go ahead and scold me.
I know you're mad at me, but there's nothing I can do.
Who told you to end up in my brother's hands? Besides, I've done a lot of dirty work for you, but you never fulfilled a single promise you made.
Hearing his somewhat complaining tone, she quickly changed her attitude.
Xiuhao, I'm sorry for you. I promise you right now. Don't you like Ling Ling? I'll marry her to you right now. Just don't let that bastard Xiao Chen take Xian'er away. Okay?
Hearing her say this, a flash of joy crossed Shi Xiuhao's face.
But at this moment, Xiao Lingling rushed out from the corner. Aunt, what are you doing? Who wants to marry this little jerk?
You can't push me into the fire pit just for your son. You have no right to speak here, you arrogant little slut.
It's already this hour, and you're still thinking about climbing the ladder? Xiao Lingling's eyes turned red instantly and she began to cry silently. Madam, please don't tempt me. Even if I am willing, Lingling won't be willing. Even if Lingling is willing, my brother still won't be willing. Please don't make it difficult for me. I was rough with my hands and feet when I tied you up, so I hope I don't hurt you.
He spoke politely, but his hands showed no strength at all. She was tied up tightly and screamed and cursed loudly when she saw that there was no hope.
Xiao Chen had already tied up Su Yuechen, and he ordered Shi Xiuhao to tie up Xiao Lingling as well.
They then sealed their mouths with tape and laid them both on the bed so they could get comfortable. At this time, Uncle Hao finally called. After all, he was unable to let go of his blood relatives.
Hey, tell me. What do you want?
His voice was still extremely cold, and Xiao Chen couldn't help but shiver.
Uncle Hao, let's get this straight. You have my people there, and I have yours here. Let's exchange hostages tonight. I'll call you later on the time and place. Now I want to hear Yueru's voice. Do you really think you have figured out my weakness?
My Uncle Hao has been in Dragon City for many years, and no one has ever threatened me like this.
Really? Then you might get used to it slowly.
He said, signaling with his eyes. Shi Xiuhao tore off the tape on Wen Mei Ying's mouth, and she immediately shouted into the phone, Brother Hao, help!
Xian'er was beaten unconscious by them, please come and save us. Woo.
Before she could say anything else, he put the tape back on.
How dare you do this? You're going to regret it. Uncle Hao threatened over there.
But he was not panicked at all. Since the relationship had already fallen out, he had no choice but to go ahead with it.
Uncle Hao, I still say the same thing. If you return your yuan to me safely, I promise to return your son to you intact. Otherwise, we will both die together. Okay, you're a brave boy. Listen to me.
There was silence on his side for a moment, and then Su Yueru's voice came from there.
Xiao Chen, is that you? Woohoo, I'm so scared. Husband, please come and save me.
I heard her trying hard to suppress her fear, but she eventually burst into tears. His heart ached, and he vowed to bring her back safely.
Don't be afraid, I'll come find you soon.
He had just finished speaking when Uncle Hao asked impatiently, "Okay.
Now tell me the time and place."
He directly activated the racing skill, which came with a map of all the streets in Longcheng. At this moment, he needed to find the safest way to conduct the transaction. After all, Uncle Hao's influence in Longcheng cannot be underestimated, and he knows nothing about Uncle Hao's true strength.
You need to be careful and vigilant about unknown opponents. Let's meet at Huayuan Street now. I'll let you know if there are any changes.
Although he mentioned a place, he had no intention of going there. With Uncle Hao's power, he can set up a tight net at the designated location with just one phone call. If he confessed at that time, there would be no hope of rescuing Su Yueru.
Okay.
After saying that, the person on the other end hung up the phone. He inexplicably felt that Uncle Hao seemed to know what he was thinking, which was why he agreed so readily. But he couldn't care less at this time. He directly carried Su Yueqian up, and then told Shi Xiuhao to follow him.
Brother, you're not going to take me to see Uncle Hao, are you? Please, brother. I wouldn't dare offend Uncle Hao even if I offend anyone else. Please, don't take me with you.
He followed Xiao Chen and begged.
Why, are you afraid of offending Uncle Hao? Aren't you afraid of offending me? He turned and looked at him.
In fact, he had not intended to bring along a guy who might betray him at any time.
I'm scared, but not that much. Brother, what do you want me to do? Where is the Su family's garage? Open it for me. Then you can leave.
When Shi Xiuhao heard that he didn't have to meet Uncle Hao, he immediately ran to the front to lead the way. They arrived at the underground parking garage of the Su residence, and at this time Xiao Chen was once again stunned by the extravagance of the top wealthy family. This parking garage is almost 300 square meters, and half of the space is filled with various luxury cars.
Look, bro.
Most of their cars are here.
If you like one, just drive away.
Xiao Chen glanced around the garage and found a well-maintained Volkswagen parked in the corner.
Do you have the key to this?
Seeing that he ignored many luxury cars and chose this unremarkable Volkswagen, a trace of contempt flashed through Shi Xiuhao's heart. I just haven't seen much money, so after choosing, I chose such a broken car. Brother, this car is for the bodyguard to drive when he goes out.
The key is in the car. Would you like to consider it again?
He simply waved his hand to signal him not to say anything more, and then threw the tied-up Su Yueqian directly onto the passenger seat.
Chapter 149, Finally Meet. You can go back now and keep an eye on Wen Meiying and the others. Don't let anyone else find out about this.
He said this and drove away. Shi Xiuhao finally sent the King of Hell away and felt relieved. Suddenly a good idea flashed through his head, and now all the people in the Su family who had bullied him before were under control. Now the Su residence is basically in his pocket. Thinking of this, he even had an urge to bow to Xiao Chen's taillights. Here, Xiao Chen brought the unconscious Su Yueqian to Huayuan Road and parked the car far away at the intersection. Then he turned on his eavesdropping skill and listened carefully to the movements on Huayuan Road. Based on his understanding of Uncle Hao, it is absolutely impossible for him to come alone this time.
Sure enough, after a while, he heard a burst of messy footsteps coming from afar.
There were about 6 or 7 people, and they searched the agreed street carefully for a while.
Boss, why is there no one here? Didn't they say a gangster asked Uncle Hao to meet him here? Yeah, who is so stupid? They actually want to go against Uncle Hao. They are really tired of living. All of you shut up. Uncle Hao asked me to come over and take a look. No matter what the result is, just report it. Go look around.
Several people dispersed to check around, and then the leader called Uncle Hao directly to report the situation here.
After a while, Uncle Hao called. Xiao Chen, you really didn't go to Huayuan Road. Do you still want to trade? Is it me who doesn't want to, or you? I told you to bring Yueru here alone. If I see anyone else following you, I won't be able to guarantee Master Su's safety.
There was a cold silence over there, and then Uncle Hao finally said, "Okay, I'll go by myself this time." After he finished speaking, Xiao Chen directly told him the next meeting place. The other party agreed and hung up the phone, but Xiao Chen did not drive away immediately. He sat there again, listening to the conversation of the gangsters.
Those people were indeed sent by Uncle Hao to explore the way. After receiving Uncle Hao's order, they retreated immediately.
He had no intention of leaving and sat quietly waiting for Uncle Hao's call.
The next location he mentioned was also to test Uncle Hao.
He wanted to disrupt all of Uncle Hao's plans. Only in this way can he and Su Yueru survive safely.
After a while, Uncle Hao called again.
"Stinky boy, where the hell are you? If you play tricks on me, I'll throw your lover right into the Zhuanlong River."
Uncle Hao, don't get excited. I can't help it. Your influence in Dragon City cannot be underestimated. Now go to Zhuanlong Bridge and wait for me. I'll be there soon. He threatened again and then hung up.
He sighed, even though he had changed several locations to make Uncle Hao's brothers run around in circles. But it is still very dangerous to go to Zhuanlong Bridge now, but he has no choice. He hardened his heart, started the car, and drove smoothly across the long bridge. There are so many cars coming and going here that no one would suspect anything even if there was a car parked nearby. He stopped the car far away and looked carefully at the vehicles passing by on the bridge. At this time, Su Yuechen beside him slowly woke up. He wanted to rub his aching head with his hands, but found himself tied up. He sat up in shock, and then saw Xiaochen standing silently beside him.
"What is this place?"
he asked in horror, looking back and forth at the surrounding scenery.
"This is the Zhuanlong Bridge? Are you planning to kill me to silence me? Do you have any humanity left? How did I provoke you?"
He struggled desperately to break free from the rope, but he didn't know how Xiaochen tied it, and the rope not only didn't loosen but became even tighter.
"Don't waste your energy. You can't break free from this knot. If you want to live, just be quiet."
His eyes were still fixed on the front. He needed to spot Uncle Hao in time.
But Su Yuechen didn't believe what he said at all.
Instead, he struggled and cursed desperately. He used so much force that the car body shook involuntarily.
"This is fucking embarrassing. Can you please be quiet for a while? I'll let you go when your dad comes to pick you up."
He turned his head impatiently, reached out and grabbed his collar and shouted.
"Who the hell are you talking about, my dad? My dad is out of town right now. If you know what's good for you, just let me go right now."
He stiffened his neck and spoke stubbornly, but there was still a trace of doubt in his heart.
Judging from his mother's reaction just now, this is very likely to be true.
Then he is actually not the only son of the Su family, but an illegitimate child of unknown origin. The thought of this possibility made him so irritated that he felt like going crazy.
"Shu, don't talk."
At this time, Xiaochen suddenly spoke seriously, and he actually shut his mouth obediently. They saw two people getting out of a luxury car not far away. Uncle Hao, wearing a tattered black suit, pulled a beautiful woman out from the back seat of the car.
That person was Su Yueru.
As soon as she got out of the car, she looked around nervously. She looked like she was looking for someone. Uncle Hao pushed her to the railing of the bridge, and they stood there looking around as if they were enjoying the scenery.
"Isn't that my sister? Go find her and let me go."
Su Yuechen urged directly, but when he thought that she might not be his sister, he felt inexplicably lost in his heart.
"Wait here. If you run around, I can't guarantee your safety." He made a threat and went out.
As soon as he appeared, he felt Uncle Hao's vicious gaze. No one had dared to play tricks on him like this in all these years. He walked over slowly, but Su Yueru struggled desperately and shouted, "Husband, don't come over here.
This is a trap, run away."
At this time, he calmed down instead. He had already expected that Uncle Hao would find ways to ambush him. That's why he changed the transaction location several times, with the purpose of dispersing the younger brothers that Uncle Hao might dispatch. But what is coming cannot be avoided, and now he just wants to make sure she is safe.
"Yueru, are you okay? He didn't hurt you, did he?"
He shouted back to her. Now they were very close.
"I'm fine, go ahead, husband." Even at this time, she was still thinking about her own safety.
A warm feeling surged in his heart, but he noticed Uncle Hao's gloomy expression.